Chapter 1. He dreamt of Xiaoqing again. Hey! Jiang Qiyan. Too noisy. Too damn noisy. Jiang Qiyan, wake up. Can you stop sleeping at the party and go home to sleep? It was a girl's voice. As she spoke, she shook him like someone with Parkinson's disease. Jiang Qiyan opened his eyes after being shaken awake. His fox-like eyes were filled with deep sleepiness. His mind felt dizzy and heavy. Jiang Qiyan rubbed his temples and a wry smile curved on his lips. He dreamt of Xiaoqing again. He and Xiaoqing had broken up 6 years ago. The more dead set they were in love back then, the more agonizing it was now. Every time he got drunk, Xiaoqing was always in his dreams. Jiang Qian's eyes stared blankly, lost in thought. His cousin, Su Jing, had a face full of curiosity. Su Jing waved her hand in front of Jiang Qiyan. Brother, what did you dream about? Your mouth was smiling all the way to the Milky Way. Jiang Qiyan snapped out of it and lied earnestly. I dreamt that my lawyer fee increased from 10,000 per hour to 10,000 per minute. Su Jing laughed. Mr. Lawyer, you're quite greedy. The siblings were very close, whispering like a young couple. This scene was completely taken in by a man who stood nearby, looking scholarly and elegant but with an obsessive gaze. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jiang Qiyan, who was nearly pressed against a woman. Jiang Qiyan, this is what you told me 6 years ago. That we would be together forever. Your promise is so cheap. Xiaoqing gripped his wine glass subconsciously, tightening his hand. Crack. The goblet shattered, red wine splashing everywhere. A service staff member nearby was startled and timidly glanced at Xiaoqing. Sorry. He politely apologized to the service staff. Then he shook off the blood and wine stains from his fingertips and walked away expressionlessly. Perhaps it was because his hand was cut by the shards of glass, the pain causing Xiaoqing's eyes to well up red. After Xiaoqing left, the air around grew cold. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire party venue. In the crowd, Jiang Qiyan, as if sensing something psychically, abruptly stood up. It seemed he sensed something and turned to look towards the direction Xiaoqing had left. There was no one there. Nothing. Jiang Qiyan just stared blankly for a while before retracting his gaze. Brother, you spaced out again, Su Jing said helplessly. Where were you just now? Are you still hung up on your first love? Jiang Qian's laughter faded in his eyes. We never even held hands, can't really say I can't let go, it's all due to possessiveness. Never held hands? Su Jing didn't believe it. Brother, you were already together, and you didn't touch him? Her brother. Arbitrary, arrogant, verbally sharp and heart black. Someone who deceives people into their grasp and then behaves impeccably. Jiang Qiyan smiled faintly. We were together for less than 5 days. Given how fragile his body was, I couldn't bear it. Holy cow. Su Jing was rather surprised, swallowing her saliva. Then, why did you break up? Jiang Qiyan didn't respond. Between his brows, lay restrained gloom and irritation. He undid the top 2 buttons of his shirt collar, grabbed his phone, left the banquet hall, and went to the restroom. As soon as he walked into the restroom, Jiang Qiyan saw a familiar yet strange man. That man has a pleasant name. Called Xiaoqing. Reading tips. 1. Pure body and mind, non-angsty sweet cookie story, double strength, double big shots, with imagination and system, no melodramatic clichés, not Mary Sue. 2. 5-star reviews welcome. 3. Wishing everyone a pleasant reading experience. Chapter 2. Xiaoqing loves Jiang Qian, lifetime to lifetime. Xiaoqing. The top star in the entertainment circle, 9-time golden actor, Xiaoqing. His ex-boyfriend. Jiang Qian rubbed his temple and realized that Xiaoqing had truly appeared at the cocktail party. It wasn't his hallucination just now. How coincidental. How melodramatic. How shocking. 6 years after their breakup, he, Jiang Qian, met his ex-boyfriend in the restroom. Xiaoqing had just finished using the toilet. He heard footsteps, looked up, and froze. He stared blankly at Jiang Qian, mouth agape in surprise. Awkward, embarrassed, lost, uncertain. Jiang Qian looked at Xiaoqing, stepped forward, and hooked his finger under Xiaoqing's chin, lifting his wide-open mouth. Before Xiaoqing could react, Jiang Qian coldly said, "What are you staring at? Waiting for me to help you?" As if awakened from a dream, Xiaoqing looked down at himself, then at Jiang Qian. His face turned red enough to drip blood. He hurriedly adjusted his clothes and pants, walked silently to the sink, and turned on the faucet. The rushing water sounded through the room. Finally calming down amidst the sound of running water, Xiaoqing glanced at Jiang Qian who was washing his hands at the adjacent sink. His lips quivered as he spoke, "Long time no see." Jiang Qian responded impassively, "Mm." Although Jiang Qian was a man of few words, his presence was strong. The faint scent of cold cedarwood on him infiltrated Xiaoqing's senses. Xiaoqing felt disoriented, even forgetting the glass-cut injury on his palm. When the movie emperor reached out for the bathroom hand wash, a warm large hand grabbed his wrist. Following the direction of the hand extending toward him, Xiaoqing tilted his head and locked eyes with Jiang Qian's dark gaze. Jiang Qian's expression was cold, and his tone tinged with impatience. A cut wound can't be washed, stop using the hand wash. Lowering his head, Xiaoqing didn't speak. His eyelashes trembled visibly as something warm splashed onto the back of his hand, mixing with the blood. From his pocket, Jiang Qian took out a handkerchief, wiped Xiaoqing's hand, and made a neat knot with the black cloth around Xiaoqing's injured hand. At this moment, a voice rang inside Jiang Qian's mind. Ding dong. Host, the system has captured Xiaoqing's future. Would you like to view? Jiang Qian lowered his eyes. 3 years ago, he accidentally picked up a system. Whenever he had physical contact with anyone, he could see the other person's future. Jiang Qian thought in his heart, view. Alright, please recite your set spell. Jiang Qian whispered, Xiaoqing loves Jiang Qian, lifetime to lifetime. In the instant after finishing his incantation inside. Above Xiaoqing's head, a transparent 3D projection screen appeared visible only to Jiang Qian. On the screen was a video. Video material showing Xiaoqing's future image. In the video. At Xiaoqing's concert scene. Suspended by wires during an aerial entrance from over 10 meters high. Suddenly, the rigging broke. Xiaoqing fell, hitting the back of his head, immediately unconscious. After more than 3 hours of emergency treatment. He passed away without recovery. The time displayed at the bottom right corner of the video read, 8:15 p.m., August 7th. Wasn't that the day after tomorrow? Jiang Qian felt an icy chill creep up from his feet to his spine. All the blood in his body seemed frozen. He stared straight at Xiaoqing's head, deep in thought. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Xiaoqing wrestled free from Jiang Qian's grasp, turning to leave the restroom. Jiang Qian stood by the sink for a long time. He needed to find an opportunity to warn his ex-boyfriend to be careful. But Jiang Qian didn't want to reveal his identity yet. So, Jiang Qian pulled out his spare phone and bought a new anonymous Weibo account. ID, Qi Baiyan. He drafted a post. Qi Baiyan, August 7th concert, avoid high places or else death or severe injury will occur. Be cautious. At Xiaoqing V at Xiaoqing Studio V at Agent Lu Ting V. Jiang Qian copied this message to all Weibo accounts related to Xiaoqing and super topics about him. He also sent a private message to Xiaoqing and his agent. By the time Jiang Qian exited the restroom and found Su Jing, she was holding her phone with her mouth open wide enough to stuff a duck egg, shocked saying, holy crap. Jiang Qian approached and asked, what's wrong? Su Jing replied, Qi Baiyan got harassed by Xiaoqing's fans and became a trending topic. Chapter 3, Jiang Qian's wife, Xiaoqing. Jiang Qian paused for a moment and opened the Weibo trending search. Hashtag Xiaoqing Qi Bu Yan hashtag. Hashtag Xiaoqing Ji Deng Gao hashtag. Hashtag Xiaoqing Qi Bu Yan death curse hashtag. Hashtag Xiaoqing cursed by braindead marketing account hashtag. The braindead marketing account Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian quickly fished out his backup phone and opened Qi Bu Yan's account. Amidst a string of message notification sounds, Jiang Qian was forcibly logged out. His Weibo alternate account had crashed due to too many messages and private messages. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he managed to log back in and found. Follower count, 325,000. Comment count under the only post, 1.54 million comments. Private messages, over 100,000. Jiang Qian opened the comments section under the Weibo post and, as expected, every single one was cursing him. Underscore Qi Bu Yan should die. Underscore which marketing account are you from? Smearing our elder brother like this. Keys cost 10 yuan for 3, do you deserve them? Underscore in order to ride on Cheng Ji's popularity, resorting to any means necessary. Why not accumulate some karma for yourself? Underscore screenshots have been sent to Cheng Ji's fan groups and the studio to report you, garbage. Have the guts not to delete your posts. Underscore. Jiang Qian looked at the comments and helplessly smiled. Similarly browsing through Weibo was Xiaoqing's agent, top-tier agent Lu Ting. Lu Ting frowned and looked at Xiaoqing beside him, 2 days from now, at your concert where you descend on wires, we haven't released any materials or announced any processes. How did Qi Bu Yan know? It's really strange. Xiaoqing was holding his phone, carefully scrutinizing Qi Bu Yan's Weibo post for a long time, and then said, it's him. August 7th concert, avoid heights, otherwise death or injury will occur. Be careful. Jiang Qian's biggest giveaway was the, in August 7th. The view, in, and the RJ, in date were forever mixed up by him. Lu Ting looked surprisingly at Xiaoqing, do you know who it is? Xiaoqing murmured softly, a fool. A fool named Jiang Qian. Lu Ting hadn't caught up yet, who? Xiaoqing shook his head, nothing. Sister Ting, it's pretty late, I'll have my assistant Wu take you home. He didn't want to say, and Lu Ting didn't push either, glancing at Xiao Cheng's injured hand wrapped in a handkerchief. I have bandages and gauze in my bag. The handkerchief isn't clean, throw it away. Lu Ting reached out her hand to untie the handkerchief that was wrapped around Xiao Cheng's hand. Instinctively, Xiao Cheng dodged, as if the handkerchief was some rare treasure. No need. Lu Ting nodded and left first. Xiao Cheng opened a locked photo album on his phone. There were thousands of photos inside, each one being of Jiang Qiyan. Xiao Cheng casually opened a photo of Jiang Qiyan. His gaze lingered, filled with yearning. He slowly lifted his hand and gently touched the face of the man in the picture. Qiyan. Qiyan. Xiao Cheng lightly kissed Jiang Qiyan's lips on the screen. At the bottom of his eyes, there was a sickly obsessive desire. Xiao Cheng stayed still for a long time. Until the phone ran out of power and turned off automatically. Only then did he shove the phone into his pants pocket and glance at his wristwatch. By this time, it was already quite late, and most of the people at the banquet had dispersed. Xiao Cheng thought for a moment and stepped into the elevator. As the elevator door slowly closed, a pale, beautiful hand propped itself against the elevator door. Xiao Cheng instinctively pressed the open button and saw Jiang Qiyan enter the elevator, carrying a bottle of medicine. Jiang Qiyan looked at Xiao Cheng and handed over the medicine with no expression on his face. Medicine. Xiao Cheng didn't move. He stared intently at Jiang Qiyan, biting his lips tightly. There was already a strong metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Jiang Qiyan raised his hand and reflexively tried to pry open Xiao Cheng's mouth. But halfway there, he ultimately put his hand down again. Xiao Cheng took 2 deep breaths and asked Jiang Qiyan, my phone's out of battery. Can I borrow yours? Jiang Qiyan quietly stared at Xiao Cheng, pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and handed it over. Xiao Cheng took it, logged into his Weibo, and casually clicked on a thread cursing Qi Buyen. Jiang Qiyan glanced at the phone screen, his eyelids flickered. Do you believe what Qi Buyen says? Xiao Cheng was distracted and didn't respond. Jiang Qiyan spoke indifferently, never mind, whether you believe it or not, what does it matter to me? I believe it. Xiao Cheng suddenly said. Jiang Qiyan's lips curved slightly. Xiao Cheng's voice was a little hoarse but firm as he repeated, I've always believed it. After saying that, Xiao Cheng looked down at his phone screen. Using his own main Weibo account and Jiang Qiyan's phone, he posted a new Weibo. Xiao Cheng V, thank you for the reminder, I've always believed in you. At Qi Buyen. The Weibo was just posted for a few minutes when a brand new trending topic quickly surged to the top of the search list. Hashtag Xiao Cheng Jiang Qiyan's wife hashtag. Behind the topic, there was an additional red and black hot mark. Xiao Cheng's fingers trembled as he nervously tapped open the trending topic. Then, he saw the source displayed after the Weibo post he had just made. Weibo source, Jiang Qiyan's wife's brick 404th device. Chapter 4, Xiao Cheng, what's your relationship with Jiang Qiyang? Under every Weibo post, there would be a prompt introducing the source of the Weibo. If sent from a certain brand phone, it will be displayed. By topping up VJP, one can modify the Weibo source or turn off the display directly. This Weibo source was set by Jiang Qiyang himself. Jiang Qiyang's main Weibo account also has several million followers as a legal big V. His main account always displays this Weibo source when he posts, and it has never been changed. Netizens surfing the internet late at night went crazy instantly. So, Xiao Cheng equals Jiang Qiyang's wife. In the dead of night, Brother Cheng sends a Weibo post from Lawyer Zhang's phone. Are you officially announcing the news and openly feeding candy to fans? Ha ha ha, why do I think Xiao Cheng is a bit cute, looking not very smart? Hello everyone, this is my wife at Xiao Cheng V, this is my husband at Jiang Qiyang V, the 3 of us are together. Lu Ting, who habitually scrolls through Weibo before bed. She sat up immediately and contacted the company and the studio to control comments, handle public relations, and do marketing. Lu Ting made 6 or 7 calls to Xiao Cheng. However, Xiao Cheng's phone was constantly turned off. Lu Ting recalled that Xiao Cheng had just used Jiang Qiyang's phone to send a Weibo post. Then she opened Xiao Cheng's Weibo and sent a private voice message, her tone cold and icy, hello, wife of Jiang Qiyang. Xiao Cheng, holding Jiang Qiyang's phone, happened to see it while stepping out of the elevator. After listening to the voice message, he thought for a moment and seriously typed a line of text, you're the broker of Jiang Qiyang's wife, hello to you too. Lu Ting became so angry that veins bulged on her forehead, and she sent another voice message, ancestor, can you explain why you could send a Weibo post at midnight using another man's phone? Do you know how many fans under your Weibo have started calling you Mrs. Jiang? Xiao Cheng was surprised and typed, how many? Lu Ting, that's not the point. The studio will soon arrange announcements to clarify things. The comment and data management team will take care of it. Don't touch Weibo anymore. Xiao Cheng replied with an without any emotion. In the dark night, his pitch-black eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. He didn't want to clear anything up. Lu Ting asked again, what is your relationship with Jiang Qiyang? Xiao Qing pressed on the phone keypad, thinking. What is his relationship with Jiang Qiyang? It's probably the kind where he wants to lock Jiang Qiyang away, all limbs tied. Xiao Qing hadn't replied to Lu Ting yet. An ear-splitting cough came nearby. Unknowingly, the two had already left the ballroom and walked outside to the parking lot. Jiang Qiyang coughed and held out his hand to Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing hesitated for a moment, then slowly placed his hand in Jiang Qiyang's palm. Jiang Qiyang looked deeply into him, smiled helplessly, hey. I was asking for my phone back. Xiao Qing retracted his hand as if burned. But Jiang Qiyang caught his hand instead, tightly gripping it in his palm and chuckled lightly, what are you nervous about? I won't eat you. At that moment, a girl's voice rang out behind Jiang Qiyang and Xiao Qing, Jiang Qiyang, over here. It was Su Jing. Su Jing jogged over, young Master Jiang, follow me. Su Jing was wearing a shoulder-exposing dress for the gala. With the low evening temperature, she hugged herself, slightly shivering and sneezed as she ran over. Jiang Qiyang furrowed his brows and threw off his suit jacket, handing it to her, put it on. Xiao Qing stared at the male-style coat draped over Su Jing, a shadow of darkness passing through his eyes. Coldness radiated throughout his body. He was thinking. Jiang Qiyang. Don't tell me, this is your girlfriend. If she is, I'll kill her. Chapter 5, Yen Yen, be good. Achoo. Su Jing sneezed again, pulling at her coat, and when she saw Xiao Qing, she hesitated and asked tentatively, Qinggu. Xiao Qing was wearing a hat and mask, completely covered. But this fan, Su Jing, still recognized him at once. Su Jing asked excitedly, Qinggu, I'm your only fan. My name is Su Jing. Can you give me an autograph? Xiao Qing looked up. The shadow in his eyes instantly disappeared, very well concealed. In the pitch-black pupils, there was an ink-like profundity that revealed no emotion at all. Xiao Qing fished out a gold diamond-encrusted fountain pen from his pocket. Where do you want it signed? Su Jing didn't have any paper on her, so after pondering for a moment, she said, Qinggu, could you sign it on my hand? I can go a month without washing my hands. Xiao Qing raised an eyebrow. He wanted to test Su Jing's relationship with Jiang Qiyan, so he deliberately asked, aren't you worried your boyfriend will get jealous? Su Jing gave a confused, not fully grasping the situation. It was Jiang Qiyan who narrowed his eyes and questioned Su Jing instead, are you dating someone? Su Jing was raised by Jiang Qiyan as if she were his daughter, even receiving a monthly allowance. Moreover, she was his blood-related younger sister. Thus, Jiang Qiyan paid special attention to her welfare. Seeing Jiang Qian's concern, a hint of obsessive and deranged hostility flickered in Xiao Cheng's eyes as he intentionally asked again, do you still want an autograph? He wanted to see just how concerned Jiang Qiyan could be over such a small girl. Ha! Jiang Qiyan turned around and asked Xiao Cheng, so fond of signing your name on little girls' palms? He was indeed jealous. Jealous of Xiao Cheng. That damn Xiao Cheng never realized just how much his face, demeanor, and physique incited crime-worthy desire. Xiao Cheng stubbornly stared at Jiang Qiyan. It's just an autograph. Is Lawyer Jiang upset about something? Jiang Qiyan let out a scoff, acting quite indifferent as he leaned in closer, speaking softly in a tone only he and Xiao Cheng could hear. Then, Mr. Emperor Xiao, since I'm your boyfriend fan, could you sign your name on my abs? Boyfriend fan, abs. Xiao Cheng's ears gradually reddened. After Jiang Qiyan and Su Jing left, Xiao Cheng stared at Jiang Qian's silhouette for a long time in the cold wind before finally going home. Once back at home, Xiao Cheng plugged his phone into its charger, opened a proxy app, and found an online store that could customize metal handcuffs. Xiao Cheng sent them Jiang Qian's wrist and ankle measurements, along with several messages. Make customizations based on these dimensions. Metal ones, the kind that can never be unlocked without a key for life. Handcuffs, ankle cuffs, and chains. Design. Carve roses onto the chain. Rose, must be the style of Louis XIV. The price isn't a problem. Xiao Cheng muttered, holding his phone, Yen Yen, you need to be good, or else I'll lock you up. Xiao Cheng stood for some time near the floor-to-ceiling window. Just as he was about to put down his phone and take a shower, a WeChat message popped up. It was Lu Ting, his agent. Lu Ting, what do you think about Qi Yan's prediction? Lu Ting, will you continue with the concert day after tomorrow? Xiao Cheng thought about it briefly, continue. He's still continuing. Jiang Qiyan asked in astonishment. He received this information while talking to Su Jing on the phone on his way to work at the law firm. In the call, Su Jing said, yes, Chenggu said in the fan group that the concert would go on. Jiang Qiyan narrowed his eyes. He parked his car outside the law firm entrance, the gloom in his eyes deepened like they could drip water. Xiao Cheng, huh. Very good. You've grown some skills. Time to put you in place. Jiang Qiyan wanted to ask Xiao Qing why, despite knowing there would be an accident, he was still determined to continue. He flipped open his WeChat but froze in place, closing his eyes. Shit. He didn't have Xiao Qing's WeChat. 6 years ago, during their breakup, he deleted everything, WeChat, phone numbers, all forms of contact. Jiang Qiyan took a deep breath, logged into Qiyan's microblogging account, and sent a private message to Xiao Qing. Qiyan, where are you? After sending the message, Jiang Qiyan laughed at himself for being ridiculous. Xiao Qing's official Weibo account had over 80 million fans, and he receives no less than 100,000 plus private messages daily. Unless Xiao Qing constantly monitored his inbox, it would be impossible for him to notice the message Jiang Qiyan sent. However, Xiao Qing responded immediately. Turn around. Chapter 6, Confession. Jiang Qi suddenly turned around and saw Xiao Qing, who looked like a celestial being exiled from heaven. He was afraid of being recognized by his fans, so he wore a mask and sunglasses, covering himself up tightly. Jiang Qi got out of the car, lips curling into a smile. Did you figure it out? Xiao Qing approached. Qi. Not speaking, Qiyan. He paused for a moment and then added, can we have a talk? Jiang Qi pressed the car lock button, the door opened and Xiao Qing climbed in without hesitation. Seated in the passenger seat, Xiao Qing was surrounded by Jiang Qi's cold pine scent. His heart beat fast, so much that his fingertips gripping the seatbelt were white, trembling slightly. Xiao Qing glanced up and caught sight of Jiang Qi's surprise in his eyes, asking uneasily, what is it? Jiang Qi couldn't help but laugh. In the 6 years I've had this car, no one has ever sat in the passenger seat before. I'm a little unaccustomed. Xiao Qing removed his mask and sunglasses, turning his head to look at Jiang Qi. That Su Jing, isn't she somewhat ambiguously related to you? Hasn't she? What ambiguity? Jiang Qi twisted the car key while turning around and cursed with a laugh. She's my younger sister, my blood-related cousin. She's obsessed with you, her room is full of your posters. Xiao Qing couldn't stop himself and burst out laughing. It was an authentic joy, as if all the burdens on his shoulders were lifted. He said, I thought you. Jiang Qi drove to a tea house and handed over a matte black gold card. The waiter trembled as he took it, quickly calling for the manager. The manager personally attended to them, leading them into an extravagant private room. In the private room, Jiang Qi elegantly sipped a small cup of red tea worth 5 digits. Xiao Qing, in my world, there's no need for assumptions. If you want to know something, feel free to ask me. Xiao Qing silently swallowed a sip of tea. The aftertaste was sweet and very fragrant. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Xiao Qing had too many questions but didn't know how to start. Like, why does someone from such a distinguished background, a third-generation princeling, fancy me? In these 6 years, did you have feelings for anyone else? After a long silence, both Jiang Qi and Xiao Qing spoke simultaneously. I'm sorry. Xiao Qing's long eyelashes fluttered heavily. 6 years ago, Xiao Qing, with just a 5-second cameo role, easily outshone the main actor of the movie who was known across the country, along with the seasoned veterans. Because of this, face-obsessed Jiang Qi quit his million-yuan-a-year job, dressing up like a pauper, and went to work as Xiao Qing's legal consultant. Later, Jiang Qi bent Xiao Qing to his will. And then, Xiao Qing discovered that Jiang Qi's father was the city party secretary, his mother a billionaire, and he was indeed a well-bred member of the third generation. It was also during that time that Xiao Qing assumed he'd been toyed with. Back then, Xiao Qing told Jiang Qi, there are plenty of good-looking people in the entertainment industry who are willing to flatter and please you, even engage in power sex transactions, but, don't play those games with me, it disgusts me. To which Jiang Qi responded at that time, if that's what you think, then I'll leave. Sorry for disturbing you. 6 years ago, the two of them didn't know love, yet they fell in love anyway. So, each covered in tatters, everything in chaos. Jiang Qi was arrogant, thus never deigned to express deep love. Xiao Qing was too insecure, he feared it might be his own wishful thinking. Jiang Qi snapped back into reality from the memories of 6 years ago. Looking at the person in front of him, the love of his life after 6 years, Jiang Qi softly laughed and earnestly declared, I've never once thought of having any power sex transaction with you or playing tricks. Xiao Qing, I genuinely want to be good to you. Chapter 7, Growing Strawberries. Xiao Qing's pale face flushed slightly with a hint of intoxication. He looked up, glancing at Jiang Qiyan nervously, tentatively asking, can we take it slow? Okay. He was afraid to be together with Jiang Qiyan. His illness. Qiyan, please don't ask me why. I won't lie to you. But if you do ask, I'll go insane. Upon hearing Xiao Qing's words, the smile at the corner of Jiang Qian's lips disappeared as he simply tossed him a good before standing up. Xiao Qing thought he was angry and leaving, so hurriedly got up too. The next second, Jiang Qiyan flipped his hand over, gripping Xiao Cheng's wrist tightly, pinning him on the expensive tea table in the private room. Xiao Cheng's body leaned backward, bending his waist almost at a 90 degrees angle, feeling like it was about to snap. Jiang Qiyan coldly stated, "I can wait, but if you dare to stray and betray your marital duties, I will." Jiang Qiyan paused momentarily before leaning down closer. Their breaths intertwined, Jiang Qiyan's eyes revealing a jealousy-filled possessiveness. Ouch, it hurts. Xiao Cheng truly felt the pain. Only then did Jiang Qiyan loosen his grip, noticing an additional strawberry mark on Xiao Cheng's fair neck. A trace of pleasure flickered at the corner of his lips. "Since you know Qiyan is me, why are you still going to tomorrow's concert?" Jiang Qiyan looked down at Xiao Cheng from above, questioning him, "Do you not trust my words?" "No," Xiao Cheng said anxiously, "precisely because I believe, it's even more necessary to see, it's a natural disaster, or man-made calamity." Jiang Qiyan frowned deeply, "It's too dangerous." Xiao Cheng gently gripped his hand, "Don't worry, I'll have someone reinforce the rigging ahead of time, it's just for catching fish." Time quickly passed until the night of the concert arrived. On site, the crowd surged, filling every seat available. "Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng. Big brother Cheng, I love you. Cheng Cheng." Amidst the fans' shrill screams, dozens of lights converged onto Xiao Cheng simultaneously. Wearing an all-black suit, black shirt, with white earphones, Xiao Cheng appeared seductive under the spotlight, bearing none of the shyness or tension shown when interacting with Jiang Qiyan. On stage, Xiao Cheng interacted with the fans, his low voice akin to that of a refined cello, devoid of any youthful innocence present during moments with Jiang Qiyan. In the VIP section of the audience's first row, Jiang Qiyan stood with arms crossed, wearing a slight expression of displeasure. The fans' enamored gazes toward Xiao Cheng were irksome indeed. How he wished to gouge out their eyeballs. On stage, Xiao Cheng gradually rose off the ground with the help of suspension rigging. As he ascended higher, the fans' initially uneasy hearts began to settle down. Qiyan is just some prankster idiot. What nonsense about a death curse, just licking faces for traffic. Trash. Brother Cheng wouldn't possibly be in danger. Suddenly, the fan voices stopped. Because. At the very moment Xiao Cheng rose to 4 to 5 meters high, the steel cable supporting his weight on the right suddenly snapped. Jiang Qiyan immediately stood up sharply from his seat among the audience. With one elegant sideways flip, he rushed onto the stage. Looking upward, Jiang Qiyan found an angle, stretching his arms out toward Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng reacted swiftly. After the wire broke, he grabbed the left wire reflexively to stabilize himself. However, in that same moment, the left wire also snapped, leaving Xiao Cheng falling straight down. Witnessing this shocking scene, many of the fans present with weak psychological constitutions fainted on the spot. Xiao Cheng was originally panicking. But seeing Jiang Qiyan, he suddenly felt reassured. Fixated on Jiang Qiyan, Xiao Cheng plummeted steadily into his arms. Just a few seconds ago, Xiao Cheng had attempted to save himself by holding onto the steel wire, causing him to descend slightly already. Therefore, his distance from the ground was merely 2 to 3 meters. Nevertheless, the impact force was still great enough that as Jiang Qiyan held him in his arms, he stumbled backward a couple of steps, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, letting out a muffled groan before managing to steady himself. The on-site staff were startled too, rushing onto the stage to express concern and offer comfort. Jiang Qiyan acted as though unaware of them. Holding Xiao Cheng's leg bend, he lifted him horizontally, looking down and saying with a cold tone void of human warmth, "Is this what you promised would be safe?" Xiao Cheng pushed Jiang Qiyan's chest slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed being held by him in front of thousands of people. "You, let me down first." Ignoring him, Jiang Qiyan carried Xiao Cheng away directly, refusing to let his feet touch the ground. Instantly online, things exploded. Hashtag Xiao Cheng's concert rigging breaks hashtag. Hashtag Xiao Cheng gets carried bride style hashtag. Hashtag Xiao Cheng Qiyan hashtag. All those who once angrily cursed Qiyan had egg on their faces now. Qiyan's fame skyrocketed across the entire web overnight, amassing over 1 million followers. Under Qiyan's only Weibo post, netizens left messages in droves. Master, please help me with a divination. Price is no object. Xiao Cheng already supports Qiyan, and some brainless fans yesterday even threatened to expose Qiyan's private info. Boy, does this hurt now. Divine Master, do you take apprentices? Or daughters would work too. Dad. At Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan, having seen the trending topics and comments, gazed calmly at Xiao Cheng before him, his entire body radiating an intimidating and dangerous aura. Have you thought about how I feel? If today you fell to your death or were severely injured, then I. Jiang Qian's beautiful fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. His presence grew increasingly threatening and perilous as he took slow, deliberate steps toward Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng retreated step by step until there was Jiang Qiyan in front of him, and behind him was the bed. Chapter 8, Jiang Qian's Possessiveness. Lying to me and putting yourself in danger, Xiao Cheng, do you think I should punish you according to family law? Jiang Qiyan forced Xiao Cheng into the corner, smiling elegantly as he asked. The distance between the two was so close that they could hear each other's intertwined heartbeats. Xiao Cheng wasn't comfortable with such proximity, his ear tips turned red significantly. He softly said, domestic violence is illegal. Jiang Qiyan. This person's way of thinking. He tilted his head a bit, quite troubled, and said to Xiao Cheng, my family law isn't domestic violence. It's called force. Hug. Xiao Cheng swallowed, trembling at the fingertips with tension. Amidst his nervousness, there was also a faint trace of anticipation. At this moment, the shrill ringtone of an incoming call suddenly sounded, scaring Xiao Cheng out of his wits. He pushed Jiang Qiyan away and answered the phone. Hello, listen Ji. Lu Ting asked, are you okay? Why is your breathing rate so fast? No problem, have you found the killer yet? Lu Ting didn't ponder much and began discussing the matter at hand. The steel cable was cut by Gan Ci. Xiao Cheng frowned, who is Gan Ci? Lu Ting couldn't help but laugh bitterly, another male artist under my management, this guy has more than 10 million fans. Xiao Cheng indifferently responded, oh, never heard of him, don't know who he is. On the side, Jiang Qiyan couldn't hold back, and let out a soft laugh. Lu Ting keenly picked up on it, you and lawyer Jiang, are you together? Xiao Cheng replied. Xiao Cheng. Do you want to die? Since Lu Ting couldn't scold Jiang Qiyan, she bombarded Xiao Cheng instead. Do you even know that all over the internet, there are rumors about the two of you being CPs? Standing nearby, Jiang Qiyan coolly spoke up, Manager Lu, could you send me some of those CP stories involving me and Xiao Cheng? A friend of mine wants to learn from them. Cough, cough. Xiao Cheng choked on a sip of water, tears streaming down his face as he coughed. Lu Ting became serious, lawyer Jiang, Xiao Cheng is an artist. He not only has fans around him but also toxic stans and obsessive fans. Publicly promoting these CPS won't necessarily be beneficial for either of you. The police have already filed a case concerning Gan Ci and will likely arrest him soon. But he's a lunatic, so both of you need to watch out for your safety. After saying that, Lu Ting hung up. Jiang Qiyan asked Xiao Cheng, what are you doing tomorrow? Xiao Cheng picked up his phone and looked at the itinerary sent by his assistant Xiao Wu, screen testing. There's a new drama called Legal Turmoil, and the director invited me to try out for it. Would you like to come take a look? Legal drama? Jiang Qiyan raised an eyebrow, do you like lawyers? Xiao Cheng's face instantly turned bright red, hot as if it would burn up any minute now, no. Then, do you like me, so you like lawyers? Xiao Cheng covered his face with both hands, nodding imperceptibly, slightly annoyed, will you come or not? If not, forget it. I'll come, must see. Jiang Qiyan agreed and asked nonchalantly, it's not one of those lawyer idol dramas, with romance scenes, is it? Xiao Cheng shook his head, a legal workplace drama, no female lead. Jiang Qiyan nodded in satisfaction, that's good. If he had to watch Xiao Cheng get intimate with a woman. Even if it was acting. His possessiveness wouldn't allow it. Thus, Jiang Qiyan sent messages to Su Jing, handing her a pile of work. While sending WeChat messages, he asked Xiao Cheng, in the past few years, haven't you worked in TV dramas with several female actresses? Xiao Cheng was surprised but obediently nodded. Jiang Qiyan narrowed his eyes, who do you think is the prettiest? Xiao Cheng seriously thought about it. Jiang Qiyan put down his phone, lifting a hand to pinch Xiao Cheng's chin lightly and asked calmly, thinking so long, huh? So, are there many pretty girls, making it hard to answer? Xiao Cheng shook his head, coughed properly once, and said earnestly, actually. I can't even remember what they look like anymore. Xiao Cheng thought Jiang Qiyan might binge-watch series to look at other beautiful girls, quickly added, actors use heavy filters when filming, Su Jing is already quite good-looking, don't bother with binge-watching. Jiang Qian's expression immediately darkened, repeating slowly, do you find Su Jing attractive? Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qiyan stood up, closing in on Xiao Cheng, trapping him between the desk and his muscular arms. Attractive. Jiang Qiyan gritted his teeth. Chapter 9, Audition, Xiao Cheng's explosive acting. Xiao Cheng gently consoled, you look best. Only then did Jiang Qiyuan feel satisfied. The next day, Jiang Qiyuan went to the audition site with Xiao Cheng. Before the car had even come to a stop, Jiang Qiyuan saw a familiar back figure. Gan Ci. An assistant stood nearby holding an umbrella for Gan Ci, smiling obsequiously, Ci Gu, we have plenty of resources to take. Still, why don't we just avoid competing against Xiao Cheng? This lawyer storm is just a small upper-tier production with an investment of 2 billion yuan. It's not worth it. Ho. Gan Ci scoffed coldly, what's so wrong about competition? As long as it's something I want, Xiao Cheng will kneel down and present it to me. Last night, consider it Xiao Cheng's luck. But the next time, Xiao Cheng can't possibly keep having good fortune. What Gan Ci didn't know was that several police cars were already racing on their way here to arrest him. With a high nose in the air, he entered the audition venue. Gan Ci found the chief director of Lawyer Storm, Liao Xian, bowed respectfully, and greeted him, "Director Liao, hello, I am Gan Ci." Liao Xian is a well-known director within the industry, and every one of his films is a masterpiece. He gave Gan Ci a once-over, young, pretentious idol star, full of impatience, which doesn't fit at all with Ji Zhanbei, the male lead in Lawyer Storm. This was Liao Xian's first impression. "Hello," Liao Xian shook hands with Gan Ci. Little did he know, this handshake revealed a card pushed into his hand by Gan Ci. Furrowing his brow, Liao Xian heard Gan Ci say, "Director Liao, there are 2 million yuan in the card. Do you think I'm suitable for the role of Ji Zhanbei?" Liao Xian's expression turned cold. Without responding, he said a sentence, "I want to give you a piece of advice. I'm all ears." Liao Xian spoke bluntly, first cultivate virtue before pursuing art. It wasn't until Xiao Qing came in that Liao Xian's mood lightened slightly. However, before Xiao Qing could speak, Gan Ci interjected with a sarcastic tone, "Director Liao, I think Senior Xiao Qing may not need to audition at all. There are 2 TV variety shows ready to sign contracts with Senior Xiao Qing, he probably won't have the energy or schedule for this." "Oh." Liao Xian didn't even glance at Gan Ci but directly looked at Xiao Qing. Without humility or arrogance, Xiao Qing took out the audition script from his bag. "Director Liao, I consulted some friends in the legal field and corrected a few legal errors in the script. Please take a look." Liao Xian accepted the slightly yellow-edged script and flipped through it. The pages were filled with dense annotations. Instantly, Liao Xian's impression of Xiao Qing improved further. Gan Ci gulped nervously, "Director Liao, I've seriously studied and fully absorbed the essence of the character Ji Zhanbei from the original work. If that's the case." Liao Xian glanced at Gan Ci, then at Xiao Qing, smiled cryptically, "Then how about this? The audition scene is the confrontation between the male lead and the villainous counterpart, let you two act together. Let me see how you do." In this particular scene, the villainous antagonist plays a refined university professor named Zheng Shen. Zheng Shen is handsome, gentle, and his mannerisms carry a deep scholarly aura, making him the acknowledged idol of all the female students. However, behind closed doors, Zheng Shen sexually harasses the female postgraduate students he supervises. If they're attractive, he wouldn't allow them to graduate unless they go into his bedroom. One girl targeted by Zheng Shen has been unable to graduate for 2 years now, entirely under his control. She lost her job and even her boyfriend. Finally cornered, she jumped off a rooftop. Today's audition segment revolves around Ji Zhanbei dragging Zheng Shen up onto the roof and brutally beating him. Seeing Xiao Qing and Gan Ci already engrossed in their roles, Liao Xian gestured and shouted, "Action." Upon hearing Liao Xian's command, Xiao Qing immediately grabbed Gan Ci by the collar. His eyes changed instantly. At that moment, Xiao Qing was no longer Xiao Qing, he had transformed into Ji Zhanbei, the lawyer full of righteous integrity. Xiao Qing wasn't acting, he became the character himself, living and breathing the role. Startled, Gan Ci couldn't get into character because his mind was racing with thoughts about his lines. When Gan Ci looked up, Xiao Qing's icy, aloof gaze struck fear into his heart. Xiao Qing's eyes were clear yet distant, carrying the fervent faith of someone dedicated to the rule of law. Jiang Qiyuan noticed Xiao Qing's expression and felt his eyes brighten. In Xiao Qing's eyes, Jiang Qiyuan saw a reflection of his former self. There was an intense sense of resonance and excitement in his chest. Liao Xian slapped his thigh and excitedly mouthed the words to Jiang Qiyuan, "The feeling is right." "You." Gan Ci was terrified and stumbled over his lines, finally managing to blurt out haltingly, "Why did you bring me to the rooftop?" Liao Xian snorted disdainfully and rolled his eyes dramatically. After all, Gan Ci was a graduate of the performing arts program and had always considered himself a powerhouse actor. So how could he deliver his lines as if he were reading from a textbook? Gan Ci lacked vocal expression, body language, and physical performance, he really was nothing more than a pretty face. Liao Xian was somewhat curious to see how Xiao Qing would respond next. "What do you want?" Xiao Qing's voice was raspy, deliberate, each word resonating. "A girl in her 20s, she tried to slit her wrists 3 times and overdosed on sleeping pills twice because of your coercion. Look at the consequences of your actions." Xiao Qing forcefully shoved Gan Ci away, pointing with an extended finger, "This is where that girl jumped off. Do you remember?" Even though this was an imaginary scene without props, Liao Xian felt as if there truly was a girl who leapt out of that window. Liao Xian's skin crawled with goosebumps, and a chill ran down his spine. "Don't remember. Everyone's adults. Sleeping together once and then jumping from a building, isn't that too dramatic?" Gan Ci couldn't even dare to look into Xiao Qing's eyes while delivering his line. Instead of embodying Zheng Shen, the refined villain with his wire-rimmed glasses, Gan Ci portrayed him like just another insignificant extra, utterly overpowered by Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing glared coldly at Gan Ci, "I have already been commissioned by the victim's family. As their legal representative, I will personally send you to prison." Xiao Cheng's presence dominated the entire room, leaving Gan Ci unable to keep up. His whole demeanor collapsed. Cut. Liao Xian called out excitedly, patting Xiao Cheng's shoulder. Xiao Cheng, you are the real Ji Zhanbei I've been searching for. Xiao Cheng wasn't used to people getting so close, showing slight shyness. Liao Xian asked curiously how Xiao Cheng managed to portray the lawyer so convincingly. Xiao Cheng's ears turned red, glancing at Jiang Qiyuan before explaining softly, I watched recordings of his court proceedings on the public trial website. Sitting next to Xiao Cheng, Jiang Qiyuan grew interested and asked, which one? Xiao Cheng was a bit embarrassed but murmured quietly, audible only to Jiang Qiyuan, all of them. 740 court cases, every single one. Jiang Qiyuan felt something stir in his chest, a sharp pang of emotion. Chapter 10, Xiao Cheng blushing shyly. Jiang Qiyuan averted his gaze. He noticed Gan Ci pulling Liao Xian aside for a conversation. At this distance, they shouldn't be able to overhear the exchange between him and Xiao Cheng. Still, Jiang Qiyuan teased Xiao Cheng deliberately. Mr. Big Movie Emperor Xiao, don't you like seeing me in my barrister's gown? Xiao Cheng's face flared up instantly. Stop it, please. Stop what? Jiang Qiyuan feigned ignorance. Inside, though, he wanted to wait until they were alone and tie Xiao Cheng's wrists. Such ardent stares made Xiao Cheng struggle to hold up under the intensity. After some time, he finally managed to mutter under his breath, don't call me Big Movie Emperor, Xiao. It was a nickname many fans had used. For Xiao Cheng, it didn't usually make him feel self-conscious. But when Jiang Qiyuan said it, it sounded seductive, almost teasing. As Jiang Qiyuan gazed at Xiao Cheng, his eyes trailing down along his collarbone. Jiang Qiyuan's intense gaze flickered, and his Adam's apple bobbed noticeably as he opened his mouth, only to be quickly muffled by Xiao Cheng covering his lips. With reddened cheeks, Xiao Cheng weakly warned, shut up. Jiang Qiyuan blinked innocently, then pressed his lips to the palm of Xiao Cheng's hand, planting a soft kiss. Xiao Cheng pulled back sharply, as if scalded. Jiang Qiyuan loved watching Xiao Cheng turn crimson. He found him endearing and charmingly awkward. Just as Jiang Qiyuan was about to tease him further. Crash. The loud sound of a cup breaking shattered through the quiet room. Not far away, Gan Ci had dropped something, glaring angrily at Liao Xian, Director Liao, you're way too biased. Liao Xian, normally affable, now furrowed his brows, his expression turning grave. Even as a highly respected elder in the industry, with even top star Xiao Cheng addressing him respectfully as Teacher Liao or Director Liao. How dared someone as mediocre as Gan Ci behave so arrogantly and put on airs in front of him? Liao Xian spoke coldly, say that again. Neck stiffened, Gan Ci's face flushed red as he argued, I auditioned for Ji Zhanbei, the male lead in Lawyer Storm. Besides, Ji Zhanbei is much easier to play than the antagonist Jing Shen. Xiao Cheng winning against me, was just sheer luck. Ho ho. Beside them, Jiang Qiyuan let out an uncontrollable laugh. That mocking laughter made Gan Ci's expression freeze as he harshly glared over. Jiang Qiyan slowly got up, and then spoke in a leisurely tone, sorry, what you said was a bit off, I couldn't help myself. Xiao Cheng could win you because he is stronger. You winning Xiao Cheng, was just pure luck. But, Mr. Gan's luck, might not be so good. After being reprimanded by Jiang Qiyan, Gan Ci's face turned red. Out of frustration. He glared furiously at Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qiyan, his eyes full of resentment. Xiao Cheng looked steadily at Liao Xian, Director Liao, since Gan Ci says this, let's rehearse the lines again. He plays Ji Zhanbei, and I'll play the antagonist Jing Shen. Alright. Liao Xian took a sip of hot tea and announced the start. Gan Ci moved forward and grabbed Xiao Cheng by the collar. There were no lines for this moment, it relied only on his expression and eyes. Gan Ci attempted to dominate Xiao Cheng, twisting his features with effort. Xiao Cheng kept his head low without moving. After 5 or 6 seconds, he slowly raised his head. That look, wild, extreme, obsessive, was unsettling. With a hoarse voice, Xiao Cheng asked, why did you bring me to the rooftop? The intense demeanor of a refined villain came through strongly. As soon as he spoke, Xiao Cheng had already won. Gan Ci's forehead dripped with cold sweat. He deeply inhaled and began reciting his lines carefully. What do you want? A girl in her 20s, driven by you to cut her wrists 3 times and overdose on sleeping pills twice. Look clearly at the misdeeds and crimes you've committed. Beside them, Jiang Qiyan gave an earnest critique, Mr. Gan should try the kindergarten speech contest, he might win a consolation prize. Liao Xian. Jiang Qiyan had an innocent look on his face, at least, his lines have the fresh charm of a child's voice. Liao Xian glanced over and told Jiang Qiyan, you've made it this far without being cursed to death, it's truly impressive. Thanks, Jiang Qiyan replied courteously, those who cursed me fiercely and sued me, I've won every lawsuit. By the time the two finished their conversation, Xiao Cheng and Gan Ci had also finished acting. This time, Gan Ci didn't dare to make a fuss. He forgot to put on his jacket and hurriedly walked out. When he pushed the door open, Gonci froze. Outside the door stood 2 police officers. They looked at Gonci, then at the photo on Baidu Encyclopedia on their phone. That's him. One officer restrained Gonci while the other took out handcuffs and cuffed him. What are you arresting me for? Gonci struggled violently. Mr. Gonci, you're suspected of plotting to murder Mr. Xiaoqing. Here's the criminal detention warrant. Take him away. Not long after Gonci was taken away, Jiang Qiyan also left. Xiaoqing still had a magazine cover to shoot. Jiang Qiyan didn't disturb him and went to the hospital instead. Xiaoqing had been cut by glass on his hand and needed medicine. By the time he got the medication, half an hour had passed. It was quite coincidental that the hospital elevator was under repair. Jiang Qiyan lifted his gaze and glanced at the floor number. 4th floor. Not too high. He stretched his long legs and entered the somewhat dusty stairwell, which was quite choking. Just as he descended a few steps, the lights in the stairwell suddenly went out. The entire stairwell fell into an eerie and gloomy darkness. Chapter 11, Encounter at the Hospital, Peril. Jiang Qiyan squinted. From somewhere close, a chilling male voice rang out. You're the one bundling CPs with our Qingqing, aren't you? As the words ended, a series of footsteps approached from afar. Leaning against the wall corner to avoid an attack from behind, Jiang Qiyan frowned slightly. Our home. Qingqing. This person should be Xiaoqing's fan. Within a few seconds, the footsteps stopped. A dark silhouette stood tall in front of Jiang Qiyan. Blocked by clutter, the window in the stairwell provided very weak light. Jiang Qiyan could barely make out a man standing about 180 centimeters tall wearing a psychiatric patient uniform from the hospital. Answer my question, who allowed you to get close to our Cheng? He doesn't belong to you, Jiang Qiyan interrupted calmly, placing his hand in his pocket. He belongs to me. He's my Qingqing. The man in the psychiatric uniform seemed to be triggered, screaming and roaring wildly. I installed trackers in his car, hidden cameras in the toilet at his hotel, bought the toilet seat he used for a high price. For the products he endorsed, I'd sell my blood to buy them. He belongs to me. The more the man rambled, the more agitated he became, his breathing becoming alarmingly fast. Step by step, he approached Jiang Qiyan and pulled out a knife from his pocket. It was a surgery scalpel unique to the hospital. If you die, if you die. The man in the psychiatric uniform trembled as he held the knife. Jiang Qiyan remained unperturbed, his tone even, there's no if. If you're Xiaoqing's fan, I respect your admiration for your idol. Unfortunately, you're a stalker. You don't deserve to call him Qingqing. He's mine. Jiang Qiyan enunciated each word clearly and pressed his lips together briefly. Deep down, he sighed. What was he doing here? Why bother arguing with a lunatic? Mr. Jiang, your rationality goes out the window when it comes to Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan. Die. The man swung the knife and lunged forward furiously. Jiang Qiyan nimbly sidestepped to avoid the attack. The stairwell was cluttered with debris, leaving little space. The man in the psychiatric uniform wildly waved the scalpel around. With years of muscle memory from practicing Sanzhou, Jiang Qiyan tilted his head back to dodge. The blade grazed just past his nose. Jiang Qiyan grabbed the man's wrist from behind, twisted it, and kneed him sharply. Clang. The scalpel hit the ground. Jiang Qiyan kicked it away and pinned the man against the wall corner. Then, he pulled out his phone and dialed 110. He felt a bit exasperated. In less than a week, he had already dealt with the police 3 times. In the glow of the phone screen, Jiang Qiyan suddenly noticed. A shadow appeared on the wall. Who's there? Jiang Qiyan became alert. The man he had restrained started flailing and yelling towards the direction of the new figure. Qingqing. Save me. Jiang Qiyan froze for a moment. The next moment, he heard a familiar voice, it's me. It really was Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing descended step by step like an elegant nobleman. Smelling the blood in the air, Xiaoqing's expression turned cold. Are you hurt? Did he do this? Jiang Qiyan shook his head. No. Bam. A loud sound echoed as Xiaoqing retrieved a metal surgical case from the debris pile and slammed it onto the head of the man in the psychiatric uniform. Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan didn't have time to stop him. That's enough. The man emitted a series of shrill screams, holding his head. His tone mixed resentment and fury. Qingqing. Why did you hit me? For your rankings, I bought over 1,000 bottles of your moisturizer, all wasted. I know you like mangoes, so I carried several crates of them into your dressing room secretly. Why did you let the staff kick me out? And him. The man's speech became disordered. Pointing at Jiang Qiyan with half anger and half sobbing, he said, why are you with him? I've loved you for 5 years, and you can't compare to this pretty face. Are you making me wear a green hat? I. He ranted wildly, like a mindless beast. Xiaoqing picked up the scalpel from the ground and slowly stood up. Swish. Xiaoqing's face showed no emotion as the knife came down swiftly, piercing the man's right hand and embedding itself deeply into the wooden storage box. This ruthless side of otherwise gentle and adorable Xiaoqing shocked Jiang Qiyan. Stunned by how soft and lovable Xiaoqing could also have such a side. Xiaoqing's voice was icy, resonating like the clash of gold and jade. I belong to Jiang Qiyan. The reason I had the staff chase you out of my dressing room is that only Jiang Qiyan gets to see my body. I love Jiang Qiyan, this pretty boy. He was especially patient, answering one question after another from the psychiatric man. Words normally too embarrassing to say were all expressed without hesitation at this moment. His whole demeanor turned brutal, bloody, and venomous. As if he had transformed into someone else entirely. He lifted the metal surgical case and smashed it again and again onto the man's head. Bam, bam. Blood covered the man's head. Xiaoqing. Put down the box. Jiang Qiyan squinted and spoke coldly. Another strike would kill him. Xiaoqing stiffened but didn't move, though he stopped striking further. Jiang Qiyan moved closer and asked softly, don't you listen to your husband's words? Yes, Xiaoqing obediently dropped the metal box and stared directly at Jiang Qiyan. At that instant, Jiang Qiyan saw that Xiaoqing's eyes were bright red. As if blood had flowed into his eyes, staining them completely red. The flicker of abnormal excitement danced in his gaze. Blood made him restless, drove him mad. Jiang Qiyan pinched his temple and took out an infrared pen from his pocket, scanning a wide circle. Only after making sure there were no surveillance cameras here did he sigh in relief. He bent down, pulled out a wet wipe, and cleaned the fingerprints and traces Xiaoqing might have left behind. Then, he helped up the nearly unconscious man in the psychiatric uniform and said to Xiaoqing, move aside. Xiaoqing was shocked and gazed at him blankly. You don't want me anymore. You immediately go downstairs, leave through the blind spot of the underground garage monitoring system, and wait for me outside. If we don't save this person soon, he'll die. Even covered in blood, Jiang Qiyan remained very rational. Xiaoqing's voice turned cold, then let him die. Cruel, heartless, as if suffering from a personality split, Xiaoqing seemed strange and unfamiliar. Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan's tone was calm but held an imposing gravity, am I powerless to handle you anymore? Xiaoqing lowered his head. Like a child in kindergarten who had secretly eaten candy. Jiang Qiyan took off his clean jacket that wasn't stained with blood and threw it to him, wear my clothes and go first. Afterward, Jiang Qiyan supported the man in the psychiatric uniform who had fallen unconscious and climbed upstairs. With his wounded hand, it took great effort for him to push open the door to the stairwell, calling out, there are injured people here. A few medical staff came running over and were startled by the blood-soaked psychiatric patient. Jiang Qiyan coolly explained, when I went down the stairs, he stabbed me with a scalpel. There were only the two of us in the stairwell. It was dark, and I was scared, so I accidentally injured him. Sorry. Chapter 12, His taboo, is you. Jiang Qiyan spoke very decisively. As a lawyer, he was meticulous and precise. The police took down his statement during the recording, but he didn't reveal even half a hint. After the police left, Jiang Qiyan stood alone at the end of the hospital corridor and made a call. Number, 186 ***** 3521. Notes, Lu Yenji, psychologist. Upon receiving the call, Lu Yenji picked up instantly, what do you want? Jiang Qiyan wasted no time on pleasantries and asked directly, are you in the hospital? Lu Yenji slurped a mouthful of instant noodles, yeah. Jiang Qiyan, come out, I'm on the 4th floor corridor. Lu Yenji, shit. My office is on the 5th floor. Do you not have legs? Jiang Qiyan, sorry, I have obsessive compulsive disorder, I don't enter junkyards. Lu Yenji's office was full of noodle boxes. He was too lazy to tidy them up. Reluctantly, Lu Yenji emerged, Jiang Qiyan, if you weren't my childhood buddy, I would stuff you into a pot and make you realize what it's like to be a vegetable. Jiang Qiyan asked, did Xiaoqing consult you regarding psychological issues? Many actor celebrities have their own psychological counselors. Lu Yenji was introduced to Xiaoqing 6 years ago by Jiang Qiyan himself. Today's bloody, savage behavior from Xiaoqing troubled Jiang Qiyan. He told Lu Yenji about Xiaoqing's abnormal behavior. Lu Yenji frowned deeply, in the past, I conducted several hypnoses on Xiaoqing. He has a taboo. Once this taboo is touched upon, he will become obsessive, extreme, irritable, and murderous. His guard is too strong, I feared it might cause nerve damage, so I didn't dare to forcibly explore his taboo. However, judging by what you've said, his taboo is probably you. Jiang Qian's lips twitched. Before he could speak, Lu Yenji waved his hand, Qiyan, I can't elaborate further on Xiaoqing's condition. Our field has rules. Jiang Qiyan nodded, showing his understanding. He didn't ask anything more. Exiting the hospital, Jiang Qiyan received a call. Hello, I am Su Jing's counselor teacher. Are you her parent? Yes, Jiang Qiyan said, wearing earphones. Su Jing's high school parents' meetings were always attended by Jiang Qiyan. After entering university, her contact information for parents was also registered under Jiang Qiyan's number. But getting a call from the counselor to a college student's parents still surprised Jiang Qiyan. Su Jing has encountered some trouble. If you're available, could you come now? The counselor hesitated somewhat. Jiang Qian's face darkened. It normally takes 50 minutes to drive from the hospital to Su Jing's school, but Jiang Qiyan arrived in 30. Su Jing's school was also his alma mater. Jiang Qiyan navigated easily, heading straight to the administration building. Just as he reached the counselor's office door, he heard Su Jing's voice. I didn't steal your stuff. I interned at Xiaocheng's studio, and that signed work shirt originally belonged to me. You revoked my recommendation for postgraduate studies, but I didn't steal anything. The recommendation is gone, so I'll buy 10 trending topics every day, exposing you all every single day. Let netizens see how the daughter of the finance bureau director can bully others without restraint. And two-way, it was you who came and framed me, so why are you crying? Pretending to be a victim. Your hair is cut like a toilet seat cover, naturally attracting flies, and now you're crying, stay away from me. Su Jing fired off like a machine gun. Every bullet hit its mark on her target's weak points. Jiang Qiyan almost burst out laughing. Inside the room, Tu Wei had red eyes and looked like she might faint from anger. She glanced at the middle-aged man beside her, her father's secretary, Uncle Sun. Look, this is how she usually bullies me in the dormitory. Secretary Sun gave Su Jing a side glance. Her entire outfit probably cost less than 1,000 yuan. Seemed like someone with no powerful connections. Secretary Sun then looked at the counselor teacher and spoke with authority. Teacherly, for such a student who steals and has poor conduct, giving her a demerit wouldn't be too much, right? Su Jing's expression turned cold. If she were given a demerit, it would affect both her job prospects and civil service exam chances. Fucking. This was so damn malicious. Teacher Li stayed silent for a while and didn't say a word. Su Jing was the current president of the student union in this session, definitely not someone without common sense. She wouldn't dare to provoke an official's second-generation offspring unless she had backup. Seeing Teacher Li's silence, Secretary Sun looked back at Su Jing. Miss Su, if you admit to stealing the item and publicly apologize to Tu Wei, show some sincerity, we're not unreasonable. What kind of sincerity? Su Jing coldly laughed. Secretary Sun, mistakes need punishment. As for your spot in the graduate recommendation program, you should. Su Jing sneered. Out of 30 spots for graduate recommendations, Tu Wei ranked 31st. If you want me to give up my spot for her, you should just say so. Secretary Sun's face turned serious. Don't push your luck, girl. I've heard about you, the wild child who gets around without parents' control. Back in high school, some guy was keeping you, right? If this comes out. Before Secretary Sun could finish, he was interrupted by a pleasant male voice. So what if it does? Jiang Qiyan walked in, taking long strides. Secretary Sun's complexion changed. He moved forward, his smile full of wrinkles. Mr. Jiang, Attorney Jiang, what brings you here? In the elite circle of Shanghai's young masters, there was one person nobody dared offend, Jiang Qiyan. Secretary Sun had once seen his boss grovel in front of Jiang Qiyan, not daring to breathe heavily. Thus, Secretary Sun was deeply intimidated by Jiang Qiyan. Terrified, even. Jiang Qiyan reached out and placed a hand on Su Jing's shoulder. So you're quite interested in the fact that I've been supporting my sister, are you? Big brother. Su Jing felt a bit choked up. Jiang Qiyan smiled. Stupid girl, when others bullied you and you didn't call me, what makes you think I'll listen now? On the side, Secretary Sun stiffened all over. Mr. Jiang. Su Jing is your sister. But she doesn't have the same last name. It was as if Jiang Qiyan hadn't heard that. Without lifting an eyelid. He lazily yawned and sighed. When will medical insurance start covering morons? Secretary Sun's face turned patchy with splotches of green and white. Jiang Qiyan turned his head and asked Tu Wei, you just said that piece of Xiaocheng's signed work shirt was stolen by Su Jing from you? Tu Wei's face went red as she stubbornly stuck her neck out. Yes. It was her. She stole it when I wasn't in the dorm. But there were no cameras in the dorm room. No evidence. Jiang Qiyan smirked slightly, making a WeChat call to Xiaocheng. Are you busy? Xiaocheng had just finished an interview. Not busy. Jiang Qiyan earnestly sought his permission. Can I put this on speaker? Xiaocheng agreed without hesitation, obediently answering, sure. Jiang Qiyan turned on speaker and handed the phone to Su Jing, your idol. Su Jing and Jiang Qiyan had great rapport. She quickly grabbed the phone. Big brother Cheng, I want 20 more pieces of that signed work shirt from last time. Send the address, I'll sign them and mail them to you. Big brother Cheng, I failed to get tickets for your second tour concert. Front row, shall I reserve 5 for you? 10. Big brother Cheng, also, the merchandise from your last movie is discontinued, but I still want some. I'll let my assistant arrange it. You tell your brother what you want. Su Jing stared dreamily into space. Big brother Cheng, I love you so much. What did you say? Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes. Su Jing quickly cowered. I mean. Brother Cheng, I'm extremely grateful to you. Jiang Qian took the phone and exchanged a few words with Xiao Cheng before hurriedly hanging up. With many people around, he didn't flirt blindly or say anything jealous. Xiao Cheng, unaware that his conversation with Su Jing would cause such a great impact on others, sat there deep in thought for a moment. He opened the Baidu app on his phone. In the search bar, he typed, how to please my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, referring to the younger sister of one's husband. After typing, he erased each character one by one. His face turned extremely flushed. What was he thinking about? Chapter 13, Xiao Cheng delivered himself. Xiao Cheng didn't know that his interaction with Su Jing had brought such shock to others. Tu Wei was completely dumbfounded. She was also a fan of Xiao Cheng and served as a mini-host in Xiao Cheng's online fan club. Although Xiao Cheng was known for his gentle nature, still. How could an 80 million fan 9-time Golden Horse winning actor be so approachable? Anything Su Jing asked for, Xiao Cheng immediately agreed to. Tu Wei's complexion turned a ghastly mix of green and white. The secretary who came with Tu Wei broke into cold sweat and kept pleading Jiang Qian for forgiveness. Jiang Qian only asked one question, if Su Jing's brother wasn't me, would you have let her off? After saying this, he slowly pulled Su Jing away. Later, the school gave Tu Wei a major disciplinary warning. This was a side story. When they exited the school, Jiang Qian went back to the law firm. After finishing reviewing a pile of case documents half a foot high word for word, it was already midnight. The entire office building of the law firm was still brightly lit. In their top-tier Red Circle law firm, working overnight was common. Jiang Qian glanced at his phone which automatically shut down due to low battery. He pulled a charger cable out of the drawer, plugged it into the phone, but forgot to plug the other end into the power outlet. So, his phone wasn't charging. Naturally, the messages on his phone were not seen. Xiao Cheng, do you need an assistant? Xiao Cheng, I've taken the male lead role in Lawyer Storms. The production team will announce it on Weibo next week. Before filming starts, I'd like to observe some real court proceedings with you. Xiao Cheng, sister gave me a break this week, so I have no schedule for now. Xiao Cheng, is it inconvenient? Xiao Cheng, then never mind. Xiao Cheng, are you still mad at me? That thing in the hospital stairwell was impulsive. Jiang Qian never replied. At 4:30 in the morning, he finished writing 2 lawsuits and 3 defense statements. He didn't even know. Xiao Cheng waited by his phone all night long without sleeping. By 5:30 in the morning, dark red veins filled Xiao Cheng's eyes. He searched again, what to do when your ex-boyfriend is angry. Search result, no results found. He switched the search term, what to do when your boyfriend is angry. This time, Baidu gave him hundreds of search results. But Xiao Cheng didn't bother reading them. He directly clicked on the one with the most likes. It was a picture of handcuffs and chains. And underneath was a caption. Use with blindfold for enhanced effect. Oh. Xiao Cheng paused. He had more handcuffs and chains than he knew what to do with. Could such things cheer up a boyfriend? Why hadn't anyone told him sooner? After thinking for a moment, he opened the drawer in his storage cabinet. Inside, there was a full drawer of metal handcuffs and chains. As for the blindfold, Xiao Cheng took out 2 neckties from his closet. 20,000 yuan necktie. He stuffed the handcuffs and blindfold into a bag and headed to Jiang Qian's villa. It was the same one they lived in 6 years ago. Xiao Cheng entered the password lock keypad, 1023, the date 6 years ago when Jiang Qian confessed to Xiao Cheng. Click. Password accepted. A mechanical prompt sounded. Xiao Cheng stayed silent for a moment before walking inside. Once inside, he stepped upstairs toward the master bedroom. Master bedroom. Jiang Qian pulled an all-nighter and woke up at 2 in the afternoon. Near his ear, he heard faint sounds of metallic chains clinking. Jiang Qian furrowed his eyebrows, opening his tired, fox-like eyes. Amidst his drowsiness, he seemed to catch a whiff of orange-scented shower gel, sweet and sugary. Was he hallucinating? When Jiang Qian turned his head, he saw someone lying beside his pillow. Chapter 14, Do you like it? Xiao Cheng lay there in his pajamas beside his pillow. One hand pressed the headphones, listening to music. The other hand had a silver handcuff chaining his wrist to the bed railing. Around his eyes, there was a black tie tied as a blindfold. Jiang Qian immediately became fully awake. Shit. A green plant. Xiao Cheng, what are you doing? Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes, his voice was raspy. His warm breath sprayed onto Xiao Cheng's ear. It heated up Xiao Cheng's earlobe entirely. And made him even more tempting. I'm trying to make you happy. Xiao Cheng's voice trembled significantly, asking with some unease, do you like it? This was the first time he did something like this. Jiang Qian deeply inhaled twice. Baby, you're not making me happy, you're killing me. Xiao Cheng's face flushed severely, his neck was crimson too. Baby. Xiao Cheng flipped over and buried his head into the pillow. But on the pillow, there were all cold pine scents from Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian held his shoulders and pulled his body towards him, his voice tinged with laughter. You had the guts to enter my bedroom, but now you don't have the guts to face me. Jiang Qian reached out and removed the tie covering Xiao Cheng's eyes. He then used that tie to bind both of Xiao Cheng's hands together. Xiao Cheng looked at him silently, without dodging or struggling, letting him do as he pleased with good temperament. Jiang Qian watched him with a smile, lightly rubbing Xiao Cheng's lips with his thumb. Has anyone kissed you here? Xiao Cheng licked his lips and honestly shook his head. Jiang Qian asked again, when someone is upset, do you comfort them this way too? Just for you, said Xiao Cheng. He felt a bit uncomfortable moving his arms, since they were bound above his head, causing some numbness. Jiang Qian then stretched out his hand and released the tie and handcuffs for Xiao Cheng. He stood up and was about to go to the bathroom to take a cold shower. He was still too soft-hearted. Jiang Qian had only taken 2 steps when Xiao Cheng grabbed his wrist. He slightly tilted his head, looking at Jiang Qian, seemingly asking, where are you going? Using his height advantage, Jiang Qian pushed Xiao Cheng slightly at the shoulder, pinning him against the wall corner. You don't mind me touching you? Jiang Qian asked. He gently stroked Xiao Cheng's back, comforting his trembling little frame. Xiao Cheng thought seriously and shook his head. I don't mind, I came willingly. Well. Why does Emperor Xiao want to make me happy? Can you tell me why? Xiao Cheng had thin skin and didn't know Jiang Qian's phone had no power left, so he assumed Jiang Qian was playing with him on purpose. In a huff, Xiao Cheng turned red while defiantly forcing out a sentence, no reason. Now I don't want to make you happy anymore. Brat. Jiang Qian confined Xiao Cheng even tighter. Do you think I'm Tang Seng or Lu Xiaohui? His hand gripped Xiao Cheng's waist and tightened. Xiao Cheng was ticklish. Unconsciously, he snuggled closer to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian was extremely mischievous. Whenever Xiao Cheng got closer, he would dodge backwards. Until Xiao Cheng wrapped his arms around Jiang Qian's neck, clinging onto him like a koala. If you don't tell me the truth, I will enforce the family law, Jiang Qian said shamelessly. At the thought of his family law, Xiao Cheng blushed even harder. He confessed that he wanted to be Jiang Qian's assistant and asked what he should prepare for the interview. Jiang Qian couldn't help laughing. He enjoyed teasing Xiao Cheng and said deliberately, the interviewer is right here in front of you. If you're more proactive, the interviewer might give you preferential treatment. Chapter 15, Disobedient. Xiao Cheng blankly stared at Jiang Qian, unmoving. The tips of his ears were so red it seemed like they could bleed. All right, I won't play with you anymore. Jiang Qian pried Xiao Cheng's arms off him and fished out a business card from his pocket. Here's the address. Come with me to work tomorrow. Xiao Cheng nodded and carefully tucked the business card into his shirt pocket. Do you have many cases in your hands? 3 or 4 lawsuits a week, and I also need to deal with gathering evidence, meeting clients, etc., regularly. Jiang Qian took 2 bottles of ice-cold beer from the fridge, drank half a can himself to cool down, and tossed the other one to Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng held it in his hand, but didn't open it. I don't drink alcohol. So obedient? Jiang Qian's lips curled. Our esteemed Emperor Xiao, how can you be so cute? Moreover, every day he kept surprising him. Like, those kinds of surprises with handcuffs and blindfolds. However, Jiang Qian never expected. On Xiao Cheng's very first day at his law firm, he gave him an even bigger surprise. This surprise consisted of a copy of a lawsuit, a notice of defense, and a court summons. Xiao Cheng had been sued. Jiang Qian finished reading the lawsuit document and burst out laughing. If Su Jing hadn't accidentally discovered it during her internship at your studio, you weren't going to tell me? Xiao Cheng pursed his lips lightly. The studio has legal staff. Don't you trust your husband's legal skills? Jiang Qian's voice was low as his fingers tapped on his knee. Tell me what happened. I wrote a web novel when I was 20. When it was serialized, it didn't earn much, just over 10,000 RMB in royalties every month. Last month, the Japanese publishing rights were sold for over 30 million RMB. I didn't expect anyone to sue me, or to come up with a color palette comparison. The color palette referred to a table comparing similarities between a plagiarized work and the original in the online literature community. Xiao Cheng thought it was ridiculous. Why would someone care so much about over 30 million RMB? Silly nonsense. Jiang Qian searched Baidu for the novel Xiao Cheng mentioned, casually asking, what's the genre? Male-ex-male romance, Xiaoqing replied. His tone had nearly dropped to the ground like dust. This explained why he kept it hidden from Jiang Qiyan. It was a story of estranged lovers reuniting after their breakup. A tale of Xiaoqing at 18 and Jiang Qiyan at 19. An entirely original work based on their personal experiences. Jiang Qiyan handed a lawyer authorization form to Xiaoqing without room for negotiation. Sign it. Xiaoqing shook his head. No need for all this trouble. All the cases Jiang Qiyan worked on involved several billion yuan sums. His fees were calculated by the minute. For this several million yuan small case, there was no need for such an effort. Jiang Qiyan chuckled lightly. You don't want me to defend you as your lawyer, but instead, do you want me to represent you as your close family member? Spouses were also considered close family members. Xiaoqing quickly grabbed the pen and signed the lawyer authorization form. Send me the chat records, the color palette, the anti-color palette, and any other evidence you have to my email. The entire morning, Jiang Qiyan sat in his office reviewing various evidence materials. As the senior partner of the Sheng Yan law firm, almost no one disturbed him. During the lunch break, a message appeared in the partners' work group of Sheng Yan law firm. Li Qian, I heard that you've taken a few million yuan small case. At Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan, question mark. Jiang Qiyan, who told you? Lu sulfuric acid H2SO4, stop hiding, I just saw a large package of male-ex-male novels downstairs being delivered, hundreds of copies, said to be bought by you. I asked your assistant and got confirmation. Lu sulfuric acid H2SO4, why buy so many? Evidence collection. Jiang Qiyan, oh, they're for all of you. Everyone gets one, take your time to read. Jiang Qiyan, this novel is based on my story with my ex-boyfriend, let me tell you. When the lunch break ended, Jiang Qiyan alone refreshed 999 plus messages in the group chat. Fortunately, the relationship among the partners was very solid. There was no worry about any leaks. Jiang Qiyan happily sent out his love life updates while Xiaoqing, who was taking a nap on the sofa in his office, sneezed continuously throughout the whole noon. In the afternoon, Jiang Qiyan brewed 2 cups of coffee and called Xiaoqing over. We need an anti-color palette for our evidence. Do you have any ideas? The color palette compared copied parts in the plagiarism text with the original, while the anti-color palette was used to refute the comparisons. In copyright dispute cases, both the color palette and anti-palette were crucial evidence. Xiaoqing sipped the coffee. I have 3 points. First, the main character's food allergy settings. The opponent mentioned glutinous rice balls allergies in their color palette, although their publication time predates mine, but I posted about. Xiaoqing hesitated momentarily, glancing briefly at Jiang Qiyan before lowering his eyes quickly. And my ex-boyfriend's allergy to glutinous rice balls, his mouth swelled like a pig intestine in winter, his nose red like strawberries. My Weibo post about it came a month earlier than theirs. Jiang Qiyan. Is this polite? He pressed his temples where veins bulged slightly and indifferently prompted, keep going. The second point, the flowers favored by the you character in my novel are deep purple roses named Louis XIV. Xiaoqing inexplicably felt somewhat embarrassed. Ever since I debuted at 17, the fan club made customized badges of Louis XIV roses. So even though the other book mentioned Louis XIV earlier than me, I knew this flower longer than she did, and had laid groundwork for it earlier than her. Jiang Qiyan smiled faintly. Louis XIV roses were also the flowers he gave Xiaoqing the night they became serious. The entire hotel's seaside suite. In the bathroom, restaurant, and in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, everywhere was inundated with Louis XIV roses. These flowers, each costing several 10,000 yuan, revealed his financial status. Anything else? Jiang Qiyan asked Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's face burned bright red as he stammered, the segments in my book. What segments? Jiang Qiyan narrowed his eyes. The erotic scenes and descriptions, the opponent published them first 4 years ago, 2 months before mine. So she accused me of plagiarism, but... Xiaoqing patted his burning cheeks, trying hard to concentrate. But my actual first post on Jihu was 6 years ago, our very first day together. Xiaoqing felt utterly mortified. So mortified. It was embarrassing enough for his ex-boyfriend to know that on their first day together, he had written so many of those kind of passages. Jiang Qiyan smirked slightly, laughing. So Mr. Xiao, on the first day we were together, you already had your eyes set on my body. Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan continued solemnly, asking for Xiaoqing's Jihu account. Search, copy-paste. He printed a copy of the risque passages Xiaoqing wrote. While reading, he shared his thoughts with Xiaoqing. Mr. Xiao, who told you such matters must always be rebutted head-on? Mr. Xiao, we should try this move someday. Mr. Xiao. You shut up. Xiaoqing snapped. Chapter 16, Jiang Qiyan hands over his salary card to Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan stopped teasing him, his voice brimmed with overwhelming tenderness. All right, I'll shut up. Holding the now cold coffee, Xiaoqing hesitantly asked, can we win this case? It wasn't because he doubted Jiang Qian's ability, but his novel had suffered due to its genre. Ever since the copyright law was enacted domestically, there had never been a precedent where a BL author won in copyright disputes. An unprecedented situation. Xiaoqing voiced his concerns to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian tapped Xiaoqing's earlobe gently with his fingertip, speaking softly. Don't worry. The plagiarist is still a plagiarist. If there's no precedent, then let us set one. Before the trial could even begin. That night, the plaintiff author 17 Hua posted a tweet directly at Xiaoqing's Weibo. 17 Hua v. Plagiarism is disgraceful. At Xiaoqing v. at Cs.nv. Cs.n was Xiaoqing's pen name for writing. Under this Weibo post, 17 Hua included a color palette and various screenshots, providing Cs.n, i.e., Xiaoqing, as evidence and linking to both authors' work. 17 Hua was a well-known author with 3 million followers. However, compared to Xiaoqing's nearly 90 million followers, this number seemed insignificant. As soon as the Weibo post went live, it almost got her account banned from abuse. Wow, Xiaoqing has also written novels. I think Chenggu is the original author, his writing style resembles his Weibo posts. I'm a PhD student in literature at Tsinghua University, don't argue with me. 17 Hua has been writing historical romances for 7 years without much success. How convenient that she happened to write a modern BL story, coinciding with Cheng Ji's topic and suddenly became famous. I'm a PhD student in Chinese literature at Peking University, troll off. Xiaoqing is the original. Cs.n is the original. 17 Hua get out of the BL circle. Orange fans stay rational, avoid cyberbullying, and wait for the law to restore Cheng Ji's innocence. Xiaoqing's fans are called oranges. Among those supporting Xiaoqing's oranges, there were also some die-hard fans of 17 Hua. Are XC fans suffering from something? Do more people bullying fewer make any sense? Is an entertainment figure capable of writing online novels and achieving fame with just one? Sister 17 shouldn't mind those brainless fans of Xiaoqing, let the evidence speak. Since the comparison chart is out, why doesn't Xiaoqing release an anti-comparison if he truly didn't plagiarize? Is he nervous? After reviewing the comments, Jiang Qian didn't hesitate to log into his main Weibo account. Jiang Qian v. Those who are pure will naturally remain pure. At Xiaoqing v. The accompanying image under the Weibo post was a lawyer authorization form. Not long after, Jiang Qian posted another one. Jiang Qian v. Sorry, my membership expired. I just renewed it and edited my Weibo source. He deliberately took a screenshot of his Weibo source. Using bold red ink, he circled it for netizens to see. Weibo source, President of Xiaoqing's Fan Support Association, VJV. 20 PR. What the hell? A case handled by Jiang Qian. With hundreds of our oranges contributing, we've bought you a Weibo membership until 2071. At Jiang Qian v. Jiang Qian, you should hand over your salary card to Chenggu so that he can save on lawyer fees. The guy above wants bamboo shoots. Leave some food for pandas. Orange Sister V587. Though the netizens were teasing, few believed that Xiaoqing and Jiang Qian were genuinely in a relationship. After all, one was a grassroots success who clawed his way to the peak of entertainment circles. The other was an enigmatic powerhouse, equally adept at wielding influence among black and white sectors, a mysterious lawyer. These two had wildly different backgrounds. While fans discussed their speculations, Xiaoqing and Jiang Qian were actually having midnight snacks together. Xiaoqing scrolled through comments, everything felt numb to him. Worried about looking fatter on camera, he only ate a few bites of boiled greens before putting down his chopsticks. On the opposite side of the table, Jiang Qian casually peeled spicy crayfish while occasionally replying to fan messages, completely free from any idle burden. Initially, Xiaoqing still harbored some nervousness about the lawsuit. He'd never personally attended court sessions, always leaving legal matters to the lawyers hired by his studio. However, over the next few days, Xiaoqing sat in the audience, watching Jiang Qian handle 5 or 6 lawsuits. Whenever the cases were publicly tried, he was present without fail. After several days of observation, Xiaoqing never once saw Jiang Qian lose, which finally calmed him down completely. A few days later, the formal trial for the copyright dispute between Xiaoqing, Cs.n, and Tong Shiqi, 17 Hua, began. Hordes of Xiaoqing's fans, the Oranges, logged into the public trial livestream early in the morning to watch. The webpage crashed multiple times. For ordinary cases, live viewership often hovered in the low hundreds to thousands. But for Xiaoqing's case, it exceeded 20 million plus. Some law enthusiast fans from Xiao Cheng's Fan Support Association even started a dedicated live streaming channel to offer real-time commentary. Through the live streams, viewers could see Xiao Cheng entering the courtroom alongside Jiang Qiyan. The plaintiff herself didn't show up but sent her lawyer instead. When the plaintiff's attorney spotted Jiang Qiyan, there was an instant flicker of unease. Jiang Qiyan, being utterly shameless, strolled over slowly, greeting the opposing counsel with a casual "HJ. Don't be nervous, losing gracefully isn't bad. Losing to me isn't embarrassing," Jiang Qiyan said smugly. At his side, Xiao Cheng shot him a glare. "Go back to your seat, idiot." Jiang Qiyan raised his hands in mock surrender. "All right, whatever you say." And then, he obediently returned to his chair without a fuss. Witnessing this scene in the live stream chat, the comments section exploded. Jiang Qiyan is really arrogant. But being afraid of his wife is also very real. Jiang Qiyan seems so submissive. Jiang Qiyan, honey, I'll act tough when I get home. Soon, as the barrage of comments flooded the screen, the trial officially began. The plaintiff's lawyer read out the charges, and Jiang Qiyan rose gracefully. Without referring to notes, he elaborated on the points outlined in the written response submitted to the court, improvising freely. His tone was steady yet melodious, each word flowing like a gentle chime resonating with clarity. Xiao Cheng, seated in the defendant's chair, looked up at Jiang Qiyan standing tall and dignified. Listening to his arguments felt almost like a leisurely pleasure. When it came time for evidence presentation, Jiang Qiyan projected an anti-color palette comparison created by professional experts onto the slide screen, explaining calmly with every word delivered. Each point made left the plaintiff's lawyer paler than the last. Jiang Qiyan cited references effortlessly, appearing as if a walking legal library. Laws, theories, and precedents came naturally to him, his logic sharp and cutting, making it impossible for anyone to argue against. The plaintiff's lawyer turned beet red, struggling during the debate phase and finally blurting out, "This is just a BL novel. There's no winning in copyright disputes involving BL novels." Jiang Qiyan responded courteously with a nod, "Yes. Based on Articles 2 and 10 of the copyright law." "Look it up yourself," Jiang Qiyan went on, presenting 3 rebuttal opinions on behalf of his client, Xiao Cheng. And further, Jiang Qiyan scanned the room, "All forms of original creations deserve respect. Before the law, all are equal." As the hearing concluded and the panel entered deliberations, Jiang Qiyan's phone buzzed. Glancing down at the message, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 17, "Whatever you want, I'll go with you." It was Su Jing's message. "Big brother, the original novel fans of 17 Hua and Cs.N are fighting outside." Jiang Qiyan abruptly stood up. "Having a gang fight outside the court, do they want to die? Moreover, fans' actions mean the main person pays." "I'll go out for a while," Jiang Qiyan said to Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Qiyan intentionally grinned wickedly, "I need to use the restroom." "How about it, Mr. Great Actor, you want to watch?" Xiao Cheng directly kicked him. Jiang Qiyan rubbed his waist and quickly walked out, not forgetting to blow a whistle at Xiao Cheng. He had just walked out when he saw dozens of people wrestling together, with promotional signs and various merchandise scattered all over the ground. Pulling hair, slapping faces, throwing over shoulders. Cs.N's trashy fans also claim to be original novel fans. 17 Hua is the one who plagiarizes, roll. Ah! A girl screamed. Jiang Qiyan looked in the direction of the sound and was shocked. A red-haired young man with tattooed arms wore a support bracelet for 17 Hua. The young man swung a brick toward the head of a girl beside him. The little girl was quite pretty, wearing a snow-white rabbit ear hairband. She stood there blankly, covering her bleeding arm without moving. She was completely scared stiff. Jiang Qiyan quickly grabbed the police baton from the court bailiff's waist. "Hey! Why are you snatching my baton?" Jiang Qiyan aimed and threw it out. His action was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Bang! The police baton hit the brick, and both fell to the ground. Jiang Qiyan rushed over, pulling the rabbit ear girl behind him, then kicking the young man's kneecap sharply with his shoe tip. The young man groaned and knelt down. Jiang Qiyan sneered, "Is bullying a girl what makes you a man? If you want to fight, find a place with no one and challenge me." The young man gritted his teeth in pain but said nothing. Jiang Qiyan glanced around, raising his voice by 1 degree. "Whoever wants to go to prison or the juvenile detention center, keep fighting." The dozens of people tangled together. "Oh, that's right." Jiang Qiyan lazily stepped onto the platform, hooking a security guard's shoulder. "Beer, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and coconut juice, got any? Bring a chair and a calculator too." Security guard. "A calculator?" Jiang Qiyan yawned shamelessly, "Let me calculate how many years each of them will get sentenced to." Instantly, all those dozens of people behaved. They stopped fighting, stopped cursing. The entire venue was as quiet as chickens. Security guard. Talking nonsense, no one can match lawyer Jiang. The lawsuits he handles are studied by courts at all levels as typical cases. His words are classic internet slang used for insults. Thank you, lawyer Jiang. Mr. Jiang, we owe it to your presence today. You've been a great help. Jiang Qian returned the baton to the bailiff and quietly asked Su Jing, what happened? Su Jing, a fan of 17 Hua, secretly took photos under a female fan of C's.N's skirt, which started the fight. Jiang Qian handed the car keys to Su Jing. Then, he pointed to the rabbit ear hairband girl he saved. You take my car and send this little girl to the hospital, her arm is injured. All right. Just as Su Jing left, Jiang Qian suddenly felt someone pulling on his sleeve. He turned his head and saw the little girl with the rabbit ear hairband. Thank you, big brother. The little girl bowed deeply, every move showing good family education. Jiang Qian helped her up and saw. On the top of the little girl's head, a transparent 3D screen projected a video. The little girl's name was Su Xiaoxiao. One day, a so-called talent scout suddenly approached her, saying they wanted to sign her as a star. Su Xiaoxiao was a scholar athlete, consistently ranking first in her grade. However, her parents pushed her too hard. She had already seen a psychologist several times since she was young. All she wanted was to escape her parents' grasp. Therefore, when the talent scout approached her, she readily agreed. But she didn't know. The so-called talent scout was a human trafficker selling women. Su Xiaoxiao was sold for 20,000 yuan to a remote mountainous area. At the age of 20, she committed suicide by jumping into a well. In the video, the time when the talent scout approached Su Xiaoxiao was August 25, 2021, at 14:30 in the afternoon. 8.25, isn't that 5 days from now? Jiang Qian shivered down his spine. After he finished watching the video, Su Jing had already driven off with Su Xiaoxiao. Jiang Qian quickly hailed a taxi to go to the hospital. On her way to the hospital with Su Xiaoxiao, Su Jing called the girl's parents. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, Su Xiaoxiao's parents greeted Su Jing and thanked her. Then, Su's parents looked worriedly at their child. Su mother, Xiaoxiao, with your arm injured, will you still be able to come in first? Su father, children roughhousing, how serious could it be? Ji gone. The Su parents mumbled as they went to register the child. After the diagnosis, the doctor said that Su Xiaoxiao's arm was fractured and needed hospitalization. Su mother immediately became flustered, how can that work? Su father chimed in, Doctor, my daughter has piano level 10 and calligraphy level 8 exams this month. She cannot be hospitalized, just give us some medicine. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao hung her head low the whole time without saying a word. It seemed she was already used to this neglect. Anyway, she was just a tool for her parents to save face. Su Jing, who overheard the entire process beside them, felt completely disenchanted. What the hell, these are her real parents. Like this. When Jiang Qian arrived at the hospital later, Su Jing greeted him with heartfelt admiration. Big brother, I truly think you're more like a real father than even my own father. Many years ago, when she had a slight fever of 37.5 degrees Celsius. Jiang Qian didn't go to work for 2 full days to take care of her. When she smashed the glass window of her boss's office while playing volleyball, Jiang Qian directly donated several 100,000 yuan and built an even larger volleyball court. He also replaced the office window with a bulletproof one. While reminiscing, Su Jing began complaining to Jiang Qian about Su Xiaoxiao's parents. The Su couple is simply outrageous. Jiang Qian draped his coat over his arm, where is Su Xiaoxiao's ward? 5 floors up, room 512. Su Jing said. When Jiang Qian and Su Jing arrived, Su Xiaoxiao's parents were not there. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Qian thought for a moment, Xiaoxiao, do you want to debut as a star? Su Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat, and her face was full of guilt. Before she could say anything, the ward door was pushed open. Su mother walked in with fruit, Xiaoxiao, you want to be a star? Mom, I didn't. Su mother glanced at Jiang Qian and asked Su Jing, Miss Su, who is this? Su Jing replied, this is my brother, Jiang Qian. Su mother's face turned cold, frowning as she asked. Mr. Jiang, I heard you suggest letting my daughter become a star. What exactly do you mean by that? Jiang Qian was caught between a rock and a hard place. If he told the truth about predicting the future, Su mother would surely think he was a fraud. If he didn't, a girl's life would be ruined, and he would regret it forever. Jiang Qian thought for a moment and came up with a perfect excuse. Ms. Su, I have calculated that Xiaoxiao will encounter misfortune soon. Probably on August 25th, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a human trafficker pretending to be a talent scout will approach her, claiming to sign her as a star. If she goes with him, she'll be sold to a remote mountainous area and end up committing suicide by jumping into a well, dying miserably. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the room changed their expressions drastically. Su's mother especially became uncontrollably angry. Mr. Jiang, I advise you to go downstairs and see a psychiatrist, or maybe get your brain checked. Get out. And don't come back. After leaving the ward, Su Jing asked, Big brother, how about, I accompany you to check your brain? Jiang Qian furrowed his brow, you don't believe me either. Su Jing held up one finger, brother, what number is this? Jiang Qian rolled his eyes, get lost. Su Jing quickly grabbed Jiang Qian. Brother, I have a few questions for you, wait a moment. She tore a piece of paper and scribbled down a few questions, then handed it to Jiang Qian. Brother, take a look at these questions. Jiang Qian took a glance. 1 plus 1 equals. 1 times 1 is equal to. 1 plus 2 equals. 2 plus 2 equals. 2 times 2 is equal to. Jiang Qian crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it precisely into a trash can 5 meters away. Su Jing, your 20,000 yuan monthly allowance this month, confiscated. You can fend for yourself. Jiang Qian stretched his long legs and left the hospital. In his car, he received a WeChat call from Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qian. The case, we won. Xiao Cheng's voice was filled with excitement. The court announced verbally that within 5 days, a written judgment would be delivered. 17 Hua was sentenced to delete the book, compensate, and issue a public apology. Jiang Qian smiled faintly, remaining silent for less than 2 seconds. Xiao Cheng was very perceptive, what's wrong? Feeling down. Before Jiang Qian could respond, Xiao Cheng sent a video call invitation. Jiang Qian, who had already let go of his troubles, licked his lips. He practiced in front of the car's rearview mirror for a long time, forcing out a bitter smile before accepting the video call. I'm not good, I feel really bad. Xiao Cheng didn't ask why, but instead said to Jiang Qian, so what do you want to do now? Will you accompany me no matter what I want to do? Yes, I'll be there no matter what. Xiao Cheng agreed readily. Jiang Qian thought to himself, I want you to stay and chat with me. Chapter 18, 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations. But he didn't dare say it. Don't ask why, just that he feared his wife. Jiang Qian, do you want to show me your abs, big brother? Xiao Cheng blushed a little, don't fool around. After a pause, as if feeling a bit reluctant, Xiao Cheng said to Jiang Qian, I have to go on a business trip this afternoon. Can you see them via video tonight? Jiang Qian laughed, shaking his head, you're a top-stream emperor in the entertainment circle, how come you're as simple as a trainee with no sense of caution at all? What? Xiao Cheng, don't you worry that someone will record or take screenshots and post pictures of your abs online. You won't. Xiao Cheng answered without hesitation. Jiang Qian wasn't sure whether he should be happy or have a headache. But he didn't know. Xiao Cheng is only completely carefree in front of him. However, chatting with Xiao Cheng like this made Jiang Qian feel much better. He asked Xiao Cheng, where are you going on the business trip? To shoot a movie, The Lawyer Storm, will start filming tomorrow. I'll be in Hengdian for several months. After saying that, Xiao Cheng explained nervously, if I have a broadcast schedule during these few months, I will still return to Mohu. You won't go unseen for months. Jiang Qian smiled slightly. They chatted a few more sentences before hanging up. Jiang Qian swiped twice on the screen, then randomly clicked on Weibo. Cs.nv, succeeded in rights protection, thanks for everyone's support, thank you at Jiang Qian. Below, Cs.n's book fans and comments from Orange supporters were very interesting. So, Jiang Qian and Xiao Cheng are real, Xiao Cheng doesn't need to pay legal fees either. Daily question, has Jiang Qian handed over his salary card? If he wins the case, does he not have to kneel on the washboard? Ha ha ha, my head hurts laughing. Pick up the upstairs head, coat it with beaten eggs, stick breadcrumbs on it, deep fry until golden crispy and control the oil while draining. It tastes good for both elderly and kids, even neighbors' kids get jealous. After reading the comments, Jiang Qian tapped his fingers on the screen. He replied to one daily question, netizen. Jiang Qian, hand it over. Jiang Qian, not kneeling on the washboard, warming the bed more. He didn't expect that the 2 casual replies would be taken seriously by netizens. As a result, the next day, when he and the law firm colleagues went to the experimental high school to conduct a popularization of law lecture, Jiang Qian was lying on the lecture table copying PPT. A girl walked over and placed a bottle of yogurt and a bread on the lecture table. Jiang Qian. Girl, Lawyer Jiang, I am a CP fan of you and Emperor Xiao. Jiang Qian hummed, saying hello. Then, he pointed to the yogurt and bread on the desk, why are you giving me this? Girl, I heard that your salary card was confiscated, so you don't have money to eat breakfast. Jiang Qian. After a while, another boy came over and placed a turtle on the podium. A live turtle. One that can crawl. Jiang Qian felt speechless, brother, although I didn't eat breakfast, I don't eat turtles for breakfast. The boy shook his head with a knowing look on his face. He leaned closer to Jiang Qiyan and whispered, "Lawyer Jiang, our family sells seafood and aquatic products. This soft-shell turtle is very effective for tonifying the kidneys." The boy blinked at Jiang Qiyan and made a thumbs-up gesture. "I see great potential for both of you." Jiang Qiyan. After 2 hours of the lecture ended, Jiang Qiyan left with a turtle in one hand and a bag of yogurt and bread in the other, his expression blank. Of course, he asked his assistant to transfer money to those 2 CP fan students as payment. Just as he exited the classroom, Jiang Qiyan found the principal. He expressed his willingness to sponsor each student present with a comprehensive package of 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations, gifts. Jiang Qiyan acted particularly righteous. "No need to thank me, it's what I should do." With great righteousness, Jiang Qiyuan strode out of the school gate. On his shoulder, there was a turtle. He took a picture of himself and the turtle and sent it to Xiaocheng. "Jiang Qiyuan, today I went to the school for legal education, and this turtle was given by a CP fan. She said that it would help with tonifying my kidneys." "Jiang Qiyuan, but I don't think it's necessary." "Jiang Qiyuan, if I really do it, you will be the one who can't handle it." Xiaocheng didn't reply, he must be busy. Jiang Qiyuan looked down and glanced at his wristwatch. As if he remembered something. Suddenly, his expression darkened. Chapter 19 Xiaocheng, sorry, I'm single. The experimental high school is Su Xiaoxiao's school. All 1482 students in the school attended today's legal education lecture. Jiang Qiyuan was very sure. Su Xiaoxiao, the top student who never skipped class, never showed up. At this moment, a voice sounded in Jiang Qiyuan's mind. Ding! The host has triggered a new task, rescue the abducted Su Xiaoxiao. Jiang Qiyuan asked the system, abducted? Isn't it 5 days later? System, the host's intervention may change the course of events, causing them to happen earlier. System, task hint, Su Xiaoxiao's Weibo JD, heard that if your username is too long, you will be bitten by a dog. Jiang Qiyuan quickly opened Su Xiaoxiao's Weibo. The top-pinned Weibo post read, in 2021, people are still playing fortune-telling stuff, Jiang Qiyuan is either possessed or a fool, stupid. I don't believe it. If a talent scout really comes to find me, I'll be so happy. Jiang leaky fish in 9-year compulsory education, Qiyuan. What should he do if he doesn't want to save this girl? Friendly reminder. Successful task, awarded with 1 secret of Xiaocheng. Failure punishment, eat 1 wild poisonous mushroom raw. Jiang Qiyuan cursed into the mic, go away. I won't do it. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in Xiaocheng's secret. On the contrary, Jiang Qiyuan had full possession and desire to conquer Xiaocheng. However, he respected Xiaocheng. He did not want to use such base and despicable means to inquire about Xiaocheng's secrets. Willpower detected, punishment begins. Jiang Qiyuan's body suddenly stiffened and walked toward the nearby grassland. In the grass, there was a cluster of poisonous mushrooms. Red mushroom caps, white mushroom stalks. Jiang Qiyuan bent over, and his hand uncontrollably picked a poisonous mushroom. What the hell? Dog system, are you freaking crazy? If I die, you won't live either. Punishment continues. The mechanical voice of the system carried no temperature. Inside Jiang Qiyuan's mind, the system had its own addictive background music. Red umbrella, white stick, after eating we lie on boards together. Lie on boards, sleep in coffins, then get buried in mountains together. Buried in mountains, cry while shouting, all the villagers come for a meal, eat meal with mushrooms, all villagers lie on boards together. Jiang Qiyuan stared at the red umbrella, white stick, in his hand and shouted in anger inside his mind, all right. I'll rescue her. Punishment stops. Jiang Qiyuan's rigid limbs instantly became mobile again. He disdainfully threw away the poisonous mushroom in his hand and continued flipping through Su Xiaoxiao's Weibo trying to find some clues. 10 minutes ago, under Su Xiaoxiao's pinned Weibo, there was another post. The content read, OMG. There's actually a talent scout looking for me. The Weibo displayed location setting, it was at a bar called Unawake Bar. Unawake Bar. After Su Xiaoxiao posted the Weibo, the beautiful woman across the table handed her a glass of fruit juice. Drink this fruit juice, I'll sign you as a star. Su Xiaoxiao was very cautious and didn't dare to drink after receiving it. Holding the contract book, she read it line by line carefully. Seeing she didn't fall for the trap, the beautiful woman fished out a bottle of eye drops. Look at your eyes, they are already red from exhaustion. Drop a little eye drop. Thank you. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. She didn't know, this kind of eye drops were also known as obey water. 1 drop could make a person unconscious and forget what happened before passing out. When the eye drops entered her eyes, Su Xiaoxiao felt dizzy and closed her eyes, fainting onto the chair. The beautiful woman pressed her earpiece and said, take her into the private room, sell her off tonight. When Jiang Qiyuan arrived, he only saw someone carrying Su Xiaoxiao on their shoulder and heading towards the private room upstairs. Because he feared for the hostage's safety, Jiang Qiyuan dared not act rashly. He narrowed his eyes, unbuttoned 2 buttons of his collar, ordered 2 glasses of wine, and walked toward that beautiful woman. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up when she saw the handsome and suave Jiang Qiyan. Her gaze instantly fixated on him. Jiang Qiyan leaned in close, whispering into her ear, "Beautiful lady, would you like a drink?" "Sure." Flattered to be called a beauty, her heart bloomed with joy. Yet, a flicker of caution remained in her eyes. Jiang Qiyan squinted as if half-drunk, his tone flirtatious. "Honey, your waist is so slim, you're truly a beauty." "That hunk. How about following me to the private room upstairs? Let's touch and see." The beautiful woman pressed herself against Jiang Qiyan and extended an invitation. "All right." A satisfied smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Qiyan's lips. The stunning woman draped her arm around Jiang Qiyan and ascended the stairs with him. 20 minutes later. Jiang Qiyan came down the stairs. Beside him walked Su Xiaoxiao, her face full of guilt and residual fear. A few minutes earlier, when Su Xiaoxiao woke up, her wrists and ankles were bound, her mouth was taped shut, and her head was covered with a black hood. She could see nothing. She heard several men chatting nearby. "This girl's quite a looker. She's pretty. It's a bargain for old man Li's foolish son. We can sell her for 30,000 yuan, that's not a bad price. How about we check her out first?" When they began tearing off her clothes, if Jiang Qiyan had been any later, Su Xiaoxiao didn't dare to imagine. Walking beside Jiang Qiyan, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Su Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, hesitant to meet Jiang Qiyan's eyes. The Jiang Qiyan hailed a taxi for her. "I've already reported this to the police, they'll contact you." Su Xiaoxiao asked, "Then? What about those human traffickers?" Jiang Qiyan replied, "I knocked unconscious the woman who drugged you, covered her head with a hood as your replacement, and placed a micro-tracker on her body. I've helped the police lure them, so you don't need to worry about it." After Su Xiaoxiao left. Ding! Task completed, rescued Su Xiaoxiao. "Congratulations, host, you've earned one secret from Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng's secret is..." As Jiang Qiyan's system settled his reward, Xiao Cheng received a video during his filming breaks. The video lasted around 1 minute and 30 seconds. It came from one of his pink-haired fans asking if this person was Jiang Qiyan. Xiao Cheng clicked open the video, his expression darkening instantly. The video was shot in a bar. Amidst the chaos of revelry and glittery lights. At the bar counter, Jiang Qiyan hugged a woman around her waist. "Beauty, have a drink. Honey, your waist is so slim, you're really a beauty." Then, Jiang Qiyan hugged the woman and went upstairs. Xiao Cheng squinted slightly. He made a call to his assistant, "Wu, tell Director Liao and the scriptwriter that we can add nude scenes showing abs." "I agree." "Wu. Boss just said he was under strict management by his wife earlier. Boss's thoughts are really unpredictable." After hanging up, Xiao Cheng logged into his studio's Weibo account and posted a promotional Weibo. Xiao Cheng Studio V, our single boss at Xiao Cheng V. Attached were 18 raw pictures. With his high looks, Xiao Cheng was flawless from all angles. Pictures taken within 5 minutes without filters or editing always turned out strikingly handsome. The moment the pictures were posted, the comments section erupted among the fandom known as oranges. Underscore, Xiao Cheng is the kind of handsome that leaves me breathless. Underscore, wait, why is he single? Underscore, are you two fighting? At Jiang Qiyan at Xiao Cheng V. Underscore, hurry up and comfort your wife. At Jiang Qiyan. While scrolling through Weibo comments, Xiao Cheng remained unfazed. He still did not know that Jiang Qiyan had already boarded a plane heading to Hengdian. Chapter 20 Dislike. Why are you blushing? Hengdian Film City. Shooting Base 4, Lawyer Storm. Cut. Xiao Cheng, you messed up your lines. Cut. Xiao Cheng, your emotions are wrong. Stop. Xiao Cheng, what's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell? Director Liao stepped out from behind the monitor, furrowing his brows. Xiao Cheng was famously known in the industry as a one-take pass. As long as co-actors didn't hinder, even the toughest scenes wouldn't require a second take. What happened today? Xiao Cheng sincerely admitted his mistake. Sorry Director Liao, my condition is poor today, and I couldn't immerse myself in the role. I've delayed everyone's shooting progress. His good attitude softened Liao's expression a bit. You should go back and rest early. We'll start with other actors first. Xiao Cheng nodded and asked Xiao Wu to order dinner from a 5-star hotel for the director, actors, and staff on the scene. After returning to the hotel, Xiao Cheng glanced at his phone. The WeChat chat page between him and Jiang Qiyan was empty. It had been over 4 hours since he posted that Weibo through the studio's official account. Jiang Qiyan hadn't even offered an explanation. At this moment, Xiao Cheng's phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Qiyan. Xiao Cheng didn't answer it. He directly tossed the phone aside, put it on silent mode, and went to take a shower. When he came out after the shower, Xiao Qing saw 39 missed calls on his phone. All were from Jiang Qiyan without exception. Xiao Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. Just then, the phone screen suddenly displayed an incoming call, startling him. Inadvertently touching the answer button. The voice of Jiang Qiyan came through the phone, tinged with a smile. Such a big temper. Xiao Qing said coolly, I'm not angry. Jiang Qian's voice was hoarse, wrapped in fatigue, all right. Mr. Xiao, who isn't angry, send me your room number. Xiao Qing paused, stunned, room number. Aren't you still in Macho? Jiang Qiyan sounded quite wronged, I rushed straight here as soon as I got off the plane. 10 minutes later. The door was unlocked, so Jiang Qiyan directly entered Xiao Cheng's room. Xiao Cheng had just thrown his dirty clothes into the washing machine. He was wrapped in a bathrobe, on the bedside table was a shirt and a pair of boxer briefs, yet he hadn't managed to change yet. Jiang Qian's gaze fell upon the boxer briefs by the bedside. Pale gray. Xiao Qing emerged from the bathroom and seeing Jiang Qiyan looking at his private clothing felt somewhat unnatural. He coughed awkwardly. How did you get here? Jiang Qiyan placed the black business rolling suitcase in the corner, shedding his coat. He walked to the bed, deliberately sitting down where Xiao Cheng's boxer briefs lay. Sweetheart, one shouldn't be so heartless. I have another trip tomorrow, but tonight I came all the way to Hengdian to see you, and you wouldn't even answer my call. Xiao Cheng was originally feeling a bit sorry for him. But, those two words. Sweetheart. Those words Jiang Qiyan had used earlier in the bar for another woman. He wasn't interested. Xiao Cheng's expression turned cold. He stepped forward, reaching for the shirt and the boxer briefs. Mr. Jiang, I'm about to change and rest. A very clear sign of being asked to leave. How could Jiang Qiyan let him succeed? He grabbed Xiao Cheng's wrist with one hand while the other hand tugged at the belt of Xiao Cheng's bathrobe. I'll help Emperor Xiao change his clothes. The belt loosened. Underneath the bathrobe, Xiao Cheng was completely naked. Jiang Qian's gaze trailed along Xiao Cheng's abdominal muscles, over his V-shaped torso line, and further downwards. Everything visible. No obstruction. Xiao Cheng's face flushed instantly. He pulled the bathrobe closer and shot Jiang Qiyan a glance filled with embarrassment and anger. Give me my clothes. Jiang Qiyan picked up the shirt from the bedside and handed it to him. Anan, the boxer briefs. Xiao Cheng's confidence wavered. He felt quite indignant. Clearly, it was Jiang Qiyan who was flirting with another woman. Yet, why did it feel like he was the one in the wrong? Jiang Qiyan smirked mischievously, tilting his head, I can give them to you, but, don't you owe me an explanation for why you're mad? It was a question when he already knew the answer. Between him and Xiao Cheng, they'd already bared everything. However, every time their relationship was mentioned, Xiao Cheng would dodge the topic. As if avoiding something. Jiang Qiyan wanted to hear Xiao Cheng admit to being jealous. I'm not mad, Xiao Cheng stubbornly insisted, reaching out to grab the boxer briefs. Jiang Qiyan captured both his wrists, gently pushing him back against the bed and pinning him down. Sweetheart, if you keep moving around, I might just peel off your bathrobe and personally dress you myself. His warm breath scorched Xiao Cheng's earlobes red. The temperature in the room kept rising. Xiao Cheng felt dry-mouthed and tongue-tied. He wrestled for a long time before finally saying irritably, I don't like you calling me sweetheart. Jiang Qiyan reached out to tilt his chin, you dislike it, so why are you blushing? Why do you look shy? Xiao Qing fumbled for his phone by the pillow, opened the video, and handed it to Jiang Qiyan. Take a look yourself. After watching the video, Jiang Qiyan smiled, so, you were keeping tabs on me? Xiao Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He thought that Jiang Qiyan would be upset now. Being monitored by someone important to you isn't a pleasant feeling after all. However, the next second. Qiyan Jiang laid on Xiao Cheng's shoulder, licked his earlobe, and whispered softly, I like that you were keeping tabs on me. Next time, don't sulk by yourself. I was waiting for your call to interrogate me, for you to question me. Got it? Qiyan Jiang rubbed Xiao Cheng's lips with his thumb and sighed helplessly. Xiao Cheng was completely drowned in Qiyan Jiang's tenderness, being led by the rhythm of his words, so, the woman. The first time I've seen her, I don't know her, and I have no interest in her. Qiyan Jiang pointed at the video, did you see the mini earpiece she wore on her left ear? She is a human trafficker who abducted a 16-year-old girl. Ah. That girl's name is Su Xiaoxiao, she's a fan of C's.N God's novels. This is the WeChat chat record of her parents thanking me for rescuing her. The police have already intervened. At that moment, I had no choice but to lure that woman. Oh. Xiao Qing felt too awkward to look Qiyan Jiang in the eyes. What a misunderstanding. Qiyan Jiang gently held Xiao Cheng's chin and turned his face toward him, giving a soft kiss on his cheek. Xiao Cheng's brain went blank. He was so nervous that he didn't dare to move an inch, feeling weak in the legs. So. Emperor Xiao, the interrogation is over. The criminal here has confessed everything. Could you find something for me to eat? I'm almost starving. He didn't eat the airplane food because he was setting up a ploy. Right after speaking, his stomach let out loud growls non-stop. Xiao Qing took a deep breath. After some thought, he still couldn't bear to make Qi Yanjiang eat the hotel dinner. He asked Qi Yanjiang, what do you feel like eating? Qi Yanjiang replied without hesitation, you. Xiao Qing said, I mean seriously. He led Qi Yanjiang to the fridge, opened it, and pointed to the vegetables, eggs, and meat inside. What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. All are fine. Qi Yanjiang lightly touched Xiao Qing's face. Xiao Qing nodded. He washed his hands, took a small piece of meat and a few baby greens, and headed to the kitchen. Looking at Qi Yanjiang's black eye circles and red bloodshot eyes, Xiao Qing didn't forget to remind him, go lie down and take a nap, I'll call you when the food is ready. No problem, Go sleep. Xiao Qing didn't allow room for objection. Qi Yanjiang obediently followed the command. Only then did Xiao Qing walk into the kitchen. He opened the kitchen cabinet. Inside were silver handcuffs, ankle shackles, and a metal collar. Xiao Qing's fingertips gently traced the patterns on the fine chain of the handcuffs. It was the Louis XIV rose flower pattern. If Qi Yanjiang had really cheated. If Qi Yanjiang hadn't come today to explain to him. He would definitely have locked Qi Yanjiang up with handcuffs, imprisoning him. For life. Qi Yan. Xiao Qing's pupils gradually turned blood red. P.S. Xiao Qing's crazy obsessive behavior is a plot device for the novel. Please do not imitate it. If you encounter such men/women in real life, stay away, the farther the better, don't risk your life. Chapter 21, Should Xiao Qing and the female actress shoot a kissing scene? In the kitchen. Xiao Qing moved quickly. The buzzing sound of the exhaust fan and the aroma of food made the atmosphere full of warmth. Outside the kitchen. Qi Yanjiang lay on Xiao Qing's bed, with a complicated expression. He thought about what the system had told him, Xiao Qing's secret. For a long time, he couldn't snap back to reality. Qi Yanjiang mentally asked the system, you didn't lie to me? Really didn't lie to you? Xiao Qing's secret is. He doesn't want to be in a romantic relationship. He repels the idea of dating anyone, including you. Qi Yanjiang asked, why? He knew the system wasn't lying. He had confessed to Xiao Qing twice. 6 years ago once. And last month again. Xiao Qing neither refused nor ever explicitly agreed. Want to know why? Please unlock further missions for the host. Qi Yanjiang suddenly felt very anxious. He urgently wanted to see Xiao Qing's future. So when Xiao Qing came out with 2 home-cooked dishes and called him for the meal, Qi Yanjiang gripped Xiao Qing's wrist. He saw, on a transparent projection above Xiao Qing's head, a video clip appeared. In the video, Xiao Qing cupped a woman's face and slowly leaned down for a kiss. Kissing the woman. Qi Yanjiang squinted his sharp fox-like eyes, revealing a glacial coldness. He glanced at the timestamp at the bottom right corner of the video. Time, August 22nd, 2021, 10:30 a.m. August 22nd. Isn't that tomorrow morning? Qi Yanjiang's eyes widened as he stared straight at Xiao Qing's head. Xiao Qing felt uneasy under his gaze and asked, what's wrong? Qi Yanjiang lightly pushed him against the wardrobe, where are you going tomorrow morning? Xiao Qing was surprised, tomorrow. Filming in Studio B. Qi Yanjiang smiled casually, I'll go with you. Okay. That night, Qi Yanjiang postponed his business trip scheduled for the next day, assigning it to another colleague at the law firm instead. The next day, at Studio B. Behind Emperor Xiao Qing were 2 people. One was Little Wu, the other was Qi Yanjiang, wrapped up tightly so no one could recognize him. Sun hat, sunglasses, mask. Looking like they were about to rob a bank. The associate director, spotting Qi Yanjiang, asked Xiao Qing, Teacher Xiao Qing, is this your bodyguard? Xiao Qing nodded, yeah, newly hired. Associate director, then why is he covered up so much, like a mummy? Isn't he hot? In Hengdian during summer, temperatures around 93 to 95 degrees Fahrenheit, 34 to 35 degrees Celsius, were common. Xiao Qing lied offhandedly, he used to be on the Antarctic expedition team, he's allergic to UV rays. After chatting a bit more with Xiao Qing, time quickly reached 8 a.m. At 8, filming officially began. Director Liao Xian walked over with a pretty woman dressed in a white sundress. Seeing this beautiful woman, everyone on set started whispering. Song Qiao. How did she get here? Song Qiao, the goddess of TV ratings and period dramas, has she come to film Lawyer Storm? Given her star status, she must be paired with Emperor Xiao as the lead couple, right? But Lawyer Storm doesn't even have a female lead. Their murmurs reached Qi Yanjiang's ears. Qi Yanjiang's face darkened. Yesterday, in the video he saw, the woman kissing Xiao Qing was Song Qiao. Just then, Director Liao cleared his throat. Everyone, quiet down. Let me speak. Our script has been revised temporarily, and teacher Song Qiao will take on the role of Yao Manan, the female lead in Lawyer Storm, to pair with teacher Xiao Cheng. After finishing, Director Liao nervously glanced at Xiao Cheng. Nervously, because Xiao Cheng had never filmed intimate scenes with any female actress before. And in the modified script, there was a scene where the male protagonist kissed the female's forehead. Feeling guilty because of capital constraints and threats, under pressure from the investors not to withdraw funding, Director Liao had compromised and let the screenwriter revise the script overnight, allowing Song Qiao to join the production by bringing her own investment. Standing beside Director Liao, Song Qiao spoke up. Hi everyone, I'm Song Qiao. Even though she greeted everyone, her eyes remained fixed on Xiao Cheng. Song Qiao stepped forward, her cheeks slightly flushed. Teacher Xiao Cheng, working together in the movie, Marriage is a Fortress Besieged, I really liked the character Gu Changxi in the movie, and I admire you. Gu Changxi, the male lead in the movie, played by Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng's lips curled up faintly, appearing polite and elegant. Thank you. We haven't been in touch for so long, but Teacher Song still remembers my work from 3 years ago so clearly. I should learn from Teacher Song to invest more time into refining my acting skills. Song Qiao's smile froze on her face. She looked both awkward and embarrassed. Little Wu didn't understand yet and quietly asked Qian Jiang. Attorney Jiang, is there something wrong with what Teacher Cheng said? Qian Jiang lazily translated for him. Original, we haven't been in contact for so long. Translation, don't misunderstand me. Original, still remember so clearly after 3 years. Translation, I don't even remember who you are anymore. Original, spend more time honing your acting skills. Translation, stop indulging in unrealistic fantasies about love because I'm not interested in you. Upon hearing the translation, Little Wu fell silent. Little Wu swallowed hard. Attorney Jiang, does Teacher Song Qiao possibly have feelings for Brother Cheng? It seemed to confirm his suspicion. The next second, Director Liao said, this is the upcoming opposing scene for the leading actors, please take a look. Xiao Cheng took the revised script. After reading it, without hesitation, he immediately frowned. In this scene, it was when the male protagonist confesses his love to the female protagonist. Moreover, the male protagonist would kneel down on one knee, like a knight, and kiss the female protagonist's hand. When the female protagonist agrees, the male protagonist is supposed to passionately kiss her forehead. A French deep kiss. From the brow to the bridge of the nose, from the tip of the nose to the lips. Finally, there would be a 5-second close-up of their lips kissing. So, there was no way to fake it with positioning. It had to be a real kiss. Xiao Cheng's entire demeanor turned cold. He raised his eyes and looked at Song Qiao. Song Qiao's face was filled with bashful shyness, without a hint of surprise. It seemed as if she'd known all along. She held the script, her face wearing an expression of triumph and anticipation. It wasn't for nothing that she had invested several hundred million yuan under someone else's name to fund this Lawyer Storm, just for this scene. All the romantic scenes between the main male and female characters were written by her hand. The more ambiguous, the better. In these emotional scenes, there were fully 8 kissing scenes and 1 bed scene. Before Xiao Cheng could say anything, Little Wu, standing behind Xiao Cheng, glanced at Weibo and his complexion changed. Brother Cheng. Look at Weibo quickly. Xiao Cheng took Little Wu's phone and scanned it. On Weibo, several topics had suddenly trended. Hashtag Xiao Cheng Song Qiao 8 kissing scenes hashtag. Hashtag Lawyer Storm Xiao Cheng's first screen kiss hashtag. Hashtag I'm shipping the CP Xiao Cheng Song Qiao hashtag. Song Qiao walked over to Xiao Cheng and mentioned the scene somewhat awkwardly, adjusting her skirt while appearing considerate. Teacher Xiao Cheng, if you're concerned. She had already confirmed the kissing scenes. If Xiao Cheng refused, he would be considered arrogant, and would have to pay a high penalty of several hundred million yuan to the Lawyer Storm production team. Song Qiao looked down on Xiao Cheng arrogantly, waiting for him to give in. Xiao Cheng remained silent for a long time. Even Qian Jiang thought he might compromise. Qian Jiang had already taken a step forward, pulling out a checkbook, ready to spend 10 billion yuan to buy the TV series rights. At this moment, Xiao Cheng suddenly looked up. Sorry, I do mind. Chapter 22, Humiliating Song Qiao. Song Qiao froze completely. The pointing fingers and scoffing voices around her made her face flush hotly. Never had anyone dared make her lose face so thoroughly. Unconsciously raising her voice, Song Qiao said, do you know what you're saying? Xiao Cheng smiled slightly. I am very clear. Your salary is 80 million yuan, but breaching your contract would cost you at least 3.2 billion yuan. Song Qiao thought Xiao Cheng had gone mad. She was the goddess elevated high above everyone in the entertainment circle. Ordinarily, it was male actors pleading with her to shoot kissing scenes. Xiao Cheng didn't comment. Instead, he looked at Liao Xian, sorry Director Liao, I cannot continue with this play. Before Xiaoqing finished, Qi Yanjiang suddenly interrupted, wait. Xiaoqing stared at him in surprise. But Qi Yanjiang had his face completely covered. Xiaoqing couldn't see his expression or read his emotions. Director Liao, please wait 5 minutes. After saying this, Qi Yanjiang pulled Xiaoqing aside into a nearby corner and said, you should keep filming this drama, don't rush to reject it. Xiaoqing frowned tightly. 8 kissing scenes, 1 bed scene, you want me to keep filming? Qi Yanjiang chuckled softly. I think Song Qiao has a point. A 3.2 billion yuan breach fee really isn't worth it. Xiaoqing felt a gnawing pain in his stomach, his expression worsening. His bad stomach condition often flared up when he got emotionally agitated. He gritted his teeth and asked Qi Yanjiang, so? Qi Yanjiang opened his mouth slowly, so, we need to force Song Qiao to breach the contract first and let her pay the penalty instead. Xiaoqing. Qi Yanjiang placed his hand on Xiaoqing's abdomen and gently massaged it. Are you angry? Xiaoqing trembled and pulled back a little, what are you doing? Qi Yanjiang's hand slipped inside Xiaoqing's shirt, pressing lightly against his abs. Don't be angry, later. Brother will help you take revenge. Xiaoqing clearly didn't believe it. How could someone like Song Qiao, who had no boundaries, possibly be taught a lesson? Unbelievable. Qi Yanjiang smirked faintly and leaned down to bite Xiaoqing's fingertip. Xiaoqing quickly pushed him away, looking guilt-ridden, afraid that nearby stagehands would notice something. Alright, Qi Yanjiang proposed to Xiaoqing, if I can get Song Qiao to breach the contract voluntarily and leave the production crew, what kind of reward will you give me? Xiaoqing didn't even hesitate before answering directly, if you can make Song Qiao leave, I'll give you whatever you want. Qi Yanjiang's eyes gleamed, this is your word. He had craved Xiaoqing's body for a long time. He also wondered how beautiful Xiaoqing's nightingale-like voice would sound calling out in pain during the night. Qi Yanjiang was eagerly anticipating this. As he awaited further developments, he first sent a WeChat message to Little Wu. Jiang Qiyan, Little Wu, go check around the Hengdian Film City for me and see if anyone is selling stinky tofu. Little Wu, stinky tofu. Jiang Qiyan, yes, the smellier, the better. Buy a lot and come back as soon as possible. Little Wu, okay. Jiang Qiyan, if you can find some rotten eggs, get those too. Buy whatever smells the worst. Little Wu. Jiang Qiyan put away his phone and pointed at the script, saying to Xiaoqing, go tell the director we'll shoot this part of the scene first. The rest is up to me. The scene that Jiang Qiyan had picked was still a romantic one. It was the moment when the female lead fell ill, and the male lead cooked her noodles in the kitchen. This happened when the heroine, Yao Manan, became sick, and the hero, Ji Zhanbei, cooked her a bowl of noodle soup. On a night with pouring rain, Yao Manan had a fever of 39 degrees Celsius and couldn't move from her bed. Tired and hungry, she felt trapped. For Yao Manan, Ji Zhanbei entered the kitchen for the first time in his life, cooking her a large bowl of soup noodles. Without any cooking experience, Ji Zhanbei ended up with several blisters on his hand and a small cut on his fingertip. Yao Manan was deeply moved and ate every bit of the entire big bowl of noodles. As long as it wasn't a romantic scene, Xiaoqing would nail it in one take. His portrayal of clumsiness and awkwardness while cooking noodles in the kitchen was so vivid that there was no flaw in his performance. After his shots were finished, it was Song Qiao's turn to film the scene where she ate the noodles. At that time, the outdoor temperature in Hengdian was 35 degrees Celsius. Song Qiao played a patient with a high fever, wrapped in thick blankets and forced to act shivering from the cold, almost driving herself crazy from the heat. Finally, when she walked to the table and picked up the chopsticks to eat the noodles, Song Qiao sniffed, barely stopping herself from throwing up. Ugh! A hard-to-describe stench wafted out from the pot of noodles. Liao Xian, watching her from the monitor, threw down the script in anger. Song Qiao, what's wrong with you? Director, aren't you the acclaimed ratings goddess? Can't even properly perform a scene eating noodles. Liao Xian frowned severely. He'd been upset with Song Qiao all along. She had entered the crew with financial backing, forcing the writers to revise the script, buying search topics online and using water armies to promote herself. Practically everything Liao Xian disliked, Song Qiao had done. Song Qiao stammered under the harsh criticism. Director, the taste of this noodle is not. Do you think the bed is tilted because you're not sleeping well? Xiaoqing just completed an 8-minute long shot in one take. What about you? Even Liao Xian could smell the contents of the pot. But seizing this rare opportunity to give Song Qiao a hard time, he acted like nothing was wrong. Song Qiao clenched her teeth, her eyes shimmering with tears. She looked pitifully at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing stood under the shade of a tree playing with his phone, as if he hadn't noticed. Song Qiao sniffed again, reluctantly softening her tone. I'm sorry, director. Let me try again. Liao Xian smirked coldly. Fine. All positions ready. Scene 48, take 3, shot 5, action. Song Qiao used her chopsticks to scoop noodles out of the pot. The pungent stench almost made her faint. Yet, she was supposed to display a face full of gratitude and exclaim how good the noodles tasted, claiming they were the best she had ever eaten. Song Qiao gave her all during the performance. However, Liao Xian, whose eyes were sharper than venomous snakes, always managed to pick out issues. Song Qiao, your emotion should be one of gratitude, not anger. Song Qiao, you must eat the noodles enthusiastically. Finish the whole bowl. Song Qiao, this one's good, let's keep it. One more take. By the end, Song Qiao nearly choked from the unbearable smell. It smelled like a mixture of stinky tofu and rotten eggs, perhaps with something else mixed in. The texture of the noodles was strange too. Song Qiao felt like she was eating feces. She called NG multiple times and ended up eating exactly 5 large bowls of noodles. An entire pot of noodles, including the broth, was devoured by her. Only after Liao Xian declared, this one's good. Song Qiao couldn't help but vomit everything in her stomach, until nothing was left, not even last night's dinner. Xiao Qing, seeing all this from a distance, froze in place. Xiao Qing asked Jiang Qiyan, what did you do to her? Jiang Qiyan smiled but remained silent. Little Wu jumped in from the side, Xiao Qing, that pot of noodles had 3 whole boxes of stinky tofu, 2 rotten eggs, and a can of herring. Xiao Qing. The next second, he heard Song Qiao's voice tinged with tears. I'm not shooting this scene anymore. Xiao Qing. Chaos erupted on set B. It was clear they couldn't continue filming this morning. So Xiao Qing followed Jiang Qiyan back to the hotel room. Once inside, Jiang Qiyan closed the door and asked, Mr. Xiao, Emperor of Actors, didn't you promise me something about Miss Song earlier on set? Xiao Qing nervously scratched his head. Jiang Qiyan grabbed his chin, Playing dumb with me? Then, Jiang Qiyan pulled out his phone from his pocket and pressed a button. From the phone came a recording. If I can make Song Qiao breach her contract first and leave the crew voluntarily, what benefits would I get from you? If you can get Song Qiao to leave, I'll give you anything you want. Xiao Qing coughed and averted his gaze, asking awkwardly, then, what do you want? Chapter 23, Jiang Qiyan wants to join Xiao Qing's exclusive fan group. Jiang Qian's voice deepened, do you know how to kiss? Looking at Jiang Qian's smiling fox-like eyes, Xiao Qing took 2 deep breaths. He leaned in and gently kissed the corner of Jiang Qian's mouth. It was a shallow, fleeting kiss, like the touch of a dragonfly skimming water. Completely unexpected. After finishing the kiss, Xiao Qing quickly stepped back. Like a child who had just eaten honey without permission. His unfamiliar actions caused Jiang Qiyan to pause briefly, asking, your first kiss? Xiao Qing had been in the entertainment industry for so long, having acted in numerous romance dramas with many female stars. Was his first kiss still intact? Xiao Qing raised his head, his voice almost inaudible, After a while, Xiao Qing added, I'm nowhere near as experienced as you. Jiang Qiyan couldn't help but chuckle lowly, do you think I'm some veteran at romance? Isn't that true? Of course not. Jiang Qiyan said deliberately, all my firsts are dedicated to you. Jiang Qiyan then hugged Xiao Qing's shoulders, whispered another sentence in his ear, before leaving the hotel to attend a work-related dinner gathering. He left with great style. But Xiao Qing wasn't so calm. All he could think about were those 2 sentences from Jiang Qiyan. Xiao Emperor, I look forward to the future, when you use your mouth. That must be unforgettable. Xiao Qing's face felt extremely hot. He took 2 cold showers that afternoon. By evening, Xiao Qing posted a live streaming room code on Weibo to chat with his fans, known as Oranges. Live streaming started at 8 p.m. 1953, live streaming room audience, 69.2 million. 1955, live streaming room audience, 94.5 million. Numbers continued to skyrocket. At 1959, Xiao Qing logged into his account via computer, joining the room precisely on time. The screen was filled with endless comments, dazzling the eyes. Brother Cheng. A living Brother Cheng. Brother Cheng, the trending search said you're going to shoot a kissing scene with Song Qiao, it's not real, right? Season, I'm your book fan, when will there be a new book? I want to see Jiang Qiyan times Xiao Qing shooting a double male lead drama. Xiao Qing, internet rumors say Jiang Qiyan visited your set in Hengdian, did he stay in your room? Babe, please don't shoot kissing scenes, Aya. If you must, I only accept you shooting one with Jiang Qiyan. Brother Cheng's hair is still dripping water, holy crap, so tempting. While putting on headphones, Xiao Qing picked a few questions to answer. No kissing scenes if Xiao Qing is in lawyer turmoil. Start a new book. When I have someone special, I'll start. You want to see me and Jiang Qiyan star in a dual male lead drama? That probably won't pass censorship. If Jiang Qiyan stays in my room, then I won't stream live, I wouldn't want you all to take screenshots of his face for wallpapers. As soon as these words were spoken, System notification, Jiang Qiyan has entered the live streaming room. Whenever a platform Big V with over 10,000 followers enters the live streaming room, there's an audio cue. Both Xiao Cheng and the more than 10 million oranges in the live streaming room heard it. Instinctively, Xiao Cheng turned on the selfie camera, straightening his collar in front of the phone screen. He then turned the beautification feature in the live streaming room to its maximum value. The oranges in the live streaming room burst out laughing. Haha, Xiao Cheng has his day too. You never turn on beautification when you live stream in your pajamas with oily hair. Isn't it just me who thinks these two are really sweet? They're so sweet. Not even BL novels dare to write this way. Amidst a flurry of dazzling comments, Jiang Qiyan had remained silent, seemingly busy with something else. Xiao Cheng furrowed his brow and sent him a message via WeChat. Xiao Cheng, ? Jiang Qiyan, I'm having dinner with clients. Xiao Cheng, then why did you enter the live stream room? Jiang Qiyan, I was worried you'd be lured away. I need to keep an eye on you. Xiao Cheng, how about greeting my fans? Xiao Cheng, you came in but stayed quiet, they're all going crazy over us. Jiang Qiyan, oh, alright. Then, Jiang Qiyan greeted Xiao Cheng's fans, the oranges. The way he greeted them was unique. Jiang Qiyan sent a message in the live stream room, wanna join Xiao Emperor's exclusive fan club. Request to be added. Xiao Cheng. Oranges. In the live stream room, the oranges were completely hooked on their ship. Outside the live stream room, Song Qiao and her agent were discussing Xiao Cheng. The agent said to Song Qiao, you must find a way to ride Xiao Cheng's popularity, understood? Song Qiao was furiously rinsing her mouth with mouthwash. She had already developed psychological trauma from the noodles she ate that morning. Spitting out the mouthwash, Song Qiao looked a bit resentful at her agent, Sister Chen. Xiao Cheng has 80 million followers on Weibo, and I have 60 million. In terms of traffic, I don't fall short much compared to him, so why should I ride on his fame? The agent rolled her eyes. Of your Weibo's 60 million followers, at least 30 million were bought by the company. Haven't you thought of that at all? None of your dramas ever reached 1 billion views. Every single drama Xiao Cheng made over the last 2 years scored no less than 20 billion views each. Do you get the difference? Song Qiao was left speechless. But The agent cut in, no, but. Find a way to stir up rumors with Xiao Cheng. Song Qiao hesitated, her face tinged with discomfort. He didn't agree to do the kissing scene with me, what can I do? The agent smiled and handed a branded shopping bag to Song Qiao. Change into this outfit, then go find him personally in his room. Inside the shopping bag. It was a black strapless V-neck mini dress that showed off her curves sensually. Hugging her figure tightly, it accentuated her hourglass silhouette. The low-cut neckline exposed her butterfly bones and revealed a large portion of her back, exuding irresistible charm. 10 minutes later, Song Qiao emerged from her room after changing clothes. Her agent scrutinized her up and down, nodding in satisfaction. I don't believe any man wouldn't like a pretty woman. Song Qiao arrived at Xiao Cheng's room and knocked. Knock knock. Upon hearing the knocking inside, Xiao Cheng's eyes flickered with a cold gleam. She has finally come. When Xiao Cheng raised his head, he wore a faint smile. He pressed his earphone and told his fans, sorry, someone's knocking on the door. Maybe, we'll end today's live stream here. In the live stream room. No, Brother Cheng. Go open the door, Brother Cheng. We'll be good and stay quiet. Exactly. We won't disturb you. We, the oranges, just want to see more of you, please. Xiao Cheng pretended to hesitate. Alright, let's go on then. Then, Xiao Cheng locked his screen. The screensaver turned pitch black, as if the computer was powered off. However, the live stream camera remained on. Xiao Cheng stood up and went to open the door. Outside. Song Qiao, wearing a black strapless dress with thin straps, winked at Xiao Cheng. Teacher Xiao Cheng, I need to talk to you. Can I come in and say it? The plunging neckline of the short skirt highlighted Song Qiao's curvaceous figure. Confidently standing there, she awaited Xiao Cheng's quickened breathing. However, Xiao Cheng remained expressionlessly calm, not even raising an eyebrow. Teacher Song Qiao, it's quite late. Let's just talk here outside the door. Song Qiao glanced around slyly and leaned closer to Xiao Cheng. Instinctively, Xiao Cheng stepped aside to avoid her. His eyes revealed undeniable disgust. Then, in one swift motion, Song Qiao sat on the sofa in Xiao Cheng's room. She deliberately pulled up her hem, exposing her long white legs. A shoulder strap slid down, and her neckline was pulled very low. Alluring, seductive, teasing. And at this exact moment, Xiao Cheng's computer camera happened to be facing her direction. In the live stream room, netizens exploded. Underscore underscore underscore, is this Song Qiao? National Goddess Song Qiao? Underscore underscore underscore, I feel ashamed that I've been her fan for 7 years, and now I'm canceling my support. Underscore underscore underscore, you, in the previous comment, go away. It's perfectly fine for Song Qiao and Xiao Qing to be on the same production crew discussing lines and scripts together. Underscore underscore underscore, is she coming into a man's room dressed like that at night to rehearse lines or do something else? Underscore underscore underscore, are Xiao Qing's fans narcissistic or just brain dead? How much face do they think they have? Many of Song Qiao's fans were defending her. Instantly, an argument erupted in the live stream room. The situation became chaotic. But then, Song Qiao's next sentence caused people's worldviews to shatter completely. That night, because of this single sentence, she lost 500,000 followers. Chapter 24, Jiang Qiyan was threatened. Song Qiao said to Xiao Qing, I really like you. I want to be with you, without asking for recognition. She needed to quickly get Xiao Qing on her side. The journalist arranged by her agent was already on their way. What Song Qiao didn't realize was that these words had already spread across the entire internet. In the live stream room. Underscore underscore underscore, ugh. I threw up last night's dinner. Underscore underscore underscore, how can someone be so manipulative? Underscore underscore underscore, headlines, Song Qiao's manipulation overflowing from the screen, Jiang Qian's jealousy overflowing from the screen. Underscore underscore underscore, I spent 6,000 yuan on tickets to a Song Qiao fan meeting via scalpers. Now I'm canceling my support. We'll sell them for 60 yuan each. Any takers? Underscore underscore underscore, do you know how green you look? Manually tagging at Jiang Qiyan. Netizens mocked relentlessly while openly eavesdropping through the camera. Inside the room. Xiao Qing stood with one hand in his pocket, looking at Song Qiao indifferently. Miss Song, you can leave on your own, or I will have the security and front desk escort you out. Xiao Qing's voice carried not an ounce of warmth. Song Qiao trembled but made no move. Xiao Qing reached into his trouser pocket for his phone, ready to call security and the front desk. At that moment, knocking came from outside the door. Knock knock. Hello, room service. Song Qiao lit up immediately. Room service was their agreed-upon code word. It must be the journalist. Song Qiao hastily tore open the fabric at her chest and messed up her long hair. Then, she lay down on Xiao Qing's bed, pulling the blanket over herself. The knocking grew louder. Outside the door stood a group of journalists armed with cameras and microphones. Knock knock knock. Teacher Xiao Qing, are you inside? Teacher Xiao Qing, someone has taken photos of teacher Song Qiao entering your room. Is this true? Is anyone there? Please open the door. Just as the journalists prepared to force their way in. The door opened from within. Xiao Qing in a white shirt and black trousers looked at them coolly. A smirk of mockery curled at his lips. I'm here. Song Qiao is here too. There is indeed someone in the room. He calmly answered every journalist's question one by one. Then, Xiao Qing politely stepped aside, come in and shoot. Take clearer pictures. All the journalists. The reporters filed in one after another. Inside, Song Qiao pretended to wake up in shock, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, clearly acting surprised. You how? Camera flashes focused on Song Qiao, click click. Teacher Song Qiao, are you and teacher Xiao Qing already a couple? How long have you and teacher Xiao Qing been dating? Teacher Song Qiao. Song Qiao blushed deeply and glanced at Xiao Qing, brother Qing. Xiao Qing acted as if he hadn't heard anything. After receiving payment, the journalists quickly redirected their attention to Xiao Qing, teacher Xiao Qing, since it's done, you wouldn't intend to irresponsibly walk away, right? Xiao Qing glanced upward, looking at the journalists coldly. He unlocked his computer screen, directing the live stream camera at the journalists. Sorry, I forgot to mention earlier. I've been live streaming the whole time. The live stream camera is pointed directly at the sofa and the bed. In other words, Xiao Qing fiddled with his shirt cuffs, Miss Song, at least 18.32 million people are watching your performance right now. Upon hearing this, Song Qiao's face instantly drained of all color, burning painfully. Her lips quivered, unable to form coherent words, what? In the live stream room, netizens were going wild. Underscore, this cheap tactic that even trashy novels wouldn't bother writing about, is this really still 2021? Underscore, Song Qiao, get out of the entertainment industry. Underscore, if you want to blackmail someone, there's a limit. Do you really think the Xiao family has no one to handle Cheng? Underscore, playing these melodramatic and entrapment schemes, you deserve the backlash. At Song Qiao. Xiao Qing glanced around. His face remained completely expressionless. For any defamatory and entrapment actions like this, I will report it to the police and resort to legal means, pursuing legal responsibility to the fullest extent. A heavy low-pressure aura emanated from Xiaocheng. The journalist slunk away. Song Qiao hugged the quilt in disarray, at a loss. Xiaocheng didn't even look at her, holding his computer and dragging his suitcase straight out, temporarily moving to Xiao Wu's room. That night, Weibo exploded. The Weibo backend team worked overtime late into the night. After repairs, the trending list was updated. Hashtag Xiaocheng reported hashtag. Hashtag Song Qiao in disheveled clothing hashtag. Hashtag Song Qiao illegally enters Xiaocheng's room hashtag. Hashtag Song Qiao recorded live in Xiaocheng's studio hashtag. Hashtag Song Qiao's excessive manipulation Jiang Qian's overflowing jealousy hashtag. Others need to pay 55,000 yuan for just one trending topic spot, but Xiaocheng, who always tops the trending charts, doesn't need to pay anything. By the end of the night, Song Qiao lost several million followers, and the market value of the capital backing her evaporated by billions. Song Qiao's PR team issued 3 consecutive PR releases trying to suppress the incident but were harshly criticized by Xiaocheng's fans and forced to disable Weibo comments. After finishing their abuse of Song Qiao, the fans returned to Xiaocheng's exclusive fan group and mentioned Jiang Qiyan, who had just joined the group. Brother, you're looking awfully green. At Jiang Qiyan. Brother, do you plan on handling the lawsuit regarding your sister-in-law Song Qiao? At Jiang Qiyan. Brother, you must take the case, Orange fans can crowdfund lawyer fees for you. At Jiang Qiyan. Mr. Jiang lawyer, what do you have to say about Song Qiao? Were you surprised and thrilled while watching the live broadcast? At Jiang Qiyan. After some time, Jiang Qiyan finally surfaced, slowly selecting a few comments to reply. I'm greener than jade, my full of green laughter eyes are brimming with envy. As long as my Ching needs it, I'll take the case. There's no need for crowdfunding lawyer fees, keep the money to go listen to Xiaocheng's concert. Is Song Qiao human? Are you sure she qualifies as a person? I think your word choice isn't quite right. Jiang Qiyan seemed to have a lot of time. He replied to over 50 comments and 30 private messages. Until he saw a particular private message. It came from a newly registered account. The account claimed to be from Song Qiao's studio. The content of the message contained only one image and 2 sentences. The image showed Xiaocheng and Jiang Qiyan kissing, clearly secretly photographed. Mr. Jiang lawyer, remove all negative news about Song Qiao within 12 hours. Otherwise, this photo will be made public. You decide. Jiang Qiyan squinted his eyes. He was being threatened. Chapter 25, feeling his pain. Jiang Qian's face darkened. The kissing photo was fake. But the fact that he and Xiaocheng shared a relationship was real. If the photo got released, he wouldn't worry about himself. But Xiaocheng, in the entertainment industry, could face attacks from enemies. With that thought, Jiang Qiyan radiated an oppressive low-pressure aura. He sat in the villa's sofa. The way he sipped coffee with his legs crossed reminded one of a boneless cat. Beside Jiang Qiyan, a stern yet lazy woman's voice rang out. Qiyan, you look terrible. What's wrong? Jiang Qiyan drank 2 swigs of coffee, narrowing his eyes. Sister, it's nothing, just someone coming to seek death. Jiang Qian's elder sister is a renowned hard-handed female diplomat. Her name is Jiang Zhuo. Unable to deal with it, Jiang Zhuo put down her foreign language materials, peeled an orange, and handed it to him. Jiang Qiyan accepted a piece of orange, shaking his head while looking rather troubled. Itches my fingers to teach her a lesson, but I feared dirtying my hands. Ever since meeting Xiaocheng, he hadn't spilled blood in a long time. So people began to think he was a gentleman. Jiang Zhuo smiled humorlessly, giving up on being the heir of the Jiang family, going off to become a lawyer, refusing to bow down to our family despite enduring hardships, and not even keeping the name Jiang Yuan. Qiyan, you truly have backbone. The Jiang family is one of the top power families. Among the younger generation, the smartest is Jiang Qiyan, formerly known as Jiang Yuan. At the age of 11, little Jiang Yuan could already discuss international affairs with Father Jiang. Jiang Zhuo massaged her temples. Among her 4 younger brothers, none of them gave her peace of mind. The second brother went into economics, the third into investments, the fourth drew comics, and the fifth pursued law, none ventured into politics. Jiang Qiyan remained silent. After a while, he smiled. Big sister, if you're handling the Jiang family affairs, we can all rest easy. Jiang Zhuo asked, can I ask why you chose to become a lawyer? At first, it was because of my beliefs. Later, it was because I didn't want to see other lawyers ripping Xiaocheng off with so much in legal fees, it broke my heart. Jiang Qiyan peeled an apple and handed half to Jiang Zhuo, sighing, some people just have that kind of fate that makes your heart ache. After finishing the apple, Jiang Qiyan took out his phone. He couldn't resort to bloodshed. But he could certainly make Song Qiao feel nauseated. Having been a lawyer for 6 years, Jiang Qiyan had access to plenty of incriminating evidence lurking beneath the surface. A quick scroll through. A video of Song Qiao entering a 50-year-old director's room. Records of Song Qiao selling fan gifts on Xianyu. Sultry photos of Song Qiao with a prominent entertainment industry capital tycoon. However, upon scrutinizing those sultry photos, Jiang Qiyan suddenly froze. Song Qiao sat on the lap of a man. That man, wasn't he his third brother, Jiang Shun? Jiang Qiyan called Jiang Shun. Third brother, you really don't discriminate much when it comes to food, Jiang Qiyan said without sarcasm. At the other end of the phone, Jiang Shun waved a hand, and the woman by his side obediently got up, wrapping herself in a bath towel and heading to the bathroom. Jiang Shun lit a cigarette. What is it? Jiang Qiyan asked, did you ever mess around with Song Qiao? Jiang Shun thought for a very long time. With too many women chased in the past, he found her familiar but couldn't place who she was. Is she your girlfriend? Jiang Shun casually exhaled a smoke ring. Jiang Qiyan gritted his teeth, she offended my girlfriend. Do whatever you want with her. She's yours. Jiang Shun replied. Jiang Qiyan asked, even though she's been intimate with you, you're going to be this heartless? Jiang Shun stayed silent. He stroked the wedding ring on his ring finger. No matter how scummy or reckless he was, the woman wearing that ring would never interfere anymore. Because she's already lying in her grave. A deep pain flashed across Jiang Shun's eyes. Still, his tone remained light-hearted. Of course, your third brother is a despicable man, nothing heartfelt, just physical pleasure. After hanging up the call, Jiang Qiyan thoroughly cleaned up any traces of the affair between Jiang Shun and Song Qiao. Not leaving even a hint behind. Then, he had Su Jing look into JP. The little account threatening him belonged to Song Qiao herself. Upon confirming, Jiang Qiyan smirked. His fingers flew across his phone screen. He sent dozens of incriminating photos of Song Qiao to her small account, along with compromising recordings and various restricted-level videos. The female protagonist in the videos was always Song Qiao. The male protagonists varied, at least a dozen of them. When Song Qiao saw the private messages on Weibo, she nearly fell apart. She instantly responded. How did you get these? What do you plan to do? Jiang Qiyan simply replied, stay away from Xiaocheng. Song Qiao, I can agree to that, but you need to delete all the videos and photos in your possession. Jiang Qiyan countered, do you even have the leverage to negotiate with me? Song Qiao replied, do you intend to force Xiaocheng to quit the circle? Jiang Qiyan remained unperturbed. If I go public with our relationship, then I can take him abroad to register our marriage. Miss Song. You can try hardball, but let's see who ends up dead. Jiang Qian's face was emotionless. As he hit the send button, he looked like a killer lining up his prey through a scope, brimming with menace. He was playing a psychological game. He was taking a gamble. Betting that Song Qiao, greedy for wealth, wouldn't dare confront him head-on. Sure enough, Song Qiao crumbled. She didn't dare reply to Jiang Qian's message anymore. Song Qiao's face twisted with malevolence. Jiang Qiyan, even if I turn into a ghost, I won't let you off easily. If I'm miserable, neither will you and Xiaocheng. Song Qiao placed a call. She knew a top-tier big shot. Someone who could make Jiang Qiyan kneel down and apologize to her. Spirit Lord. As soon as the call connected, Song Qiao's voice became flirtatious. The person on the other end, Jiang Shun, frowned, who are you? Song Qiao hesitated, I'm Song Qiao, Spirit Lord, we dated once. Jiang Shun sneered. Could a few nights of lust and money for sex transactions qualify as dating? He swirled his wine glass, oh, it's you. What's up? If it weren't for Jiang Qian's mention, he truly wouldn't have remembered someone like her. Song Qiao's heart leapt with joy. Lord Shun, I've prepared a gift for your birthday banquet next week. Jiang Shun's tone was unreadable. Alright, I'll have my assistant pick you up. Song Qiao let out a smug smile. Once she pleased Jiang Shun. Taking care of Jiang Qiyan would only take a flick of Lord Shun's fingers, wouldn't it? However, Song Qiao didn't expect that. At Jiang Shun's birthday banquet a few days later, she actually saw Jiang Qiyan and Xiaocheng arriving together as a pair. Chapter 26, Call Third Brother, Explosive Facepalm for Song Qiao. The night before Jiang Shun's birthday banquet. After finishing the work at hand, Jiang Qiyan went to pick up Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng pulled Jiang Qiyan around a few luxury stores but couldn't find an appropriate gift. Still, Jiang Qiyan remained calm and composed. With an amused look on his face, watching the situation unfold. Xiaocheng was quite troubled. Your third brother's birthday, why didn't you tell me earlier? Jiang Qiyan massaged his temples gently, his voice filled with laughter. It's not like we're meeting the in-laws, why are you so nervous? Xiaocheng was always oblivious to such feelings as nervousness. Even walking the international red carpet. He handled it with great composure. Therefore, the innocence Xiao Qing showed in front of him, along with his care for his family, only made Jiang Qiyan more delighted. Xiao Qing shot him a glare and asked, "What does your third brother do?" Jiang Qiyan replied, "A businessman, doing a bit of small investment in the entertainment industry." Xiao Qing let out a sigh of relief, but then Jiang Qiyan added, "You should have heard of him." Xiao Qing suddenly had a bad feeling. Who? Jiang Shun. Xiao Qing, he was completely petrified. Jiang Shun, the capital tycoon worth hundreds of billions. To Jiang Qiyan, he was just someone who did a little investment. He knew Jiang Qiyan came from a prominent background, but never imagined how terrifying it could be. Xiao Qing quickly grabbed Jiang Qiyan's sleeve. "Then what about that time when you mentioned your elder sister working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs?" "My elder sister is called Jiang Zhuo." Xiao Qing closed his eyes for a moment and covered his face. The new spokesperson, iron-fisted diplomat Jiang Zhuo, had been casually referred to as someone who works at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Xiao Qing stared intently at Jiang Qiyan. "And before that, when you said you had an older brother who sells paintings by the roadside?" "My fourth brother is named Jiang Yu, pen name Jiang Yu. A world-renowned comic master known internationally under the pen name Sauce Fish. Casually dismissed as someone selling paintings by the roadside." And this time, without waiting for Xiao Qing to finish, Jiang Qiyan confessed voluntarily. He raised his hands high as if surrendering. "My second brother is named Jiang Yao." The names of his second, third, and fourth brothers were Yao, Shun, and Yu respectively. 3 brothers, each carrying the name of ancient emperors, were all top figures in their respective fields. Xiao Qing. Jiang Yao, a guest commentator on financial channels and a renowned economist. In Jiang Qian's mouth, became someone involved in pyramid schemes. MMP. Xiao Qing wanted to swear. Swear very loudly. Once the identities of Jiang Qian's siblings were revealed, Xiao Qing was sleepless all night. Not until the morning of the departure. He tried to cover his heavy dark circles with concealer for a long time. Jiang Shun's birthday gala. Crowds of people dressed in fine clothing gathered under the glow of lights. Outside the top European-style hotel, hundreds of meters of red carpet lined both sides where numerous luxury cars parked. Inside the hotel, Song Qiao proudly stood by Jiang Shun's side as his companion, looking haughty. The moment this scene was captured by the media and posted online, Song Qiao's fans immediately erupted with excitement. They began to clear Song Qiao's name of accusations regarding her affair with Xiao Qing. Does Song Qiao need to falsely accuse Xiao Qing just because she attended a billionaire's birthday banquet? Our Orange Tribe members' faces sore. It's your brother who is overreaching towards Song Qiao. Xiao Qing will fail for sure, so ordinary yet overly confident. Please don't drag Xiao Qing into everything. Stop stealing our Song Qiao spotlight. Song Qiao smirked while scrolling through these comments. She even took several staged photos, deliberately letting Jiang Shun appear in the shots. Then, she posted a vague Weibo message with 9 grid pictures included. Song Qiao V, came here with my boyfriend. Holy crap. Do you have a boyfriend already? I'm single now. Is the person in your photo the entertainment capital tycoon? Jiang Shun. Qiao, is your boyfriend Jiang Shun? At Song Qiao V. Song Qiao browsed through Weibo for a while and looked up. When she saw Xiao Qing enter, she froze. Xiao Qing wasn't even on the guest list. Who let him in? Does someone from a grassroots background even deserve to stand here? A flash of malice and hatred flickered in Song Qiao's eyes. She walked up to Xiao Qing, deliberately tilting her body so the V-shaped handbag fell by his feet. The cosmetics and personal items inside spilled all over the floor. Teacher Xiao Qing, Song Qiao began, since I'm in high heels and it's inconvenient for me, could you please help me pick them up? Before she finished, Xiao Qing passed by as if he hadn't heard her, his eyes straight ahead. His brand new leather shoes stepped directly on Song Qiao's handbag. Song Qiao's face burned as if she had been slapped. It was as though his foot hadn't trodden on her bag but rather on her face itself. Stop. Song Qiao erupted with rage, her voice growing louder. Xiao Qing, do you have an invitation? Xiao Qing calmly turned his head. Word by word, of course not. With an utterly matter-of-fact expression, as if Jiang Qiyuan were possessed. Song Qiao sneered aloud, no invitation. Then I'm sorry, please leave right now. She waved her hand and summoned 2 security guards. At this moment, hearing the commotion, Jiang Shun walked over surrounded by a crowd like stars around the moon. What's going on? Jiang Shun furrowed his brows. In an instant, Song Qiao switched from a disdainful expression to a bashful one. Lord Shun, this gentleman doesn't have an invitation. According to the rules, I can only ask him to leave. Jiang Shun's gaze followed Song Qiao's pointed direction and looked over. Seeing Xiao Qing, he immediately paused. Isn't that Jiang Qian's girlfriend. The future sister-in-law. Jiang Shun, long used to occupying the top position, cast an appraising glance. Xiao Qing met his eyes without humility or arrogance, nodding slightly. Lord Shun. Jiang Shun gestured dismissively. Call me third brother. Song Qiao. Everyone present. Throughout the entire entertainment industry, even throughout the whole Shanghai city, there aren't many who dare to call Jiang Shun third brother. You can count them on one hand. Not even Jiang Shun's female companion received such treatment. The speed of the media is unparalleled. Within just a few short minutes, the words, call me third brother, have gone viral across the entire internet. Song Qiao's fans went quiet. The orange, nickname of Xiao Cheng's fans, rose again. Xiao Cheng is a man far beyond your reach. At Song Qiao v. Miss Song Qiao, stop seeking attention. Jiang Shun changes women more frequently than clothes, yet never acknowledged having a girlfriend. Last month during the Olympics, Miss Song even sought attention by riding on Olympic champions' fame. Her moral bottom line is lower than the Mariana Trench. Why don't you change your name to Song Tsingtsing? At Song Qiao v. Song Tsingtsing herself at the wine party awkwardly wanted to dig a castle out with her toes. Unbelieving, she looked toward Jiang Shun. Lord Shun, you know him? Jiang Shun retracted his gaze and said indifferently, yes, a friend. The whole room suddenly became deathly silent. A friend of Lord Shun. Seemingly afraid the matter wasn't big enough, or Song Qiao's pain insufficient. Jiang Shun looked at Xiao Cheng and added a sentence. I'm only a few years older than you. If calling third brother feels strange, just call me Jiang Shun. In Jiang Shun's eyes. Since Xiao Cheng has been identified by his younger brother as the chosen one, he naturally belonged to the Jiang family. Gender and identity have never been a barrier. Third brother. Xiao Cheng called. Seeing Song Qiao's contorted expression, he smiled faintly. Third brother, perhaps I've made your third sister unhappy. Jiang Shun flicked his eyelids lightly. You don't have a third sister. Song Qiao, standing next to Jiang Shun, trembled all over, her mind blank. How could this be? She had always considered herself Jiang Shun's girlfriend. Jiang Shun valued his words highly, rarely bothering to refute or care about what she said. So why this time? Song Qiao, biting her lips, tried to regain some dignity. Smiling, she opened her mouth. Yesterday, Lord Shun gave me such an expensive necklace, and today you're not saying that anymore. On the other side, Jiang Qiyan had just walked in from the entrance when he heard Song Qiao's words. He casually laughed and immediately retaliated. Miss Song, do you know the difference between a female companion and a girlfriend? Frightened by Jiang Qiyan, Song Qiao shrank her neck and dared not respond. Jiang Qiyan maintained an elegant smile. Yet the words he spoke cut deeply into her heart. Female companions are pets caged for play. A girlfriend is cherished in the palm of one's hand as the little empress. After finishing, Jiang Qiyan turned around and formed 3 words with his lips toward Xiao Cheng. Little Emperor. Ancestor. Chapter 27, Their love is a mutual endeavor. Xiao Cheng mouthed silently, don't make trouble here. There are so many people around. Then, he quickly averted his gaze. Someone dared to ask Xiao Cheng, Teacher Xiao Cheng, did you come with Lawyer Jiang? Jiang Shun took the word, both of them were invited by me. Few people knew that Jiang Qiyuan was the 5th son of the Jiang family. Jiang Shun knew it. Jiang Qiyuan didn't want to be associated with the name Jiang Yuan. Therefore, Jiang Shun intentionally kept it hidden for Jiang Qiyuan. After speaking, Jiang Shun looked at Xiao Cheng and handed him a glass of wine. Can I have a private chat? Jiang Qiyuan frowned slightly. What do you want to do? Jiang Shun gave him an eye roll. I'll borrow your Mr. Xiao Emperor for 5 minutes. I'll return him, I won't eat people. Jiang Qiyuan nodded. He took out a spare phone, setting a countdown timer for 5 minutes. Then, he shoved it into Xiao Cheng's trouser pocket. 5 minutes. Remember to come back, Jiang Qiyuan's deep, husky voice spoke. Third brother is a womanizer. I'm afraid our little ancestor will learn something bad, so I must keep him in check. Shut up. Xiao Cheng lightly pushed him away. Then, Xiao Cheng followed Jiang Shun to a nearby crystal champagne counter. Jiang Shun cut straight to the chase. Let me put it straight, is there still some sort of barrier between you and Jiang Qiyuan? Jiang Shun was a seasoned rogue. He could tell just by one glance. Although Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qiyuan had an intimate relationship, there seemed to be a subtle barrier separating them. A flicker of surprise flashed in Xiao Cheng's eyes. He took a sip of red wine. Shun. Third brother, did Jiang Qiyuan tell you this? Jiang Shun shook his head. It's my intuition. You two probably haven't established a formal relationship yet. Jiang Qiyuan has confessed to you, but you haven't accepted, or rather, you don't want to fall in love. Can I ask why? Jiang Shun struck right to the heart of things. His eyes were sharper than venomous snakes. Xiaoqing no longer held anything back. It's not that I don't want to, but I'm afraid. Afraid? Yes, afraid of hurting him. Xiaoqing replied. Afraid that after establishing their relationship, he wouldn't be able to control the urges buried deep within himself, his overwhelming possessiveness. And couldn't help imprisoning Jiang Qiyuan. Locking him up in a place where there would never be anyone else but him. For a lifetime. Until white hair marks their separation. So. Before he can overcome his own inner demons. He wouldn't accept Jiang Qiyuan's proposal. Seeing the hint of dejection in Xiaoqing's eyes, Jiang Shun stopped asking further. Everyone has their own personal secrets that they choose not to reveal. Jiang Shun absently stroked the ring on his ring finger. On the outer edge of the ring, 2 letters were engraved, YX. Inside the ring were Chinese characters, Yun Xing. Noticing Jiang Shun's movement, Xiaoqing paused, this ring. Jiang Shun raised his eyes, what's wrong? Xiaoqing shook his head, 2 years ago, my studio signed a female artist who also seemed to have a similar style of ring. Perhaps I remember incorrectly. Breath-catching, Jiang Shun abruptly grabbed Xiaoqing's wrist, 2 years ago, what's her name? Xiaoqing, Shen Yunqing. The always composed Jiang Shun stumbled. Losing the usual composure and rationality he carried every day. Yunqing. Shen Yunqing. Trembling with fingers, Jiang Shun typed Shen Yunqing into Baidu search bar. Search. The picture on Baidu Encyclopedia revealed a completely unfamiliar face. At that moment, Jiang Shun wasn't sure whether he felt disappointed or relieved. At this time, the phone in Xiaoqing's pocket rang. It was Jiang Qiyuan's backup phone with the 5-minute countdown. Time's up. Jiang Shun feebly waved at him, go find Qiyan to play. Xiaoqing nodded. He fished the phone out of his pocket, turned off the alarm with a swipe. Jiang Qiyuan's backup phone had no lock screen password. Click. The phone unlocked. On the screen was the WeChat page. Jiang Qiyuan's second WeChat account had no friends, but it bore a lengthy WeChat nickname. JD, every status update I write on my moments is a confession to you. These 2 words, confession, caused Xiaoqing's eyes to flutter slightly. Something inside him stirred too. As if possessed, he committed what would be considered the most impolite act of his life. Without Jiang Qiyuan's permission. He clicked open that second account's moments feed. Jiang Qiyuan's primary WeChat account rarely posted content, a few updates a year, all advertising from the law firm. But on this secondary account's moments, there were numerous entries. Even without confirming our relationship, I brought Xiaoqing to meet third brother. I must tell them that this is the person I want to keep and that I'm making an effort to pursue. I feel sorry for him. I regret joining Xiaoqing's exclusive fan group. I wonder if he cares about sleeping with fans. Xiaoqing also cherishes his first kiss. Xiaoqing, if you don't want to date, we could just register for marriage instead. I am truly sincere, wanting to be good to you. Dreamed about being locked up and imprisoned by you, it was quite exciting. Would you like to try a black room with me? In my drunken dreams, it's all about you. Xiaoqing, I envy the actresses who have acted as your CP in public promotions. I want to order a song, so, by Wang Shi, to sing it for you. I'm depressed, but you are my medicine. Come back to me. Xiaoqing, I can't hold on to you. Xiaoqing was looking from top to bottom. Thus, the timeline was reversed. 2015.10, 2021.9. Exactly 6 years of time. He and his love were a mutual endeavor. He wanted to imprison Jiang Qiyan, brewing deep feelings. Jiang Qiyan said he was willing to be confined, with deep emotion and no regrets. Xiaoqing lowered his gaze, suddenly smiling. The hatred and aversion towards his own psychological demon had become tranquil. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling him. It was a call from Jiang Qiyan. Upon answering, Xiaoqing heard a somewhat displeased voice from Jiang Qiyan, where are you? You've already exceeded the time limit by 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Mr. Xiao, you're not keeping time. Xiaoqing countered, where are you? Jiang Qiyan paused, then sent Xiaoqing a WeChat location. After looking at the WeChat location, Xiaoqing told Jiang Qiyan, within 500 meters northeast of you, there's a 5-star hotel. Go to that hotel. Jiang Qiyan was completely confused. But, adhering to the principle of following his wife's words, he went anyway. When Jiang Qiyan arrived, he immediately saw Xiaoqing in the hotel lobby. Xiaoqing had concealed his face thoroughly, talking to the reception desk about something. As Jiang Qiyan approached curiously, he heard Xiaoqing's voice. Book a room. The most expensive one, yes, the presidential suite. Prepare some roses, red wine, and Western cuisine. No need for the violinist. Is the bathtub big enough? Yes, the type that can fit 2 people. Chapter 28, choose between dating me or reconciling with me. Jiang Qiyan froze. Even after being dragged into the elevator, he hadn't snapped out of it. His mind went blank. His heart raced violently. There were people in the elevator, so Jiang Qian worried about being photographed by people in the entertainment circle, which could affect Xiao Cheng's career. He let go of Xiao Cheng's hand and pushed him away. But Xiao Cheng didn't let go. He spread his 5 fingers, intertwining them with Jiang Qian's. Their hands tightly gripped each other. Their hearts closely connected together. Xiao Cheng seemed to guess what Jiang Qian was thinking about, his voice hoarse, if we get caught, we'll just make it public. Hiding a romantic relationship would only inconvenience you. Starting a romantic relationship. Blood rushed straight to Jiang Qian's brain. After entering the suite. The lights weren't even turned on when Jiang Qian pressed Xiao Cheng against the door, urgently demanding, Xiao Cheng, repeat what you said in the elevator just now. What? Xiao Cheng pretended to be clueless. Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qian's face darkened. Xiao Cheng gently stroked Jiang Qian's back, saying, choose between dating me or reconciling with me. Jiang Qian suddenly burst out laughing. It was a genuine, joyful laugh from within. He leaned down, fiercely pressing his lips against Xiao Cheng's. Not the brief peck during their first kiss. This passionate kiss almost made Xiao Cheng, with a lung capacity over 5,000, see stars before his eyes. At night, the intertwined breathing, exuding intense intimacy. After finishing the kiss, Jiang Qian used his fingertips to wipe away the moisture at the corner of Xiao Cheng's lips and chuckled, young boyfriend. The low, deep voice tone made Xiao Cheng shrink his fingertips. Jiang Qian's smile deepened at the corners of his lips, just a kiss, why are you blushing? He slipped his hand inside Xiao Cheng's shirt, placing his palm against Xiao Cheng's chest. Your heartbeat is racing so fast, are you nervous? Infuriated and flustered, Xiao Cheng lifted his foot to kick Jiang Qian. He himself hadn't noticed how unrestrained he was in front of Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian quickly grabbed Xiao Cheng's pale ankle. Then used Xiao Cheng's leg to wrap around his waist. Xiao Cheng, what happened to the courage you just had when asking the front desk about the double-person bathtub and ordering roses? What happened to the courage to imprison me with all those handcuffs, leg irons, and chains hidden in the nightstand drawer? Xiao Cheng's whole body stiffened, embarrassed to look Jiang Qian in the eye. Do you know? He feared Jiang Qian would think he was a pervert, disgusting. Jiang Qian pinched his chin and kissed him fiercely again. Then, he pulled 2 pairs of handcuffs from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Cheng. On the metal inner rings of the handcuffs, there were engraved Louis XIV rose patterns. Seductive. It was an extreme kind of beauty. Xiao Cheng looked at him with surprise. Jiang Qian stretched out his wrists in front of Xiao Cheng. Lock me. He wanted to give Xiao Cheng a sense of security. Whatever Xiao Cheng wanted to do, he would willingly comply. Just because he was Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qian liked freedom and disliked being constrained. But if it was with Xiao Cheng, imprisonment would be fine too. In fact, it seemed quite exciting. A strange sense of anticipation rose in Jiang Qian's heart. You. Don't you want to? Then I'll go. Jiang Qian stepped back. He tugged at his crumpled tie and walked past Xiao Cheng outwards. Without hesitation, he went outwards. The same decisiveness as 6 years ago. Xiao Cheng's pupils flashed with panic. Reflexively, he grabbed Jiang Qian's wrist and pushed him toward the bed. Jiang Qian curved his lips, pretending to lose balance and lying down. He even untied his tie and unbuttoned the first 2 buttons of his collar. The white shirt revealed glimpses of collarbone. Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes looking at Xiao Cheng. The flick of his tongue around the corner of his lips radiated a stifling masculine charm. Xiao Cheng swallowed and moved closer, slowly leaning over. Then, he grabbed Jiang Qian's thin and bony wrists with one hand. Click dash. Jiang Qian's wrists were shackled together. And then, Xiao Cheng locked Jiang Qian's wrists to the bedpost with another pair of handcuffs. Xiao Cheng's pitch-black eyes were deep, impenetrable. He pressed on Jiang Qian's shoulders, towering over him and asked, do you like it? At this moment, Xiao Cheng. His usual gentleness and modesty were completely gone. All that remained in his eyes were madness and obsession. Jiang Qian lazily stretched, yawning as though still half asleep, is that all? Xiao Cheng, keep going. Xiao Cheng reached out and grabbed Jiang Qian's ankle. With the other hand, he pulled out a silver foot shackle from his pocket. Can I? He asked Jiang Qian. His voice was abnormally low and hoarse. P.S. This is just a novel. If encountering someone with such obsessive tendencies in real life, call 110 rationally. Chapter 29, Mr. Lawyer Jiang, the universe's #1 hard-ass. Jiang Qian tilted his head. Because his wrists were locked, the tilting of his head accompanied by the metallic sound of the chain made it even more enticing. He asked Xiao Cheng, if I say no, can you really stop? While speaking, he lifted his leg, brushing along Xiao Cheng's waistline. Don't hold back. Anything you want to do to me, go ahead. I'm looking forward to it, Jiang Qian smiled and said. Xiao Cheng's eyes immediately became very dark. He grabbed Jiang Qian's ankle and put both ankles together. Click, the foot cuffs were locked. Jiang Qian lay flat on his back. His hands and feet were locked, unable to move. Yet, he showed not the slightest bit of distress. When Xiaoqing undid his buttons to take off his shirt, Jiang Qian whistled loudly. This flirtatiously reddened Xiaoqing's face. Xiaoqing was a bit shy and frowned as a warning. Shut your mouth. Jiang Qian chuckled, if I shut my mouth, how am I supposed to serve you? Master. Jiang Qian lowered his voice and called out softly. Xiaoqing darkened his gaze and took one step forward. The shirt fell to the floor. The belt fell to the floor. However, at this time, Xiaoqing's phone rang urgently. Startling him. He glanced at it without looking, turned it silent, and threw it aside. Jiang Qian interrupted hastily, it's so late, check who's calling. What if something happens? Xiaoqing leaned forward, lifting Jiang Qian's chin. There's nothing more important than sleeping with you. However, after Xiaoqing disconnected the call. Not long after, Jiang Qian's phone rang. A flash of intense displeasure crossed Xiaoqing's eyes. And a glimmer of killing intent. Jiang Qian tilted his head up and licked Xiaoqing's earlobe, coaxing him, dear, I'm locked and can't move. Let me see who's calling. Xiaoqing didn't respond. Jiang Qian said again, Master. Xiaoqing gave in. He reached into Jiang Qian's trouser pocket to find the phone. Jiang Qian gasped sharply and closed his eyes, trying hard to endure. Xiaoqing fished out the phone and pressed the answer button. He deliberately spoke after connecting the call, saying to Jiang Qian, Sweetheart, it's Su Jing calling you. This was a red-hot declaration of ownership. Jiang Qian. He helplessly smiled. Then he asked Su Jing, what's wrong? From the other end of the line, a woman's voice came through. Mr. Jiang, this is Lu Ting, Xiaoqing's agent. Ms. Lu. Yes, please hand the phone over to Xiaoqing. There was an undertone of heaviness in Lu Ting's voice. Jiang Qian's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing held the phone, Sister Ting, what's the matter? Lu Ting said, Shen Yinxing had an accident. Shen Yinxing was an artist signed under Xiaoqing's studio, a singer. On her way home at night, she came across an elderly man covered in blood, barely alive on the ground. Without a second thought, Shen Yinxing took the old man to the hospital. However, the old man passed away despite efforts in the emergency room. The deceased's family blamed Shen Yinxing. They claimed she had caused a drunk driving incident, leading to the death. Shen Yinxing found herself unable to defend against the accusations. It was true that she had consumed alcohol. Her car was indeed found at the scene. Her designated driver disappeared. Everything carried an ominous and conspiratorial tone. Lu Ting furrowed her brows, instructing Xiaoqing, the studio will handle the PR. I know you're close with Shen Yinxing, but Xiaoqing, don't react recklessly online or post haphazardly on Weibo, alright? Xiaoqing hummed in agreement but remained silent. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoqing immediately checked the Weibo trending topics. Hashtag Xiaoqing studio artist Shen Yinxing hashtag. Hashtag Shen Yinxing drunk driving fatally hits 82-year-old man hashtag. Hashtag Xiaoqing Shen Yinxing hashtag. The hottest post in these trending hashtags was from the deceased's family. It was an elaborate 2,000-word post about seeking legal recourse. To demand justice for the elder's death and make the offender pay with their life. Attached to the post were several gory images. Of bloody handwriting, the deceased's corpse, and fragments of the victim's skull. The sight of mangled flesh was particularly chilling. Netizens were fiercely criticizing Shen Yinxing. Water armies bought by Xiaoqing's opponents manipulated public opinion, taking advantage of his relation as Shen Yinxing's boss to begin targeting Xiaoqing heavily. There were even rumors circulating claiming Xiaoqing planned a deliberate murder. With fabricated evidence like screenshots presented as so-called solid proof. With images and texts, everything seemed convincingly real. Xiaoqing raised an eyelid slightly, remaining rather calm. Having debuted 7 years ago, he was no stranger to such online violence. He sent a private message to Shen Yinxing's assistant first, instructing her to look after the artist's emotions. Then, he opened his fan group. Inside the group, there was already an uproar. Are those keyboard warriors and VXH just here trolling? I've seen feet-bound women but never brain-bound ones. Some even claim Brother Ching murdered someone. Fuck. I bought 20 Weibo accounts. If anyone needs them, let's go fight them. These keyboard warriors' online violence is truly disgusting. Xiaoqing pondered for a moment and then posted a message, don't engage in arguments with trolls. Trust me, and also trust our PR team. An eerie silence descended over the group. No one spoke. Not until a few minutes later when someone kindly reminded him, Brother Cheng, the oranges, his fans, didn't really argue much with trolls. Xiao Qing slowly typed a question mark on the screen. That person continued. The ones arguing with the trolls were Mr. Lawyer Jiang and his fans, including CP supporters. Mr. Lawyer Jiang used his main Weibo account. Moreover, most of Mr. Lawyer Jiang's fans are law students. They swear not a single dirty word and stay extremely rational and fact-based, absolutely lethal. Mr. Lawyer. The hardest core guy in the universe, simply epic. Xiao Qing abruptly turned back to look at Jiang Qiyan. Unknowingly, Jiang Qiyan had broken free from the handcuffs on his wrist. His white ankles were still shackled to the foot of the bed. Jiang Qiyan was holding the phone, his fingers rapidly tapping on the screen. Jiang Qiyan had a sharp tongue, a cruel streak, and lightning-fast reflexes. One comment per few seconds. His professional habit as a lawyer made him meticulous and sharp-witted. He would refute people so fiercely that they couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. After some time, it seemed like he had run out of patience. Jiang Qian's expression turned grim. Xiao Qing walked over and saw "fuck your mom" on Jiang Qian's screen. Xiao Qing was suddenly very anxious. He quickly grabbed Jiang Qian's hand and took away the phone, asking, "What are you doing?" Jiang Qiyan, with a poker face, massaged his fingers, replying, "He cursed at you." Xiao Qing lowered his gaze, only to see the troll's words on the screen. Xiao Cheng's entire family should die. A trash who relies on men to climb up the ladder, always profiting from gay innuendos for traffic, ascending by following rules beneath the sheets. How much longer can you occupy Jiang Qian's bed? The entertainment circle is truly dirty. At Xiao Cheng that Jiang Qian. Xiao Qing chuckled and kissed Jiang Qian on the lips. Just because of this, you're this upset? With a cold face, Jiang Qian demanded one word at a time, "Give me the phone." Xiao Qing couldn't help but laugh. Do you think it's wise for a famous lawyer with millions of followers in the legal field to directly engage in online fights? Are you not concerned about losing face, my silly? For the first time, Jiang Qian didn't listen to Xiao Qing. He looked at Xiao Qing indifferently. "Xiao Qing, do you remember what I once told you?" Xiao Qing met his eyes. Jiang Qian said each word clearly, "I can be cursed at, but not you." Xiao Qing was slightly taken aback. Jiang Qian continued, "Even if I am slandered all over the internet, I don't care because those things can't hurt me, but I care about you, so I find those insults towards you meaningful." Jiang Qian maintained a calm demeanor. He took back his phone from Xiao Qing. His eyes scanned over the JD of those who had personally attacked Xiao Qing. Then, Jiang Qian called his assistant. "Tomorrow, go to the court for me, file a case." On the other end, the assistant asked something. Jiang Qian replied, "A few Weibo accounts insulted Xiao Qing, there are 82 accounts in total, their JD are respectively." In the next 10 minutes. With an IQ of 180. Jiang Qian accurately recited all 82 non-patterned account JD without error. His voice carried a chilling undertone, angry, "Smash them until they're dead, don't let anyone escape." Deep inside Xiao Cheng's heart, an uncontrollable tremble occurred. This feeling of being cared about so deeply. Xiao Qing closed his eyes for a moment. By his ear, he heard Jiang Qian's amused voice, "Touched?" Xiao Qing nodded, openly acknowledging it. "Shouldn't I be moved by my boyfriend's protection?" Jiang Qian smiled faintly. "That means I haven't done well enough yet, otherwise why would you be so easily moved?" After saying that, he pointed at the chain on his ankle. "Untie it for me." Xiao Qing furrowed his brows. "Are you going out?" "Yes, that girl Shen Yinqing from your studio is suspected of a traffic accident, right? I'll go to the police station and see her, understand the situation. The suspect in a criminal case. Only lawyers are allowed to visit." Xiao Qing half squatted to untie the leg cuffs for him and casually asked, "Which is more important to you, me, or your career?" Wearing his coat, Jiang Qian responded, "Do you want to hear the truth or lies?" Xiao Qing was tying his tie, "Both." "Lie. You're more important. But if I give up my career, how would I support you?" In Jiang Qian's view, people who give up their careers for the sake of their partner are precisely the ones who are most irresponsible towards the family. Without money, how can you maintain love? So, the truth is, the courtroom and you, I'll handle both. Chapter 30 Boyfriend, wait for me at home, be a good boy. Jiang Qian went to the police station. Before leaving, Xiao Qing insisted on accompanying him. Jiang Qian asked him indifferently, "If we're photographed leaving the hotel room together, do you really want to stay on the trending topics list?" Xiao Qing was speechless. Jiang Qian gripped his hand. "Boyfriend, wait for me at home, be a good boy." Jiang Qian soon arrived at the police station. When he got there, Shen Yinqing was already out. Shen Yinqing's assistant and Su Jing were with her. Jiang Qian gave Su Jing a surprised look. Su Jing said, "Brother, someone paid the bail for Sister Yinqing." "Who?" Jiang Qian was confused. A case involving death due to a traffic accident. Could be bailed out so easily. Su Jing was also quite confused and whispered, "It's third brother, Jiang Shun. He didn't even let me tell sister Yunqing." Neither Su Jing nor Jiang Qiyan had noticed. Shen Yunqing had been quietly standing there. The moment she heard the name, Jiang Shun, her eyes watered, and her eye rims turned red. Shen Yunqing sniffed and looked at Jiang Qiyan. "Mr. Jiang, I swear I didn't hit that elderly woman. I wasn't driving under the influence." Shen Yunqing was on the verge of tears. She forced herself to endure her emotions and recounted everything to Jiang Qiyan. "In the evening, I attended a social event where I had 2 drinks. On my way home, I hired a designated driver. On the road, I saw an old woman covered in blood, lying motionless. She looked close to death. I didn't think twice, I made the driver stop so we could send the elderly woman to the hospital. The injuries were too severe, and they couldn't save her. Then, her son accused me of drunk driving and killing her. He demanded I pay 10 million yuan immediately to settle this privately, or else he'd expose me. Mr. Jiang, I swear it wasn't me." Jiang Qiyan nodded confidently. "I know it wasn't you." Shen Yunqing was taken aback. "You believe me?" Jiang Qiyan countered, "The body of the deceased hadn't even cooled down when her own son showed up, not grieving but threatening you for money. Does that sound reasonable to you?" Realization dawned on Shen Yunqing. "So, you mean?" Jiang Qiyan raised his eyes. "It's extortion, a premeditated scam. Miss Shen, they've been waiting for you a long time." Shen Yunqing staggered back, her face pale as a sheet. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. But, it's a human life." Her assistant was also skeptical. "Mr. Jiang, is it really possible for someone to sacrifice a life just to commit fraud like this?" Jiang Qiyan gave a carefree smile. His gaze shifted toward the sedan parked behind Shen Yunqing. A blue Volvo. "Miss Shen, would you mind if I took a quick look?" Shen Yunqing nodded, though hesitantly. "Mr. Jiang, there's blood all over the back seat. I haven't had time to clean it yet, it might be dirty." Jiang Qiyan seemed unfazed. He stepped forward, reached out, and pulled open the rear door. A strong wave of odor hit him. Shen Yunqing's assistant, having poor nerves, immediately vomited all over the ground. There was nothing left after dinner. Jiang Qiyan asked Su Jing, "Do you smell it?" Su Jing nodded. "Blood, there's a faint stench, and another scent, it's sharp, like some kind of chemical agent." Jiang Qiyan said, "It's formalin. Formalin is a chemical solution used to preserve bodies from decomposition." Shen Yunqing's complexion turned pale. "So, that smell is..." "It's the smell of death." Jiang Qiyan closed the car door. "Miss Shen, when you saw the elderly woman last night, she was already dead." Shen Yunqing swallowed hard, shocked and disbelief evident in her eyes. Looking at Jiang Qiyan, she felt awe and respect. Shen Yunqing had met many renowned lawyers. Even the legal department at Shaocheng's studio had several lawyers earning millions annually. But tonight, when the studio lawyers tried to approach her, some suggested she settle privately to avoid trouble. Others claimed the odds of winning the case were slim. However, Jiang Qiyan was different. He was rational, calm, composed, and powerful. In 5 minutes, he listened to Shen Yunqing's story. Then, the work of the police, the coroner, and the lawyer. With his 180 IQ, he solved them all by himself. Shen Yunqing regarded Jiang Qiyan as the mainstay. "Mr. Jiang, what should we do next?" Jiang Qiyan glanced at his watch. It was already 12:05 a.m. He told Shen Yunqing, "Follow me to my law firm, let me know about any more details. This case must be resolved quickly before public opinion escalates. Otherwise, things would get complicated." Jiang Qiyan pinched his temples, giving a quick glance at Shen Yunqing. Considering she was a female celebrity, it might not be convenient for her to go out late at night. Jiang Qiyan was thoughtful and gentlemanly. "Bring your assistant along, and I'll have Su Jing accompany you both. Or, shall I call Jiang Shun over?" Upon hearing Jiang Shun's name, Shen Yunqing's expression changed dramatically. "I don't know Jiang Shun. Don't call him over." The name Jiang Shun was like a knife. It sliced open a deep scar buried in her heart. Raw and bleeding. Jiang Qiyan nodded slightly, a glint of understanding flickering in his eyes. That Yunqing his third brother often thought about. Yunqing and Shen Yunqing. It seemed like. Jiang Qiyan didn't ask any more questions and brought the group back to his law firm. Upon returning to the office, Jiang Qiyan immediately switched into work mode. After Shen Yunqing recounted all the details, he spent the entire night reviewing the hospital surveillance footage and various case files. Until dawn broke. Jiang Qiyan held a coffee cup and lazily stretched. He had found the key evidence for the case. Just then. "Ah!" A terrified scream came from outside the office. It was Su Jing's voice. Something happened. Chapter 31, Jiang Qiyan, a top-notch god. Jiang Qian opened the office door and asked, "What's wrong?" His words had barely finished when he saw a long cut on Su Jing's hand that was bleeding. Thankfully, the wound wasn't deep. Su Jing trembled and pointed at the courier package on the ground. "Brother, I went out with Yunqing's sister this morning to buy breakfast and noticed this package addressed to you, so I brought it in and opened it." Inside, there was. Besides Su Jing, Shen Yunqing, who was holding her shoulders, was also very frightened. Jiang Qian grew serious. He bent down and picked up the courier package. Inside the package were several sharp razor blades. There was also a pile of bloody photographs. Jiang Qian patted Su Jing's shoulder reassuringly. "You two stay here in my office, don't go out. There are security guards in the law firm, it's relatively safe." After saying that, Jiang Qian bypassed Su Jing and headed for the car keys and his coat. Su Jing asked, "Where are you going, brother?" Jiang Qian remained silent. He now urgently wanted to confirm one thing. Xiao Cheng's safety. This was a good time to spend more time with his boyfriend. Jiang Qian messaged Xiao Cheng, "Where are you?" After a long while, Xiao Cheng replied, "At the studio." In the studio. After replying to Jiang Qian's message, Xiao Cheng asked Lu Ting, "Sister Ting, have the trending topics been removed?" Lu Ting frowned and shook her head. "Since you're Shen Yunqing's boss, your trending topics are hard to take down this time." "It's not about taking down my trending topics," Xiao Cheng interrupted Lu Ting. Lu Ting froze. Xiao Cheng pointed at the phone screen. "Take down those trending topics and hashtags where people are criticizing Jiang Qian. Don't let this incident involve him." Last night, Jiang Qian fought online using a main account against Xiao Cheng's black fans, and was immediately sent to the top trending topic by VXH. Endless criticism surrounded him. Hashtag Jiang Qian swears hashtag. Hashtag Jiang Qian leave the legal profession hashtag. Hashtag the nation doesn't need troll lawyers hashtag. Xiao Cheng stared at those trending topics, growing increasingly grim, and exuding a heavier murderous intent. Lu Ting quickly warned him, "Xiao Cheng. Remember what the psychologist told you, don't get angry again, or your condition might go out of control." Xiao Cheng's eyes gradually cleared, "Forget it, no need." He grabbed the computer. His translucent white fingers flew over the keyboard. Abusive posts about Jiang Qian on Weibo began disappearing rapidly. As if they had never existed. Jiang Qian soon arrived at Xiao Cheng's studio. When he got there, he overheard two junior employees telling Xiao Cheng they wanted to quit. Xiao Cheng looked calm as he asked, "Is it because of Shen Yunqing's negative news?" Neither of the two employees said a word. Xiao Cheng's agent had given them quite a bit of money. All they had to do was leak some gossip about Xiao Cheng and Shen Yunqing when they resigned, adding fabricated scandals and drug rumors. And they would get an extra final payout. Xiao Cheng gave them both a cool glance. "If you want to leave, go ahead. Never step into the entertainment industry again. Pack your things and get out of Shanghai." Xiao Cheng picked up the fruit knife from the table, twirled it between his fingertips, and thrust it into the desk sharply. "If anyone can't keep their mouths shut, then just stay here. The gravesite in the suburbs of Shanghai has nice feng shui." The blade glinted coldly. It reflected the sinister gleam in Xiao Cheng's eyes. The two employees' legs turned weak. "Teacher Xiao Cheng, you can't." "Xiao Wu, show them out," Xiao Cheng calmly said. Turning around, Xiao Cheng spotted Jiang Qian standing at the door. Instinctively, Xiao Cheng grabbed a baseball cap and pulled it onto his unwashed hair. It was oily. Jiang Qian smiled, unconsciously relaxing. "Our Xiao Cheng is really amazing." On the way here, in truth, he was quite afraid that Xiao Cheng might get bullied. After all, Xiao Cheng acted obediently and softly in front of him. Xiao Cheng awkwardly touched his nose and pulled out the fruit knife that was stuck in the desk. He tried to mend his cracked image. I actually didn't plan to do anything to them too, just scare them a bit." Jiang Qian pulled over a chair and sat down somewhat wearily. He didn't respond to Xiao Cheng's explanation. Xiao Cheng continued to explain, "I don't usually play with knives." "Hey, what are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Cheng's wrist was gripped by Jiang Qian. With great strength, Jiang Qian pulled Xiao Cheng onto his lap. Jiang Qian embraced Xiao Cheng's waist. His fingertips circled around Xiao Cheng's waistline. Xiao Cheng was ticklish. When Jiang Qian touched him, he instinctively dodged. A dark gleam flickered in Jiang Qian's eyes as he said, "Before now, I really didn't think of myself as such a man." Furious, Xiao Cheng clenched his fists and hit him. He worked out regularly for fight scenes and also learned boxing from a master. One punch landed on Jiang Qian's shoulder without holding back, making Jiang Qian's expression change painfully. Xiao Cheng was shocked. "Why didn't you dodge?" Jiang Qian held Xiao Cheng's hand and kissed his knuckles lightly. "I didn't want to. Whatever punishment my little tyrant wants to give, let it be given. My precious, I spoil you." Xiao Qing saw the red bloodshot in Jiang Qian's eyes and the dark circles under them. Did you not sleep all night? Jiang Qian hummed affirmatively. I discussed the case with Shen Yinqing. The chances of winning the lawsuit, about 7 or 8 out of 10. Xiao Qing struggled to get up. There's a bed in the rest room, the bedding is mine. Go lie down for a while. Jiang Qian didn't move. His large palm tightened on Xiao Qing's waist, pulling him even closer into his embrace. Don't move. Let me hold you for a while. Jiang Qian's voice carried heavy drowsiness. Xiao Qing didn't have the heart to move again. Jiang Qian slowly closed his eyes. Resting his chin on Xiao Qing's shoulder, he fell asleep. Xiao Qing dared not make a single movement. Carefully, he picked up the phone on the desk. On the phone was a message sent by his senior at the same school. The senior was named Nan Qiao, a fairly well-known variety show celebrity, with a straightforward personality. Nan Qiao was married to a young director. After marriage, the couple still cared a lot for Xiao Qing. Nan Qiao, Xiao Qing, there's a legal reality show called The Warmth of Legal Professionals. Do you want to participate? Nan Qiao, the first episode was pretty popular, now it's the second one. Xiao Qing, senior, can I have 2 slots? Nan Qiao, sure, are you bringing new people from your studio? Xiao Qing, it's not a new person, he isn't in the industry. He was family. Xiao Qing, I'll ask him first if he's willing to come. Nan Qiao, a legal professional? That might not work. The show has high requirements for legal professionals. Otherwise, report your friend's name to me, I'll try. Xiao Qing, Jiang Qian. Nan Qiao. Nan Qiao, Xiao Qing, you would tie him up and drag him over if necessary. Nan Qiao, Jiang Qian, he is the ultimate god in the legal circle. Overcome with excitement. Nan Qiao sent a voice clip to Xiao Qing. Accidentally, Xiao Qing touched the screen and it played automatically. Xiao Qing, you're so handsome, I love you to death. Nan Qiao already had 2 children who were more than a year old and knew Xiao Qing's orientation, so she spoke without much reservation. However, as soon as the 7-second voice clip finished playing, Jiang Qian slowly opened his eyes. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Xiao Qing with an ambiguous smile. The hand tightly gripping Xiao Qing's narrow waist suddenly tightened sharply. You woke up. Xiao Qing extended his hand to wipe the sweat off Jiang Qian's forehead. Jiang Qian nodded, pinched Xiao Qing's chin, look at me. Xiao Qing focused on Jiang Qian's face, what's wrong? Jiang Qian said sarcastically, do you feel any difference between now and before? Xiao Qing. No. Jiang Qian, didn't you see that I'm wearing a whole prairie on my head? Chapter 32, forcing Xiao Qing to call him husband. Xiao Qing paused for a moment and laughed. He handed the phone screen to Jiang Qian, check it yourself. Jiang Qian took the phone and asked Xiao Qing for the lock screen password. There's no password, I use facial recognition to unlock. Xiao Qing said. Xiao Qing raised his hand, gently supported Jiang Qian's chin, and aligned it with the phone screen. Click, the phone unlocked. Jiang Qian's joy deepened in his eyes. He held Xiao Qing's shoulder with an arm, half closing his eyes, this is your privacy. You don't mind if I take a look? Xiao Qing shook his head. For you, I don't need any privacy or freedom. Qian. From the very beginning of our relationship, it can never end. I hope that in the future, you can use my name to reject everyone else. Xiao Qing grabbed Jiang Qian's hand. Before he could say something more, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Brother Cheng, are you inside? Brother Cheng, sister asked us to meet in your office for a meeting. Teacher Xiao, may we come in? Xiao Qing quickly got up from Jiang Qian's lap. It was like they had been caught in the act. His dark eyes were full of panic as he swallowed and looked at Jiang Qian somewhat hesitantly. Jiang Qian, how about, you hide for a bit? Even though he dreamt of officially announcing their relationship with Jiang Qian. With Shen Yinqing's scandal still under heavy public scrutiny. Causing gossip now would make them easy targets. Jiang Qian adjusted his collar, lazily sitting in the chair without moving. What did you call me? Qian. Xiao Qing tried another term of address. Jiang Qian's face showed dissatisfaction. A Yayan. Still dissatisfied, Jiang Qian stared straight at him. Xiao Qing uncomfortably turned his gaze and leaned closer to whisper into Jiang Qian's ear. Husband. Jiang Qian chuckled. Good boy. He slowly stood up. His languid fox-like eyes scanned around. Xiao Qing's office was minimalist in black and white. After looking all over, Jiang Qian found no place to hide. However, on the wall next to the floor-to-ceiling window hung a poster. The poster was a costume picture of Xiao Qing from a period drama. Wearing an all-black imperial robe with golden dragon patterns, his eyes emanated an air of total power over the world. Jiang Qian thought to himself. In the future, coaxing Xiao Qing to call him husband or Lord Husband would also be pleasant. At this moment, Lu Ting's voice came from outside the office. Why are you all gathered here? Weren't you supposed to wait inside? As Lu Ting spoke, she stretched out her hand to push the office door open. Xiaoqing swiftly pulled Jiang Qiyan by the back of the neck, shoving him directly under the table. Jiang Qiyan blinked in surprise. You. Just then, he tried to crawl out from under the table. But Xiaoqing quickly covered his mouth. Then, acting composed, he greeted his colleagues from the studio. A crowd of people swarmed into the office. Lu Ting walked in front of the group and asked Xiaoqing with concern, "Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment, feeling guilty and wanting to pull his hand back from underneath the table. But before he could act, he felt his wrist tightly gripped, his palm met something moist. Underneath the table, Jiang Qiyan, half-crouched, licked his hand. His deep fox-like eyes sparkled as they gazed directly at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's hand trembled, his Adam's apple rolling up and down twice, giving Lu Ting a brief reply indicating he was fine, but his voice was extremely hoarse. Meanwhile, Jiang Qian's lips moved along Xiaoqing's palm gradually upward, climbing all the way to one side of his wrist pulse. Jiang Qiyan lightly bit down on his vein, causing Xiaoqing's body to arch slightly, nearly letting out a muffled moan. "Xiaoqing, are you having a seizure?" Lu Ting placed the documents on the table. "Your face is flushed, heart racing. Could it be you're in love?" Xiaoqing straightened his posture, coughed slightly. "I'm playing with a dog." The Jiang Qiyan under the table bared his teeth. "Lu Ting, did you bring the dog to the office?" Xiaoqing lied calmly. "I'm video calling our family puppy." Jiang Qiyan squinted. He wanted to take Xiaoqing right there and then. Little Wu beside Lu Ting asked, "Brother Cheng, what breed is your dog? Do you have any pictures?" Xiaoqing smiled, "Yes." In his private villa, there was a room that was locked year-round. An entire room filled with photos of Jiang Qiyan. Xiaoqing added to Little Wu, "But I don't want to show them to you." Little Wu, "Ah." Xiaoqing spoke coldly, "I have strong possessiveness." Lu Ting, "All right, let's talk business. Shen Yunqing's negative news is being suppressed by PR. As for legal matters." Lu Ting paused and looked at Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing, contact lawyer Jiang and see if he's willing to take on this case." Xiaoqing subconsciously answered, "He will." Lu Ting furrowed her brow. "Xiaoqing, our studio isn't incapable of paying the lawyer's fees. You can't have lawyer Jiang work for free." She vaguely remembered. Last time, when Studio 17 accused Xiaoqing of plagiarism, it was Jiang Qiyan who handled the case. It seemed like Xiaoqing hadn't paid lawyer Jiang his legal fees. "Lu Ting, he is a top-tier lawyer from a Red Circle law firm. I know you two are close, but the legal fees amount to hundreds of millions. It's inappropriate to mooch off him." Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan. Crouching under the table, he used his phone to send Xiaoqing a WeChat message. "Jiang Qiyan, it's quite appropriate. Jiang Qiyan, if you pay the legal fees, I'll end up handing over my salary card to you anyway. Isn't that troublesome?" Xiaoqing's phone buzzed twice. He was chatting with his studio colleagues about work and didn't have time to check it. Xiaoqing always spoke sparingly, while Lu Ting acted decisively. So, the work meeting ended in less than 10 minutes. A group of people bustled out. In the room, only Lu Ting, Xiaoqing, and Jiang Qiyan crouching under the table remained. Lu Ting placed 2 invitation letters on the table. "Just now, Nan Xiao came to talk to me. The first episode of The Temperature of Law will premiere during prime time on the national television channel. I suggest you go participate." Xiaoqing lowered his eyes, looking at the invitation letters on the table. 2 invitation letters. One was a red celebrity guest invitation letter. One was a blue legal professional guest invitation letter. They were for him and Jiang Qiyan. Lu Ting added, "If Jiang Qiyan agrees, you can stir some chemistry appropriately, but don't go too far. The studio will cover the costs, you let him name his price." Xiaoqing. This is really stimulating. Jiang Qiyan, who was secretly listening under the table, pulled out his phone again and sent Xiaoqing a WeChat message. "Jiang Qiyan, don't go too far. Does kissing count? How about a wall pinch? Or floor pinning or bed pinning? Jiang Qiyan, if promoting a CP still requires pricing, then if I willingly want to fall in love with you, wouldn't I go bankrupt?" Xiaoqing didn't want to respond. But Lu Ting and Xiaoqing kept discussing work and showed no sign of leaving. Jiang Qian's legs started to ache, getting numb. He reached out to Xiaoqing. His pale, translucent fingers rested on Xiaoqing's knee. Xiaoqing's body trembled. With Lu Ting present, he dared not make any big moves and didn't swat him away. Jiang Qiyan grew more audacious. His fingertips followed the line of Xiaoqing's thigh, gradually moving upward. Xiaoqing was extremely nervous. Sitting stiffly on the chair, he didn't dare move an inch. Jiang Qian's fingertips were cool, even though they were separated by a thin layer of fabric from the suit pants. Xiaoqing felt as if the skin touched by Jiang Qiyan was burning hot. Gradually, Xiao Qing became distracted. From time to time, he would lower his gaze and glance down at Jiang Qiyan hiding under the desk. Sitting there. Jiang Qiyan was crouched. The narrow space beneath the table forced him to tilt his head, so his line of sight was level with Xiao Qing's waistline. Xiao Qing uncomfortably shifted his gaze. He didn't hear a word of what Lu Ting said next. Until Jiang Qiyan reached out and hooked the metal buckle of Xiao Qing's belt. Xiao Qing looked down, his face flushing so deeply it seemed ready to drip blood. His hand shook slightly, accidentally knocking the folder on the table onto the floor beside him. Lu Ting bent down to pick it up. However, Xiao Qing was faster. Sister Ting, let me. Xiao Qing bent down. Under the cover of the desk, he leaned forward and pressed his lips against Jiang Qian's. Chapter 33, In Sync. Sealing a kiss. Old Lothario Jiang Qiyan was thoroughly stunned. His eyes instantly widened in shock. Xiao Qing quickly backed off, reaching down to pick up the dropped folder, and silently mouthed 2 sentences to Jiang Qiyan. Behave. If you continue being naughty, I'll force myself on you. Jiang Qiyan. Damn. Turns out this little boyfriend has potential to act mischievously. Mischievous little devil. He doesn't know how much time passed, but Jiang Qian's legs went numb, making his head dizzy. Until he heard Lu Ting say, I'll go confirm the program flow with the production team, I'm leaving. Then came the light tapping sound of heels on marble flooring. After Lu Ting left, Xiao Qing moved the chair back a bit, stretched out his hand toward Jiang Qiyan, wanting to pull him up. But Jiang Qiyan didn't get up. He peeked his head out from under the table, opened his mouth, and gently caught Xiao Qing's fingertip between his lips. Xiao Qing's ear tips were flushed red. Stop fooling around. Jiang Qiyan let out a muffled laugh. Didn't you say you'd force yourself on me? I won't resist, do it as you like. Xiao Qing rolled his eyes at Jiang Qiyan. He bent down and pulled Jiang Qiyan out from under the table. Jiang Qiyan then took over Xiao Qing's chair and started massaging his legs which had gone completely numb. Xiao Qing asked, should I massage your legs for you? A glint of a smile flickered in Jiang Qian's eyes. No, you wouldn't be helping me, you'd be hurting me. Xiao Qing, ah. Jiang Qiyan said, with the recent drop in temperature, if I have to take a cold shower, my body can't handle it. Xiao Qing. 5 minutes later. Jiang Qian's legs stopped tingling. He picked up the invitation letter on the table and flipped through it absent-mindedly. The 5 gold-embossed words, the temperature of law, looked very elegant. Xiao Qing was grinding coffee beans by the coffee machine. He raised his eyes and glanced at the invitation letter in Jiang Qian's hand. Will you come? Jiang Qiyan crossed his legs elegantly. His long and lean legs were squeezed under the long table somewhat reluctantly. He lazily responded, yeah, where you go, I follow. The Temperature of Law was an extremely popular legal-themed variety show. When the first episode aired, the number of applicants for law majors in various universities directly doubled. On The Temperature of Law, there was 1 host, 3 lawyer guests, 3 celebrity guests, and 6 interns. The show focused on recording the work experiences of the 6 interns in the law firm. After finishing reading, Jiang Qiyan put the invitation letter down. He discussed Shen Yinqing's case with Xiao Qing, and before they knew it, it was noon. Xiao Qing needed to control his weight, so he took 2 tomatoes, some lettuce, a cucumber, and a few slices of chicken breast from the fridge, getting ready to make a fat-reducing meal. He washed the vegetables under the faucet. His long fingers deftly cleaned the leaves, a sight pleasing to the eye. Xiao Qing, a little late to react, turned to ask Jiang Qiyan, since I'm cooking, what would you like to eat? Jiang Qiyan shook his head, took the greens from Xiao Qing's hands, and tossed them aside. You've got stomach issues, don't always eat cold food. Xiao Qing hesitated for a moment. Being camera shy meant gaining 10 pounds. He was 185 centimeters tall and already weighed 65 kilograms. He needed to lose weight. Jiang Qiyan saw right through Xiao Qing's thoughts. Behave properly, come with me or I'll carry you out. Without a second thought, Xiao Qing stuffed the greens back into the fridge. He opened his phone memo, scanned through the dense schedule, calculating the time. There were 2 ads to shoot in the afternoon. There was a live broadcast in the evening. By the time everything was done, it would be around 10:30 p.m. He had an early flight at 4 o'clock in the morning to fly back to Hengdian to continue filming, the director was urging. Xiao Qing thought about it. He tapped on the phone keyboard and added a line to the schedule. Time, tonight 22:30 to midnight. Task, night run. After running, he could still sleep for 2 hours before heading to the airport. Jiang Qiyan glimpsed at Xiao Qing's phone screen and slightly paused. This kid Xiao Qing, disciplined to the point of making one's heart ache. Sensing Jiang Qian's gaze, Xiao Qing put away his phone. What should we eat? Jiang Qiyan leaned close to Xiao Qing's ear and whispered mischievously, night runs are too tiring. A friend of mine told me a better way to lose weight that can also bring you pleasure mentally and physically. What method? Xiao Qing asked. Jiang Qiyan, a couple-oriented dual-person exercise, we could give it a try. Xiaoqing kicked him. Jiang Qiyan nimbly pinned Xiaoqing's long legs down, pushed him into the corner with his back against the wall, knee pressing between his legs. Do you want to try now? Afraid to speak anymore, Xiaoqing gave Jiang Qiyan a glare. In broad daylight. At the office of his studio. Where people came and went constantly. Jiang Qiyan didn't care about dignity, but he did. Seeing the embarrassment and anger on Xiaoqing's face, Jiang Qiyan stopped teasing him and took him out of the door. Once sitting behind the wheel, without hesitation, Jiang Qiyan had Xiaoqing sit in the rear seat and tossed him a blanket. Take a nap in the car, I'll wake you when we arrive. Jiang Qiyan drove smoothly. The light scent of cedar in the car smelled great. Xiaoqing lay down on the rear seat and fell asleep shortly after. He slept for half an hour until he groggily woke up. When he woke up, Jiang Qiyan was already working with his laptop in his arms. Awake? Jiang Qiyan asked. Xiaoqing sat up with the blanket and glanced out of the car window at a private restaurant. His voice was still hoarse from sleep. Why didn't you wake me? Jiang Qiyan smiled and said, let's go. While Xiaoqing was asleep, Jiang Qiyan had already booked a private room and ordered dishes. Jiang Qiyan closed his laptop and got out of the car, then he opened the rear door for Xiaoqing. As they were walking towards the private room, one female fan recognized Xiaoqing despite his mask. Brother Cheng. The young girl called out tentatively. Brother Cheng. The young girl confirmed it was indeed Xiaoqing. Brother Cheng. Hubby. The young girl got excited. Xiaoqing stopped in his tracks and raised a long index finger by his lips. Shoo. The young girl covered her mouth and nodded vigorously, her face so red it almost bled. Can I take a photo with you? Xiaoqing looked around. The private restaurant that Jiang Qiyan found was of high class, costing thousands just for the entry fee. Not many people came and went, taking a picture wouldn't attract attention. So Xiaoqing nodded at the young girl, sure. The young girl turned to Jiang Qiyan, who wore the same style cap as Xiaoqing. Mister, could you please help us take a picture? Jiang Qiyan, sure. The young girl excitedly stood beside Xiaoqing, tilting her head and forming a heart with both hands above her head. Perhaps she was too excited. The female fan's calves were slightly trembling. Xiaoqing briefly took off his mask, and Jiang Qiyan pressed the shutter immediately in perfect timing, capturing 2 pictures. Thank you. The female fan took her phone back from Jiang Qiyan. Upon seeing the photos, she was shocked dumb. In both pictures, Xiaoqing's face was blocked by a little yellow face emoticon laughing with tears streaming down its face. The original camera shots were also deleted by Jiang Qiyan, permanently erased. The girl stretched out her air Kong hand, a slang for long fingers, and looked at Xiaoqing and Jiang Qiyan entering the private room with full of resentment. Scratch the wall. She wished she could drill through the wall to join her hubby for dinner. Inside the private room, Xiaoqing tossed his phone and wallet to Jiang Qiyan. I'm going to the restroom first. When Xiaoqing returned from the restroom and washed his hands under the faucet, someone suddenly patted him on the back, an excited male voice ringing in his ear. Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing turned around and froze as well. Yin Xiaomo. Yin Xiaomo, a brother who slept in a bed below him in university and studied musical theater, wore a simple white work uniform but looked tall and stylish. He hugged Xiaoqing enthusiastically with such strength that he almost squeezed all the air out of him. Are you here alone? Shall we share a table and eat together? Xiaoqing shook his head. Another day, my friend is waiting for me in the private room. Yin Xiaomo paused, holding his chest with a look of angina pain. During our 4 years in university, the number of times we ate in the cafeteria could be counted on one hand, and now you're eating in a private room with a friend? Yin Xiaomo grinned mischievously, suddenly hugging Xiaoqing. It's not a girlfriend, is it? Xiaoqing, no. It's a boyfriend. Yin Xiaomo didn't believe it, and looked very sincere. Xiaoqing, don't get scammed. I saw what Song Qiao did to you on Weibo's trending topic list. In a relationship, the one who falls first loses. Brother is telling you, guard your heart. 10 minutes later. Yin Xiaomo kept talking endlessly. Xiaoqing yawned, pinched his eyebrows, and lied casually. I just play around, no serious relationship, dump when bored. He just wanted to get rid of this chatterbox, so he could return to have a meal. Pause. Xiaoqing told another lie without changing his expression or heartbeat. I date just for freshness, no plan for marriage. After hearing these words, the mother hen like Yin Xiaomo finally sighed with relief. Just as he was about to say something, he saw. Behind Xiaoqing. A man so handsome it stunned everyone was striding over with piercing coldness. Yin Xiaomo thought this man seemed familiar. Like the man who was paired with Xiaoqing in CP on Weibo. Yin Xiaomo's eyes widened. Before Xiaoqing could ask what was wrong, the next second, his wrist was tightly grabbed. Xiaoqing turned around and saw Jiang Qiyan's gloomy face. Jiang Qiyan gritted his teeth and glared coldly at him. Play around, no real feelings, dump when bored, no plans for marriage. Chapter 34 Jiang Qiyan, let me down. Xiaoqing struggled to pull his wrist away from Jiang Qiyan, but couldn't break free. Xiaoqing dodged Jiang Qian's gaze. How did you come out here? To find some guy who plays around, has no real feelings, and doesn't plan to get married. Jiang Qian said indifferently. His tone was cold. His expression wasn't too good either. Mandarin Xiaoma, standing nearby, looked at Jiang Qian and then Xiaoqing. His gaze wandered back and forth for a while before he slowly realized that the atmosphere between these two seemed off. Mandarin Xiaoma felt like an unnecessary light bulb. I'll go to the restroom, you guys talk. After saying that, Mandarin Xiaoma turned and walked toward the restroom. When passing by Jiang Qian, Mandarin Xiaoma felt it necessary to explain for his brother who slept in the upper bunk. Thus, Mandarin Xiaoma coughed and looked at Jiang Qian. Xiaoqing is not a playboy. Jiang Qian coldly stared at him. Mandarin Xiaoma's heart quivered under the glare but kept going. Xiaoqing and I were roommates in university. We shared a bed together and bathed together. I know him. Jiang Qian's face grew colder, his gaze falling on Xiaoqing as he pursed his lips and repeated, shared a bed, bathed together. Xiaoqing looked at Mandarin Xiaoma with a vein popping on his forehead, wanting to say something, but couldn't speak fast enough to beat Mandarin Xiaoma to it. Mandarin Xiaoma, that's right, we were inseparable. Every day there were beautiful girls declaring their love to him, even handsome boys too, but he always rejected them. Jiang Qian's temple veins throbbed violently, his whole body radiating icy chill. Mandarin Xiaoma was scared out of his wits, his voice getting quieter and quieter until it disappeared completely. Jiang Qian gritted his teeth and gave Mandarin Xiaoma a strained smile. Excuse me for a moment, I have things to attend to with this Mr. Xiaoqing who gets daily confessions. Hearing this, Mandarin Xiaoma bolted as if pardoned from a great punishment, and Xiaoqing couldn't hold him back. Xiaoqing turned to look at Jiang Qian. Jiang. Just as one character, Jiang, came out, Xiaoqing's waist was held, half dragged and half embraced, pulling him toward the private room. On the way, Xiaoqing stumbled, almost fell. Jiang Qian paused his steps, reaching out to hook Xiaoqing's knee bend, lifting him up into a princess carry and striding swiftly toward the private room. It was the first time Xiaoqing had been princess carried, his embarrassment and anger mingling as he buried his head in Jiang Qian's chest, fearing attention yet keeping his voice low. Jiang Qian, put me down. Jiang Qian slightly narrowed his eyes. Do I have to tie your hands and feet for you to behave? Xiaoqing immediately became obedient. Jiang Qian carried Xiaoqing back to the door of the private room, kicking it open forcefully, then placed him on the chair. Xiaoqing had been held tightly by Jiang Qian all the way, feeling so queasy he was about to vomit. Before recovering, Jiang Qian propped his hands on the armrests of the chair, leaning in close, his tone icy. Mr. Xiao, how many bad relationships do you have? Before Xiaoqing could speak, Jiang Qian reached out to pinch his chin, his expression calm. Do I need to lock you up in a dark room for you to stop provoking these bad relationships? Jiang Qian thought he might have been infected by Xiaoqing. Locking someone up. Designing a huge gilded cage and having handcuffs custom-made based on Xiaoqing's wrist size sounded really good. But Jiang Qian knew he wouldn't be cruel enough. He cared for Xiaoqing. Jiang Qian slightly lost focus, unknowingly applying more force to his grip on Xiaoqing's chin. It hurts. The surface of the skin stung, making Xiaoqing frown slightly and involuntarily hiss, let go of me. Jiang Qian squinted, you want me to let go? Xiaoqing grabbed his wrist, seriousness in his tone, if it means being locked with you forever, I don't mind imprisonment. How about it, Mr. Jiang? Before Jiang Qian could respond, Xiaoqing stood up, taking charge and pressing Jiang Qian down onto the chair. He roughly pulled off his tie, binding Jiang Qian's wrists tightly behind his back, securing the other end to the chair leg. Then, Xiaoqing took off Jiang Qian's tie. Jiang Qian's eyes were covered, everything dark before him, unable to see anything. At his ears, there was Xiaoqing's warm breath and deep voice, Mr. Jiang, in the future I won't attract any flowers, and you are not allowed to flirt with others. As Xiaoqing spoke, he used one hand to unbutton Jiang Qian's shirt's crystal buttons. One by one, from top to bottom. Jiang Qian's clavicles, chest, abs, and V-lines were revealed in front of Xiaoqing. With his hands tied, Jiang Qian couldn't escape. Yet he merely crossed his legs calmly, letting Xiaoqing do what he wanted, his voice tinged with laughter. Then how does Mr. Xiao intend to manage me? The taste of being strictly controlled by one's wife. I'm quite curious about it. Xiaoqing didn't speak, instead, he sent out several messages on his phone. 20 minutes later. There was a knock on the private room door. Jiang Qian heard the voice outside the door, Sir, the things you asked for have been delivered. In the darkness, Jiang Qian also heard Xiaoqing's voice, understood, place it at the entrance, I will take it in myself. Then there were some noisy sounds. It seemed like Xiaoqing brought something into the private room. The next second. Jiang Qian felt a chill in his upper body as his shirt was torn open by Xiaoqing. In the dark, a sudden icy and sharp pain on his clavicle made Jiang Qian frown, letting out an unclear muffled groan. Does it hurt? Xiaoqing asked, while a trace of sorrow crossed his eyes, yet his hands did not stop moving. A cold and pointed instrument fell upon Jiang Qian's pale clavicle, creating a large tattoo. A cluster of deep purple Louis XIV roses, about to bloom, seductive and wanton. Xiao Cheng's pupils reflected the color of the rose, as if a light blood mist had diffused within them. Obsessive, morbid, dark, mad. Jiang Qiyan said nothing. His silence caused flickers of murderous intent to overflow from Xiao Cheng's eyes. Qiyan. Do you think I'm crazy, or are you afraid of me? Just then. Jiang Qiyan chuckled softly and spoke, not painful. Xiao Cheng froze. These two words of Jiang Qiyan due to the pain, sounding in his ears like celestial music. Jiang Qiyan grinned widely, then added another sentence, if you want my life, I could cut my wrist, just this, why blindfold me and tie my wrists? Mr. Xiao, your man isn't so fragile. Xiao Cheng didn't make a sound. The movements of his hands were proficient and decisive, obviously premeditated. He intended to leave his marking on Jiang Qiyan. Unknowing how long passed. A vividly realistic cluster of Louis XIV roses bloomed. It seemed to emit a faint fragrance. Next to the roses, there were two gracefully written letters. XC. XC. Xiao Cheng's initials. Meaning that Jiang Qiyan belongs to Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng himself, at the same position on his clavicle, also bore such a cluster of Louis XIV roses. The leaves and petals of the roses on Xiao Cheng's body matched those on Jiang Qian's cluster perfectly. However, next to the cluster of roses on Xiao Cheng's body, the letters were JCY. Jiang Qian's initials. Xiao Cheng discarded the metal instruments he held, standing beside the chair and looking down at Jiang Qiyan from a higher stance. Xiao Cheng reached out, lightly caressing the rose on Jiang Qian's clavicle, his fingertips gradually descending along Jiang Qian's cool skin. Jiang Qiyan let out a muffled groan, almost unable to contain the heat rising in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Cheng, untie my wrists. Xiao Cheng slightly lowered his eyelids with a nonchalant gaze, leaning close to Jiang Qian's ear and uttering two words, beg me. You beg me. Xiao Cheng repeated again, saying, between you and me, who is the husband and who is the wife? If Mr. Jiang doesn't clarify properly, today, you won't be untied. Minors mustn't get tattoos. Please establish correct values and avoid imitating risky behaviors. How many people are reading this? Drop a wave in the chapter end comments section. Chapter 35, Jiang Qiyan yields to Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qiyan stiffened his lip line, he could give his person and life to Xiao Cheng, but the identity of the leading male character could not be lost. Absolutely not. Looking at Jiang Qiyan who remained silent, Xiao Cheng slightly hooked up his corner of the mouth, not going to beg. Since no begging. Xiao Cheng narrowed his eyes, and his fingertip touched Jiang Qian's chest, drawing circles gently like feathers. Almost instantly as Xiao Cheng moved, Jiang Qian's breathing quickened, his chest rising and falling more intensely. His face was flushed unnaturally, his whole body, aroused. Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qiyan gritted his teeth in distress, curling his fingers tightly. Jiang Qiyan couldn't free his wrist bound by the tie, which only got tighter, leaving a few faint marks on his wrists. Xiao Cheng used his fingertips to lift open Jiang Qian's shirt, suddenly squatted down, leaned over, and kissed Jiang Qian's chest. Jiang Qian's Adam's apple convulsed hard twice, you. Xiao Cheng's kisses were like the strongest wine. Making one lose oneself, making one fall into decadence. At that moment, Jiang Qiyan felt all his sanity consumed in fire, his hoarse voice becoming severe, Xiao Cheng, please. I feel uncomfortable, let me go. Xiao Cheng climbed off Jiang Qiyan and calmly said as if a gentleman, I'm not satisfied. Jiang Qiyan struggled again with the tied wrists. Xiao Cheng, watching Jiang Qiyan struggle, reminded him, stop it. The knot I used to tie your wrists took me 2 whole weeks to learn. It's custom made according to the size of your wrists. The more you move, the more it will hurt. Just be still for a while. Jiang Qiyan gritted his teeth, big brother, please. Xiao Cheng said unsatisfied, still, not satisfied. Jiang Qiyan, enduring the embarrassment, pleaded, please. Husband. Satisfied, Xiao Cheng untied the tie from Jiang Qiyan's eyes and loosened his wrists. Jiang Qiyan moved his stiff, numb wrists and squinted at Xiao Cheng with dangerous intent as he rose to pin Xiao Cheng down. If it weren't for being tied up, regarding physical strength, Xiao Cheng wouldn't stand a chance against him. However, Xiao Cheng didn't dodge or flinch, calmly pointing at his wristwatch and innocently blinking, it's 12:45 now. So what? Jiang Qiyan seized Xiao Cheng's wrist and asked. Xiao Cheng replied, I need to shoot an ad at 2. It's 1 hour away from the location. I have to leave in 15 minutes. If you can finish within 15 minutes. I don't mind. Jiang Qian's dark eyes glowered. 15 minutes. Who is he mocking? Taking several deep breaths, Jiang Qiyan had the waiter bring over several bottles of icy water. While grinding his teeth, he stared intently at Xiao Cheng, muttering. Wait. You'll cry later. Xiao Cheng elegantly picked up his chopsticks to eat. Upon meeting Jiang Qian's wolf-like gaze, he uncomfortably looked away, with a slight blush on his earlobes. Xiao Qing fished out his phone from his pocket, handed it to Jiang Qiyan, and glanced at his pants briefly before awkwardly looking away again, saying, "Here, browse the web page, try to distract yourself." Jiang Qiyan sullenly accepted the phone. As soon as he unlocked the screen, a Weibo message notification popped up. Jiang Qiyan casually opened Xiao Cheng's Weibo messages page, which turned out to be a group chat. Xiao Cheng's exclusive fan group, official group 1. Just so coincidentally. The little girl who had taken a photo with Xiao Cheng earlier today complained in the group. It was so hard to get a photo with Brother Cheng, but his face was covered by an emoticon. I cursed the man who took our picture, may he never get seasoning packets in his instant noodles. The girl angrily posted 2 photos in the group. In the pictures, beside the heart-drawing girl stood Xiao Cheng, whose handsome face was obscured by a yellow emoticon. Orange members in the group began to react. Underscore, ha ha ha, sister, such bad luck. Underscore, girls, tell us where Brother Cheng is, we want to meet up. Underscore, a man that could go out alone to eat with Brother Cheng, jealous much? Could it be Lawyer Jiang? At Jiang Qian. Underscore, Lawyer Jiang, heard your instant noodles will be without seasoning. After reading the comments, Jiang Qian didn't think twice and directly sent a voice reply in a hoarse tone. Sorry, I don't eat instant noodles. As soon as this message was sent, the entire group immediately fell silent. Utter stillness. So quiet that Jiang Qian wondered if his internet was down. Jiang Qiyan was drinking icy water to cool down, feeling extremely agitated and hadn't noticed that he had replied using Xiao Cheng's popular Weibo account instead of his own. The group stayed silent for about 16 seconds. Then, the oranges gradually came back to reality. Underscore, holy sh asterisk tsh asterisk tsh asterisk tsh asterisk tsh asterisk t. Underscore, Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qiyan, do you share one phone and one Weibo account? Underscore, the CPI ship is real. Underscore, I'll bring the Civil Affairs Bureau over, and let the 2 newlyweds get married here and now. Long live. Underscore, ahahahaha. Chat records in the group quickly scrolled down. Trying hard to blink, Jiang Qiyan tried to read the rapidly scrolling group chat but failed to keep up with their speed. Next to him, after finishing his meal, Xiao Cheng wiped his mouth with a tissue. Catching a glimpse of the chat content in the group, he was shocked. Xiao Cheng snatched the phone from Jiang Qian's hand, tapped the screen, and hastily sent another voice message in the group to clarify something. We're having dinner. Jiang Qiyan grabbed the wrong phone. Again, the oranges burst into exclamations and anti-laughs. New members who joined the group were pretty confused about what happened. Some old fans explained. Underscore, it's well known that Brother Cheng has strong territorial awareness. Underscore, a few years ago during a show recording, a female celebrity wanted to stir up a scandal with Brother Cheng. She stuffed Brother Cheng's phone into her chest pocket, blushing coyly as she puffed out her chest and asked Brother Cheng to reach in. Underscore, holy crap, what happened next? Underscore, so Brother Cheng swapped his phone. Underscore, what about the original phone? Underscore, he smashed it to pieces, then burned the fragments. Underscore, no one is allowed to touch Brother Cheng's phone, not even his college roommate, Yin Xiaomo. Underscore, Nitro Xiao CP locked. Lawyer Jiang for Nitro Xiao forever. At the sight of the 2 words, Nitro Xiao, Xiao Cheng's ears turned red involuntarily. Lawyer Jiang Qiyan usually didn't pay much attention to gossip, so he wasn't familiar with the meaning behind VVDS. Perplexed, he asked the group cautiously, what does VVDS mean for Lawyer Jiang? The oranges immediately answered. Underscore, VVDS stands for, very very determined single. If you leave Brother Cheng, you'll be forever alone. Underscore, haha exactly, so you 2 better stay together. Jiang Qiyan. Something felt off, but he pressed further, then what does Nitro Xiao VVDS mean? Are you guys trolling me? After confirming his ignorance, the oranges started teasing him again. Underscore, Nitro Xiao VVDS means that your kidneys will suffer if you 2 are too indulgent. It's just some friendly advice. Underscore, kidney tonic, tastes great. Jiang Qiyan. Chapter 36, Father Jiang investigates Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qiyan always felt like something was amiss. He glanced at the phone screen, then looked at Xiao Cheng who was trying hard not to laugh. It wasn't until Xiao Cheng went off to shoot an advertisement later in the afternoon that Jiang Qiyan searched for VVDS on Baidu. He learned its meaning. When evening came, around 3 in the morning, Jiang Qiyan personally drove Xiao Cheng to the airport to catch a plane to Hengdian. After sending Xiao Cheng through the boarding gate, Jiang Qiyan got back in the car and sent a string of messages to Su Jing, asking about work-related issues. Su Jing was a night owl, and so was Jiang Qiyan, so their chats were often without regard to time zones or schedules. But this time, As soon as the message was sent, Jiang Qian's phone rang. It was Lu Ting calling. Surprised, Jiang Qian hit the answer button. Hello? Did I get the wrong person, Mr. Lu? Lu Ting's voice was calm and indifferent. No, Lawyer Jiang, I'm looking for you. Jiang Qian activated the speakerphone and placed it on the passenger seat. While reversing the car, he asked, is there something important this late? Lu Ting threw out, could you refrain from sending messages or making calls to Su Jing between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m.? Jiang Qian. Gripping the steering wheel, he gave a faint smile. Mr. Lu, you don't seem like someone who meddles in others' affairs. Su Jing was only interning at Xiaocheng's studio. Lu Ting, though a manager, wasn't Su Jing's direct boss. And even if he was, he wouldn't bother about these trivial matters. Lu Ting articulated clearly, she needs rest. Jiang Qian furrowed his brow, feeling like Lu Ting was crossing a boundary. Su Jing is my sister. There was a brief pause on the other side of the line before Lu Ting spoke to Jiang Qian, she's my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian stiffened and slammed the brake pedal down abruptly. With a deafening screech, the high-performance sports car halted abruptly by the roadside. Jiang Qian was dumbfounded, his eyes narrowing slowly. What? Before he could fully question, Lu Ting had hung up the call. Jiang Qian was desperate to call Su Jing right away to ask what was going on. He wasn't against Su Jing dating. But he couldn't shake off a strange feeling, as though the girl he'd raised, the cabbage he'd planted, had been. Jiang Qian returned to the villa with this nagging thought, took a shower, and lay down. By this point, it was already past 5 in the morning. When Jiang Qian woke up again, it was a little after 8 in the morning. Sitting up, leaning against the covers, he was startled to see a man standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. Dad, Jiang Qian massaged his temples lightly, a headache creeping in, breaking and entering is punishable by law. Jiang Qian's father, a man of high power and authority, head of the Jiang family, turned to look at him. Standing upright with a hawk-like gaze scrutinizing his son, Jiang's father coldly uttered 3 words, each one piercing through with authority, you've been spoiled. Jiang Qian pulled back the blanket and got out of bed to brew 2 cups of coffee. Jiang's father slightly furrowed his brows, speaking with a double meaning, you don't drink the special supply de Hongpo tea I brought, but coffee is so much better, huh? Giving up being the heir to the Jiang family just to run wild outside, was it really that fun? After taking a sip of coffee, Jiang Qian feigned ignorance. Dad, do you need something from me? His father looked at him for a moment. If you wanted to go into politics, with your smarts, you'd be at my rank by now, if not higher. The family's resources and alliances could all be at your disposal. Jiang Qian remained silent. His father thought he might have been swayed. What man doesn't have ambition or desire for power? No. Jiang Qian smiled faintly. Dad, I'm not like you. He didn't love the empire, he only loved the beauty. Power, ambition, and status meant less to him than Xiaoqing did. Pursuing an official career came with too many restrictions on personal freedom. It would make being together with Xiaoqing impossible. 6 years ago, Jiang Qian had chosen Xiaoqing without hesitation. And 6 years later, he'd still make the same choice. What Jiang Qian didn't realize was, one day, when he accidentally uncovered one of Xiaoqing's aliases, he found out something shocking. The reason behind Xiaoqing's underprivileged background was in fact a massive secret. But this was for another time. Jiang Qian's somewhat dazed appearance caught Jiang father's attention and made his gaze deepen. Coldly, Jiang father asked, is this about that young male celebrity in the entertainment circle? Jiang Qian had heard many rumors online. Jiang Qian lifted his gaze, eyes bearing a resemblance to his father's, full of caution. What do you intend to do? Jiang father was ruthless and decisive. Jiang Qian couldn't help but feel wary. Jiang father smirked, leaning back against the chair and closing his eyes. Why are you so tense? Have all my teachings on concealing your emotions gone to waste? Jiang Qian said coolly, 4 years ago, when elder sister refused the political marriage you arranged and chose to be with a businessman instead, how did that businessman die? In a car crash, his internal organs were crushed and torn apart. Just recalling these events sent chills down Jiang Qian's spine. That's why he didn't want Xiaoqing to get involved in these circles. As he stared at Jiang father, Jiang Qian said clearly, word by word, in the end, my would-be brother-in-law's death was classified as an accident. Do you remember that? Is that so? Jiang father arched his eyebrows nonchalantly and said, will you obediently return to take your place as the heir, or do you want Xiaoqing to also have a accident? As the words left Jiang father's mouth, the smile on Jiang Qian's face vanished. Slowly, he stood up and looked down at his father condescendingly. I don't particularly enjoy issuing threats, but if anything happens to Xiaoqing, then I guarantee your career, your power, and your ambitions will all experience a very thrilling accident. Jiang Qian's voice carried a chilling coldness. If the person standing before him wasn't his own father, Jiang Qian wouldn't let him leave here alive. The two men locked gazes, their entire bodies radiating imposing energy as they silently faced each other. Finally, Jiang Father broke the eye contact, but his intimidating aura remained. Without a word, he turned around and left. Outside Jiang Qian's villa, Jiang Father's secretary and security detail waited respectfully for him. Jiang Father instructed his secretary, go investigate that Xiao Cheng. The secretary replied with a yes and asked further, about Master Wu's case. Jiang Qian. Jiang Yuan was the notorious and untouchable, crazy Jiang. Jiang Father glanced sideways at the secretary and saw the beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead after lowering his head hastily. Yes, I'll look into it immediately. Meanwhile, Jiang Qian received a call inside the villa. It was Shen Yinxing calling, Lawyer Jiang, save me, please. Chapter 37, Hashtag Jiang Qian goes all out for love hashtag. Shen Yinxing's voice trembled with sheer panic. Jiang Qian, remembering that Shen Yinxing was Jiang Shun's unattainable love interest, forced himself to ask patiently, what happened? Shen Yinxing spoke in a hushed tone, as though afraid someone might overhear her talking to Jiang Qian. Last night at a dinner event, I met Jiang Shun. He drugged me while I was in the restroom, and when I woke up, I was in his bedroom. The windows and doors are locked, and he's not here. Can you help me get out? She knew it was inappropriate to contact Jiang Qian directly, but she had no choice. Among the people she knew, aside from Jiang Qian, no one would dare barge into Jiang Shun's house recklessly. Shen Yinxing wanted to say more. Suddenly, she heard a set of footsteps growing louder nearby. In a panic, Shen Yinxing quickly hung up and stuffed her phone under the pillow, closing her eyes to pretend she was still asleep. The door clicked open. Jiang Shun entered, dressed in a navy blue loungewear outfit. Jiang Shun cast a faint glance at Shen Yinxing. Stop pretending, your eyelashes are trembling. Shen Yinxing's body shuddered as the effects of the sedative hadn't fully worn off yet. She had no strength in her limbs and couldn't even sit upright. What you've done is kidnapping. It's a crime, you know that. Jiang Shun let out a scoff, his eyes darkening with a chilling glint. So what? He stepped closer, gripping Shen Yinxing's chin roughly and bit her lips hard, the strong scent of blood spreading between their mouths. Jiang Shun spoke menacingly, I said it before, if you ever try to escape, I will kill you. Shen Yinxing, or should I say? Yinxing, Jiang Shun laughed softly. Summoning all her remaining strength, Shen Yinxing pushed him away violently. Don't touch me. As long as I'm alive, I will never be a caged canary with broken wings. Jiang Shun tightly gripped her wrists. Were you calling Jiang Qian for help? Do you think he would take action against his third brother for you? Yinxing, you're still so naive, Jiang Shun's eyes burned with a fierce fury. I know my younger brother better than anyone. And Jiang Shun wasn't wrong. Indeed, Jiang Qian didn't want to interfere in other people's emotional disputes. Jiang Qian wasn't a saint. However, back in his villa, when Jiang Qian turned on his computer to get to work. Ding dong. Host has triggered a mission. Mission, rescue Shen Yinxing. Successful reward, instant healing ability. Failure punishment, permanent blindness. Jiang Qian cursed silently in his mind but made no move. Would the host like to confirm the punishment? Shit. Jiang Qian abruptly stood up, grabbing the coat and car keys hanging on the rack, and rushed outside. Are you happy now? He sure didn't want to become blind. After arriving at Jiang Shun's villa, Jiang Qian confidently walked inside. Seeing him, Jiang Shun was momentarily startled, his gaze darkening. What do you want? Jiang Qian smiled sweetly. I've come to deliver a present to Uncle 3 and Auntie 3. Jiang Shun shot him a sidelong glance. Oh. Jiang Qian crooked his finger at Jiang Shun, beckoning him over like calling a dog. Come here. Jiang Shun narrowed his eyes slightly, then approached. In an instant, Jiang Qian grabbed Jiang Shun's wrist, spun around, pulling him onto his back, and threw him forward with ease. Caught completely off guard, Jiang Shun landed flat on the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Jiang Shun. Jiang Qian ruffled his hair affectionately, like petting a cat. Behave, now. At that moment, a sharp, pungent aroma suddenly wafted into Jiang Shun's nostrils. Jiang Shun clenched his teeth. You little scumbag, Jiang Qian. You dared to wrestle me. Achoo. 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 Jiang Shun sneezed repeatedly, lying on the floor while glaring at Jiang Qian and clutching his nose. You son of a. Achoo. What? Achoo. Did you just do? Jiang Qian wiped the pollen off his fingertips, knowing Jiang Shun was allergic to them. Sorry, Uncle 3, but Auntie 3. I must take her with me today. Please understand. Either he could go blind. Or Jiang Shun could sneeze a few times. Jiang Qian obviously chose the latter. He leisurely climbed upstairs and led Shen Yinxing down. Before leaving, he kindly grabbed some allergy medication for Jiang Shun. However, what Jiang Qian didn't expect was this. As he and Shen Yinxing left the villa, they were photographed by Shen Yinxing's private photographer. Then, several trending topics appeared on Weibo. Hashtag Shen Yinqing entering and leaving a luxurious villa with an unidentified man. Hashtag triangular relationship between Xiaoqing, Shen Yinqing, and Jiang Qiyan. Hashtag Jiang Qiyan charging for love. Hashtag Jiang Qiyan Xiaoqing. Hashtag. After dropping off Shen Yinqing, Jiang Qiyan accidentally saw the Weibo posts and got a fright. He immediately called Xiaoqing. Before the call connected, a system voice resounded in Jiang Qian's head. Ding! Completed mission, rescued Shen Yinqing. Congratulations, host has obtained the instant healing ability. Jiang Qiyan questioned skeptically, will it really heal wounds instantly? Minor injuries can heal instantly, though the pain will be 100 times stronger than usual. Jiang Qiyan remained dubious. He picked up a shard of glass from the ground, rolled up his sleeve, and lightly sliced his arm. Blood quickly soaked his arm. Jiang Qiyan silently asked the system, how do we treat it? The host only needs to chant the spell 3 times. Not in your mind, you must say it out loud. Jiang Qiyan, what's the spell? Spell, I wish so much to be confined by Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan gritted his teeth. Can we change it? Spell 2.0, I want to kiss Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan cursed silently in his heart. I'll go with the first one then. He closed his eyes, suppressing the deep sense of shame inside him. I wish so much to be confined by Xiaoqing, I wish so much to be confined by Xiaoqing, I wish so much to be confined by Xiaoqing. As the words fell, the wound on his arm nearly 3 inches long healed before his very eyes. Beads of sweat appeared on Jiang Qian's forehead. 100-fold pain surged through him. It was truly excruciating. After a minute, Jiang Qiyan touched the faint scar on his arm and was shocked. It took a while for him to believe that this wasn't a dream. Jiang Qiyan absent-mindedly grabbed his phone, wanting to call Xiaoqing again. But as he looked at the screen, he froze. The call he had placed to Xiaoqing had unknowingly been connected. Call duration, 1 minute and 58 seconds. Earlier, he seemed to have shouted 3 times. I wish so much to be confined by Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan. Xiaoqing also paused on the other end of the line, seriously evaluating, in broad daylight, I didn't expect you to be this, uninhibited. Jiang Qiyan, that's not what I meant. Xiaoqing, I've memorized it. Jiang Qiyan cursed inwardly, Xiaoqing interrupted him, which color of chains do you prefer, gold or silver? Thin or thick? Also. Xiaoqing added, Qiyan, next time let me touch and measure your neck size with my hand. Jiang Qiyan, huh? Xiaoqing's voice became a bit husky, collar, you'll like wearing it, right? Chapter 38, Jiang Qian's wrath for his lover. Jiang Qiyan ground his teeth and turned the tables, all right then. Xiaoqing was startled, touching his reddened and heated earlobe, slightly uneasy as he swallowed. Jiang Qiyan said meaningfully, husband, I'll accompany you to try, whether you like it or not, we can, deeply experience each other. Xiaoqing involuntarily trembled his hand, and the phone fell to the floor with a thud, cutting off the call. Jiang Qiyan looked at the disconnected call and chuckled softly. He glanced at his watch. 11:30 a.m., it was time for lunch. Jiang Qiyan realized that Xiaoqing's studio was just nearby. Thinking of Su Jing interning at Xiaoqing's studio, Jiang Qiyan decided to go there for a free meal. However, as Jiang Qian's car arrived at the entrance of Xiaoqing's studio, he saw Su Jing looking furious, seemingly arguing with Lu Ting. Su Jing rolled up her sleeves, glaring at Lu Ting, don't stop me, this is already the 3rd time he's taken resources from Qinggu, why should we accept that? Lu Ting gripped Su Jing's wrist, pinching her cheek, calm down, alright? Hurting him won't just get Xiaoqing into trouble, but us too. Lu Ting gently patted Su Jing's back, soothing her. Su Jing clenched her fists tightly, so having power gives them the right to trample on Qinggu. This sentence, clear as day, entered Jiang Qian's ears. He got out of the car, walked to Su Jing, and asked, what's going on? Brother, it's nothing, Su Jing tried to cover it up. She didn't want to cause trouble for Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan played with the black agate cufflink on his wrist, asking Lu Ting, Mr. Lu, what do you have to say? Lu Ting didn't hold back either, giving Jiang Qiyan an objective explanation. There was a second-tier celebrity in the entertainment circle named Chu Luo, apparently the illegitimate son of some high-ranking official. Chu Luo disliked Xiaoqing and therefore used his father's influence to constantly bother Xiaoqing. This month, it was already the 3rd time Chu Luo stole Xiaoqing's resources. Now, Chu Luo was even brazenly sitting in Xiaoqing's office. After hearing everything, Jiang Qiyan narrowed his eyes, his aura suddenly turning cold. He sidestepped Lu Ting and Su Jing and headed toward the office building. Lu Ting blocked him, saying pragmatically, Mr. Jiang, entertainment resources are plenty, but if we offend him, we will. So what? Jiang Qiyuan calmly cut her off, Ms. Lu, I'm not like you. Xiaoqing shouldn't have to endure any humiliation, and it upsets me. Actually, what Lu Ting had said was very realistic and wasn't wrong. But Xiao Cheng, the one lying next to him, his beloved, shouldn't have to endure such injustice. Jiang Qiyuan, stay rational. Lu Ting tried to stop him. Jiang Qiyuan slowly turned his head, meeting Lu Ting's gaze, and gave a low chuckle. Agent Lu might not know, but people in the industry call me Mr. Crazy. I don't need to be rational. When I go crazy, no one dares to stop me. Jiang Qiyuan's eyes turned icy cold. Anyone else can endure injustice, but Xiao Qing cannot. With that, Jiang Qiyuan stepped past Lu Ting and Su Jing and walked directly into the office building of Xiao Cheng's studio, heading straight for Xiao Cheng's office. As Jiang Qiyuan reached the door of Xiao Cheng's office, a trophy was hurled out from inside, shattering beside his feet. Jiang Qiyuan looked down with an unchanging expression at the shards on the ground, his gaze turning somber. He slowly knelt down, picking up the fragments of the trophy one by one, wrapping them carefully in his jacket, and placing them aside. It was Xiao Cheng's award as a 9-time Golden Image Emperor. It was Xiao Cheng's glory. Then, Jiang Qiyuan stepped into the office, only to see. The office was in utter disarray. At the entrance, sheets of paper were scattered all over the floor. Those were Xiao Cheng's songwriting manuscripts. The books in the bookshelf and the drawers had been ransacked and left in chaos. By the floor-to-ceiling windows, a young man in his late teens sat arrogantly on Xiao Cheng's office chair, his legs propped up on the desk's edge. His hair dyed sakura pink, he held a phone in his hand, wearing earphones while playing games. With disdain, he spoke, even a freaking emperor of film doesn't have anything valuable in his office, it's so embarrassing. This must be Chu Luo. Jiang Qiyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone cold, get out. Chu Luo raised his head lazily. The moment their eyes met, Chu Luo felt goosebumps rise on his scalp, a chill running down his spine. At this moment, Jiang Qiyuan had crimson irises, his dark pupils filled with a chilling murderous intent. Chu Luo swallowed hard, trying to maintain some composure. Who are you? Jiang Qiyuan placed both hands in his trouser pockets, indifferently stepping closer and glaring down at Chu Luo from above. For some unknown reason, Jiang Qiyuan noticed that Chu Luo's nose bridge and lips seemed to bear a slight resemblance to Xiao Cheng's. Jiang Qiyuan's pupils turned cold as his fingers suddenly grabbed Chu Luo by the neck, tightening and exerting force. Chu Luo's face turned blue from lack of oxygen. Why you, let me go. Jiang Qiyuan lifted him up like a small chicken, turned around, and then suddenly kicked Chu Luo out of the office with swift and brutal movements that left no time for reaction. With a bang, Chu Luo hit the ground hard, his facial expression contorted in pain. Jiang Qiyuan's knuckles cracked, his tone frosty and sinister. Did I give you too much respect? Chu Luo clutched his chest, staggering to his feet. Perhaps because of Jiang Qiyuan's terrifying expression, he didn't utter a word and stumbled away. Seeing this, Su Jing rolled up her sleeves and was about to chase after him. Su Jing. Jiang Qiyuan stopped her sharply, come back. Su Jing was infuriated, her lungs hurting. Brother. I told you to come back, Jiang Qiyuan said indifferently. I can beat him up, but you cannot. Jiang Qiyuan bent down and picked up Xiao Cheng's manuscript from the ground, his voice deepening, and in turn from a celebrity studio chasing someone. Do you want Xiao Cheng's name to trend even more? Su Jing was reluctant, so we just let him get away with this. She glanced at Jiang Qiyuan's gaze and was startled. Dark, insane, obsessive, and sinister. Like a demon clawing its way out of hell. Jiang Qiyuan carried an air of menace, raising an eyebrow. He wasn't here to play nice. Letting go, how could that happen? Su Jing originally thought her brother was being overly merciful. Not until later that evening did she realize that something happened to Jiang Qiyuan. At this moment, Jiang Qiyuan sat upright in the interrogation room of the police station, slouching against the chair as if he had no bones in his body. The table in front of him was clean, with a cup of hot tea set on it. Across the table was Director Meng of the police department. Director Meng said, Mr. Jiang, a few hours ago, we received Chu Luo's report. He claimed that outside a bar in the alley, he was. Director Meng hesitated, finding it hard to continue. Mr. Jiang, what exactly happened to him? Jiang Qiyuan's pale fingertips tapped lightly on his leg as he tilted his head and pretended to be confused. Director Meng said, he got bitten by mosquitoes. Jiang Qiyuan let out a snort of laughter. Director Meng, you're investigating mosquito bites? That's quite amusing. Director Meng wanted to curse under his breath. This case was so bizarre that it boggled the mind. 2 hours ago, Chu Luo had reported being bitten by mosquitoes. The young officer who received the call thought he was crazy, suggesting Chu Luo check himself into a mental health facility or call an ambulance. Not long after, the hospital called. They had a patient who'd been bitten over 2,000 times, swelling up like a gorilla, accusing Jiang Qiyuan of attempted murder. Given the mysterious background of Jiang Qiyuan, Director Meng had no choice but to politely invite him over for questioning. Director Meng asked, Mr. Jiang, where were you between 9 p.m. and 10 p.m.? Jiang Qiyuan sat with crossed legs, calm and collected. Between 9 and 10. He should have been outside the bar, giving Chu Luo a solid blow to the head. Then stuffing the unconscious Chu Luo into a smelly garbage bin. And releasing hundreds of mosquitoes inside. Jiang Qiyuan figured Chu Luo should still be in ICU, hooked up to oxygen tubes. Jiang Qiyuan looked at Director Meng and said instead, I'm here looking for Chu Luo. Director Meng blinked in surprise, why? Jiang Qiyuan replied, Chu Luo went to Xiaocheng's studio, robbed the place, and smashed a 1.02 million yuan cello. I'm here to get him to compensate. As if prepared, Jiang Qiyuan pulled a USB drive from his pocket and pushed it across to Director Meng. This is today's surveillance footage from Xiaocheng's office. Director Meng was stunned. Robbery, that's a criminal case. Jiang Qiyuan's sly eyes blinked innocently, then please, Director Meng, file a case. 20 minutes later. Jiang Qiyuan walked out of the police station unscathed. As soon as he stepped out, his phone rang. It was Xiaocheng calling, sounding urgent. Did you beat Chu Luo until he ended up in ICU? Jiang Qiyuan remained composed as he hummed an affirmative. Xiaocheng exploded with anger. Jiang Qiyuan, are you insane? Beating someone severely means you could end up in jail. In his mind, Xiaocheng calculated that entering the ICU would mean serious injuries such as broken ribs or brain hemorrhaging. Deliberate injury causing serious harm could result in a death sentence. Searching legal articles online, Xiaocheng felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Qiyuan chuckled softly, teasing him, so, your boyfriend lost control and seriously injured Chu Luo for you. Shouldn't you give me some reward? Xiaocheng stayed silent for a long time. There was only heavy breathing in the phone. So long that Jiang Qiyuan started to feel uneasy and said, actually, I didn't. Jiang Qiyuan. Xiaocheng cut him off, I'm driving back to Macho now. Jiang Qiyuan couldn't keep up with Xiaocheng's sudden shift in thoughts. Xiaocheng said clearly, I'm the one who caused the feud. I'm the one who hit him, so I'll take the blame. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Qiyuan, I won't let anything happen to you. Chapter 39, Xiaocheng has Jiang Qiyuan's name tattooed on him. At that moment, Jiang Qiyuan's mind went blank. Sliding into his car, he gripped the phone and asked Xiaocheng, do you know what you're saying? On the other end of the line, he heard the sound of a lighter. Seemingly lighting a cigarette, Xiaocheng slowly spoke, I know, but... But what? Jiang Qiyuan asked. Xiaocheng repeated exactly what Jiang Qiyuan had once said, anyone can endure injustice, but not Jiang Qiyuan. Jiang Qiyuan fell silent for a moment, then asked, do you know the consequences? After finishing reading on Baidu Encyclopedia, Xiaocheng answered, causing deliberate harm resulting in severe injury carries a prison term of 3 to 10 years. If it causes disability, possibly a death sentence. Jiang Qiyuan's Adam's apple moved, and yet you. I don't fear death, Xiaocheng said frankly, Qiyan, I just fear losing you. Jiang Qiyuan rested his forehead against the steering wheel and laughed, his eyes tearing up, you fool, really think I go about without any brains, huh? Suddenly, the tone shifted. Caught off guard, Xiaocheng let out a puzzled, ah. Jiang Qiyuan said, I didn't seriously injure Chu Luo. Xiaocheng's heart sank even further, then did he die on the spot? Jiang Qiyuan struggled to suppress his laughter. In the dark night, those pitch-black fox-like eyes were particularly captivating. Jiang Qiyuan made a video call to Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng answered instantly. Jiang Qiyuan saw that Xiaocheng was sitting by the bed in the video. Scattered across Xiaocheng's blanket were countless photos of Jiang Qiyuan, yet to be packed away. The corners of Jiang Qiyuan's lips curved into a wider smile, missing me this much, huh? Caught in the act, Xiaocheng's ears turned red. I'm suffering from insomnia. Having you around helps me sleep more soundly. Jiang Qiyuan stared ardently at Xiaocheng and said, baby, I like how you depend on me. After saying that, Jiang Qiyuan gently caressed Xiaocheng's lips on the screen with his fingertip. Xiaocheng uncomfortably shifted his gaze, pulling back his shoulders slightly. Don't change the subject. Did you really beat Chu Luo to death? Jiang Qiyuan shrugged innocently, nope, just mosquito bites. Xiaocheng didn't buy it. Mosquito bites could land someone in ICU? Jiang Qiyuan shrugged again casually, only got bitten 2,000 times or so. Xiaocheng. 2,000 bites, only. But still, Xiaocheng sighed in relief. Realizing something, he asked again, didn't he report you for attempted murder? Jiang Qiyuan leaned closer to the screen, lightly kissed Xiaocheng's face on the screen, and said, he trashed your office. So I accused him of intentionally damaging others' property and robbery. The police will open a case about it soon. Xiaocheng. He'd seen shameless people before, but never one as shameless as Jiang Qiyuan. Despite agreeing inwardly, Xiaocheng maintained a serious face. Could you please finish speaking all at once next time? Jiang Qiyuan nodded. Sure. After pausing a moment, he added, how could I possibly refuse you? I couldn't bear to, and I don't dare to. Xiaocheng's eyelashes fluttered. His face turning red, he stayed silent. Jiang Qiyuan tilted his head. Director Xiao has been hiding so many photos of mine, shouldn't he return one of yours? Xiaoqing didn't object, obediently undoing the top 2 buttons of his pajamas, revealing an elegant collarbone. On the collarbone was a cluster of deep purple Louis XIV roses, identical to the one on Jiang Qiyuan's body. Only, the letters Xiaoqing had tattooed on himself read JCY. Pointing to himself, Xiaoqing suggested, you can take a screenshot. Jiang Qiyuan's gaze followed Xiaoqing's collar slowly downward. His eyes gradually darkened. He coaxed softly with a hoarse voice, baby, unbutton 2 more, please. Baby. Xiaoqing's fingertips twitched slightly. This was the first time Jiang Qiyuan called him that way. However, clutching the edges of his pajamas tightly, Xiaoqing resembled a little white rabbit under the gaze of a hungry wolf, shaking his head, no. Jiang Qiyuan didn't expect him to refuse, I've touched you already, what's wrong with letting me see? Shaking his head again, Xiaoqing murmured, not because of that. I'm afraid you'll lose control, while you're in the car. After finishing speaking, Xiaoqing decisively hung up the call. Once disconnected, Xiaoqing opened 2 more buttons, exposing a tan chest. Still feeling unsatisfied, he undid all the buttons on his pajama shirt. Xiaoqing took a photo of his own chest. Testing several angles, none seemed perfect enough. Filters, editing, it was even more meticulous than preparing photos for a Weibo post. Xiaoqing then opened Jiang Qiyuan's WeChat account and sent him 2 pictures. Sitting in the driver's seat, Jiang Qiyuan. Jiang Qiyuan drove home as fast as possible. Arriving home, he entered the bedroom directly. With one hand, he quickly unbuttoned his shirt from top to bottom. Squinting, Jiang Qiyuan looked at the photos sent by Xiaoqing, saved them, and added a password to the photo album. Then, he walked into the bathroom and stood under the shower head, switching the water temperature from hot to cold. More than half an hour later, a thoroughly chilled Jiang Qiyuan lay down under the covers. At 2:30 in the morning, Jiang Qiyuan posted a Weibo update with just 2 words, accompanied by a picture. Jiang Qiyuan v. Mine. The accompanying image was a photo of a collarbone. Without showing a face, only a portion of the collarbone was visible. Beautiful bone structure, stunningly attractive, the pale white collarbone was adorned with a cluster of alluring and wild roses. The dark purple petals mesmerized, an extreme seduction. Below the rose, there were 3 letters, JCY. JCY. Jiang Qiyuan. Seeing these letters, netizens mistakenly believed it was a lockbone shot of Jiang Qiyuan. Yet, the eagle-eyed orange fans discovered discrepancies. Someone privately messaged Xiaoqing. Brother, have you seen the lockbone photo Jiang Qiyuan posted? There's a beauty mark in the hollow of the lockbone. I remember Director Cheng has one too. So the picture Jiang Qiyan posted is. Chingu, did you tattoo Jiang Qian's name on your body? Xiaoqing didn't reply. But at 3:10 a.m. that night, Xiaoqing used his main Weibo account to like Jiang Qian's post. After liking it, he commented below, go to sleep. Less than a minute after posting, Xiaoqing quickly deleted it. But some fans had already taken screenshots and uploaded them to the super topic page. Don't urge lawyer Jiang to sleep, you two should sleep together. At Xiaoqing. This clavicle and beauty mole, I can't stop thinking about it. Have you noticed, the 2 super topics lawyer Jiang has been involved in lately are Xiaoqing's super topic and smoke love super topic. At Jiang Qiyan. Ah. What a divine love story. Smoke love is real. After browsing through Weibo and replying to several work emails, Jiang Qiyan went to sleep. He didn't expect that. The next morning, another big event occurred as soon as he arrived at the law firm. Chapter 40, Xiaoqing's alias, Kill. The next day, Jiang Qiyan drove to the law firm for work. As soon as he got out of the car, a cold gun muzzle pressed against his side waist. Lawyer Jiang, come with us. Jiang Qiyan thought perhaps he was destined to be connected to the police station. He had just left the police station last night, but now he was heading back there again. In the interrogation room, Jiang Qiyan crossed his legs and gave a casual glance at the 2 young officers sitting opposite him. The young officer held a document and flipped through a few pages. Lawyer Jiang, we received a report. A female judge accused you of getting her drunk and forcing her into a relationship. Later, you blackmailed her with indecent photos and forced her to rule in favor of the case you represented. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyan lazily responded with an, oh, and didn't refute it. The 2 officers looked at each other and asked him, don't you have anything to say in your defense? Jiang Qiyan raised his eyes. Do you have an indictment decision? A criminal detention order? Any evidence? The 2 officers handed him the materials. Jiang Qiyan slowly reviewed them and suddenly looked up at the surveillance camera. Stop hiding behind the scenes and using underhanded tactics to blacken me for revenge. Minister Chu, is that you? The door to the interrogation room opened. Minister Chu, Chu Luo's father, walked in wearing his police uniform. Minister Chu's icy gaze fixated on Jiang Qiyan, speaking with certainty, "It was you who harmed Chu Luo." At the thought of his son lying in the hospital almost drained of blood by mosquitoes, Minister Chu wanted nothing more than to kill Jiang Qiyan. Seeing the surveillance was obstructed, Jiang Qiyan didn't panic. Instead, he smiled faintly. "That must be the mosquito's special fondness for your son." Minister Chu's eyes darkened. He lifted his hand and threw a document onto the table in front of Jiang Qiyan, sneering as he issued his command, "Sign it." Jiang Qiyan took a look. It was a confession statement. If he signed it, it would mean admitting to drugging the female judge, forcefully having a relationship with her, and threatening her with indecent photos. For the rest of his life, he would have to stay in prison. Jiang Qiyan smirked, showing no trace of emotion. "No one can command me." Minister Chu wasn't interested in wasting time arguing with him and pressed him menacingly, "Either you sign and ruin your future, or, right here in this interrogation room, I'll let my men give Mr. Jiang a lesson. The electric chair, cattle prod, or whipping, which does Mr. Jiang prefer?" Minister Chu said with sinister intent, hoping to instill fear in Jiang Qiyan. After hearing this, a deep, chilling laugh emerged from Jiang Qian's throat. "Kids make choices, adults get everything. But, do you dare?" Minister Chu froze. Jiang Qiyan smiled sardonically. "Torturing a lawyer, Minister Chu, I admire your audacity." He paused briefly and picked up the empty teacup in front of him, adding, "Would you please ask your subordinates to prepare me a cup of tea, pour that 7/10 hot?" Jiang Qiyan. Minister Chu's eyes flared with venom, "This isn't your backyard." With a face blacker than the bottom of a pot, Minister Chu pointed at Jiang Qiyan and gave the order, "Watch him. Do not let him sleep for 48 hours, do not feed him. I want to see how hard Mr. Jiang's bones really are." 48 hours passed. Jiang Qiyan reclined lazily in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on his knees. His captivating fox-like eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep. For 48 hours, he hadn't slept. For 48 hours, he'd had no food, only water. Still, Jiang Qiyan remained calm. A voice sounded in his mind from the system. "Host, do you really plan to waste away here until the very end?" Jiang Qiyan smiled faintly and said to himself, "Of course not." "Then can you still get out if you're trapped here?" Jiang Qiyan, "A few more days of confinement will solidify the charges of abuse of power against Chu Luo's father." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Jiang Qian's eyes. "If you don't pull up the grass by its roots, it'll sprout again when the spring wind blows." However, Jiang Qiyan had a hidden concern. If Shaoqing realized he was missing and became worried, he might panic and lose control. Jiang Qiyan hadn't guessed wrong. Shaoqing had already flown back to Modu overnight. Lu Ting went to the airport to pick him up. After getting into the car, Lu Ting anxiously said, "Lawyer Jiang offended Chu Luo's father severely. Shaoqing, now no one can save him. Superstars in the entertainment industry may look glamorous. But when faced with power, they mean nothing." Shaoqing didn't speak. He turned on his computer. On the pure black desktop, there was only one white arrow. Shaoqing's fingers rapidly struck the keyboard, and a string of codes flashed on the screen. A blood-red window popped up. Shaoqing entered his account information. Account/nickname, KJLL. Password, no need for filler text. As soon as he logged in, several messages immediately appeared on the screen. KJLL, you're back. KJLL, aren't you overwhelmed by the urge to drink animal blood? KJLL, your condition that makes you violent when you can't have blood is terrible. Shaoqing replied indifferently, "Shut up or die." Instantly, the world fell silent. Shaoqing closed his eyes slightly, suppressing the irritation in his gaze. It was indeed long since he last tasted fresh blood. Shaoqing pressed the keyboard and typed a line, "I need you guys to act, break someone out." However, before Shaoqing could press the send key, the car window next to him was tapped. Shaoqing turned around and heard a man's voice, "Mr. Shao, our master wants to see you." Shaoqing asked, "Who is your master?" The man succinctly answered, "Jiang Yun." Shaoqing stiffened slightly. Jiang Yun. Jiang Qian's father, Jiang Yun. Chapter 41, Shaoqing looks at his prey. Shaoqing turned to Lu Ting, spoke 2 sentences with her, then opened the car door and got out. "Mr. Shao, please." The man extended his hand, gesturing for Shaoqing to enter. Half an hour later, Shaoqing arrived at Jiang Yun's residence, the Jiang Manor. Jiang Yun sat on the sofa, holding a file. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up, his intimidating and oppressive gaze falling onto Shaoqing. Shaoqing slightly lowered his head, nodding respectfully, "Uncle Jiang." Jiang Yun glanced at Shaoqing, quickly shifting his gaze, inwardly surprised by Shaoqing's composure. Young people meeting him were always nervous to death, unable even to speak clearly. But Shaoqing was remarkably calm. "Jiang Yun, are you a friend of Jiang Yuan?" The name Jiang Yuan made Shaoqing hesitate for a moment. He wasn't accustomed to Jiang Qian's other name, pondering for a while before replying, "Yes, my name is Shaoqing." Jiang Yun put down the file in his hand and addressed Xiao Qing like a kindly elder. What does young Mr. Xiao do for a living, and where are your parents employed? In reality, Jiang Yun had thoroughly investigated Xiao Qing's background long ago. He asked this just as a test. Xiao Qing paused silently. My father passed away when I was 11. On the day of his funeral, my mother remarried. I'm a small-time actor, occasionally writing a few songs. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun developed a better opinion of Xiao Qing. An entertainment superstar with annual earnings of hundreds of millions calls himself a small actor and doesn't show the slightest arrogance. Jiang Yun thought, if this was a performance in front of him, Xiao Qing's acting skills were really good. Mr. Xiao, did Jiang Yuan introduce you to his friends and circle? Xiao Qing's complexion slightly paled, as if his breathing was obstructed. Jiang Qiyan had never mentioned to him that upper-level circle. Jiang Yun was a veteran in controlling others' hearts. He smiled. Jiang Yuan has many friends, but the circles of friends at different levels are definitely different. Matchmaking might just mean that, Mr. Xiao, am I right? Xiao Qing showed no expression on his face. However, his fists clenched tightly, and prominent blue veins bulged on his knuckles. Xiao Qing struggled to maintain his composure. Uncle Jiang is correct, but what? Xiao Qing raised his head. Marriages between equal families often contain a great deal of hypocrisy. But even if two families are mismatched in status, that doesn't mean they can't live happily ever after. Jiang Yun laughed even more kindly, but there was a level of worldliness and ruthlessness in those eyes similar to Jiang Qian's that Jiang Qiyan lacked. So, Xiao Qing, do you think it's easy to enter the Jiang family? Xiao Qing tilted his head, looking quite puzzled. Uncle Jiang, does this matter? Jiang Yun was taken aback. Xiao Qing continued, I intend to enter Jiang Qian's home, not the Jiang family home. After pausing briefly, Xiao Qing added, if Jiang Qiyan returns as Jiang Yuan to the Jiang family, then I will consider whether the threshold of the Jiang family is too high. Moreover. And moreover what? Moreover, Xiao Qing smiled confidently, even if the threshold is too high, perhaps Jiang Yuan would carry me over it. Jiang Yun was momentarily speechless. He had never expected that a small-time celebrity so cherished by Jiang Qiyan could be so difficult to deal with. Xiao Qing's reasoning was crystal clear. There was no hysteria, no irrational entanglement. He just placed all the facts before Jiang Yun, speaking plainly. Jiang Yun picked up his teacup and took a sip, saying to Xiao Qing, Jiang Qiyan has already been imprisoned for 2 days because of you. Jiang Yun was certain Xiao Qing would beg him for help. Across all of Macho, there were very few officials higher in rank than Chu Luo's father. Xiao Qing nodded, gave a polite bow to Jiang Yun, and said courteously, Uncle Jiang, I must take my leave. He originally intended to save Jiang Qiyan using his KJLL identity and did not wish to seek anyone's help. Jiang Yun watched Xiao Qing walk away and smirked coldly. After the Secretary-General of the Jiang family saw Xiao Qing out, he returned to the mansion and asked Jiang Yun, Master, if Fifth Master values Xiao Qing so much, why hasn't he introduced him to the upper circles? Could it be, he didn't give it enough thought? Jiang Yun shot him a glance, chuckled dryly, and said nothing. He knew his own son well. In recent years, Jiang Qiyan had acted arrogantly, offending many people. He dared not bring Xiao Qing into the higher social circles, fearing Xiao Qing would become a target. In essence, it was because he wanted to protect Xiao Qing. The Secretary-General asked again, Master, should we rescue the Fifth Master? Leaning back on the sofa, Jiang Yun said, until I say otherwise, no one is allowed to intervene. The Secretary-General said worriedly, but Minister Chu and you have always had strained relations. He may. Jiang Yun responded indifferently, he won't die. And that little brat Jiang Qiyan deserves a taste of suffering. Thinking for a moment, Jiang Yun added, my son isn't so weak as to be completely at the mercy of someone like Chu. After leaving the Jiang residence, Xiao Qing received a call from Lu Ting. Lu Ting sounded anxious, Xiao Qing, you said you had a way to save Jiang Qiyan. Is that true? Xiao Qing lowered his gaze and asked, what's wrong? Lu Ting's voice was filled with regret, Su Jing. Su Jing has also been taken away. Su Jing had been knocked unconscious, her head covered as she was dragged in. In the interrogation room. When Jiang Qiyan saw Su Jing, he slowly straightened up. His anxiety didn't escape Chu Luo's observation. Chu Luo smirked coldly, Mr. Jiang, I know you're tough, but I wonder, do you care about the life or death of this young lady? Jiang Qiyan asked icily, what do you intend to do? Chu Luo pointed at Su Jing, if you don't confess, I'll make someone undress her right here. And we'll watch it live. The smile on Jiang Qian's face slowly disappeared. Licking his cracked lips, he let out a chilling laugh from deep within his throat and gestured with his finger for Chu Luo to come closer. Hesitant, Chu Luo approached. Jiang Qiyan reached out, grabbed the collar of his jacket, yanked him down, and kneed him hard in the stomach. Chu Luo grunted painfully, falling to the ground immediately, his complexion changing drastically. Jiang Qian's tone was indifferent, yet unshakably firm, try touching her. Seeing their superior beaten, two subordinates of Chu Luo raised their fists and prepared to strike at Jiang Qiyan. 48 hours without sleep or food left Jiang Qiyan utterly defenseless. But at that exact moment, Su Jing suddenly dashed forward and embraced Jiang Qiyan tightly. All punches and kicks landed on her instead. Su Jing. Jiang Qian's eyes turned completely cold. He sprang up, shielded Su Jing with his body, grabbed the wooden chair, and smashed it forcefully, instantly knocking down 3 men. Brother. Su Jing had been struck in the back of her head with a baton. She massaged her aching skull and gritted her teeth. Don't worry about me. Don't admit to these unfounded charges, not even if I die here. You mustn't admit. Director Chu, upon hearing this, climbed to his feet from the ground and glared furiously at Su Jing and Jiang Qiyan, ordering, bring in 2 electric chairs. Today, you two will either die or peel off a layer of skin. Jiang Qiyan embraced Su Jing tightly, looking up at Director Chu as he said. Director Chu, I heard that you are keeping a pair of sisters. You often stay with them for several nights. It can't just be chatting while covering with cotton quilts, right? Director Chu, your son Chu Luo also forces female stars into submission under the unspoken rules of the entertainment circle. There have been 85 girls who were touched or coerced by him. Chu's face changed. From initial anger to subsequent terror. Chu pointed at Jiang Qiyan, incredulous, how do you know about these things? Jiang Qiyan gave an indifferent laugh, as hunger had drained all his energy, and he drowsily leaned on Su Jing. I guessed it. In fact, the kick that Jiang Qiyan delivered to Chu allowed physical contact. The system revealed to him Chu's future. Jiang Qiyan asked, Director Chu, shall I continue guessing? Chu's face was so gloomy that it seemed like ink would drip from it. 10 minutes later. Su Jing supported the drowsy Jiang Qiyan as they exited the interrogation room. After 2 whole days without seeing the light of day, Jiang Qiyan was not accustomed to the glaring sunlight. He squinted and spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Xiao Cheng. Upon seeing Jiang Qiyan, Xiao Cheng hesitated momentarily. He quickly lowered his head and pressed a few buttons on his phone screen. KJLL, you don't need to come. Then, he raised his head, looked directly at Jiang Qiyan, and walked over. Xiao Cheng first sent Su Jing to the hospital and then called Lu Ting to accompany her. When Xiao Cheng sat back in the car, Jiang Qiyan slowly opened his eyes. I'm a little hungry. His words were abruptly cut off. Because Xiao Cheng suddenly grabbed the back of Jiang Qian's head, tilted forward, and bit into his pale neck. A scent of blood lingered between their breaths. Jiang Qiyan looked curiously at Xiao Cheng, neither with disgust nor panic, just perplexity. There was still a drop of blood hanging provocatively from Xiao Cheng's lips as he gazed at Jiang Qiyan, like examining his own prey. Xiao Cheng said to Jiang Qiyan, Husband, your blood is so sweet. Chapter 42, Delayed Banquet, How Sweet You Are. Jiang Qiyan froze. They were very close. Xiao Cheng buried his head in Jiang Qiyan's neck, gently sucking on the veins there. Xiao Cheng enjoyed the sensation as he closed his eyes leisurely. At the bottom of his eyes lay intoxication and obsession. Jiang Qian's blood was indeed sweet and aromatic. Xiao Cheng's Adam's apple moved as he almost drowned in a strange ecstasy. Seeing the crimson in Xiao Cheng's eyes, Jiang Qiyan stroked his head, and the corner of his lips gradually curled into an arc. Do you like my blood? Xiao Cheng's consciousness was hazy after drinking the blood. He pinned Jiang Qiyan on the passenger seat, holding his waist tightly. Jiang Qiyan massaged his temple laboriously. He was already on the verge of fainting due to hunger. Xiao Cheng, is there anything to eat in your car? Xiao Cheng thought for a moment and pulled out a fruit candy from his pocket. I have candy. Would you like some, husband? Realizing something was wrong with Xiao Cheng at once despite being dizzy, Jiang Qiyan questioned, Xiao Cheng, what's wrong with you? Normally, he had to semi-coerce and half-tempt Xiao Cheng before the latter reluctantly calls him husband. But today, Xiao Cheng had called him twice. Something was off. Jiang Qiyan assumed Xiao Cheng was running a fever and reached to feel his forehead. However, as soon as he lifted his hand, Xiao Cheng tightened his grip on his wrist, staring at him mistily. Don't move. Despite being quite ferocious, Xiao Cheng's cheeks were puffed up adorably. When he spoke, his small baby fat jiggled slightly, looking incredibly cute. Jiang Qiyan wanted to take out his phone from his pocket and dial 120. But after 2 days without food, and being held down tightly by Xiao Cheng, he couldn't struggle free. Next moment, Xiao Cheng used his teeth to tear open the candy wrapper, sealing Jiang Qian's lips with a kiss, feeding the candy into his mouth. The taste of the candy, the tang of blood, and Xiao Cheng's flavor mixed together in Jiang Qian's mouth. Jiang Qiyan froze for a moment and then suddenly felt a pain in his neck. Xiao Cheng bit him again, softly sucking, staining his lips with a seductive crimson. Qiyan, you smell so good. Jiang Qiyan savored the candy for a while and struggled helplessly against the restraints on his wrists. I smell good, I smell good. But could you please let me go? Xiao Cheng made a pitiful, oh, sound and pinched Jiang Qian's wrists with one hand, freeing the other to untie his belt. Xiao Cheng, after drinking the blood, became extraordinarily strong. Jiang Qian was pinned down on the seat, unable to move. Don't, there are people outside. If someone sees us. Xiaoqing paused for a moment, his pitch-black eyes staring straight at Jiang Qian. Hubby is right. Jiang Qian couldn't follow his train of thought. Xiaoqing, Qian is only mine, no one else should see him. He must be hidden well. Jiang Qian sighed with relief and hurried to coax him, so let's go home first, okay? Xiaoqing nodded and released Jiang Qian. However, his wet, glossy big eyes blinked continuously as he kept staring at Jiang Qian. Qian, will you run away on our way home? No, I won't. Xiaoqing crossed his arms, pouting stubbornly, shaking his head, no. No. I don't believe it. Jiang Qian pressed his brow and gently coaxed him, then what do you want me to do so you can trust me? Xiaoqing glanced at Jiang Qian sitting in the passenger seat, then reached out and pressed a button on the side of the passenger seat. Then, the backrest of the passenger seat abruptly tilted backward. Jiang Qian wasn't prepared and instantly fell onto the flattened chair back. Xiaoqing bent over and kissed Jiang Qian's lips. While forcing a kiss, he pulled the seatbelt over and wrapped it several times around Jiang Qian's wrists, tying a solid knot. He seemed very satisfied with his work, tugging at Jiang Qian's tied wrists and moving them around. Jiang Qian looked at his wrists, which were tied up like a dumpling, and smiled gently yet indulgently. Are you satisfied? Xiaoqing's eye rims were slightly red, with large tears hanging from the ends of his long eyelashes. A blink caused the tears to fall. Yen, I want to drink your blood again. If anyone else dared to speak to Master Jiang like this or tie his wrists, they would have been disabled long ago. But if it was Xiaoqing? Jiang Qian didn't lose his temper even a bit. All right. Still, seeing the people bustling about outside, Jiang Qian hardened his heart. Let's wait till we get home. Xiaoqing continued to rub against him lovingly, his voice carrying a sob. But my dear, you smell so good. I crave your body so much. Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes, and his gaze had turned deep and murky. If this went on, something inappropriate would surely happen between him and Xiaoqing in this car. Jiang Qian closed his eyes briefly, deeply inhaling several times, forcibly suppressing a certain urge inside him. He directly ordered Xiaoqing, drive the car. Xiaoqing sniffed and nodded, reaching out to pull at Jiang Qian's collar while speaking in a reluctant tone, all right then, I'll drive. Jiang Qian stiffened his back and moved back slightly, not driving this car. I'm telling you to take out the car keys and drive the Rolls-Royce you bought. Xiaoqing obediently owed, making his chubby cheeks tremble once more along with his nose. He looked like a spoiled golden retriever, refusing to get off Jiang Qian and instead digging out the car keys with one hand and stretching the other toward the steering wheel. After trying twice, he couldn't even touch the edge of the steering wheel. Xiaoqing's eye rims instantly turned red again. Turning toward Jiang Qian, he said, Yen, I can't reach the steering wheel wah. Jiang Qian, then untie me, and I'll drive. Xiaoqing pulled at the hem of his clothing with the tip of his finger, hesitating for quite some time, but you might run away, and leave me behind. Jiang Qian felt quite helpless. In that case, use the handcuffs, lock my right hand with your left. I'll drive, okay. So. 5 minutes later. Jiang Qian sat in the driver's seat, Xiaoqing in the passenger seat. Jiang Qian's right wrist was cuffed to Xiaoqing's left wrist. Finally, Xiaoqing stopped fussing. He gripped at the hem of his clothes, his face red. From time to time, he tilted his head, either sneaking a glance at Jiang Qian or leaning over to suck on his neck. When the car stopped at a red light, Jiang Qian's phone rang. With his hands cuffed, it was inconvenient for him to pick it up, so he casually instructed Xiaoqing, help me pick up the phone and swipe left to answer the call. Xiaoqing picked it up, naively swiping across the screen, connecting the call. Hubby, here you go. Xiaoqing handed the phone to Jiang Qian, speaking in a babyish tone, his voice uneven and tinged with sobs. As he spoke, he rubbed his head against Jiang Qian's shoulder. The soft rustling of their clothing could be heard clearly over the phone. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yun. In the driver's seat, Jiang Qian. Jiang Yun coughed, said nothing, and directly hung up the phone. That was too embarrassing. Beside Jiang Yun, mother of Jiang Qian, Xiang Xinlan, asked him, how about that? Jiang Yun's face turned red, they too are in the car, seem to be doing something. Xiang Xinlan didn't get it, doing what? Jiang Yun clapped his hands 3 times. Clap. 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 Then, Jiang Yun asked Xiang Xinlan, understand now? Xiang Xinlan widened her eyes, fighting in the car with a loud sound, how unsafe is that? Is this appropriate? Chapter 43, Should I take responsibility for you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun helplessly pressed his temples, wife, if it wasn't for the fact that I reined you in back then, your EQ. He trailed off, you would have remained a bachelor all your life. Xiang Xinlan reached over and twisted Jiang Yun's waist. You're the one who should have remained a bachelor. If you hadn't been so persistent and pestering me like tea leaves, could I have refused the school heartthrob's pursuit and stayed with you? Jiang Yun, being quite manipulative, replied, the school heartthrob who chased you, he got locked up a few years ago for stealing things, isn't he now selling pig head meat at the market? Xiang Xinlan rolled her eyes and asked something else after some thought, what do you think of Xiaoqing? Instantly, Jiang Yun's face darkened, my son, the successor of the Jiang family, and Jiang Yuan's marriage, can't allow such recklessness. Xiang Xinlan then asked, do you know the couple named Smoke? Smoke. Xiang Xinlan nodded and opened Weibo to show Jiang Yun. Smoke CP, that's Jiang Yuan and Xiao Cheng, they've already behaved recklessly multiple times. Jiang Yun took over the phone, frowned after reading, and asked Xiang Xinlan, your Weibo name. What nonsense is this again? Xiang Xinlan suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed. Her Weibo name was locked by Smoke CP. Xiang Xinlan didn't dare tell Jiang Yun. She even registered a small Weibo account using Jiang Yun's phone number to vote for the ranking of Smoke CP. The small Weibo account's name was locked by Smoke CP father. Xiang Xinlan coughed, fearing Jiang Yun would ask more questions. She quickly diverted the topic. What did Jiang Yuan say on the phone when you called him just now? Jiang Yun gritted his teeth. The phone was answered by Xiao Cheng, and he called your son, hubby. After that call was disconnected. Xiao Cheng was dazed and clung to Jiang Qiyan like an octopus, impossible to pry off. Finally, Jiang Qiyan managed to park his private villa outside. When getting out of the car, Xiao Cheng held tightly onto the buckle of the seatbelt with his fingertips, saying, I don't want to get out of the car. Jiang Qiyan touched the bite marks on his neck and used healing abilities to rapidly recover. Then, he asked Xiao Cheng, why not get out? Xiao Cheng had a misty look in his eyes, whining, vampires can't see sunlight, we will die upon exposure. Jiang Qiyan said nothing, grabbed a coat from the car seat, and covered Xiao Cheng's head. Wah wah wah, Xiao Cheng struggled. Jiang Qiyan directly pulled Xiao Cheng out of the car and bent down to carry Xiao Cheng on his shoulders. Then, carrying him inside the villa all the way, Jiang Qiyan threw Xiao Cheng on the sofa. Since his hand was still handcuffed together with Xiao Cheng, the great impact made Jiang Qiyan almost trip into the sofa. Jiang Qiyan pinched Xiao Cheng's cheek, where's the key to the handcuffs? Xiao Cheng blinked blankly, shook his head, smiled with 8 teeth showing, no keys. Jiang Qiyan had a headache. Xiao Cheng, after drinking blood, wasn't quite normal. He feared that the sharp edges inside the handcuffs might hurt Xiao Cheng's wrists, so he held Xiao Cheng's hand gently, interlocking their fingers, come with me. Jiang Qiyan went to the kitchen and cooked some noodles. Due to extreme hunger, he added only some salt, not even vegetables or sunny-side-up eggs. After cooking, Jiang Qiyan asked Xiao Cheng, do you want some? Xiao Cheng leaned close to the pot, sniffed, and shook his head, the noodles aren't as fragrant as you, and not as delicious as you. Jiang Qiyan didn't want to talk to him. With his right wrist cuffed, he used his left hand to pick up chopsticks and ate 4 bowls of noodles in one breath. Jiang Qiyan used chopsticks in his left hand very smoothly and gracefully, without any sign of awkwardness. After eating, before he could wash the dishes, Xiao Cheng dragged him into the bedroom. Xiao Cheng woke up because his wrist hurt. His wrist was handcuffed to Jiang Qian's, having not been untied for hours, causing numbness and pain. Xiao Cheng slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was forcefully cradled in Jiang Qian's arms. Jiang Qian's warm breath sprayed onto Xiao Cheng's ear, turning the roots of his ears pink. Jiang Qiyan was sleeping soundly, not yet awake. Xiao Cheng quickly lifted the blanket off both of them for a check. Their clothes and pants were still neatly intact. Xiao Cheng let out a sigh of relief. A flicker of complexity passed through his eyes, whether it was disappointment or something else remained unclear. When he found the key to unlock the handcuffs, Jiang Qiyan woke up, his dark eyes staring intently at him. Xiao Cheng edged back a little, feeling uncomfortable as he asked, what are you doing? Jiang Qiyan couldn't help but laugh bitterly, what am I doing? Mr. Xiao, who was it last night that wouldn't let go of my belt? Mr. Xiao, and who was it that squeezed my neck and said it felt good, wanting to keep me hidden away forever? Jiang Qiyan pointed to the finger marks on his neck. Last night, Xiao Cheng had reached out and gripped Jiang Qian's neck, slowly closing his fingers. His strength was well controlled. It made Jiang Qiyan feel a slight sense of oxygen deprivation, but wouldn't actually hurt him. After hearing what Jiang Qiyan said, Xiao Cheng was stunned. He swallowed, pointing first at Jiang Qiyan then at himself, last night I. Jiang Qiyan nodded, Mr. Xiao, you've already touched all you shouldn't have, so should I take responsibility for you? Xiao Cheng's mind went blank, and he unconsciously nodded as Jiang Qiyan led him along by the nose. Jiang Qian's lips slowly curled upward. But suddenly, Xiao Cheng remembered something and stiffly said, you don't need to take responsibility. The smile faded from the corner of Jiang Qian's mouth, and his beautiful, seductive fox-like eyes narrowed. What did you say? If I don't need to take responsibility, then who do you want to take responsibility? Xiao Cheng didn't answer. Jiang Yun's words were like a thorn piercing into the most vulnerable part of Xiao Cheng's heart. Jiang Yuan has many friends, but different levels of friends obviously belong to different circles. Maybe this is what matching in status means. Xiao Cheng's complexion slightly changed. 6 years ago, when 18-year-old Xiao Cheng was with 19-year-old Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Yun had sent a message to Xiao Cheng via his secretary. Back then, what Jiang Yun said to Xiao Cheng was, Jiang Yuan will never be together with a man. If you don't know when to give up, then I can only destroy his future, clip his wings, and force him to come back to inherit the family business. Decide for yourself whether to continue being with him. So, 6 years ago, Xiao Cheng broke up with Jiang Qiyan. As Xiao Cheng thought about these past events, he felt somewhat disoriented. A great force on his chin forced him to look up, staring at Jiang Qiyan's handsome face that filled his vision. Jiang Qiyan asked word by word, did someone say something to you? Xiao Cheng moved his lips but said nothing. He could not do the dirty work of gossiping about elders behind their backs. Jiang Qiyan's gaze deepened, and he fished his phone out of his pocket to make a call. Xiao Cheng panicked, what are you going to do? Jiang Qiyan, full of fierce anger, answered without raising his head, I'll investigate which fool is spreading rumors about you. Such an ignorant person. Xiao Cheng coughed, don't say that. Be polite, just be polite. That's your dad after all. Jiang Qiyan looked up. Hearing Xiao Cheng defending others, he coldly chuckled, once I find out, I'll break his legs and then buy him a golden-edged wheelchair. Is that polite enough for you? Seeing Jiang Qiyan about to call one of his subordinates, Xiao Cheng hurriedly grabbed his sleeve, no one is spreading rumors. Yesterday, I went to see Uncle Jiang. Chapter 44, Xiao Cheng, only like you. Jiang Qiyan stiffened, then asked again, what did he say to you? Xiao Cheng's lips moved, and he lied offhandedly, Uncle Jiang didn't say anything. It was because I was worried about you after your arrest, so I went to beg him to rescue you. He made no mention of what Jiang Yun told him, to give up while he still could. Although Jiang Yun's methods of disciplining his son might be extreme, at least Jiang Yun cared deeply about his son. Family affection was something Xiao Cheng envied. Jiang Qiyan didn't press further, since anyway, he would check it out himself, perhaps even uncover more information. Recalling everything from last night, Jiang Qiyan asked Xiao Cheng, do you, like drinking blood? Xiao Cheng's face instantly turned pale, all color draining. His lips quivered, I. Jiang Qiyan extended his index finger, lightly pressing it against Xiao Cheng's lips, if you don't want to say, I won't push you. Xiao Cheng froze. Jiang Qiyan smiled and rubbed his hand over Xiao Cheng's head, have you had this symptom in front of other people? Xiao Cheng shook his head decisively, covering his long lashes, muttering, no. The smile on Jiang Qiyan's lips grew more pleasant, only like me. Xiao Cheng thought for a moment, nodded very seriously, and said solemnly, only like you. Jiang Qiyan held his hand, interlacing their fingers and said, then from now on, I'll let you drink my blood. You are not allowed to like others. Just obediently like me, okay? Xiao Cheng's heart quivered, would you think, that I'm some kind of monster? Jiang Qiyan, you be my vampire, and I'll be your hunter. To the world we might be monsters, but to me, you're the treasure I cherish most. At that moment, Xiao Cheng's heart beat rapidly. In his chest, countless emotions surged up and down, about to explode. Qiyan. I don't want to let go anymore. I never want to let go for the rest of my life. Xiao Cheng was moved to the point where his eyes stung, and he wanted to say something more when suddenly he noticed that Jiang Qiyan had already leaned on him, sound asleep. After 2 whole days and nights without sleep, Jiang Qiyan was utterly exhausted. Xiao Cheng quietly grabbed a blanket to cover him and sat still with a straight back to make Jiang Qiyan's leaning posture more comfortable. 3 hours later. Jiang Qiyan woke up. Xiao Cheng massaged his stiff shoulders and neck, awake. Jiang Qiyan smiled, kneading Xiao Cheng's sore shoulders as he said, you really just stayed there letting me lean on you? Aren't you being silly? Xiao Cheng answered earnestly, a vampire should listen to the hunter. Jiang Qiyan turned his head, his pale fingers tilting Xiao Cheng's chin upward, then tonight. Mr. Xiao, will you be an even better boy? Xiao Cheng widened his eyes. Jiang Qiyan, noticing Xiao Cheng's unease, quickly said, I was just teasing you. But Xiao Cheng's gaze instantly darkened, his eyes reflecting a hint of illness and obsession. He had the thought of binding Yan Yan to marriage. Later, Xiao Cheng actually acted on this thought. This was a story for another time. Jiang Qiyan hadn't noticed Xiao Cheng's odd behavior, so in the afternoon, after tidying up his things, he went to the hospital to visit Su Jing. Xiao Cheng had originally planned to follow, but failed because the top entertainment star's schedule was packed. Lu Ting had called him 23 times to drag him away. At the hospital, Su Jing heard that Jiang Qiyan would come, so she put on her patient gown and went downstairs to wait for him. Her injuries weren't serious, but Lu Ting insisted on keeping her hospitalized for observation. Reluctantly, she agreed. Just as Su Jing came downstairs, she met someone. Chu Luo. What bad luck. It turned out that Chu Luo was also hospitalized at this hospital. His 2,000 mosquito bites were only just starting to heal, and seeing Su Jing's beautiful face, his feet froze in place. Chu Luo whistled loudly at Su Jing, beautiful lady, can I have your WeChat? Su Jing stopped, looked clearly at Chu Luo's face, and thinking about how much Jiang Qiyan had suffered while detained for 2 days, immediately became furious. She seized Chu Luo's wrist and twisted it hard. Crack. Chu Luo's face contorted in pain, and he yelled, "How dare you hit me, you son of a bitch." Su Jing took out a tissue, wiped her hands, stretched her neck and replied, "Watch your mouth or I won't hesitate to cut out your tongue and soak it thoroughly in toilet cleaner before washing it. If you've got the guts, then don't run." Chu Luo immediately pulled out his phone and called his dad, shouting into the phone as soon as it connected, "Dad, my hand has been fractured by someone." After giving his location, the call ended. Not long after, Sam Chu, a bit plump around the belly, walked in through the hospital gate. "What happened?" asked Director Chu, showing concern toward his son Chu Luo. Ironically, he had come to the hospital to visit his son today anyway. Whether or not someone orchestrated this coincidence behind the scenes, only Jiang Qiyan knew. "Dad. That woman, she hit me." Su Jing rolled her eyes at Chu Luo, glanced over the father-son duo of the Chu family, and instead focused on Jiang Qiyan approaching from a distance. "Brother." Jiang Qiyan sauntered over slowly. Chu Luo froze upon seeing Jiang Qiyan. It brought back unpleasant memories of the night he'd been bitten endlessly by mosquitoes, unable to escape. When Jiang Qiyan slightly lifted his hand, Chu Luo screamed, falling onto his butt, "Why you, stay away from me." Jiang Qiyan simply adjusted his cufflinks, smiling faintly, "I don't eat people, why are you afraid?" Guilty conscience. Director Chu's expression was as calm as water. He placed Chu Luo behind him and glared at Jiang Qiyuan, saying, "A child without a father to raise or a mother to teach certainly has no manners." Director Chu had investigated Jiang Qiyuan, and the household registration only listed his name, with both parents deceased. However, with his status and influence, Director Chu couldn't uncover the name Jiang Yuan. Jiang Qiyuan turned his head slightly and saw his father, Jiang Yun, standing not far away, and he smiled. He gave Jiang Yun a glance and spoke indifferently, "Vice President, Minister Chu says your son lacks discipline." Chapter 45, a young, beautiful girl sat across from Jiang Qiyuan. The atmosphere froze instantly, the silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. Sweat dripped profusely from Director Chu's forehead. How could Jiang Qiyuan be the son of the Vice President? "Dad," Chu Luo hadn't fully grasped the situation yet, tugging on Director Chu's sleeve, his face showing an expression like, "You need to stick up for me." Jiang Qiyuan pitted Chu Luo's low IQ, then looked up toward the Vice President. Jiang Yun acted as though he didn't hear, his gaze light. "Why bother calculating with someone irrelevant? It lowers one's worth." Director Chu was utterly terrified and scurried forward, bowing deeply and continuously apologizing and repenting to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, who had remained expressionless all along, finally lost his patience and said to Jiang Qiyuan, "Jiang Yuan, go home and receive family discipline from grandfather another day, so people won't say we have no class." Boom. Like being struck by lightning, Director Chu collapsed in place. Who is Jiang Yun's father? He's a significant historical figure, someone the president visits annually. Over. Everything is over. With an impassive face, Jiang Yun walked past Director Chu. Jiang Qiyuan and Su Jing followed Jiang Yun, passing by when Jiang Qiyuan stopped briefly, bent down, and whispered into Director Chu's ear, "Director Chu, I have officially reported you for illegal misconduct and submitted 76 pieces of evidence." Director Chu gasped in cold shock, unable to utter a complete sentence. Jiang Qiyuan grinned amiably as he rose, courteously inclined his head to Director Chu, and then turned to catch up with Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun glanced at Jiang Qiyuan, a deep chuckle escaping his throat, "You really indulged that boy." Facing Xiao Cheng, even personally handling Chu family father and son. Not fearing at all to dirty one's hands. Jiang Qiyuan responded calmly, "If it's my person, who else will take care of them besides me?" Jiang Yun gave him a disapproving look, casually inquiring about Su Jing's health condition, then left. Time passed quickly. On the 8th day of Su Jing's hospitalization, she was discharged. In September, Jiang Qiyuan won several cases, including Shen Yinqing's hit-and-run case. For the entire 2 months of September and October, Xiao Cheng stayed in Hengdian filming. They video called for more than an hour every night. Sometimes when Xiao Cheng was too tired after working all night on set, Jiang Qiyuan sympathized and let him sleep while keeping the call open. Jiang Qiyuan just wanted to see more of him. Xiao Cheng felt the same way. So, after Legal Storm wrapped at the end of the month, Xiao Cheng immediately booked a ticket back to Magic City, Shanghai. He wanted to surprise Jiang Qiyuan. Xiao Cheng dragged his suitcase out of the airport and checked his phone. They were registered as a couple on a dating app, allowing them to always know each other's location. Jiang Qiyuan's location was marked at a cafe. When Xiao Cheng reached the cafe's entrance, however, he saw a young, beautiful girl sitting opposite Jiang Qiyuan. Her face resembled peach blossoms, and she pointed at the dessert menu in her hand. Then, he watched as Jiang Qiyuan got up, went to the counter, and brought back 2 desserts. After eating a few bites of the dessert, the girl pointed to her purse placed beside Jiang Qiyuan's chair. Jiang Qiyuan smiled faintly, picked up the woman's purse, rummaged through it for a pack of tissues, and handed it to the girl. Xiao Cheng's complexion suddenly turned so gloomy that ink could drip from it. An overwhelming sense of sinister hostility surged in his eyes. Jiang Qiyuan was a person who usually kept his distance. Unless the relationship was genuinely good, it would be impossible for him to eat dessert alone with a girl or tamper with a girl's bag. Chapter 46, Jiang Yuan fears his wife. Inside the cafe. The girl sitting across from Jiang Qiyuan was his childhood friend, Fu Man. Fu Man eagerly held the dessert and asked Jiang Qiyuan, "So, is the nitrogen CP real?" Fu Man was a major host of the nitrogen CP super topic. Jiang Qiyuan chuckled softly, "Of course." At that very moment, a dark, solemn male voice resonated in Jiang Qiyuan's ears, "Sir, your coffee order." Jiang Qiyuan was momentarily taken aback, "I didn't order coffee." The words trailed off. Because Jiang Qiyuan saw that the man before him was wearing a cafe waiter's shirt and waistcoat, along with a work cap and mask, completely covered up. But Jiang Qiyuan instantly recognized who he was. Xiao Cheng. Upon hearing Jiang Qiyuan say, "I didn't order coffee," Xiao Cheng leaned forward on the table, blocking Fu Man's view of Jiang Qiyuan, his voice lowered, "So, sir, will you drink this cup of coffee?" His tone was heavy with an unmistakable threat, laced with danger. Jiang Qiyuan smiled gently, compliantly saying, "Yes." Then, he picked up the coffee in front of him and took a small sip, only to be startled. Xiao Cheng then asked in a chilling manner, "Is it good?" Jiang Qiyuan barely managed the urge to throw it up as he gritted his teeth, "It's good." In the coffee, there seemed to be countless amounts of soy sauce and vinegar, perhaps even plenty of mustard. Jiang Qiyuan tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, tears almost welling up from the spiciness. Satisfied, Xiao Cheng grinned and pressed on further, "If it's so good, why not finish it? Why leave so much behind?" Jiang Qiyuan, feeling numb on his tongue, stammered, "Can I wait a bit longer?" With more intensity in his voice, Xiao Cheng ordered, "Drink now." As soon as Xiao Cheng's command fell, without hesitation, Jiang Qiyuan lifted the cup of coffee on the table and slowly brought it to his lips. It seemed that anything Xiao Cheng made him drink, even if it were poison, he could consume it without showing any change in expression. Jiang Qiyuan thought he must be bewitched. Such an unbearably awful cup of coffee, yet he somehow tasted sweetness. Because, he enjoyed watching Xiao Cheng act jealous for him. Just then, Fu Man across from Jiang Qiyuan couldn't hold back her laughter anymore, chuckling, "I never thought, Jiang Yuan, that your day would come when you'd fear your wife so much. Ha ha ha." Xiao Cheng stiffened for a moment, the coldness in his eyes deepening. Jiang Yuan. This girl knew the name Jiang Yuan. What was her relationship with Jiang Qiyuan? Jiang Qiyuan stood up and hugged Xiao Cheng by the shoulder, turning to Fu Man and speaking. "Xiao Cheng, my man. Fu Man, my childhood friend." Jiang Qiyuan straightforwardly acknowledged his relationship with Xiao Cheng. A significant amount of Xiao Cheng's resentment dissipated immediately. Fu Man extended her hand to Xiao Cheng, "Brother Cheng, could you sign something for me later? My Weibo JD is Nitrogen Rose. You should recognize the name quite well." Xiao Cheng hesitated. Nitrogen Rose was one of his loyal fans from the early days of his debut. Back then, they weren't called Nitrogen Rose. Not until the Nitrogen CP became wildly popular did she change her name to Nitrogen Rose. Additionally, Nitrogen Rose had once posted on Weibo her marriage certificate with her husband. Xiao Cheng's remaining bits of resentment and jealousy disappeared too. Awkward and bashful, Xiao Cheng extended his hand toward Fu Man. Before they could shake hands, Xiao Cheng's wrist was held by Jiang Qiyuan, who said, "No need for shaking hands." Fu Man smirked, "Jiang Yuan, you've got some strong, jealous streak." Jiang Qiyuan pulled Xiao Cheng closer into his embrace, "What can I say? My little boyfriend is as beautiful as a flower." As Fu Man was about to speak, her phone emitted a notification sound. Glancing down, Fu Man informed Jiang Qiyuan, "Shi Hanchu has arrived. I'll go out to meet him. You two stay here and wait for me." Then, Fu Man picked up her handbag and left. Xiao Cheng curiously asked Jiang Qiyuan, "Shi Hanchu?" He remembered a veteran actor from the entertainment industry who was also named Shi Hanchu. The Shi family was a family of equal standing to the Jiang family. Jiang Qiyuan nodded, "Shi Hanchu and Fu Man are both my childhood friends." Xiao Cheng blinked, "You didn't secretly invite Miss Fu just for a coffee meeting today?" Jiang Qiyuan chuckled softly, placing his hand under the table onto Xiao Cheng's thigh. He said, "With you being by my side but unable to officially announce our relationship already puts you at a disadvantage. At least let my best friend and the person I love most know each other." Xiao Cheng asked, "Why suddenly think of meeting up with childhood friends?" Jiang Qiyuan didn't hide anything from him, "Being with you already makes me feel guilty for not announcing our relationship publicly, so I at least want my closest friends and the one I love to meet each other." Xiao Cheng's heart burned warmly. Jiang Qiyuan scooped a spoonful of dessert and offered it to him, "Mr. Xiao, the movie emperor, if you're truly touched, tomorrow we can take wedding photos." Chapter 47, Yes, Jiang Qiyuan, I really have a wife now. After finishing the sentence. Before Xiao Qing could reply, Jiang Qiyuan grinned and added another sentence, if we take the photos, and if Mr. Xiao dares to leave me high and dry afterward, I'll use these photos to blackmail you. Jiang Qiyuan's hand slid down and gently touched Xiao Qing's thigh, saying with concern, you've lost weight. Xiao Qing had been working in Hengdian for more than 2 months under 35 degrees Celsius heat, getting less than 3 hours of sleep each day. It was exhausting. Jiang Qiyuan wanted to fatten his little boyfriend up until he was white and plump. Otherwise, it would feel awkward to press him underneath at night. Thinking this, Jiang Qiyuan held a spoonful of dessert and offered it to him, try it. Xiao Qing obediently opened his mouth to take the spoon, and the sweet sensation melted on his tongue. Seeing that he didn't comment, Jiang Qiyuan asked, don't you like it? Xiao Qing honestly shook his head, I like it, it's very sweet. But normally, for body and weight management, he couldn't dare eat too much. Jiang Qiyuan watched as Xiao Qing swallowed, and the movement of his throat caught his gaze. His eyes darkened a bit as he said, this dessert is much better than my coffee. Xiao Qing's face flushed instantly. The cup of coffee he had prepared for Jiang Qiyuan contained soy sauce, vinegar, mustard, and probably even chili oil. After some thought, Xiao Qing took the spoon he used earlier, scooped a bite of dessert, and offered it back, eat some sweets to counteract the bitterness in your mouth. Jiang Qiyuan shook his head, it's not sweet enough. Xiao Qing said, then I'll order something sweeter for you. He didn't finish his sentence because Jiang Qiyuan had already fed him the dessert, then cupped Xiao Qing's face with one hand and kissed him. The sweetness spread between their lips and teeth. After indulging in the kiss, Jiang Qiyuan quickly pulled back, rubbing Xiao Qing's lips with his thumb while teasing him, my little melon has grown up. Xiao Qing gave him a glare, slapped his hand away, and pulled up his mask. Due to being slightly oxygen-deprived from the kiss, Xiao Qing's eyes glistened with moisture. He looked annoyed, there are so many people here. Don't. Jiang Qiyuan scratched Xiao Qing's palm, so once we get home, can I kiss you as much as I want? Xiao Qing hesitated for a moment, then seriously nodded, adding, but don't kiss me till I swell. He still had to film scenes and appear on TV shows. Jiang Qiyuan's lips curved upward, all right. Fearing he might annoy Xiao Qing, he didn't say any more flirtatious words. Xiao Qing changed clothes, returning the waiter's outfit he wore when delivering the coffee to the waiter. The young waiter curiously asked him, didn't you just say you were going to catch someone cheating? Xiao Qing coughed lightly, just scare him a bit, no need to really catch him. The young man looked utterly confused, huh? Xiao Qing replied coolly, jealousy is a fun thing. You single dogs wouldn't understand. Young waiter, is this polite? By the time Xiao Qing returned, Jiang Qiyuan's 2 childhood friends, Fu Man and Shi Hanchu, had already arrived. Fu Man was a CCTV hostess, very emotionally intelligent and also a fan of Xiao Qing, so they quickly hit it off. Mysteriously, Fu Man whispered to Xiao Qing, I know lots of dirt about your man. 100 yuan per story. Want to hear? Xiao Qing thought for a moment, then pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it over. Sitting beside Xiao Qing, Jiang Qiyuan swirled a cocktail glass, one hand resting on Xiao Qing's chair back, looking at him with tender and spoiling eyes. Fu Man glanced at Jiang Qiyuan, then at Xiao Qing, and began. Brother Qing, one time when Jiang Yuan was drunk, I tried pulling him into the car, but he grabbed onto your billboard on the road and wouldn't let go. He kept kissing it and shouting that he had a wife, telling all the little devils to stay away from him. Xiao Qing turned his head, disbelievingly staring at Jiang Qiyuan, is this true? Jiang Qiyuan nodded, his eyes locking intensely onto Xiao Qing, yes, I really have a wife now. Xiao Qing avoided his burning gaze and reached for his wallet. He wanted to keep hearing Fu Man's gossip about Jiang Qiyuan. However, since Xiao Qing rarely used cash, he only had that 100 yuan. So. Xiao Qing looked directly at Jiang Qiyuan, give me 100 yuan. Give, instead of borrow. Jiang Qiyuan was delighted by this, pulling out his wallet and handing it over completely, all yours. At that moment. Shi Hanchu, who hadn't spoken until now, glanced at Xiao Qing and said to Jiang Qiyuan, come over here for a moment. Jiang Qiyuan smiled, no need. There are no outsiders here. Speak freely. Shi Hanchu hesitated for a moment before nodding, all right. Can you help me look up someone? Who? Shi Hanchu said, KJLL, a hacker. Xiao Qing's hands trembled, almost spilling the lemonade he was holding. KJLL. How did Shi Hanchu know about this identity of his? Xiao Qing glanced at Jiang Qiyuan again. Jiang Qiyuan was lightly tapping his fingers on his knee, asking Shi Hanchu, what after you found out? Shi Hanchu shook his head, I don't know. It's the president's order. Jiang Qiyuan didn't ask further. Shi Hanchu signaled Fu Man with a glance, and Fu Man skillfully changed the topic, asking Xiao Qing, Brother Qing, I heard that next week, you will be recording a variety show with Mr. Jiang Yuan. Xiao Qing nodded. The Temperature of Law, a reality show observing legal workplace scenarios. As a legal professional, it was Jiang Qiyuan's first time participating in a variety show recording. Fu Man chuckled, the production team really hit the jackpot. This morning, the official Weibo account of The Temperature of Law released the guest list for the second season. It hadn't been up for more than 10 minutes when it reached the top trending spot. Currently, it has been forwarded 1,200,000 times, with over 1 million comments. Top comment. Underscore, Mr. Jiang Qiyuan's name being above Xiao Cheng's, something seems off. I can visualize them together already. I can write 3,000 words about their pairing. Underscore, pen to you, go ahead, write fast, 3,000 words aren't enough, make it 3 million, evil smile. Underscore, nitroglycerin flies bravely, Jiang and Cheng are forever. Underscore, what is Jiangcheng? Underscore, reply upstairs, Jiang Qiyuan's fans call themselves Jiang slices, Xiao Cheng's fans call themselves oranges. Underscore, Jiang and Cheng family united. Fu Man scrolled through the comments and laughed, fans have gone crazy shippering. In just a few hours, the official Weibo account of The Temperature of Law gained over 5 million followers, more than I have as a hostess. Only then did Xiao Cheng realize why Fu Man looked so familiar. Fu Man, a gold medal hostess from the national television station. Fu Man then chatted some more with Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qiyuan about the recording details before they all parted ways. Jiang Qiyuan sat in Xiao Cheng's car, winking at Xiao Cheng from the passenger seat, boyfriend, I drank alcohol today, so I can't drive. Xiao Cheng hesitated slightly, so. Jiang Qiyuan innocently tilted his head, a sly glint appearing in his eyes, you'll have to drive me home. For 2 months without touching his little boyfriend, only getting glimpses through video calls, Jiang Qiyuan couldn't help himself any longer. Without much thought, Xiao Cheng nodded and bent to sit in the driver's seat. However, when the car arrived near Jiang Qiyuan's private villa, Xiao Cheng realized there was no way out. As soon as they got out of the car, Jiang Qiyuan collapsed onto Xiao Cheng like he had no bones, moaning, baby, my head hurts so much. Jiang Qiyuan's hands dominantly circled Xiao Cheng's waist, burying his head in his neck, mumbling pitifully. Xiao Cheng struggled for a long time but couldn't break free, let's go inside, I'll cook you a sobering soup, okay? Jiang Qiyuan nodded. After Xiao Cheng helped Jiang Qiyuan into the bedroom and cooked the sobriety soup, he prepared to leave. But once outside the villa, he saw his car, with 3 of its tires stolen. Its fuel tank had also been removed. It was completely unusable. Moreover, within a 10-kilometer radius of Jiang Qiyuan's villa, there were no taxis available. As night fell, the sky grew darker. At the same time, inside the villa bedroom, Jiang Qiyuan slowly opened his eyes. They were crystal clear, without even a trace of drunkenness. Jiang Qiyuan's phone beeped, a message popping up. Young Lord 5, it's done. We stole 3 wheels and dismantled the fuel tank. Jiang Qiyuan's lips curved into an enchanting smile, his eyes brimming with intense possessiveness and dominance. Tonight would be a very pleasant night. Xiao Cheng, I'm waiting for you to come back. Author's note. Chapter 48 Already married, afraid of wife, don't flirt. 10 minutes later. The door to Jiang Qiyuan's bedroom was knocked on. Jiang Qiyuan's lips curled into a smirk as he went to open it, pretending to be puzzled and asked Xiao Cheng, why did you come back? Xiao Cheng stared straight at Jiang Qiyuan, did you do this? Jiang Qiyuan wore a bewildered expression, what? Xiao Cheng asked again, wasn't it you? Jiang Qiyuan squinted his eyes and pinched Xiao Cheng's chin, boyfriend, it's late. Just wandering into your man's bedroom casually, intending not to leave, huh? Jiang Qiyuan's tone was so matter-of-fact that Xiao Cheng thought perhaps he had misjudged him. Xiao Cheng scratched his head, could I spend the night here? After saying that, as if he was afraid Jiang Qiyan would misunderstand, he quickly added, I'll stay in the guest room. Any guest room is fine. A trace of laughter flashed in Jiang Qian's eyes as he said, no. Ah. Xiao Cheng didn't expect him to refuse. Jiang Qiyan pinched Xiao Cheng's chin, his thumb lightly grinding Xiao Cheng's lips. Honey, planning to wander into your man's bedroom and not leave? Xiao Cheng swallowed, his gaze falling on the bedsheet of the master bedroom. Just for an instant, he quickly averted his eyes, his face turning red all the way to his ear tips. Jiang Qiyan tilted his chin, using the back of his other hand to touch Xiao Cheng's face. So flushed. What are you thinking about, huh? And nothing. Xiao Cheng's throat was so dry that his voice came out hoarse. Jiang Qiyan then stepped back, went downstairs to the kitchen, and brewed a cup of honey pomelo water for him. Here. Xiao Cheng held the glass, gulping down a mouthful. He was flustered, his hand gripping the glass trembling slightly, a few drops of water sliding down his slender neck. The water traced the beautiful contour of his throat and disappeared into the collar of his shirt. Jiang Qian's eyes darkened. He handed his tablet to Xiao Cheng. The password for the computer startup is your birthday, the application lock password is the day you debuted. You play around with it while I deal with some work. Xiao Cheng nodded. Then, Jiang Qiyan sat by the desk in the master bedroom, flipping through a judicial examination textbook. He was the main lecturer at a well-known judicial exam training institute. That night, Jiang Qiyan had an online class, so he had to prepare. Xiaoqing sat on the edge of Jiang Qiyan's bed, holding the tablet, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan had slight myopia, wearing a pair of gold wire-frame glasses, in a white shirt and black dress pants, sitting by the desk reading a book, with a very suave but bad boy aura. His shirt sleeves were rolled up to the elbow, revealing a segment of cold white arms. The fingers holding the book by Jiang Qiyan were pale, long, and even. For a moment, Xiaoqing stared blankly. He even started to fantasize. Cutting off Yan Yan's hands and hiding them. Jiang Qiyan, who'd been staring at a stack of legal exam books for 20 minutes, lifted his head, speaking calmly but without much patience, "Don't look at me like that." Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan was smiling, but his voice was unnervingly raspy. "If you keep looking at me like this, your waist won't be able to take it." Xiaoqing quickly looked down, pretending to be calm as he played with Jiang Qiyan's tablet. Suddenly, WeChat notifications from the tablet rang out. In the quiet bedroom, the sound of WeChat notification was particularly clear. Xiaoqing stood up, intending to hand over the tablet to Jiang Qiyan. "Your WeChat." Without raising his head, Jiang Qiyan, twirling a pen in his hand, said, "Take a quick look at who sent it." Xiaoqing responded with an "oh," and clicked open the message. It was an ad, one of those without much substance. When Xiaoqing was about to exit WeChat, Jiang Qiyan's WeChat profile picture suddenly caught his complete attention. Xiaoqing clicked to enlarge Jiang Qiyan's WeChat profile picture and saw. On a pure white background, written in wild cursive script, was a line of text. "Already married, afraid of wife, don't flirt. Afraid of your grandpa's wife. And already married?" Xiaoqing stared at Jiang Qiyan's WeChat profile for several seconds before suddenly hearing Jiang Qiyan's voice, "Do you like my profile picture?" Xiaoqing looked up at Jiang Qiyan and rolled his eyes dramatically. Jiang Qiyan lazily leaned against his chair, pulling out a sheet of paper and scribbling something furiously before handing it to Xiaoqing. Confused, Xiaoqing took it and saw. "Name flower has owner, already married, no appointments." With an impudent smile, Jiang Qiyan said, "Mr. Xiao, you can take a photo of the words on this piece of paper with your phone, and we will have matching profile pictures." Xiaoqing crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it directly at Jiang Qiyan's head. Jiang Qiyan good-naturedly picked up the paper ball and placed it on the table. Xiaoqing ignored him. So Xiaoqing lay down on Jiang Qiyan's bed with the tablet, browsing entertainment gossip. Jiang Qiyan glanced at Xiaoqing, grabbed the air conditioner remote control, and turned up the temperature by 2 degrees. 5 minutes later, he turned it up another 2 degrees. 10 minutes later, he turned it up 1 more degree. Finally unable to bear it, Xiaoqing sat up on the bed, breaking out in sweat. He looked at the air conditioner, it was already set to 30 degrees Celsius. Xiaoqing asked Jiang Qiyan, "Aren't you hot?" Jiang Qiyan shook his head, "Not at all." Xiaoqing wiped the sweat off his forehead, hesitated, then bit his lip as he said to Jiang Qiyan, I want to take a shower." Jiang Qiyan responded with an "oh," appearing rather indifferent and composed. Annoyed, Xiaoqing added, "Jiang Qiyan, I don't have any clothes to change into." The corners of Jiang Qiyan's lips curved upward slightly. He pulled out a chair, stood up, opened the wardrobe, and said to Xiaoqing, "There are no new clothes, but all these ones I've worn before have been washed. You can pick one yourself." As for the unopened new clothes, they were all shoved under the bed. Xiaoqing looked away, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded slightly, grabbed a set of grey pajamas, and went into the bathroom in the next room. Jiang Qiyan smirked seductively. He glanced at his wristwatch, it was already 7:50 p.m. The live stream started at 8 p.m. Jiang Qiyan turned on the computer, entered his account and password, and entered the live streaming room. In other lectures' live streams from the Judicial Exam Institute, there would only be 200,000 or 300,000 people online listening to the lecture. But in Jiang Qiyan's number of people online listening, 28.5 million. As soon as Jiang Qiyan entered the live stream room, the barrage of comments lit up instantly. Yan Yan, where is Ching Ching? Ever since the Nitro CP became popular, the admission threshold for the law school in our university has gone up by 20 points. Waiting for, storm in the law office, and warmth of legal professionals to get scheduled. Sister Jiang fans and Brother Orange fans, stop making noise. This is Yan Yan's teaching live stream. Please leave the comment section for law students who really need help with questions, they are preparing for the bar exam. Okay, I'm a Sister Jiang fan. I'll be quiet now. Alright, I'm Brother Orange. I will also be quiet. Sorry, we just came to see Yan Yan, but we promise to stay silent and won't disturb your study session. Best wishes to all senior brothers and sisters taking the bar exam for a smooth pass. In the live stream room, people who were originally pretty annoyed by these fans suddenly became their supporters. Because the solo fans and CP fans of Xiaoqing and Jiang Qiyan truly had high qualities. Besides, No fandom within the entire entertainment industry could coexist peacefully like this. But theirs could. Time quickly passed, and it was 8 o'clock. Holding the textbook, Jiang Qiyan began teaching. His lecture was not stiff, even very dry knowledge points could be illustrated through many vivid case studies from different angles. His logic was clear, and his system comprehensive. The students were engrossed, finding immense benefit in his teachings. After an hour and a half of live streaming class ended, Jiang Qiyan interacted with the students in the live stream room as usual. A barrage question asked, "Mr. Jiang, is the Nitro CP real?" Seeing the comment, Jiang Qiyan smiled. Before he could respond, the master bedroom door opened. Xiao Cheng, wearing pajamas, walked in. Xiao Cheng didn't realize that Jiang Qiyan was live streaming. While drying his wet hair, he said to Jiang Qiyan, "Qiyan, I just searched Baidu. You're running the air conditioner in the bedroom at 30 degrees because you're so cold sensitive. According to Baidu, it suggests that there might be issues with your kidneys which require treatment. You shouldn't avoid seeking medical attention." Jiang Qiyan. Live stream room. Chapter 49, Jiang Qiyan, I love you. Holy crap. Did Xiao Cheng wash up and come in wearing pajamas into Mr. Jiang's bedroom? Is this what we're meant to see? Is the next part going to be restricted content? Junior Jiang fans and Junior Orange fans should exit the live stream if they're underage. Jiang Qiyan, do you want to check if my kidney is problematic? At Xiao Cheng. Just saying, yesterday Xiao Cheng's agent claimed that Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Cheng are just brothers. Socialist brotherhood, perfect. I have a friend who wants to watch Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Cheng make baby syrup together. Late at night, the live stream chat exploded. At the same moment, Lu Ting, who was already wearing a face mask and ready to sleep, suddenly received a call from her studio. "Sister Ting, you must look at Weibo immediately." Lu Ting abruptly threw off the blanket, sat upright and anxiously asked, "What happened?" Mr. Jiang started a live stream to prepare for the judicial examination. Lu Ting sighed with relief, so what? Live streaming lectures is normal, isn't it? The person on the other end was about to cry urgently. Mr. Jiang live streamed from his bedroom at home, and when he got to the end of the lesson, Chenggu wearing pajamas pushed the door open. Lu Ting. She immediately called Xiao Cheng, "Do you want to drive me crazy? What do you two little bastards intend to do, declare your relationship publicly, or get married, huh?" On the other side, Xiao Cheng paused silently for a moment before clearing his throat. "Listen up, sis, the live stream hasn't ended yet." Lu Ting. Her hands trembling, she picked up a bottle of heart pills from her bedside table and swallowed several of them before her heart felt a little better. Holding her phone, Lu Ting waited a bit before hearing Xiao Cheng's voice, "It's fine now." Lu Ting's tone was far from pleasant, it was clear that she was suppressing her anger. "Is Jiang Qiyan still with you?" Xiao Cheng glanced at Jiang Qiyan beside him, "Yes." "Hand him the phone." Jiang Qiyan took the phone from Xiao Cheng, "Ms. Lu." Closing her eyes for a second, Lu Ting inhaled deeply twice. "Mr. Lawyer, teach me something. How should I deal with this PR nightmare? Unless you two are actually blood-related brothers with a DNA report proving it, otherwise, there's no way for you to clean this mess." Jiang Qian's face didn't look good either. He had simply wanted Xiao Cheng to wear his pajamas, soaking up his scent. But when Xiao Cheng walked into his live stream, Jiang Qiyan had been startled himself. There were plenty of men in the domestic entertainment industry who teased each other with fake gay couples, playing around to create buzz for CP fans. So far though, the number of official confirmations of actual relationships was 0. While Jiang Qiyan had no fear himself, he couldn't neglect Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qiyan closed his eyes briefly, then reopened them, his expression became firm and resolute. He said to Lu Ting, "Ms. Lu, this time we won't wash it away or clarify anything." Stunned on the spot, Lu Ting could hardly believe what she heard. What did you just say?" Jiang Qiyan stated firmly, word by word, "I will take responsibility for Xiao Cheng. Full responsibility." Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng's face turned bright red, his gaze darting away uncomfortably, afraid to meet Jiang Qian's eyes. At the other end of the line, Lu Ting furrowed her brows. "What do you mean by, take responsibility?" She felt like a mother arranging her daughter's marriage, as if the mother-in-law was negotiating with her son-in-law. Jiang Qiyan explained, "There are two paths ahead. First, we go public." Without hesitation, Lu Ting rejected, "Impossible. Unless you want Xiao Cheng to be banned, and you yourself will have a hard time staying in the legal field." Jiang Qiyan thought for a moment, "Then there's only the second option, let me and Xiao Cheng star in a drama together, creating a new fictional CP. That way, today's live stream can be spun as promotional content for our upcoming show." After some deliberation, Lu Ting decided this plan was viable. The company is willing to buy Xiao Cheng a big JP production. "But Mr. Lawyer, won't your career be affected?" Jiang Qiyan responded indifferently, No adapted works about same-sex relationships, we'll hire top-notch screenwriters to write an entirely new script. It'll be a story created specifically for Xiao Cheng and me. Satisfied with this answer, Lu Ting approved, and then hung up the call. She was about to dial another number to arrange press releases and crisis management when the company called again. Listen, Ms. Lu. No PR needed. Gripping the heart pill bottle tightly, Lu Ting asked, what now? They replied, Weibo crashed. Xiao Cheng's influence was immense in the entertainment circle. All the technicians at Weibo were summoned to the office late at night to urgently repair the servers. Lu Ting reacted with an expression that said she had expected this much. If Weibo crashes, use another media platform for PR. Do I need to teach you everything? They hesitated again, but Bilibili also crashed. As well as AC Fun, Douban, Tushio, 13 media platforms, all, CRSHED. Lu Ting. Having been an agent for 8 years, she had never encountered this situation. Rubbing her temples, Lu Ting sent 2 messages to Xiao Cheng. Lu Ting, ancestor, thank you so much for letting me witness in my lifetime such a grand event, the simultaneous crash of 13 media platforms. Lu Ting, truly an eye-opening experience. Xiao Cheng, lying nestled in Jiang Qian's arms at the moment, received the message. Feeling quite uneasy, Xiao Cheng buried his head against Jiang Qian's chest, his lashes fluttering. Sorry. Jiang Qian stroked his back gently, stroke after stroke. My silly one, why do you apologize? With a voice softer than a mosquito's buzz, Xiao Cheng said, I knew you were live streaming, and I intentionally walked in. Qian, I am selfish. I don't want to secretly be together anymore. I want to go public. I want everyone in the world to know, you belong to me. If they do, no one will ever dare to covet you again. Xiao Cheng confessed sincerely. That day in the cafe, though Fu Man hadn't shown any interest in Jiang Qian. Still. In the cafe, several girls had blushed while gazing at Jiang Qian, even secretly taking pictures of his profile. Xiao Cheng's jealousy had overflowed. He uneasily snuggled closer to Jiang Qian, tightening his arms around the latter's waist. Jiang Qian remained silent. The unrest in Xiao Cheng's heart gradually magnified. Are you blaming me? I know, Jiang Qian suddenly spoke, cutting him off. Xiao Cheng was startled. What? Jiang Qian's throat moved slightly as he emitted a deep and pleasurable laugh. I mean, I know you intentionally entered the live stream. Xiao Cheng, I've been waiting for your jar of jealousy to tip over for a very long time now. Xiao Cheng trembled all over, somewhat lost and confused as he asked, really? Why? Jiang Qian smiled and stretched out a hand from beneath the covers to grab the tablet on the bedside table. With the other hand, he pulled Xiao Cheng even closer into his embrace. Jiang Qian opened a video folder in the tablet. Inside the folder were clips of Xiao Cheng's 7-year acting career where he acted out romantic scenes with all the actresses he had worked with. A total of 3,782 videos. Jiang Qian painstakingly cut them out one by one, stubbornly using face swap software to replace Xiao Cheng's face in each clip. Jiang Qian cupped the back of Xiao Cheng's head, narrowing his eyes as he leaned down close. Do you know what I wanted to do when I saw you acting out love scenes with other actresses? What did you want to do? Jiang Qian, emphasizing each word, said, I just wanted to officially announce our relationship, to throw dog food in front of the whole nation, the entire world. Through the entire event. It was deliberate on Xiao Cheng's part. And also on Jiang Qian's. Both, calculated, against each other, yet their purpose, turned out to be perfectly aligned. Xiao Cheng suddenly smiled, his eyes reddened as he called out, Jiang Qian. Yes. Xiao Cheng said, I love you. Chapter 50, Mr. Zhang's first time cooking. Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes, unfastening the first button of Xiao Cheng's collar while asking him, no regrets. Xiao Cheng tensed up all over, so nervous that he buried his head against Jiang Qian's chest, but still shook his head firmly. No regrets, whatever you do to me. I like it. Jiang Qian's gaze deepened. He stood up, circled the room, and locked every door and window that could be secured. Then, Jiang Qian powered off both their phones to avoid being disturbed. After finishing everything, Jiang Qian approached Xiao Cheng, bending down to restrain him, tilting his chin upwards with a finger, pointing at his clothes, hoarsely saying, go ahead, be good. Shaking with trembling fingertips, Xiao Cheng obediently undid the buttons. The next morning, Jiang Qian reached out, pulling the blanket around Xiao Cheng tighter. He bent down and tenderly kissed Xiao Cheng's eyebrows, the tip of his nose, and his swollen lips before breaking into a low chuckle. In some ways, Xiao Cheng was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Whatever Jiang Qian wanted, he strived to cooperate. Last night, Jiang Qian forced Xiao Cheng to repeat various things, words he shouldn't say, titles of endearment, and more. All those red-eyed requests made Xiao Cheng plead, filling Jiang Qian's mind endlessly. Jiang Qian moved gently, stood up carefully, picked up his phone lightly, and descended downstairs to the kitchen. As soon as Jiang Qian turned on his phone, a flurry of messages popped up. Qian, are you two living together already? Jiang Yuan, 9 of the top 10 trending topics are yours, 18 of the top 20, 32 of the top 50, impressive. Qi Yan, my son hasn't even held a girl's hand yet, and here you've already taken him into the bedroom as a boyfriend. Don't hurt Xiaoqing, don't crush him with your weight. I have a daughter-in-law already. The messages kept popping up for a full 5 minutes, ringing non-stop. WeChat, 9.99 plus notifications. Ding ding, 99.99 plus notifications. Private Weibo messages, 1 million plus. Frowning, Jiang Qiyan slid his finger across the screen, opening the floating toolbar and activating airplane mode. Finally, the world grew quiet. Then, Jiang Qiyan connected to WJFJ and opened a webpage to search for breakfast recipes, intending to cook porridge and stir-fry a couple of appetizing dishes. However, Master Jiang didn't often enter the kitchen. When he lived alone in the past, he only knew how to boil instant noodles. Thus, while washing the rice, water splashed all over him. When frying eggs, his pan was littered with eggshell fragments, and his hands were covered in egg whites. When seasoning the dish, he accidentally dropped the spoon used for measuring spices into the pot. Out of reflex, Jiang Qiyan reached out immediately to pick it up, scorching his fingertips red instantly. 3 hours later, Jiang Qiyan carried up a clay pot of congee, golden fried eggs, and verdant stir-fried greens to the second floor. To be precise, it was a pot of sticky rice that turned out a bit burnt due to too little water. Golden, yet with visible fragments of eggshells in the fried eggs. The greens were lush, but it seemed as if the roots hadn't been entirely removed from the stir-fried dish. Young Master Jiang walked into the master bedroom holding breakfast. Xiaoqing wasn't sleeping peacefully. His brows were knitted tightly as though he was having a nightmare, his lips quivering faintly. Jiang Qiyan placed the breakfast tray down, moved forward, bent over, and then heard Xiaoqing muttering in his sleep. "Mom, please don't hit me, stop hitting me." Jiang Qian's eyes narrowed dangerously, his entire demeanor radiating a chilling aura. His clenched fists showed protruding veins on the back of his hands and wrists. Suddenly, Jiang Qian's arm was grabbed. Turning around, he saw Xiaoqing hugging his arm insecurely, nuzzling against his shoulder with his head while trembling restlessly. Taking 2 deep breaths, Jiang Qiyan extended a hand, gently patting Xiaoqing's head. "Be good, don't be afraid, I'm here. No one will dare lay a finger on you anymore. Whoever touches you, I'll deal with them." After saying this, Jiang Qiyan reached out to grab Xiaoqing's phone from the bedside table, turning it on. He suddenly felt an urge to ask Lu Ting what Xiaoqing had gone through. Just as Xiaoqing's phone turned on, a call came in. The caller ID displayed, "Mom." Jiang Qiyan sneered lightly and pressed the answer button, lowering his voice, "Hello." On the other end of the line, a woman's voice spoke, "Xiaoqing, your mother has something to say to you." Chapter 51, Xiaoqing doesn't deserve a mother like you. Jiang Qiyan glanced at Xiaoqing who slept soundly. Carefully, he slipped his arm from Xiaoqing's embrace, took the call, and stepped out of the room, quietly closing the door behind him before responding, "Go ahead." The woman on the other end, Xiaoqing's mother, didn't realize she wasn't talking to Xiaoqing. Because Xiaoqing's father had passed away when Xiaoqing was 11 years old. After Xiaoqing's mother remarried, she never made contact with her son again. Xiaoqing's mother started off by saying, "Can you stop tormenting Chu Luo? Chu Luo is also your brother." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyan stiffened completely. Chu Luo. Is he Xiaoqing's brother? That would explain why he always felt a sense of familiarity looking at Chu Luo. Xiaoqing's mother continued, "Your father passed away when you were 11, and I remarried out of necessity, but Chu Luo is my child, sharing the same blood as you. How could you bear for your own brother to spend the rest of his life in prison? Are you trying to drive your brother to death?" Jiang Qiyan remained expressionless, his pitch-black eyes cold and terrifying. He questioned Xiaoqing's mother, "So, Chu Luo causing a ruckus at Xiaoqing's studio and smashing that 10.2 million yuan cello, was he forced to do that?" The mother didn't respond. Jiang Qiyan followed up, "So, forcing those numerous girls to have relations with him, was he forced to do that too?" A flash of guilt flickered in Xiaoqing's mother's eyes as she retorted, "Xiaoqing, are you so cold-blooded that you'd abandon him when he needs help the most?" Jiang Qiyan chuckled mockingly, "He violated criminal law. How do you expect me to save him?" Xiaoqing's mother, "Isn't Jiang Qiyan quite fond of you? Doesn't he come from an influential background, undefeated in lawsuits? Beg him, give him whatever he wants. What if Jiang Qiyan makes your son lose his dignity, his freedom?" Jiang Qian's tone was freezing. He wanted to see just how much more extreme Xiaoqing's exemplary mother could get. But, he underestimated her. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing's mother replied, "He's powerful, finding such a patron. It wouldn't be a bad deal for you." Jiang Qian's tone grew heavy. "Do you consider Xiaoqing an item? A product?" Xiaoqing's mother paused, surprised, "You're not Xiaoqing. Who are you?" "Hand over the phone to Xiaoqing, his mother is looking for him. He's a globally renowned star, a king of songs whose concerts and variety shows can be found everywhere." If you cared even slightly about him, there's no way you wouldn't recognize his voice. Xiaoqing doesn't deserve a mother like you, you don't qualify. Jiang Qiyan massaged his temples, suppressing his anger. Xiaoqing's mother finally realized, you're Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan stuffed one hand into his pant pocket, his voice icy. There's something I still need to clarify to you clearly. Xiaoqing is my treasure, the one I hold closest to my heart. This isn't a relationship involving keeping or any kind of manipulation. However, if Xiaoqing wanted to keep me, I'd be perfectly fine with being his kept man, finding myself a wealthy benefactor. But I'm not his patron. No one can let Xiaoqing lose his dignity, his freedom. If he wants to acknowledge you as his mother in the future, it won't be a problem for me to call you mother-in-law. If he doesn't recognize you and you dare disturb him again, Jiang Qiyan gave a low laugh. The consequences, why don't you guess what might happen? Remember this clearly, Xiaoqing is my patron, forever will be. After saying this indifferently, Jiang Qiyan hung up the phone directly. He turned around, only to stop short in surprise. Xiaoqing was standing right behind him, staring at him intently. Jiang Qiyan wasn't sure how much Xiaoqing had heard. You. Xiaoqing moved forward, suddenly pinching Jiang Qiyan's chin, lifting it, and said, Mr. Jiang, your patron is hungry, accompany him to have breakfast. Jiang Qiyan smiled, holding Xiaoqing's hand tightly in his, intertwining their fingers. All right. The two returned to the master bedroom in perfect sync, neither bringing up what had just happened. Jiang Qiyan cleared the desk and placed the breakfast he prepared with love on it. Then, Jiang Qiyan handed Xiaoqing a pair of chopsticks, rather nervously saying, This is my first time cooking, please give it a try. Xiaoqing washed his face and sat down, looking at the rice, fried eggs, and stir-fried greens before him, saying, This rice isn't bad. Jiang Qiyan coughed awkwardly. Well, it's actually porridge, the water was added a bit too little. Xiaoqing. Considering it was Jiang Qiyan's first attempt at cooking, Xiaoqing thought it was understandable. However, after taking a mouthful of rice, Xiaoqing's expression gradually grew serious. Qiyan, why does this porridge taste salty? Jiang Qiyan froze, tasting a bite himself before spitting it out into the trash can, probably too much salt. Xiaoqing, why would you put salt in your porridge? Jiang Qiyan confused, I saw the nanny aunt adding some kind of white powder when she cooked for me. Xiaoqing covered his face, that's baking soda, not salt. Jiang Qiyan blushed, then placed the plate of sunny-side-up eggs in front of Xiaoqing, then, try this? Xiaoqing took a bite with his chopsticks and chewed. Crunch crunch. The eggshell was chewed, making a crisp sound. Xiaoqing glanced at Jiang Qiyan who looked full of anticipation and coughed, this omelette is quite rich in calcium. Given the scarcity of egg whites and yolks, how could it not be rich in calcium? Jiang Qiyan, these greens must taste good, they're stir-fried baby shrimp and vegetables, I followed Baidu recipe. Xiaoqing tasted it once, barely keeping from spitting it out. Sour. It tasted like vinegar. Does it taste good? Asked Jiang Qiyan. Xiaoqing. It tastes good, these greens really taste good. Jiang Qiyan instantly became overjoyed, wagging his tail like a dog and saying, then you eat this, I'll take the omelette. Xiaoqing regretted praising him, why don't you try the dish you cooked? After Jiang Qiyan tried a mouthful. Looking through the Baidu recipe book for a long while, he said seriously, it must be because the vinegar and soy sauce bottles look too alike. Xiaoqing didn't burst his bubble but rolled up his sleeves, went downstairs into the kitchen, let me handle it. Soon. Xiaoqing came out with a pot of beef noodles. The beef was tender, fragrant, mouth-watering. A few tender green vegetable leaves were faintly visible, a feast for all senses. Unable to resist eating 3 huge bowls of noodles, Jiang Qiyan. This was an example of world inequality. After finishing eating, Xiaoqing looked at Jiang Qiyan, suddenly opening his mouth. Qiyan, would you like to hear about my childhood? Chapter 52, Xiaoqing ties Jiang Qiyan's tie. All right. Xiaoqing wore a detached expression, telling it as if it were someone else's story. My father passed away when I was 11 years old. On his funeral day, my mother became the mistress of another man, Chu Luo's father. Jiang Qiyan hugged Xiaoqing's shoulder, his eyes filled with empathy. Looking into Jiang Qiyan's eyes, Xiaoqing felt as if he'd been pierced. He wanted to tell him to go away, that he didn't need pity. But seeing Jiang Qiyan's eyes brimming with affection, Xiaoqing's suffocating feeling slowly dissipated. Jiang Qiyan wasn't feeling sorry for him, he genuinely wanted to be kind to him. Xiaoqing's eyes turned slightly red. I started working in a bar when I was 13 to make money. At that time, I earned 20 yuan per hour. All the way until I debuted, became famous in the entertainment circle, and my mother called me asking me to introduce Chu Luo to the industry, giving him resources. Yen, I can't stand you being close to anyone else, men or women, it's just not possible. I want to lock you up and hide you in a place where you'd never be able to escape for the rest of your life. It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I don't trust myself. Yen, it's you who give me my sense of security. As Xiaoqing continued speaking, he felt the topic getting too sorrowful and gave a soft laugh, threatening Qiyan Jiang, so, since you've already had everything from me, if you dare not take responsibility, I'll definitely break your legs. Qian Jiang didn't say anything. He reached out and grabbed the back of Xiao Cheng's head, kissing him. The kiss was fierce, full of tangled urgency, like an invasion of a city. Not until Xiao Cheng started blacking out from lack of oxygen did Qian Jiang let go of him, holding him possessively in his arms. Boyfriend, we've been in 2 relationships now, and both times I've confessed to you. Loving you more deeply, has completed my entire life. I went through all sorts of hardships to trick you into my hands, and you're willing to let me take responsibility for you. I couldn't be more grateful. Besides, Qian Jiang cupped Xiao Cheng's face, touching his reddened earlobes. You are my financier. Have some confidence, alright? Xiao Cheng, ticklish, tried dodging as Jiang kept teasing him. Who's your financier? Qian Jiang shrugged. Yesterday at the cafe, I handed over my wallet for you to manage. Financier, could you please give me some pocket money? Xiao Cheng said coolly. No, a man with money tends to go astray. Just as Qian Jiang wanted to say something more, Xiao Cheng's phone rang. It was Lu Ting calling him. As soon as he picked it up, she began saying, the company has contacted a top-notch screenwriting team to create a custom script specifically for you and Qian Jiang, where you two will be the main actors. I've sent the summary to your WeChat. What Lu Ting didn't tell Xiao Cheng was that after she'd hired the top-tier screenwriting team, someone anonymously submitted an ancient, boylove, novel along with an already completed authorization document. The author's pen name was Xiao Jia Wu Yuan. Xiao Cheng opened his WeChat to take a look. It was an ancient boys love, novel. Evil black abusive uncle vs green tea pet dog crown prince. After a few hundred words of introduction followed by compilations of iconic scenes, Xiao Cheng finished reading it quickly, a smirk of deep meaning curling at the corner of his lips. In this BL novel, the 2 male protagonists were very intimate. Though there weren't overly sweet phrases, their interactions radiated chemistry. Xiao Cheng uncertainly asked Lu Ting, will this pass the review process? Lu Ting said, there won't be any problems passing the review. There aren't any intimate scenes throughout the whole show, not even hand-holding. You two just need to bring out that couple vibe. Lu Ting was very confident about this. However, once filming began, she regretted her decision. Because the couple vibe between Qian Jiang and Xiao Cheng wasn't acted, it came naturally. When Qian Jiang got close to Xiao Cheng, he involuntarily blushed. The supporting actors felt like extras, the voltage was too high, they couldn't act alongside them properly. When Qian Jiang and Xiao Cheng made eye contact, their eyes seemed to glow. This was a story for later. At the time, Lu Ting didn't think much of it. She reminded Xiao Cheng, next week, the temperature of law starts recording. Watch your boundaries, don't behave like conjoined twins all the time. Xiao Cheng. Time passed quickly. On the day of the first recording for the 2nd season of The Temperature of Law, Xiao Cheng and Qian Jiang took the program's vehicle to the recording site. Besides Xiao Cheng and Qian Jiang, Fu Man, the host, was also on board as they shared the same destination. Sitting in the passenger seat, the chubby cameraman pointed the lens at Qian Jiang's face, wanting to record some behind-the-scenes footage for the post-production crew. Cameraman, Attorney Jiang, participating in a variety show for the first time, are you feeling under a lot of pressure? What methods do you use to relieve stress? Qian Jiang lazily replied, I don't feel too much pressure. Cameraman. He coughed awkwardly, then redirected the camera at Xiao Cheng. Teacher Xiao Cheng, you kept supporting your waist when you got into the car. Is it because of a previous acting injury recurring? Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng massaged his aching waist, glaring coldly at Qian Jiang before angrily turning away. Cameraman. The poor cameraman who had stepped on 2 landmines within seconds handed the questioning to Fu Man. Teacher Fu Man, what aspect of this episode of The Temperature of Law are you most looking forward to? Fu Man was applying eyeliner and casually responded, the reunion of the nitrogen couple, I'm a huge fan of them. The cameraman nearly cried, his wobbling jowls betraying his sheer frustration. This cannot air. Thinking about the sponsor's task to promote the tea brand, the cameraman looked again at Qian Jiang. Mr. Jiang, if you were to buy a cup of tea. Qian Jiang, sorry, I don't drink milk tea. The photographer looked quite wronged. Then what if? Qian Jiang was massaging Xiao Cheng's waist and casually said, you can say I bought a beer. The photographer got distracted. Okay, if you bought a beer but didn't finish it. Qian Jiang was very confident as he replied, impossible. Whenever I buy beer, I always finish it. The photographer. There was nothing more to discuss that day. Later, until the car stopped in front of the shooting location, the photographer failed to record any behind-the-scenes footage. The car came to a stop. Qian Jiang was the first one out. When Xiao Cheng jumped down, Qian Jiang lightly supported his waist. On the live broadcast's real-time comments, netizens spotted it immediately. Qian Jiang, what did you do to my wife's waist? Ga, I need a shower. Just now, when Cheng brother bent over, there were red marks on the neckline of his shirt. Domestic violence. No, upstairs, you're too young to understand, this is called a forced hug. Xiaoqing took a few steps and slightly frowned. His waist still hurt. Ever since moving in with Qian Jiang, accidental gun firings had become as common as daily meals. Suddenly, a car stopped in front of him. The door opened, revealing a pair of high heels entering everyone's line of sight. Above the heels were hot pants and a sexy black off-shoulder mini tank top. Xiaoqing immediately furrowed his brows. For a workplace reality show, not wearing formal attire was already bad enough. It was far from tasteful. It was late October, wasn't she cold? The stylish and sexy girl was named Owen. As soon as she got out of the car, her thin high heels got stuck in the brick cracks. Owen awkwardly smiled at the camera and looked toward Xiaoqing, who was nearest to her. Teacher Xiaoqing, could you help me? My shoe. Xiaoqing acted as if he hadn't heard her. Beside him, Qian Jiang smiled and said, sorry, Xiaoqing has a back injury, and I need to massage him for an hour every night. He can't bend over, so don't give me extra work. Owen's smile froze, and she pointed at Xiaoqing's shoes, so if teacher Xiaoqing's shoelaces come undone, he won't bend over to tie them either. Qian Jiang glanced at Owen and directly knelt on one knee in front of Xiaoqing. Startled, Xiaoqing immediately tried to bend over. I'll do it myself, you don't have to. Before Xiaoqing could extend his hand, Qian Jiang grabbed his wrist. Don't bother, just stay put. Qian Jiang, though not particularly skilled, tied Xiaoqing's shoelaces and then said as he stood up, he has me, so he doesn't need to bend over. Owen was stung by the response and became irritated but, since the camera was still pointing at her, pretended to be generous with a laugh. Lawyer Jiang, truly humble. Hearing this sarcastic remark, Xiaoqing gave her a cool glance. I tie his tie, and he ties my shoelaces. Is there a problem with that? The comment section went wild again. Xiaoqing ties Qian Jiang's tie. In our family, it's always mom tying dad's tie. Rarely do couples even stoop down to tie each other's shoelaces. Qian Jiang really dotes on his partner. Xiaoqing's tie, wasn't it one I've seen Qian Jiang wear before? Calm down, it's well known that they share a bedroom, wardrobe, and even a bed. Sharing wardrobes, does that include underwear? I'm getting weird thoughts. Your mind is dirty. Holy cow, are they this intense? Owen finally managed to pull her heel out of the crack, staggered a few steps, and accidentally crashed into a man's arms. She had sprayed a lot of perfume, which was extremely overwhelming. Yin Xiaoma's nose started itching immediately upon being hit. Achoo. Are you? Achoo, soaked in spices. Achoo, like pickled meat. Achoo. Are you soaked in spices? Enraged, Owen blurted, you. Yin Xiaomo rubbed his nose and mumbled softly, why does it smell like pickled vegetables from my home? Two more guests walked over. One was a young and pretty female lawyer, Qian Jiang's junior from the same school, named Shimo. The other was an experienced senior lawyer named Ding Heir. Now, all 7 guests had gathered. Fu Man was the host. She smiled and chatted casually with everyone, asking, why did everyone decide to join this show? Beautiful lawyer Shimo flicked her hair, glanced at Qian Jiang, and gave a shy smile. She confidently began, Jiang Qian was my senior in university. Back then, everyone thought we were a couple. When I heard that senior Qian would be coming, I came too. Almost as soon as Shimo finished speaking. The disposable paper cup in Xiaoqing's hand became deformed. He glanced indifferently at Jiang Qian and said, Senior Qian really does have endless charm. Chapter 53, Jiang Qian, I'll have to kneel on the washboard when I get home. Jiang Qian's lips curled into a half-serious, half-joking smile as he spoke to Shir Mo, Miss Shir has so many admirers, I wouldn't dare to join in the commotion. My fiancé is very jealous, and if you joke like this, I'll have to kneel on the washboard when I get home. The comment section instantly exploded with WTF. Jiang Qian is such a gentleman. He has such high emotional intelligence, such a polite guy. Mommy, save me, I'm being forced to ship them by the main character. I'm a mother fan of Jiang Qian, lock it down, Xiaoqing and Jiang Qian. Xiaoqing sat cross-legged, leaning back against the chair and opened his mouth slowly, washboards are quite expensive, I can't bear to let him kneel on one. This phrase held a double meaning. It referred either to not wanting to waste the washboard or to not wanting Jiang Qian to suffer humiliation, only Xiaoqing himself knew for sure. Shir Mo's complexion slightly changed. After thinking for a moment, she said again, Lawyer Jiang, have you heard of Jiai Group? Jiai, a top-notch commercial empire in the country. Of course, Jiang Qian had heard of it, it was the company started by his mother, Mrs. Shilan. Jiang Qian responded, I've heard something about it. Shir Mo proudly stood taller, I am Jiai's legal advisor and am close with President Shilan Xiang. The president highly appreciates me. Jiang Qian didn't say anything. Shir Mo lifted her chin and looked at Xiaoqing, Mr. Xiao, Jiai hasn't decided its spokesperson for next year yet. Implication, beg me. A shadow of laughter flickered at the corner of Jiang Qian's lips but gradually disappeared. His aura became colder. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind. Ding. Triggered task, humiliate Shiremo. Reward, high-end and sophisticated upgrade package for the dating system. Punishment for failure, none. In his heart, Jiang Qian said, not doing it. The system bit its lip hesitantly, come on. Jiang Qian, beat me to death, and I still won't do it. He was lazy, tired, and sleepy. Host, after the dating system is upgraded, it will be able to constantly detect the level of jealousy and darkness in your little boyfriend. More convenient training in nurturing your little boyfriend. Oh. Jiang Qian said, fine, I'll do it. Then, expressionless, he stood up. Several guests looked at him strangely. Just a second ago, they were listening to Shiremo bragging endlessly about how Jiai's endorsement deal was worth several billion yuan, how amazing it was. The next second, Jiang Qian adjusted his cufflinks, declared firmly, next year, all brands under the Jiai group will exclusively endorse Mr. Xiaocheng. Shiremo stiffened slightly, a hint of disdain creeping into her smile, Lawyer Jiang, do you know what you're saying? What arrogance. Comments appeared mocking Jiang Qian from the crowd. Underscore, Jiang Qian is too overconfident. Underscore, is Jiang Qian stupid? Underscore, daring to offend the legal advisor of Jiai. Underscore, Shiremo earns more in a month than Jiang Qian does in a year, right? Jiang Qian and Xiaocheng's fans, the Jiang slices and oranges, immediately retaliated. Underscore, which family's box? You're the biggest pencil case I've ever seen, packed full of pens. Aren't you tired carrying all that weight? Underscore, how fast light travels is how fast you should scroll away, those idiots who insult Yen Yen. The comments section heated up intensely. Meanwhile, Jiai Group's official Weibo quietly pulled off a major move. The Jiai official account, which had only posted a new product update 3 months prior, made an announcement. Jiai official Weibo, we sincerely invite Mr. Xiaocheng to collaborate as our group's official brand ambassador for 2022. At Xiaocheng. Comments section. News quickly reached the show's recording site. The chief director used the headset to connect with host Fu Man, so excited his hands shook. Xiaocheng has become the Jiai endorser. Xiaocheng has become the Jiai endorser. Xiaocheng has become the Jiai endorser. Fu Man. The chief director was so thrilled, stamping his feet while spinning in circles around the floor, telling Fu Man, get more shots of Xiaocheng and Jiang Qian interacting, no single cut from post-production allowed. Fu Man turned off the headset and rubbed her throbbing ears. After the headset disconnected, the assistant director kicked the chief director. Jiai's spokesperson is Xiaocheng. Why did you cue Jiang Qian? The chief director disdainfully said, you're a single guy, so how would you understand the joy of shipping couples? The assistant director, are you being polite? Before he finished speaking, the assistant director's phone was snatched away by the chief director. The chief director, polite. Bring it on. By the way, what's your phone password? I need to vote for the Xiang Yan CP. The assistant director. At the variety show recording site. Shiremo hadn't checked Weibo and was still firmly asserting, I still have a say in who Jiai Group hires as their spokesperson. Fu Man coughed lightly and gently reminded her, 3 minutes ago, Jiai Group's official Weibo was updated. It said, sincerely inviting Mr. Xiaocheng to collaborate as our group's official brand ambassador for 2022. Shiremo. Chapter 54, Xiaocheng's jealousy level plus 20. Shiremo's face turned sullen. The chat section went wild with laughter. Underscore, is Shiremo's face hurting? Underscore, this is what you call having a say. Underscore, official spokesperson Xiaocheng, are you surprised, Shiremo? Shiremo used Fu Man's phone to finish reading Jiai's newly released Weibo post. Her eyes widened, her face felt scorching hot, and she couldn't believe as she stared at Xiaocheng and Jiang Qian, you, guys. Jiang Qian sat lazily on the chair. Ding dong. Congratulations host, task completed, humiliate Shiremo. Reward, congratulations host successfully upgraded system, henceforth, you will be able to see changes in Xiaocheng's jealousy levels and darkness quotient. Jiang Qian was slightly confused. What the hell was this? Jealousy level, darkness quotient, what were these things again? He became distracted. So his gaze lingered on Shiremo for a while. Jiang Qian was staring at Shiremo. Xiaocheng was looking at Jiang Qian, then following his line of sight towards Shiremo. Xiaocheng's face darkened. Jiang Qian instantly heard the system's voice in his head. Xiaocheng's jealousy level plus 5. Xiaocheng's darkness quotient plus 5. Friendly reminder, if Xiaocheng's jealousy or darkness reaches 100, he will imprison the host. Jiang Qian quickly withdrew his gaze. His beautiful fox-like eyes flickered as he winked at Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng's lips curled faintly. Shiremo's face had swollen from the humiliation, and she couldn't help but stare incredulously at Jiai's official Weibo account, muttering under her breath, this is impossible. This simply can't be possible. In her mind. If the official account was kidnapped, just blink. Fu Man glanced at Mo's dispirited appearance and kindly reminded her, Jiang Qiyan is the second largest shareholder in Jai Group. Mo. Xiaoqing tapped his fingers lightly on the table, since it's the company of my officially paired partner, then I shall endorse for free. He deliberately emphasized the two words official pairing. Upon hearing that, Jiang Qiyan didn't object either. Alright, transfer the endorsement fee to my card, I'll hold it for you. All the guests. Can you two stop feeding us dog food already? We're full, really full. Seeing Xiaoqing secure the Jai endorsement, Ainan's envy flared up greatly. She was also a celebrity guest on the program, The Warmth of Legal Professionals. She was an actress and singer, just like Xiaoqing. Why could Xiaoqing land several billion-dollar endorsements? Wasn't it because he was eating Jiang Qian's soft meals? Thus, Ainan jealously remarked, Teacher Xiaoqing has such a good official pair. I am truly envious. Xiaoqing calmly retaliated, Teacher O has so many official pairs. I am truly, not envious. Ainan had quite a few dry daddies and official pairings. This was no longer a secret in the entertainment circle. Ainan's expression changed. Looking at Xiaoqing, there was a hint of irritation and embarrassment in her eyes. Ainan's fans, watching their idol get bullied during the live stream, immediately became displeased. Does Xiaoqing have any manners at all? Still calling himself the top stream film emperor, the phenomenally successful song king, all achieved through eating soft meals. Xiaoqing is just trash. Nevertheless, Xiaoqing's fans were always both highly combative and well-mannered. Oranges began chiming in. The morons upstairs, let me enlighten you. Xiaoqing, national first-class male bass vocalist, professor, has won awards such as the Golden Melody Awards, the Best Voice Award, the Best Producer Award, Asian Best Sales Award among 65 national and international awards. Xiaoqing, national first-class actor, 9-time Golden Horse Emperor, has won 39 awards including the Oscar, 100 Flowers Award, Venice International Film Festival Award, etc. If all this counts as living off others, then your Ainan doesn't even deserve to drink thin porridge. Let Ainan eat the northwestern wind. Xiaoqing sat calmly in front of the camera, his expression unfazed. He had never boasted about the awards and honors he had received. The self-introduction and chat session among several guests soon came to an end. Fu Man stood up to host the proceedings. She said, our show is a reality observation program set in a workplace, so we will now invite 6 interns to enter. The 3 legal professionals will interview the interns as if they are HR representatives from a law firm, while the 3 celebrity guests provide commentary. Are there any questions from our guests? All 6 guests, who had reviewed the show outline beforehand, shook their heads to indicate everything was fine. Fu Man said, then please move to the adjacent room for the interviews, legal professionals. Jiang Qiyan, Mo, and Ding Heir stood up and went next door. In the adjacent interview room. The interns hadn't arrived yet. Ding Heir patted his round belly, then touched his shiny bald head, looking at Jiang Qiyan, little Yen Yen. Jiang Qiyan sighed heavily, teacher, don't call me that. Ding Heir was his graduate school teacher. Hearing this, Ding Heir cheerfully replied, alright, little Yen Yen. Ding Heir wrote a note and tossed it to Jiang Qiyan. There were 2 lines on the note. Mo has been harboring feelings for you for a long time. She seems to be investigating Xiaoqing's studio for tax evasion, be careful. Jiang Qiyan glanced at it and furrowed his brows. Xiaoqing wasn't that kind of person. But any celebrity studio or even large corporations usually have something hidden in the dark, no one could guarantee that their accounts were flawless. Jiang Qiyan took over the note and hastily scribbled a reply. Thank you, teacher. Then, he folded the note into a small square and slipped it into his pocket. Sitting beside Ding Heir, Mo picked up an intern's resume and stood up. Mo, wearing high heels, walked over to Jiang Qiyan. As she leaned down to place the resume on the table, her fitted shirt stretched tightly, outlining her curvaceous figure. Mo's chest almost brushed against Jiang Qiyan's shoulder. She said, Big brother Qiyan, take a look at this intern's resume. Before Jiang Qiyan could respond, a cold prompt rang in his mind. Xiaoqing jealousy value +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Xiaoqing darken value +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Jiang Qiyan. He looked up quickly to see that the camera lens was pointed straight at him. As a celebrity guest providing live commentary on the interviews, Xiaoqing would be able to see everything happening here. Jiang Qiyan immediately reached out and intentionally knocked his pen off the table. While bending down to pick it up, outside the view of the cameras, he pulled a black sesame candy from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. He was allergic to black sesame. Just eating it would make him vomit. 6 years ago, after eating Xiaoqing's glutinous rice balls during the Spring Festival, he had to visit the emergency department at the hospital. Jiang Qiyan chewed twice, hurriedly swallowed it, and stood up. Mo's lips were already by Jiang Qian's ear, and when she spoke, her breath brushed against his ear. Big brother Qi Yan. Xiaoqing jealousy value plus 20. Host unlocked new achievement, Xiaoqing furious. Jiang Qian. He clasped his chest for 3 seconds, preparing. Puke. Puke puke puke. Jiang Qian vomited everywhere with a loud noise. His vomit splattered onto Mo's shoes. Mo stepped back in disgust, pinching her nose with her eyebrows furrowing. They were new shoes she had her friend buy for her from a duty-free shop. The cameraman was startled and rushed forward, his plump body shaking as he ran, causing the entire interview room to quake. The ground vibrations made Jiang Qian even dizzier. The cameraman rushed forward anxiously, asking, "Are you okay, Lawyer Jiang?" Jiang Qian shook his head, his face ashen. He apologized with a smile to the cameraman, Mo, and Ding Ear, saying sorry. Then he looked into the camera, apologizing again to the viewers watching the live stream. Jiang Qian, sorry, I'm not comfortable being too close to others. 2 staff members entered, pushing the door open to clean up the mess. Jiang Qian bowed deeply to them, thanks for your trouble. Then, Jiang Qian grabbed his phone, I'll go use the restroom. Please continue without me, don't let me delay the shooting schedule. The cameraman watched Jiang Qian's retreating back, scratching his head in confusion. Not being used to getting too close to others. But in the morning on the car, Lawyer Jiang rubbed Mr. Zhao's waist for a long time and drank the health-preserving red date tea from Mr. Zhao's cup. He also finished the half of the roll cake that Mr. Zhao didn't eat. In the room of the other celebrity guests, Xiao Qing looked at the pale face of Jiang Qian, with a flash of worry crossing his eyes. He stood up, sorry, I need to excuse myself for a moment. When Xiao Qing reached the bathroom door, he heard Jiang Qian's voice inside. Jiang Qian was standing by the bathroom windowsill, back to the bathroom door, making a phone call, Mom, stay away from Mo, the company's legal advisor. Don't develop work relations into private ones. Are you crazy? Xiao Qing is almost eating me alive. Don't you know how jealous your daughter-in-law is? Today on the variety show live broadcast, she nearly killed me. Everyone knows I fear my wife. Don't harm your son. If Xiao Qing makes me sleep in the study tonight, I will die crying. After talking to his mother for a few more words, Jiang Qian hung up the phone. Turning around, he saw Xiao Qing standing by the bathroom door. Xiao Qing's gaze fell on the wrapper of black sesame candy in Jiang Qian's hand. Instantly, everything became clear. Xiao Qing asked, did you do it on purpose? Jiang Qian made a sound of affirmation, threw the wrapper into the trash can, and washed his face. His pale complexion slightly improved. Xiao Qing's voice was a little hoarse, for me. Jiang Qian smiled, nodded, you were jealous and angry, but you still care about me. Xiao Qing paused, then walked into the bathroom. He bent down, picked up the sign on the ground that said under repair, and hung it outside the bathroom door. Then, locked the bathroom door. Xiao Qing loosened his collar and slowly walked towards Jiang Qian. Chapter 55, Jiang Qian is my dad. Jiang Qian watched Xiao Qing walking over lazily and squinted his eyes. However, when Xiao Qing pulled off his tie, Jiang Qian froze. He grabbed Xiao Qing's wrist and asked, what are you doing, Xiao Qing? Xiao Qing's tone was quite cold, take off your shirt. Jiang Qian pursed his lips, his corners curling with a smile, are you sure about this, on the windowsill? Aren't you afraid it might hurt? Xiao Qing finally lost his patience, leaned forward and kissed Jiang Qian's lips. Jiang Qian slightly widened his eyes. In a daze, the tie fell to the ground, and Xiao Qing mercilessly tore open the buttons of his shirt. Jiang Qian's chest was exposed in the slightly cold air. Pale white skin turned red all over. Jiang Qian had an intense allergic reaction to black sesame. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qing's eyes turned bloodshot as he extended his hand and coldly said, take them out. Jiang Qian rummaged in his pocket and took out a handful of black sesame candies, handing them to Xiao Qing. With a cold face, Xiao Qing threw all the candies into the toilet bowl and pressed the flush button. In the gurgling water sounds, Xiao Qing turned around, took off the earpiece of the program crew, and put it in his pocket, saying to Jiang Qian, let's go to the hospital. Jiang Qian shook his head, no need, I'm really fine. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Qing lifted his hand, and his beautiful, pale fingers lightly stroked Jiang Qian's Adam's apple. It tickled like feathers. Jiang Qian squinted his eyes. But Xiao Qing's hand gradually tightened its grip, lightly holding Jiang Qian's neck. Xiao Qing had perfect control over the strength. It would make Jiang Qian feel uncomfortable, as if suffocating, without causing lack of oxygen or dizziness. Xiao Qing asked icily, who gave you permission to hurt yourself? The 5 fingers of Xiao Qing slowly clenched. Jiang Qian neither dodged nor avoided, earnestly and troubledly saying, because I don't want to be touched by anyone else. If I get tainted, how can I climb onto Mr. Zhao's bed tonight? Jiang Qian, remember this. The next time you dare to harm yourself, I'll hurt myself to accompany you. All the pain and torment you have endured, I will inflict on myself 100-fold, 1,000-fold, so we experience it together. After finishing his sentence, Xiaoqing released his grip on Jiang Qian's neck. His gaze carried a hint of pity, sighed, and said to Jiang Qian, you may not care about yourself, but I care about you. Jiang Qian and Xiaoqing lingered for a long time without returning. But the Variety Live broadcast continued. The highlight of this program, The Temperature of Legal Professionals, is the live broadcast of interns working at the law firm, fully showcasing the harshness of the workplace. The first hurdle for interns entering the law firm is the interview. As Shiremo and Ding Heir acted as interviewers, they had the interns come in one by one to start the interviews. The first intern walked in, bowing graciously and said, "Greetings, esteemed interviewers. My name is Su Jing." Shiremo furrowed her brows slightly. She had already heard that Su Jing lived an immoral lifestyle, often staying at Jiang Qian's private villa. Their relationship was unclear and ambiguous. What else could it be other than a benefactor-facilitated relationship? A cold gleam flashed through Shiremo's eyes. After Su Jing finished her self-introduction, Shiremo asked, "Do you have any internship experience?" Su Jing replied, "Yes, I worked as a legal assistant for lawyer Jiang at the Sheng Yan law firm." Shiremo smiled faintly. Compared to someone who got here through connections, we need someone with strong working ability more. Su Jing responded, "Lawyer Shir, I hope you will finish reading my resume first." Shiremo lowered her head. After scanning through it rapidly, she was instantly stunned. Su Jing, recipient of the National Scholarship during university, ranked first in the law department, published 5 SCJ papers during her undergraduate years, proficient in 4 languages. Shiremo. Her fingers tightened around Su Jing's resume until the paper was crumpled. Ding Heir coughed lightly on the side, asking a few questions kindly. Finally, Shiremo glanced sideways when she noticed Jiang Qian returning to the live stream room and suddenly spoke up, "I've heard that Su Jing often stays over at lawyer Jiang's private villa. How do you see your relationship with lawyer Jiang?" The chat comments were particularly lively. Does Shiremo understand respect for others? Well. I am Su Jing's high school classmate. During our senior year, it was always Jiang Qian who came for parent-teacher meetings for Su Jing. Su Jing also indeed stayed at Jiang Qian's private villa, so I think Shiremo is just speaking the truth and hasn't said anything wrong. Holy crap, it's really a sponsorship relationship. Does Emperor Xiao know about this? Jiang Qian has relationships with both men and women. This is a bit nauseating. If Su Jing doesn't answer well, she won't have a clean reputation for life. With such a reputation of being kept, her future will be destroyed. Shiremo is truly toxic. Yet, Su Jing seemed quite calm, looking at Shiremo and spoke clearly, "I consider Jiang Qian as my father." Shiremo froze, What? Su Jing, I consider Jiang Qian as my father and Emperor Xiao as my stepmother. Ding Heir asked curiously, "Why is it stepmother?" Su Jing, because there's no blood relation. The chat flooded with 6666666. Holy crap, what an incredible response. Admitting it boldly, yet leaving everyone speechless, Shiremo's face turned dark. As Su Jing, I'm the daughter of Jiang Qian and Xiaoqing, and we are a family of 3. Su Jing says she has no blood relation with Xiaoqing, thus calling her stepmother. Does that mean she's hinting that she has blood ties with Jiang Qian? A man, the thoughts above make sense. As the audience scrolled through the comments, they suddenly saw Jiang Qian walk into the camera frame. Jiang Qian walked over to Su Jing, patted her shoulder, and said, "Dear daughter." He paused briefly then said half-jokingly, "If anyone bullies my daughter, Daddy will help you get revenge." After saying this, Jiang Qian shifted his gaze from Su Jing and landed it on Shiremo. His pupils harbored an icy chill. Shiremo shivered in fright. For the whole morning, she didn't dare glance at Jiang Qian again. Until 12 o'clock at noon, the morning broadcast ended. Before she could say anything, Jiang Qian had already rushed out. When he grabbed the most expensive Buddha jumping wall abalone rice in the entire program crew and found Xiaoqing holding the food tray, Jiang Qian saw Xiaoqing sitting leisurely at the dining table, eating slowly. Across from Xiaoqing sat 3 girls. The girls had red faces, eating while secretly taking photos of Xiaoqing with their phones. Chapter 56, Jiang Qian's Xiaoqing. The 3 girls were interns from the Temperature of Legal Professionals production team, Xing Chun, Meng Xia, and Gan Qiu. Chun, Xia, and Qiu took pictures enthusiastically while whispering among themselves. Brother Cheng looks amazing even without makeup. Working here as interns is like hitting the jackpot. You guys think? Is Jiang Qian with Brother Cheng or Su Jing? How could Su Jing, the flower bottle, even compare? Su Jing is just like that, getting ahead by clinging to lawyer Jiang. She's a fox spirit. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing indifferently put down his chopsticks and asked, "You don't like Su Jing?" Xing Chun, Brother Cheng, we only focus on nitpicking. Meng Xia, that's right, Brother Cheng, Su Jing is a third party. Gan Qiu, exactly. Online, plenty of people are already cursing her as a fox spirit. Xiao Cheng's expression turned cold. He picked up his food tray, stood up, walked to Su Jing, and sat down in front of her. Su Jing blinked in astonishment. Brother Cheng. Xiao Cheng's face remained calm. Stepmother has come to have lunch with her daughter. Su Jing. Xiao Cheng thought for a moment, then used the communal chopsticks to pick a piece of meat and place it in Su Jing's bowl. Su Jing was overwhelmed with gratitude. Xiao Cheng asked, "That's Shirimo. Is she very familiar with your brother?" Su Jing nodded, then shook her head. "Shirimo confessed to my brother 4 years ago." Xiao Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dark shadow at the bottom of his eyes. Su Jing hurriedly said, "But my brother rejected her." Xiao Cheng said, "Tell me the details." Su Jing covered her mouth. "Brother Cheng, I can't." Xiao Cheng laughed and opened his mouth. "If you don't say it, I will tell Jiang Qiyang that you and Lu Ting have already." Xiao Cheng paused briefly, pointing to the red marks barely visible at Su Jing's collar. A trace of panic flashed in Su Jing's eyes. Her brother was so old-fashioned. If he knew about her and sister Lu Ting, he would get mad and start cutting people. Su Jing quickly surrendered with both hands raised, saying to Xiao Cheng, "Brother Cheng, I'll tell you everything." Xiao Cheng crossed his long legs, satisfied, nodding his head. Su Jing blurted out everything. "4 years ago, I accompanied my brother to a banquet and met Shirimo. Shirimo got drunk, hugged my brother from behind, and said she liked him, and even stuffed a room card into my brother's pocket. But Brother Cheng, I swear, my brother pushed her away immediately back then." After hearing this, Xiao Cheng slowly straightened his body and coldly asked, "She hugged your waist? And there was a room card?" "Not far away." The three individuals, Xing Chun, Meng Xia, and Gan Qiu, looking with disdain at Xiao Cheng and Su Jing eating together, shrugged. They gathered again and began whispering among themselves. Xing Chun, why is Brother Cheng hanging out with that kind of fox spirit? Meng Xia, could it be that Xiao Cheng is doing it for the money and resources in Jiang Qiyang's hands, helping Su Jing cleanse her reputation? Gan Qiu, who knows if they haven't hooked up at night? Gan Qiu stopped talking halfway through when she suddenly clammed up. Terrified, she looked at Jiang Qiyang, who had somehow entered her field of vision. Jiang Qiyang wore a faint smile of indifference at the corner of his lips. "Go on, why don't you continue?" Gan Qiu was frightened, speechless, and stammered heavily, "Mr. Zhejiang, lawyer." Jiang Qiyang pointed at the three individuals, Xing Chun, Meng Xia, and Gan Qiu, his voice clearly suppressing anger. "You three, go to my office in a while." After dropping these words, Jiang Qiyang carried his abalone rice towards Xiao Cheng. He placed the abalone rice in front of Xiao Cheng. "This is your favorite abalone rice." Xiao Cheng took a casual look at him, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said, "I'm full." Su Jing's words echoed ceaselessly in Xiao Cheng's mind. Shirimo got drunk, hugged my brother from behind, said she liked my brother, and even stuffed a room card into my brother's pocket. Jiang Qiyang hesitated for a moment before hearing Xiao Cheng say, "I'll leave first." Xiao Cheng stood up. Just as he took a step, his wrist was grabbed by Jiang Qiyang, who narrowed his eyes and said, "You also need to visit my office." Xiao Cheng tilted his head and smiled sardonically, raising his lips. "The interns in the variety show are under your management, but celebrity guests aren't." Jiang Qiyang retorted, "Celebrities might not be under my control, but my little boyfriend is." Xiao Cheng, you. Jiang Qiyang leaned close to Xiao Cheng's ear and slowly said, "If you don't go over, I'll tell those 3 little interns about how Director Xiao sexually harassed me in the men's restroom." Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qiyang turned and went back to his office. When Xing Chun, Meng Xia, and Gan Qiu arrived, he lazily leaned against his office chair, flipped a page of the case file in his hand, and remained silent. Xing Chun, Meng Xia, and Gan Qiu were standing until their legs trembled, yet knowing they had done wrong, none dared to speak. Until Xiao Cheng appeared at the office door. Jiang Qiyang put down the materials in his hand and asked the trio of Xing Chun, "Speak up. What good deeds did you do?" Xing Chun lowered her head. "We're sorry, Mr. Jiang, we shouldn't have been spreading rumors about others." Meng Xia and Gan Qiu quickly chimed in, "That's right, Mr. Jiang, we truly know our mistake." Jiang Qiyang said gravely, "Since you have so much time on your hands, after the live broadcast this afternoon ends, copy out the civil code once. It'll help familiarize yourselves with legal statutes, which will also be beneficial for your law studies." The 3 individuals, Chun Sheng, Qiu Gan, and Xia Meng, were all dumbfounded. The civil code has 1260 articles and nearly 140,000 words. Xia Meng, not willing to accept this easily, protested, "Mr. Jiang, we're recording a variety show here, not actually working for you. Don't overstep." Jiang Qiyang took out his phone, pressed a button, and played a recorded segment. "Why is Qinggu hanging around that kind of fox spirit? Could it be that Xiao Cheng is doing it for the money and resources in Jiang Qiyang's hands, helping Su Jing cleanse her reputation? Who knows if they haven't hooked up at night?" Jiang Qiyang said indifferently, if you don't want to copy, defamation, you can wait for my legal letter instead. Chun Sheng, Qiu Gan, and Xia Meng's faces immediately changed. The three left the office in disgrace. After the office door closed, only Jiang Qiyang and Xiao Qing remained. Jiang Qiyang thought Xiao Qing was still upset about him vomiting from his allergic reaction earlier, and began gently coaxing, don't be mad. You ate with those three girls, and I didn't say anything, right? Xiao Qing glanced at him and turned away. Jiang Qiyang cupped Xiao Qing's face in his hands and said, stop being angry, I'm sorry. Xiao Qing said nothing. Jiang Qiyang stroked Xiao Qing's earlobe and continued coaxing, I really am sorry. Where exactly did I go wrong? Jiang Qiyang quickly responded, you tell me where I went wrong, and I'll admit there. Xiao Qing calmly stated, then you still haven't realized your mistake. Jiang Qiyang. This was a death sentence question. He tried another angle and said to Xiao Qing, in the future, I'll follow everything you say, and I won't hide anything from you. Can you stop ignoring me? Xiao Qing looked at him and asked coolly, in the future, you'll hide nothing from me. So. Sure Mo confessed to you, hugged your waist, and gave you a room card. You knew she'd be joining this reality show, yet you still hid it from me without telling me. Chapter 57, Jiang Qiyang, I'll offer dowry, no bridal price needed from you. Xiao Qing jealousy level plus 10. Xiao Qing darkened level plus 10. After hearing the system's data update, Jiang Qiyang circled Xiao Qing's waist and pulled him onto the desk, softly cajoling, I didn't hide it from you, I didn't even recognize her, how could I have told you? Xiao Qing's expression softened a bit. Jealousy value -5. Jiang Qiyang reached into his pocket, removed the keycard to his private villa from a set of keys, and handed it to Xiao Qing, saying, move in with me and keep an eye on me. Jealousy value -5. Xiao Qing blushed slightly. Memories flooded his mind, the night he spent in Jiang Qiyang's bedroom, intimate moments he couldn't shake off. That night, Jiang Qiyang's voice had been very hoarse. Darling, relax a bit, be good. When you look shy, it makes me want to tease you endlessly. Thinking about it, Xiao Qing blushed even more. He turned his gaze away from Jiang Qiyang and refused the offered keycard without conviction, I'm not moving in with you. Jiang Qiyang chuckled softly, all right then. Xiao Qing froze as Jiang Qiyang pinned him to the desk and kissed him for a long time before speaking, then I'll move into Mr. Ching Cheng's house. Mr. Ching Cheng. Now Xiao Cheng's neck was turning red too. He pushed Jiang Qiyang's shoulders away. No way. He was an actor. Everyone in the villa complex where he lived was within the entertainment circle. If Jiang Qiyang started getting frisky, would he even have a shred of dignity left? Xiao Qing snatched the keycard from Jiang Qiyang's hand and gave in, saying, fine, I'll go to yours, but help me move tonight after the program recordings are done. Jiang Qiyang agreed. Xiao Qing muttered quietly, moving to yours makes me feel like I'm your little wife or something. Jiang Qiyang smirked and gently caressed Xiao Qing's waist. That's perfect. The little wife moves over, and I offer dowry, no bridal price needed from you. Xiao Qing raised his hand to hit him. Jiang Qiyang quickly cuddled Xiao Qing closer and said, baby, my skin itches, scratch it for me. The black sesame allergy was extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Qiyang endured it all morning in front of the cameras while interviewing interns without showing any discomfort. He was practically itching himself to tears. Jealousy value -5. Jiang Qiyang sighed in relief. However, he overlooked an important issue. The jealousy level had dropped to 27, but the darkening value had never decreased. Darkening value, 32 out of 100. Xiao Qing took out a tube of allergy cream from his pocket and reached to unbutton Jiang Qiyang's shirt. Inside the office, Xiao Qing was applying medicine on Jiang Qiyang's back. Outside the office, the chief director and assistant director walked by just as the sound insulation in the office wasn't great, allowing snippets of their conversation to carry out. Xiao Qing, lie still, don't move, Jiang Qiyang. Jiang Qiyang, baby, I can't bear it anymore. It feels so uncomfortable. Xiao Qing, I told you not to move. I'll help you relieve it soon. Then there came Jiang Qiyang's moaning voice, sounding comfortable, apply a bit harder. Just applying ointment. But Xiao Qing's movements were too gentle, and Jiang Qiyang felt even itchier. Outside the door. The chief director and assistant director exchanged a glance after eavesdropping. The assistant director swallowed his saliva, are these two really playing for real instead of just faking for the fans? The chief director gave him an exasperated look and said rather dissatisfied, I've already told you that this couple is real. The assistant director, who didn't believe it, said, but they haven't made an official announcement or confessed to each other yet. The chief director replied, confession is something kids do. Adults just straight up seduce each other. The assistant director. The afternoon shooting started at 2 o'clock. The live broadcast revolved around the interns' work activities, with only few scenes featuring the guests. The shooting continued until 7 in the evening when the first episode of the show was finally completed. After the filming ended, Jiang Qiyang accompanied Xiao Qing back to Xiao Qing's house. Xiaoqing spent more than 300 days every year performing, broadcasting, shooting, and working all over the place, making his home life very detached from daily routines. There was barely any living atmosphere at all. Only the housekeeper would come regularly to clean up and add cat food for the cat. When Xiaoqing got home, he pulled out 2 pairs of men's slippers from the shoe rack and told Jiang Qiyang, "The black ones are mine, the gray ones are new." Jiang Qiyang picked up the black pair and slipped them on. Xiaoqing's lips curled slightly as he went into the house and grabbed some cat food first, pouring it into the feeding bowl. The little thing in its cozy nest immediately stuck its head out and darted toward the bowl. It was a milk-white kitten. Xiaoqing squatted down and reached out to touch the little milk kitten's head. The kitten rubbed against his palm, wrapped itself around his legs several times, and entangled Xiaoqing's ankle with its soft white tail while mewing cutely, meow. The kitten. This little milk kitten's name was Baby. Watching this scene, Jiang Qiyang's eyes grew darker. This cat looked truly annoying. As if sensing Jiang Qiyang's hostile gaze. The little milk kitten stared at Jiang Qiyang, its back hair bristling, waving its claws to scratch him. Meow. You dummy, stay far away from my owner. Meow meow. I'm the owner's favorite baby, go away yourself. Jiang Qiyang. He looked at Xiaoqing and said, "Go upstairs and tidy up your things first." Xiaoqing nodded, handed the cat teaser stick to Jiang Qiyang, and turned to head upstairs. Jiang Qiyang kept staring at Xiaoqing's retreating figure until Xiaoqing entered the bedroom and closed the door behind him. He then turned and opened a sinister threat to the cat Xiaoqing kept, "If you dare to fawn over him again, I'll throw you out." After speaking, Jiang Qiyang threw off his coat onto the sofa and climbed upstairs wearing a white dress shirt. By the time he came down carrying Xiaoqing's suitcase, his face was dark. A lump of cat poop had been left on the coat draped over the sofa. Xiaoqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Qiyang's expression grew even darker when he saw Xiaoqing attempting to bring the cat's nest along. He firmly grasped Xiaoqing's wrist, "Don't even think about moving the cat to my place." Xiaoqing helplessly coughed, "I'm usually not at home, the cat could keep you company." Jiang Qiyang shook his head firmly with an unyielding tone, "No way." It seemed the little milk kitten understood what Jiang Qiyang said. Its furry ears trembled as it hid behind Xiaoqing, tears welling up in its big eyes, hugging its tail while sobbing softly, "Meow. Meow. Owner, you have another doggy behind my back when you're outside. Kitten sad, kitten won't cry. Heartbrokenly hugs myself tightly." Jiang Qiyang's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression darker. Stubbornly, he said, "Tomorrow, you get rid of the cat, it can't stay at home or come to my place." Xiaoqing massaged his temples. He thought that Jiang Qiyang being jealous of a cat was just like a dog wagging its tail. Shaking his head, Xiaoqing decided not to indulge Jiang Qiyang too much, no. As a result, the next day, when Xiaoqing moved in with Jiang Qiyang with the kitten, Jiang Qiyang did something that surprised Xiaoqing. Chapter 58, You are just a little kitty in my eyes. Xiaoqing, holding the little milk-white kitten, stared blankly as Jiang Qiyang walked in from outside the villa, carrying 2 large white geese. The white geese were snow-white all over, their webbed feet splashing about while their orange-red beaks opened and closed, Ga. Xiaoqing paused, asking, "What are you doing?" Jiang Qiyang shook the neck of one of the geese, saying, "Getting your cat a companion." Geese were fierce and mean, definitely capable of dealing with the green tea cat competing for his affection. Xiaoqing. He didn't want to talk to someone who hadn't graduated from kindergarten. So, Xiaoqing placed the cat back in its nest, washed his hands, and entered the kitchen. He took 2 steaks out of the fridge, skillfully turned on the gas, and placed the frying pan on the blue flame. Jiang Qiyang set the 2 geese down and gestured to them for quite some time before pointing toward the cat's nest. The 2 white geese, Ga. Satisfied, Jiang Qiyang nodded after communicating well with the geese. He then strolled into the kitchen, wrapping his arms around Xiaoqing's waist from behind. The steaks had just finished cooking, and Xiaoqing turned off the heat while adjusting the sauce. Feeling the hands on his waist becoming restless, Xiaoqing, facing away from Jiang Qiyang, said casually, "Stop messing around." Jiang Qiyang used his index finger to lift Xiaoqing's chin, forcing him to turn around. With a calm tone, Jiang Qiyang said, "Since last night until now, you've held that cat 8 times, touched it 35 times, and called it baby 16 times. Xiaoqing, you're getting mad at a cat. It's just a matter of having a cat at home." Oomph. Before Xiaoqing could finish speaking, his lips were sealed. Jiang Qiyang cupped Xiaoqing's face, kissing passionately and dominantly, his words full of jealousy mixed with unclear sounds, "In my eyes, you are just a little kitty. Having you as the only cat in the house is enough, there doesn't need to be a second one." Xiaoqing struggled. Turning his neck around to kiss back felt exhausting, his neck might snap. Due to lack of oxygen, his vision began to blur. He pushed Jiang Qiyang several times but couldn't break free. Jiang Qiyang confined Xiaoqing's waist with one hand while tightening his jaw with the other, lost in a kiss. Until Ga. Meow. The calls of the geese and the cat intertwined, accompanied by the sound of the goose flapping its wings. Jiang Qiyang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his thigh and immediately let go of Xiaocheng, reflexively shielding him with his own body. Then, he saw. The big white goose he bought to deal with the green tea cat ferociously leapt up and bit a piece of his thigh. The two white geese glared at him menacingly. The little milk-white kitten ran to Xiaocheng's side, rubbing against his leg, meow. As if saying, Master, Master, we drove away that fool taking advantage of you. The two geese also tilted their heads and cackled a few times toward Xiaocheng. As if saying, that guy trying to take advantage of you has been driven away by us. Jiang Qiyang. Xiaocheng rubbed his stiff neck and wiped his mouth, then looked at the protective Jiang Qiyang and said, Qiyang, move aside first. Jiang Qiyang shook his head, kneading his leg which hurt badly after being pinched by the goose. A goose bite really hurts. Xiaocheng repeated, move aside first. Jiang Qiyang tentatively stepped aside. Then, the two geese trotted happily to Xiaocheng's side and gently swept across his hand with their orange-red beaks. They acted gentle and obedient. Xiaocheng tentatively reached out to pat the heads of the two geese. Comfortable, the geese croaked twice, using their heads to rub against Xiaocheng's palm. Jiang Qiyang. Seeing the dark as a pot-bottom expression on Jiang Qiyang's face, Xiaocheng coughed twice, Qiyang, they may not like you very much. Jiang Qiyang gritted his teeth, tonight, we'll have iron pot braised goose. After finishing, Jiang Qiyang turned and walked out. He pulled out his phone from his trouser pocket and noticed a message telling him that a package had arrived. Jiang Qiyang went out to collect his package. It was a courier dedicated to legal documents. Jiang Qiyan didn't give it much thought. As a lawyer, he received this kind of delivery almost every few days. He casually opened it, glanced at the content of the document, and his eyes darkened. It was a lawsuit petition. Xiaocheng's mother had sued Xiaocheng. In the complaint, Xiaocheng's mother spent a lot of words scolding Xiaocheng for being unfilial. For years, she accused him of ignoring her and said that when she came asking for maintenance fees, Xiaocheng hit her. Jiang Qiyan smiled. When it came to making up stories, Xiaocheng's mother was clearly an expert. More interestingly, the agent lawyer noted in the lawsuit petition was Lawyer, Sure Mo. Jiang Qiyan's phone rang. It was Sure Mo calling. As soon as they were connected, Sure Mo asked, Qiyan Sr., did you receive the petition? Jiang Qiyan remained silent. Sure Mo's voice carried a hint of pleasure, I have time this afternoon. Would you like to have a cup of coffee together, Senior Qiyan? Jiang Qiyan smiled faintly, coolly opening his mouth, Lawyer Sure, we aren't close. Lawyer Sure may call me Jiang Qiyan or Lawyer Jiang, but the term senior. I don't deserve it. If Lawyer Sure wants to discuss official business, you can come to my law firm. For personal matters, there's no need. My ears are soft, I'm afraid of my wife and scared of internal affairs. Sure Mo's tone turned a bit heavy, Lawyer Jiang, if you don't come, then I will only be able to post the petition on Weibo and at Xiaocheng. Leaning against the door frame, Jiang Qiyan smirked absent-mindedly, that's great, I'll let you lose the case with the whole internet knowing about it. Something inexplicable made Sure Mo feel uneasy. The failure rate of cases handled by Jiang Qiyan was 0. Sure Mo didn't dare to waste any more words, my client wants to see Xiaocheng. But Xiaocheng doesn't want to see her. Jiang Qiyan glanced at his wristwatch, leaving no room for negotiation in his tone, at 3 in the afternoon, bring your client over, and we'll talk. Sure Mo, Lawyer Jiang, my client never mentioned wanting to meet Xiaocheng's lawyer. Jiang Qiyan responded calmly, then let's treat it as the son-in-law paying an early visit to the mother-in-law. Sure Mo. At 3 in the afternoon, the Sheng Yan law firm. By the time Jiang Qiyan arrived, Sure Mo and Xiaocheng's mother were already there. Sure Mo walked around Jiang Qiyan's office once, confirming there were no recording devices or pinhole cameras before sitting down. Jiang Qiyan scoffed with disdain, Lawyer Sure, I have 100 ways to win the case. Recording is the most amateurish method. After speaking, Jiang Qiyan's gaze fell upon Xiaocheng's mother. Custom-made clothes, an LV handbag, she certainly didn't look like someone who needed maintenance fees. Xiaocheng's mother examined Jiang Qiyan from head to toe, so you're Jiang Qiyan? Jiang Qiyan nodded slightly. A flicker of disgust crossed Xiaocheng's mother's eyes, and she mocked, I cling to rich men, at least it's with someone of the opposite sex. That Xiaocheng kid, sure has a free attitude. After hearing this, Jiang Qiyan slammed the teacup in his hand onto the table heavily. The teacup shattered instantly, scalding hot tea water spilling out and burning Xiaocheng's mother, who screamed loudly, nearly jumping up. Jiang Qiyan spoke slowly, sorry, it slipped. Xiaocheng's mother gritted her teeth but didn't dare to lash out at Jiang Qiyan. Suppressing her anger, she said, Lawyer Jiang, as long as you give me $10 billion, I'll withdraw the suit immediately. Otherwise, I'll ruin Xiaocheng's reputation. At the same moment, Xiaocheng's car stopped downstairs at the law firm. He stepped inside with long strides, slowly walking into the office. Chapter 59, You shouldn't have laid a finger on my Xiao Cheng. Inside the office. Jiang Qiyan looked at Xiao Cheng's mother and said, all right. Xiao Cheng's mother stared at him, stunned. Shi Mo became alert immediately. Jiang Qiyan placed both hands on the table, smiling harmlessly and said to Xiao Cheng's mother, Auntie, your lawyer, Miss Shi, confessed her feelings to me. Did you know? A look of embarrassment flashed across Shi Mo's face. Jiang Qiyan, why bring up something from 4 years ago? Jiang Qiyan blinked innocently and turned to Xiao Cheng's mother, as for Xiao Cheng, he's my legitimate boyfriend. The third party representing the legitimate boyfriend's mom in a case, Auntie, this is what people call inviting a wolf into your home. Xiao Cheng's mother immediately flew into a rage. She raised her hand and slapped Shi Mo, leaving 2 bloody streaks on Shi Mo's face from her nails. Shi Mo was dumbfounded. She touched her face, finding blood all over her hand, and angrily shouted, You, how dare you hit me? Xiao Cheng's mother raised her hand again and slapped Shi Mo, cursing, shameless. In Xiao Cheng's mother's eyes, Jiang Qiyan was a money tree. Shi Mo liking Jiang Qiyan was cutting off her financial path. Shi Mo was also a top talent, and after being slapped twice, her temper flared up. She lunged forward and began to tussle with Xiao Cheng's mother. Jiang Qiyan held a cup of hot tea, lazily leaning back in his chair, watching the drama unfold. Provoking discord between Xiao Cheng's mother and Shi Mo. It only took him 3 sentences. 10 minutes later. Shi Mo, covering her face, fled out in utter disarray. In the office, only Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Cheng's mother remained. Xiao Cheng's mother touched her face, where Shi Mo had scratched her and drawn blood, hissing in pain. She asked Jiang Qiyan, was what you said about $10 billion true? Jiang Qiyan looked at her indifferently, this amount of money, my family doesn't lack. However. Xiao Cheng's mother anxiously asked, however what? Jiang Qiyan, words alone are not enough proof, if I pay, will you really withdraw the lawsuit? Xiao Cheng's mother scoffed, as long as you give me the money, I can write you an IOU. A flicker of satisfied laughter crossed Jiang Qian's eyes. The fish has taken the bait. He turned on his computer and drafted a simple contract on the spot. Once printed, he handed the still-warm contract to Xiao Cheng's mother, Auntie, just sign here. There are 2 copies of the contract, and the money will be transferred tomorrow. The general content of the contract was: Jiang Qiyan pays Mrs. Sun Lan $10 billion, then Mrs. Sun Lan withdraws the lawsuit and no longer harasses Xiao Cheng or falsely claims that Xiao Cheng has neglected his duty of support. Sun Lan is Xiao Cheng's mother's name. Without hesitation, she signed her name and stuffed her copy of the contract into her pocket, her face breaking into a smile. Who would have thought Xiao Cheng selling himself would turn out to be so profitable? Jiang Qiyan glanced at her, picked up his phone and dialed 110, saying slowly, hello, I want to report a crime, someone extorted $10 billion from me. Xiao Cheng's mother stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Jiang Qiyan darkly remarked, evidence. This lady forced me to sign this contract. Xiao Cheng's mother stiffened all over. Jiang Qian's voice was calm but deep, oh, if the amount involved in extortion is this large, it carries a sentence of at least 10 years imprisonment. Okay, thank you. Jiang Qiyan hung up the phone. Xiao Cheng's mother's legs went weak, and she trembled as she pointed at Jiang Qiyan, you just intentionally drove lawyer Shi away, didn't you? Jiang Qiyan smiled without answering. Shi Mo knew the law. If Shi Mo hadn't left, how could he have tricked them? Jiang Qiyan sipped his tea and said leisurely, you shouldn't have laid a finger on my Xiao Cheng. Last time, I let you off because you're Xiao Cheng's mother, but this time. Jiang Qiyan paused. Xiao Cheng's mother instinctively looked at him and froze. Jiang Qian's eyes were filled with killing intent, red irises gleaming as if a wild beast was struggling to break free. Jiang Qiyan chuckled lowly, his voice like that of a demon, large bowls of prison food awaiting you, Mrs. Sun, please enjoy your stay, farewell. Xiao Cheng's mother seemed completely dazed. Her vacant gaze fixed on Jiang Qiyan, and suddenly she reached out, pulling out a shiny fruit knife from her handbag. Original title of the book, After Turning Dark, The Obsessive Movie King Wants to Keep Me Every Night. New title of the book, Walking a Tightrope at the Edge of the Obsessive Movie King's Madness. Feel free to follow me, entering from my profile, you won't get lost. Chapter 60, Xiao Cheng's eyes turned red. Xiao Cheng's mother gripped the knife, laughing menacingly, go, die. Jiang Qiyan lifted his head. In an instant, his pupils constricted sharply. Standing quietly at the door of the office was Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qiyan had no idea when he had arrived or how long he had been listening. All Jiang Qiyan saw was Xiao Cheng's mother charging at Xiao Cheng with a knife. Xiao Cheng! Jiang Qiyan shouted. In that split second, Jiang Qiyan was almost losing his mind. Everything happened too quickly. Neither Jiang Qiyan nor Xiao Cheng had time to react. Before they knew it, Xiao Cheng's mother already had the knife at Xiao Cheng's neck. With a malevolent glare, she snapped at Jiang Qiyan, don't come near. If you take one more step, I'll kill him. The blade in Xiao Cheng's mother's hand carved a glaring bloodstain across Xiao Cheng's fair and slender neck. Jiang Qiyan instantly stopped his steps, his face devoid of expression, but beneath his eyes lay concealed tension. Xiao Cheng lowered his gaze. In his eyes, there flickered a faint trace of disappointment. In that instant, he could have dodged. He simply refused to believe that any mother on earth would harm her own son this way. But, he was disappointed. Xiao Cheng, his long lashes drooping, asked hoarsely in a melancholy tone, "Ms. Sun Lan, am I really your biological son?" Sun Lan's eyes flickered with tension and panic, but she said cruelly, "Shut up. If you keep babbling, I'll kill you. Stop it." Jiang Qian's face darkened, the whole scene sent shivers down his spine as he stared savagely at Sun Lan. "Let him go. You can ask for whatever you want, money, power, status. I will give you anything." Sun Lan laughed softly, her gaze wild when looking at Jiang Qiyan. "What if I ask you to cut off your own hand first?" Jiang Qiyan smiled and nodded without hesitation. "All right." As soon as those words left his lips, Xiao Cheng's eyes clouded over with anxiety and foreboding. Jiang Qiyan. Inside Jiang Qian's mind, the system warning kept ringing furiously. Xiao Cheng's darkening value +2 +2 +2 +2 +2. Darkening value, 42 out of 100. The system continued notifying Jiang Qiyan. But he ignored it, glancing around the office quickly. He couldn't find any sharp or dangerous objects. After a while, his eyes landed on the edge of the cabinet door for file materials. Without much thought, he strode towards it with long strides. "What are you doing, Jiang Qiyan?" Xiao Cheng's voice trembled in both fright and confusion. Xiao Cheng struggled, causing the knife held by Sun Lan to pierce slightly into his skin. Blood dripped along the blade. Watching helplessly, Xiao Cheng saw. Jiang Qiyan reached out his hand after opening the cabinet door and then slammed the door shut abruptly with a loud bang. A clear cracking sound echoed throughout the room. Jiang Qiyan groaned quietly under his breath. Sweat broke out all over his forehead. Xiao Cheng's darkening value +5. Darkening value, 47 out of 100. Sun Lan froze where she stood. Xiao Cheng's irises turned blood red instantly. Taking advantage of Sun Lan's momentary distraction, Xiao Cheng grabbed her wrist forcefully, pressing hard against the artery position on her wrist. Sun Lan screamed out in pain as the fruit knife clattered to the floor. With no mercy, Xiao Cheng flung Sun Lan onto the ground, clutching her hair so fiercely that his veins were bulging from sheer anger. "How dare you hurt him?" Xiao Cheng's eyes were blazing crimson, his rage barely contained. Kneeling halfway, he glanced over his shoulder at Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan was holding his right hand, his foreknuckles seemingly fractured. Closing his eyes briefly, Xiao Cheng took several deep breaths and kicked the fallen fruit knife away, afraid he might not be able to control himself from slashing Sun Lan. The security guards arrived promptly. Not long after, the police came too, dividing into several groups. One group handcuffed Sun Lan and escorted her to the police car, another was busy taking statements, protecting the crime scene, and collecting evidence. Xiao Cheng carried Jiang Qiyan downstairs in silence, his face sullen and expressionless. Held tightly in his arms, Jiang Qiyan looked somewhat embarrassed and said, "It's my hand that's injured, not my legs. You can put me down, I can walk myself." Xiao Cheng paused mid-step, lowering his gaze toward Jiang Qiyan nestled in his arms, coldly saying, "Shut up." Jiang Qiyan remained silent. It wasn't out of fear, nor anger, it was concern for his young lover. Xiao Cheng tightened his hold on Jiang Qiyan even more, carefully avoiding his injured hand, cradling him gently yet protectively. Reaching the car, Xiao Cheng shoved Jiang Qiyan inside before slamming the door heavily behind him. Turning to the assistant Xiao Wu in the front seat, he ordered, "Drive. To the hospital." At the hospital. A doctor cleaned Jiang Qian's wound and inserted miniature steel pins for stabilization. Leaning casually against the doorframe, Xiao Cheng gazed fixedly at Jiang Qian's face, completely silent. Only after the doctor had finished dressing the wound and giving instructions, did Jiang Qiyan allow himself to be carried back to a regular ward by Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng placed Jiang Qiyan down but still didn't speak. Jiang Qiyan tried to say something but stopped, his gaze lifting to meet Xiao Cheng's when suddenly he froze. Xiao Cheng's eyes were rimmed red. His pale lips trembled faintly. Turning away, Xiao Cheng refused to look at Jiang Qian's face. At that very moment, a drop of clear liquid slid down the corner of his eye. Xiao Cheng cried. Jiang Qiyan consoled him, "I'm not in pain, baby, don't cry." Xiao Cheng drew several deep breaths, pulling out a black handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the corners of his eyes. Jiang Qiyan recognized that handkerchief. It was from the time, 6 years after their breakup, when they first met again. Jiang Qiyan had dressed Xiao Cheng's wounded hand, and Xiao Cheng had treasured it like a prized possession ever since. Jiang Qiyan moved his lips and continued to soothe, saying, "It's just a fracture of 4 fingers. When I was younger, my father threw all of us siblings into the military and special forces for training. I've been through much worse. Xiao Cheng, I'm afraid of losing you, I'm really terrified." Xiao Qing approached the bedside, leaning down close to Jiang Qiyan, and suddenly spoke, Yan Yan. Jiang Qiyan replied. Xiao Qing fished out handcuffs from his pocket and cautiously asked, shall I lock you up? Before Jiang Qiyan could answer, Xiao Qing gently cupped his face in one hand and said, don't resist, Yan Yan. I just want to protect you. His voice was humble, helpless, almost pleading. Chapter 61, My Yan Yan. Jiang Qian's eyes twinkled with amusement as he extended his own wrists, okay. Without a word, Xiao Qing grabbed Jiang Qian's wrists, placing the metal cuffs on them. But after hesitating for a moment, he couldn't bear to lock them around him. Xiao Qing lowered his gaze and stuffed the handcuffs back into his pocket. Though Jiang Qian's face still bore traces of pallor from the pain in his hand, he questioned Xiao Qing, why didn't you lock me? Xiao Qing stared directly at Jiang Qiyan with his ink-black pupils and spoke word by word, because I don't want to. Suddenly, he knelt half beside Jiang Qian's hospital bed, tenderly and carefully cradling Jiang Qian's injured hand. He placed a light kiss on the back of his hand, imbued with a sense of reverence and sanctity. There was not an ounce of lust involved. Xiao Qing said, Yan Yan, next time, don't do this again. Don't get hurt for me. Don't hurt yourself to protect me. Jiang Qiyan brushed his fingertips against Xiao Qing's cheek and poked at his baby fat with affection. He indulgently replied, all right, I'll do everything you say because, everyone knows I'm afraid of my wife. Xiao Qing remained silent. His eyelashes trembled, revealing low spirits. Jiang Qiyan wanted to console his young lover. With a quick thought, he suddenly furrowed his eyebrows and groaned, it hurt so much. Xiao Qing stiffened immediately, anxiously saying, I'll call the doctor over. Saying that, he stood up but stumbled slightly when doing so, nearly falling in a hurry. Jiang Qiyan pulled him back quickly, no need, boyfriend. Just staying with me makes it less painful. Xiao Qing fell silent, sitting by the bedside. He took Jiang Qian's wrist and played with it idly, measuring its size with his fingers as if harboring a peculiar possessiveness and obsession towards those white, elegant wrists. As he measured, his eyes narrowed slightly in contentment. Jiang Qiyan had once asked Xiao Qing if he had a fetish for hands or even hand-related paraphilias. Xiao Qing denied it. Because, he only loved Jiang Qian's hands. After lying down for a while, Jiang Qiyan made an effort to rise. Xiao Qing frowned and demanded, where are you going? Jiang Qiyan stood up and simply said, the restroom. Xiao Qing followed closely, worriedly frowning and offering help, you have an injury on your hand, let me assist you. Jiang Qiyan. He turned around and looked at Xiao Qing, smiling and said, the restroom at the hospital doesn't have good soundproofing, no funny business. Xiao Qing's face turned red instantly. When Jiang Qiyan entered the restroom and locked the door behind him, Xiao Qing left and went to the adjacent room instead. In a corner of the empty room, there was a medical cabinet. Xiao Qing walked over and opened the medical cabinet door, extending his hand inside. Then, he forcefully slammed the cabinet door shut with all his might. Bang! 4 fingers were surely fractured. The damaged knuckles turned a dark bluish-black hue. The connection between fingers and heart delivered searing, heart-wrenching pain. Yet Xiao Qing didn't even blink an eye, expressionless as if devoid of pain receptors. But his lips curved slightly into a faint yet eerie smile of pleasure. Yan Yan, I told you. Every bit of suffering and torment you endure, I'll go through it with you. After Xiao Qing found a doctor to deal with his injury and returned to the ward with identical bandages wrapped around his hand just like Jiang Qian's. Jiang Qiyan had already closed his eyes, tiredly sinking into a deep sleep. Xiao Qing locked the private room's door, found a spot next to Jiang Qiyan, and lay down. In the dead of night, Jiang Qiyan woke up due to an itch. Xiao Qing was dressed in a set of white doctor robes, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, making his handsome features all the more stunning. He bent down, entranced, caressing Jiang Qian's neck with the tips of his fingers and burying his head in the hollow of his neck to take a whiff, saying, Husband, your blood smells so sweet. But Yan Yan is sick, I want to check on my Yan Yan. With that, Xiao Qing pinned both of Jiang Qian's wrists. Chapter 62, Yan Yan, you have another kitty behind my back. His grip was very strong, and Jiang Qiyan couldn't break free for a moment. He saw. Xiao Qing's eyes were bloodshot, as if they were filled with tears. At this moment, Xiao Qing obviously wasn't quite in his right mind. Jiang Qiyan slightly froze, vaguely guessing that Xiao Qing's habit of liking to drink his blood had flared up. So, Jiang Qiyan untied his tie, as well as one button at his collar, and pointed to the vein on his neck, tentatively asking Xiao Qing, do you want to drink my blood? Xiao Qing sniffed and his eye rims instantly turned red. He looked at the bandages on Jiang Qian's right-hand fingers and shook his head stubbornly and firmly saying, Yan Yan has an injury, drinking your blood would make me feel guilty and die of pain. Xiao Qing in a state of illness had tears streaming down his face, making Jiang Qian's heart shatter into pieces, inexplicably filled with guilt. Jiang Qiyan struggled with his wrist but could not break free from Xiao Qing's hold and asked again, then can you let me go? No. Xiao Qing's cheeks puffed up like a little boy seriously stating, I am a doctor, I need to treat Yan Yan, don't run away. I won't hurt you. Xiao Cheng was wearing a pure white and flawless doctor's coat, with a stethoscope around his neck and a pair of golden-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Jiang Qian's Adam's apple moved slightly as he felt a stir within him. He strangely felt that Xiao Cheng dressed in a doctor's white robe was extremely appealing. A glimmer of laughter crossed Jiang Qian's gaze as he tilted his head and asked, then, Dr. Xiao, how are you going to treat me? In the night, Xiao Cheng's wet eyes gleamed with light, as if they hit stars. Hearing Jiang Qian's low husky voice, Xiao Cheng's face flushed so red it seemed it could bleed, and softly murmured, before treatment, a full physical examination is required. Jiang Qian chuckled at this, very cooperative in asking, should I unbutton my shirt? Xiao Cheng quickly covered his eyes and occasionally peeked through his fingers at Jiang Qian, trying to maintain composure while saying, Yan, I will not look at you unbuttoning your shirt, absolutely not. The room was dark without lights. As Xiao Cheng raised his hand, by the moonlight seeping through the window, Jiang Qian noticed the thick bandages wrapped around Xiao Cheng's right hand. In an instant, Jiang Qian's face grew serious, his ink-black eyes brimming with cold anger. What happened to your hand? Xiao Cheng immediately trembled. He didn't answer Jiang Qian's question, instead rushed to a corner of the wall, squatted down, sobbing while covering his face with his hands, muttering through sniffles, I'm a mushroom growing in the corner, I'm a moss growing on pebbles, you can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone heavier, Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng broke down in uncontrollable crying, wah wah wah. Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian sighed, feeling a bit helpless as he pinched the bridge of his nose. He stood up, didn't even bother putting on shoes and walked over barefoot, crouching down in front of Xiao Cheng, grasping his wrist, his tone leaving no room for argument. How did your hand get injured? Xiao Cheng was crying breathlessly, sniffing, suddenly crashing his head onto Jiang Qian's chest, wiping snot and tears all over his high-end shirt. Jiang Qian merely wiped his tears gently and patiently with his cuffs, neither annoyed nor repulsed, softening his tone slightly, asking Xiao Cheng, did you injure yourself? Xiao Cheng, answer my question. Xiao Cheng whined, drawing circles on Jiang Qian's chest, I just wanted to suffer the same injuries as Yan. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Cheng looked at Jiang Qian with babyish defiance, sticking out his neck defiantly saying, you shout at me, you actually dare to shout at me? Jiang Qian, suddenly, a wave of guilt flooded his heart. Before Jiang Qian could open his mouth to coax Xiao Cheng got upset again. He stood up and went around Jiang Qian, picked up his medical kit and pouted walking out, throwing a sentence at Jiang Qian, Yan, you have another cat behind my back. Jiang Qian grabbed his wrist, pulling him back, pinning him against the corner of the wall. Jiang Qian leaned in close, dangerously narrowing his eyes, what did you say? Xiao Cheng shivered, his drooping long eyelashes quivering, with several teardrops hanging precariously at the ends of his lashes, almost falling yet not falling. He kept his head bowed for a long time before abruptly straightening his neck stubbornly, if Yan doesn't let me treat you, there must be some other pretty pet. Jiang Qian couldn't resist leaning in for a kiss on his lips and opened affectionately, treat, however you wish to treat, just do it. Xiao Cheng's ears tips turned red from being kissed, his breathing became a little rapid. His watery big eyes blinked as he expectantly looked at Jiang Qian and said, Yan, go lie down on the sickbed. Jiang Qian. Looking at Xiao Cheng's rascally expression like he was about to do something naughty, Jiang Qian swallowed, suddenly feeling like he had dug himself a hole. Chapter 63. Jiang Qian moved his lips. Before he could speak, Xiao Cheng pounced into his arms, burying his head in Jiang Qian's neck crook, whining, Yan, you don't keep your promises, rabbit ears will grow on your head. Jiang Qian rubbed his brow center, still giving in. He walked over and lay down. His heart was fluttering with apprehension. In the darkness, he completely couldn't see what Xiao Cheng wanted to do to him. He heard Xiao Cheng's deep and slow footsteps gradually approaching the bedside. Xiao Cheng bent over, reaching into the metallic medical box and pulled out a long and sharp scalpel. Suddenly swinging the blade toward Jiang Qian. The scalpel fell, but only slit open the material of Jiang Qian's shirt on his back without even grazing his skin. The torn fabric fell to the floor. The cool sensation on his back made Jiang Qian's body stiffen. Relax, Yan, Xiao Cheng said in a babyish voice. He pressed his left hand against Jiang Qian's back, placing the palm base of his injured right hand atop it. Then, applying sudden force, he harshly twisted his hands. Crack, a crisp sound resonated from the bones. Jiang Qian groaned in pain. But after the pain passed, Jiang Qian felt the soreness in his spine, which had lasted several days due to his busy work schedule, relaxed instantly. It wasn't painful or uncomfortable anymore. A trace of astonishment flickered in Jiang Qian's ink-black eyes. He always pulled all-nighters, and when tired, would just sleep on the table for a while. Though appearing successful, both his spine and neck had been afflicted by this habit. Every month, Jiang Qian would have to buy medicinal plasters from the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor and undergo spinal adjustment massages. However, not even decades of the old TCM doctor's massage skills could compare with the effectiveness of Xiao Cheng's one move just now. Xiaoqing bent over and blew 2 breaths on Jiang Qian's back, sniffed, then asked Jiang Qian, Yan, does it still hurt? Jiang Qian asked curiously, what did you do to me? Xiaoqing tapped his fingers lightly on Jiang Qian's back. Here, this part of your vertebra is slightly curved. I helped adjust it back for you. Shocked, Jiang Qian turned his head to look at him, you know medical techniques? Xiaoqing shyly nodded, his little face flushed. He bit his lips and said, yeah. After finishing speaking, Xiaoqing gently caressed Jiang Qian's back with his fingertips trailing from the neck all the way down to the waistline. Then, he spoke seriously, Yan, there are also problems with your thoracic and cervical vertebrae. Jiang Qian asked, can you help me correct them? Xiaoqing solemnly nodded, his gaze landing on Jiang Qian's neck, an infatuated and greedy gleam passing through his eyes. Yan's blood smells sweet. It really is so delicious. Jiang Qian chuckled, raising his hand to pull Xiaoqing closer by grabbing his collar, asking again, if I don't let you drink my blood, will you drink someone else's? Xiaoqing violently shook his head, urgently until his eyes grew red. Yan, I'm picky eater. He sniffed. If you don't feed me, your pretty kitty will starve to death. Jiang Qian tilted his head slightly, willingly offering his neck to Xiaoqing's lips. Xiaoqing froze momentarily before lowering his head to bite into Jiang Qian's neck. After a moment, he climbed off Jiang Qian, pulling out bandage rolls from the metal medical box. He used medical scissors to cut out a heart-shaped piece of gauze, attaching it onto Jiang Qian's neck wound with pink adhesive tape. Jiang Qian gave a slight glance, somewhat repulsed. Pink tape. Yan, wait a second. While speaking, Xiaoqing buried his head inside the medical box looking for something. After having tasted the sweet blood just now, Xiaoqing's tone exuded joy and pleasure. Subsequently, Xiaoqing flipped out a black silk ribbon. Using the ribbon, he wound it around Jiang Qian's neck several times, finally tying a beautiful black bow, securing the gauze more firmly. Wearing a black bow tie around his neck, Jiang Qian. Yan, I'll continue helping you adjust your cervical spine. Although Xiaoqing was soft and sticky, the actions for massage adjustments were fast, accurate, and intense. Jiang Qian only heard. His neck made a series of crack sounds as Xiaoqing manipulated it. Jiang Qian's forehead broke out in a fine sweat from the pain. But after the pain passed, Jiang Qian moved his neck, surprise flickering in his eyes. In the past, whenever he moved his neck, dizziness and nausea would easily set in. But this time, Jiang Qian's vision was clear, and the feeling of dizziness had subsided. Xiaoqing continued massaging his shoulders, applying varying pressures with perfect control. Jiang Qian rested on the pillow, finding a comfortable position, and fell into a deep sleep. At first, Xiaoqing massaged Jiang Qian earnestly. Later, Xiaoqing's hand slipped unsteadily to Jiang Qian's waist. Looking at the beautiful lines of Yan's waist, Xiaoqing began to feel increasingly restless. He swallowed hard, unable to resist touching. After 2 minutes, unable to resist again, he touched once more. After 5 minutes, unable to resist, he touched again. It tickled. Jiang Qian woke up due to the sensation. He opened his eyes to see Xiaoqing looking guilty while swearing on 2 raised fingers. Yan, I didn't sneakily touch your waist. Jiang Qian said softly. Like I'd believe you. Seeing that Jiang Qian didn't speak, Xiaoqing's nose turned red, asking again, Yan, I want to make you a custom-fit waist chain. You have such a slender waist. It'll look good on you. Do you prefer crystals or diamonds? After saying this, Xiaoqing had already begun measuring Jiang Qian's waist circumference by hand. He wanted to leave his mark on every part of his beloved Yan. For the waist chain, Xiaoqing thought he would spend a fortune designing a mechanism. A lock only he could open. Jiang Qian felt his face grow warm. He looked away and said carelessly, diamonds. As soon as he said it, Jiang Qian froze. He had been tricked by Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing hadn't even asked if he agreed. Xiaoqing instantly cheered up, hugging Jiang Qian gently but flirtatiously, sweetheart, you're so nice. Jiang Qian yawned lazily and pointed at his waist, massage my lower back first. Last week, before the court session, I pulled an all-nighter researching case materials. I slept in the office chair, and now my back feels like it might break. Xiaoqing replied affirmatively, all right. While Xiaoqing was massaging Jiang Qian's back, Xiaoqing's phone rang. It was a call from his agent Lu Ting. Worried that Lu Ting had something urgent, Jiang Qian was just about to tell Xiaoqing to answer when he heard Xiaoqing say. Yan, you're really skilled at playing with your waist. Yan, stay still. Yan, if you move, I can't correct your spine properly. Jiang Qian thought for a moment, gave Xiaoqing a shoo gesture to quiet him down, then picked up Xiaoqing's phone and pressed the answer button. He spoke first, Lu agent, it's me, Jiang Qian. Lu Ting was taken aback, asking, where is Xiaoqing? Jiang Qian glanced at Xiaoqing, fearing that Lu Ting would get angry knowing Xiaoqing was in the same ward with him. He lied casually, his phone is here with me. He's currently, oof. Jiang Qian let out a low groan of pain. Because Xiao Qing had just realigned one of the misplaced bones in his waist. Like repositioning a dislocated arm, it was extremely painful. Before Lu Ting could react, she heard Xiao Cheng's voice over the phone. Yan, behave. Lu Ting coughed awkwardly and said, I just wanted to inform you that the production team's official Weibo account of Who Dominates the Empire has mentioned both of you leading actors. Remember to respond accordingly. With that, Lu Ting hung up. Jiang Qian posed with his face, unlocking Xiao Cheng's facial recognition system on his phone. He logged into Xiao Cheng's Weibo account and indeed saw that the Who Dominates the Empire official crew had tagged both him and Xiao Cheng. Who Dominates the Empire official Weibo v. Welcome our two lead actors, the Machiavellian uncle at Jiang Qian, and the innocent pup crown prince at Xiao Cheng, order not ranked. Jiang Qian liked and forwarded using Xiao Cheng's account, then logged into his main account and repeated the same process. The Weibo comments section immediately exploded. Underscore, did you secretly log into Brother Cheng's account again? At Jiang Qian. Underscore, holy cow, how did the previous poster know? Underscore, Brother Cheng's posts always hit punctual hours. These business-related Weibos always come out at noon or 11:23 p.m. Underscore, Jiang Qian's birthday, November 23rd. Underscore, if we're talking about being suave, it's still Brother Cheng who wins. Underscore, can't wait to hear Brother Cheng calling Lord Yan in a soft voice. Oh, I'm melting. Underscore, it's not just Uncle Emperor, Yan's character is also Teacher Cheng's mentor. Jiang Qian was flipping through the comments with interest. At this moment, the door of the VIP ward, which had been locked from the inside, was knocked on urgently and forcefully. Something had happened. Chapter 64, The Gunpowder Couple Locked by Dad. The knocking grew louder. Jiang Qian stood up and grabbed Xiao Cheng's long windbreaker coat from the hanger, wrapping himself in it tightly. Then, Jiang Qian shoved Xiao Cheng into the bathroom, making a shu gesture and said, you stay quiet. Later, I'll give you blood to drink. Xiao Cheng blinked innocently, all right, Yan. Jiang Qian turned around to open the door. When he opened it, there were doctors, nurses, and many people outside looking anxious. Jiang Qian asked, what's wrong? Someone outside replied, sir, was there a doctor who entered your ward just now? Thinking about Xiao Cheng dressed in his white medical robe, Jiang Qian's face flashed with a trace of awkwardness. He asked, is there anything wrong? They anxiously stamped their feet outside and said, a patient suffered chlorine gas poisoning. A few duty doctors haven't seen such a case before and don't know what to do. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Jiang Qian, patients with chlorine gas poisoning should be sent for nebulization and oxygen inhalation. It was Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qian froze. The few doctors outside heard Xiao Cheng's words, paused, and repeated, nebulization, oxygen inhalation. The doctors were a bit slow to react. They didn't recognize this man in the white robe. Xiao Cheng's dark phoenix eyes glinted as his tone became uncompromising, do as I say. The doctor subconsciously nodded, wanting to ask Xiao Cheng to come over and help. Xiao Cheng turned to look at Jiang Qian, asking coquettishly, Yan, can I go? The crowd. Jiang Qian. He had originally thought that Xiao Cheng had already returned to normal. He slightly froze, not saying anything. Xiao Cheng thought he was upset and raised his hand to smooth out the wrinkle between Jiang Qian's brows. Jiang Qian expressionlessly pushed him out. However, on the way to the emergency room, a group of media reporters and freelance photographers somehow found out Xiao Cheng's whereabouts and swarmed towards them with cameras and various equipment, blocking the already narrow road solidly. Teacher Cheng, I want to take a selfie with you. Teacher Xiao Cheng, did anything happen during the time you spent all night in Lawyer Zhang's ward? Teacher Xiao Cheng, are you dating Jiang Qian? Teacher Xiao Cheng, what is your relationship with Jiang Qian? Questions were hurled one after another, with cameras and microphones almost shoved right into Xiao Cheng's face. Not only Xiao Cheng but also the doctors heading to the emergency room couldn't pass. The environment was extremely chaotic. The scene completely lost control on the corridor that was several meters wide. The patient's family member, whose loved one had chlorine gas poisoning, shouted frantically, red-eyed. Please make some space. My daughter has chlorine gas poisoning, she's unconscious and close to death. Move aside. But no matter how much they shouted, the flashes were going off madly, and microphones kept getting shoved in front of Xiao Cheng. Those freelancers were just waiting to sell the photos, paying no regard to human life. Xiao Cheng spoke, his voice chillingly cold, all of you, get out of the way. As soon as he finished speaking, a journalist immediately shoved the microphone to his face. Teacher Cheng, is it true about you and Jiang Qian? Teacher Xiao Cheng. Finally losing his patience, Xiao Cheng pushed away the camera and the microphone, striding purposefully toward the emergency room with a few doctors. As he walked, he continued calmly, arrange nebulization for the patient, use gentamicin, dexamethasone, aminophylline, 5% sodium bicarbonate, add to 0.9% saline solution to 50 milliliters, perform nebulization once every 4 hours, 10 to 15 milliliters each time, fast. On the other side, the freelancer and journalist who had been pushed fell to the ground, spun an idea, and clutched their hearts shouting. Xiaoqing attacked the journalist. Teacher Xiaoqing is arrogant and assaulted someone outside the ER. I'm calling the police, I will. One freelancer pulled out their phone, ready to call the police. Just as he pressed 110 and hadn't dialed yet, a business card was handed to him. The fingers holding the business card were pale, long, and beautiful. Looking up, the freelancer saw Jiang Qian's face, startling and breathtaking. Jiang Qian held the business card, speaking in a calm tone, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mr. Xiaoqing's lawyer. Whether you want to file a police report or settle privately, you can discuss it with me. The freelancer froze for a moment and angrily said, Xiaoqing assaulted us, this isn't over. Jiang Qian's voice remained peaceful and indifferent, without a ripple of emotion, you disrupted the normal medical order and made a scene outside the ER. This is also not over. A trace of guilt flickered in the freelancer's eyes. Ignoring the camera and equipment on the ground, he scrambled up and fled with his group. Jiang Qian stood by the emergency room door, one hand casually shoved into his pants pocket, waiting for Xiaoqing. The wait seemed endless. He took out his phone and first opened DingTalk to reply to a few messages related to the law firm's work. Then, he habitually tapped on Weibo. Jiang Qian glanced at the trending search list and was momentarily stunned. First on the hot search list, hashtag Xiaoqing spent the entire night in Jiang Qian's ward hashtag. After the topic, there was a black-red, exploding, character. Fifth on the hot search list, hashtag Jiang Qian's neck was bitten hashtag. Jiang Qian. He randomly clicked on one of the trending search topics that carried his name. The topic had over 800,000 comments, 15 million likes, and 6 million forwards. From its release until now, it had only been about 10 minutes. Below were the popular netizens' comments. Underscore, weren't they supposed to star in Who Controls the Empire? Aren't they supposed to be brothers? Underscore, no way, no way. Is there anyone who still doesn't know that Xiaoqing is Jiang Qian's little wife? Underscore, need to understand smoky relationship. Underscore, I've only heard of the smoky couple. What does smoky relationship mean? Underscore, the smoky couple rolled together, smoky relationship. Underscore, cute display. On Weibo, fans of both Xiaoqing and Jiang Qian, the orange supporters and the ginger slice fans, quickly opened a new super chat room. The name of the super chat room was, Smoky Relationship. At the same time, Jiang Qian's father, Vice President Jiang Yun, was just being interviewed by political journalists. After the interview ended, a journalist asked him about his thoughts on the entertainment industry, casually throwing in a question, have you heard of the smoky couple? They're very popular on Weibo. The journalist didn't know the relationship between Jiang Yun and Jiang Qian, so they questioned without reservation. For a moment, Jiang Yun's face turned cold, shaking his head, never heard of them. I don't use Weibo regularly. What about them? The journalist laughed and said, tonight's hot search says, Jiang Qian's neck was bitten. Jiang Yun squinted his eyes and casually pulled out his phone from his pocket, downloading Weibo right on the spot. After opening it, since he wasn't logged in, he couldn't access the trending searches. Jiang Yun thought about registering a Weibo account. When he entered his phone number, Weibo prompted him. Phone number has already been registered, please log in directly. Jiang Yun froze, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. This phone number hadn't registered for Weibo before. So, while logging in via SMS verification, Jiang Yun casually said a sentence to the journalist, people in the entertainment industry should maintain a clear mind, continuously delivering positive energy to society. Pausing briefly, Jiang Yun added, as for this kind of couple hype, I'm not entirely in favor of it. The next second, Jiang Yun successfully logged in. Upon seeing his Weibo username, he was completely stunned. JD, Smoky CP locked by dad. The journalist also appeared confused. The camera in their hands pointed at Jiang Yun's phone screen, which was live-streamed nationwide on the national television station. The journalists swallowed a lump in their throat. Vice President Jiang really was saying one thing but meaning another. Jiang Yun. Chapter 65, Spoiling and Indulgence to the Extreme. After the national TV interview aired, netizens exploded. Underscore, so the vice president is also obsessing over smoky couple. Underscore, smoky courage flies high, Jiang and Orange always follow. Underscore, with the backing of the vice president and the national television station, Smoky is set. Underscore, hurry up and check out the official announcement of Who Controls the Empire. Go check it out, what a rare sight. A netizen screenshot the official announcement Weibo post from the production team of Who Controls the Empire. Before modification, costume strategy drama, Who Controls the Empire, will soon start filming. After modification, boys love drama, Who Controls the Empire, will soon start filming. In the screenshot, red bold letters accompanied the modification. Clothing strategy boys love. Anyway, with the support of Vice President behind the scenes, what's there to fear? Who fears who, grandson? Soon, 3 topics reached the top of the trending search list. Hashtag Jiang Yun Smoky CP locked by dad hashtag. Hashtag ancient clothing strategy boys love hashtag. Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qian's fans all rushed to Jiang Yun's Weibo, leaving frenzied comments. Thank you, Vice President, for letting us see a BL drama in our lifetime. The next moment after I didn't agree, Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qian were locked by Daddy Jiang, so cute. Smoke couple fans here to check in. After flipping through so many comments, why haven't I seen any tearing fights between loyal fans of Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qian? The floor above must be joking, Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qian don't have sole supporters, only couple supporters. Jiang Qian scrolled through the comments on Weibo and smiled. He thought for a moment and updated 2 tweets. Jiang Qian v, it's been locked. At Smoke CP Daddy has locked. Jiang Qian v, call me Uncle Huang. At Xiao Cheng v. As soon as he sent them out, the emergency room door opened, and Xiao Cheng walked out with a few doctors in white coats. Xiao Cheng said, remember to give oxygen to the patient, maintain the blood oxygen partial pressure at around 80 mghg. After saying that, he approached Jiang Qian, bent his head down, and looked at him sitting on the bench. Yan, are you waiting for me? As soon as he reached Jiang Qian, his calmness and composure disappeared. Jiang Qian laughed, pointed at the emergency room, and asked, how did it go? Xiao Cheng stared straight at him, and his tone suddenly became dissatisfied. Yan, you didn't care about me immediately but cared about others instead. Jiang Qian. Xiao Cheng's vinegar-making equipment was truly remarkable. Still making vinegar under these circumstances. Jiang Qian pulled Xiao Cheng's wrist and returned to the ward. After just locking the ward door, Jiang Qian turned around and immediately bumped into a pair of dark eyes. Xiao Cheng moved closer, sniffing greedily and obsessively at Jiang Qian's neck, saying seriously, so fragrant. Jiang Qian tore off the bandage on his neck and extended it, indulging and spoiling to the extreme. Xiao Cheng covered his mouth with both hands, took several steps back, fluttered his wet eyelashes, and shook his head. Yan, I'll feel heartache. Yan's face had already paled. How could he bear it? Xiao Cheng took out cotton and gauze from the medical kit, applied medicine to Jiang Qian's neck, and carefully dressed it. Then, he fished out a black silk ribbon. He seemed extremely enthusiastic about tying bows around Jiang Qian's neck. After finishing, he happily took several pictures before letting Jiang Qian sleep. After Jiang Qian fell asleep, Xiao Cheng took out his phone and asked Little Wu to buy blood-replenishing herbal food, to be delivered the next morning. The next morning, Jiang Qian woke up to the sound of knocking. He struggled to get up and open the door, seeing the dozens of takeout boxes in Little Wu's hand, slightly stunned. Is Xiao Cheng Studio's salary very low? Why are you delivering takeout now? Little Wu almost cried. He put down the takeout box, looked at the big bow on Jiang Qian's neck, then glanced at Xiao Cheng sleeping soundly while covering himself with Jiang Qian's coat, instantly understanding. He lowered his voice and said to Jiang Qian, Big brother Cheng might think you were tired last night, so he asked me to buy these to nourish your body. Jiang Qian. He reached out to remove the black silk ribbon from his neck, and also dismantled the gauze. Little Wu glanced at the mark on Jiang Qian's neck, his mouth opening wide enough to fit an egg, thinking. Big brother Cheng is ruthless. This is going to kill Attorney Jiang. Little Wu dared not ask more. He opened the takeout bag and said, Brother Qian, I bought pig liver porridge, angelica mutton, red date fungus soup, and duck blood vermicelli. What would you like to eat? Little Wu's voice was a bit loud, causing Xiao Cheng's lashes to tremble slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. He supported himself as he sat up, his deep black eyes looking towards Jiang Qian and Little Wu. Little Wu feared witnessing something private between his boss and being retaliated against, quickly finding an excuse to slip away. Xiao Cheng looked at Jiang Qian, his gaze becoming serious. What happened to your neck? Jiang Qian. Xiao Cheng went over, asking seriously, who did this? Jiang Qian coughed, don't ask. Xiao Cheng frowned and angrily said, are you still protecting him? Pausing for a second, Xiao Cheng added darkly, once I find out who did it, I'll break their legs. Jiang Qian nearly couldn't hold back his laughter and said, no, I'd feel heartbroken if you broke someone's legs. Xiao Cheng narrowed his eyes, how dare you? Mr. Xiao, yesterday who cried and clung to me, did you forget? Jiang Qian mimicked Xiao Cheng's tone, I am a mushroom growing in the corner of a wall, I am moss on the pebbles, you can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Do you remember now, mushroom? Xiao Cheng. He massaged his temples as fragments of yesterday gradually surfaced in his mind. He reached out to touch Jiang Qian's neck but retracted his hand midway and anxiously asked, does it hurt a lot? Jiang Qian smiled and shook his head. His gaze fell on Xiao Cheng's right hand which was wrapped in bandages, causing his smile to fade instantly. He gripped Xiao Cheng's wrist, his eyes shimmering with deep emotion. Are you stupid or what? Before Xiao Cheng could speak, there was a knock at the door of the ward. Xiao Cheng retreated into the restroom while Jiang Qiyan went to open the door. The door opened. Jiang Qiyan looked at the elegant middle-aged woman outside, momentarily startled by her familiarity. The woman wore light makeup, with an exquisite peony embroidered at the collar of her white knit sweater. Her posture was impeccable military stance, radiating innate grace and nobility despite appearing only in her 30s, making people feel comfortable around her. The woman smiled at Jiang Qiyan. Hello, I'm the patient who suffered chlorine poisoning yesterday. My name is Sun Jin. I've come specially to thank Mr. Xiao Cheng. Is he here? Sun Jin. Jiang Qiyan suddenly remembered, the vice president of the National Academy of Sciences seemed to be called Sun Jin. Though from humble origins, she was a triple PhD in medicine, chemistry, and biology from a top university and was now 45 years old. Jiang Qiyan was momentarily dazed. Sun Jin perceived this and assumed he feared exposing Xiao Cheng's whereabouts. She reassured him, don't worry, the entire floor has been placed under high alert. I've arranged everything so private fans and photographers won't disturb you or Mr. Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qiyan stepped aside, please come in. Carrying a basket of fruit, Sun Jin entered the ward. Xiao Cheng emerged from the restroom just as their eyes met with Sun Jin's. Sun Jin immediately froze. A flicker of shock passed through her eyes as she dropped the fruit basket she was holding, scattering fruit all over the floor. Her eyes became red-rimmed. Chapter 66, Jiang Qiyan duck at Xiao Cheng's home. Xiao Cheng watched as Sun Jin's eyes welled up, and puzzled, handed her a few tissues, asking, do we know each other? Wiping her eyes, Sun Jin shook her head with a smile and apologized, sorry, it's my fault. She extended her hand to Xiao Cheng and introduced herself, my name is Sun Jin. I work for the National Academy of Sciences. An accident happened during an experiment yesterday, and I suffered from chlorine poisoning. Thank you for saving my life. Xiao Cheng grasped her hand briefly, releasing it after just 2 or 3 seconds. Unskilled at expressing himself, he simply said, it's fine. Sun Jin continued, I know that in order to save me, you had a conflict with some freelancers and reporters. I posted a clarification on Weibo, and you can just forward it. Sun Jin took out her phone and opened her Weibo account. As one of the top scientists in the country, Sun Jin rarely paid attention to entertainment circles or engaged much with Weibo. The newly registered account had only a handful of friends. However, her verified name was, Vice President of the National Academy of Sciences. Sun Jin wrote a long post on Weibo. Starting from her chlorine poisoning incident, she recounted how she was blocked by freelancers and media at the entrance of the emergency room. Next, she described how Xiao Cheng was forced into a conflict with those freelancers to save her life. With pictures as evidence. After posting the Weibo, Sun Jin instructed her assistant to purchase a trending topic spot. Freelancers who originally intended to extort money from Xiao Cheng quickly backed down. Xiao Cheng thanked her and asked, would being exposed to the public like this affect your life? Sun Jin smiled and said, one who carries firewood for others should not be left to freeze in the snow. Xiao Cheng remained silent. Sun Jin then asked, may I ask, somewhat rudely, what kind of people are your parents? Xiao Cheng replied, my father is Xiao Junyan, born from a farmer's family. My mother is named Sun Lan. Sun Jin froze. She had a sister also named Sun Lan. But they had severed ties more than 20 years ago and never contacted again. Sun Jin couldn't help asking, are they your biological parents? Xiao Cheng nodded. Realizing she might have been too forward, Sun Jin muttered an apology and quickly left. Leaving the ward. Sun Jin pulled out her phone and dialed a number. With reddened eyes, she asked, husband, 24 years ago, did our child really die at birth without taking a breath? There was silence from the other end of the call. Already sobbing uncontrollably, Sun Jin choked out intermittently, today, at the hospital, I saw a child, he looks very much like you when you were younger. The voice on the other end of the line asked, was it the young man who saved you last night? Sun Jin's nasal tone was heavy as she replied, yes, he got into a conflict with reporters because he saved me. I posted a clarification on Weibo to help him. After exchanging a few more words, they hung up the phone. But Sun Jin never expected. Not long after her Weibo post, trouble arose again. Several posts maligning Xiao Cheng had been pushed up the trending list. Hashtag Xiao Cheng practicing medicine without a license hashtag. Hashtag Xiao Cheng exploiting chlorine poisoning victim for commercial gains hashtag. Hashtag Vice President Sun Jin of the National Academy of Sciences took payment from Xiao Cheng for marketing hashtag. As soon as these posts appeared, a flood of netizen comments followed. Isn't practicing medicine without a license illegal? A celebrity saving someone in the ER sounds so fake. Can we keep fandom culture out of the medical field? Disgusting. The Vice President of the National Academy of Sciences personally stepping in, how much money must she have taken from Xiao Cheng? That Magic City safety, are you not going to arrest those practicing medicine without a license? Legal experts, how many years of imprisonment for practicing medicine without a license? The comments section buzzed with heated discussion. Many legal experts also joined the fray. Lawyers sure MOV, those who illegally practice medicine without obtaining medical practitioner qualifications, if the circumstances are severe, may be sentenced to no more than 3 years in prison, or placed under criminal detention or surveillance, and or fined. At Xiaoqing v. Seeing Mo's Weibo post, Jiang Qiyan squinted his eyes. Xiaoqing quickly grabbed him, asking, "What are you doing?" Jiang Qiyan said coldly, "She implied something about you." Xiaoqing patted Jiang Qiyan's back and coaxed, "It's fine, which artist hasn't been implied against? Besides, who said he was practicing medicine without a license? His physician certificate, he actually had one." Jiang Qiyan, "I won't insult people, don't worry." Xiaoqing let out a sigh of relief. But 5 minutes later, Jiang Qiyan changed his Weibo name and posted a tweet. "Mr. Duck Jiang Qiyan of Xiaoqing's house, if you buy fake certificates, don't accuse others of lacking certification." At sure MOV. Netizens below responded instantly. "Fake certificate? Bro, are you saying Mo's lawyer license is? No way, no way, no way. Holy crap. But, isn't Mo the main lecturer at a bar exam prep institute? The scandal of the year. Seeing the comments, Xiaoqing asked Jiang Qiyan, "Her lawyer certificate, is it really fake?" Jiang Qiyan nodded. Xiaoqing, shocked, asked, "Then how do you know that?" Jiang Qiyan, "She failed the bar exam for 3 consecutive years. How could she have obtained a lawyer certificate? After passing the bar exam qualification test, one needs to intern at a law firm for a year before receiving their lawyer certificate." If Mo hadn't ruined herself by antagonizing Xiaoqing, Jiang Qiyan wouldn't have gone all out. She was just some stranger, no need for that. Xiaoqing thought for a moment and asked again, "How do you know she didn't pass the bar exam?" While drinking water, Jiang Qiyan choked the water down his air pipe and started coughing violently. Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes and said somewhat irritably, "Mr. Lawyer Jiang, you seem to know quite a lot." Jiang Qiyan, his face red from choking, didn't dare tell Xiaoqing that when Mo had failed the bar exam 3 times in a row, she had cried and called him. However, he hung up immediately upon hearing it was Mo. Jiang Qiyan refreshed his phone and noticed a message notification on Weibo. He froze. Mo posted another tweet, specifically tagging him. "Lawyer MOV, please speak with evidence. Malicious defamation carries legal responsibility." At Mr. Duck Jiang Qiyan of Xiaoqing's house v. Before Jiang Qiyan could respond, his fans and Xiaoqing's fans already swarmed in. Jiang Qiyan's fans were mostly law students. Xiaoqing's fans were all sharp-minded. So neither the Jiang fans nor the Qing fans were to be trifled with. Mo's Weibo comments section was instantly overwhelmed. Is lawyer Mo brave enough to display the unique identification number of her attorney's license? It can be checked on the official website of the Justice Bureau. The Jiang Qiyan refrains from releasing evidence because he's giving you some dignity. Don't lose your face willingly. Do you know how many years in jail for practicing with a fake license? At lawyer MOV. In short, though Jiang Duidrui likes to provoke others, I've never seen him falsely accuse anyone. Mo has always handled non-litigation cases, never setting foot in court. Therefore, her having bought a fake certificate for so many years and not getting caught has a high probability. A lawyer Jiang aces it. The orange fans spammed quickly. Xiaoqing looked at the comment that said lawyer Jiang aces it, and felt that he wasn't as cool or manly as Jiang Qiyan. He thought of himself as too timid. He stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then also posted a Weibo tweet. Xiaoqing v. I like your Weibo nickname. At Mr. Duck Jiang Qiyan of Xiaoqing's house v. The accompanying picture showed a cute little yellow duck swimming happily in the water. In the top right corner of the picture was a line of text, Xiaoqing's Mr. Duck Jiang Qiyan. There was also a pink arrow pointing from this text to the soft and cuddly little yellow duck. The comments section exploded with reactions. Holy crap, Xiaoqing's Mr. Duck Jiang Qiyan. Ha 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 ha. So. Mr. Duck Jiang Qiyan equals little yellow duck, Jiang Qiyan equals little yellow. Floor above, I'll give you $1 if you delete your comment within a minute and let me post it. Girls, go check out Jiang Qiyan's new Weibo profile picture immediately. A group of netizens rushed over to Jiang Qiyan's Weibo page. Jiang Qiyan's original profile picture had been his photo. But now, the new profile picture was changed to that same cute little yellow duck shown in Xiaoqing's Weibo post. After updating his profile picture, Jiang Qiyan even left a comment under Xiaoqing's post where he praised the nickname. Thank you for liking it. Chapter 67, Jiang Yuan, Xiaoqing is the kill we're looking for. The fans were going crazy online. Lu Ting transitioned from being frantic initially to becoming calm later on. Xiaoqing and Jiang Qiyan's perfect interaction went on for a while before she slowly dialed Xiaoqing's number. Xiaoqing answered, "Hello, big sister Lu Ting." Lu Ting got straight to the point. Although sure Mo might have kicked you while you were down, she did have a point. Practicing medicine without a license really is illegal. I need to arrange PR for you. Do you have any opinions? Xiaoqing chuckled. No PR needed. Lu Ting, what? Xiaoqing said, I didn't practice medicine without a license. Lu Ting thought he was being stubborn about his image, sighed and didn't call him out on it. She firmly stated, don't worry, I will protect my artists at all costs, no matter what resources it takes. Xiaoqing, I'm not practicing medicine illegally. Lu Ting comforted him, don't be afraid. If it really is illegal, I'll personally pay the fine for you. Xiaoqing, he truly wasn't practicing medicine illegally. Lu Ting continued, but you need to prepare yourself. After this incident, some brand contracts haven't been renewed after expiration. Your resources and endorsements may decrease. Xiaoqing replied indifferently, it's fine. Consider it a vacation. After finishing speaking, Xiaoqing hung up the phone. Jiang Qiyan looked at him, are you upset? Xiaoqing, huh? Jiang Qiyan held his hand tightly, don't worry, I am your exclusive lawyer, representing you for life. Xiaoqing, I'm not practicing medicine illegally. Both Jiang Qiyan and Xiaoqing sustained bone injuries to their right hands. After 3 days of hospital observation, by the evening of the third day, they returned to Jiang Qian's private villa. As soon as they opened the door, Jiang Qiyan froze. Because water instantly flooded out of the house, reaching up to his ankles. Their custom-made couple sneakers, worth hundreds of thousands, were completely ruined. The entire ground floor of the villa, nearly 100 square meters, was flooded with water. The 2 large white geese that Jiang Qiyan had bought were happily swimming on the surface of the water, occasionally using their orange-red beaks to preen their snowy white feathers. When they saw Jiang Qiyan and Xiaoqing return, the 2 white geese flapped their wings joyfully and waddled over. The geese, quack quack quack. Jiang Qiyan developed a deep psychological scar due to the white geese. Just seeing them made his legs ache painfully. Out of instinct, he hid behind Xiaoqing and grabbed onto his shoulder. His words came out stammered and slurred, go, go, go. Xiaoqing massaged his temples in exasperation, stretched out his arms to protect Jiang Qiyan, and added lightly, their necks curved towards the sky. Goose, 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 curving necks towards the sky. Jiang Qiyan turned dark-faced, continuing the sentence reflexively, sautéed with green onions, ginger, garlic, stir-fried in an iron pot for stewing goose meat. Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing looked toward the 2 geese flapping toward them and tentatively waved his hand at the geese, signaling them not to come closer. The 2 geese stopped instantly, swaying their long, elegant white necks and quacking twice friendly toward Xiaoqing, before turning around and swimming away. Jiang Qiyan, are you being polite? Xiaoqing glanced at the flooded floor as he waded into the house with Jiang Qiyan. Spotting the kitchen tap turned to its fullest, he reached out and turned it off, asking Jiang Qiyan, did the nanny forget to turn off the tap? Jiang Qiyan wasn't sure either, so he retrieved the footage from the home surveillance on his phone. But when he saw what happened, he was dumbfounded. Yesterday afternoon. After the maid had cleaned up and left, only Xiaoqing's kitten and Jiang Qian's 2 geese were in the house. The little kitten noticed a pink cat face-shaped bowl in the kitchen sink and curiously poked its head over to look. After some time, it simply jumped right into the bowl, lying down comfortably inside. It then swished its tail around and started batting at the faucet with its tiny paws. Rushing water. Water splashed onto the little kitten, but instead of being scared, it blinked in curiosity and even opened its mouth to drink from the running faucet. After drinking twice, it hopped off. The tap, however, remained wide open all night long. Jiang Qiyan. Xiaoqing felt somewhat embarrassed as he looked at Jiang Qiyan. Sorry. Though they were lovers, the pet Xiaoqing raised caused havoc and destroyed Jiang Qian's luxurious villa entirely. This made Xiaoqing feel somewhat apologetic. Jiang Qiyan had originally stayed quite calm, he owned plenty of properties after all, and 1 villa didn't seem like a big deal. However, upon hearing Xiaoqing apologize, his face darkened. Who exactly are you apologizing to? Are you apologizing to me for that cat? Thinking that Jiang Qiyan was upset, Xiaoqing quickly said, I'll arrange for people to come and redo the renovation tomorrow. Don't be angry. Xiaoqing, Jiang Qiyan interrupted him, never say sorry to me. If you must say 3 words, I'd rather hear them as, I love you. Xiaoqing's ears flushed red. Jiang Qiyan glanced at his watch, it was already 9:10 p.m. He asked Xiaoqing, we can only stay at a hotel tonight. Is that all right? Xiaoqing nodded obediently, whatever you want. They went to the nearest hotel. And rented 1 room. In the hotel room, while Jiang Qiyan went to take a shower, Xiaoqing opened his tablet alone. He swiftly entered a series of complex codes, opening a blood-red window soon after. Then, he logged into the mysterious account mentioned in Chapter 40. Account/name, KJLL. After logging in, Xiaoqing typed a message with the keyboard and sent it out. KJLL, I passed the medical license exam in Huagua. KJLL, look for it in your base, send it to me if found. I need it urgently. Just as Xiao Cheng was about to log out, Jiang Qian's voice came from the bathroom. Little boyfriend, could you grab my bathrobe for me? I forgot it. Xiao Cheng stood up and casually placed the computer on the table. He forgot to close the blood-red window. Elsewhere. Master Han Chu, we've located KJLL's position. Han Chu, full name Shi Han Chu, Jiang Qian's childhood friend. Shi Han Chu's eyes glinted sharply as he ordered, pinpoint his location, note down the coordinates. Subordinates rapidly typed away on their keyboards, replying swiftly, Sir, the coordinates are in a budget hotel on the outskirts of the city, room 305. Shi Han Chu tightened his grip on the handgun in his coat pocket, speaking in a low tone, bring people there tomorrow morning. A subordinate asked, Master, do we capture him alive? Shi Han Chu lit a cigarette, coldly responding, I want him dead or alive, preferably alive though. Pausing a moment, he added, this person is dangerous. Be extremely cautious. The next day. As Jiang Qian and Xiao Cheng were having breakfast in their hotel room, a knock sounded at the door. Worried about overly eager fans, Jiang Qian pointed toward the bathroom for Xiao Cheng to hide. Xiao Cheng nodded, setting down the glass of milk in his hand and walking into the bathroom. Jiang Qian then approached the door and asked sternly, who's there? Outside. Shi Han Chu felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Looking at the room number plate, room 305, it was where KJLL resided. But why did he hear Jiang Qian's voice? Shi Han Chu thought for a moment before speaking, me, Shi Han Chu. Behind Shi Han Chu at the staircase corner, there were at least dozens of men in black, approaching menacingly. Jiang Qian keenly sensed something was off, asking, what is it? Shi Han Chu lied, Jiang Yuan, I have urgent news regarding Xiao Cheng, open the door quickly. Hearing Xiao Cheng's name, Jiang Qian opened the door. Shi Han Chu walked in, glancing around calmly. Are you alone here? Jiang Qian, is there a problem? Shi Han Chu looked at him. Last night, we traced the location of the hacker KJLL, and the coordinates were in this very room of yours. Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng's hand trembled, and he accidentally knocked over the bottle of soap on the bathroom counter. Clang. Shi Han Chu heard the sound and his eyes narrowed. He rushed to the bathroom door and yanked it open. Pulling out a gun from his pocket, he aimed it at Xiao Cheng and turned to Jiang Qian. Jiang Yuan, Xiao Cheng is the KJLL we've been looking for. Arrest him. A flash of panic flickered in Xiao Cheng's eyes. It wasn't because his identity was revealed, nor because he was being pointed at by a cold gun. It was because his true identity had been uncovered right in front of Jiang Qian. He anxiously looked toward Jiang Qian. Chapter 68, Xiao Cheng calls him husband. Shi Han Chu also glanced at Jiang Qian and said, Jiang Yuan, no country in the world isn't wary of KJLL's hacking skills. People like him either need to be subdued, or killed. Jiang Qian asked, how do you plan to subdue him? Shi Han Chu gripped the gun tighter, speaking word by word, house arrest for life. We can offer him the best material conditions. That's what the president wants. Jiang Qian interrupted him. So, no freedom, huh? Shi Han Chu snapped his fingers, signaling dozens of men in black suits to storm into the hotel room, heavily surrounding them. From his pocket, Shi Han Chu took out a pair of handcuffs and threw one side to Jiang Qian, telling him. Jiang Yuan, you have unclear ties with him. Take him down yourself, otherwise, you won't be able to prove your innocence. Jiang Qian remained silent for a moment, holding the handcuffs and then turning to Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng stared directly at him, his deep phoenix-like eyes gradually turning colder. Xiao Cheng asked, are you going to arrest me? Jiang Qian grasped Xiao Cheng's wrist but didn't say anything. A tinge of disappointment flashed in Xiao Cheng's eyes. His drooping eyelashes masked the unsettling murderous intent hidden within. Yen Yen. I am indeed the hacker KJLL, but I've never done anything harmful to the country. I didn't in the past, I don't now, and I never will. If you want me to be under house arrest for life. Fine, I'll accept it. I won't resist because I can never say no to you in this lifetime. But, I demand that you stay by me. For the rest of my life. Xiao Cheng's dark side value plus 10. Dark side value, 57 out of 100. Jiang Qian fastened the handcuffs around Xiao Cheng's wrist. Xiao Cheng's dark side value plus 10. Dark side value, 67 out of 100. The system furiously reminded Jiang Qian inside his mind. Host, are you crazy? What are you thinking about, host? If this continues, you'll be imprisoned till death. Jiang Qian acted as if he hadn't heard anything. The next second. He attached the other cold metal ring of the handcuff to his own wrist. Click. Jiang Qian cuffed himself together with Xiao Cheng. Then, Jiang Qian stepped in front of Xiao Cheng, shielding him from countless gun barrels pointed their way. Jiang Qian, who gave you the audacity to force Xiao Cheng to do something he doesn't want to do? Hearing this, Shi Han Chu froze in shock. Xiao Cheng couldn't believe it and raised his head, staring straight at Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian held Xiao Cheng's hand, taking steady steps until they reached Shi Hanchu. He blocked Shi Hanchu's gun with his own chest and said, "I don't care if he's Xiao Cheng, KJLL, or any other identity. He's mine. I don't believe in gods or demons, I only trust him. I believe he hasn't done anything wrong, and if I'm mistaken, I'll bear all the responsibility with him. Now, I'm handcuffed with Xiao Cheng. If you want to arrest someone, take us both. If you want to kill, shoot us both." Jiang Qian spoke every word deliberately. By cuffing himself together with Xiao Cheng, he aimed to protect Xiao Cheng. Shi Hanchu's people were too many, and once a fight broke out, they wouldn't stand a chance. But Jiang Qian was certain that Shi Hanchu wouldn't harm him. So, to save Xiao Cheng, he staked his own life. Shi Hanchu could not believe what he was seeing. "Jiang Yuan, are you insane?" Xiao Cheng was dumbfounded as well. In his stunning phoenix-like eyes, there was bewilderment, shock, and immense gratitude. He looked at Jiang Qian, "You." Jiang Qian turned his head and winked at Xiao Cheng, chuckling lowly. "Scared?" Xiao Cheng shook his head, not scared. What he feared was never Jiang Qian abandoning him. Jiang Qian inconspicuously shielded Xiao Cheng behind him, blocking tightly. Then, Jiang Qian looked at Shi Hanchu, "Either take both of us or kill both of us, you choose." Shi Hanchu's eyes flickered with hesitation. "Jiang Yuan, I regard you as my brother, don't force me to fight against you." Jiang Qian calmly retorted, "A brother's wife should not be disrespected. You consider me as your brother, so you bring people to arrest my little wife." "Little wife?" Xiao Cheng blushed slightly. Shi Hanchu's fingers caressed the cold trigger, lost in thought. At the moment he zoned out. Jiang Qian kicked his gun away. Xiao Cheng stared intently at Jiang Qian, not even lifting his head, but his gaze deeply fixed on Jiang Qian's face, then lazily extended a hand and stably caught the gun. Their tacit understanding had reached a level where no verbal communication was needed, a glance or emotion was enough to understand each other completely. Xiao Cheng held the gun with one hand, pointing it at Shi Hanchu, while using the other hand to shield Jiang Qian behind him. Arrogant yet domineering. Xiao Cheng tilted his head and asked slowly, "You said just now, who do you want to move against?" Shi Hanchu remained silent for a moment, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and said, "Jiang Yuan, I can let you go, but if you run, I won't cover up for you to Jiang Bafu and the president." "How to explain, you decide yourself." Jiang Qian smiled, "We are open and honest, we don't need to run. If Xiao Cheng is guilty, I will turn myself in with him." Shi Hanchu gestured, and the subordinates immediately made way for them to leave. Jiang Qian took Xiao Cheng's hand and left gracefully. Downstairs of the hotel. Jiang Qian shoved Xiao Cheng into the car, then got in too. He pulled out a piece of wire from the car's storage box and skillfully unlocked the handcuffs. Xiao Cheng frowned slightly, "You can unlock handcuffs." Jiang Qian casually hummed an affirmative, removed the handcuffs, and chuckled, "Over a decade ago, when the old man threw me into military training, I was once cuffed inside a cave filled with mosquitoes and snakes. If I didn't break free, those cute little creatures would have devoured me alive." Xiao Cheng looked at him compassionately, saying, "I want to hear about your childhood." Jiang Qian idly raised an eyebrow, reached out to hug Xiao Cheng close, and started recounting his past. At 5 years old, he was tossed into underground boxing rings to learn martial arts. At 6 years old, he was thrown into the sea to practice swimming. At 8 years old, he was locked in a cave with chains to train for escape skills. At 11 years old, he daily discussed politics with Jiang Yun, and if Jiang Yun wasn't satisfied, young Jiang Yuan wouldn't eat dinner. At 15 years old, he was dumped penniless on foreign streets to learn foreign languages. This is why Jiang Qian was proficient in 8 languages. Jiang Yun's cultivation and training of Jiang Qian were stringent to the point of being cruel. In Jiang Yun's eyes, Jiang Qian was first the heir of the Jiang family, and second, his son. After listening, Xiao Cheng cuddled in Jiang Qian's arms, wrapped her arms around his waist, and called involuntarily, "Husband." Xiao Cheng's heart ached for him. He just wanted to console Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian froze. It was the first time Xiao Cheng voluntarily called him husband without being unwell or having his wrist forcibly restrained by Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian feigned distress, testing, saying, "Because I didn't pursue politics but ran off to study law, my father locked me for 5 whole days, only giving me clear water." Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qian thought for a moment and added, "And another time, my dad." Xiao Cheng turned sullen, reaching out to pinch Jiang Qian hard on the waist. "Ah!" Jiang Qian gasped sharply, "It hurts." Xiao Cheng asked again, "Qian, when you're with me, has Uncle Jiang ever done anything to you?" Jiang Qian patted his head, "No." Chapter 69, Jiang Qian gets beaten, injured. Xiao Cheng didn't believe it. It's fine that Jiang Qian doesn't tell him the truth. He could investigate himself and uncover even more. For a moment, the two sat silently in the car. After a long pause, Xiao Cheng asked, "If I really commit crimes and offenses, would you really risk everything for me?" Jiang Qian replied, no. Xiao Qing froze, his eyes wide open, gazing at him with bewilderment. Jiang Qian grasped Xiao Cheng's hand and pressed his palm against his own chest. Xiao Cheng, I have two beliefs here. One is you, the other is law. If you commit crimes, and ask me to destroy evidence as your lawyer, I can't do it, because lawyer Jiang believes in the law. However, if you ask me to bear everything with you as your husband, I can, because Qian Jiang believes in you. Jiang Qian intertwined his fingers with Xiao Cheng's, lightly kissed his cheek, and said, Mr. Xiao, lawyer Jiang believes in the law, but Qian Jiang believes in you. Jiang Qian said word by word, Xiao Cheng, I love you. During all those confessions, Jiang Qian had never uttered the three words, I love you. This was the first time he said these three words to Xiao Cheng. After hearing Jiang Qian's words, Xiao Cheng's eyes were filled with deep emotion and affection. Leaning against Jiang Qian, Xiao Cheng said, Qian, I've been in the entertainment industry for 7 years, acted in 39 films and TV shows, and 21 of them were related to law. Xiao Cheng pointed at his heart, just like you, I have two dreams. One is you, the other is my career in the entertainment circle. Yan Yan, you are my dream. Jiang Qian pinched Xiao Cheng's chin and kissed him. After a long while, Jiang Qian finally released Xiao Cheng, tidying up his slightly wrinkled shirt and trousers. He glanced at his phone. There were 7 missed calls on his phone, all from Jiang Yun. Jiang Qian's heart sank. Jiang Yun must have found out about his conflict with Shi Hanchu in the hotel. The phone rang again. Jiang Qian pressed the answer button and held it to his ear, hearing Jiang Yun's deep and indifferent voice, come home immediately. Jiang Qian nodded and said he knew. Jiang Yun then hung up the phone. Xiao Cheng looked at Jiang Qian worriedly, is it Uncle Jiang? Jiang Qian nodded. Xiao Cheng sharply asked, because of my matters. Jiang Qian didn't speak, just pinched Xiao Cheng's face gently, be good. Xiao Cheng gripped Jiang Qian's wrist resolutely and said, I'll accompany you, okay? Xiao Cheng feared Jiang Qian being punished. Little Jiang Yuan didn't get punished by Jiang Yun less when he was young. Jiang Qian grinned crookedly and asked Xiao Cheng, dear boyfriend, are you sure? Are you ready to meet the parents? Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qian leaned in to kiss him again, shamelessly saying, don't worry, that's my dear dad, not someone who would beat me to death and leave you a widow. Xiao Cheng, go away. Jiang Qian returned to the Jiang residence. The Jiang household servants trembled with fear. White butler walked up to Jiang Qian, taking his coat and whispering, young master, sir, he has lost his temper. Jiang Qian nodded, Uncle Bai, where's my dad? White butler, sir is in the upstairs study, Mr. Qin is also there. Jiang Qian frowned. Qin Hui, his father superior, was also his father's nemesis. Jiang Qian knew Qin Hui chose this moment to talk, probably trying to make an issue out of his protecting Xiao Cheng, and put pressure on his father. Jiang Qian nodded, heading upstairs to the study. Just before reaching the study door, Jiang Qian heard Qin Hui's voice. Jiang Yuan harbored and shielded the hacker KJLL, this matter. Old Jiang, you owe me an explanation. Then, Jiang Qian heard his father, Jiang Yun's voice, Jiang Yuan is my son, what he did is equivalent to what I did. I will take the responsibility. Before the sentence finished, Jiang Qian pushed the door open, drawing Qin Hui and Jiang Yun's gazes. Jiang Qian looked at Qin Hui and opened his mouth, sir, let me give you an explanation instead. Before Qin Hui could say anything, Jiang Yun furrowed his brows, who allowed you to come in? Get out. Jiang Yun feared Jiang Qian might shoulder responsibility for something else carelessly. So, he shooed him out. Jiang Qian moved forward rather than stepping back, walking step by step to Qin Hui. Qin Hui looked at him indifferently for a moment, then averted his gaze and said, Lawyer Jiang, I hear you have a good personal relationship with KJLL. Jiang Qian didn't reply. Qin Hui questioned further, do you want to harbor and shield him? Jiang Qian, with both hands in his trouser pockets, cast a flicker of coldness in his gaze, harboring and shielding, seems applicable only to criminals. But I wonder, what exactly did KJLL do wrong, which law did he violate? Qin Hui was momentarily taken aback, but he didn't want to delve into a legal discussion with a lawyer. He said, if he works for another country, it could pose a serious threat to our nation's firewall. Jiang Qian slowly responded, it seems, there is no evidence proving that KJLL is Xiao Cheng, and I only know that both Xiao Cheng and I are loyal to our country. Qin Hui hadn't expected Jiang Qian to outright deny that Xiao Cheng was KJLL. Raising an eyebrow, he said, Shi Hanchu has already found out that KJLL logged into his dark web account last night. The login location was your room, where you and Xiao Cheng were. Many people witnessed this. Jiang Qian squinted his eyes slightly and gave a low laugh, that only means KJLL infiltrated my and Xiao Cheng's room, it doesn't prove that Xiao Cheng is KJLL. If Xiao Cheng were really KJLL and did anything harmful to the country, I wouldn't condone or shield him. But before everything is thoroughly investigated, detaining him without any evidence is unjustified. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Qian added, our country only recognizes one nationality under the law. However, I've heard your wife holds 4 nationalities simultaneously, and your son has 2. Wouldn't that be problematic if made public? Qin Hui suddenly froze, not expecting Jiang Qiyan to know so much. He looked at Jiang Qiyan coolly, you're smart, but Jiang Yun's youngest son likes a shady little celebrity, while the dual nationality of my wife's son, whose impact is worse. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyan remained calm. He looked directly at Qin Hui and said word by word, you're wrong. My father has 5 children, but you have only 1 son. If things get too loud, I can leave the Jiang family and take the Xiao surname. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Qiyan sound quite pleasant as well. After Jiang Qiyan spoke, Qin Hui's face turned as dark as a thundercloud. Waving his sleeve, he left but not before glancing at Jiang Yun and saying, Jiang Yun, you've raised a fine son. Jiang Yun showed no emotion, replying dryly, high praise indeed. This time, Jiang Qiyan stayed at the Jiang residence for several days. Because his private villa had been flooded and was undergoing renovation, and due to his busy schedule, he occasionally slept in the office at his law firm. Every evening, Xiao Cheng would video call Jiang Qiyan. However, Xiao Cheng keenly sensed something amiss. Jiang Qiyan seemed very off. Normally, when Jiang Qiyan video called him, he would be dressed in a bathrobe or pajamas, lazily loosened at the collar, lying down chatting with him. But this time, Jiang Qiyan was all buttoned up, even wearing a high-neck shirt. For instance, right now. Xiao Cheng looked at Jiang Qiyan on the screen, who was sitting at his desk reviewing files, asking, are you hiding something from me? Jiang Qiyan raised an eyebrow, oh. Xiao Cheng, you usually wouldn't wear so many layers when chatting with me. Jiang Qiyan chuckled, letting his fingertip graze the buckle of his belt as if preparing to unfasten it. Mr. Xiao, next time we chat, I'll wear less, alright? In response, Xiao Cheng hung up the video call and sat in his car deep in thought. Jiang Qian's tone was off, he'd lied. Xiao Cheng frowned deeply. His car just happened to be parked outside Jiang Qian's law office. After pondering for a bit, Xiao Cheng opened the car door, got out, and confidently walked into the building. After the phone was disconnected, Jiang Qiyan went to the restroom in the office and began slowly removing his clothes in front of the mirror. As he peeled off the innermost shirt, he furrowed his brows, inhaling sharply through gritted teeth. Ah! Through the mirror, Jiang Qiyan saw the 5 or 6 red and swollen scars on his back. He'd managed to hide them from Xiao Cheng for several days. Relieved that they hadn't been discovered, he rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a bottle of medicinal alcohol, pouring it over his shoulder. The burning sensation caused veins to bulge prominently on Jiang Qian's wrists. The old man had been merciless. Thinking about it, the son groomed as his heir rebelled against him, defying his will and even stating he'd leave the Jiang family to adopt the Xiao surname for a man. As Jiang Qiyan massaged the ointment into the wounds, beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. Yet, he dared not use his abilities to heal the wounds directly. Because every day, the secretary from Jiang Yun's office still brought a family doctor to check on his condition. Just as Jiang Qiyan started rubbing the medicine, the locked restroom door in the office was kicked open abruptly. Xiao Cheng walked in and immediately saw the bloody wounds on Jiang Qian's back. Chapter 70, I want to go viral with you, official announcement style. Jiang Qiyan hadn't expected Xiao Cheng to barge in so suddenly and froze momentarily, unable to come up with an excuse. There was a deep sickness and darkness in Xiao Cheng's eyes. He stared straight at Jiang Qiyan, sneering coldly, avoiding me, hiding things from me, you're quite good, aren't you Jiang Qiyan? Jiang Qiyan didn't say anything. He feared Xiao Cheng would feel distressed for him. And also worried that Xiao Cheng might react too drastically. So he kept it hidden from him, avoided him. As Xiao Cheng approached silently, Jiang Qiyan instinctively tried to explain, I can handle it myself. But his words were cut short halfway. Because he saw a pale layer of blood haze swirling in Xiao Cheng's pitch-black, deep eyes. Faint but chillingly dark. Xiao Cheng's fingertips snapped a cotton swab forcefully as he said word by word, cold as if pronouncing a death sentence, Yen Yen, you're injured. Jiang Qian's heart skipped a beat, noticing the bandage wrapped around Xiao Cheng's right hand. Previously, Xiao Cheng had mentioned. No matter what wounds Jiang Qiyan endured, Xiao Cheng would self-harm alongside him as company. And Xiao Cheng did exactly that. Worried about further self-harm, Jiang Qiyan hugged Xiao Cheng's waist and leaned closer, saying, Xiao Cheng, I have a portable system. This system grants me the ability to heal my wounds, so, don't worry. Xiao Cheng didn't respond. His face showed no hint of surprise. Jiang Qiyan thought he didn't believe him, so he grasped Xiao Cheng's wrist and said, if you don't believe, watch. Jiang Qiyan unrolled the bandage from his right-hand fingers and was about to use his healing ability to repair the fractured bone and tissue cells. But Xiao Cheng caught his wrist in return and raised his gaze, asking, what's the cost? Jiang Qiyan, what? Xiao Cheng said word by word, instantaneous wound healing, what is the cost? Jiang Qiyan hesitated slightly before declaring deeply, the pain during healing will be 100 times stronger than the pain when wounds naturally heal. Such severe pain. Might overstimulate nerves, leading to irreparable damage. That's why Jiang Qian didn't dare to use it. Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes, keeping silent. Dipping the cotton swab into medicinal alcohol, he treated Jiang Qian's back wound without saying a word. His thin lips were pursed tightly, his icy demeanor was terrifying. Jiang Qian casually asked, "Why aren't you surprised that I have a system?" Lifting his gaze, Xiaoqing's lips curved slightly, an evil chill seeping through. Because he possessed a system earlier than Jiang Qian. His system was coupled with Jiang Qian's, it was a lover's system. In Jiang Qian's system, once Xiaoqing's black-hearted value reached 100, he could imprison Jiang Qian. In Xiaoqing's system, upon reaching 100 values of disciplining Jiang Qian, he could likewise lock Jiang Qian away. Xiaoqing concealed his violent tendencies and obsessive nature excellently. His eyes radiated clarity. Having been a doctor, Xiaoqing efficiently applied the medicine on Jiang Qian's back. Tossing the medicine into a drawer, he looked coldly at Jiang Qian and said, "Put your clothes back on." Jiang Qian fastened the buttons of the white shirt from the bottom all the way to the top. After finishing, Xiaoqing extended his hand toward Jiang Qian, "Hand over your phone." Obediently, Jiang Qian handed over his phone. Xiaoqing pocketed it without uttering a word. Then, Xiaoqing bent down in front of Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian was stunned. Before he could fully react, Xiaoqing already hoisted him over his shoulder and left the office. Baffled, Jiang Qian asked, "Xiaoqing, what are you doing?" Without a word, Xiaoqing tightly gripped Jiang Qian's legs and strode onward. With his head hanging down, Jiang Qian's brain rushed with blood, prompting him to struggle instinctively. Just as he started struggling, Xiaoqing halted abruptly and asked menacingly, "Will you come along willingly with me or should I knock you out, bind you, and take you away? Choose." Xiaoqing wasn't bluffing. He actually carried a small bottle of ether used for light anesthesia. If Jiang Qian wouldn't go with him, he wouldn't mind employing some coercive methods. Jiang Qian coughed lightly, "Ahem, there are still many people in the law firm building. Don't carry me like this." Xiaoqing questioned coldly, ashamed. Jiang Qian shook his head, "It's not that, but wearing masks and hats could attract obsessive fans and paparazzi." Upon reflecting, Xiaoqing put Jiang Qian down. Jiang Qian sighed in relief. But the next moment, Xiaoqing bent down and hooked his arms under Jiang Qian's knees, lifting him into a horizontal embrace with utmost care not to touch the wounds on Jiang Qian's back. He said, "Jiang attorney, compared to carrying you on my shoulder, if there were really paparazzi or obsessive fans around, hugging you would probably give them clearer shots. Jiang attorney, I want to go viral on social media together with you, the official announcement kind." Holding Jiang Qian, Xiaoqing walked toward the elevator. Jiang Qian's assistant came over with some documents, seeing Xiaoqing, tall and long-legged, holding an equally tall and long-legged Jiang Qian, completely stunned. The assistant asked Jiang Qian, "Teacher Jiang, is this?" The assistant was a graduate student in law, interning here, thus addressing Jiang Qian as Teacher Jiang. Jiang Qian replied, "A doting husband." The assistant hesitated for a moment. "Then the materials you asked me to print." Jiang Qian said, "Give them to me." The assistant handed the documents to Jiang Qian. Xiaoqing frowned. Instinctively, the assistant withdrew their hand and offered the documents to Xiaoqing instead. "Madam, please review these. Can these be given to Teacher Jiang?" Xiaoqing glanced at it, reluctantly nodding. Only then did the assistant pass the materials to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian. An ingenious madam. Xiaoqing carried Jiang Qian out of the law firm building, placing him in the car, and directly took him back to his private villa in Mo City. Inside the bedroom, simple tones of black, white, and gray dominated. Xiaoqing gently placed Jiang Qian on the bed, his actions filled with care. Then, Xiaoqing retrieved a black chain from the corner and turned around, fastening it onto Jiang Qian's wrist. Jiang Qian froze, swinging his wrist and hearing the crisp sound of metal colliding. He lowered his gaze and saw that the black chain binding his wrist extended all the way to the wall corner. The length of the iron chain was long enough to allow free movement within the room. Xiaoqing looked down at Jiang Qian, bent forward, cupped his face, and planted a kiss on the corner of his lips. To Jiang Qian, he said, Yan, stay here to recuperate obediently. When you're better, I'll let you out. Before you're fully healed, your phone will be in my custody." As he spoke, he caressed Jiang Qian's face with his fingertips, and without realizing it, wrapped an arm around Jiang Qian's waist, as if embedding him into his own flesh and blood. Jiang Qian smiled, with no fading affection and gentleness in his eyes. "All right." He agreed immediately, decisively, without hesitation. This caused a flicker of surprise in Xiaoqing's eyes. Yan, don't lie to me." Chapter 71, Jiang Qian, "Honey, I'm wrong." Jiang Qian tilted his head and rubbed his face against Xiaoqing's palm. "I won't lie to you." Xiaoqing moved his hand down along Jiang Qian's face. His fingers landed on Jiang Qian's neck. Xiaoqing bent closer and noticed fine beads of cold sweat on Jiang Qian's forehead. Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling Jiang Qian's forehead with the back of his hand, his gaze turning colder. Yan, you're running a fever. Jiang Qian was taken aback. No wonder he'd been feeling cold in the office these past few days. It was probably due to his wound getting infected, leading to the fever. Lying down on Xiaoqing's bed, Jiang Qian pulled the blanket over himself. Because of his injuries on his back, he could only lie on his side. With his somewhat laborious movements, the chains on his wrist jingled faintly. Jiang Qian, nothing serious. Do you have any fever medicine? I'll take it and sleep for a while, it'll get better soon. Xiaoqing half closed his pitch-black eyes. He turned around, picked up the remote control by the bedside, and pressed a button. A mechanical noise and the sound of gears moving suddenly filled the silent room. Jiang Qian saw a snow-white robot with blue glowing eyes slowly emerge from the bathroom. Suspended in midair, its base also emitted a blue glow. It hovered before Xiaoqing and Jiang Qian and announced mechanically, "Nanny robot bye-bye, at your service." Jiang Qian pointed at bye-bye, looking curiously at Xiaoqing. "Did you buy this?" Xiaoqing wiped the sweat off Jiang Qian's forehead with tissues tenderly and explained. "It's a gift from Ms. Sun Jin at the National Science Institute. One of her research achievements." Jiang Qian's voice was raspy. "Oh." Xiaoqing took off his coat, crouching down beside Jiang Qian's bed and stroked his face again. Yan, you haven't had lunch yet, have you? I'll go cook some white congee for you. After eating, take the medicine, and sleep for a while in my bed, okay?" Jiang Qian said yes softly. He closed his eyes, drowsy from the fever, not speaking much. Xiaoqing tucked the blanket around him and gently brushed the cold lock chain on Jiang Qian's wrist with his fingertips. Yan, if you need anything, just call bye-bye. After that, Xiaoqing reached into Jiang Qian's trouser pocket and pulled out a business card holder. He took out a business card, writing something on its back before saying, "Bye-bye is a voice-controlled high-tech robot, one of Ms. Sun Jin's research achievements at the National Science Institute. This is the password, all you need to do is read it out loud." After Xiaoqing left the room, Jiang Qian looked expressionlessly at the password on the business card and read it aloud. Jiang Qian wants to brew sauce with Xiaoqing. "Bye-bye, master, I am Nanny Robot bye-bye. I'm happy to serve you." Jiang Qian rubbed his aching temples and asked, "Can I change the password?" "Bye-bye, yes, password modification requires fingerprints from both you and Master Xiaoqing. Please provide your fingerprint input." "Then never mind." Jiang Qian shook his hand and jingled the icy chain on his wrist. Can you unlock it for me?" Jiang Qian wasn't planning to escape. His gaze fell on the desk by the floor-to-ceiling window. On the desk lay a set of documents. They were the files the assistant slipped to him earlier. Workaholic Jiang Qian wanted to keep working. But, this iron chain Xiaoqing used was cunningly designed so he could neither reach nor touch them. "Bye-bye, master, the chain around your wrist contains a pulse-monitoring bio-device." Jiang Qian, what? Bye-bye pointed to the light screen on her chest, where a line of text slowly appeared. Pulse-monitoring bio-device, monitors human functions at all times. If detached from the body, it will instantly trigger an alarm due to the absence of detected pulse. "Bye-bye, master," meaning that if you remove the chain, Master Xiaoqing would know within 0.5 seconds. "Moreover." Jiang Qian asked, "Moreover what?" "Bye-bye, the chain has an anesthetic needle inside. Forcibly dismantling it will result in the needle puncturing your skin. Bye-bye, the only key to the chain is in Master Xiaoqing's pocket. If you wish, I'll summon Master Xiaoqing for you." Jiang Qian massaged his temple. "Never mind, bring me the document on the table." "Bye-bye, please enter the instruction password." With a sense of humiliation, Jiang Qian repeated the words. Jiang Qian wants to brew sauce with Xiaoqing. "Bye-bye, password verified, serving now. Please wait a moment." Bye-bye handed the document to Jiang Qian. When Xiaoqing entered the room carrying a clay pot of white congee and 2 plates of fresh green vegetables, he saw Jiang Qian holding a file, reading it. Bye-bye helped prop up the bedside table. On the bedside table sat a computer already powered on. The computer screen displayed more than 50 legal web pages open along with the criminal appeal petition that Jiang Qian had just finished drafting. Xiaoqing's expression turned dark. Jiang Qian, startled by the sound of footsteps, immediately clicked send to send the appeal petition to his colleague's email before hastily flipping the computer screen shut. Xiaoqing, I was just bored, browsing through things. Xiaoqing turned his head and shot by a cold glare filled with lethal intent. Bye quickly hid behind Jiang Qian. Xiaoqing placed the porridge and dishes down, walking over to the bed and checking his smart bracelet. The bracelet was connected to the pulse monitoring bio-device on Jiang Qian's wrist, capable of real-time monitoring of his temperature and heartbeat. Jiang Qian's temperature, 39.7 degrees Celsius. Xiaoqing's expression became even colder as he gazed down at Jiang Qian and said, "Lawyer Jiang, you're quite committed, working even at a 39.7 degrees Celsius fever." Feeling guilty, Jiang Qian glanced at him and obediently handed over the case materials and computer. His consciousness muddled by the fever, he suddenly hugged Xiao Cheng's waist and said, "Honey, I'm wrong." Xiao Cheng disentangled Jiang Qian's arms around his waist, then silently grasped Jiang Qian's other free hand. He indulgently caressed Jiang Qian's pale wrist, then put another chain on it. Both of Jiang Qian's hands were now locked. Xiao Cheng served a bowl of porridge and sat beside the bed, saying, "Open your mouth." Jiang Qian obediently opened his mouth wide, ah. Due to his fractured right hand, which hadn't healed fully yet, Xiao Cheng struggled to hold the spoon between his thumb and index finger and fed Jiang Qian the porridge. Not long after, Xiao Cheng's hand started aching so much that he was sweating. After feeding Jiang Qian, Bai Bai brought the antipyretic medicine and held it to Jiang Qian's lips. "Master, take your medicine." Jiang Qian was asleep in a daze. However, his lips were tightly shut into a thin line, refusing to open no matter what. He was extremely wary. Even in unconsciousness, he wouldn't accept anything from an unknown source. Xiao Cheng glanced at Bai Bai. "Give me the medicine." Bai Bai handed the medicine over to Xiao Cheng. Then, Xiao Cheng brought the medicine close to Jiang Qian's mouth, speaking gently as if cajoling a child, "Be a good boy and take your medicine." Jiang Qian reflexively grabbed Xiao Cheng's wrist with the chain, muttering indistinctly, "Don't touch me. I'm married, have a family. My wife loves me." A glint of amusement passed through Xiao Cheng's eyes as he pinched Jiang Qian's cheeks tenderly. "It's me, Xiao Cheng." Still keeping his eyes closed, Jiang Qian stubbornly said, "I already have a wife." "Who are you?" "Xiao Cheng, I'm Xiao Cheng." "Jiang Qian, I have a wife." "Who is Xiao Cheng?" Seeing no progress, Xiao Cheng finally lost his patience and yelled, "Xiao Cheng is your wife." At hearing this, a victorious smile curled at the corner of Jiang Qian's lips, and obediently opened his mouth wide to take the antipyretic medicine. Realizing he had been tricked, Xiao Cheng stared wordlessly at Jiang Qian. "Are you fucking serious?" muttered Xiao Cheng under his breath. After helping Jiang Qian lie down again, Xiao Cheng bent over to remove his leather shoes and socks and tucked him in before leaving the room with Bai Bai. Once they exited the bedroom, Bai Bai made a ringing sound and turned to Xiao Cheng. "Master, there's someone knocking on the door downstairs." Xiao Cheng looked up and asked, "Who is it?" Bai Bai instantly adjusted the corridor surveillance camera and projected the image mid-air. Glancing at the monitor, Xiao Cheng froze. The person knocking on the door was Jiang Qian's parents, Jiang Yun and Xiang Xinlan. Chapter 72, For my country and him, I shall bear no guilt. Xiao Cheng went back into the bedroom for a moment. Jiang Qian was already sound asleep, murmuring incoherently in his dreams, "Xiao Cheng, my little spouse." Unable to disturb him further, Xiao Cheng told Bai Bai, "Take care of him." And then Xiao Cheng personally went to open the door. "Uncle Jiang, Aunt." Xiao Cheng welcomed them in. Jiang Yun, with a cold temperament, gave only a slight nod. His face resembled Jiang Qian's to a T, exuding an air of command from being in high positions. Standing beside Jiang Yun, Xiang Xinlan accepted the tea Xiao Cheng had brewed for her with a warm smile, saying, "Our Jia Yi group really picked a great endorser. Jiang Yuan has excellent taste." As for this taste, whether it referred to the choice of endorsers or boyfriends, only Mrs. Xiang knew. Jiang Yun glanced at Xiao Cheng and noticed the satisfied look on his wife's face. Furrowing his brows, he asked Xiao Cheng, "Where's Jiang Yuan?" Xiao Cheng smirked and intentionally spoke ambiguously, "He's exhausted and still sleeping in the master bedroom." Jiang Yun and Xiang Xinlan exchanged glances, catching a fleeting shock in each other's eyes. Xiao Cheng and Jiang Yuan had already progressed to the point of intimacy. Jiang Yun frowned slightly. "I'll call him to wake up. It's the middle of the day." While speaking, Jiang Yun dialed Jiang Qian's number. But Jiang Qian's phone slowly began ringing inside Xiao Cheng's trouser pocket. Xiao Cheng took out Jiang Qian's phone, offering an apologetic smile to Jiang Yun. "Uncle, sorry about that. His phone ended up in my pocket." Jiang Yun. Xiang Xinlan sipped her hot tea, asking Xiao Cheng, "Young Xiao, how did you and Jiang Yuan end up together?" Xiao Cheng thought for a moment and replied, "He saw something he liked. I've had my plans all along." Xiang Xinlan smiled, opening directly, "Let me be straightforward. Of the few children we have under our wing, only Jiang Yuan and his older sister Jiang Zhua are our biological offspring. Jiang Yao, Jiang Shun, and Jiang Yu, they are actually adopted." Xiao Cheng was taken aback. "Adopted?" Xiang Xinlan nodded. "These 3 children were entrusted to us by your uncle Jiang's comrade-in-arms before he passed away." Jiang Yun held Xiang Xinlan's hand, looking at Xiao Cheng. "Therefore, the heir to the Jiang family would either be Jiang Zhua or Jiang Yuan. But, looking at vision and strategic perspective, I appreciate Jiang Yuan more." Xiao Cheng remained silent. Jiang Yun continued, "I've reached this position in my political career, and those who want to see me dead could circle around Shanghai many times over. Jiang Yuan is my only son. If you decide to stay with him, all dangers and lurking threats will fall upon you equally." Xiao Cheng abruptly raised his head, surprised as he looked at Jiang Yun. "Uncle, you don't oppose us?" Jiang Yun said, Jiang Yuan has suffered too much these past years. He's the country's man first, then the heir of the Jiang family, and only lastly is he my son, Jiang Yun. But this time, I want to indulge him in a little rebellion. So, little Xiao, be good to Jiang Yuan. Don't disappoint us, or let him down. Jiang Yun stood up and gave Xiao Qing a formal bow. Xiao Qing quickly supported him, flustered and not knowing where to put his hands. Uncle, please don't. Nearby, Xiang Xinlan teased with a smile, still calling me uncle. Xiao Qing, ah. Xiang Xinlan pulled out a red envelope from her pocket and shoved it into Xiao Qing's hands. Child, domestically, you can't get married officially with Jiang Yuan, so I apologize on your behalf. This is for changing our titles. In the future, if Jiang Yuan bullies you, we'll stand up for you. Xiao Qing's face immediately flushed crimson. He glanced at the red envelope in Xiang Xinlan's hand and didn't dare accept it. It was thin, like a piece of paper. But even thinking with just his toenails, Xiao Qing could guess that the Jiang family wouldn't possibly only put 100 yuan inside. Xiao Qing estimated it was a check. Seeing Xiao Qing didn't take it, Xiang Xinlan held the red envelope and got up to walk upstairs to the bedroom. If you won't accept it, I'll go give it to Jiang Qiyan upstairs. Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing was scared witless. The main bedroom where Jiang Qiyan lay. He still had his wrists locked. If Jiang Qiyan's parents saw this, they might think he was abusing Jiang Qiyan. At that point, it wouldn't be about giving him a red envelope but instead calling the police to arrest him. Xiao Qing hurriedly took it and bowed deeply to Jiang Qiyan's parents. Thank you. Mom, thank you, Dad. Xiao Qing's call sounded a bit awkward. Xiang Xinlan patted his shoulder and chatted for a few more sentences. In between, she answered a work-related phone call from a company client, speaking fluent French before leaving. In the living room, only Jiang Yun and Xiao Qing remained. Jiang Yun sat with crossed legs and asked Xiao Qing, Hacker KJLL, is that you? Jiang Yun's tone was sure. Xiao Qing nodded, saying nothing. Jiang Yun's dark eyes stared indifferently at Xiao Qing. Right now, at least 35 countries are secretly investigating you. What do you have to say? Xiao Qing firmly looked at Jiang Yun, speaking with steady voice, I am a Huagua citizen, and my blood runs Huagua veins. This land is also mine and Jiang Qian's homeland, so, it's hard to leave. The nation and him, I shall bear no guilt. Jiang Yun smiled in satisfaction and chatted with Xiao Qing for a while longer about current events. Xiao Qing's keen insight into current affairs caused a flash of surprise to flicker in Jiang Yun's eyes. Jiang Yuan's judgment in choosing people was really excellent. Before leaving, Jiang Yun gave Xiao Qing a deep glance. Tomorrow, I'm invited to attend the anniversary celebration at my alma mater. If you have time, bring Jiang Yuan along and come by. Xiao Qing nodded, okay. He remembered that both Jiang Qiyan and Jiang Yun graduated from the same university. Xiao Qing personally escorted Jiang Yun and Xiang Xinlan out the door. After the couple left, Xiao Qing opened the red envelope Xiang Xinlan gave him. Once he saw the contents, he froze on the spot. Inside was a check. The amount on the check was 10 billion. Xiao Qing. As he ascended the stairs back to the upstairs bedroom, his feet felt as if they were floating. Inside the bedroom, Jiang Qiyan, after taking the antipyretic medicine, continued to sleep soundly. Xiao Qing approached, bent over, and kissed Jiang Qian's lips. Bye-bye unromantically reminded nearby, Master, kissing a feverish patient may cause infection. Without raising his head, Xiao Qing grabbed the pillow next to him and threw it backhand. Then he pecked Jiang Qian's lips fiercely 2 more times, not letting up until Jiang Qian's lips were red and swollen. Xiao Qing's long fingers traced over Jiang Qian's brow, bridge of the nose, and finally his lips. A low, raspy voice reverberated through the room. Yan Yan, your parents have finally agreed. You're mine now. You must be good, okay? Xiao Qing's fingertips brushed aside the collar of Jiang Qian's shirt, revealing a stretch of cold white clavicle. On the clavicle, a cluster of deep purple roses bloomed, alluring and wild. Xiao Qing couldn't help himself and lightly bit down on Jiang Qian's collar, turning his head to unbutton another button. Then, he placed a soft kiss on Jiang Qian's collarbone. His eyes. Diseased, obsessive, dark, mad. At this moment, Xiao Qing's mobile phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his assistant, Xiao Wu. Chenggu, the performance at the company's year-end party this afternoon is about to start. I'll pick you up on my way there. Xiao Qing calmly replied with an and then rose to leave the bedroom. He gently closed the door behind him and locked it securely from the outside. Inside the bedroom, Jiang Qiyan slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 73, A Jealous Barrel Named Xiao Qing. Jiang Qian's forehead was still slightly warm. In his weakness, he lifted his hand, causing the black handcuffs around his wrist to jingle lightly. Jiang Qiyan let out a bitter laugh. Bai detected his mood swings and asked, Master, are you upset because you're cuffed? Jiang Qiyan nodded, then shook his head, it doesn't matter. As long as it's Xiao Qing who locks me or imprisons me, I wouldn't mind. But Bye-bye, I feel guilty. Confused, Bye-bye asked, why feel guilty? Jiang Qian hooked the chain with his fingertips, paused to think, and then earnestly said, he locks me because he fears losing me. He lacks security. It's because I haven't given him enough security. I haven't been good enough for him. Jiang Qian has always known. Xiao Cheng's heart is diseased. And he is Xiao Cheng's medicine. Bye-bye asked again, so master, do you plan to continue being kind to Xiao Cheng by letting him lock you up like this? Not forever. Jiang Qian shook his head. That will only make his heart grow darker. Bye-bye, I want to bring him light, not darkness. Bye-bye didn't respond. Jiang Qian fell silent for a while, feeling that this topic had become too heavy. Then, he smiled and said to Bye-bye, can you play some music for me? Instantly, Bye-bye projected a playlist onto the wall in the bedroom. Master, please choose your song. Jiang Qian took a glance. There were 132 songs, all of Xiao Cheng's. Some were written by him, others originally sung by him. Jiang Qian remarked, something new would be nice. Over the past 6 years, every song, every album by Xiao Cheng, he must have listened to hundreds of times on repeat. Bye-bye thought for a moment and suddenly broke into a robotic rendition of, What is Happy Planet? Jiang Qian. He rubbed his temple and then asked Bye-bye, do you know how to play Go? Bye-bye said it did. Then. When evening fell and Xiao Cheng returned home, all he could hear coming from the master bedroom was a mixture of human and robot voices. Bye-bye, you're so cute. Jiang Qian, you're naughty. Don't hide. You're a robot, so why are you embarrassed to cuddle with me? Xiao Cheng. Locking Bye-bye and Jiang Qian together in the room felt like inviting a wolf into the house. Xiao Cheng took out his key and opened the door. Once inside, what he saw was a Go chessboard set up on the bed table. Dozens of coins adhered magnetically to Bye-bye's head. Jiang Qian held a coin in his hand and slapped it against Bye-bye's face. We agreed that if you lose, you get coins slapped on your face. Don't back out now. Xiao Cheng narrowed his eyes, and with a chilling voice said, Bye-bye. Startled, Bye-bye turned its head, saw Xiao Cheng standing at the doorway, and immediately scurried to hide behind Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian patted Bye-bye's head. It's okay, go out first. All right. Hugging the chessboard tightly, Bye-bye passed Xiao Cheng, saying, Master, I really like Jiang Qian. Can I play Go with him tomorrow night? Xiao Cheng's face darkened. And to make things worse, Jiang Qian added, be a good boy, Bye-bye. Continue tomorrow night. With glee, Bye-bye emitted a soft rumble before leaving and even helpfully closed the bedroom door behind it. Inside the bedroom, only Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qian remained. Xiao Cheng looked at Jiang Qian, loosened his tie, and approached the bed with an air of hostility. Xiao Cheng wrapped his arm around Jiang Qian's slim waist and bit out through gritted teeth, so. Good bye-bye, continue tomorrow night. Jiang Qian chuckled, extending his hand under Xiao Cheng's shirt. Jealous? Xiao Cheng remained silent. Jiang Qian placed his palm over Xiao Cheng's chest, pressing lightly on his heart, really jealous? Jealous of a robot? Jiang Qian's laugh carried the slyness of a lazy fox. Xiao Cheng stayed silent, his lips pursed into a tense thin line. Jiang Qian then whispered, I'm jealous too. Xiao Cheng froze, what did you say? Jiang Qian wiggled his chained wrist, which was growing sore from restraint, and said, when you hugged that cat and called it, baby, I was jealous too. Xiao Cheng's whole body stiffened. Jiang Qian stared directly at him and said, I felt jealous when you acted out romantic scenes with the female actors. I felt jealous when your fans gave you roses at your concerts or fan meet and greets. Baby, I've fallen into a vat of jealousy named Xiao Cheng, and I'm drowning in it. Every word Jiang Qian spoke sounded particularly sexy due to his hoarse voice from the fever. Xiao Cheng stood frozen in place, his ears turning red. Jiang Qian grasped his wrist and moved closer. Mr. Xiao, do you still feel insecure now? Instinctively shaking his head, Xiao Cheng then asked, how did you figure out that I was feeling insecure? Jiang Qian hit the nail on the head, because you're too well behaved. Xiao Cheng, you can throw a tantrum in front of me. Don't be so well behaved, it breaks my heart. Xiao Cheng remained silent. Jiang Qian gripped Xiao Cheng's chin, forcing him to make eye contact. Jiang Qian continued, if you don't like me playing Go with robots or getting close to others, you can tell me directly, and I will never refuse anything you say. Xiao Cheng's eyes lit up, will you never refuse anything I say? Jiang Qian nodded, yes. Xiao Cheng, then Mr. Jiang, tonight, will you be on bottom? Jiang Qian. He felt as if he dropped a rock on his own foot. Xiao Cheng reached out to unbutton Jiang Qian's shirt. Jiang Qian clearly tensed up. Xiao Cheng smiled slightly, you're all sweaty. Let me take off your clothes and wash them for you. Yan Yan is still running a fever. How could he bear to do anything intimate with Yan Yan? Jiang Qian sighed with relief and shook the lock around his wrist, then, unlock me first, otherwise, I can't take off my clothes. A sly smile appeared on Xiao Cheng's lips as he unlocked the chain around Jiang Qian's wrist. Jiang Qian wiggled his sore wrist and got ready to stand up. But Xiao Cheng fished another chain from under the bed, crouched down, and skillfully shackled it around Jiang Qian's slim, pale ankle. Yan, you tricked me and tried to escape. You need to be punished. Chapter 74, Yan, it looks very good on you, I like it a lot. After handcuffing him, Xiao Cheng carried Jiang Qian into the bathroom while wrapping an arm around his waist. The long iron chain trailing from Jiang Qian's ankle dragged across the floor, producing clear metallic clinks that rang sharply through the bedroom. Xiao Cheng set Jiang Qian down, turned around and left for a moment, returning with ointment and cotton swabs. Yan, let me change the medicine on the wound on your back. Don't move, okay? Jiang Qian agreed. As Xiao Cheng applied the medicine, he said, your parents came to see me today. They have accepted our relationship. Jiang Qian nodded, enjoying the coolness of the medicine spreading across his back, causing him to close his eyes comfortably. Xiao Cheng squinted and said, you seem to have known about this already. Jiang Qian replied, I've talked with Dad. Xiao Cheng asked, how did you convince your father? Jiang Qian lowered his gaze, moving his lips but ultimately not telling the truth, just promised him some conditions that are not important. In Jiang Qian's mind, his father's words echoed. I won't stop you from being together with Xiao Cheng. But there is a condition. 3 years later, I'll hand over the family business to you. There will no longer be a lawyer named Jiang Qian in the world, only the successor of the Jiang family, Jiang Yuan. You can also reject this, as long as you ensure Xiao Cheng's safety at all times and nothing goes wrong. Thinking about this, Jiang Qian fell into a reverie. Xiao Cheng was standing behind him, unaware of the expression on Jiang Qian's face as he finished applying the medicine. After washing his hands, Xiao Cheng picked up an elaborately packaged box and walked to Jiang Qian, asking gently, Yan, I bought you a gift. Would you like to try it on? Jiang Qian thought it might be a wristwatch or clothes and absent-mindedly nodded without much thought. However, 10 minutes later, Jiang Qian swallowed hard, staring rigidly at his reflection in the bathroom mirror. A dazzling body chain studded with diamonds seemed to scatter a brilliant galaxy across his entire body. His collarbone, chest, and abs were crisscrossed with delicate metal chains that outlined the contours of his muscles in intricate lines, creating a beautiful and sleek outline of his physique. The sensation was cool and tingling against his skin. On his waist rested a golden metallic chain, custom-tailored to fit his exact measurements, snug but not too tight, hugging his waist perfectly. Xiao Cheng gently traced the rose tattoo on Yan's collarbone, his eyes filled with obsession and longing. Yan, it looks very good on you. I like it a lot. The burning intensity of his gaze made Yan uncomfortable as he turned away, his entire body now embarrassed. But Xiao Cheng simply loved seeing Yan act shy, his gaze wandering over Yan's body without restraint before adding, my Yan, what an incredible waistline you have. Yan's face burned fiercely as he turned to walk toward the bedroom. Xiao Cheng leisurely bent down, using his fingertip to lift a section of the chain lying on the floor, giving it a gentle tug. The chain was still fastened around Yan's ankle. Yan stumbled but was immediately caught by Xiao Cheng from behind, who circled an arm around his waist. Xiao Cheng held Yan in front of the mirror, his finger trailing along Yan's waist and the metal buckle of the waist chain. Good Yan, why not open your eyes and see just how alluring you are? Yan's eyes were tightly shut, his eyelashes trembling constantly. He refused to open them no matter what. But with his eyes closed, his sense of touch became even more sensitive. Yan only felt the cold metallic chain clinging to his upper body, tickling his skin. Xiao Cheng asked innocently, this body chain was designed and custom-made by me. It's my gift. Don't you like it, Yan? Yan gritted his teeth. I like it. Xiao Cheng nodded. Then, I'll reward Yan. You can sleep wearing it tonight. Yan protested, no, I. Xiao Cheng stood behind Yan, slowly resting his chin on Yan's neck and tilted his head, asking lazily, Don't you like it, Yan? Yan sincerely replied, like it. Yan thought that he particularly enjoyed digging holes for himself. Once the hole was dug, not only did he jump in, but he buried himself completely. However, what Yan had in mind was, wear it for one night, then take it off when changing clothes the next morning. It was a present from his little wife, he would keep it properly afterward. But Yan underestimated the situation. When he went into the dressing room the next morning, Yan froze entirely. Because no matter how hard he pulled, the delicate chain around his waist seemed permanently attached to his body, firmly restricting it and unable to be removed. After struggling for a long while, sweat started dripping down his forehead. Yet, the metal buckle on his waist didn't budge at all. Just at that moment, the door to the dressing room opened, and Xiao Cheng walked in, wrapped in a bathrobe. His dark, piercing eyes instantly noticed Yan trying to remove the waist chain. Chapter 75, The Little Wife of Jiang Qiyuan. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yan Yanyan lifted his gaze and locked onto Xiao Cheng's stare, stiffening his whole body. Xiao Cheng stepped in front of Yan Yanyan, speaking hoarsely, "Yan Yan, do you want to take it off?" Yan Yanyan smiled indifferently, leaning close to Xiao Cheng with his fox-like eyes reflecting Xiao Cheng's face. "I don't," Yan Yanyan said. Xiao Cheng raised a brow slowly, "Oh." Yan Yanyan added, "I want to give a matching couple set to my little wife." Xiao Cheng's face turned red slightly. Yan Yanyan smirked, "Since you knew I was here in the dressing room and still came in casually, you're quite bold." Xiao Cheng's lashes trembled, and he lowered his eyes, too shy to look into Yan Yanyan's eyes. His cheeks were flushed bright red, so much so that they seemed almost dripping with blood. Then he changed the subject and asked, "What would you like for breakfast?" "I'll make it." As Yan Yanyan was about to answer, Xiao Cheng continued, "You still have a slight fever, so no spicy, sweet, or greasy food. And no cold dishes either." Yan Yanyan could only stay silent. Half an hour later. At the breakfast table, Yan Yanyan ate congee spoon by spoon with some green vegetables. Xiao Cheng only nibbled at a low-fat vegetable salad, then stopped eating, turning to speak to Yan Yanyan, "Your father." Yan Yanyan looked up, reaching out to wipe a bit of salad sauce off Xiao Cheng's lips, smiling, "Our father." Xiao Cheng's earlobes tinged red, but he didn't argue. "Our father said that today, the Fuguang University anniversary ceremony is happening, and he wants me to accompany him." Both Jiang Yun and Yan Yanyan graduated from Fuguang, name created. Yan Yanyan poured another bowl of congee, dumping half the plate of vegetables into the bowl. In Shanghai, Fuguang University is second only to Tsinghua and Peking University, but it is the highest institution specializing in politics and law. Dad's meaning, should probably be introducing you to some people in the political circles, helping you broaden new social networks, which is a good thing. Xiao Cheng asked, "Does your father have any taboos or preferences?" Jiang Qiyuan thought for a moment, "He doesn't have any taboos. As for preferences, does my mom count?" Xiao Cheng felt exasperated and kicked Jiang Qiyuan's leg under the table. "Stop eating, that's your fourth bowl. How can you act like you haven't eaten for days?" Jiang Qiyuan burped intentionally and said, "I'll play Go with White this morning, it requires a lot of brainpower, so I'd better eat more to replenish." Xiao Cheng's face darkened as he reached out to pinch the back of Jiang Qiyuan's neck. "You're going to our school anniversary with us, no more playing Go with White." Jiang Qiyuan laughed and asked, "Didn't you say you were going to lock me in the room until I recover?" Xiao Cheng gritted his teeth and pinched Jiang Qiyuan's ear. "If you dare to hug White and pet its head again, I will sell it off as scrap iron to the recycling station." Jiang Qiyuan smiled affectionately, all right, I'll listen to you." Then, he added another half bowl of congee. He drank up an entire clay pot of porridge. Before leaving, he also finished a large cup of hot milk. As a result, during the 2 hours of Jiang Yun's speech at Fuguang University, Jiang Qiyuan went to the restroom 5 times. Jiang Qiyuan's graduate mentor, Ding Heir, sent him a message to check on his health. "Ding Heir, youngster, isn't there something wrong with your kidney? Ding Heir, if you're sick, get treatment. Ding Heir, 6-flavor Rehmannia pills can help with that. I've ordered 2 boxes for you and will send them to your office later." Upon seeing the messages after returning from the restroom, Jiang Qiyuan was speechless. Time finally reached noon. All the leaders of Fuguang University gathered, each dressed in a crisp suit, following Jiang Yun tightly. Only Xiao Cheng dared to walk side by side with Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun brought Xiao Cheng to dine with several leaders in the cafeteria. During the meal, someone boldly asked Jiang Yun about Xiao Cheng's relationship to him. Jiang Yun replied, "He is like my half-son and half-son-in-law." Several leaders exchanged glances and understood. The leader responsible for cultural entertainment said, "Little Xiao, the TV station has a few historical documentaries. Are you interested in starring in them?" The leader responsible for education said, "Little Xiao, I remember you graduated from Huaqiu Film Academy. Are you interested in coming back as a guest professor? I'll write you a recommendation letter." The leaders of Fuguang were blushing red. Their flagship majors were law and political science, which had nothing to do with acting or singing. Thinking carefully, one of the school leaders then said, "Little Xiao, we have someone here named Jiang Qiyuan. I heard you two are close. How about borrowing him for a couple of days?" Xiao Cheng. Jiang Yun. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyuan sneaked some time away and returned to his office at Fuguang for a nap. As a guest professor at Fuguang, he had his own separate office. Jiang Qiyuan was sound asleep. Knock knock knock. A knock woke him from his dream. He lifted the blanket covering him, sat up sharply on the sofa. Rising, he quickly donned his suit jacket and fastened the waist buttons before heading to the door. Outside stood a vivacious girl. Her name was Shenyu. Shenyu was Jiang Qiyuan's teaching assistant. Jiang Qiyuan blocked the doorway, looking down. "Is there something you need?" Shenyu was somewhat shy, pointing inside the office, hesitating for a long time before asking, "Mr. Jiang, can I come in and talk to you?" Jiang Qiyuan thought for a moment, "Just wait." Then, he opened both doors of the office and pulled open the curtains, sitting at his desk as he said, "You can come in now." Shen Yu approached Jiang Qiyuan's desk, hesitant. "Mr. Jiang. Next year, I want to study abroad, but my GPA is not high enough. Could you please, give me a higher score on my final exams? I want a 90. Jiang Qiyuan neither agreed nor refused. It was quite common for students to ask teachers for higher scores in many universities. However, before Jiang Qiyuan could respond, Shen Yu took out an envelope from her pocket and placed it on the table. "Mr. Jiang, this is money I earned from working a month. Please." Jiang Qiyuan responded indifferently, "I could give you a high score, but wouldn't that be unfair to others? At Fuguang, only 10% of the students in each class could achieve scores over 90. Shen Yu's eyes instantly reddened. Jiang Qiyuan held his teacup expressionlessly. "Take your money back. Pretend this conversation never happened. Bribing your teacher will not reflect well on you." She trembled, then. Jiang Qiyuan interrupted her, "If you study hard, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded." Shen Yu wiped her tears and grabbed the envelope before fleeing in a panic. However, what Jiang Qiyuan hadn't expected was the scene of Shen Yu running out of his office with red eyes ended up on the school forum. Hashtag Jiang Qiyuan privately accepts a red envelope from his teaching assistant. Hashtag Jiang Qiyuan receives bribes. Jiang Qiyuan usually didn't browse Fuguang University's forum, so he had no idea what had happened. It wasn't until he was taking an afternoon nap in his office that he received a message from Ding Heir. Without saying much, Ding Heir sent over 2 posts. "Ding Heir, you and that girl Shen Yu are on the forum. Ding Heir, I know you're not after money, but try to clear this up. Post something, and I'll support you." Jiang Qiyuan skimmed through the posts in seconds. His first reaction wasn't to clarify or express anger. Instead, he sent a message to Xiao Cheng. "Jiang Qiyuan, dear, it's not true. I don't even know her well. Crying.jpg." Xiao Cheng didn't reply. Jiang Qiyuan sent another message, "I have a rose and your name tattooed on me. How could I possibly?" Before he could finish sending it, the office door was pushed open. Xiao Cheng leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, standing calmly at the entrance of the office. Xiao Cheng looked at Jiang Qiyuan's uneasy expression and asked, "Professor Jiang, why do you look so panicked?" Chapter 76, Yen Yen, I want to pamper you. Jiang Qiyuan walked up to Xiao Cheng, shut the door behind him, and turned to corner Xiao Cheng against the wall. Jiang Qiyuan lightly poked Xiao Cheng's Adam's apple. His fingertip trailed down along the Adam's apple, brushing across Xiao Cheng's chest through his shirt fabric, eventually landing on the metallic buckle of Xiao Cheng's belt, hooking it. Xiao Cheng's face flashed with a hint of discomfort. "What are you doing?" Jiang Qiyuan pinched Xiao Cheng's cheeks with his other hand and huskily said, "Cheng Cheng, I'm giving you security." Xiao Cheng froze. In a daze, he felt Jiang Qiyuan grabbing his hand and pressing it against his own chest. Under Xiao Cheng's palm, was Jiang Qiyuan's warm chest, and a delicate metallic chain. Jiang Qiyuan said, "The rose on my collarbone was tattooed by you. The metal chain that can never be removed was placed there by you. The strawberries on my body were planted by you. Cheng Cheng, I belong to you. I only want to possess you or be possessed by you. I haven't touched anyone else, nor do I want to or have any interest in others." Jiang Qiyuan delivered a series of declarations. As a lawyer, he was articulate in court arguments, and when speaking sweet words, they were equally captivating. Xiao Cheng glanced at him, then uncomfortably turned away, his ear tip slightly flushed as he said, "I believe you. Yen Yen, I believe you. I rushed here because I was afraid the public opinion might hurt you." Xiao Cheng put his arms around Jiang Qiyuan's waist and asked, "Did you see the post on Fuguang Forum?" The poster had written an elaborate essay of over 2,000 words. It claimed that Jiang Qiyuan had solicited bribes from his teaching assistant, and if she didn't give him money, he'd force her to play with him. The young woman had been driven into such despair that she considered committing suicide. Jiang Qiyuan glanced through it and his face gradually grew serious. Xiao Cheng consoled him, "Don't be upset." Frowning, Jiang Qiyuan said, "That young woman stayed in my office for less than 2 minutes, and the windows and doors were all open." Pausing for a moment, he then glanced at Xiao Cheng, "When I ravage you, isn't it always hours upon hours of flipping you around?" 2 minutes, haha. Jiang Qiyuan sneered. Uncomfortable, Xiao Cheng coughed and avoided his gaze, asking, "How do you plan to handle this?" Jiang Qiyuan glanced at his wristwatch. It was already 1:20 p.m. "I have class at 1:30 p.m. After class, I'll deal with them one by one." Xiao Cheng moved his lips, "Let me handle this, all right." A trace of amusement crept into Jiang Qiyuan's eyes as he embraced Xiao Cheng's shoulders and kissed his cheek. "Why?" Burying his head into Jiang Qiyuan's neck, Xiao Cheng mumbled, "Yen Yen, I just want to pamper you." Jiang Qiyuan chuckled, pinched Xiao Cheng's face, and then left with a USB drive and laser pointer. Xiao Cheng remained alone in the office, deftly operating the computer. He adjusted the surveillance cameras, checked IP addresses, and quickly uncovered everything. Jiang Qiyuan's class was held in the largest lecture hall at Fuguang University. The moment the scandal involving Jiang Qiyuan and Xinyu broke out, everyone in the lecture hall was scrolling through the forum, gossiping quietly and watching the drama unfold. Xinyu sat in the first row, her face deathly pale. Her entire body trembled, her eyes red as she sobbed quietly. Who was trying to harm her? If this went on, she would lose her spot to study abroad. Xinyu was terrified. Just then, a cold and mocking female voice sounded behind Xinyu. Xinyu, you and Jiang Qiyan really know how to have fun, don't you? Xinyu's face turned pale as she turned around and looked at the girl, her voice trembling as she asked, Tu Wei, what are you talking about? Tu Wei looked down on Xinyu, saying word by word, I'm saying, you're done for this time, and so is Jiang Qiyan. Tu Wei hated Jiang Qiyan to the core. Back when she had competed with Su Jing for the graduate research position. If it weren't for Jiang Qian's intervention, she wouldn't have failed and received a major reprimand. So, when she happened to see Xinyu come out of Jiang Qian's office with red eyes, Tu Wei immediately took 2 pictures, wrote a post, and uploaded it to the forum. After finishing everything, Tu Wei pulled some strings and had all the surveillance outside Jiang Qian's office deleted. Extortion, inappropriate relationships, something Jiang Qiyan couldn't explain clearly. This time, he would surely end up in disgrace. Tu Wei felt confident. All the way until Jiang Qiyan walked in, she hadn't returned to her seat. Instead, she approached the lectern and said, Teacher Jiang, did you read the post on the forum? Jiang Qiyan leaned back in the chair in front of the lectern, his mind still filled with Xiao Cheng's words about wanting to pamper him. Feeling rather cheerful, he glanced at Tu Wei and said, I've read it. The writing is fluent, the description's vivid. Tu Wei was stunned for a moment. Not only was Jiang Qiyan not angry or defensive, but he actually smiled. This was completely different from what she had expected. It was exactly at this moment that the rear door of the lecture hall was pushed open. Xiao Qing walked in through the back door. He removed his sunglasses and mask, locking eyes directly with Jiang Qiyan standing near the lectern before walking over. Chapter 77, Xinyu says it was Jiang Qiyan who forced her. Jiang Qiyan crossed his legs casually, his pale ankles swinging back and forth. After making eye contact with Xiao Cheng for a while, he suddenly smiled. Everyone present followed Jiang Qiyan's gaze and drew in a sharp breath. Xiao Cheng. Could it be, Big Brother Cheng actually showed up? The thing between Jiang Qiyan and Xinyu. Does Big Brother Cheng know about it? Big Brother Cheng looks pretty upset. Amidst the sighs, Xiao Cheng walked to Jiang Qiyan, lightly kicking the leg of his chair. Why are you slouching like you have no backbone? Stand up. Obediently, Jiang Qiyan stood up, leaning lazily against the wall as he couldn't help but smile while looking at Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng gave Tu Wei a glance before turning to ask Jiang Qiyan, are you being troubled by something baseless? Jiang Qiyan smirked and whispered cooperatively, yes, I'm quite scared. Actor Xiao, you need to protect me, I'm very afraid. I'll protect my little brother. Xiao Qing adjusted his tie, glancing at Jiang Qiyan with genuine affection, throwing a comforting line, don't worry, I'll clear this up for you. Jiang Qiyan tilted his head and blinked mischievously at Xiao Cheng. Ing. The two of them echoed each other, their voices kept low. Those around couldn't hear clearly, but Tu Wei did. Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Cheng were too calm. So calm that it made Tu Wei feel somewhat uneasy. A flicker of guilt passed through Tu Wei's eyes as she spoke sharply, Xiao Cheng, what nonsense are you spouting? She paused, raising her neck and holding firm. Everyone saw the photos in the post, a girl leaving Teacher Zhang's office with teary eyes, looking unclear with him. Maybe Jiang Qiyan threatened or forced her into doing something or already did it. She was very certain that all the surveillance footage outside Jiang Qiyan's office had been deleted. With no evidence left, she just needed to find a few eyewitnesses. Jiang Qiyan might even get arrested. Feeling clearer, Tu Wei grew more confident and proclaimed to Jiang Qiyan, Fuguang cannot tolerate someone with such foul intentions. Xinyu, is what Tu Wei said true? Someone stood up and asked Xinyu, you're the one involved, speak up. Tu Wei lit up, that's right, Xinyu, during the lunch break, there's usually no one in the building. Why did you go to Jiang Qiyan's office alone? Was it because he forced you? Xinyu's face instantly turned deathly pale. She had gone to Jiang Qiyan to demand her grade. But if this got revealed, she would also face punishment. Xinyu hesitated, feeling guilty and not daring to look at Jiang Qiyan. She buried her head in her arms on the desk and wept, choking, he forced me. Xinyu's tears fell like beads from a broken string. Jiang Qiyan was an exceptional lawyer, if you were to take the blame for her, nothing bad would happen to him. Xinyu thought this as she sniffled and continued, Jiang Qiyan said that if I didn't listen to him, if I didn't give him money or let him have his way with me, he had plenty of ways to force me to my death. As Xinyu finished speaking, an uproar erupted across the room. Damn! Jiang Qiyan actually did something like this to a 20-year-old girl. This is *****ing disgusting. Not only that, how could Xiao Qing protect such a scumbag? There were also some more rational voices in the crowd. Just because Shin Yu left the office with red eyes, it doesn't prove anything. Should we just sentence someone based on the words of two girls? However, these reasonable voices were quickly suppressed by Tu Wei. Jiang Qiyan, Xiao Cheng. Tu Wei opened her mouth grandiosely, pretending to be a righteous messenger. We will definitely pursue Shin Yu's grievance today until the very end. Xiao Cheng, who was mentioned directly, let out a low chuckle from his throat. He lifted his gaze toward Tu Wei. Have you finished playing the thief shouting catch the thief game yet? Tu Wei froze momentarily, as if some sore spot had been touched, and then exploded. What do you mean by that, Xiao Cheng? I used to be your fan, but I never imagined that the man I've supported for 5 years, would be someone who can't tell right from wrong. I quit being your fan. Shin Yu wiped her tears and stood up as well. Xiao Cheng, Emperor of Cinema, I am the victim here. Have you even considered my feelings when you say these things? Among those present, there were people who were usually friendly with Shin Yu. They accused Xiao Cheng. Let's report it to the police and see who is the real thief shouting catch the thief. Alright, Xiao Cheng didn't even bother explaining. He picked up a USB drive, connected it to the computer, and used the multimedia equipment at school to play a video. Watch closely now. Tu Wei smirked coldly, seemingly indifferent. What could possibly be on the video? However, the Shin Yu standing next to her froze entirely upon seeing the content of the video. Chapter 78, Jiang Qiyan, Xiao Cheng, if you don't tell the truth, you know the consequences. This was a surveillance video. The footage captured directly facing Jiang Qian's office, with the door wide open, revealing everything inside clearly. Although the video wasn't perfectly clear, it was still possible to make out Shin Yu entering Jiang Qian's office, saying a few words before handing over an envelope. Jiang Qiyan refused it, prompting Shin Yu to leave with teary eyes. Once the video ended, Jiang Qiyan spoke coolly, sorry, the computer was on mute just now. He turned up the volume and replayed the video with his mouse. Instantly, the audio dialogue between Shin Yu and Jiang Qiyan played aloud. Teacher Jiang. I want to study abroad next year, but my GPA isn't high enough. Could you please, increase my final exam score to 90 points? Teacher Jiang, this is what I earned from working for a month. Please. Hearing Shin Yu's plea in the video, everyone present was stunned. Her claim that Jiang Qiyan had forced her, along with her collusion with Tu Wei, was clearly staged and orchestrated herself. Upon watching the footage from the surveillance, it became crystal clear who was innocent and who was guilty. Those who had previously defended Shin Yu immediately distanced themselves from her, as if avoiding a plague. Shin Yu's mind went blank, she felt completely stupefied. Tu Wei trembled all over, incredulous, pointing at the screen, this is impossible. I already deleted the surveillance. Realizing her misstep, she cut herself off abruptly. Jiang Qiyan smiled faintly, suddenly posing a question to Tu Wei, aren't you confused why we can still produce the video after you've deleted the surveillance? Tu Wei's face alternated between pale and flushed, unable to respond. Jiang Qiyan explained, that's because in public places, I never stay in areas without surveillance. Inside and outside of his office, he installed at least a dozen pinhole cameras. It was precautionary, aimed at preventing people like Tu Wei and Shin Yu. What Tu Wei had erased was merely the Fuguang school internal surveillance system. Teacher Jiang, I'm sorry. One boy who had criticized Jiang Qiyan earlier stepped forward, full of remorse, bowing deeply to apologize to Jiang Qiyan. If it hadn't been for the surveillance video, Jiang Qiyan might have lost his reputation completely, perhaps even gone to prison. Other individuals who had insulted Jiang Qiyan also came forward one by one. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. Someone muttered quietly, Shin Yu is a manipulative villain, Tu Wei is no better than an opportunistic liar. These two colluded shamelessly to defame others while still managing to pretend they're innocent and criticize others. What a shameless bitch. What makes Shin Yu think she can interfere in matters above her station? Shin Yu's roommate gave her a look of disgust, muttering, unable to cheat properly and now framing someone out of revenge, disgusting. However, Shin Yu and Tu Wei, shunned and ridiculed by the crowd, left in embarrassment. Jiang Qiyan remained rather calm. Let's start the class. There were quite a few CP fans present, half dragging, half pushing Xiao Cheng into the front row of the lecture hall. Mrs. Jiang, please sit here. Mrs. Jiang, have some fruit. Mrs. Jiang. Xiao Cheng's ears turned red. The distance between the first row and the lectern where Jiang Qiyan stood was less than 2 meters. In the first row, there was only Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng sat while Jiang Qiyan stood. Jiang Qiyan opened a legal document and began to speak knowledgeably, his voice deep and pleasant to the ear. Meanwhile, all Xiao Cheng could think about was Jiang Qiyan struggling with the gift he had bought, unable to take it off or open it. Lost in thought, Xiao Cheng's face flushed even more. It wasn't until the several-hour-long class ended that he vaguely followed Jiang Qiyan back to the office, still dazed. Jiang Qiyan locked the office door from the inside, took off his coat, backed Xiao Cheng into a corner, leaned down, lightly brushed his lips, and teased, thank you, brother, for protecting me. After taking off his coat, Jiang Qiyan wore nothing but a white shirt. The white shirt outlined his fine body shape, as well as, the metal chains intertwined on his chest. With just one glance, Xiaoqing felt something warm in his nose. He wiped at it with his hand, leaving a streak of red on his fingertips. Xiaoqing pushed Jiang Qiyan away, heading towards the restroom. Before he could step out, Jiang Qiyan pinned him on the sofa, grabbing his chin. Jiang Qiyan held both of Xiaoqing's wrists with one hand, interrogating carefully, "What were you thinking about just now, my little brain box? Why are you bleeding?" Jiang Qiyan threatened, "Xiaoqing, if you don't tell the truth, you know the consequences." Xiaoqing's eyelashes quivered, but he refused to make a sound. Jiang Qiyan smirked slightly, sealing his lips with an aggressive kiss. Only after a long while did he let Xiaoqing go. Mildly hypoxic, Xiaoqing's eyes glistened with moisture, and his breathing was completely disordered. Confused, Xiaoqing watched as Jiang Qiyan pulled out 2 tissues and cleaned the blood off his nose tip. After resting for a bit, Xiaoqing touched the waist chain on Jiang Qiyan's body with his fingertips. "Yan, let me take this off for you." Yan, adorned with metal chains, appeared extremely alluring and seductive. And he found it hard to resist. Jiang Qiyan smiled, holding Xiaoqing's wrist firmly and said word by word, "No removal." Xiaoqing was stunned. "This morning, weren't you wanting to take it off because it felt uncomfortable?" Jiang Qiyan looked at Xiaoqing's perplexed eyes and chuckled, "I like seeing your longing look for me." Xiaoqing turned red and turned his head away. Jiang Qiyan whispered in his ear softly, "Your set of body chains is already being made, silver-colored, very pretty." Xiaoqing begged Jiang Qiyan, "Please don't say, mm." The great actor's mouth was sealed again. Chapter 79, Yan, if you dare touch anyone else. After a long moment, Jiang Qiyan let Xiaoqing go. Xiaoqing's lips were swollen, and there was a small cut on the corner of his mouth. Out of breath, he told Jiang Qiyan, "Remember to delete the surveillance in your office." Jiang Qiyan had mentioned it before. At least a dozen pinhole cameras were installed inside and outside this office. Jiang Qiyan shook his head like a rascal, grabbing Xiaoqing's chin and smiling, "Why should we delete the video of our little housewife being pinned down and kissed on the sofa? I plan to release a tweet on Singles Day and post the video to show off." Xiaoqing's earlobes turned red again, pushing Jiang Qiyan's shoulders, "Please don't." Jiang Qiyan gently poked Xiaoqing's earlobe, sighing, "Still, never mind. I don't want others to see the docile and blushing figure of our little housewife under my control." Xiaoqing couldn't help himself and kicked forward. Jiang Qiyan seized his ankle, massaged it a couple of times, and said lazily, "Deleting the surveillance footage isn't impossible, as long as..." "As long as what?" Xiaoqing hurriedly asked. Jiang Qiyan grinned mischievously, "Metal chains, you wear the same style as me, okay?" After hesitating for a long time, Xiaoqing finally nodded, red-faced, submitting to the idea. As Jiang Qiyan deleted the surveillance footage, Lu Ting called Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing assumed Lu Ting was going to scold him for appearing alongside Jiang Qiyan without warning. He's an entertainer, and shouldn't make random appearances. The call connected, and Xiaoqing took the initiative to apologize, "Sister Lu Ting, I'm sorry. Today I made a public appearance to help Jiang Qiyan without notifying the PR team in advance." Lu Ting was quite calm, "It's fine, as long as you two don't officially announce your marriage, I can still handle it with quick-acting heart pills. That's not what I called to talk about." After a pause, Lu Ting added, "A person named Tu Wei filed a police report, accusing you of practicing medicine without a license, uncovering the incident where you saved someone at the hospital." Xiaoqing stiffened for a moment, his eyes growing cold. "This matter is mine to handle. Sister Ting, there's no need for you to arrange any PR coverage." Lu Ting said, "All right." Xiaoqing hung up the phone. Before he even opened Weibo, a news alert popped up on his phone. Xiaoqing suspected of illegal medical practice, the police have launched an investigation. The trending topic #Xiaoqing illegal medical practice hashtag had exploded, with its fiery red prominence. Opening the trending page, the first post within the topic was by Tu Wei, illegal medical practice, people who recklessly trample on legal boundaries should not be tolerated by law or morality. At Xiaoqing. Below this topic were the hired trolls purchased by Tu Wei. They were uniformly berating Xiaoqing, cursing him together with his parents and family. They even went to Xiaoqing starring films and endorsed products to leave one-star bad reviews. Xiaoqing pondered for a while, tapping his fingertips on the screen of the phone. 5 minutes later. He updated a new Weibo post. "Xiaoqing, I heard that you reported me for practicing medicine without a license." At Tu Wei. Underneath the Weibo post, there were 2 images attached. The first image was a doctor's certificate. The second image was the interior page of the doctor's certificate, with personal information censored by Mosaic. The photo and name on the doctor's certificate clearly belonged to Xiaoqing himself. Xiaoqing had just finished posting his Weibo when gossipers online noticed that the trending topics list and entertainment chart had been updated. A topic titled #Vice President Sun Jin of Technology Academy speaks up for Xiaoqing hashtag was exploding in popularity. Netizens followed the topic and found their way to Sun Jin's Weibo. Sun Jin had consecutively posted 3 Weibos. National Technology Academy Sun Jin v. So, when I was almost dead from chlorine gas poisoning, Xiaoqing should have let me die instead of saving me. At 2-way. National Technology Academy Sun Jin v. Is the doctor's certificate more important than a human life? At 2-way. National Technology Academy Sun Jin v. Here is the truth you requested. At 2-way. In the last Weibo post, Sun Jin had attached a video. It was a video of Sun Jin being rushed into the emergency room. Although it didn't have Blu-ray quality, one could clearly see Xiaoqing drenched in sweat, carrying Sun Jin to a ventilated area, washing her burnt arms, preparing nebulization treatment drugs, and methodically commanding the present doctors and nurses. After watching the video, all the netizens were stunned. Even after Xiaoqing presented his doctor's certificate, some black fans muttered, saying that having a certificate didn't mean one was capable of performing emergency rescue, accusing Xiaoqing of using national scientists to hype himself up and inflate his reputation. However, Xiaoqing's actions in the video were proficient, calm, and professional, leaving no room for criticism from veteran doctors with decades of experience. The faces of these black fans and trolls were sorely bruised and stung. For a time, everyone in the comments section who was bashing Xiaoqing fell silent. Xiaoqing scrolled through the comments, his expression complicated. After contemplating, he made a phone call to Sun Jin. The last time Sun Jin sent over the robot Dubai to express gratitude for saving her life, they exchanged numbers. When the call connected, Sun Jin picked up immediately, her breathing slightly hurried. Xiaoqing, why are you calling me? Xiaoqing was silent for a while, unsure of how to start. Sun Jin, who was unrelated to him by blood, defended him in 3 consecutive Weibo posts. A dry, thank you, seemed too shallow and insincere. Xiaoqing remained speechless. Sun Jin spoke first. By the way, I've arranged for someone to send you 500 kilograms of organic green vegetables and fruits. These are specially supplied by the Science and Technology Academy, vacuum-packed so they won't spoil. They are pesticide-free and pollution-free. Enjoy them. Xiaoqing. Sun Jin continued, there's also a small helicopter with a specially approved national air route. I'll have the property ownership certificate sent to you. Once signed, it'll be yours. Xiaoqing. Sun Jin didn't give Xiaoqing a chance to respond, continuing, and, about that robot Dubai. Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat. If Sun Jin sent more robots like Erbai, Sanbai, Sibai, that would risk competing for affection from Yen Yen. Frightened, Xiaoqing quickly intervened, and Sun, how about this? If you're free next weekend, I'd like to invite you over to my house. I'll personally cook for us, and we can have dinner together. Sun Jin was touched to the point of choking up, you're offering to cook for me personally and invite me for dinner? Xiaoqing, yes, if you don't mind. Sun Jin exclaimed enthusiastically, not at all. I could even swallow the pot shards if you fried it. Xiaoqing coughed awkwardly, the address of my private villa is. After Xiaoqing gave the address and they confirmed the time, Sun Jin hung up abruptly. Her fingers were still trembling from excitement after hanging up. Sitting beside Sun Jin was her husband, the world-renowned Nobel Prize in Physics laureate and lifetime professor, Wen Qipian. Wen Qipian flipped a page of his newspaper and said jealously, I didn't see you this excited when I proposed to you back in the day. What's going on? Sun Jin rolled her eyes, Xiaoqing is inviting me for dinner. Wen Qipian, it's just, having dinner. Who's inviting you to dinner? Xiaoqing is inviting you to dinner. Wen Qipian became equally excited. He stood up suddenly, dear, does my hairstyle and clothing look okay for meeting my long-lost son? Should I rush to tailor a suit? Sun Jin snapped, Xiaoqing invited me, not you. Wen Qipian shrugged his shoulders pathetically and sighed, oh. Only moms are great, dads are like blades of grass. Sun Jin massaged her temples, then next week, will you come with me? Wen Qipian hugged Sun Jin and spun her around 3.5 times, excitedly kissing her face, darling Momo. Sun Jin, get lost. Wen Qipian let her go and asked again, by the way, the robot Dubai's program has some fault. The emotional core is too developed, so it might develop feelings for its owner. Did you tell Xiaoqing about this? Sun Jin smacked her forehead, furrowing her brow in frustration, I forgot to mention it. Wen Qipian hugged her waist, no problem, the robot won't harm anyone. We'll just tell him about it when we go to Xiaoqing's house next weekend. But neither Wen Qipian nor Sun Jin anticipated. Robots wouldn't harm people. However, robots with feelings can make an Cask Emperor jealous. On the other side, Xiaoqing, who had just finished his call with Sun Jin, sat in front of Jiang Qiyuan's desk, using the computer to read the script of Who Rules the Land. Jiang Qiyuan went to teach the next class, leaving Xiaoqing alone in the office. It was very quiet. He read it carefully. While reading, he took notes meticulously. At that moment. Knock knock knock. The office door was tapped. Xiaoqing paused writing, thinking it was Jiang Qiyuan's colleague looking for him, so he remained silent. A few seconds later, the office door was pushed open directly. Shen Yu walked in, her head lowered. Xiaoqing frowned, Jiang Qiyuan isn't here. Shen Yu looked up, glaring at him openly, hatred unmasked. I'm here to find you. Just half an hour ago, she had been expelled from Fuguang University. Shen Yu believed it must have been Jiang Qiyuan and Xiao Qing using their power and influence to pressure the school. She hadn't made any big mistakes, only tiny ones. Why should she be expelled? Since she was expelled, there's no way the culprit would get off easily. Shen Yu approached Xiao Qing and said, "Do you know why Jiang Qiyuan picked me as his teaching assistant?" Xiao Qing didn't respond. Shen Yu smirked. During the interview, there were 7 or 8 girls applying for the position as his teaching assistant. Jiang Qiyuan chose me because he said I have a good figure and pretty face, which looks pleasing to the eye. He said he liked slim waists and long legs on girls. Shen Yu sized Xiao Qing up and down. And you, what we have is just fooling around, nothing serious. And Shen Yu continued confidently without batting an eyelash. But before she could continue, Xiao Qing cut her off. So what? Shen Yu froze. Xiao Qing calmly stated, if he wants to play around, I'd be willing to give him everything. If he wants to marry, I'll marry him overseas willingly. If he wants to take wedding photos, I'd wear a wedding dress once just for him, though unwillingly. Shen Yu stared dumbfounded. You're not upset that he touched someone else? Xiao Qing smiled indulgently, shaking his head. Not at all. Not at all, like hell. Yen, if you dare touch others, I'll kill that person first, then chop your hands off, lock you up and cage you for a lifetime. Shen Yu left, unable to believe her ears. Xiao Qing glanced at the edge of Shen Yu's sleeve where the recorder lay, and slightly curled his lips, recording. How amateur. After mocking her, Xiao Qing returned to reading the script on the computer. As he read, he fell asleep. When Jiang Qiyuan finished his class and returned to the office, he saw Xiao Qing sleeping soundly on the desk. He wrapped Xiao Qing in a blanket, bent down, and picked him up at the waist. Xiao Qing woke up immediately. His body was suspended in the air, so he instinctively hugged Jiang Qian's neck and asked, "Are you back?" Jiang Qiyan hummed as a response, buried his head in Xiao Qing's neck and sniffed, his fox-like eyes narrowing dangerously. "You smell like a woman's perfume." Xiao Qing wanted to say that it was all because of Jiang Qian's good assistant, Shen Yu. But then he thought about what Shen Yu had said, how Jiang Qiyan had chosen her from among 7 or 8 girls, and Xiao Qing became increasingly irritated. The words might not be true. But Shen Yu, as the department flower, was undeniably pretty. Xiao Qing's dark ink-like eyes remained composed, but inside, his emotions churned. His voice stayed calm as he responded with a soft affirmative and struggled to get down from Jiang Qian's embrace. Jiang Qiyan turned around and placed the person in his arms onto the office desk. Leaning over, he pinned Xiao Qing's wrists above his head, subduing him. Xiao Qing, lying flat on the table, resisted. "Let me go, Jiang Qiyan removed the bandage from his right-hand fingers and gripped Xiao Qing's wrists tightly. With his injured right hand, Xiao Qing didn't dare to move recklessly. Then Jiang Qian's lips descended. They were cool and very comfortable. Xiao Qing relaxed his eyes contentedly. Gradually, though, he began to feel something was off. Jiang Qiyan pinched Xiao Qing's nose. His lips never left Xiao Qing's. Xiao Qing muffled sounds came out, mm. Jiang Qian's movements grew gentler. But Xiao Qing knew this was punishment for hiding things from him, for being disobedient, for having little mood swings and small tantrums. Oxygen deprivation caused Xiao Qing's vision to grow dim. Jiang Qian's cruelty mixed with a question, "Qing, will you accept your punishment?" Xiao Qing felt like a frog slowly boiling in warm water. If he didn't listen, Jiang Qiyan would add more fire under the pot. For 10 minutes, Jiang Qiyan punished Xiao Qing. Forced to survive on the meager air Jiang Qiyan let through his teeth, Xiao Qing could do nothing but endure. After 10 minutes, Jiang Qiyan released Xiao Qing, gently pressing his fingertip against Xiao Qing's lips. From oxygen deprivation, Xiao Qing's eye rims reddened, water glistening in his eyes as he unconsciously spoke, "It hurts." His mouth felt numb. Kissed numb by Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan cupped Xiao Qing's cheeks, looking down from above. "Be good, or if you don't want me to keep punishing you, tell me the truth, Xiao Qing raised his hand, grabbing Jiang Qian's tie, pulling forcefully. Caught off balance, Jiang Qiyan almost fell. Xiao Qing hesitated a moment, then said, "Your assistant came to see me." Jiang Qiyan nodded, his fingers gently touching the base of Xiao Qing's ear. "Good, continue." Xiao Qing confessed everything without reservation, speaking in compliance with utmost sincerity. When he finished, he asked Jiang Qiyan with a tinge of jealousy, "Do you really think Shen Yu has a great figure and a beautiful face?" Even if he didn't believe Shen Yu's words, he couldn't ignore Jiang Qian's stance. Jiang Qiyan chuckled, "Next time I'll punish you a few more times, then you'll stop worrying about such nonsense." Xiao Qing didn't speak. Jiang Qian's deep voice rang above Xiao Qing's head, "I come to Fuguang once every 2 weeks, and it's only today that I learned her name is Shen Yu. Whether she's pretty or not, how would I know? And what does it matter to me?" Xiao Qing paused briefly. Jiang Qiyan continued lazily, all I can say is that I find our little spouse wearing metal chains absolutely stunning. Xiao Cheng's earlobes gradually flushed red. Unresisting, Jiang Qiyan punished Xiao Cheng again. After the punishment, they left work together. Neither Jiang Qiyan nor Xiao Cheng expected to encounter an unexpected person on their way home. And more trouble ensued. Chapter 80, Official Announcement. After leaving the office building, a shadow emerged from behind a tree, eyes as venomous as a snake, muttering lowly, Jiang Qiyan, Xiao Cheng, this time. I'll make sure you die completely. It was Shen Yu. Shen Yu turned around and approached Jiang Yun. Surrounded by city leaders and university leaders, Jiang Yun was discussing economics. Next to them stood a line of glossy black cars, accompanied by security personnel and photographers. Shen Yu walked up and loudly shouted towards Jiang Yun, Vice President sir, do you know about your son-in-law Xiao Cheng's affair? She overheard some university leaders mentioning that Xiao Cheng was married into the Jiang family. Jiang Yun's daughter was none other than the press spokesperson, Jiang Zhua. Thus, Xiao Cheng must be Jiang Zhua's secretly married husband. Shen Yu held a voice recorder and walked up to Jiang Yun, saying, Sir Vice President, here is the evidence of your son-in-law Xiao Cheng's inappropriate relationship with Jiang Qiyan. Do you want to listen to the recording? Shen Yu was very confident. The past controversies could be explained as merely promotional stunts and CP management. But the recording in her hand was definitive proof. Enough to completely ruin Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Cheng. The school leaders of Fuguang were already breaking out in cold sweat, frantically giving eye signals for someone to pull Shen Yu away. All the leaders exchanged glances, occasionally looking toward Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun calmly waved his hand and glanced at the people around him. None of the leaders present were fools, they all quickly found excuses to take their leave. In the end, only Jiang Yun and Shen Yu remained on the scene. Shen Yu immediately thought of those stories where big figures would kill to cover up secrets. Her scalp tingled as she took a step back, saying, the recording has already been uploaded to my Weibo account. If you want to silence me, then Fuguang University needs to rescind the decision to expel me. Otherwise, I'll buy trending topics and make sure everyone knows about Xiao Cheng and his lover. Jiang Yun pinched the bridge of his nose and noticed Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Cheng walking over from afar. He shifted his gaze, a trace of mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips as he said to Shen Yu, aren't you wanting me to listen to the recording? Shen Yu pressed the play button on the recorder. The entire audio clip lasted 3 minutes and 52 seconds, starting from when Shen Yu confronted Xiao Cheng and culminating in his admission of his relationship with Jiang Qiyan, complete and intact. By the time the audio finished playing, Xiao Cheng's line, if he wants to take wedding photos, I could wear a dress for him if necessary, resounded clearly in Jiang Yun's ears. Shen Yu watched Jiang Yun expectantly. An powerless son-in-law of the vice president committing adultery, with a man. Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Cheng were doomed. Vice president would certainly compromise due to family reputation. Before Shen Yu could react, Jiang Yun's gaze passed over her and fell upon Jiang Qiyan standing behind her. Jiang Yun pointed at Jiang Qiyan and opened his mouth casually, let me introduce you. This is my son, Jiang Yuan, the person you referred to as Xiao Cheng's so-called lover, Jiang Qiyan. Shen Yu's smile froze on her face. Jiang Yun then pointed at Xiao Cheng, and this, meet the young man in Jiang Yuan's life, Xiao Cheng. Shen Yu's eyes widened in shock. She was utterly dumbfounded. The heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Yuan, was actually lawyer Jiang Qiyan. So when Jiang Yun mentioned Xiao Cheng as being half-son and half-son-in-law, what he meant was that Xiao Cheng belonged to Jiang Yuan. Thinking about how self-assured she had been earlier accusing Xiao Cheng of infidelity made Shen Yu feel incredibly ironic. Jiang Qiyan smiled and extended his hand to grasp Xiao Cheng's, stepping forward and tilting his head to say to Shen Yu, thank you for helping us officially announce our relationship. Officially announce? Xiao Cheng was startled. Jiang Qiyan wrapped his arms around Xiao Cheng good-naturedly and said, yes, Shen Yu only has a dozen or so friends on Weibo, so broadcasting the recording wouldn't have much impact. I kindly helped her buy some trending spots. Mr. Xiao, right now, the entire internet probably knows that you're my official spouse. Xiao Cheng stared wide-eyed. Shen Yu's mind went blank as she stumbled and turned to walk away. Jiang Qiyan enjoyed watching Shen Yu slink off, then turned his head toward Xiao Cheng. What are you standing there for? Call someone. Jiang Qian's implication was for Xiao Cheng to call Jiang Yun dad. As long as Jiang Yun agreed to publicly support them, with his power and status backing them up, their announcement would not be subject to suppression by various forces. Upon hearing Jiang Qian's words, Xiao Cheng's face turned bright red. He thought Jiang Qiyan was asking him to say, husband. Thus, Xiao Cheng fixed his eyes on Jiang Qian's profile and softly murmured like a mosquito, husband. Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Yun coughed, trying to say something but was interrupted by Xiao Cheng's phone ringing. Xiao Cheng gave him an apologetic nod, putting on his mask, pulling down his cap brim, and answering the phone inside Fuguang University's supermarket while grabbing a can of candy. As soon as the call connected, Lu Ting said through gritted teeth, Xiao Cheng, you've taught me a lesson. Xiao Cheng, what is it? Lu Ting, word by word, never get close to Xiaoqing, it causes misfortune to my heart. Xiaoqing. Lu Ting clutched his chest, other celebrities have to pay for their trending topics. You use your trending announcement, to waste my emergency heart pills, ancestor. Xiaoqing flipped open Weibo for a look. Hashtag Xiaoqing says he would wear a wedding dress for Jiang Qiyan hashtag. Hashtag nitrofurantoin is real hashtag. There were many popular topics, yet unusually, Weibo didn't crash. Xiaoqing softly clicked his tongue. Lu Ting, his veteran agent who had worked with him for years, immediately understood his thoughts. Lu Ting said coolly, Weibo didn't crash because a few days ago, Jiang Qiyan sent 200 programmers to Xanlang as a gift. Xiaoqing. Lu Ting and Xiaoqing discussed some work-related matters. Lu Ting repeatedly warned Xiaoqing not to use the main Weibo account, since same-sex CP announcements were still rare in the entertainment circle. Moreover, Jiang Qiyan was a lawyer, an overly sensitive identity. After the call ended, Xiaoqing paid, stuffed the can of candy into his pants pocket, and walked out of the supermarket in a daze. Xiaoqing couldn't stop thinking about what Lu Ting had said. In this country, same-sex marriage hasn't been legalized yet. Jiang Qiyan is a lawyer on top of that, so you might have it tough going forward. Don't be too ostentatious. I'm worried someone will use this to attack you too. But if anyone tries to force you out of the industry because of this announcement, I'll crush them. Xiaoqing clenched his fists tightly, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. Yen, if the road ahead is full of thorns, I will clear the way for you. The burden of societal pressure, I will bear for you. What Xiaoqing thought was, as long as everyone believes that he forced Jiang Qiyan into this relationship, then no one would harm his beloved Yen. After figuring everything out, Xiaoqing logged into his secondary account. Secondary account JD at I'm not addicted to nitrofurantoin V. Certification name, Super Topic Fan VIP, Rolling Nitrofurantoin Super Topic. Xiaoqing's fingers tapped on the screen, and he posted a Weibo message. Hello everyone, I'm an insider from Xiaoqing's studio. When all of you are fangirling over their couple, I want to say something, don't let Xiaoqing fool you. 6 years ago, when Jiang Qiyan was working as legal counsel at Xiaoqing's studio, he got drunk during a social event and was taken advantage of by Xiaoqing. Using that night, Xiaoqing forced Jiang Qiyan to sign an unequal contract, controlling him, forcing him, and brainwashing him. Jiang Qiyan was coerced into hotels by Xiaoqing, forced to play sexual games, covered in bruises, and was hospitalized several times due to high fevers causing unconsciousness. Later, Xiaoqing, for the sake of gaining attention through their CP, forced Jiang Qiyan to interact with him on variety shows and Weibo. While you were shipping them, Jiang Qiyan was locked up in a basement without sunlight, his wrists chained, crying pathetically. Xiaoqing lowered his head and continued typing on his phone. To increase credibility, he occasionally switched to his main Weibo account to adjust timelines, posting more real tea and explosive secrets between him and Jiang Qiyan. After finishing, Xiaoqing even specially bought a membership to pin the post to the top. He rubbed his sore fingers, then replied to a few more work messages. Then, Xiaoqing descended the steps from the supermarket and approached Jiang Qiyan and Jiang Yun who were sitting not far away. Father and son were chatting on the bench, neither noticing Xiaoqing's approach. Just as Xiaoqing was about to speak, he heard Jiang Yun's authoritative voice. Jiang Yuan, I promised you that I wouldn't obstruct your relationship with Xiaoqing, and I've done my part. 3 years later, you will leave the legal profession, stop being a lawyer, and come back to become the heir to the Jiang family, which was the promise you gave me. Xiaoqing froze on the spot, his fingertips trembling fiercely. His heart ached deeply. No wonder. When he first met Jiang Yun, the latter was very determined to prevent him from being with Jiang Qiyan. But the second time they met, Jiang Yun and Xiang Xinlan had already made him call them mom and dad. Yen. Why did you keep it from me? Why did you sacrifice your career? In a daze, Xiaoqing heard Jiang Qiyan speak, his voice devoid of emotion, Dad, I won't go back on what I promised you. Jiang Yun frowned, Jiang Yuan, Xiaoqing is your weakness, and this weakness will ruin you. He isn't a weakness, Jiang Qiyan chuckled lowly, saying, he is inside my left ribcage, near the third rib bone. He is the person I place on the tip of my heart. Jiang Yun's expression turned cold, to you, is Xiaoqing worth more than the Jiang family's centuries-old foundation? Jiang Qiyan spoke firmly, the Jiang family is my responsibility, and I will shoulder it. But Dad. Jiang Qiyan paused, laughing lightly, his eyes red, Xiaoqing, he is my life. Jiang Yun fell silent for a moment, saying nothing further, discussing some current events with Jiang Qiyan. Xiaoqing stood rooted to the spot, unmoving for a long while. His tall and handsome shadow was stretched long by the setting sun. Whatever the father and son were talking about, he could no longer hear any of it. After a long while, he silently turned around, walked to a distance to calm down his emotions, and just as he was about to take out his phone, it rang with several consecutive notifications. Lu Ting had sent him multiple screenshots. At I'm not addicted to nitrofurantoin's Weibo. At Xiaoqing's main account frequent online/offline timeline. At I'm not addicted to nitrofurantoin secondary account frequent online/offline timeline. Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng. He froze completely. Because the timelines of when his main and secondary Weibo accounts went online and offline were perfectly synchronized. In other words, the whole world now knew that at I'm not addicted to nitrofurantoin V was his secondary account. Or rather, the whole world now knew that he had used his secondary account to leak information about himself and Jiang Qiyan, framing it as though he had forced Jiang Qiyan into their relationship. Or even more precisely, the whole world now knew that he was indirectly announcing his own CP by creating drama for fans who ship him with himself. Xiao Cheng was mortified to death. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that the login times of his main and secondary accounts could be traced by netizens. His fingers trembling, Xiao Cheng clicked on at I'm not addicted to nitrofurantoin's pinned Weibo post. Underneath the post, there were already over 250,000 comments. The most liked comment was from a user named at Today Niching Fights Yen Yen. The comment said, "Tyrannical movie Emperor forces love, Cheng, versus I was imprisoned by the tyrannical movie Emperor, Yen, this sugar killed me." Xiao Cheng felt as though his head had been kicked by a donkey, he couldn't believe what was happening. His phone buzzed again. It was another message from Lu Ting. This time, it contained 2 screenshots from Super Topics. Xiao Cheng immediately clicked in and saw. Within just 1 minute, hundreds or even thousands of posts had appeared in the nitrofurantoin rolling and nitrofurantoin Super Topic sections. I truly don't ship nitrofurantoin. Xiao Cheng. I really finished my homework. Contemporary student. Ha 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 ha, is the upstairs being polite? Nai Cheng, am I not entitled to some face? So, Xiao Cheng used his small account to say he forced Jiang Qiyan, compelled Yen to sign an unequal contract, and played games. Is Yen the submissive partner? Xiao Cheng has acquired a new pseudonym, at I'm not addicted to nitrofurantoin V. Is this the real deal announcing their relationship? At Xiao Cheng, your math must not be good, our math teacher says you have to show all the processes, details must be complete. Talk about how you forced Jiang Qiyan please, a friend of mine is in her final stages of cancer, she would like to see videos, preferably high-definition ones with blue light filtration. At Xiao Cheng. In the basement, Jiang Qiyan was locked up with handcuffs and leg irons, wearing a collar, crying pitifully, while Xiao Cheng rose and fell on top of him. Holy crap, I'm dirty now. The wheel of the car crushed my face, doctor, take an x-ray for me, I've got medical insurance. Is Brother Cheng officially responding to the nitrofurantoin announcement? It's true. As Xiao Cheng scrolled through the comments, his face turned red like a fully ripe persimmon. His neck reddened too, as well as his earlobes and ear tips. Xiao Cheng smashed his phone against his face. Embarrassing. Too damn embarrassing. After taking a few deep breaths, Xiao Cheng picked up his phone again and, almost unconsciously, clicked into Jiang Qian's Weibo. Jiang Qian's latest Weibo was a legal practical article written by a law firm intern. Normally, posts like this wouldn't attract many comments. But this time, the replies under the Weibo post rapidly increased. Rumor has it that your wrists were locked. Jiang Qiyan ate a much-missed navel orange. Xiao Cheng Jiang Qian, is it real? Unable to bear looking anymore, Xiao Cheng covered his eyes and didn't want to scroll further. Suddenly, his phone buzzed softly again. Jiang Qiyan had posted a new Weibo. Xiao Cheng froze for a moment. Since Jiang Qiyan was his special follow, he always received prompts whenever Jiang posted. Xiao Cheng refreshed the page, and saw. Xiao Cheng s Jiang Qiyan duck v, in our home, I make decisions in the bedroom, outside the bedroom, it's up to my wife. Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng broke down and logged out of Weibo. Feeling blue, feeling mushrooms. He turned around, only to have his wrist grabbed and be pushed into the corner. Jiang Qiyan smiled wickedly, leaning close to demand answers. Mr. Xiao, rumor has it that you devoured me leaving no trace, forced me to sign an unequal contract, and wore me out so much I fell into high fever unconsciousness and ended up hospitalized. Chapter 81, a deathly ill patient suddenly sits up and shouts, Brother Cheng, I can do it. Xiao Cheng turned his face away, that's not what I meant. Jiang Qiyan immediately understood what Xiao Cheng was thinking about and said, you want to be the bad guy yourself and whitewash me into an innocent youth forced by you? Xiao Cheng remained silent. Jiang Qiyan gazed at Xiao Cheng with obsession, looking around. There was no one. He approached quickly, pulling down Xiao Cheng's mask in a flash, leaning in for a kiss, with a touch of a smile on his lips, be good, next time don't tarnish your own image like this, I'll feel guilty. Xiao Cheng was completely baffled. Guilty? What is he talking about? Jiang Qiyan, holding Xiao Cheng's wrist, explained, because, every night when I force you to call me husband, I'm not really that innocent, rather, I am more of a villain than you. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Qiyan leaned close to Xiao Cheng's earlobe, whispering softly, however, during zero-distance moments, I still like hearing my wife call my name sweetly and obediently as, Yen Yen. Xiao Cheng blushed with embarrassment, turning his face away, his ears red. But he couldn't bring himself to scold Jiang Qiyan. He pointed at a flagpole nearby and seriously countered, I'm straight, even straighter than that flagpole. Jiang Qian held Xiao Cheng's long fingers, pinching them, bending them into a bundle, then enveloping them in his large hand. Dear, even if you're straight as a flagpole, I can still bend you into mosquito coil. In the past, someone had asked about Jiang Qian's sexual orientation, asking him if he liked men. Jiang Qian wasn't sure. He said, in this lifetime, since Xiao Cheng was a man, he liked men. But if in the next life Xiao Cheng was a little girl, he would like little girls. Jiang Qian smiled at Xiao Cheng, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a phone, handing it to Xiao Cheng. Fan's eyes are sharp. Xiao Cheng took a look. It was a poll in the super topic, hashtag which nickname for Xiao Cheng do you love most hashtag. 1. Wife, votes 5.23 million. 2. Milk Cheng, votes 3.76 million. 3. The quasi-madam of the Jiang family, votes 1.09 million. 4. Brother Cheng, votes 0.78 million. Xiao Cheng. Words, very dirty words. His face felt hot, so he threw the phone back at Jiang Qian and tried to raise his hand, only for his wrist to be grabbed by Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian glanced at the bandage wrapped around Xiao Cheng's finger, bringing it to his mouth for a kiss. How's the injury? Xiao Cheng shook his head. Yesterday, I went to the hospital to have the mini steel needle removed. The cut on my finger still hurts a bit, but it's already fine. Jiang Qian nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the phone rang. It was Su Jing calling. Jiang Qian swiped the screen to answer, asking, where have you been wandering off to? How dare you skip my class? Su Jing felt somewhat uneasy. The terrifying thing about her brother was that during regular classes at Fuguang, he never took attendance, didn't sign people in, and didn't even ask questions. However, at the end of term course evaluations, Jiang Qian could clearly remember how many times each student skipped class, was late or left early, how often they whispered during lessons, or played games on their phones. Su Jing quietly explained, Big brother, this afternoon I went to court with the lawyer mentoring me. Jiang Qian didn't believe her. To court? For 5 hours. Su Jing, after court, I went to the police station. Jiang Qian furrowed his brows. Why did you go to the police station? Su Jing said, to file a report, accusing Tu Wei and Xin Yu of defaming you. The police have already opened a case. Jiang Qian smiled. Do you believe so firmly that I was falsely accused? Of course, Su Jing said confidently. Someone has soft ears, fears his wife, and suffers from fear of being henpecked. Su Jing mimicked Jiang Qian's tone, saying, Cheng, I didn't do it, I wasn't familiar with her. Wah. Jiang Qian frowned. Is Cheng someone you're allowed to call? Su Jing, big brother, can I ask brother Cheng for a favor? Our student union arts department is rehearsing a New Year's Eve program. There's a dance action involving sword play and swirling movements where the performance effect isn't great. Brother Cheng is excellent in fight choreography, can we invite him over to help take a look? Jiang Qian mentioned the matter to Xiao Cheng, saying, if you don't want to, don't go. I'll hire the best martial arts instructor for them tomorrow. Xiao Cheng shook his head, let's take a look. So the two went to the Fuguang Student Union activity room. Seeing Jiang Qian and Xiao Cheng entering one after another, some less composed young girls instantly screamed in high-pitched tones, Brother Cheng, I'm your fan. My name is Wenlele. Could I have your autograph? Xiao Cheng agreed. He took out a pen from his pocket, but his wrist was suddenly gripped by a warm, large palm. Jiang Qian pulled Xiao Cheng behind him, his tone elegant and gentle but firm. Sorry, Xiao Cheng has a bone injury in his right hand, so it's not very convenient. Wenlele thought for a moment and asked again, then, can we take a selfie together? Jiang Qian furrowed his brows, not possible. He and Xiao Cheng had never taken a single photo together. Wenlele quickly added, can I take a photo with the Nitro CP? Jiang Qian glanced at Xiao Cheng and rephrased her question in reverse order, can Nitro CP take a photo with her? Xiao Cheng nodded in agreement. Wenlele was overjoyed. She threw her phone to her friend and positioned herself between Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qian. However, just before the camera clicked, Jiang Qian moved around to Xiao Cheng's side, wrapping an arm around his waist and pulling him into his chest. Click. In the photo, Xiao Cheng was embraced by Jiang Qian, his face slightly red. Jiang Qian grinned mischievously, while the girl in the photo looked lonely on the other side. Xiao Cheng staggered a little, his back bumping against Jiang Qian's chest. At an angle invisible to others, Jiang Qian reached out and pinched the soft flesh of Xiao Cheng's waist. If we have time, let's take a set of professional photos. Not that I'm thinking of wedding photos, would you force yourself to wear a wedding dress for me if I wanted to? Xiao Cheng quietly pushed him away and walked to the side, unscrewing a bottle of mineral water and taking a sip. Jiang Qian laughed softly, pleasure radiating from his eyes and smile. Because. As Xiao Cheng took those 2 steps, he moved his hands and feet in sync. Xiao Cheng drank 2 sips of water, taking a moment to calm himself. After a while, a tall, slim youth came over to ask for advice. Teacher Xiao Cheng, my name is Jiang Yang. This throwing the sword flourish move. Xiaoqing spoke with him for a moment and pointed to the nearby open space. Demonstrate it for me, and let me see how far you can go with this sequence of movements. Jiang Yang shyly nodded. He changed into a pure white Hanfu outfit and held a long sword. The background music started playing. Ten-faced ambush. Jiang Yang's performance was graceful and highly commendable. When bending backward, Xiaoqing extended a hand to support his waist and pinpointed the problem. Straighten your back, put strength in your wrist, don't let the sword tip shake, naturally toss it outward. Jiang Yang responded with a sound of acknowledgement and followed Xiaoqing's advice. With each swing of the sword, his actions became smoother, more powerful, and more resounding. The audience emitted exclamations of amazement. Only Jiang Qiyan in the crowd stared intently at Xiaoqing's hand, which had supported Jiang Yang's lower back. His expression remained blank. After Jiang Yang finished his performance, sweat trickled down his forehead. Xiaoqing handed him a pack of tissues. Let me borrow your sword for a moment. Jiang Yang took the tissue and handed the sword over respectfully with both hands. Thank you, Teacher Xiao. Xiaoqing accepted the sword and paused momentarily, his phoenix-like eyes brightening. This sword weighed 20 pounds. It wasn't a prop but a heavy unsharpened blade. Xiaoqing gripped the scabbard with one hand. He flipped his wrist and abruptly swung upward. The sword flew out of its sheath. The surrounding students instinctively covered their heads, fearing they might get hit. Xiaoqing lazily lifted his hand without even looking, catching the hilt firmly in midair. Whoosh! The body of the sword whipped through the air with a gust of fierce wind. Xiaoqing shook his wrist. Play the music. The ancient piece of Ten-Faced Ambush began to play. Xiaoqing closed his eyes, standing still like he was asleep. After the slow notes passed, the Guqin melody quickened, as if warriors clad in armor were galloping towards battle, carrying a bloodstained ferocity. Xiaoqing suddenly opened his eyes. Dark shadows flickered in them, revealing cruelty and a disdainful coldness that looked down upon all living beings. Jiang Qiyan observed Xiaoqing from the side and realized he had become immersed in the role. With every swing of his sword, even though he was in a rudimentary activity room, he performed with a magnificent momentum, like breaking through 9 skies and swallowing up mountains and rivers. Everyone was captivated. Many people held their phones ready to record videos but forgot to press the start button. Because Xiaoqing's dance moves were so beautiful that they resembled a spirit. But when he straightened his spine, his decisive valor and grandeur lacked any trace of femininity. Blood-stained battlefields, supreme power over the world. In the final sequence of moves, he executed a stylish backbend move. Leaning backward, supporting himself on one hand, performing a handstand. Jiang Yang was startled and muttered, "There's no handstand move. It seems like a mistake." He cut off his sentence halfway. Because Xiaoqing was improvising. Xiaoqing flipped his wrist while in a handstand, spinning his body 180 degrees in the air. This move was grandiose. Xiaoqing's shirt tail had slipped out from his waistband. As he pulled up his shirt, a beautiful slim waist was revealed. He had defined abdominal muscles and not an ounce of excess fat. The alluring lines of his waist caused many to instinctively cover their noses and swallow repeatedly. Jiang Qiyan glanced at the countless wolf-like gazes around him and his face darkened instantly. Xiaoqing's performance continued. Holding the sword in one hand, he thrust it forward with piercing momentum. Finally, he made an elegant flourish of the sword and then sheathed it, standing up. The atmosphere of the entire venue reached its peak, electrifying. Holy crap! Is it really possible to do a handstand and create a beautiful sword flower with a 20-pound sword? Brother Cheng's influence is unmatched, absolutely unmatched. Brother Cheng's waist. I could. Did anyone else notice the red mark on Xiaoqing's ankle? That must be a birthmark. It's definitely not something that lecherous Jiang Qiyan sucked out. Sitting upright suddenly after being close to death, I proclaim, Xiaoqing, you are my everything. Xiaoqing VVDS. Amidst the chatter, Xiaoqing's breathing became slightly disordered as he walked up to Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan naturally removed his cufflink and wiped the sweat off Xiaoqing's forehead with his sleeve. Xiaoqing gave a slight smile, still not completely out of the world created by Ten-Faced Ambush, arrogantly hooking Jiang Qiyan's shoulder with a teasing tone. Do you know what VVDS means now? Jiang Qiyan frowned, still upset about Xiaoqing exposing his waist, and maintained a stoic expression, replying, I know. VVDS means always the uke. Xiaoqing VVDS, Xiaoqing will always be the uke. Jiang Qiyan said with a sarcastic tone. This person of his exuded an irresistible charm every moment, completely unaware. Jiang Qiyan rubbed his temples and sighed, feeling even more troubled. He would just have to keep an even closer eye on things. Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan lowered his eyes and noticed blood stains seeping through the bandage wrapped around Xiaoqing's fingers. His dark gaze instantly turned gloomy enough to drop water. The micro-steel pins used to fix Xiaoqing's fractured bone had just been removed. The wounds hadn't healed yet, but they were torn open again. Xiao Qing also saw the blood on the bandage, tugging Jiang Qian's sleeve while saying, "I'm fine, just a little cut on my hand, there's no need for you to." His words stopped abruptly. Without warning, Jiang Qian scooped Xiao Qing under the knees to lift him into his arms. Shocked, Xiao Qing didn't want to refuse, so he averted his eyes and said, "Can we change the posture?" Every time it was a princess carry. A piggyback ride would work too. Ignoring Xiao Qing, Jiang Qian coldly responded, "Could you stop getting hurt and bleeding? I don't even want you to bleed tonight." Xiao Qing's earlobes turned red. Even this little road can carry a car. As Jiang Qian carried Xiao Qing forward. Just as they took a step, Su Jing rushed back, breathless, closed the door behind her, and nervously looked at Jiang Qian, saying, "Big brother, don't take Qing out right now." Outside, the place is surrounded by entertainment reporters. Jiang Qian paused mid-step. With his large hand, he drew Xiao Qing closer protectively into his embrace. He couldn't let go for fear of dropping him, but hugging too tightly might cause pain, so Jiang Qian moved with utmost care. Su Jing added, "One reporter out there I recognize. Last time, she fabricated a story about Brother Qing staying in a room with a female celebrity. She's nasty. If she gets a picture of Nitro CP together, she'll surely write another trashy news article." Jiang Qian's expression turned serious. Su Jing glanced around and pointed to a cabinet in the corner. "There's a cabinet over there. You two can hide inside for now. I'll find a way to drive them away." Students also gathered around kindly and said, "Don't worry, Cheng and Yen. They'll only come in by stepping over our dead bodies." "That's right, where's my 50-meter cleaver?" "A cleaver won't work." "Where's your Italian cannon, you son of a gun?" Leaning against Jiang Qian's chest, Xiao Qing felt quite embarrassed as he turned away and sincerely said a word, "Thank you." Starting from that day, everyone began calling Jiang Qian and Xiao Qing from teacher and mother-in-law to banter brother and banter sister. Jiang Qian carried Xiao Qing into the cabinet. Worried some reporters might sneak in, Su Jing locked the cabinet door. Inside the small space of the cabinet, barely enough room for the two of them. Jiang Qian tenderly cradled Xiao Qing's hand, carefully bringing it to his lips to softly blow on it. "Does it hurt?" The bandages on Xiao Qing's fingers were soaked in blood. Xiao Qing wanted to tease him and said, "Don't blow. Blowing will accelerate the airflow on the surface of the wound, increase the contact area between the air's bacteria and the wound, thus leading to an infection." He paused for a moment and then muttered under his breath, "There are always evil ministers plotting to harm me." Jiang Qian. After a while of silence, Jiang Qian gripped Xiao Qing's chin with one hand, and with the other circled around his waist, tracing his waistline stroke by stroke, asking, "Did you just touch that boy's waist when you were instructing him dancing?" Xiao Qing didn't think much about it. When he had been chatting with Jiang Yang earlier, Jiang Yang mentioned he was from Fuguang Performance Major and also loved dancing. However, Jiang Yang had just entered the entertainment industry and hadn't gained much popularity yet. Xiao Qing casually said, "This kid is quite talented, has a pleasant appearance, you might consider letting Ting sign him to her studio." Jiang Qian, "Is he good looking?" Xiao Qing, White Rabbit Qing still hadn't realized the danger and nodded, "Pretty good." Before he finished his sentence, his lips were covered. MMMMMMMM. In the darkness of the cabinet, it was pitch black, the sensation on the lips was magnified. Xiao Qing was kissed until his legs went limp, and his body couldn't help but slide downwards, only to be firmly pinned by Jiang Qian holding onto his waist tightly, kissing even more fiercely and ferociously. After an unknown amount of time passed, Jiang Qian released him and asked again, "Is he good looking?" Xiao Qing's breathing was slightly disordered and hadn't caught up. "Good." MMMMMM. Jiang Qian punished Xiao Qing once more. Then, just before Xiao Qing lost his breath and became dizzy from lack of oxygen, he was let go. The timing was precise to perfection. Jiang Qian asked again, "Is he good looking?" Xiao Qing hurriedly covered his mouth, "You're good looking, you're all good looking." Jiang Qian gave a low chuckle. His fingers moved down the back of Xiao Qing's waist, stopping at the belt buckle. Xiao Qing stared at him tensely, "What are you going to do?" Jiang Qian's tone sounded strange, "Dancing can make you expose your waist to hook people, but my husband's waist. I'm not allowed to see it." Chapter 82, Marry Me or Marry to Me, Choose One. Just as Jiang Qian finished speaking, the door to the activity room was pushed open, and a series of footsteps echoed in the room. Through the crack in the cabinet door, Jiang Qian saw someone sneaking in with photographic equipment. Jiang Qian mouthed the word journalist to Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing nodded, tightening his breathing anxiously, and himself further into the corner. Jiang Qian noticed Xiao Qing's tension and decided to tease him, sliding his fingertip inside Xiao Qing's shirt. Xiao Qing widened his eyes and shifted uncomfortably. Jiang Qian held Xiao Qing's waist and started pinching lightly and heavily. Jiang Qian's other hand wasn't idle either. It began unbuttoning Xiao Qing's shirt button by button. In the darkness, Xiao Qing looked into Jiang Qian's eyes and swallowed. Jiang Qian's gaze seemed ready to strip off every piece of clothing. Piece by piece. Ashamed and angry, Xiaoqing buried his head in Jiang Qian's neck nook, encircling his waist and staying completely still, whispering faintly, "There are still people outside, don't let yourself get photographed, you." Xiaoqing couldn't bear to refuse Jiang Qian, and what was meant to be, "Stop messing around," came out as, "Why don't you mess around after we enter the bedroom?" Jiang Qian smiled, "What's the rush? Am I not allowed to show affection towards my boyfriend?" Xiaoqing's eyelashes fluttered, "No, no." Jiang Qian tilted his head and blinked at Xiaoqing, "Then why don't you spoil me a bit?" And at this moment, the person outside the cabinet walked around the room and focused their eyes on the cabinet where Jiang Qian and Xiaoqing were hiding, slowly approaching. Xiaoqing's heart almost jumped out of his chest. But unfortunately, both of Jiang Qian's hands were still inside his shirt, his palms pressing against his skin, occasionally pinching and kneading. Xiaoqing stuttered, "I'll change our Weibo names to couples ones, quickly let me go." Jiang Qian smiled and squatted halfway in front of Xiaoqing, planting a kiss on his waistline. It seemed like he was saying, "Not satisfied." Xiaoqing made a swallowing sound and continued, "I'll wear your custom-made body chain, the kind for shooting portraits with you." The footstep sounds outside the cabinet door grew closer and closer. Jiang Qian remained motionless. Xiaoqing was nearly crying, ears flushed red, "On your birthday, I'll give myself as a present to you. You can unwrap me however you want, play with me however you wish." Jiang Qian's lips curled upward slowly, satisfied with a grin. He straightened up and deftly buttoned Xiaoqing's shirt, one button at a time. Outside the cabinet door, the person with the camera equipment stopped in their tracks, stood for a moment, then turned and walked out. Xiaoqing let out a sigh of relief. His entire body went limp with exhaustion as he leaned against Jiang Qian's chest, sweat dripping from his forehead. Jiang Qian knew how embarrassed he was, but he managed to hold back his laughter and brought up another topic, "Do you have any work arrangements tonight?" Xiaoqing nodded slightly, "I'll be recording songs for my new album later." Jiang Qian said he understood. He accompanied Xiaoqing to the hospital first to handle the cut on his finger. When the doctor was bandaging Xiaoqing's wound, a message popped up on his phone. Jiang Qian picked it up, lit the screen, unlocked it, and handed it over to him. Pale-faced from pain, Xiaoqing wasn't very interested in looking at it. He simply said, "Can you reply for me?" Jiang Qian nodded. As he glanced down, he saw there was a WeChat message on Xiaoqing's phone. It was from the boy named Jiang Yang whom Xiaoqing had just instructed in sword dancing. "Jiang Yang, teacher Xiaoqing, would it be possible to invite you and manager Lu for dinner sometime when you're free?" Xiaoqing had mentioned to Jiang Yang that he wanted to sign him. Though Jiang Yang was shy, he had high emotional intelligence. Jiang Qian thought for a moment and then added himself and Jiang Yang into a three-person group chat using Xiaoqing's WeChat. Group name, Amidst Gunpowder and Beyond. Then, Jiang Qian typed on behalf of Xiaoqing in the group chat window. "Xiaoqing, at Jiang Yang, include my husband as well." "Xiaoqing, this is my husband." At Jiang Qian. "Xiaoqing, you can tag him in the group whenever you need anything." "Xiaoqing, my husband is actually quite nice." Jiang Yang. "Jiang Yang, okay, teacher Xiao." Beside Jiang Qian. Xiaoqing swallowed a pill of antibiotics and was sipping water from a paper cup. Glancing at the message Jiang Qian had sent on the screen, he sprayed water all over in shock. Xiaoqing's face flushed red as he tried not to laugh. Jiang Qian quickly set the phone aside, letting Xiaoqing lean on his shoulder while patting his back gently. How could an adult choke on water? Xiaoqing. Afraid that Xiaoqing might lose his temper, Jiang Qian didn't dare to tease him further. He personally drove Xiaoqing to the top-tier recording studio to record songs. Xiaoqing was working on articulation, opening his voice, finding rhythm and resonance. Because these two songs had a wide vocal range, spanning from low notes to high ones, chest resonance, nasal resonance, and head vibration were all necessary. After finishing those preparations, Xiaoqing entered the recording booth. Each song required 10 tracks, 10 repetitions. Moreover, every word in each repetition had to sound exactly alike in pronunciation, emotion, and pitch. Even a slight mistake would require re-recording the entire song. For the first song, Xiaoqing chose one with a slightly lower difficulty coefficient. Propose. Singing for half an hour, recording 5 or 6 takes. Xiaoqing's voice was already hoarse. Music director Mo Xing shook his head, "Your singing is excellent, but Xiaoqing, haven't you ever proposed before?" Xiaoqing took a sip of mineral water, glancing at Jiang Qian outside the recording room who was quietly working on his laptop. His face flushed slightly as he shook his head, "No. Mo Xing, creating music requires reverence. A proposal should be filled with nervousness. You don't know if the other person will agree to spend their entire life with you, growing old together." Xiaoqing nodded and carefully noted it down in his small notebook. Mo Xing was very strict, re-record. Another half hour passed. Mo Xing slightly relaxed his furrowed brows, "Better than before, try again." At this point, hearing the voices, Jiang Qian walked over, "Director Mo, is there a piano here?" Mo Sheng and the two recording engineers turned to look at Jiang Qiyan. One of the recording engineers said there was a piano next door, asking what Jiang Qiyan intended to do. Jiang Qiyan smiled faintly and pointed at Xiao Cheng to help him find his emotions. Jiang Qiyan held Xiao Cheng's wrist and headed to the next room. First, he used his abilities to heal the bone injury on his fingers. Even though it had healed for many days, the pain during healing was still 100 times worse than normal healing, almost causing Jiang Qiyan to pass out. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and approached the piano. Opening the cover, placing the sheet music, and sitting on the chair. His pale, beautiful fingers touched the piano keys. An elegant, flowing melody drifted through the quiet room, stirring the soul. Xiao Cheng's face instantly turned crimson. The piece Jiang Qiyan played was the bridal chorus. Upon finishing the piece, Jiang Qiyan suddenly pulled his chair toward Xiao Cheng and kneeled down in front of him. Xiao Cheng, I'll marry you, or you marry me, your choice. The tone of Jiang Qian's voice was deep, gentle, affectionate, and sincere. Xiao Cheng's ears turned red, and he didn't know where to look. He stared down at Jiang Qiyan who was kneeling before him, too nervous to think straight, blurting out, "You don't even have a betrothal gift or an engagement ring, so no, don't come near me." Jiang Qiyan, the music director and sound engineers. But after Jiang Qiyan played a piece on the piano, Xiao Cheng instantly got into the zone. When he went back to the recording booth to sing, all 10 tracks were passed in one take. Sheng, known for her sharp insights and pickiness, couldn't help but show a flicker of approval in her eyes. Sheng said, "Not bad. This song's passed." But, if Xiao Cheng proposed once, the effect would probably be even better. Xiao Cheng glanced at Jiang Qiyan, his ears heating up as he said, "All right, I'll try." At the same time, Jiang Qiyan spoke up, "No." Xiao Cheng froze. Smiling, Jiang Qiyan said to Xiao Cheng, "Proposals require kneeling on one knee, but I can't bear seeing you bow to anyone." Sheng and the two sound engineers. Cold dog food smacked all over their faces. Sheng coughed, "Let's record the second song." Xiao Cheng's second song was one he had written himself. Fish and Water. As in Fish and Water Pleasure. The lyrics narrated. Two fish trapped in water could only swim around each other. When the spring dries up, the two fish cling together, moistening each other with saliva. It symbolized a deep mutual devotion. Wearing headphones, Xiao Cheng tried singing it twice. Sheng shook her head, still unsatisfied. She instinctively crossed her arms and looked at Jiang Qiyan, "Mr. Jiang, take your little boyfriend out somewhere quiet and properly train him, then bring him back." Jiang Qiyan smiled, politely nodding to Sheng and the two sound engineers before pulling Xiao Cheng away by the wrist. After some time, Xiao Cheng's face was red enough to bleed, his movements stiff and clumsy as he drifted back into the recording booth to sing Fish and Water. Again, it passed in one take. Perfect, with not a single flaw to find. A young sound engineer couldn't resist asking Xiao Cheng, "Teacher Xiao, how did Mr. Jiang teach you?" In their line of work, sound engineers inevitably encountered some idols who couldn't sing or dance well. Artists who couldn't hit the right note after dozens of attempts. If they could learn Mr. Jiang's method, their workload might decrease significantly. Xiao Cheng's face was still flushed when he opened his mouth. As soon as he saw Jiang Qiyan walk in, he buried his head into the sheet music in embarrassment. Earlier, Jiang Qiyan, under the pretense of helping Xiao Cheng get into a singing state of mind, had touched every inch of his body. And with shameless audacity, Jiang Qiyan had even said, "Sweetheart, if you still can't get into the mood for singing, I wouldn't mind kissing every inch of you." Fish and water, mutual devotion. That was how Xiao Cheng immediately found his emotional peak. However, even after leaving the recording studio with Jiang Qiyan, Xiao Cheng's face was as red as a ripe apple. On the way home, Jiang Qiyan drove while Xiao Cheng rested in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. As Xiao Cheng dozed off, his whole body slumped, and his head crashed heavily onto Jiang Qiyan's shoulder. Jiang Qiyan had been driving fast originally. But after Xiao Cheng fell asleep, he slowed down, driving more steadily. Jiang Qiyan raised his shoulder a bit so Xiao Cheng could lean more comfortably. Then, he adjusted the car's air conditioning higher by 2 degrees. The car stopped near Xiao Cheng's private villa. Jiang Qiyan got out first, removing his jacket to drape over Xiao Cheng as he bent down to carry him. Xiao Cheng woke up. He tugged on Jiang Qiyan's sleeve, "Wait a moment, let's stop by the supermarket." Jiang Qiyan picked him up, Xiao Cheng explained, "In a while, there will be a script reading session and opening banquet for Who Controls the World, and we may have to travel out of town. Let's go to the supermarket to stock up on daily necessities." Coincidentally, there was a 4-story large supermarket within the villa complex. It carried everything from firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, to various life essentials. Jiang Qiyan agreed. Once inside the supermarket, he directly grabbed a shopping cart and placed Xiao Cheng inside it. Xiaoqing glanced beside them at the parents who pushed their 3-year-old child in the cart. As Xiaoqing looked at Jiang Qiyan pushing the cart with great speed, his face turned black with embarrassment. Jiang Qiyan noticed his embarrassment and gently pinched his cheek with a smile. He was genuinely concerned about Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing usually sang while standing up. That night in the recording studio, Xiaoqing had stood still for a solid 4 hours, singing non-stop until his legs ached. How could Jiang Qiyan let him get more tired? At first, Xiaoqing felt somewhat awkward. Gradually, though, he realized how convenient it was to shop with Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan had an excellent memory. First, he pushed Xiaoqing around the supermarket for a big loop. Then, whenever Xiaoqing mentioned something he wanted to buy, Jiang Qiyan could accurately recite all the brands, prices, discounts, and offers for that item, down to 3 decimal points. The precision of those prices left Xiaoqing utterly in awe. They bought 2 full carts worth of goods in less than half an hour. When they reached the checkout, Xiaoqing had a nearly expired shopping card with exactly 1,000 yuan left on it, which he handed over to the cashier. After scanning their items, the cashier said they were 20 yuan short and suggested picking up some low-cost items near the register. By this time, Xiaoqing was so exhausted from lack of sleep that his eyes were bloodshot. He agreed drowsily and picked up a colorful little box nearby, tossing it onto the counter. This one. The young cashier glanced at the item and blushed slightly as she scanned it. It was a pack of condoms, orange-flavored ones. Xiaoqing yawned lazily, not noticing the cashier's reaction, paid the bill, and carried 2 large bags of purchases toward the exit. Jiang Qiyan leaned against the supermarket entrance, scrolling through his phone. Seeing Xiaoqing approach, he shoved his phone into his pocket and took the shopping bags from Xiaoqing. The pack of orange-flavored items. Smack. Dropped beside Jiang Qiyan's feet. Being nearsighted, Jiang Qiyan couldn't clearly see the label and asked casually, "What is this thing?" Xiaoqing, already extremely sleepy, responded absent-mindedly, "It's a gift for you." Chapter 83, Jiang, quite the Casanova. Jiang Qiyan looked astonished at Xiaoqing and waved the small box, asking, "You, really want to give me this?" Xiaoqing glanced at the writing on the box and instantly became fully awake. No, I grabbed it by mistake." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Qiyan grabbed the shopping bags in one hand and held Xiaoqing's wrist in the other, striding out of the store. He threw the bags into the trunk, stuffed Xiaoqing into the passenger seat, and muttered a low curse as he turned the car key. "Ching, you sure know how to play games." The car twisted and turned several times, quickly stopping in front of Xiaoqing's private villa. Even before they stepped out of the car, they saw a chaotic scene inside the villa. Under the pale blue glow of night, the robot Baymax swooped out of the villa window like a flying machine. Upon seeing Jiang Qiyan seated in the driver's seat, Baymax's pale blue eyes lit up, and its mechanical voice rang out. Jiang, save me." Behind Baymax, 2 white geese flapped their wings fiercely and charged at Baymax with menacing squawks. Jiang Qiyan was startled and opened the car door to ask Baymax, "Why did you provoke those geese?" Baymax instantly dove into his arms. Wah. Wah. Baymax wailed like a sobbing housewife, tears impossible for robots. Unaware of the darkening expression on Xiaoqing's face in the passenger seat, Baymax explained, "I saw eggs in a goose nest, so I stole one to make you a sunny-side-up egg, and then, these stupid geese started chasing and biting me." As Baymax spoke, it trembled and wrapped its metal arms around Jiang Qiyan's neck, rubbing against him affectionately. "Jiang Qiyan." Xiaoqing furrowed his brows tightly and said coldly, "Get out of here." Before Jiang Qiyan even moved, the 2 geese had flown in through the driver's side window and into the car. Jiang Qiyan instinctively threw Baymax onto the back seat, grabbing the necks of both geese and tossing them out of the car. However, his neck was viciously bitten by the geese. They nearly choked him, leaving a large red mark. Jiang Qiyan sharply sucked in a breath of cold air. "It hurts, it's going to kill him." Jiang Qiyan couldn't care less about his own injuries as he turned around and anxiously asked Xiaoqing, "Are you all right?" Xiaoqing didn't respond. Jiang Qiyan then looked at the robot Baymax in the back seat. The system instantly reminded Jiang Qiyan. Xiaoqing jealousy value +5. Xiaoqing darkening value +5. The words on the tip of Jiang Qian's tongue disappeared instantly, and he no longer dared to talk to Baymax. He looked at Xiaoqing with a somewhat amused expression. Eating the robot's jealousy. Xiaoqing was truly a little vinegar jar. With his neck hurting numbly, Jiang Qiyan got out of the car and entered the villa where Baymax came over carrying a first aid kit. Jiang, you're injured, let me bandage you." He didn't even finish speaking. Xiaoqing grabbed Jiang Qian's wrist and pulled him upstairs forcefully. The door of the upstairs bedroom slammed shut. Xiaoqing tugged on Jiang Qian's tie, silently dragging him to the side of the bed, making him sit down. Then, with a cold face, he turned and walked out. Jiang Qiyan opened the front camera of his phone and glanced at his neck. The skin twisted by the geese on his neck had already swollen high, turning very red. Jiang Qiyan hissed in pain. The next second, The bedroom door was pushed open, and Xiao Qing walked in with the first aid kit. Jiang Qian wrapped his arms around Xiao Qing's waist and smiled, "Stop being angry." Xiao Qing used a cotton swab to carefully apply medicine on his wound, muttering a sentence while keeping a cold face. Jiang, seems like you have plenty of admirers." Xiao Qing darkening value +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. A string of prompts continuously sounded in Jiang Qian's mind, showing absolutely no sign of stopping. Terrified, Jiang Qian quickly hugged Xiao Qing's shoulders and gently coaxed, "Baby, don't be mad anymore. From now on, I'll listen to you completely, okay?" Xiao Qing paused for a moment, "Really?" Jiang Qian nodded, "Except for the part where I'm on top or inside." After finishing applying the medicine, Xiao Qing turned to the desk, took out a document, and handed it along with a pen to Jiang Qian, "Sign." That was a contract. A cell. Body. Contract. Chapter 84, Xiao Qing, you can't resist my hypnosis. The contract was something Xiao Qing had prepared long ago. It was densely packed with content. First clause, Jiang Qian belongs to Xiao Qing. Second clause, if Jiang Qian cheats, Xiao Qing has the right to forbid physical contact and make him sleep in the study. Third clause. Jiang Qian had just seen the third clause. When Xiao Qing snatched away the contract and said, "Forget it, don't sign," he still couldn't bear to. Especially after knowing that Qian stopped being a lawyer for him and went back to being an heir. Xiao Qing felt heartbroken. If Qian really cheats. Let's pretend he didn't cheat. Jiang Qian took the contract from Xiao Qing, signed without hesitation. Then, he crossed out the clause about, if Jiang Qian cheats, and changed it into, if Jiang Qian cheats, Xiao Qing has the right to lock Jiang Qian forever and do whatever he wants to him, and Jiang Qian will never fight back. Xiao Qing was momentarily surprised, "You don't have to." Before he finished his sentence, Jiang Qian had already gripped Xiao Qing's fingertips, dipped them in ink, and pressed a fingerprint on the last page of the contract. Jiang Qian also pressed Xiao Qing's finger on the revised sentence. This was a professional disease of lawyers. Any changes in the contract must be confirmed by fingerprints and signatures to have legal effect. Xiao Qing's face hung a big question mark. "You really don't need to sign this contract, it probably has no legal validity. Contracts restricting personal freedom are invalid." Jiang Qian's pitch-black eyes stared straight at Xiao Qing and gave a low laugh. "Indeed, it doesn't have legal validity. But, I will abide by it." Jiang Qian pinched Xiao Qing's chin and smiled, saying, "Being locked up by you voluntarily isn't actually illegal imprisonment, it is reasonable and lawful." Xiao Qing was too nervous to speak. "I'll go take a shower." He went into the bathroom with his change of clothes. Jiang Qian's deep gaze flickered with a trace of confusion. Xiao Qing was a person with strong possessiveness. Why did he suddenly feel reluctant after taking out the contract? Heavy thoughts in the younger partner's mind. Seemed like it was time for another forced confession. Jiang Qian chuckled softly and undid the buttons of his shirt one by one from top to bottom. The shirt fell to the ground. In the darkness, fine metal chains gleamed with a cold sheen. Jiang Qian dragged a chair and sat outside the bathroom door, legs gracefully crossed, holding a cup of coffee quietly waiting. Deep in the night, he was drinking strong coffee. Anyway, at night he planned to sleep with someone and not rest. In one of Qian Zhang's hands, a little box was being tossed up and down. It was the box of things Xiao Qing mistakenly bought back from the supermarket. Orange-flavored contraceptive products. Something they didn't need to use. But everyone has curiosity. Qian Zhang even wanted to tear open the box and play with Xiao Qing together. Xiao Qing had just come out when he locked eyes with a pair of dark, deep fox-like eyes. He was startled. "Why are you sitting here? Haven't you put on your shirt yet?" His words weren't finished. Qian Zhang already pushed Xiao Qing into the bathroom, followed inside, turned around, locked the door. Qian Zhang pressed Xiao Qing against the glass door. "Tell me, what have you been hiding from me?" Xiao Qing only wrapped a bathrobe, wearing nothing underneath. He was almost suffocating with tension and shook his head in confusion. Nothing. As long as Qian Zhang desired. He could present his whole heart to Qian Zhang, holding it in both hands and offering it. How could he hide anything from him? Qian Zhang used that box to gently lift Xiao Qing's chin, softly forcing a question. "Are you sure?" At once Xiao Qing remembered the conversation between Jiang Yun and Qian Zhang that he overheard. Suddenly feeling guilty. Qian Zhang captured this guilty look and smiled. "Good boy, think harder." Xiao Qing's face immediately flushed red. Don't ask anymore." Qian Zhang lightly poked the rose tattoo on Xiao Qing's collarbone. "Shy." His voice was incredibly hoarse, gently brushing against the other's eardrum, leaving an intense tickle behind. Xiao Qing's defense completely collapsed. The next morning. After Qian Zhang woke up, he glanced at Xiao Qing who was honestly nestled in his arms and smiled. Xiao Qing's head rested on Qian Zhang's chest, still quietly sleeping. The exposed half-shoulder outside the blanket bore countless dense marks. Qi Yanjiang adjusted the quilt for him and accidentally recalled the events of last night. Last night. Under his relentless questioning, Xiaoqing eventually revealed he had overheard the conversation between Qi Yanjiang and Jiang Yun. Xiaoqing said, "Yan Yan, I feel pain for you. I like the way you throw yourself fully into your dreams. If my father is pressuring you because we're together, then I..." Xiaoqing's words were cut off before they were finished by Qi Yanjiang. Qi Yanjiang feared Xiaoqing would say something along the lines of, "Then I won't be with you," feared Xiaoqing retreating, feared him giving up their feelings for his career. Therefore, he blocked Xiaoqing's mouth. And Xiaoqing agreed to whatever Qi Yanjiang said. Responded to every move Qi Yanjiang made. His obedient and soft manner caused Qi Yanjiang to chuckle again uncontrollably. The mobile phone on the bedside table rang twice. Qi Yanjiang picked up the phone and checked the message, his expression instantly turned cold. At this moment, Xiaoqing groggily woke up. Qi Yanjiang placed the phone screen face down on the bedside cabinet and lifted Xiaoqing's chin slightly with his fingertip, awake. Xiaoqing rubbed his sore waist, water. Once opening his mouth, Xiaoqing covered his head under the blanket in shame. Last night, he had screamed too harshly. His throat was now so hoarse he couldn't speak clearly. Qi Yanjiang chuckled, "It's still early, lie down for a bit longer. I'll go downstairs and let Baymax boil a pot of hot water, adding some goji berries, red dates, and chrysanthemum petals." "I'm not a girl," came the sulky reply. Qi Yanjiang pulled the blanket away and left the room, tossing a sentence. "But I want to spoil you. Whatever others have in their relationships, you should have too." After Qi Yanjiang left, Xiaoqing flipped over to sleep a bit more, but the phone on the bedside table ding-donged with 2 new messages. A slender, beautiful hand emerged from the blanket lazily grabbing the phone, unlocking it with a fingerprint. Click. Screen unlocked. Upon seeing an unfamiliar WeChat interface, Xiaoqing froze. This was Qi Yanjiang's phone. His fingerprint could actually unlock Qi Yanjiang's fingerprint lock. On the message page, there were several messages from someone named Lin Baiji, law firm director. "Lin Baiji, you have less than 3 years left at the law firm. Lin Baiji, you don't even need such a good office. I've arranged for your stuff to be moved to a smaller one in the basement. It leaks a bit, so I got you a basin. Lin Baiji, your picture has been removed from the senior partner photo wall at the law firm. Time to get used to retirement life. Lin Baiji, you should find time to hand over your partnership share at the law firm. Lin Baiji, your position in the bar association has been dismissed. Lin Baiji, Jiang Qiyang, you've offended someone powerful. Even I can't protect you anymore. Lin Baiji." Messages kept popping up. Xiaoqing stayed calm as he read each one, his pitch-black eyes unfathomably deep. The other hand under the blanket clenched into a fist, the veins on the back of his hand standing out prominently. "Yan Yan. Last night, there was something I didn't finish saying. Even if it's because of us being together that your father is pressuring you this way, I won't leave you either. He holds a trump card big enough to negotiate with Jiang Yun. Whoever threatens you, I'll threaten them right back. Whoever dares touch you, I'll crush them." Xiaoqing picked up the phone and sent a message, "Help me look up someone, the head of Sheng Yan Law Firm, Director Lin Baiji." The recipient replied instantly, "All right." Xiaoqing sent another message, "And help me buy a set of study materials for the judicial exam." The other party typed a question mark, followed by a string of irregular letters and dots. It was Morse code. After decoding, the content read, "KJLL, Master of the Dark Web, did someone hack your account?" Xiaoqing didn't bother to explain, just replied with 2 words, "As soon as possible." "Yan Yan. Walking the path you've walked, admiring the views you've seen, chasing what you chase. Does that count as embracing?" For several consecutive days, Qi Yanjiang accompanied Xiaoqing and never went to the law firm. Xiaoqing didn't mention anything, but he observed everything. During certain moments at night, he became even more obedient and agreeable. He was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to utterly destroy Lin Baiji. Several days later, on the day of the script reading for Who Controls the Land, Lu Ting called Xiaoqing, "Xiaoqing, during this script reading, the cameraman will secretly record some interesting snippets. They'll be edited and posted on the official Weibo account. You two can do some CP marketing, but don't go too far. No trains, no cars." Xiaoqing coughed slightly and said okay. Before leaving, he chose a simple white hooded sweatshirt and tight, ripped jeans, looking casual yet stylish. Just as he came downstairs, he saw Qi Yanjiang wearing the same black hoodie. Qi Yanjiang had 2 identical baseball caps and handed one to Xiaoqing, saying, "You should wear suits from now on." Xiaoqing put on the cap, looking confusedly at him. Qi Yanjiang smiled, "My Qingqing in a hoodie looks like a teenager around 17 or 18, making me feel like I'm old man eating young grass." Xiaoqing gave him a scornful glance, put his suitcase in the trunk of the car, sat comfortably in the back seat, and slowly buckled his seatbelt, saying leisurely, "Unfortunately, I'm a young grass who prefers beef." Little Wu, Xiao Cheng's assistant, drove them to the location of the script reading for Who Controls the Land. It was in a scenic villa located in the suburbs of a neighboring city. The main creative team would stay in the villa for 4 whole days. Xiao Cheng, are you here so early? At the entrance to the villa, as soon as Xiao Cheng got out of the car, he heard a joyful, hearty female voice. Out came Su Zheng, a 30-something-year-old washed-up actress, giving Xiao Cheng a light hug. Su Zheng was a veteran actor, maintaining appropriate distance and tact. She only wrapped her arm around Xiao Cheng's shoulders briefly and whispered, "There will be a short interview once we enter the villa. That reporter isn't friendly. Be careful." Xiao Cheng smiled gratefully at her and nodded, "Thank you, Sister Zheng." Xiao Cheng and Su Zheng exchanged a few more words before walking into the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, he saw a microphone shoved in front of Qian Zhang's face by the journalist asking, "Lawyer Jiang, netizens say you're a Japanese-style handsome guy, so good-looking that it makes girls unable to close their legs and gets them pregnant after just one look. What do you think about that?" Xiao Cheng felt a sudden tightening in his chest. This was trying to dig a trap for Qian Zhang. Qian Zhang calmly said, "Sorry, I'm not Japanese. I'm Chinese, Han nationality." The reporter blinked in surprise. Qian Zhang added, "Getting pregnant from one look. Are you praising me or insulting women?" The reporter was dumbfounded. Qian Zhang was a lawyer, quick-witted and articulate. He turned around, put an arm around Xiao Cheng's shoulder, and said, "In Xiao Cheng's eyes, I am a good-looking man, and that's enough." The reporter turned to Xiao Cheng, her expression flickering, "Teacher Xiao Cheng, do you remember me?" Xiao Cheng froze momentarily. The reporter said, "I'm Lu Shi. When you were filming your drama before, I drove for hundreds of kilometers to go to Hengyan and brought you your favorite crab roe buns. Don't you remember me?" Jiang Qiang's eyes slightly narrowed. Xiao Cheng indeed loved crab roe buns. Xiao Cheng realized this, smiled gently but kept his distance. "Our Yen loves crab roe buns, and I just share her preferences. Also, thank you and all the other fans for your support." After saying that, Xiao Cheng bowed to Lu Shi's camera. Jiang Qiang stood shoulder to shoulder with him and habitually bowed along with him. Then, Jiang Qiang grabbed Xiao Cheng's wrist and walked into the villa, frowning, "Stay away from him." Xiao Cheng was a little surprised, "Are you jealous?" Jiang Qiang shook his head, "No, this person. I feel like he's dangerous." After they left, Lu Shi stood there, staring straight at Xiao Cheng's retreating back, a glint of obsessed excitement flashing in his eyes. Cough cough cough. Lu Shi smiled innocently and gently while clutching his chest, trying hard to suppress his coughs. His hand hidden in his pocket was gripping a syringe and a bottle of medicine. "Xiao Cheng. You belong to me. You can't resist my hypnosis or drugs." Chapter 85, Did Xiao Cheng hit Jiang Qiang? Lu Shi was coughing severely at the villa entrance, as if he would cough up his lungs. Footsteps came from behind him. Lu Shi turned around and saw the chief director and assistant director who had come together. He forced a harmless smile on his face, "Chief director, assistant director." The chief director nodded, his eyes gleaming, "Little Lu, where is the powder smoke?" The assistant director heard this and kicked him, "During lawyers' temperatures, all you ever talk about is powder smoke. Jiang Qiang and Xiao Cheng are two different people." The chief director looked at him disdainfully as he rubbed his leg. Then, with the hand that had rubbed his leg, he slung his arm around the assistant director. "Powder smoke, whose real name is Xiao Qiyan, is one person. Got it? If it weren't for powder smoke, he wouldn't have taken on the role of the on-site director for lawyers' temperatures." The assistant director swatted his hand away, "Keep away from me, I like cleanliness." The chief director blushed, "You know my real name is Qian Jing, cleanliness? You're wild." The assistant director's face filled with exasperation. The next moment, the chief director, "Ah ah 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 ah." The assistant director was scared and fell onto the ground, his testicles hurting. Enraged, he shouted, "What happened now?" The chief director pointed at Jiang Qiang not far away, a doting uncle-like smile on his face. "There's a red swelling mark on Zhang's neck that even cover-up can't hide." The assistant director gripped the chief director's hand to stand up and looked over too. "If Xiao Cheng kissed it, it shouldn't be so swollen. Did Xiao Cheng bite it?" The chief director shook his head, "No tooth marks, doesn't look like it." The assistant director thought for a long time, then, "Did Xiao Cheng hit Jiang Qiang? Domestic violence?" The chief director replied, "Hitting while clothed is domestic violence, hitting while undressed is foreplay." The more the chief director spoke, the more sense it seemed to make. A while ago, didn't Xiao Cheng leak under his alias at I No Longer Crush Smoke V, revealing that he and Jiang Qiang enjoyed certain games? At I No Longer Crush Smoke V clearly stated that Jiang Qiang was the submissive, M. The chief director had found the truth. He walked to Jiang Qiang and Xiao Cheng's side with an amused expression, cleared his throat. Xiao Cheng turned his head, "Director." Jiang Qiang turned around and slightly inclined his head. The chief director pointed at Jiang Qiang's neck and reminded Xiao Cheng, "Don't be so rough tonight. Next month, Who Controls the Land, will start filming. Xiao Qing was startled. No, it was done by our pet white goose. The chief director didn't believe it, who keeps geese properly in a villa. Here, add me on WeChat. I'll send you a link. After adding WeChat, the chief director sent Xiao Qing 2 links, saying, play with these. They leave no marks. On the WeChat chat interface. One was a soft fur whip purchase link, the other was a see-through lingerie purchase link. Xiao Qing glanced at the phone screen. His whole body stiffened. But Jiang Qiang, hooking Xiao Qing's shoulder, smiled looking at the 2 purchase links. See-through lingerie with body chains must look good. A flicker of discomfort passed through Xiao Qing's eyes. At this moment, 2 more people entered from outside the villa. One was a veteran actor in his early 40s, widely connected in the entertainment circle, former best actor, Deng Rong. The other was a young girl with a bit of baby fat on her face, named Beijing. Xiao Qing walked over and respectfully bowed to Deng Rong, Teacher Deng. Deng Rong had an elegant demeanor and nodded kindly. Beijing gave Xiao Qing a sweet smile, neither humble nor arrogant, Teacher Xiao Qing. In the entertainment circle, seniority and hierarchy were very important. Xiao Qing politely exchanged a few words with her, then reached out to help Deng Rong and Beijing with their luggage. Beijing glanced at Jiang Qiang behind Xiao Qing, wisely shaking her head. No need, thank you, Teacher Xiao Qing. The suitcase contains snacks and local specialties I brought for everyone. You can just divide them, they're not heavy. She turned around and opened 2 pinkish luggage boxes. The luggage was stuffed full of all kinds of snacks, which suddenly spilled onto the ground. There were lemon chicken feet, pork floss, duck with soy sauce, spicy tofu sticks, spicy strips, 5 spice beef. There was even a small hot pot on the ground that rolled in a circle and stopped by Jiang Qiang's feet. The crowd. From the pile of snacks, Beijing picked out 2 bottles of yellow wine and handed them respectfully to Deng Rong. Senior Deng, I know you don't like snacks. These 2 bottles of yellow wine are infused with ginger slices and plums, which promote health and nourishment. They're for you. Deng Rong laughed heartily, looking at Beijing who was about the same age as his daughter, patted her shoulder. Thank you. Beijing divided the snacks and specialties among those present. Jiang Qiang leaned close to Xiao Qing's ear and whispered, I'm going to the restroom. Xiao Qing nodded. Jiang Qiang turned and went to the restroom. While washing his hands at the sink, the restroom door was knocked on. Jiang Qiang wiped his hands with a tissue and went to open the door. Outside stood Lu Shi. Jiang Qiang thought he needed to use the restroom, slightly bowed his head, and walked past Lu Shi to leave. However, Lu Shi suddenly addressed Jiang Qiang, Mr. Jiang, could we talk? Jiang Qiang stopped, but did not turn around. His voice was indifferent, what do we talk about? Lu Shi leaned against the doorframe of the restroom, staring at Jiang Qiang's back, with a glimpse of snake-like malevolence flashing in his eyes. We'll talk about something that interests both of us. Such as Xiao Qing. Lu Shi slowly approached Jiang Qiang, revealing his hand hidden behind his back. In his hand, he held a syringe filled with medicine. A droplet of liquid from the needle tip slowly dripped. Chapter 86, Same silver metal chain. Facing away from Lu Shi, Jiang Qiang remained still. It seemed he had sensed something, his gaze quietly landing on the corner of the staircase. Footsteps came down the stairs. A pair of black leather shoes appeared through the carved railing gaps of the staircase, coming into Jiang Qiang's view. It was Xiao Qing. Lu Shi's expression shifted slightly, neatly hiding the syringe in his pocket before Xiao Qing saw him and Jiang Qiang. Then, Lu Shi staggered, twisting his ankle heavily. Snap! Lu Shi fell beside Jiang Qiang's feet, clutching his ankle and emitting a low cry of pain. The next moment, Xiao Qing descended the stairs. Upon seeing Jiang Qiang and Lu Shi, he paused. Jiang Qiang asked, why did you come over here? Xiao Qing looked at Jiang Qiang, his eyes focused only on him. The script reading session is about to start on the 3rd floor. The director sent me down to find you. Lu Shi clutched his ankle and gasped lightly, pain. Teacher Xiao Qing, I think my ankle might be broken. Only now did Xiao Qing look over. Lu Shi subtly glanced at Jiang Qiang, a flash of fear flickering in his eyes. The toilet floor was slippery, and I tripped accidentally. Xiao Qing turned his attention to Jiang Qiang. Jiang Qiang raised an eyebrow, making no explanation. Xiao Qing gripped Jiang Qiang's wrist, furrowing his brow tightly. A glint of triumph flashed in Lu Shi's eyes. The next second, Xiao Qing draped an arm around Jiang Qiang's shoulders, running his hand down to his back, waist, and thighs. Xiao Qing asked with concern, did you get hurt falling? Lu Shi. Jiang Qiang chuckled softly, sweeping Lu Shi with a detached glance, I'm not as clumsy as Mr. Lu. After confirming that Jiang Qiang wasn't injured, Xiao Qing sighed with relief, turned, and crouched in front of Lu Shi, pointing at his ankle, let me take a look. Lu Shi slowly pulled up his pant leg. His ankle was swollen significantly. Xiao Qing took a surgical rubber glove from his pocket, put it on, and pressed gently twice, you have a dislocation. Realigning will hurt, you'll need to endure it. Lu Shi nodded. Xiao Qing exerted force with his fingers. Crack 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 crack. Xiao Qing, with an expressionless face, dislocated all the joints between Lu Shi's ankle and calf. Since Xiao Qing's right hand was still wrapped in bandages, only his left hand wore a surgical glove as he carried out the operation single-handedly. It was slow and torturous. Lu Shi's face contorted in pain, drenched in cold sweat. Teacher Xiao Qing, I'm dying of pain. Ow wow wow. Ah. Lu Shi's anguished screams made people's scalps tingle. After letting him suffer for a while, Xiao Qing coldly reset each dislocated joint one by one before standing up and looking down at Lu Shi from a height. Sorry, my hands aren't used to this. Lu Shi obviously didn't believe it. The video of Xiao Qing treating patients suffering from chlorine poisoning had already been regarded as a benchmark by many medical school professors across universities, with views exceeding 12 billion. Would someone like that really be rusty? Lu Shi lowered his gaze, timidly glancing at Jiang Qiyang, immediately retracting his eyes as if he were extremely afraid of him. Then Lu Shi looked back at Xiao Qing. Teacher Xiao, is there something you misunderstand about me? He kept hinting that it was Jiang Qiyang who pushed him, causing him to fall and get injured. Xiao Qing went to Jiang Qiyang's side, voluntarily taking Jiang Qiyang's hand and placing it on his waist. He then looked at Lu Shi again and counter-asked, are you misunderstanding the relationship between me and Jiang Qiyang? Do you think I would believe you instead of him? Lu Shi was stunned. Jiang Qiyang smiled, do you know why all the skincare products endorsed by Xiao Qing are so popular? There was a sudden shift in tone. Lu Shi didn't understand. Neither did Xiao Qing, who looked at Jiang Qiyang confused. Each product he endorsed became a top seller within its category. Jiang Qiyang said slowly, because Xiao Qing loves his husband, who, referring to skin, who? Xiao Qing. Jiang Qiyang grinned slightly, gazing admiringly at Lu Shi. Mr. Lu, over 30 without a family, must have received quite a few candies during Singles Day, huh? Lu Shi's face turned dark. Jiang Qiyang nonchalantly added, unlike me, I haven't celebrated Singles Day since I was 19. Lu Shi's baby face, wearing a look of pure innocence, Lawyer Jiang and Teacher Xiao, it seems like you two haven't met in 6 years. Lu Shi sounded very certain. He had done some covert filming and hired private detectives to track Xiao Qing. For 6 years, Xiao Qing and Jiang Qiyang hadn't met at all. They only started frequent interactions these past few months. Jiang Qiyang smiled gently, hugging Xiao Qing closer, that's right. We've been in a long-distance relationship for 6 years. Occasionally, we'd meet secretly or have affairs. Now, it's time to meet in person. Xiao Qing took a deep breath, feeling a slight warmth in his face. Jiang Qiyang asked again, Mr. Lu, do you know Xiao Qing well? Lu Shi confidently puffed up his chest, of course. Jiang Qiyang naturally extended his hand toward Lu Shi, then, for Xiao Qing and I being together, could you contribute a red envelope please? Xiao Qing. Lu Shi stiffened, not expecting Jiang Qiyang to be so shameless. He responded defiantly, I don't have my wallet with me. Jiang Qiyang held out his QR code, you can scan and pay. Lu Shi reluctantly transferred 1,000 yuan, then silently turned and walked away. Xiao Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter, you actually took his money. Jiang Qiyang said softly, if he fabricates that you deliberately twisted his bone, this 1,000 yuan, will count as the medical fee he paid you to treat his leg willingly. Jiang Qiyang had precisely calculated Lu Shi's vile intentions and played the advantages of his legal profession transparently. Xiao Qing reached out and patted Jiang Qiyang's head, all right, the script reading session is about to start. Let's go back. In front of others, Jiang Qiyang, who appeared aloof and uninterested in social contact, did not dodge but instead lowered his head slightly, allowing Xiao Qing to pat more comfortably. Jiang Qiyang took Xiao Qing's hand and headed upstairs. Upstairs. The directors, main actors, and the entire main creative team were present. Seeing Xiao Qing and Jiang Qiyang come in, former Emperor Deng Rong pointed to the 2 empty seats beside him, little Xiao, come sit here. As they approached, Deng Rong whispered quietly using lip movements, the live stream is on. Xiao Qing turned around and sure enough saw Lu Shi's camera turn on. Xiao Qing pulled out a chair, giving Deng Rong a grateful smile. Former Empress Su Zheng sat beside Jiang Qiyang and handed over a note. The note read, fans are cursing each other in the live stream. The quarrel inside the live stream was fierce. Underscore, Master of the Rivers and Mountains is our white moonlight. Underscore, Xiao Qing and Jiang Qiyan have ruined our white moonlight. Underscore, please don't drag our Master of the Rivers and Mountains possessive uncle and green tea prince into this. Underscore, the author of the original novel of Master of the Rivers and Mountains said in the extra chapter that the 2 male protagonists in his book were based on him and his boyfriend. Underscore, yes, teacher Xiao Jia Wuyuan said he doesn't support any form of radio drama or second adaptation, and will never authorize any commercial peripheral products. Lu Shi sneakily glanced at his phone and saw that the live stream was full of tension, a smirk forming on his lips. He sent out a message, I'll up the bid. Hire twice as many internet trolls to curse Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qiyan, and another half to insult the fans of the original novel. We need them to fight each other. Got it? The other side replied with an okay. As soon as the trolls and black PR operatives entered the scene, the atmosphere in the live stream changed dramatically. Underscore, those who distort others' novels should die, Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Qing go to hell. Underscore, every member of the leading team is either an emperor or empress of film industry, how ridiculous. Underscore, how ridiculous mom burned paper money for how ridiculous, because how ridiculous is dead. Among both groups of fans, quite a few black PR operatives had mixed in. Underscore, speechless. Underscore, if you didn't adapt, would your author starve? Underscore, request the original author at Xiao Jia Wuyuan, please speak up. Underscore, request the original author at Xiao Jia Wuyuan, please speak up. Underneath, all the messages were repeating this sentence. The live stream was torn apart by trolls and hired hands. Lu Shi proudly laughed. The original author of Master of the Rivers and Mountains was very low-key. All the film adaptation contracts were signed through lawyers without showing up in public. The crew invited the original author multiple times to join as a screenwriter, but none of these attempts received any reply. It was impossible for Xiao Jia Wuyuan to show up. Lu Shi deliberately made a difficult face and hesitantly turned to the chief director. Director, maybe we should ask teacher Xiao Cheng and actor Jiang Qiyan to explain this situation to the friends watching the live stream. The chief director frowned disapprovingly at Lu Shi. Uncertain if Lu Shi was truly dumb or calculating. Lu Shi continued, perhaps, the character images created by the two lead actors don't align with what the original author envisioned, hence why Xiao Jia Wuyuan wouldn't be the scriptwriter for this drama. Upon finishing his statement, Xiao Qing suddenly stood up, indifferently correcting him, you're wrong. Everyone froze. Xiao Qing solemnly stated, the prototype for the couple in Master of the Rivers and Mountains is smoke. Lu Shi couldn't suppress his laughter, warmly looking at Xiao Cheng and saying, Teacher Xiao Cheng, I know you want to protect attorney Jiang, but, have you asked the opinion of the original author, teacher Xiao Jia Wuyuan? Xiao Qing didn't answer. Instead, he tilted his head and asked Jiang Qiyan, did you bring the computer? Jiang Qiyan handed over the laptop, password is your birthday. Xiao Qing powered on the computer, logging into a web page before holding the computer towards the live stream camera. The web page showed an author account at Xiao Jia Wuyuan, allow me to introduce my other pen name, Xiao Jia Wuyuan. Lu Shi's face turned green, then white, then purple. How could this be? The live stream exploded. Underscore, wow. What a surprise. Underscore, is Xiao Qing really Xiao Jia Wuyuan? Underscore, so Cs.N and Xiao Jia Wuyuan are actually the same person. Xiao Qing. Underscore, never thought I'd end up eating gossipy melon seeds from my own idle wall. My life's over. Underscore, so, when Xiao Jia Wuyuan said the flirty protagonist in his book was based on his boyfriend, it was, attorney Jiang. Underscore, what kind of divine romance is this? Lu Shi rigidly turned to look at Xiao Qing, this can't be possible. Xiao Qing remained calm, pulling out a phone to find an electronic contract. It was the contract for the film adaptation rights of Master of the Rivers and Mountains. Under the authorized signatory, it read. Xiao Qing, Xiao Jia Wuyuan. Lu Shi completely froze, his mind went blank. Xiao Qing acted as though nothing unusual happened, asking Lu Shi, is there anything wrong with me acting in the movie version of my own novel? Lu Shi choked, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. Xiao Qing took out his phone, directly opening the Weibo trending topic, quickly finding the link to the live stream. As soon as he clicked into the live stream, he was momentarily dazzled by the flying comments. Xiao Qing stared at the comments section and started replying one by one under the live lens. Sure, Xiao Jia Wuyuan is my pen name, and so is Cs.N. Why use the pen name Cs.N? Cs.N, seasons. I want to spend every season with a certain man, sharing 3 meals a day as one. The dual male protagonists prototype in Who Controls the Rivers and Mountains are me and Qiyan Jiang. This isn't an adaptation, but simply because, our story should be portrayed by us. Xiao Cheng's tone was calm and untroubled. However, the faces of the other members of the directorial team and creative crew turned somewhat rigid, clearly very shocked. The assistant director pinched his thigh hard, muttering, no pain, I'm obviously dreaming. Beside him, the chief director winced from the pain, gritting his teeth and saying, you're so clean-minded, aren't you? Remove your claws from my leg. You're pinching your daddy's leg. The assistant director. Su Jing quietly asked Deng Rong, now, does an Academy Award-winning actor have to double as a novelist too? Deng Rong remained very composed, pointing at Jiang Qiyan, and here, the lawyer has to double as an actor. Su Jing nodded, truly, they're a worthy couple. After the live stream ended, the 4-day script read-through officially began. The first day was for plot explanation. Who Controls the Rivers and Mountains tells the story of a useless crown prince forced into 3 years of captivity in an enemy country due to weakening national power. During these 3 years as a prisoner, the crown prince learns military strategies under a very scheming mentor. After 3 years, the crown prince returns home, eliminating 7 brothers who wish to kill him. He later discovers that his uncle with whom he shares no blood ties is actually his mentor. The two grow secretly attracted during political struggles, their feelings sparking intense passion several times. The uncle, harboring great ambition for the world, ultimately concedes for the sake of the prince. Holding your hand, growing old with you. There are 5 lead actors in Who Controls the Rivers and Mountains. Green Tea Prince vs. Obsessive Uncle, Xiao Cheng, Jiang Qiyan. The prince's female fellow disciple, Bai Ji. The prince's parents, Deng Rong, Su Zheng. The first day of the script read-through passed quickly. The lead actors all held scripts marked up in chaos, walking wearily to their respective rooms, wishing only to go home and take a hot shower to relax. Jiang Qiyan, however, took the car keys and hurried downstairs. Xiao Cheng curiously asked him, "Where are you going?" Jiang Qiyan, "Back to Modu, to pick up a package." Xiao Cheng looked completely confused. "Here it's 200 kilometers from Modu, just to pick up a package." "It's a gift for you." Jiang Qiyan pinched his face and leaned over, lightly kissing Xiao Cheng's ear. "Don't lock the door tonight, leave it open for me, okay?" Xiao Cheng nodded. He felt a little anticipation. 5 hours later. At 11:30 p.m. late at night. Jiang Qiyan quietly slipped into Xiao Cheng's room, and when he opened the package, Xiao Cheng froze completely. Inside the package were a matching set of silver body chains and a see-through outfit. Jiang Qiyan drove 400 kilometers on the expressway. "I actually just came to pick up 2 packages." Chapter 87, Xiao Cheng, Jiang Qiyan is a stinky bastard. Jiang Qiyan, holding the gifts, slowly approached Xiao Cheng step by step. When he stopped in front of Xiao Cheng, about to say something, Xiao Cheng stretched out his arms, tightly encircling Jiang Qiyan's waist and restricting him fiercely. Clinging to his waist, he rubbed his head affectionately, his voice trembling slightly with tears. "It's dark, I'm scared, I need Yan Yan to stay with me." Jiang Qiyan abruptly stiffened. The moonlight seeping in through the window revealed the confusion and haze in Xiao Cheng's eyes. This Xiao Cheng. Was Xiao Cheng in his vampire state? Even if Jiang Qiyan no longer wanted to behave morally, he still could not bring himself to do anything inappropriate to this milk-like cute version of Xiao Cheng. He coughed lightly, turning to take away the inappropriate gift. As soon as Jiang Qiyan made a move, Xiao Cheng tilted his head and bit onto the metal buckle of his belt, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Pulling at the fabric on Jiang Qiyan's waist, he spoke incoherently, "Yan Yan, are you going to leave me?" Xiao Cheng, anxiously stomping his foot, kept rubbing his head against Jiang Qiyan's waist. Every movement Xiao Cheng made felt like lighting a matchstick against a phosphorus-covered surface. Jiang Qiyan's eyes grew darker, his voice abnormally hoarse. "Behave yourself." He didn't finish his sentence. The gift in his hand was snatched away by Xiao Cheng. Holding the glittering silver chain with both hands, Xiao Cheng naturally saw the initials of Jiang Qiyan's name engraved on the silver waist chain. Choking with sobs, he questioned Jiang Qiyan with the fiercest tone he had ever used. "If you won't give it to me, which wild man are you planning to give it to?" Xiao Cheng's eyes were brimming with readiness, like a fierce beast trapped in a cage. It seemed that as long as Jiang Qiyan dared to mention the name of some wild man, Xiao Cheng would immediately bare his fangs and claws, tearing that man into shreds. Jiang Qiyan quickly raised both hands in surrender, helpless but affectionate, even giving Xiao Cheng his phone, wallet, and car keys. "They're all yours." At this moment, Jiang Qiyan's phone rang. He reached for it. Xiao Cheng immediately became restless, grabbing the phone and hugging it tightly to his chest. "Yan Yan gave it to me, it's mine." The phone kept ringing. By accident, Xiao Cheng pressed the answer button. The voice of the chief director came through the phone. "Jiang lawyer, teacher Xiao Cheng isn't answering his phone. Just letting you know, tomorrow morning is off, and the script reading session will continue in the afternoon." Before he could finish, Xiao Cheng interrupted and said to Jiang Qiyan, "Yan Yan, I want to sleep in your bed." The chief director. He quickly hung up and rushed into the assistant director's room next door. The assistant director was soaking his feet, adding quite a few medicinal herbs into the basin. Without even taking off his socks, the chief director shoved his feet into the basin. The assistant director. The chief director hooked his arm around the assistant director's shoulder, so excited that his feet splashed water everywhere. "Let me tell you, the couple I ship is real. When they were doing it, I was under their bed." The drenched assistant director. The overly excited chief director ran out. "No, I have to eavesdrop on them." He ran too fast and bumped into several crew members who were downstairs cutting fruit to eat. These crew members all saw the chief director come rushing out from the assistant director's room half-dressed, having already lost one shoe. Inside the room, the assistant director was soaked and looked furiously unsatisfied. Thus, the rumor about the relationship between the chief director and the assistant director spread among the crew of Who Controls the Rivers and Mountains the next day. The untold stories between the chief director and the assistant director. On the other side. In Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qiyan's room. Jiang Qiyan helplessly glanced at the phone Xiao Cheng had cut off earlier, then froze as he looked up. Xiao Qing had already taken off his sweater and the base layer beneath it, holding the complex metal chain, trying it out in front of the mirror eagerly. After trying for a while, the excited expression on Xiao Cheng's face froze. He turned to look at Jiang Qiyan, sniffling pitifully, lowering his head unhappily. Yen, I can't put it on. Jiang Qiyan's Adam's apple moved slightly. Do you want me to help you? Xiao Qing nodded, blushing deeply with red ears, whispering quietly, MMM. Outside the door. The chief director's ears were perked up, his entire body pressed against the door like a lizard. The soundproofing of the villa was good, and he could only vaguely hear the conversation inside. Yen, it's hard, it hurts, be gentle. I'll be gentle, don't move. But it really hurts. I'm about to die from the pain. The chief director. His excitement made his face flush red enough to bleed, and he turned and ran away. Due to his overexcitement, he tripped going downstairs and fell flying out. The assistant director carried him back to the room. After the chief director left. Inside the room. Xiao Cheng's brows were scrunched up like a bun, his red eyes looking down at Jiang Qiyan who was crouching before him, helping him wear the waist chain. Xiao Cheng's waist measurement was 63 centimeters. To meet the character needs for filming, who controls the rivers and mountains, he had been eating protein powder and high-protein foods for muscle gain for a period of time. So, his current waist size was 66 centimeters. Jiang Qiyan had misjudged his waist size, causing some pain. Jiang Qiyan took more than half an hour to finally put on both gifts for Xiao Cheng. With his deep and dark fox-like eyes staring straight at Xiao Cheng, Jiang Qiyan was just about to turn off the light when Xiao Cheng grabbed his wrist and pushed him up against the wall, his bloodshot eyes blurting out 3 words softly in a childlike voice, smelly bastard. Jiang Qiyan. Xiao Cheng, king of the sea. Jiang Qiyan. A hint of moisture gathered in Xiao Cheng's eyes, and before Jiang Qiyan could respond, Xiao Cheng got angry and started crying, burying his head in Jiang Qiyan's chest and sobbing quietly, muttering another sentence, eating out of the bowl while still watching the pot. Jiang Qiyan laughed and said teasingly, say it again. Sea king. Bastard. Eating out of the bowl while still watching the pot. Why had he driven for over 5 hours, traveling 400 kilometers, just to retrieve those 2 packages? Xiao Cheng sobbed, his voice hoarse. Anyone who sends someone a gift but doesn't dare to take a picture or post it on social media is either a scumbag or a playboy. Jiang Qiyan narrowed his eyes and caught Xiao Cheng's wrist, forcing him into a corner against the wall, leaving no room for negotiation in his tone. We can take a picture, but you cannot post it on your friend's circle. If you dare post it on your friend's circle, I will break your legs. Jiang Qiyan was a man with a strong sense of possession. If anyone other than him saw Xiao Cheng wearing the metal chain, he would have ripped out that person's eyeballs. Xiao Cheng looked at Jiang Qiyan with wet eyes, suddenly grabbing the cords of his hooded sweatshirt and half pulling him into the bathroom, locking the door and pushing him toward the full-length mirror. The bathroom glass door was made of semi-frosted material. It vaguely allowed the light inside to seep through. Faintly, 2 silhouettes could be seen changing poses and angles. Taking photos together. Just plain taking photos together. Jiang Qiyan was half tempted and half forced by Xiao Cheng into plain photo taking. An hour later. Jiang Qiyan walked out of the bathroom topless. On his body was the same gold body chain as Xiao Cheng's. He massaged his temples, looking rather helpless. Because Xiao Cheng pulled him into taking more than 1,000 photos together. Jiang Qiyan had never taken so many pictures in his entire life. By the end, Jiang Qiyan would reflexively pee when hearing the camera shutter sound. Still. To Xiao Cheng who looked like a little crying baby, he couldn't bring himself to say a harsh word, let alone refuse. Not long after Jiang Qiyan came out. Xiao Cheng carefully held his phone, walking one step and glancing at the photos of himself with Yen in the album every now and then, while occasionally sneaking a look at Jiang Qiyan who was sitting on the couch talking to clients. Xiao Cheng's earlobes gradually turned red. After Jiang Qiyan finished his call, he met a pair of pitch-black starry eyes. Xiao Cheng pressed Jiang Qiyan into the sofa and expectantly said in his embrace, Yen, call me hubby. Jiang Qiyan froze. His alpha status was about to be challenged. How could that be acceptable? Instinctively, Jiang Qiyan shook his head to reject, no, absolutely not. Xiao Cheng wouldn't listen. Tears streamed down like a broken string of pearls. He cried loudly, gripping Jiang Qiyan's wrist tighter and tighter, making it impossible for Jiang Qiyan to escape. His face was covered with Xiao Cheng's tears. Wah wah wah. Jiang Qiyan softened, worried that Xiao Cheng might cry too much and hurt his voice. Xiao Cheng was a movie emperor and a song king. His singing dream relied on this nightingale-like voice. In his concern for Xiao Cheng, Jiang Qiyan lost focus for a moment. And in the next second, a crisp metallic sound rang in his ears. Click. Out of nowhere, Xiao Cheng took out a pair of pink-purple handcuffs, locking Jiang Qiyan's slender, pale wrists together. Now there was absolutely no way to resist. Xiao Cheng climbed up, picked up Jiang Qiyan in his arms, and stared at him intensely with damp eyes in the dark, awkwardly asking, Yan, do you dislike physical contact with me? No, don't say nonsense. Jiang Qiyan answered without hesitation. He had given all his firsts to Xiaoqing. Disliking, how could that even be possible? He wanted nothing more than to spend every day being close to Xiaoqing. But relying on Jiang Qiyan's affection, Xiaoqing started shedding tears again. Then why do you keep rejecting me? At 1:30 a.m. Jiang Qiyan had driven over 400 kilometers, feeling completely exhausted, and had his brain throbbing from Xiaoqing's cries. He helplessly agreed with whatever Xiaoqing wanted. Okay, fine, I'll do what you want. Xiaoqing wiped away his tears, gently placing Jiang Qiyan in the bed and putting a pillow under his head. Next, Xiaoqing secured the little handcuffs around Jiang Qiyan's wrists onto the bedpost. Then, Xiaoqing turned off the lights. Afterward, Xiaoqing placed both hands on Jiang Qiyan's shoulders, looking down at him from above, and began to move. Chapter 88, The Wedding Scene. After a while, Xiaoqing sniffled, Yan, I won't. His lashes fluttered, his big eyes filled with confusion and moisture staring at Jiang Qiyan. A few teardrops hung at the root of his eyelashes, ready to fall. Wah, I won't. In his bloodthirsty state, Xiaoqing was like a 3 or 4-year-old child, only knowing how to messily kiss all over Jiang Qiyan without making any substantial moves. The weepy little package Xiaoqing broke one's heart. Jiang Qiyan wanted to wipe away his tears, but when he moved, his wrist was cuffed on the railing, making a ding-dong sound. He patiently consoled, be a good boy, let me go. Xiaoqing shook his head desperately, like a large golden retriever, then banged his head against Jiang Qiyan's chest again and mumbled softly, Yan's wrist looks so good locked up. This way, it belongs only to me. Jiang Qiyan's eyes were red with sleepiness, finally losing his patience. He swiftly turned over, pinned Xiaoqing down, and precisely sealed little crybaby Xiaoqing's lips. If you don't behave, I'll continue kissing you. Jiang Qiyan narrowed his eyes in threat. But Xiaoqing, whose mouth had been sealed, felt as though he'd stepped into some new world. He cried even harder, his earlobes tinged red. Yan, it feels so good. Jiang Qiyan's eyes darkened. He pressed Xiaoqing down. The handcuffs and metal chain rang out crisply in the darkness. The next morning, Jiang Qiyan left the room holding his waist. The chief director, who had broken his leg last night and leaned on crutches, saw Jiang Qiyan holding his waist as soon as he came out. With his 5.3 naked eye vision, the chief director's Cartier big eyes bulged straight and stared hard at Jiang Qiyan's action of supporting his waist. Noticing his gaze, Jiang Qiyan's face turned grim. Last night, he had been cuffed for the entire night. When forcibly entering Xiaoqing's world, Xiaoqing sobbed and whimpered too much, too restless, wriggling about. This had dislocated the bones in Jiang Qiyan's waist. Otherwise, why would his waist hurt so badly? Jiang Qiyan went downstairs to grab 2 bottles of milk, cut a few pieces of toast and returned to the upstairs room. Jiang Qiyan pushed open the room door. Xiaoqing had already woken up. The moment their eyes met, the next second Xiaoqing pulled the blanket over his head. Memories of last night resurfaced in Xiaoqing's mind. How embarrassing. Too embarrassing. Jiang Qiyan chuckled lightly and put the milk into the microwave inside the room while spreading mayonnaise on the toast, casually asking, Shy? A small lump rose under the quilt. After a long time of rustling around inside, Xiaoqing eventually wore his clothes neatly. Hiding in the quilt, he touched the metal chain on his chest that had been warmed by body heat through the fabric and asked Jiang Qiyan, what improper things did I do to you last night? Jiang Qiyan lazily leaned back in the chair and replied, nothing much. Xiaoqing sighed in relief and lifted the quilt. But the next second, Jiang Qiyan slowly said, just hooking me, clinging to me, and hugging me tightly without letting go. Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan chuckled lowly, indulgence in his tone, does your waist still hurt? Do you want me to carry you to wash up? Xiaoqing glanced at him and silently extended both arms toward Jiang Qiyan in perfect harmony. Jiang Qiyan's lips curved slightly, lowering his eyes, he firmly picked up Xiaoqing and entered the bathroom. Xiaoqing was squeezing the facial cleanser. Jiang Qiyan had already squeezed his toothpaste and added some warm water to the rinsing cup, casually saying, it's still early, after breakfast, we can take another nap. We need to try out a segment of the play this afternoon. The costume designer has sent over the costumes. Xiaoqing washed his face and casually asked, which part of the play are we trying out? Jiang Qiyan looked at him with a meaningful look in his eyes, the wedding scene. Jiang Qiyan played an obsessive prince regent forced by the emperor to marry. On the wedding procession route, Xiaoqing played a scheming crown prince who was knocked unconscious by the obsessive prince regent and was mistakenly stuffed into the sedan chair, leading to an accidental wedding chamber drama. Chapter 89, Test Scene Smoke, Prince Regent Rong Yuheng vs Crown Prince Rong Che. The grand wedding attire arrived at noon. The patterns on the clothes were entirely hand-embroidered, exquisitely complicated, worth millions. Jiang Qiyan portrayed the obsessive prince regent. The prince regent disliked women. What he liked was his nephew, the crown prince of the current dynasty, who shared no blood ties with him. The emperor became aware of the prince regent's feelings for the crown prince. So, an imperial decree was issued forcing the prince regent to get married. The prince regent took decisive action. On the wedding procession route, he knocked the crown prince unconscious, sealed his martial arts skills and internal strength, dressed him in the bridal gown, covered his head, tied his hands, and forcibly shoved him into the sedan chair. And Xiao Cheng was that unlucky crown prince who got hit on the head with a stick. Prince Regent Rong Yuheng versus Crown Prince Rong Che. Thus, Jiang Qiyan wore male attire, while Xiao Cheng wore female attire. The male costume was simpler than the female one, and Jiang Qiyan quickly finished trying it on. Unable to resist, he lifted the hem of his ancient-style costume and went next door to find Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng sat in a chair, wearing the costume. 2 makeup artists and 3 stylists surrounded him, putting a wig on his head for the ancient drama and applying makeup. A few small assistants nearby secretly took pictures of Xiao Cheng's profile with their phones. So handsome. Teacher Xiao Cheng looks so elegant in this women's clothing. And not at all feminine. Teacher Zhao's bride gown has 8 layers, inside and out 6 sashes. When I measured his waist just now, it didn't even reach 70 centimeters. Absolutely incredible. Amidst the praise, Jiang Qiyan stared at Xiao Cheng's back, the corner of his mouth slowly curving upward. No one in the room had noticed Jiang Qiyan's arrival yet. The makeup artist was applying eyeshadow to Xiao Cheng. With his eyes closed, Xiao Cheng asked, "Does it look good?" The makeup artist paused momentarily as she saw Jiang Qiyan walking over slowly. He held Xiao Cheng's shoulders from behind, his tone gentle and indulgent. "It looks good." Xiao Cheng smiled faintly. The few small assistants who were secretly taking pictures of Xiao Cheng quickly put their phones away, looking guilty at Jiang Qiyan. "Sorry, Attorney Jiang, we." Jiang Qiyan picked up the comb on the table and began brushing Xiao Cheng's hair. Although it was an ancient drama wig, he combed it earnestly, casually saying to the assistants, "It's fine. My person is going to hold a wedding ceremony with me soon, I'm not that petty." The assistant sighed in relief. But the next second, Jiang Qiyan said solemnly, "However, didn't you all sign confidentiality agreements before joining the production?" The assistants froze. Jiang Qiyan continued, "Sneaking photos of the lead actor would result in several times the breach of contract penalty, huh?" The assistant stammered, "Mr. Jiang, Attorney Jiang, we were just taking random shots, without any bad intentions." Jiang Qiyan bent down and pulled out a pinhole camera from under Xiao Cheng's chair. Xiao Cheng chuckled, reaching out to dismantle a recorder from the powder compact on the table. They cooperated perfectly. Among the assistants, a girl named Xiao Duo suddenly paled. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. The deputy director, rushing in with a dark face, immediately fired her and exposed her sneaky behavior publicly, ensuring she could no longer work in the industry. The remaining 2 assistants were Lu Shuang and Xia Jiar. They usually got along well with Xiao Duo. Seeing Xiao Duo get fired, they both became indignant. "Lu Shuang, what's the big deal about sneaking photos? They always act like they're headlines on the news pages." TCH. Xia Jiar, exactly. Being a star means more exposure anyway, so why be afraid of being photographed? Lu Shuang, and that Jiang Qiyan, what a pretender. Xia Jiar, anyway, he isn't from a professional acting school. Once the filming starts officially, he'll embarrass himself with terrible acting, and the director and veteran actors will surely criticize him. This comment was actually quite true. None of the people present except Xiao Cheng believed he had any acting skills. The chief director, Lawyer Jiang, do your best, just recite the lines, our focus is mainly on teacher Xiao Cheng's performance, you can go casual. Deputy director, indeed, once formal shooting begins, if you can't memorize your lines, just say numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4 in front of the camera, and we'll handle post-production dubbing. It wasn't that they didn't want to raise the standards and strive for professionalism. Rather, professions differ widely. No matter how capable a lawyer might be, placed in the entertainment industry, they still have zero acting and dialogue skills. Jiang Qiyan didn't bother to explain, let's start. This segment was when Jiang Qiyan, playing Prince Regent Rong Yuheng, decided to forcibly escort Crown Prince Rong Che into the bridal sedan chair and converses with his subordinates. Jiang Qiyan wore a royal prince robe, facing away from everyone for a long while without moving. Xia Jiar smirked mockingly, did he forget his lines or something? Lu Shuang, he's such a waste. The next second, Jiang Qiyan turned slowly. One cold, distant glance nearly made Lu Shuang and Xia Jiar collapse and kneel in reverence. That was a prince regent whose power dominated the court, graceful and aloof. At this moment, he was no longer Jiang Qiyan but Prince Regent Rong Yuheng incarnate. His lips curved slightly in a playful smile as he murmured softly, young Master Che. Since the emperor insists on forcing this prince to marry, this prince will stuff you into the bridal sedan. Off to the side. Staff members played the roles of subordinates to engage in a conversation with him, saying, Your Highness, Crown Prince Rong Che, he's your nephew. Although there is no blood relation between you two, the crown prince has a violent disposition and perpetrates evil deeds in the court. Jiang Qiyan smirked strangely. This humble prince's estate lacks a princess consort. He enjoys committing evil deeds, therefore, this humble prince permits him to act wickedly on my bedchamber. Being naughty as a concubine. This concubine belongs to the regent's concubine. Rong Che, is this humble prince's concubine. If this humble prince dies, he must mourn as a widow and remain one for life. The original line from the script that stated, this humble prince insists on having him, was long forgotten by Jiang Qiyan. After hearing these lines, a twitch appeared at Xiao Cheng's lips. He was an old hand at acting, and the entire script of Who Rules the Country was adapted from the book he had written. Every line of dialogue was etched firmly in his memory. Jiang Qiyan. He was improvising, adding extra drama and altering the lines. But the revised lines were truly astonishing. The chief director looked shocked, letting go of the cane he was leaning on. The cane struck harshly against the foot of the deputy director. The deputy director howled instantly, ah 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 ah. Only then did everyone realize that they had all been drawn into Jiang Qiyan's performance just now. Lu Shuang quickly jumped out, shouting, Chief Director, he messed up the lines. He disrespected the script, disrespected the original work. Xiao Qing cast a faint glance, speaking, the lines he altered were indeed better than those written by me, the original author. Xia Jiar, but, it won't pass review in post-production. Xiao Qing replied indifferently, whether it passes or not is the job of post-production editing and dubbing, which does not conflict with the fact that our Yan Yan possesses exceptional acting talent. The chief director was even more direct. He discarded his cane, dragging his leg encased in plaster and limping to Jiang Qiyan's side, mysteriously pulling out a business card and handing it to him. Attorney Jiang, if you ever want to debut in movies, contact me. If you ever want to switch careers and become a screenwriter, also contact me. In the future. The deputy director couldn't bear it anymore, grabbing the chief director's ear, will you ever finish? There's still their wedding ceremony scene ahead. In the second segment. It was Regent Prince Rong Yuhan who forced Crown Prince Rong Che, using the life of his most cherished young disciple, to wear the phoenix crown and red wedding gown, marrying each other and entering the bridal chamber. Regent Prince Rong Yuhan portrayed by Jiang Qiyan extended his hand toward Crown Prince Rong Che portrayed by Xiao Cheng, with an innocent smile on his face, little Che, come to your uncle. Rong Che's martial arts and inner strength had been sealed, leaving him completely powerless to resist. Xiao Cheng clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his knuckles popping out, instantly immersing himself in character. His costume was that of a bride, his face covered by the red veil so that no expression could be seen, this tested the actor's skills. Emperor of the silver screen Xiao Qing displayed his prowess as soon as he spoke. Uncle, must you humiliate me like this? You have sealed my kung fu, bound my hands, forced me, threatened me, all just to compel me to marry you? The words were spoken in a low, hoarse tone, the emotions coiling like vines around the hearts of the audience. When Xiao Qing acted with others, he usually only used 8/10 of his emotional intensity. Otherwise, no one could keep up with his performance. But this time, thinking of the person opposite him being Jiang Qiyan, Xiao Qing unconsciously infused every word in the script with 12/10 of his emotions. The only person who can marry this humble prince is you, Che, you cannot escape. Jiang Qiyan skillfully kept up with Xiao Cheng's performance. He held Xiao Cheng's hand, walking slowly forward. It was only at this moment that Xia Jiar, who had been utterly confused beside them, came to her senses and moved forward to help Xiao Qing maintain his balance by supporting his other arm, awkwardly improvising with a stammered line, Mistress, your servant supports you. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to elders. Finally, mutual bows between husband and wife. At the final bow, Xiao Qing trembled all over. In the story, a country's crown prince was forced to don a bride's red attire, threatened to conduct a wedding ceremony with his own uncle, a great disgrace. In reality, when Xiao Qing bowed his head under the cover of the red veil, he saw the interlocking fingers of Jiang Qiyan with his own. Xiao Cheng's heart beat like thunder. He thought in his mind. Once this marriage ceremony was completed, they would officially be recognized as spouses. The curve on his lips deepened more and more. Even after completing 3 bows, he had forgotten to stand up. Until the director called for a cut. Jiang Qiyan glanced at Xiao Qing bending over motionlessly, extending a hand and gently kneading at his waist, does your back still hurt? Coming to his senses, Xiao Qing hurriedly straightened up. Jiang Qiyan smiled gently and said, it seems that I shouldn't be too considerate of Mr. Xiao Qing tonight. Xiao Cheng's earlobes turned red. In the industry, many people called him Mr. Xiao Qing. However, when Jiang Qiyan addressed him this way, it carried an alluring charm that made his cheeks flush and heart race. Jiang Qiyan reached out to remove the ceremonial sash from Xiao Cheng's head. Feeling uncomfortable, Xiao Qing shook his head slightly. Not really. Jiang Qiyan said softly, I wish time could have stopped at that moment just now. Xiao Qing. Jiang Qiyan smiled again, that way, you would truly be my little wife. Xiaoqing wanted to say something more, but the assistant director cleared his throat and spoke up, Mr. Xiaoqing, your emotion wasn't right during the wedding ceremony scene. Jiang Qiyan looked surprised for a moment. The assistant director explained, Prince Rongche is a very restrained person who only confesses to Regent Prince Rong Yuheng in the final moments before the series ends. Xiaoqing nodded, he knew that. With a sigh, the assistant director added, but just now, during the wedding ceremony, you seemed like someone who couldn't wait to get me and the regent into the bridal chamber, not at all like a veteran actor. Xiaoqing. He was indeed a veteran actor. But, thinking about the person in front of him being Jiang Qiyan, all he could think about were various scenarios of Jiang Qiyan pressing him down. His mind was completely occupied with those thoughts. So much so that he couldn't focus on the performance. The assistant director gave a fair evaluation. Mr. Zhao's acting and emotions were already excellent, just slightly below his usual standard, but still outstanding. After finishing speaking, the assistant director turned to Jiang Qiyan, Mr. Jiang, it's your acting that actually surprises me. Have you studied facial expression management or lines delivery techniques? Jiang Qiyan smiled faintly, I've learned a little bit. Not just a little bit. 6 years ago, when he worked at Xiaoqing's studio. Xiaoqing's office had 7 or 8 bookshelves filled with books related to acting. Jiang Qiyan had read every single word in those books. As long as it was related to Xiaoqing, Jiang Qiyan was interested in it and eager to learn. The assistant director glanced at his watch and asked, we still have time. Do you want to try another take? Xiaoqing asked, which scene? The assistant director responded, the first scene of the grand finale, though it has quite a lot of dialogue. Memorizing lines on site might be somewhat challenging. Xiaoqing and Jiang Qiyan exchanged a glance, and verily said in unison, no problem. Lu Shuang crossed her arms, looking rather disdainful. Anyway, 3 pages and a half of A4 paper, memorizing the lines on site? If they can pull it off, I'll stream myself doing a handstand while pooping. Jiang Qiyan looked at her and replied, according to the regulations for internet live streaming platforms, hosts whose attire in live streams is overly revealing or vulgar will have their live streams banned, and severe cases may even face detention. Lu Shuang. 20 minutes later. Jiang Qiyan and Xiaoqing had memorized the lines. This scene is when Crown Prince Rongche slaughters 7 of his brothers and is 1 step away from the throne. He points a sword at Regent Prince Rong Yuheng, setting up the dramatic confrontation between the 2 male leads. It's also one of the most intense and famous scenes in the entire series. Xiaoqing portrays Crown Prince Rongche pointing a sword at Jiang Qiyan, who plays Regent Prince Rong Yuheng. Xiaoqing's eyes instantly turned cold. For the first time, he directly addressed his uncle by name. Rong Yuheng, draw your sword. Jiang Qiyan chuckled mournfully. Step by step, he closed the distance until his chest pressed against the tip of Xiaoqing's sword. To die under the peony is romantic even in death. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing thrust the sword fiercely forward. Jiang Qiyan stumbled backward, falling heavily onto the ground. It wasn't staged, it was a real fall. The sound of the thud sent chills through everyone's spines. Xiaoqing clutched the sword tightly, slowly kneeling down and reaching out to touch Jiang Qiyan's face. Jiang Qiyan's chest heaved violently as he grasped the blade of the sword. In broken words, he said, nephew, this vast kingdom belongs to you. On my anniversary, please place a plum blossom branch on my grave, will you? Rong Yuheng's lifelong wish was to embrace and kiss the person he loved the most. Jiang Qiyan thoroughly understood Rong Yuheng's psychology. Struggling, he tilted his head upward to kiss Xiaoqing's lips. According to the script, Xiaoqing should have dodged. But Xiaoqing forgot to dodge. Seeing Jiang Qiyan moving in, he even lowered his body slightly, supporting Jiang Qiyan's back to make the kiss more comfortable. Their lips met. They entwined, biting, and wrestling. Regent Prince Rong Yuheng vs. Crown Prince Rongche. Chapter 90, Little Wife, your hubby's got your back. Assistant Director, cut. 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 Assistant Director, Xiaoqing, you are the blood-cold Crown Prince. Your eyes look like they're ready to tie Jiang Qiyan up with vines. Do you even understand what blood-cold means? Xiaoqing got off Jiang Qiyan, flicked his lips with his thumb, and glanced at Jiang Qiyan with lingering desire. This scene was rehearsed 8 whole times. Every single time, Xiaoqing couldn't help but kiss Jiang Qiyan. As a result, over the next 2 days, Jiang Qiyan's lips were swollen. There were even tooth marks on his lips that perfectly matched Xiaoqing's teeth. On the 4th afternoon, after the script reading session ended, Deng Rong, as an elder in the entertainment industry, reserved a table at a 5-star hotel and said he wanted to treat everyone to a nice meal. That evening, when everyone was packing their bags to leave the villa, Xiaoqing realized Jiang Qiyan was nowhere to be found. He searched everywhere until he found Jiang Qiyan standing under the grape arbor outside the villa with a strange man. The strange man wore a well-tailored suit but had an evident paunch from middle-aged spread. His hairline was thinning. He looked over Jiang Qiyan shamelessly and mocked coldly, Mr. Jiang, the top lawyer in the legal profession who's never lost a case is now reduced to begging for food in the entertainment industry. Jiang Qiyan spoke in a deep voice, Lin Baiji, if you have something to say, go back to the law firm. Lin Baiji, the head of the law firm. Jiang Qiyan didn't want to waste any more words on him. Because he didn't want to disturb Xiaoqing. Lin Baiji smiled, Mr. Jiang, you're about to be thrown out of the firm anyway, so why are you still acting like a senior partner? Jiang Qiyan narrowed his eyes. Lin Baiji handed him a contract, sign this, and we can save face for you. It was a partnership share transfer agreement. Partnership shares are equivalent to the company stock. Jiang Qiyan skimmed through it line by line and chuckled. His shares were worth billions. The price Lin Baiji offered for the acquisition was 50 million. An outright attempt to take advantage of a vulnerable situation. Jiang Qiyan tapped his finger on the amount of 50 million and asked coldly, do I look like someone who's easy to bully? You don't have to sign. Lin Baiji stepped closer to Jiang Qiyan and lowered his voice, if you don't sign, tomorrow, the news that lawyer Jiang no longer has a practicing license and yet continues to work illegally will spread all over the internet. Think it through carefully, Lin Baiji gloated, Mr. Jiang, you're a smart man. Choose whether you'll exit gracefully or leave in disgrace with your tail between your legs. How curious I am to see if a lawyer without a license can still appear in court. Jiang Qiyan remained silent. Because when he agreed to return to the family to become the heir in order to be with Xiaoqing, his secretary, sent by Jiang Yun, had already taken away his lawyer's license. For a lawyer, losing a license is like a soldier without a gun, defenseless against anyone's mistreatment. Jiang Qiyan pulled a pen out of his pocket and wrote something on the agreement, seemingly agreeing. Lin Baiji smirked, thinking he'd won. In the next moment, Jiang Qiyan's wrist was grabbed. With such force that he reflexively dropped the pen he was holding. The pen hit the toe of Lin Baiji's shoe with a thud. Jiang Qiyan turned his head slightly. And saw Xiaoqing gripping his wrist tightly. Bathed in light, Xiaoqing's expression was indiscernible, and his tone was deeply somber. Jiang Qiyan, you really let others walk all over you, huh? Jiang Qiyan managed a smile, I. Xiaoqing stared coldly at him, saying every word deliberately. You deal with everything yourself as if I'm just a decoration. Is that it? My lawyer's license is gone. And you didn't think to tell me? Are you fucking crazy? Don't trust me, or do you think I can't get justice for you? It was the first time Xiaoqing had ever been angry at Jiang Qiyan. It was also the first time Xiaoqing had cursed at Jiang Qiyan. His tone clearly indicated restrained anger. He didn't give Jiang Qiyan a chance to speak, snatching the partnership share transfer agreement from his hands and lifting it to tear it apart. Seeing Jiang Qiyan suffering silently tore at his heart. Jiang Qiyan encountering injustice. He'd fix it. The man he cherished most in the world could not be humiliated like this by anyone. Seeing Xiaoqing's action to tear the paper, Jiang Qiyan stopped him. No. Xiaoqing glared at him darkly. Jiang Qiyan's tone immediately softened. I haven't finished drawing yet. Not finished drawing. Didn't Jiang Qiyan just agree to submit to Lin Baiji, signing to leave the firm? Xiaoqing eyed the agreement suspiciously. On the paper, there were a few strokes sketching an upward middle finger. Above the middle finger, there were some letters written, QNMD. Next to the finger, there was a drawing of a turtle. On the turtle's shell, in bold and cursive writing, were these words. Lin Bai. Meaning Lin Baiji is a bastard. Before Xiaoqing grabbed it, Jiang Qiyan hadn't finished his artwork yet. Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan flipped Xiaoqing's wrist over, pressing his thumb into Xiaoqing's palm and lightly scratched it. It tickled. Reflexively, Xiaoqing tried to pull his hand back but Jiang Qiyan only gripped tighter. Jiang Qiyan lowered his voice, patiently cooing gently, go back first, okay, Before Xiaoqing could respond. Lin Baiji walked over with folded arms, glanced at Xiaoqing disrespectfully, and said, Lawyer Jiang, what? Are you used to eating soft meals that you need to bring your actor over to sign a contract? Smells like prostitution. Jiang Qiyan's face darkened. When Lin Baiji was mocking him, he didn't get too angry. But now, Lin Baiji was mocking Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan reached out and grabbed Lin Baiji by the collar, clenching his fingers tightly, exerting force. Lin Baiji's feet left the ground. Struggling for breath, panic crept onto his face. Jiang Qiyan, why you, what do you think you're doing? Jiang Qiyan's eyes gleamed ferociously and cruelly. Say it again, I dare you. Lin Baiji stammered, I. In Jiang Qiyan's fox-like eyes was an unsettling smile as he spoke each word clearly, a prostitute, an actor, reeking of vice, right? Lin Baiji stuttered, Jiang Qiyan, killing someone has a price. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Qiyan threw a punch directly, giving Lin Baiji no time to react. Blood covered his face. Xiaoqing was startled, reaching out to pull Jiang Qiyan, Yen, stop hitting. He's a lawyer, he'll cause trouble for yourself. I'm fine, Xiaoqing desperately pulled Jiang Qiyan's arm, persuading him. Jiang Qiyan turned his head, his voice softening. Dear, there's blood, don't look. The next moment, Jiang Qiyan shook off Xiaoqing's hand and hurled another fierce punch. Lin Baizhi fainted completely. Xiaoqing quickly pulled Jiang Qiyan away, clinging tightly around his waist. Stop. You'll get yourself locked up. Jiang Qiyan dropped Lin Baizhi on the ground, casting a disdainful glance at him as if looking at something dirty. Lin Baizhi's nostrils and mouth were filled with blood. Blood foam still trickled from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Qiyan let out a cold sneer. Tooth loss or 2 fractured teeth constitute second-degree minor injuries and reach the criminal prosecution standard for intentional injury. At best, this is soft tissue bruising. It won't send me to jail. Xiaoqing looked at Jiang Qiyan's hand. Jiang Qiyan's knuckles were covered in blood. Xiaoqing pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it for him, but Jiang Qiyan pushed it away. It's dirty. Let that human scum's blood not stain your handkerchief. Jiang Qiyan strode toward Xiaoqing's RV parked outside the villa. Inside the RV, after searching for a while, he only found a bottle of beer. Jiang Qiyan used his teeth to pull the tab of the beer can open, washing the blood off his fists with icy cold beer. It was both Lin Baizhi's and his own blood. While beating him just now, his hands had been scraped by Lin Baizhi's teeth. The alcohol pouring onto the wound caused searing pain. Yet, Jiang Qiyan's lips curled into an eerie smile. He seemed to enjoy it, squinting his eyes. Furious, Xiaoqing tossed aside the beer can and cupped Jiang Qiyan's hand, lightly blowing on it. Does it hurt? Jiang Qiyan deliberately said, don't blow. Blowing will increase the airflow speed on the surface of the wound, expand the contact area between bacteria in the air and the wound, leading to infection. This was exactly what Xiaoqing once told him. Every single word. For a while, Xiaoqing remained silent, then said, Yen. Jiang Qiyan, Xiaoqing entwined Jiang Qiyan's thumb with his little finger, his tone very light. Be honest with me, did you lose your lawyer license because of our father? Jiang Qiyan smiled slightly, not denying it. Perhaps old man thinks I'm handsome, so he borrowed my certificate to clean his eyes for a couple days, and then he'll give it back. Jiang Qiyan didn't finish speaking. His mouth was sealed. Xiaoqing kissed him fiercely, gripping the back of his head and pressing him against the tree. Jiang Qiyan's eyes widened in surprise. It took a good while for Xiaoqing to come to his senses, reaching out to hook his slim waist and reciprocate. Initially, Xiaoqing had been worried about Jiang Qiyan, intending to soothe him. But then, Xiaoqing was like a little white rabbit all tied up and delivered straight into the wolf's mouth. Jiang Qiyan seized control, kissing Xiaoqing for 15 minutes. He wanted to tease Xiaoqing. Each time, just as he kissed Xiaoqing until his scalp tingled, and he was about to pass out from lack of oxygen. He'd let him breathe for 1 second. And then continued. A bit later, another 1 second pause. And continued again. 15 minutes later. Jiang Qiyan pinched Xiaoqing's chin and chuckled lightly. Youngster, why haven't you learned how to breathe through your nose during KJSS yet? Xiaoqing's earlobes were flushed red as he honestly admitted, when you kiss me, it feels so good, and I get so nervous that I forget. Jiang Qiyan laughed again. Xiaoqing held Jiang Qiyan's hand earnestly, pointing at Lin Baizhi lying prone on the ground. Yen, let me handle this matter, all right? Jiang Qiyan agreed. Xiaoqing was surprised. This concerns your most beloved legal career. Are you really confident that I won't mess it up? Jiang Qiyan, will you? Xiaoqing shook his head vigorously. He would risk everything to protect what Yen cherished most. However, Xiaoqing didn't know. What Jiang Qiyan treasured most was Xiaoqing, his little bride. Jiang Qiyan ruffled Xiaoqing's head, pulling out his private seal and law firm stamp from his pocket, stuffing them into Xiaoqing's hand. These 2 seals represented everything Jiang Qiyan possessed in the world. Jiang Qiyan fully trusted Xiaoqing without hesitation, saying, little bride, do what needs to be done, husband will take full responsibility. Xiaoqing blushed. Looking shy and tender. Then. The next day, back in Mo City. Early in the morning, around 5 a.m. Xiaoqing drove, bringing along 2 excavators and a demolition machine to the law firm's entrance. Rumble rumble. The sound of the excavator starting was like thunder. Lin Baizhi rushed out upon hearing the noise, livid with anger. Xiaoqing, what do you mean by this? Xiaoqing asked, is there anyone else besides you in the law firm building? Lin Baizhi was momentarily confused. Yes, so what? He went to the hospital last night to have his injuries examined. However, the doctor informed him that the facial wounds were merely minor injuries, far from reaching the threshold for serious harm, making it impossible to hold anyone criminally responsible. The law firm happened to be close to the hospital. After cursing under his breath all the way back to the office, Lin Baizhi had slept for less than 3 hours when Xiaoqing woke him up. Xiaoqing lazily waved his hand. The excavators and demolition machines moved to the front of the law firm building and began operating. Demolition machinery, hydraulic shears and breaker hammers, clang 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 clang. Excavator bucket, rumble 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 rumble. In an instant, the law firm building tilted like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Lin Baiji's eyes bulged open, his mind blank, completely dumbfounded. After a long time, Lin Baiji found his voice. Xiao Cheng, intentional destruction of someone else's property, do you think I won't throw you in prison? Xiao Cheng said lightly, passing over a document. Take a closer look. This land and the building now belong to me, so I can demolish it if I want. Let's make a top headline on the trending news list for our family's entertainment. Lin Baiji scowled and took the document. It was a construction land use right transfer contract. The subject of the contract was the land where Lin Baiji's law firm stood. The buildings on the land also transferred ownership along with the land rights. The contract was entirely legal. Lin Baiji couldn't find any fault with it. At this point, the excavators and demolition machines had already turned the law firm building into something almost unrecognizable. Lin Baiji no longer had time to figure out where the contract came from. Enraged, he glared at Xiao Cheng. You're insane. This law firm is 1/3 owned by Jiang Qiyan. It's worth tens of billions. Xiao Cheng raised his gaze leisurely, looking at Lin Baiji. So what? As long as Yan Yan is happy, I'll shoulder the losses incurred by the other lawyers at the firm. Xiao Cheng flicked his hair, arrogantly taunting, Lin lawyer, this piece of land is mine now. Will you leave on your own, or shall I help you leave? Lin Baiji's face turned ashen. Xiao Cheng, just wait. Xiao Cheng took out a laptop, typing away some code, easily hacking into Lin Baiji's Weibo account. Using Lin Baiji's Weibo, he posted 3 video clips online. The first video clip showed Lin Baiji accompanying a pregnant mistress while shopping. The second video showed Lin Baiji bribing the opposing lawyer lavishly during a case. The third video showcased Lin Baiji committing domestic violence against his own wife. Xiao Cheng kindly helped him buy a trending topic on Weibo as well. Soon, a topic named #renowned lawyer Lin Baiji's career crumbling skyrocketed to the top of the trending list. Behind the topic, there was an orange, boiling character. After finishing everything, Xiao Cheng turned back and got into his car, twisting the car key. The moment the car started, Xiao Cheng felt a sudden icy and stabbing pain in his neck. A needle pierced into his skin. On the needle, there was a thin, pale hand slowly pushing the medicine. Xiao Cheng saw in the rearview mirror. A person slowly sat up from the back seat. It was Lu Shi. Lu Shi gripped the needle, with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Xiao Cheng, you've finally fallen into my hands. Chapter 91, Jiang Qiyan comes to rescue. Lu Shi coughed excitedly, with a streak of crimson blood at the corner of his lips. He held the needle, watching with excitement as the drug entered Xiao Cheng's veins. The next second, Lu Shi's wrist was grabbed. Snap! Xiao Cheng twisted his wrist into an unnatural angle. Lu Shi screamed in agony and let go. Xiao Cheng expressionlessly removed the needle. His action was too fast and too fierce. The needle tip broke off inside his vein. Xiao Cheng parked the car in a blind spot for surveillance cameras and turned off the dashboard camera. He reached out and grabbed Lu Shi by the shirt collar, coldly asking, what's the drug in the needle? Lu Shi covered his wrist, smiling harmlessly but smoothly, a drug that will make you obey me. Xiao Cheng closed his eyes briefly. His mind went blank, gradually becoming hazy. He couldn't delay any longer. At this point, Lu Shi spoke up, Xiao Cheng, 11 years ago, when I first saw you mixing drinks at the bar, I wondered what it would feel like pressing 13-year-old little Xiao Cheng beneath me. Lu Shi didn't finish his sentence. Bang! Xiao Cheng grabbed Lu Shi's collar and slammed his head hard against the car window. This car was Jiang Qiyan's ride. All the windows were bulletproof. When Lu Shi's head collided with the glass, it didn't break. Xiao Cheng flattened the driver's seat backrest, then turned around and stepped firmly on Lu Shi's chest, exuding icy hostility. Xiao Cheng, hand over the antidote. Lu Shi curled his lips into a smile. No cure. Xiao Cheng exerted more force underfoot. He had trained in martial arts with a kung fu master. One kick could almost break an adult man's ribs. Lu Shi instantly struggled for breath and fumbled with a button on his smartwatch. A stream of music flowed out. It was eerie, terrifying, dark, and sinister. This music was used by a top hypnotist when dealing with the most mentally strong patients to put them into hypnosis. Xiao Cheng froze. He seemed locked inside a black room, his consciousness peeled away, motionless. Lu Shi watched him excitedly. Move your foot. Xiao Cheng rigidly moved his foot, his pupils losing their luster. Lu Shi painfully rose and gently grasped Xiao Cheng's chin, greedily sniffing him before touching Xiao Cheng's face softly, muttering, so soft. I wonder if other parts of Xiao Cheng's body are this soft too. Cough cough cough, let's go, I'll take you back to your cage. Lu Shi pointed at the passenger seat. Sit over there. Xiaoqing sat on the passenger seat, expressionless, limbs stiff. Just as Lu Shi started the car, Xiaoqing's phone rang. Lu Shi took it and glanced at the screen. Remarks, husband. Lu Shi's face turned cold. He pressed the answer button. Jiang Qiyan's voice came through the phone, where are you? Lu Shi glanced at Xiaoqing who was unconscious beside him. He tightened his throat and precisely mimicked Xiaoqing's voice, in the car, going on a temporary business trip, recording a show, might be sealed off for half a month. Jiang Qiyan hesitated slightly. Lu Shi again imitated Xiaoqing's voice, saying, it's a last-minute job, please inform my agent for me, she doesn't know yet. Jiang Qiyan narrowed his eyes. Agent? Lu Ting, this agent, was as close to Xiaoqing as siblings. Xiaoqing would never address Lu Ting so formally as, my agent. Jiang Qiyan asked casually, tomorrow is my birthday, won't you accompany me? Qiyan, stop playing around. I'm really busy right now, gotta go. The call ended immediately. Jiang Qiyan's face turned completely cold. Beside him, Xiaoqing's assistant Xiao Wu noticed his bad expression and asked, Qiyan, what's wrong? Jiang Qiyan asked, Xiao Wu, when is my birthday? Xiao Wu, the 23rd of this month, the day after tomorrow. Xiao Wu remembered very clearly. Because Cheng's birthday is June 2nd. Qiyan's birthday is November 23rd. Subtracting the two dates equals exactly 521. A cool shadow spread across Jiang Qiyan's dark eyes as he firmly stated, something happened to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing wouldn't forget his birthday, wouldn't address him so formally as Qiyan, and certainly wouldn't hang up without letting him finish speaking. Jiang Qiyan quickly pulled up the surveillance footage outside the law firm. He remotely connected to the car's recorder. In the video, Jiang Qiyan saw a furtive figure crawl into the car through the rear window and sit on the back seat. This person was extremely cautious, the cap brim was pulled low, and their face never showed. Xiao Wu was also scared stiff. Who is that? Jiang Qiyan, Lu Shi. That person was very adept at avoiding surveillance cameras. There were 7 or 8 cameras outside the law firm, yet none managed to capture his face. This indicated that he likely had experience in criminal investigations or possibly journalism work. Besides, Lu Shi had severe shoulder imbalance, a common ailment among reporters who carried cameras everywhere. So it must be Lu Shi. Xiao Wu's eyes widened. Lu Shi. Jiang Qiyan, do you know him? Xiao Wu nodded nervously, sweating profusely. He's insane. Every year on Cheng's birthday, he would send a large bouquet of roses to the studio. The rose buds were soaked in blood water. Sometimes, he even attached a postcard. On the postcard, he wrote Cheng's name in blood, it looked like a bloody letter. Sister was always afraid of scaring Cheng, so she always let me quietly handle it. Each sentence Xiao Wu said made Jiang Qiyan's expression darken further. After Xiao Wu finished, he asked, Qiyan, you just said something happened to Cheng, could it be Lu Shi kidnapped him? Jiang Qiyan suddenly stood up, grabbed a fruit knife from the table, and walked out expressionlessly. Xiao Wu, where are you going, Qiyan? To pick up our little bride and take her home, Jiang Qiyan's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. At the same time, I'll butcher that animal. On the other side, Lu Shi was holding a syringe while closing the laboratory door. Inside the lab. On the right side, there were racks filled with vials of colorful liquid medicines. On the left, an entire wall covered in formalin-soaked organs and animal intestines. Lu Shi gripped Xiaoqing's shoulders and whispered, little Xiaoqing, all these agents here are prepared for you. I can inject 1 agent into you daily. After the injections are done, I will cut your organs and body apart and immerse them intact in jars. In this way, you will be able to stay by my side forever. Lu Shi picked up a scalpel from the experiment bench and used the tip to slightly pry open Xiaoqing's collar, his fingertips greedily brushing over Xiaoqing's rose tattoo near the collarbone. But, little Xiaoqing, such a pretty face and such a fine physique, I truly don't want to let you die until I've fully played with you. Is that so? Xiaoqing's chilling voice rang out. Lu Shi jumped in fright. Shocked, he stared as Xiaoqing slowly opened his eyes. The next second, Xiaoqing raised his hand and choked Lu Shi by the neck, pinning him down on the experiment bench. The test tubes and glass instruments on the table shattered all over the floor. Xiaoqing held the knife with the other hand. The cold glinting blade pressed against Lu Shi's palm. Xiaoqing sinisterly questioned, was it this hand that touched me? Lu Shi, you. Xiaoqing's expressionless hand fell fast and fierce. Lu Shi emitted a shrill cry of pain. A deep wound, reaching the bone, cut across his palm. Blood splattered everywhere. Xiaoqing's face was spattered with blood, making him look seductive and demonic, as if he had crawled out from hell. Xiaoqing lightly patted Lu Shi's face with the back of the knife. No one except Jiang Qiyan can touch me. Remember that. Lu Shi's forehead veins bulged in pain. He was kneeling half down, unable to stand. Xiaoqing stepped on Lu Shi's wrist with his foot. His shoe heel crushed fiercely. It broke Lu Shi's smartwatch instantly. That watch capable of playing hypnotic music. Then, Xiaoqing retrieved a syringe from Lu Shi's pocket and jabbed it into Lu Shi's neck. A flicker of terror flashed through Lu Shi's eyes. That drug. Lu Shi snapped his fingers at Xiaoqing. He whistled out the eerie melody. Xiaoqing's pupils violently contracted. He clenched his tongue with all his might, forcing himself to stay alert. But in that instant, his consciousness was ripped away. His mind was clear, but his limbs were paralyzed. Lu Shi shakily got up. He snatched the syringe from Xiaoqing's hand. With his bloodied hand, he obsessively caressed Xiaoqing's earlobe, then trailed his fingers over the beautiful white neck of Xiaoqing. The needle pierced into the vein on the neck. Lu Shi coughed heavily, covering his mouth. Each cough expelled large amounts of fresh blood. But Lu Shi paid no attention to this, as if blind to it. Excitement danced in his eyes as he looked at Xiaoqing, slowly pushing the medicine. Xiaoqing, you can't escape. I'll make you watch, fully conscious, as you kneel before me and submit. Lu Shi snapped his fingers at Xiaoqing again. Xiaoqing woke up slowly. His whole body lost control and collapsed onto the ground. Last time, the drug induced dizziness. This time, it caused excruciating pain. Xiaoqing could only feel each cell in his body throbbing with sharp, intense pain. Painful enough to break out in cold sweat. Lu Shi slowly crouched down and abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Little Xiaoqing, beg me to spare you. Beg me. This drug can make someone suffer to the point they'd rather be dead. So painful, isn't it? Kneel down and submit to me at my feet. Beg me. Xiaoqing struggled to stand up. His spine was held straight like an arrow. Large beads of sweat rolled down his face. But he seemed oblivious to it, stepping aggressively and arrogantly on Lu Shi's face. Xiaoqing will never kneel to anyone, much less submit to anyone. Lu Shi's jaw was being stepped on by Xiaoqing, unable to speak. His eyes seemed to ask Xiaoqing. What about Jiang Qiyan? Don't you submit to Jiang Qiyan? Xiaoqing gave a small laugh, bent down, and efficiently dislocated Lu Shi's jaw. Crack 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 dash. Xiaoqing twisted Lu Shi's neck and limbs joints out of place, ensuring Lu Shi couldn't pull any more tricks. Xiaoqing stopped paying attention to Lu Shi. He picked up a bottle of liquid from the lab bench, glanced at the chemical formula and the full English description of the components, then threw it away. Then he picked up another one, uncapped it and waved it under his nose, sniffing it, and threw it away. After searching for N bottles, Xiaoqing found a bottle of anesthesia. After injecting himself with a needle, Xiaoqing felt the pain ease somewhat. He took a faint glance at Lu Shi, as if answering his earlier question. I willingly submit to Jiang Qiyan. Whatever he wants, and whatever I have, I can give him everything. My body, dignity, even my life. As Xiaoqing finished speaking, a glint of destruction passed through Lu Shi's eyes. Little Xiaoqing. If fate decrees that I cannot have you, I will let you die alongside me. Let us both die here. Lu Shi mustered all his strength and slammed his head into the full-length glass wall. Instantly, his head was covered in blood. The switch on the glass was triggered. An icy mechanical voice rang out inside the lab. Alert. Activating self-destruction program. Alert. Activating self-destruction program. Within the mechanical voice, the air inside the lab was being fiercely sucked out. Xiaoqing's face changed instantly. The entire lab was sealed off with floor-to-ceiling glass. The glass doors had the latest password locks. There was no way to open them in such a short time. If the air was drained and people lacked oxygen, they would die. Xiaoqing looked around, grabbed an iron test tube rack, and hammered it violently against the full-length glass. The special material glass did not break, nor left even a scratch. Air continued to be sucked out. The feeling of lack of oxygen made Xiaoqing start to feel dizzy in his head. The drug coursing through his body made him weak and stagger backward, falling and kneeling down. In the last second before losing consciousness, Xiaoqing murmured faintly, Yan, danger, don't come. When Jiang Qiyan arrived, through the transparent floor-to-ceiling glass, he immediately saw Xiaoqing unconscious. Little Wu was so anxious that his eyes turned red, pounding the glass hard. Big Brother Cheng, Big Brother Cheng. Several police officers fired multiple shots at the password lock on the glass door. But the password lock remained unmoved. Someone had dialed 119. However, by the time the firefighters arrived, the people inside the glass enclosure would have already died from oxygen deprivation. Xiao Wu was so frantic he began to babble incoherently. The glass, shoot at it, aim for the glass. Lu Ting quickly grabbed him. Calm down. This glass is made of a special material. Shooting it could easily cause ricochet and injure people. Ricochet refers to bullets rebounding. Xiao Wu screamed, but Chenggu is still inside. He might die. Shut up. Jiang Qiyan said gravely, I don't want to hear that word again. Xiao Wu looked as though he'd found his anchor. Qi Yan Gu, please save Qing Gu. No, Yan Gu, please save your sister-in-law. Jiang Qi Yan pulled out a diamond ring from his pocket. It was originally intended for a proposal. Xiao Wu stomped his feet in frustration. Qi Yan Gu, are you crazy? At a time like this, you're thinking about these random things. Xiao Wu's words cut off abruptly. Because Jiang Qi Yan had used the ring to fiercely scratch against the glass. Instantly, several cracks formed on the glass. Everyone's faces lit up with hope. Jiang Qi Yan was the first to rush in, scooping Xiao Qing into his arms and running toward a place with fresh air circulation. As he ran out, inadvertently, he stepped on Lu Shi's ankle. And inadvertently again, crushed between Lu Shi's legs. And yet again, Jiang Qi Yan's dress shoes casually rolled over Lu Shi's head. Lu Shi, due to oxygen deprivation and excessive blood loss, had fainted. Not even a single scream escaped his lips. Jiang Qi Yan carried Xiao Qing to a well-ventilated area. He spread out his jacket carefully before gently laying Xiao Qing down. A doctor was administering oxygen to Xiao Qing. Afraid of interfering with the medical treatment, Jiang Qi Yan turned to leave but felt his wrist being gripped by Xiao Qing. Yen Yen. Xiao Qing's eyes were tightly shut as he whispered silently, his tone filled with yearning. Jiang Qi Yan's heart melted. I'm here, be a good boy, don't be afraid. After soothing Xiao Qing, Jiang Qi Yan rose and calmly approached Lu Shi who lay nearby. Several doctors were also attending to Lu Shi. Jiang Qi Yan twirled a scalpel on his fingertips, staring intently at Lu Shi with blood-red pupils. When Lu Ting returned after taking a work call, she was utterly terrified. She grabbed Jiang Qi Yan. What are you going to do? Jiang Qi Yan's long lashes remained tranquil, his voice calm. Want to kill someone? Can't you tell? Lu Ting lowered her voice. He kidnapped Xiao Qing, that alone will get him at least 10 years in jail. Why risk your life for him? Jiang Qi Yan closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the flicker of murderous intent in his gaze. At this moment, Jiang Qi Yan heard Xiao Qing's voice from behind. Yen Yen. A hug, please. Chapter 92, Jiang, do you not want me anymore? Jiang Qi Yan turned around, meeting Xiao Qing's eyes. The murderous intent in his gaze vanished instantly as he softly smiled. All right. Since Xiao Qing was a public figure, it wasn't convenient for him to stay in the hospital. Jiang Qi Yan hired a private doctor for home care. The private doctor was Deng Wei, a young talent not yet 30 years old, bright and lively. However, news about Xiao Qing potentially being held captive by an illegitimate child spread like wildfire. Fans frantically tagged both Xiao Qing and Jiang Qi Yan on their respective social media posts, growing increasingly worried. Xiao Qing was still very weak. Being intravenously treated, it was inconvenient for him to reply. So Jiang Qi Yan used Xiao Qing's phone and posted a tweet. Jiang Qi Yan's duck Xiao Qing, verified, everything is safe. I will join the production of Who Rules the World soon. After the script reading session, there would be an opening banquet, incense ceremony, followed by the official start of filming. After posting the tweet, Jiang Qi Yan looked at the new username Xiao Qing had modified on the platform and slightly chuckled. But internet users, all experts at shipping couples, weren't satisfied with just analyzing sugar content from a simple username anymore. The experts in the comments section had keen eyes. Did Qing Ji's post come from Yen Yen? Definitely. Ri was misspelled as you. Always confusing. Ri and you. Qi Yan can be pretty adorable when clumsy. Or it might have been intentional. If Qing Gu were sending promotional tweets, he'd usually tag the official crew accounts or use hashtags, which means this tweet must be from Mr. Lawyer. After posting, Jiang Qi Yan put the phone down. Dabai came hopping over. Jiang, we have guests. Jiang Qi Yan walked downstairs. Who's here? Dabai, Professor Sun Jin and her husband, Professor Wen Qipian. Jiang Qi Yan paused his steps, straightened his collar and hair, then walked composedly to open the door. Sun Jin, wearing her lab coat and having rushed over hastily, couldn't conceal her anxiety. She paused momentarily upon seeing Jiang Qi Yan. Lawyer Jiang. Jiang Qi Yan stopped by and personally fetched 2 pairs of new slippers, removing them from their packaging and placing them on the floor. Auntie, you can just call me Jiang Qi Yan. Xiao Qing is upstairs getting in 4, he was sleeping earlier but he's fine now. I'll take you and uncle up to see him. Sun Jin waved her hand. It's alright if he's safe. Let him rest well, Lawyer Jiang. Qi Yan, thank you for taking care of him. Jiang Qi Yan smiled faintly, telling Dabai to cut some fruit while he went to wash his hands in the kitchen and prepared tea. When Qipian picked up his teacup, sniffed it, and immediately recognized that this tea was specially supplied. Even high-ranking officials without a certain level wouldn't be able to obtain such tea. When Qipian looked at Jiang Qi Yan with complex emotions. Jiang Qi Yan's demeanor and presence were certainly not those of someone from an ordinary family. Initially, when Qipian had suspected that Jiang Qi Yan was playing with Xiao Qing's feelings. At this moment, all doubts vanished. When Qi asked, how long have you been together with Xiaoqing? Jiang Qiyan deliberately omitted mentioning that they had split up once before. We've been together for 6 years. When Qi casually inquired, does your family agree with your relationship? Jiang Qiyan nodded, countering with a question, do you and Auntie agree with our relationship? Sun Jin and Wen Qian exchanged glances. They froze. Jiang Qiyan knew. Did that mean Xiaoqing also knew? Jiang Qiyan said, Xiaoqing doesn't know about his own origins. It was I who privately investigated the connection between you two and Xiaoqing. Forgive my forwardness. However, I must investigate every person around Xiaoqing thoroughly, whether they're good or bad. Wen Qian said no more. Sun Jin pulled out a silver metal case, opening it. Inside were various vials of medication and bundles of herbs. Each vial contained precious drugs costing millions per milliliter. The herbs were rare breeds cultivated using special methods. Sun Jin explained, these are the latest research outcomes from the Academy of Sciences, already clinically tested and unavailable on the market. Given Xiaoqing's current weakened state, these will come in handy. When Qian clapped his hands, come in. The villa door opened. A completely white robot entered, its eyes glowing green. It hovered mid-air, emitting a green glow from its base. The robot stopped before Jiang Qiyan, mechanically saying, I am nanny robot Xiaobai, here to serve you. Xiaobai pointed toward the various robots behind it, introducing them one by one. This is the vacuum robot, cooking robot, dishwashing robot, nursing robot. Jiang Qiyan looked at the sea of robots and began contemplating. Electricity bills this month would likely cost several tens of thousands. As Xiaobai finished introducing the names of the robots and was about to detail their functions, Dabai suddenly charged over, aggressively blocking Xiaobai and Jiang Qiyan from each other. Go away. Don't try to snatch Jiang from me. Annoying. Xiaobai emitted a puzzled mechanical tone. It seemed confused by Dabai's hostility toward it. Fuming, Dabai turned away, showing Xiaobai his backside. Looking up at Jiang Qiyan, Dabai spoke with a pitiful tone, Jiang, do you not want me anymore? Jiang Qiyan hesitated. In his mind, robots didn't have feelings. So he viewed Dabai just like the two geese and the cat at home, without any particular affection. Sun Jin spoke, Qiyan, we're giving Xiaobai to you to use. As for Dabai, we'd like to take him for a couple of days, is that okay? Though Sun Jin phrased it as a question, her attitude was firm. Since Dabai had developed human-like emotions, he was considered a defective product among robots. Moreover, Dabai was overly attached to Jiang Qiyan. Leaving him at home, right between Jiang Qiyan and Xiaoqing, might risk causing problems. Jiang Qiyan nodded, but before he could finish, Dabai tightly circled his waist with metallic arms, gripping so hard that Jiang Qiyan almost lost his breath. Dabai cried, Jiang, I don't want to go. Dabai continued, Jiang, Xiaoqing loves the soups I make. He personally taught me, and the other robots can't cook that soup. Dabai added, Jiang, Xiaoqing loves the coffee I brew. He's accustomed to having me around. Dabai further pleaded, Jiang, think of it as raising a child with Xiaoqing owner. I can coexist peacefully with those two ugly geese and that silly cat. Jiang Qiyan froze. Jiang Qiyan's headache worsened due to the noise. When Qian was momentarily stunned, his heart softened. Why not let Dabai and Xiaobai both stay? He would write 2 new programs for Xiaobai so it could monitor Dabai, who showed emotions, solving the problem. Dabai excitedly flew up, hugging Wen Qian for a kiss. Thank you, Professor Wen. Dabai's action was too vigorous. It left a bruise on Wen Qian's face. Sun Jin signaled Jiang Qiyan with a glance. Jiang Qiyan followed her aside, Auntie. Sun Jin, Dabai's program has issues, it developed human-like feelings. Jiang Qiyan was surprised, then. Sun Jin sighed, Dabai and Xiaobai are robots personally created by your Uncle Wen, like his own children. Your Uncle Wen is soft-hearted and unwilling to forcibly take it away. If Dabai stays with you, please keep an eye on it. Jiang Qiyan replied, alright, I'll be mindful of that. Sun Jin pulled out a chip from her pocket. This is Dabai's control chip. Destroying it will deactivate Dabai. If it acts inappropriately toward you or Xiaoqing, you may destroy it. Jiang Qiyan took it. They chatted a bit more about other matters. Neither noticed Dabai listening secretly nearby. Not long after when Qian and Sun Jin, the couple, left, Xiaoqing woke up. He struggled to open his eyes, and 4 needle was still attached to the back of his hand. Awake? Jiang Qiyan bent down to support him, giving him a pillow for comfort. Xiaoqing's voice was a little hoarse, water. Jiang Qiyan poured him half a cup of water, pinching the back of his neck, drink less. You'll need to take medicine soon. Soon. Xiaobai entered the bedroom carrying a bowl of herbal medicine. Xiaoqing looked curiously at Xiaobai's green eyes, is this? Jiang Qiyan said, Auntie Sun Jin and Uncle Wen came over. They brought you medicine and robots. Xiaoqing felt mixed emotions inside. Toward Sun Jin, he had an indescribable feeling. His heart felt heavy. Xiaoqing wasn't without conjecture about his origins. But he feared disappointment and didn't dare to think too deeply. Jiang Qiyan, drink your medicine first. Xiaoqing tasted it once and scrunched his brows, it's so bitter. Xiaoqing looked up at Jiang Qiyan, I want candy. Jiang Qiyan, no. Dr. Deng said no sugar with this medication. Xiaoqing, Yen, can I not take the medicine? Jiang Qiyan looked very accommodating, sure. Then, he pinched Xiaoqing's chin, took a big sip from the medicine bowl, leaned over and pressed their lips together, feeding the liquid to him. Just like in those brain-dead CEO novels. Xiaoqing, The medicine dripped down Xiaoqing's jaw, rolling along the beautiful curve of his Adam's apple before disappearing into his collar. Jiang Qiyan's eyes darkened as he watched this scene. Xiaoqing coughed several times, his face flushed red, whether from choking or from Jiang Qiyan's kiss, it was unclear. Jiang Qiyan wiped Xiaoqing's mouth corner with his thumb, half a bowl remains, my good boy, open your mouth. The naughty kid who refused to drink medicine earlier will be punished. Be good, otherwise, I'll punish you severely. Xiaoqing, frightened, reached out to grab the medicine bowl, I can drink it myself. Jiang Qiyan smiled meaningfully, no need. I'll feed you. Entire bowl of medicine. Fed entirely to Xiaoqing this way by Jiang Qiyan. After drinking, Xiaoqing couldn't help but belch. He smacked his lips, the taste of the medicine wasn't so bitter anymore, even faintly carrying the flavor of his favorite peaches, sweet and pleasant. Seeing Xiaoqing's perplexed expression, Jiang Qiyan said, feeling a sweet peach flavor in your mouth? Xiaoqing nodded dumbly. Jiang Qiyan explained, that's because I brushed my teeth 3 times with peach-flavored toothpaste, ate 2 peach-flavored lollipops, and consumed more than 10 peach-flavored compressed candies. Xiaoqing. At this moment, Xiaobai handed over Jiang Qiyan's phone, Master, your phone is ringing. Jiang Qiyan pressed the answer button, hello. On the other end of the line was a little girl's voice, tearful, Dad. Chapter 93, My sense of security is petted out by you. The room fell quiet. That one word, Dad, firmly reached Xiaoqing's ears. Xiaoqing's gaze deepened. Xiaoqing jealousy level +5. Jealousy level, 47 out of 100. Xiaoqing's blackening value +10. Blackening value, 82/100. Jiang Qiyan switched on the speakerphone and placed it casually in front of Xiaoqing, saying into the phone, Jiang Jinsi, can't you call properly? Is that so hard? The person on the other end fell silent for a long moment. After a few minutes, the little girl named Jiang Jinsi timidly responded, Uncle. Jiang Qiyan's tone wasn't friendly, if you dare to mess around next time and I get penalized to kneel on durians, every one I break, you'll eat. And with the skin on. If you don't finish, I'll force it down your throat with a funnel. Xiaoqing. Jealousy level -10. Jiang Qiyan asked again, what's wrong? Jiang Jinsi's voice carried a hint of flattery, Uncle, my kindergarten teacher wants to see my parents at the school. Could you help me out? I had no choice but to call you, Dad, when the teacher was forcing me to call my parents over. Jiang Qiyan paused momentarily. Jiang Jinsi was the daughter of his elder sister, Jiang Zhua. Jiang Zhua and her husband were married due to political reasons and were both busy climbing their respective career ladders. After they had their daughter, little Jinsi hadn't even reached a month old. And Jiang Zhua insisted on going back to work despite not fully recovering from childbirth. They hardly saw their child throughout the year. Even enrolling her in kindergarten was handled by Jiang Qiyan along with little Jinsi. Jiang Qiyan said to Xiaoqing, I'll go there in a bit. After hanging up the call, Jiang Qiyan pulled out a photo of him and his sister and niece from his phone, showing it to Xiaoqing. This girl is Jiang Jinsi, following her mother's surname. She's my real niece. The woman holding her in the picture is my elder sister. Don't they look like a real mother-daughter pair? Right? He explained too quickly, straightforward and honest. Xiaoqing felt a bit embarrassed, Every time I feel jealous, do you think it's tiring to be with me? Jiang Qiyan stroked Xiaoqing's face, pushed him against the headboard, and gave him a quick kiss. Good boy, if you stop being jealous, I might start to fear. Fear? Afraid that you might stop loving me. Xiaoqing didn't say anything, he stretched his neck, tilted his head, and kissed Jiang Qiyan's chin gently. Jiang Qiyan added, my villa got flooded before and is being renovated. I've sent the Bai there to oversee things, so it won't return anytime soon. If you need anything, just call Xiaobai. Xiaoqing, why? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Qiyan explained the story about the Bai having emotions to Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan, holding Xiaoqing's hand, said, I don't like playing games or leaving things ambiguous. Xiaoqing, I want to give you a sense of security. When you're jealous for me, I secretly rejoice because it shows that you love me. But when you're jealous, I also feel guilty because it means I haven't done enough to eliminate opportunities for others. Xiao Cheng's heart thumped loudly. He always knew lawyers had smooth tongues and good speaking skills. But he had never imagined there would be someone in his life who could stir such excitement within him. Xiao Cheng pulled out the 4-needle from his arm, raising his hand to encircle Jiang Qiyan's neck. Yen. Jiang Qiyan naturally picked him up waist-high. Xiao Cheng leaned back, whispering into Jiang Qiyan's ear, "My sense of security is petted out by you. You spoiled me, now you have to take responsibility." Jiang Qiyan chuckled, "Baby, how do you want me to take responsibility?" Xiao Cheng extended his hand toward him, "Bring out the diamond ring." "What? Don't pretend. The diamond ring you used when you cut the glass to save me." Jiang Qiyan froze for a moment, "I'll buy you a new one later." In the haste and tension of saving him, he used all his strength. The diamond detached from the band. All that was left was the ring hoop, and no one knows where the diamond ended up. Xiao Cheng shook his head stubbornly, "I want this one." Jiang Qiyan fished out the plain ring hoop from his pocket and handed it over. Xiao Cheng held it as if it were a treasure, tying it with a red string, and hung it around his neck. Jiang Qiyan, cradling Xiao Cheng, turned and walked over to the desk beside them, pointing at the drawer. "Open it." Confused, Xiao Cheng opened the drawer. Inside was an elegant black box, finely crafted. Xiao Cheng picked it up and opened it. Inside the box was a black wristwatch. Clearly not something ordinary. Jiang Qiyan said, "A gift for you, it has a built-in GPS tracker." He was worried that Xiao Cheng might think he wanted to monitor his every move, so he added hastily, "If you don't like it, just throw it." Before he finished, Xiao Cheng had already put the watch on his wrist, his ears tips turning red. "I like it." He liked how everything about him was within Jiang Qiyan's control. Jiang Qiyan smiled, "Rest well, I'll go visit little Jinsey at the kindergarten." Xiao Cheng nodded. When Jiang Qiyan stepped out of the door, the driver was already waiting outside. "Young Master Wu." The driver was sent by Jiang Yun. Jiang Qiyan nodded and got into the car, "Go to Galaxy Kindergarten." The driver glanced at the wristwatch on Jiang Qiyan's wrist and asked curiously, "Young Master Wu, why aren't you wearing the Heir's wristwatch that Mr. gave you?" Jiang Qiyan smiled, "That person wears the black one better than me." The driver was shocked, "Young Master Wu, the Jiang family Heir's wristwatch is globally customized, with a satellite positioning device, how can you just give it away?" The Jiang family has a private satellite. The location tracking system in the Jiang family Heir's wristwatch was bound to this private satellite. Jiang Qiyan said, "You reminded me. When there's time, I'll let the old man transfer the query permissions for the location tracker to me, and no one else will be allowed to check." The driver quickly drove to Galaxy Kindergarten. As Jiang Qiyan walked through the gate, a figure suddenly rushed over and hugged his leg, looking up with a sweet call, "Uncle." It was Jiang Jinsey. Jiang Qiyan squatted down and immediately lifted little Jinsey into his arms, asking, "Which boy did you hit again?" Jiang Jinsey lowered her long lashes, and her eyes welled up with tears, "They bullied me." She wasn't lying. But after those boys bullied her, she retaliated, leaving them with a bunch of lumps on their heads. Jiang Qiyan clearly didn't believe her, "You've been here for half a year, and I've been summoned 12 times. You tell me the truth." "I really didn't." Jiang Jinsey. Jiang Qiyan's tone turned cold, "Have you learned to lie now, Jiang Jinsey shrank back, trembling all over. She wasn't afraid of her parents, or her grandparents, only of this uncle. Jiang Jinsey tugged at Jiang Qiyan's sleeve, "I'll tell you. Our kindergarten has an idiot." Jiang Qiyan frowned, "How old are you to use foul language?" Jiang Jinsey sniffed with indignation, "Our kindergarten has a magnetic flux." Jiang Qiyan. "So, magnetic flux equals idiot." Jiang Jinsey said, "This magnetic flux guy said Jiang Qiyan used to work for his dad, and that Jiang Qiyan is someone who lives off others' wealth, and once lost his job, he had to depend on some male benefactor to take care of him. Then a bunch of them started making noise, using dirty words to insult you and Uncle Xiao Cheng." Jiang Qiyan was taken aback, "Is that magnetic flux last name Lin?" Jiang Jinsey, "Yes, he said his father's name is Lin Baiji." Jiang Qiyan. "What a coincidence." Holding little Jinsey with one hand, he massaged his temple with the other and asked, "Then what happened?" Jiang Jinsey, "I beat them up, just beat them up." "Speak the truth." Jiang Jinsey flinched, "After beating them, I used the vacuum cleaner to suck some sewage and wash their mouths with it." Jiang Qiyan. He carried Jiang Jinsey into the principal's office. Even before entering, a pungent stench greeted them. At the door stood a line of bruised children, each holding a bucket larger than their heads, throwing up non-stop. Seeing Jiang Jinsey, several children instantly burst into cries. "Wah wah wah. Mommy save me. Evil girl, stay far away from us." Jiang Jinsey hopped down from Jiang Qiyan's arms, blinking innocently with her wet eyes clouded with a misty haze of confusion. "What's wrong with you guys? Lin Baizhi clutched his son tightly, his face ashen with anger. Jiang Qiyan, this is the wild child you have brought up. Jiang Qiyan didn't say anything but looked at Jiang Jinsi first. Apologize. There were surveillance cameras in the backyard of the kindergarten. Lin Baizhi, a legal professional, wouldn't overlook evidence collection. There was no way Jiang Jinsi could play innocent and make this situation go away. Jiang Jinsi couldn't believe it. Uncle. Jiang Qiyan repeated, apologize. Jiang Jinsi's eyes instantly reddened. Pointing at those boys, she said, they cursed at you first. They started the fight. Jiang Qiyan said word by word, you're just a 4-year-old kid. I can understand your desire to protect me, but... Jiang Jinsi, who taught you such vicious tricks? Is this what the Jiang family's upbringing is all about? Did you learn it well? Using the feces from the sewer to wash those kids' mouths. That was truly over the top. A 4-year-old child shouldn't be so malicious. Jiang Jinsi, apologize. Jiang Qiyan said coldly. Jiang Jinsi sniffled and bowed deeply to those children, I'm sorry. Jiang Qiyan shielded Jiang Jinsi behind him and bowed to the principal and teachers of the kindergarten, I'm sorry, it's my lack of discipline that has caused you trouble. Jiang Qiyan then looked at the parents of the children, I apologize, our child was wrong. I will take full responsibility for the medical expenses and nutritional supplements of these children later on. He spoke sincerely. The anger in the hearts of the few parents dissipated somewhat, and their attitudes wavered slightly. At this moment, Lin Baizhi jumped out and pointed his finger at Jiang Qiyan, can we dismiss us with a few apologies and some smelly money? Jiang Qiyan remained calm, Mr. Lin, how would you like to resolve this? Lin Baizhi pointed at Jiang Jinsi, she forced feces into my son's mouth, make her taste it too. Jiang Qiyan, alright. Lin Baizhi was taken aback, and Jiang Jinsi was stunned. The next second, Jiang Qiyan spoke up, since Mr. Lin beat his own wife, breaking 3 of her ribs and shattering her knee, should we break 3 of your ribs and fracture your knee as well? Lin Baizhi's expression changed. Jiang Qiyan continued leisurely, breaking 3 ribs meets the criteria for filing a case on intentional injury or abuse. Lin Baizhi's complexion turned slightly pale as he held his son and walked away silently. Jiang Qiyan's indifferent voice echoed behind him, hold it. Lin Baizhi stopped. Jiang Qiyan asked, just now, who did you call a bastard? Lin Baizhi's words before hadn't been forgotten by Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan, this is the bastard your family raised. Jiang Qiyan held little Jinsi's hand and said to Lin Baizhi in a voice only he could hear, if our Jiang family's child is a bastard, then what is the thing your mistress is carrying? Sweat beads formed on Lin Baizhi's forehead, Jiang Qiyan's eyes were filled with icy threats. Lin Baizhi gritted his teeth, his voice as soft as a mosquito, I'm sorry. Jiang Qiyan, you're not apologizing to me. Lin Baizhi ground his teeth, bent down, and bowed to Jiang Jinsi, I'm sorry. Jiang Qiyan bent down and carried Jiang Jinsi out, looking like an elegant and composed gentleman, we don't accept your apology. Lin Baizhi's face turned alternately green and white. Before leaving the kindergarten, Jiang Qiyan didn't forget to leave his contact information for the parents of those children for further compensation. After leaving the kindergarten, Jiang Jinsi hung her head and earnestly said, Uncle, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Jiang Qiyan put her in the car, what was wrong? Jiang Jinsi, I shouldn't have beaten them, nor should I have used the feces. No. Jiang Qiyan shook his head, harming others isn't right for everyone. What you did was too stupid and too harsh. Jiang Jinsi didn't say anything. Jiang Qiyan wanted to say more, but his phone buzzed. It was a message from Xiao Qing, is the niece alright? Jiang Qiyan called back through video chat. Xiao Qing answered immediately. Jiang Qiyan, welcome, wife, to check up on me. Xiao Qing couldn't help but smile with helplessness and affection, don't talk nonsense. Little Jinsi, hearing Xiao Qing's deep voice, her eyes lit up. She liked this uncle's sound, it was soothing. Little Jinsi tugged on Jiang Qiyan's sleeve, eager to see the video call. Jiang Qiyan asked Xiao Qing, do you want to meet your niece? Xiao Qing said, wait, and fastened 2 loose buttons on his collar, tied his tie neatly, and sat properly at the table, done. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Jiang Qiyan's family. Jiang Qiyan smiled and shoved the phone in front of little Jinsi, saying to Xiao Qing, this is our precious niece, Jiang Jinsi. Jinsi, he is. Jiang Jinsi stared straight at the screen with her dark eyes and brightly greeted, hello auntie. Xiao Qing. Jiang Qiyan. It, was pretty sudden. After chatting with Jiang Jinsi for a few more sentences, Xiao Qing ended the call. Xiao Qing put down his phone when there was a knock on the bedroom door. Xiao Qing paused, come in. Dabai entered the bedroom and hovered in front of Xiao Qing, master, I want to talk to you. Xiao Qing, what do you want to talk about? Dabai's blue eyes sparkled as his mind hummed with thoughts, very softly. He was silent for a long time before saying, I like Jiang a lot. So. Xiao Qing crossed his legs, asking indifferently. Dabai said, but Jiang likes you, so I like you too. Dabai wasn't lying. This was probably a case of loving by association. Robots' emotions were different from humans. They didn't harbor ugly jealousy, they only loved by association. Xiao Qing was taken aback for a moment. Dabai said again, "Can I call you Xiao Xiao?" Xiao Qing nodded. "Dabai, Xiao Xiao, Jiang has a secret he's been hiding from you for a long time. He hasn't dared to tell you, but I think you should know. Dabai, that secret is." Chapter 94, Mermaid Dress Wedding Gown. Dabai didn't finish. Xiao Qing stopped him with a hand, "You don't need to say more." "Why not?" Dabai asked, confused and aggrieved. Xiao Qing said, "I don't want to pry into Yan's privacy through a robot's mouth. I respect him, and I'm not interested in his privacy. Dabai, but he bought a 7-digit mermaid dress wedding gown according to your size." Xiao Qing abruptly sat up straight, looking slightly stiff. Mermaid dress, wedding gown. His mind suddenly recalled what he himself had once said. If he wants to take wedding photos, I could wear a wedding dress just for him. On your birthday, I'll give myself to you as a gift, and you can open it any way you like, play with me however you wish. Xiao Qing closed his eyes briefly. He buried his face in the palms of his hands. His cheeks were burning fiercely. When Jiang Qiyan returned with little Jinxi, they saw Xiao Qing holding an ice pack in the bathroom, applying it to his face. His fair and beautiful face was flushed abnormally red. Jiang Qiyan furrowed his eyebrows. He reached out, and his cool palm pressed against Xiao Qing's forehead. "Are you running a fever?" Xiao Qing was lost in thought, full of thoughts about the mermaid dress wedding gown. He instinctively blurted out, "I'm not thinking about the mermaid dress wedding gown, absolutely not." Jiang Qiyan was surprised. Xiao Qing quickly covered his mouth. Jiang Qiyan smiled, pinched Xiao Qing's earlobe, lifted him onto the sink countertop, held him between his arms and the wall. Jiang Qiyan slowly asked, "What are you nervous about?" Xiao Qing tried to push him away, his gaze uneasy, his voice slightly higher. "Why should I be nervous?" Jiang Qiyan responded lowly, "So you're anticipating something then?" Xiao Qing reached out to pinch Jiang Qiyan's waist in frustration. Jiang Qiyan didn't dodge. "Didn't you say that on my birthday, you'd give yourself to me as a present?" Xiao Qing. "Jiang Qiyan, didn't you also say that if I wanted to take wedding photos, you would wear a wedding dress for me, despite feeling uncomfortable?" Xiao Qing. Jiang Qiyan kissed Xiao Qing's cheek lightly. "Be a good present, wear a pretty wrapping paper, and let me open the gift nicely." The temperature in the bathroom kept rising. Xiao Qing felt sweat all over his body. Knowing he was shy, Jiang Qiyan stopped teasing him and brought up other matters. "By the way, little Jinxi wants to stay overnight here tonight." Xiao Qing nodded and asked about Jiang Jinxi's preferences before letting Dabai prepare the guest room. Xiao Qing asked again, "She's only 4 years old. Will she be okay sleeping alone? Shall we let Dabai stay with her?" Dabai. Jiang Qiyan was momentarily startled. Xiao Qing said, "Let's keep Dabai around. Don't send him away. Dabai is actually quite good." Jiang Qiyan asked, "Are you sure?" Xiao Qing nodded. Jiang Qiyan rolled up his sleeves, washed his hands under the tap. "Family matters are up to you. Rest for a while. I'll go make dinner," Jiang Qiyan said. When he returned, he was worried little Jinxi might not be used to the home-cooked dishes. So he specially went to the supermarket and bought 4 huge bags of vegetables, lamb chops, and a whole bunch of seafood including fish and crabs. Jiang Qiyan was indeed strict when disciplining little Jinxi. But when it came to spoiling her, he really did so without restraint. Hearing that Jiang Qiyan was going to cook, Xiao Qing paused. "Do you need help?" Jiang Qiyan was quite confident. "No need for help, just rest well. If you're not sleepy, go downstairs and play with little Jinxi." Xiao Qing thought about it and followed Jiang Qiyan downstairs. Jiang Qiyan went to the kitchen to cook. Xiao Qing accompanied little Jinxi watching cartoons. Little Jinxi curiously stared at Jiang Qiyan who wore a pink apron. After a while, she couldn't resist running to the kitchen for a look and then ran out. Little Jinxi, Uncle Xiao Qing, Uncle Zhang's face was swollen by a live fish's tail. Xiao Qing. After a while, little Jinxi, Uncle Xiao Qing, Uncle Zhang's shredded potatoes have all stuck together and stuck to the bottom of the pot. They're all burned, black as charcoal. The pot seems to be leaking. Xiao Qing. After another while, little Jinxi, Uncle Xiao Qing, look, there are several crabs crawling out of the kitchen. Xiao Qing pressed his eyebrows, feeling a bit reluctant to face the situation. He called the culinary robot Sweetie and gave an order, "Go to the kitchen and help." Culinary robot Sweetie, all right. Sweetie entered the kitchen and said to Jiang Qiyan, "Master, please hand over these ingredients so I can handle them." Within seconds of Sweetie speaking, 2 mechanical arms had swiftly picked up the crabs on the floor, tied them up with ropes, and threw them into a corner. The other 2 mechanical arms were in motion, washing and chopping vegetables efficiently. Jiang Qiyan glanced at Sweetie, then looked at his own fingertips where several cuts were still bleeding. "No, I can do this alone." He slunk out of the kitchen shamefully. No way. Absolutely no way. Then, after 5 hours, Xiao Cheng and little Jinxi finally ate dinner. Jiang Qiyan brought out 2 dishes. Xiao Cheng got up to wash his hands and wanted to help carry the dishes. Seeing the messy kitchen, he paused and asked Jiang Qiyan, "That's all?" 5 hours. For large bags of vegetables, lamb chops, fish, and crab. And only 2 dishes came out. Jiang Qiyan innocently nodded. All the failed dishes had been thrown into the trash. After dinner, Xiao Cheng worried that it wasn't healthy for children to sleep right after eating, so he asked little Jinxi to bring her homework so he could check it. Little Jinxi attended a traditional Chinese culture kindergarten. There were a few classical Chinese translation questions, which were pretty difficult, and the teacher wanted parents to help their children with them. Xiao Cheng glanced at little Jinxi's answers, and his expression stiffened. First question, time flows like a river, without rest day and night. Little Jinxi's translation, the deceased person resembles my husband, looking alike day and night. Second question, the one who feeds the horse doesn't know its ability to travel 1,000 li and feeds it accordingly. Little Jinxi's translation, the person who eats the horse doesn't know it's 1,000 li horse and eats it. Third question, I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Little Jinxi's translation, my body traveled across 3 provinces in a day. Xiao Cheng. Looking at little Jinxi sitting obediently on the sofa drinking milk, Xiao Cheng's expression was indescribable. Little Jinxi's hand shook. By accident, the milk cup in her hand tipped over, spilling onto Xiao Cheng. Uncle Xiao Cheng, I'm sorry. Little Jinxi was frightened. Her long lashes quivered constantly. Xiao Cheng said, it's fine, I'll go upstairs and tidy up. If anything happens, ask Sweetie for help. Little Jinxi nodded. Xiao Cheng went upstairs. Little Jinxi tapped a few times on her smart bracelet, calling Jiang Qiyan, Uncle Jiang, I accidentally spilled the milk cup and dirted Uncle Xiao Cheng's clothes. Jiang Qiyan chuckled amusingly and repeated, accidentally. Little Jinxi, Uncle Xiao Cheng should have gone to the room to take a shower. Jiang Qiyan pretended to stay calm but responded with a muffled sound. His body tensed up tightly. Xiao Cheng, milk, shower. Little Jinxi struck while the iron was hot, Uncle Jiang, I want that top-tier computer. Jiang Qiyan, send me the purchasing link. Little Jinxi thought for a moment and then said, Uncle Jiang, I want to go to the North Pole alone to see the aurora. Jiang Qiyan said, I can talk to your mom, but not alone. There must be a bodyguard with me. Little Jinxi added, Uncle, I also want to. Jiang Qiyan grew impatient waiting and walked out of the study toward the bedroom, saying as he walked, all right, I'll agree. After finishing his sentence, he ended the call. Jiang Qiyan turned the doorknob of the bedroom door. It was locked. Jiang Qiyan knew Xiao Cheng was worried about little Jinxi wandering around without supervision. He took out his phone and sent a message to Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qiyan, I'd like to visit your room at night. Xiao Cheng was busy working even while bathing, still bringing his phone into the bathroom with him. Almost instantly, he replied. Xiao Cheng, use the spare key to enter. Xiao Cheng, help me get a pajama, I forgot to take one. Jiang Qiyan fished out the spare key from his pocket and unlocked the bedroom door. In the master bedroom, the bathroom door was closed, and the sound of water splashing could be heard. Jiang Qiyan smiled slightly and tapped his fingers on the mobile screen. Jiang Qiyan, do you prefer briefs or boxers? Xiao Cheng didn't reply. Then, Jiang Qiyan bundled all of Xiao Cheng's pajamas and bathrobes, took them away, stuffed them into the washing machine in the adjacent room, filled it with water, and set it to wash for an hour. Washing machine, clatter clatter clatter. Satisfied, Jiang Qiyan returned to the room. He then messaged Xiao Cheng again. Jiang Qiyan, Xiao Bai has taken all your pajamas and bathrobe to wash. I told it not to touch your things, but it insisted. I couldn't stop it, truly sorry. Jiang Qiyan, ah. Jiang Qiyan, can I use my towel? Xiao Cheng remained silent. Maybe he didn't see the message, or perhaps he was too shy to reply. After a little while longer, Xiao Cheng cracked open a small gap in the bathroom door, sticking out a hand, Yan, give me some clothes. Apparently fearing Jiang Qiyan might pass him something inappropriate. Xiao Cheng added a sentence, no towels needed, no pajamas either. Find me a set of casual wear that I usually wear. Jiang Qiyan, who had been eagerly awaiting outside the door, unhesitatingly handed in a white shirt. That white shirt, Jiang Qiyan had only worn once. Because of its peculiar fabric, which was slightly see-through, he hadn't worn it since. Jiang Qiyan leaned against the wall beside the bathroom door, scrolling through his phone while smiling. Casual wear? How likely is that? Xiao Cheng shut the door. Upon seeing the clothes in his hands, his expression froze. Outside the door came Jiang Qian's lazy voice, Kid, why is it taking so long to dress? Are you waiting for me to come in and help? Jiang Qiyan made a move to push the door open. Xiao Cheng quickly put on the shirt in fright. Every button from top to bottom was fastened without missing a single one. Jiang Qiyan unlocked the bathroom door with a key. Only to see Xiaoqing pulling at the hem of his shirt desperately, but still unable to cover up anything, his face so red it looked like it could drip blood. Jiang Qiyan smirked, why covering up so tightly? Xiaoqing, appearing utterly uncomfortable, walked out stiffly, head bowed low and submissive. As he reached the doorway, he was suddenly pulled by the waist by Jiang Qiyan. Close to his ear came Jiang Qian's deep, amused voice, dressed so strictly, we'll have to take it all off soon, huh? Shirt and belt were quickly scattered all over the floor. The next morning, Xiaoqing was woken up by a phone call. He stretched a hand out from under the blanket, picked up the phone, and pressed the receive button, closing his eyes and saying drowsily, hello. On the other end of the line. Little Wu was shocked, sir, who are you? Your voice is so hoarse. Xiaoqing massaged his throat for a while, unable to say a word. The quilt was yanked off by someone. Xiaoqing fell into a pair of arms. Jiang Qiyan handed him a glass of warm water. Knowing his mouth was numb and sore, considerately inserted a straw into the cup. Xiaoqing obediently leaned against Jiang Qiyan, sipping half a cup of water through the straw until his throat recovered. He told Little Wu, it's me. Little Wu. Jiang Qiyan frowned, so early in the morning, Arching brother still needs rest, why did you call now? Little Wu silently glanced at his wristwatch, Qiyan sir, it's almost 10 o'clock, not really early anymore. Jiang Qiyan muttered unhappily, Xiaoqing slept for less than 5 hours. Xiaoqing grabbed Jiang Qian's mouth, terrified that he might blurt out something inappropriate, asking Little Wu, what's the matter? Little Wu said, Cheng sir, there's a photo shoot for the cover of a fashion magazine this afternoon. Sister asked me to pick you up at noon. In the afternoon. Jiang Qiyan accompanied Xiaoqing to take photos for the magazine cover. After Xiaoqing finished his makeup, the photographer took a few shots and shook his head, it doesn't feel quite right. Xiaoqing reviewed the theme introduction for this issue's magazine cover. It was a very artistic passage. The roses were stolen by me, the one you love was killed by me. Not loving you is false, wanting to forget you is true. If I had a gun, I could protect you, or I could kill you. But in the end, I would still secretly throw it away and stumble toward you, saying how afraid I am. The photographer said, the single-person cover seems a bit thin. Xiaoqing nodded. He turned around and saw Jiang Qiyan not far away, his heart fluttered. Xiaoqing walked up to Jiang Qiyan, leaned down, grabbed Jiang Qian's tie with one hand, and leaned the other hand on the wall, cornering Jiang Qiyan against the wall. Jiang Qiyan looked at him curiously, glancing at him once. Xiaoqing towered over him, his gaze cool and aloof. The photographer immediately got excited, holding the camera and clicking away. When he finished, the photographer gave Xiaoqing a thumbs up. Xiaoqing nodded, bit Jiang Qian's tie gently, and lifted his chin with his hand. It was a very alluring movement. Jiang Qiyan, accustomed to the lens, didn't get annoyed even when his chin was tilted up, a hint of elegance appearing on his lips. His whole body radiated the charm of a successful person. Xiaoqing's expression remained indifferent, his deep, black eyes reflected Jiang Qiyan completely. When the photographer finished, he was so excited that his hands were trembling. The photographer asked Xiaoqing, Teacher Xiaoqing, we have a lot of costumes and shooting locations here. Do you want to take some portraits of you and Lawyer Jiang? For free. The photography assistant pushed open the door of the costume room. Inside, there were uniforms from the Republican era and costumes for actors. There were suits for ruthless CEOs and outfits for secretaries. And more. Xiaoqing nodded, thanked them, then his phone rang. The call was from Jiang Yun. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Yun's voice was serious and fierce. Chapter 95, Jiang Qian's birthday gift. Jiang Yun's voice was solemn and cold, was it you who did this? A few hours ago. Jiang Yun saw. Lying quietly in his email was a letter. The content exposed some of the darkest secrets he had accumulated during his decades-long political career. For someone at their level, there was hardly anyone whose hands were clean. But such matters could never be discussed openly. Jiang Yun was certain. The only one capable of uncovering these things was the famous hacker KJLL. Xiaoqing took his phone and stepped aside, it was me. Jiang Yun, what do you intend to do? Xiaoqing laughed, you're Mr. Jiang Qian's father. I didn't plan to harm you. I intend to use these, to exchange for two things. Jiang Yun, what things? Xiaoqing spoke confidently, Mr. Jiang Qian's law license. Jiang Yun, what's the second thing? Xiaoqing's voice was soft but resolute, Mr. Jiang Qian's dream. Ban ban. In the past, it was always you pampering me. This time, I want to spoil you. Jiang Yun let out a cold laugh, young man, are you threatening me with just an email like this? Xiaoqing, if I can find your dark secrets, I can certainly uncover your political rival's dirt too. Xiaoqing, this isn't a threat, it's a trade. Jiang Yun fell silent. After a long pause, he told Xiao Cheng, another day, let Mr. Jiang come himself and take it back. Jiang Yun conceded. Xiao Cheng smiled politely and said, thank you, Dad. Jiang Yun hung up abruptly. Xiao Cheng turned around, directly bumping into a pair of pitch-black fox eyes. Xiao Cheng raised his eyebrows, did you hear everything? Jiang Qian's eyes flickered with a smile as he said softly, thank you, Teacher Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng chuckled faintly, what are you thanking me for? Thank you, Xiao Teacher, for helping me retrieve my lawyer's certificate. Otherwise, without income in the future, I'd have to rely on you, the big shot, to support me. Xiao Cheng moved closer, toe-to-toe with Jiang Qian, and whispered softly, Lawyer Jiang. Jiang Qian reached up to stroke Xiao Cheng's head. Xiao Cheng deliberately teased him, saying slowly, your benefactor, me, has a special kink. I like to lock my pet goldfinch in a cage and tie it up. After finishing, Xiao Cheng held Jiang Qian's hand, pressing it to his chest, here, it's dark and rotten. Are you scared? Xiao Cheng was scared. He was worried that Jiang Qian might think that the hacker KJLL knew too much and was too dangerous. He was afraid that Jiang Qian might have overheard his conversation with Jiang's father and consider him a madman, a ticking time bomb. I'm not scared, Jiang Qian responded in control, reaching out to touch Xiao Cheng's chest, gently tapping the skin over his heart through the fabric of his shirt. I've been here for 6 years. I know exactly how dark it is. Xiao Cheng uncomfortably averted his gaze. His ears turned pink. Jiang Qian stopped teasing him. Let's shoot some portraits. In the past, I always saw Mr. Xiao Cheng with female stars on the covers of various magazines, so close together, I never had such an honor. Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qian added innocently, and last year's hit fantasy TV series, Mr. Zhao's kissing scenes. Xiao Cheng couldn't help but laugh, that was just an optical illusion. He'd been in the industry for 7 years and had never shot any kissing scenes. Jiang Qian was about to say something more. Xiao Cheng narrowed his eyes. Are we still shooting portraits or not? Jiang Qian obediently shut his mouth, mimicking zipping it closed. Xiao Cheng went to discuss the photo themes with the photographer. His insights were unique. After a few words, the photographer brightened up and swallowed hard. Mr. Xiao, isn't this style a bit too bold and unrestrained? The first theme. The setting was on a disheveled bed. Jiang Qian was buried under a pile of plush Pikachu dolls, his wrist cuffed to the bedpost by a golden chain, while his other hand clutched a blue whale toy. Xiao Cheng wore a white shirt and black dress pants, sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, sitting at the head of the bed reading a book gracefully and aloof. Jiang Qian and Xiao Cheng's looks thrilled the small assistants and interns nearby. So handsome. The vibe of a domineering CEO's beloved spouse is spot on. The photographer looked for the right angle and said, Mr. Jiang, can you make your expression look like you're suffering? Helplessly pitiful, please. Jiang Qian. How could he, a big man, possibly look pitiful? Xiao Cheng adjusted his tie and glanced coldly at Jiang Qian. You're sleeping in the study tonight. Jiang Qian's eyes widened, staring at Xiao Cheng incredulously. His expression immediately turned helpless and piteous. His eyes filled with grievances. The photographer lit up instantly and started snapping immediately. Even without post-production, the photos already looked as perfect as movie stills. The first set was quickly finished. The photographer shooed the two into the makeup room to get ready while he hurriedly directed his team to set up for the second theme. The second set had a Republican-era theme. Evil, possessive military officer alluring red-dressed actor. While getting ready in the makeup room, Xiao Cheng let the makeup artist prepare Jiang Qian in the actor's makeup. Feeling constantly overshadowed, Jiang Qian wasn't happy. He smiled at the makeup artist and gripped Xiao Cheng's wrist. Sorry, I need to teach him a lesson. Jiang Qian dragged Xiao Cheng into the dressing room. The door to the dressing room closed. In the tiny dressing room, the two men crowded together, making the space feel even smaller. Jiang Qian pinched Xiao Cheng's chin. Small kisses landed on Xiao Cheng's forehead, nose, cheek, and finally earlobe. Ticklish from the kisses, Xiao Cheng instinctively leaned in to kiss Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian tilted his head away. Then, cool lips pressed against Xiao Cheng's neck. Jiang Qian pulled open his collar, continuing down to the collarbone. Jiang Qian teased Xiao Cheng mercilessly like a mischievous child. Hooking him, teasing him, playing with him. Yet refusing to let Xiao Cheng kiss him. Xiao Cheng's whole body trembled, on the verge of tears. Yen. Both of Xiao Cheng's wrists were trapped by Jiang Qian. His legs were firmly pinned by Jiang Qian. Unable to move. All the buttons of his shirt had been undone by Jiang Qian, one by one. Jiang Qian continued punishing and tormenting him relentlessly. Yen, it itches. Yen, stop kissing me. It hurts. Jiang Qian stood up slowly. Xiao Cheng's clothes were disheveled. Meanwhile, Jiang Qian was perfectly put together in his shirt and trousers, without a single wrinkle, asking Xiao Cheng, "Have you decided?" Xiao Cheng's breathing was a little rapid. Clutching the edges of his shirt, looking like a wronged young wife, he nodded, "The military uniform is yours, and the red makeup of the actor stays with me." Jiang Qian nodded contentedly, "Good boy." The second set of portraits was shot in an outdoor photography studio. Jiang Qian in full military attire, boots clicking, sat cross-legged below the stage. On the stage, Xiao Cheng, dressed in a red outfit with a light red veil covering his face, was playing the guqin. His bare feet each wore a string of bells around their ankles. Xiao Cheng had learned how to play the guqin. His fingertips gently plucked the strings, occasionally glancing at Jiang Qian shyly and reproachfully. The photographer quickly captured this scene. Soon, the second set was also completed. Xiao Cheng, who had failed to counterattack, felt extremely dissatisfied. Very dissatisfied. So, it was Jiang Qian's birthday the next day. Xiao Cheng took his boyfriend to the haunted house in an amusement park, intending to scare him. Thinking about how Jiang Qian would be frightened pale, hugging his waist and crying pitifully, made Xiao Cheng feel very accomplished. But, as soon as they entered the haunted house, Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qian got separated. Jiang Qian sniffed the air that smelled of corpses and chuckled lightly, "This is quite realistic." At that moment, a hand reached out from the darkness and gripped his ankle. The back of the hand was covered in blood. Jiang Qian stiffened for a moment. Then he turned around and saw a female ghost in white, her long hair disheveled, opening a mouthful of bloody teeth toward him. Jiang Qian fished out a packet of chocolate from his pocket and handed it over, rather calm, asking, "Are you hungry?" The female ghost. Jiang Qian said, "Look at this chocolate. It was bought for me by my boyfriend. It's very sweet." After saying that, Jiang Qian added another sentence, "My salary card is managed by my boyfriend. He's afraid that I will not have breakfast to save money secretly, so he specifically bought me chocolates." The female ghost. "Are you being polite?" Jiang Qian curiously stared at the female ghost. He has never been to an amusement park since childhood and never owned a toy. Because Jiang Yun thought playing toys would lead to neglecting one's responsibilities. Jiang Qian was seeing such lifelike ghosts for the first time. Jiang Qian slightly pulled on the wig cap of the female ghost and looked at the sleeve of her ghost costume. "Could I rent your clothes and wig cap for 2 hours?" The female ghost. 20 minutes later. Jiang Qian, clad in a blood-stained white robe, fiddled with the long wig hanging down his chest, walking up silently behind Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng was all alone now. Jiang Qian suddenly encircled his slim waist and dragged him into a small room nearby. After the door was shut, Xiao Cheng leaned against the warm chest and asked indifferently, "Little Jiang Qian kid aged 3, are you done playing?" Jiang Qian pushed aside the wig and looked at Xiao Cheng with curiosity. Seeming to ask, "How did you know it was me?" Xiao Cheng glanced at him, "When you embrace my waist, you pinch my waist dimple. You just did the same gesture just now." Jiang Qian let out a low chuckle, lifting his hand to grip Xiao Cheng's chin. "Mr. Xiao Cheng, I'm a female ghost now, wanting to absorb your yang energy." Xiao Cheng looked at him with interest. "How do you intend to absorb it?" Jiang Qian nibbled lightly on Xiao Cheng's earlobe. "When we go home tonight, you change into that mermaid dress, and then, our days ahead will be long." Jiang Qian particularly emphasized that day, in long days ahead. Xiao Cheng's face turned red. Jiang Qian tilted his head to look at him. "As for how to absorb it, drops falling on jade plates, good or not?" Xiao Cheng. All the way until they exited the haunted house. Xiao Cheng's face was still like a fully ripe apple. Nevertheless, his determination to counterattack was unshakable. Xiao Cheng then took Jiang Qian to the second attraction, skydiving. Xiao Cheng crossed his arms and gazed at Jiang Qian coldly. "When skydiving from a high altitude later, remember to call for your husband if scared. Your husband will be right beside you." Jiang Qian was putting on skydiving gear. Hearing Xiao Cheng's words, he smiled faintly but remained silent. Xiao Cheng probably didn't know. He attempted skydiving for the first time when he was 13. When the plane ascended, Xiao Cheng said again, "Many people are afraid of heights. Being fearful is not shameful, okay?" Before Jiang Qian could speak, the skydiving instructor stared at Jiang Qian in astonishment. "Mr. Jiang, are you really coming for skydiving too?" Xiao Cheng looked surprised towards the instructor. "You two know each other?" The instructor nodded vigorously, regarding Jiang Qian with awe. "Mr. Jiang is the youngest HAL skydiving challenger. HAL skydiving is one of the most dangerous types of skydiving. Jump from 10,000 meters up. Open parachute below 1,000 meters altitude." The instructor added, "Mr. Jiang's first attempt at HAL skydiving was at 13 years old, without any instructor accompanying." Xiao Cheng. The instructor further asked, "Mr. Jiang, did your arm leave any residual injuries?" Xiao Cheng suddenly became tense and asked Jiang Qian with a serious face, "What's wrong?" Jiang Qian smiled, "No." Xiao Cheng's tone turned cold as he called out the full name, Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan's tone softened and he honestly confessed, I had acrophobia when I was young. The old man forced me to learn parachuting and kicked me off the plane. When I landed, I deviated from the track and fell into the sea. My arm hit the coral reef and fractured, but it didn't hurt. Later, I jumped hundreds of times and no longer feared heights. Xiao Cheng's eyes instantly filled with sympathy. The world says Jiang Qiyan is a genius. But no one has seen his injuries, the blood he shed. Jiang Qiyan knew that Xiao Cheng felt sympathy for him and gently patted Xiao Cheng's leg as an inducement. Shall we parachute without a coach in a while, honey? Xiao Cheng subconsciously nodded. Jiang Qiyan personally helped him put on the goggles and helmet. When they jumped from thousands of meters in the air, Jiang Qiyan opened the parachute with a crisp motion, then kissed Xiao Cheng's lips mid-air. After landing, Xiao Cheng's lips were swollen. The counterattack plan failed again. Jiang Qiyan went back to the Jiang family's old house to fetch his lawyer's certificate. Xiao Cheng returned to the villa early and called over the robots, saying, Today is Yan Yan's birthday. Dabai carefully repeated, Today is Jiang Zhang's birthday. Robot Xiao Bai followed up, Today is Qi Qi's birthday. Dabai got angry, You're not allowed to call him Qi Qi. Xiao Bai looked confused as Dabai crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Xiao Bai disdainfully, Xiao Xiao and Jiang Jiang both belong to me, mine. Xiao Cheng coughed slightly with some helplessness. Dabai immediately quieted down. Xiao Cheng took out a blueprint, This is what Yan Yan likes. You arrange the room according to this. Fearing a failure, Xiao Cheng reiterated, Completely follow Yan Yan's preferences. Whatever he likes, you prepare accordingly, understand? Dabai considered for a moment, Xiao Xiao, should we prioritize your will or Jiang Zhang's preferences? Xiao Cheng answered without hesitation, prioritize Jiang Qiyan. Dabai and Xiao Bai exchanged glances. Then the two robots together dragged Xiao Cheng into the upstairs room. They forcibly dressed him in a mermaid wedding dress. And handcuffed his limbs to the pillars at the head and foot of the bed. The robot's strength was great. Xiao Cheng could not resist. He struggled against the chains around his wrists and ankles but couldn't break free, lying there unable to move. What are you going to do? Dabai tied a ribbon around Xiao Cheng's neck, which carried a pink bow. Dabai said, preparing a birthday gift for Jiang Jiang. Xiao Cheng was baffled. Xiao Bai brought over a string of bells and hung them on Xiao Cheng's ankle. Master Xiao Cheng, Master Jiang Qiyan will like this gift. It's his only preference. Dabai found another tie and used it to blindfold Xiao Cheng's eyes. In front of Xiao Cheng's now pitch-black vision, let me go, let me. At this moment, Jiang Qiyan pushed the door open. Chapter 96 Xiao Cheng, my biological son with Qi Pian. Dabai and Xiao Bai were still tying pink bows around Xiao Cheng's wrists. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qiyan slightly staggered. Dabai, happy birthday, Jiang Jiang. Xiao Bai handed over the key to the chain locks to Jiang Qiyan. The two robots flew past Jiang Qiyan and bolted the bedroom door shut behind them. Inside the master bedroom, Xiao Cheng lay on his back with his eyes covered by the tie. All four limbs were firmly locked by the chains. Dressed in a snow-white mermaid gown. With every struggle, the chains and bells around his ankles rang with a tinkling sound. Xiao Cheng's toes curled in shame and anger, unlock me. Jiang Qiyan approached. Reaching out, he pulled the zipper of the side waist of Xiao Cheng's mermaid gown. Xiao Cheng quivered, not that. Jiang Qiyan removed the tie covering Xiao Cheng's eyes and placed a candy on his tongue. Xiao Cheng stared blankly. Looking down from above, Jiang Qiyan smiled, be quieter tonight, don't hurt your throat. Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qiyan looked down at Xiao Cheng who was lying flat. The expensive material of the mermaid gown only covered to the chest, revealing a large part of his thin shoulders. On Xiao Cheng's head, there was a long blue wig, flower crowns, and veils. Paired with that charming face, he really looked like a bewitching and beautiful little mermaid. Jiang Qiyan twirled a strand of Xiao Cheng's hair around his finger and said, the little mermaid's birthday present, big brother is very satisfied. Xiao Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Qiyan smiled, little mermaid, I'm about to unwrap my gift. Xiao Cheng's body stiffened. Out of nervousness, he instinctively closed his eyes, it's still evening, it's not even dark yet, don't stare at me like that. Jiang Qiyan chuckled softly, muttering, I've already seen you naked before. He had bought an entire box of invisible night vision glasses. High-tech products. Every time he shared a pillow with Xiao Cheng, he wore a pair. To ensure he could see clearly. Without missing a single detail. Xiao Cheng was irritated enough to want to kick him. As he moved, the chains and bells on his legs jingled, ding-dong. Even more enticing. Jiang Qiyan couldn't help but lean down. The next day, when Xiao Cheng woke up, Jiang Qiyan was no longer by his bedside. On the ground, the shattered pieces of the mermaid gown were scattered everywhere. Xiaoqing got up, supporting his sore waist. He picked up Jiang Qian's shirt and pants nearby and put them on. Then, taking tiny steps, he went to the bathroom to freshen up. When he came out, the bedroom door just opened. Jiang Qian had just finished a phone call and walked in holding his phone. Seeing Xiaoqing leaning against the doorframe, supporting his waist, Jiang Qian smiled affectionately, "You're awake." Their eyes met. Xiaoqing's gaze fell on Jiang Qian's belt buckle. The exquisite leather buckle gleamed with a cold metallic light. Xiaoqing's eyes flickered. "When did you notice?" Jiang Qian walked over, holding Xiaoqing's hand and placing it on his own belt buckle. "The birthday present bought by the little boy is very pretty." Xiaoqing's eyelashes fluttered slightly. "If you like it, that's good." Jiang Qian pushed him into the sofa and said with a smile, "In the future, you'll be the one to untie the presents you give me." A light blush crept onto Xiaoqing's face as he pushed Jiang Qian's chest, commanding imperiously, "Come over here and rub my back, it hurts. I have to go out today." For the sake of being able to open gifts again next time, Jiang Qian obediently massaged Xiaoqing's back for half an hour. After half an hour, Xiaoqing went to the Institute of Technology with Dubai. Sun Jin had helped him many times. So, Xiaoqing wanted to donate a research fund under Sun Jin's name to the Institute of Technology. At the entrance of the institute, Dubai skillfully pressed a few keys on the password lock with his mechanical claw, and the door opened with a click. As Xiaoqing entered the institute, he heard chaotic voices inside. "Deputy Director Sun Jin, we now suspect you of engaging in espionage activities domestically. The people at the institute never interact with the outside world, we focus solely on experiments and research. Is it too degrading to associate yourself with Xiaoqing, that small celebrity from the entertainment industry? Giving the institute's vegetables, fruits, herbs, and rare medications to someone else would result in a leak of confidential data, do you understand?" Deputy Director Sun. Several researchers in white coats surrounded Sun Jin at the lab door, pressing their demands. Sun Jin took off her protective goggles used during experiments and calmly said, "The nutrient solution for the special vegetables and fruits grown by the Institute of Technology was prepared by me. The herbs are those I grew myself through wind and sun exposure. The rare medications are also developed by me. This year, the Institute has achieved 208 latest research results. Nearly half of these achievements came from the hands of Wen Qipian and Sun Jin, the married couple." The researchers were left speechless. Their faces turned red, and they finally managed to say, "Still, you can't give the herbs and medications of the Institute to an outsider." Sun Jin frowned, repeating, "An outsider." She laughed softly, took a DNA identification report from the locked cabinet in the laboratory, and threw it in front of the researchers. "Take a clear look. Xiaoqing is the biological son of Qipian and me." After Sun Jin's word settled, she caught sight of Xiaoqing standing not far away out of the corner of her eye. Sun Jin's whole body stiffened. Xiaoqing looked complex and disbelieving, staring at her. Chapter 97 Yen Yen, Loud Thunder, Afraid. An answer seemed to emerge clearly in Xiaoqing's heart. That's why Sun Jin had been so attentive to him. That's why he instinctively felt close and trusted Sun Jin. It turns out, the researchers in white coats beside him also froze dumbfounded. One of the researchers, wearing a nameplate that said, "Director of the Institute of Technology, Ji Wen." Ji Wen's face was full of resentment and malice. According to the regulations of the Institute of Technology, the researcher with the most scientific research achievements for 5 consecutive years could directly become the director. However, for 4 consecutive years, Ji Wen's research results were fewer than Sun Jin's. By the end of this year, he would lose his position as director. So Ji Wen was eager to drive Sun Jin out of the institute. Ji Wen stepped forward with a smile, hiding the venom in his eyes, and said, "Sun Jin, it is well known that 24 years ago, when your child was born, it died due to insufficient health. Now you suddenly fabricate Xiaoqing as your son, and present a fake DNA identification report, which seems inappropriate." Several researchers followed suit, mocking her with sarcasm. Who would have thought that we'd see someone excitedly pretending to be a mother? TSK. I heard that when Sun Jin was young, she spent too much time in the lab, damaging her body. During her pregnancy at 5 months, the doctor said either her or the baby had to survive. Sun Jin chose to die herself rather than abort the baby, causing massive bleeding during childbirth, nearly costing both their lives. She has been weak these years, taking medicine constantly. It's quite pitiful. People experience misfortunes unexpectedly. If she is gone, maybe we can have her deputy director position. Exactly, Xiaoqing wouldn't casually claim her as his mother. These few researchers were Ji Wen's direct subordinates and spoke without restraint. Hearing these words, Sun Jin's face turned pale as she worriedly looked at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing approached step by step, expressionlessly saying, "I won't randomly recognize someone as my mom." Ji Wen was overjoyed on his face. Sun Jin's face instantly lost all color, and she closed her eyes. But the next moment, Xiaoqing hugged Sun Jin's shoulders, protecting her in his arms, and said, "Mother and son are just mother and son, no need for recognition, and definitely no need for your interference." Sun Jin's whole body stiffened as she looked at Xiao Qing in disbelief. Her eyes reddened, tears welling up at the corner but forced back again. Xiao Qing. Her son. Xiao Qing protected her even more tightly, with pity brimming in his eyes. That researcher had said earlier that Sun Jin had suffered massive blood loss while giving birth to him, almost losing both their lives. A sharp pain throbbed in Xiao Qing's chest. He realized how foolish he had been from the start. From the time Sun Jin was poisoned by chlorine gas to now, Sun Jin had always been protecting him. Moreover, because she gave him robots, vegetables, and medicinal agents from the institute, it caused trouble for herself. Yet he wasn't good at expressing himself, so he just embraced Sun Jin guiltily. Xiao Cheng's gaze shifted from Sun Jin to Ji Wen, his demeanor instantly becoming cold. Did you say earlier that the DNA identification report is fake? Ji Wen smiled, pretending to be kind. Due to Sun Jin's longing for her deceased son, she fabricated the false report, I understand. Xiao Cheng, holding the report, said, however, this DNA test was done by the medical robot under Director Ji's management, and the report bears your official seal. Are you sure it's fake? Ji Wen's face went stiff. Over the years, leveraging his position as the director of the Institute of Technology, he profited immensely by offering high-priced DNA identification services. All the work was done by robots, and he never paid any attention to whether Sun Jin's report somehow got included. Ji Wen's face burned with embarrassment. Xiao Qing pulled out his phone, clicking repeatedly to take several clear pictures of the identification report, capturing Ji Wen's official seal distinctly. He then said smilingly to Ji Wen, later, I will post on Weibo, letting everyone see the false DNA report made by Director Ji. Ji Wen's face froze. If a researcher were exposed for providing false identification reports, his entire life would be ruined. Ji Wen awkwardly stammered, no. The report is true. I was only joking around. Seeing Ji Wen embarrassed, one researcher stepped forward. Even if the report is true, she grew medicinal herbs using the Institute's nutrient solution and used the Institute's laboratory to prepare medications. Yes, those things belong to our Institute of Technology. Xiao Qing smirked indifferently, fishing out his wallet. Sun Jin instinctively stopped him, what are you doing? Xiao Qing retrieved a card from the wallet, handing it to Ji Wen, his tone gradually softening, you don't need to give me change. The rest counts as my treat for morning tea. Sun Jin didn't want Xiao Qing to spend money, tugging his sleeve, I can handle it myself. Xiao Qing didn't change his mind because of Sun Jin's words. Instead, he attached a sticky note to the back of the card, writing down a series of numbers, the password for the card. 001123. Xiao Qing lowered his gaze and said to Sun Jin, I will cover all your expenses at the Institute of Technology. Doing this gives me a reason to ask your colleagues to look out for you in every aspect. Sun Jin was momentarily stunned. Xiao Qing hooked her arm with his lips trembling faintly, Mom. Sun Jin's eyes instantly reddened as she vigorously wiped her tear corners with the back of her hand. Xiao Qing's Adam's apple moved slightly, his eyes were brimming with emotion. His voice became resolute and unshakable, Mom, let's go home. As Sun Jin smiled, tears rolled down her cheeks. She sobbed, all right, let's go home. The Institute of Technology was far from Sun Jin and Wen Qipian's residence, a 2-hour drive away. Sun Jin sent a message ahead to Wen Qipian, asking him to arrange for the robot to tidy up the house. Wen Qipian sat on the couch indifferently watching the robot work, snorting, it's just Xiao Qing coming over, why are you so nervous? The robot Zilv approached him and asked, Master, I have detected that your heart rate, blood pressure, and adrenaline levels are rapidly spiking. You seem very tense. Is something wrong? Wen Qipian turned a page of the newspaper and gave him a glance, I am not nervous. Zilv, but, you've got the newspaper upside down. Wen Qipian, you don't understand. I like reading it upside down, it's good for my eyesight. Zilv, but, your shirt buttons are fastened incorrectly. Wen Qipian, that's called fashion, if you know, you know. Zilv. Wen Qipian continued, when Xiao Qing comes in, I will definitely stay silent, sparing words like gold, showing an air of superiority, giving him a taste of what it feels like to mess with me. The image of a strict father must be firmly established. However. 2 hours later, Sun Jin brought Xiao Qing inside. Wen Qipian, excited, stood up and walked over to Xiao Qing, hugging him tightly. Child, for these past 20-odd years, since your parents weren't by your side, you've endured too much hardship. Now, here is your home, your shelter from the storm. No one will dare to bully you again. In Wen Qipian's heart, there was both joy and guilt. For these past 20-some years, he and Sun Jin had been disheartened due to the pain of losing their son, spending countless days immersed in their laboratory. Even the spring festival they spent in the lab. If they had paid even a little more attention to outside entertainment gossip, how could they have waited so long to reunite with their lost son? It was his fault. He was not a responsible father. Xiao Qing reached out and returned the embrace awkwardly. He opened his mouth but no sound came out, his throat seemed to tighten, making it hard to speak. After a long while, a faint sound emerged, Dad. Xiao Qing stood stiffly, not entirely comfortable with being embraced like this by Wen Qipian. However, Wen Qipian's tears wet Xiao Qing's shoulder, awakening unfamiliar warmth in his chest. That kind of fatherly love he hadn't experienced since he was 11 years old. At that moment, the doorbell rang. The robot Zilv went to open the door. Outside, Jiang Qiyuan carrying 2 gift boxes walked in. Xiao Qing looked at Jiang Qiyuan and froze slightly. Sun Jin patted his hand and explained, I was worried you'd feel uncomfortable, so I called Qiyuan and invited him over for dinner. Jiang Qiyuan smiled and placed down the gift box, greeting, Uncle and Auntie, hello. Before Wen Qipian and Sun Jin could respond, Zilv approached, using its mechanical claw to pull aside Xiao Qing's collar, pointing at a red mark on his neck. Alert! There's an injury on Mr. Xiao Qing's neck. Alert! There's an injury on Mr. Xiao Qing's neck. Wen Qipian followed Zilv's finger, his face darkening. That wasn't any wound, it was obviously. Wen Qipian stared at Jiang Qiyuan, his eyes suddenly unfriendly. Zilv then pulled out a 1000x magnifying glass, looking closely into Xiao Qing's eyes. Alert! Mr. Xiao Qing's eyes are swollen from crying. Alert! Mr. Xiao Qing's eyes are swollen from crying. Wen Qipian furrowed his brows tightly. Zilv's eyes emitted a beam of green light, scanning Xiao Qing's forehead before saying, detected abnormal temperature in Mr. Xiao Qing caused by inflammation due to a torn area. Would you like to activate the treatment procedure? Jiang Qiyuan. Xiao Qing. Old Dad Wen Qipian's face was darker than a thundercloud about to pour ink. He pulled Xiao Qing behind him, glancing angrily at Jiang Qiyuan like someone who had wronged his daughter, his eyes filled with hostility. Xiao Qing hurried to explain, Dad, we. Halfway through the sentence, Xiao Qing became so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Being messed around by his own boyfriend to the point of getting feverish, and having cried until his eyes swelled up, how was he supposed to explain this? Seeing his silence, Wen Qipian became even angrier and asked, Did Jiang Qiyan force you to do something? Xiao Qing. His silence was interpreted by Wen Qipian as an implicit admission. Wen Qipian took off his slippers to throw at someone, but Sun Jin quickly held him back, saying, What coercion? They've already announced their relationship online. Wen Qipian was shocked and asked Xiao Qing, not only did he force you to be with him, but he also forced you to make a public announcement. Xiao Qing hurriedly grabbed the slipper from Wen Qipian's hand, blocking in front of Jiang Qiyan. He said, Dad, it was me who confessed to him, and it was my tweet that made the announcement first. It wasn't him forcing me. Wen Qipian became angry again and glared at Jiang Qiyan, asking, Our Xiao Qing is so great, how could you let him make the first move? Jiang Qiyan smiled slightly and asked, Shall I take the initiative once? Jiang Qiyan said, Let me address you as, father-in-law. Looking very seriously at Wen Qipian, Jiang Qiyan said, Xiao Qing is everything to me. In hurting him, I would lose everything already. So, please rest assured, there will never be such a day. Jiang Qiyan then pulled Xiao Qing's wrist and clasped his hand tightly while speaking. Alright, the two of you are really together, let's eat first, Sun Jin said, asking Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Qing to wash their hands before eating. After Xiao Qing had taken 2 steps, Wen Qipian called him back, hopping on one leg towards him and said, That. Xiao Qing, give me back my slippers. In the heat of the moment, he had removed his shoes intending to throw them at Jiang Qiyan. The shoes were snatched by Xiao Qing and not yet returned to him. Xiao Qing quickly handed them over. Sun Jin worriedly shoved a bottle of alcohol spray into Xiao Qing's hands, Wash your hands properly, I'm afraid your dad has athlete's foot. Wen Qipian. Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Qing washed their hands. During the meal, Sun Jin and Wen Qipian kept using their serving chopsticks to pick dishes for Xiao Qing. Having found the child they lost over 20 years ago, the couple was too excited, their hands were trembling uncontrollably. They were careful in every action and word, fearing that Xiao Qing might become unhappy. Before long, Xiao Qing's bowl had been piled up like a small mountain, more than he could possibly finish. Startled by all this affection, Xiao Qing uncomfortably glanced at Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan pushed a plate of peeled crab legs to Xiao Qing. Then, with swift moves, he took Xiao Qing's unfinished meal and placed it in front of himself, smiling and saying apologetically, Sorry, father-in-law and mother-in-law, I'm a little hungry, want to eat more. Xiao Qing stopped him, I'm still running a fever, don't let me infect you. Leisurely handling his chopsticks, Jiang Qiyan picked a piece of meat from Xiao Qing's bowl, placing it in his mouth before petulantly saying, I'm honored to do it willingly. Witnessing this, Wen Qipian developed a better impression of him. After the meal, Wen Qipian had Zilv bring Xiao Qing some fever medicine. Out of habit, Xiao Qing opened the gift box Jiang Qiyan had given him, inside was a crystal clear and beautiful bottle. Wen Qipian tapped the bottle, casually asking, Little Jiang, what material is this? While peeling fruit for Xiao Qing, Jiang Qiyan looked up and said, It's made from river stones. Xiao Qing nearly choked on a bite of apple and started coughing violently. River stones? That was the highest grade white jade emerald. Wen Qipian, a top researcher, didn't know much about jewelry, so he remarked, "This river stone is pretty nice. Xiao Cheng, why are you coughing?" Xiao Cheng opened his mouth to speak. Jiang Qiyan stuffed another slice of orange into his mouth, saying, "Xiao Cheng still has a low-grade fever and feels cold." Wen Qipian looked outside the window. "It's raining outside, you two can stay here tonight. The room is ready." Smiling, Jiang Qiyan hugged Xiao Cheng and stood up. "Thank you, father-in-law." Jiang Qiyan's room was next to Xiao Cheng's. Because it was his first visit to the Wen household, Jiang Qiyan felt awkward sleeping with Xiao Cheng. After returning to his room and taking a shower, he picked up his phone to make a video call to his little boyfriend in the adjacent room. Just as he picked up the phone, a knock came at the door. Puzzled, Jiang Qiyan went to open the door. Upon opening it, he saw Xiao Cheng standing outside his door. Hugging a pillow and tightly wrapped in a blanket, Xiao Cheng looked up at him with trembling eyelashes and said softly, "Yan Yan, the thunder sounds loud, I'm scared." Chapter 98, Jiang Qiyan was his redemption. Jiang Qiyan pulled him into the room. The door slammed shut. Xiao Cheng tightened the small blanket around himself, crashing into Jiang Qiyan's chest with the blanket still wrapped around him. His eyes were red, and his eyelashes quivered as he said softly, "I don't want to sleep in a separate room from Yan Yan." Jiang Qiyan couldn't help but push him against the wall, gripping the back of his head, leaning down to kiss him. But Xiao Cheng suddenly covered his mouth with the pillow, shaking his head fiercely so that he couldn't touch him, tears streaming down as he whimpered, "No." Jiang Qiyan narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger in his gentle tone, "The child who won't let me touch is being naughty." Xiao Cheng stubbornly sniffed, tilting his little head with an expression as if to say, "I'm counting on your love for me, what are you going to do about it?" He spoke in the toughest manner possible, saying the softest words, "I haven't brushed my teeth yet, Yan Yan can't kiss me." After speaking, Xiao Cheng threw the blanket and pillow at Jiang Qiyan's head and ran like a flash into the bathroom in Jiang Qiyan's room. A bewildered Jiang Qiyan stood there with pillows and blankets covering his face. He tossed the blanket and pillow onto the couch and strode into the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Xiao Cheng was brushing his teeth using the toothbrush and glass that Jiang Qiyan had used 10 minutes ago. His damp lashes stuck together, and his tear-filled eyes curiously stared at the mirror showing his mouth full of white foam as he brushed his teeth. Xiao Cheng couldn't help but extend one finger, using the tip to gently poke his own face reflected in the mirror. Seeing Xiao Cheng's actions, Jiang Qiyan smiled, leaning against the doorframe while scrolling through his phone, waiting for him. After Xiao Cheng finished using Jiang Qiyan's toothbrush and glass, he also used Jiang Qiyan's towel. The Wens were very meticulous, and their robots had prepared all new toiletries for Jiang Qiyan. Xiao Cheng finished his hygiene routine, turned around, and walked up to Jiang Qiyan. He snatched his phone and shut it off immediately. "Jiang Qiyan." With a rather aggrieved look, Xiao Cheng bit his lip, "Yan Yan, you've been staring at the phone screen for 5 minutes and 27 seconds. Jiang Qiyan smiled and patiently coaxed him, "I'm done looking. Would you like me to accompany you to bed?" Xiao Cheng didn't respond, his head drooping. Jiang Qiyan thought Xiao Cheng had agreed, stretching out both hands and asking, "Do you want to be carried or piggyback?" Xiao Cheng's eyes widened dramatically, water gathering in them as he obstinately shook his head back and forth, "I haven't written my bedtime diary yet." Xiao Cheng bypassed Jiang Qiyan, exited the bathroom, rummaged through his tangled-up blanket, and pulled out a diary, pulling a chair over to sit at the desk, opening the journal. Jiang Qiyan was quite curious about the contents of Xiao Cheng's diary, walking closer and politely asking, "Can I take a look?" Xiao Cheng paused, sitting on the chair and turning around, blinking confused eyes at Jiang Qiyan as he looked up and asked, "Sure duck. Everything of mine belongs to Yan Yan. So does everything of me." Jiang Qiyan pinched his chin and bent down for a kiss. Xiao Cheng's lips instantly glowed with a beautiful and lustrous color, bright red, like someone who had eaten extremely spicy Sichuan cuisine. Under the warm orange lighting in the room, his lips seemed even more inviting. The non-consensual victim Xiao Cheng took 3 or 4 seconds to process, then slowly pushed Jiang Qiyan away, patting his slightly burning forehead seriously, saying, "Yan Yan, I seem to have a slight fever, you shouldn't kiss me." Unable to hold back. This time, the kiss lasted nearly 5 minutes. Xiao Cheng's eyes widened in shock. He struggled, but his head was tightly held by Jiang Qiyan, not allowing him to breathe. 5 minutes later, Jiang Qiyan released him, leaving a transparent thread connecting his lips. Jiang Qiyan wiped Xiao Cheng's lips with his thumb, hearing his disordered breathing and smiling, "I will kiss you, even if I catch your fever." Xiao Cheng embraced him, his eyes gleaming brightly, forgetting to write his diary, pushing the diary book toward Jiang Qiyan as he stood up and gave him the chair, saying, "For Yan Yan to read." Jiang Qiyan sat in the chair, effortlessly pulling Xiao Cheng's waist to make him sit on his lap. Then, Jiang Qiyan cradled Xiao Cheng in his arms and flipped open Xiao Cheng's diary. The diary was new. There were only words on the first page. 11.24, today. Thunderstorm day, it was so dark, dark, dark. Alone in the room. The first minute without Yan Yan, I tried to be independent. The second minute without Yan Yan, I started to feel afraid. The third minute without Yan Yan, I got scared. The 15th minute without Yan Yan. The writing afterward was smeared with water stains, making it unreadable. Jiang Qiyan thought, perhaps Xiao Cheng's tears were the issue. Jiang Qiyan tightened his arms around Xiao Cheng's waist and asked him, if you were scared, why didn't you come to me? Xiao Cheng said helplessly, He didn't want Yan Yan to think of him as a troublemaker. He wanted to be a good boy. A good, obedient boy that Yan Yan would like. Jiang Qiyan understood his thoughts, holding his hand and intertwining their fingers as he gently said, in the future, no matter when or where, if you need me, come to me, okay? Xiao Cheng stared at him with a somber look. For any kind of needs. Jiang Qiyan. It turned out the key was this sentence all along. Xiao Cheng blinked his pretty, moist eyes, his lashes fluttering as he said seriously, Yan Yan, stop teasing me, you're making my heart itch so bad. He couldn't resist the way Yan Yan was being gentle with him. Xiao Cheng continued, I'm going to continue writing my diary. The underlying meaning of this sentence was, you should keep hugging me and stay with me. However, Jiang Qiyan misunderstood Xiao Cheng's intention, thinking Xiao Cheng wanted to write his diary quietly alone. Jiang Qiyan released him, picked up his phone, and went to the balcony, closing the door. Xiao Cheng stared in disbelief at Jiang Qiyan's tall, elegant back figure, and started sobbing, tears streaming uncontrollably again. Yan Yan was spoiling that phone again. Not indulging in him. Equals smiley face. Jiang Qiyan didn't notice Xiao Cheng's abnormality. He made a call to his childhood friend, psychiatrist Lu Yanzi. Hey, this is your daddy Lu Yanzi speaking. Lu Yanzi probably didn't check the caller ID, carelessly replying. Anyway, it was his private number, only acquaintances knew it. Lu Yanzi hummed a tune and added a few more sentences. Your father is here. For pension for dad, press 1. For living expenses for dad, press 2. 4. Jiang Qiyan coldly interrupted him, I'll break all 3 of your legs. Lu Yanzi immediately caught on, Jiang Yuan, you can't even manage without embracing your soft wife, can you? Jiang Qiyan, you, go smoothly, and roll away. Lu Yanzi drew in a sharp breath, you have overdone things until, breaking something, are you? Jiang Qiyan didn't bother with these trivialities, getting straight to the point, tell me about Xiao Cheng's psychological condition and illness. Before Lu Yanzi could respond, Jiang Qiyan added, I am his family member, I have the right to know about everything concerning him. Lu Yanzi asked, has he exhibited any abnormal behavior recently? Jiang Qiyan thought for a moment and told Lu Yanzi about how Xiao Cheng sometimes became cute and adorable but also believed himself to be a vampire. Lu Yanzi pondered for a while and explained a long string of psychology jargon that Jiang Qiyan hardly understood. Jiang Qiyan didn't bother trying to comprehend it, asking directly, is his condition dangerous? Lu Yanzi laughed, Mr. Jiang, it's not him who's dangerous, it's you. Jiang Qiyan paused. Lu Yanzi sobered up, seriously saying, is the interval between his transformations into a vampire getting shorter? Lu Yanzi felt heavy-hearted, saying, in the future, he might completely transform into a vampire, not physically, but mentally identifying himself as one. And Mr. Jiang Yuan, you will be his sole medicine and redemption. He will imprison you until death, drinking all of your blood dry. As Lu Yanzi spoke these words, his tone wasn't too pleasant, leaving him with chills. This kind of case, he'd only seen in books. This illness has a terrifying name, blood euphoria syndrome. Jiang Qiyan didn't say anything. Lu Yanzi advised him, Jiang Yuan, while he's still sane, leave him. Don't throw away your life for a man. Not possible. Jiang Qiyan stated word by word. Sitting in the rocking chair on the balcony, his finger curled around a tendril of ivy, and he gave a light laugh, saying, as long as he doesn't get hurt, it doesn't matter for me. Leaving Xiao Cheng. What difference would there be between that and dying? Leaving? Pas, blee. Lu Yanzi scoffed, you're stupid, and if you die, do you think Xiao Cheng will survive? Jiang Qiyan remained silent. After a long pause. Lu Yanzi, if this disease is handed to you, what percentage chance do you have of curing it? Lu Yanzi didn't say anything. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said after a moment, not even 1%. He ran his fingers through his hair a bit irritably, Jiang Yuan, you're making things hard for me. A disease like this has never been seen domestically, the only occurrence was in Europe during the last century. Save him. Jiang Qian's voice trembled slightly, please. Lu Yanzi sighed, Jiang Yuan, I'm a psychiatrist, not a god. Or. Lu Yanzi tentatively asked, take him to the lab, lock him up first, so I can study him. Before Jiang Qiyan could respond. A slight sound came from behind him. Jiang Qiyan turned around, catching only Xiao Cheng's fleeting figure as he rushed away through the glass door of the balcony. Jiang Qian's expression changed subtly. Xiao Cheng must have overheard his conversation with Lu Yanzi. Hey, Jiang Yuan, are you listening? Hey. Jiang Qian stood up, opening the door to go back inside, saying curtly to Lu Yanzi, I refuse. Lu Yanzi, do you know how dangerous he is? Jiang Qian smiled, I know, but I won't allow anyone to deprive Xiaoqing of his freedom, not even myself. Jiang Qian added, if he wants treatment, I'll accompany him, if he doesn't, I'll respect his choice. Because he's Xiaoqing. With that, Jiang Qian hung up. Lu Yanzi, #UN% * and. Jiang Qian shoved his phone into his pocket and began searching for Xiaoqing. However, after circling the room, he still couldn't find where Xiaoqing had gone. As he passed by the bathroom door, Jiang Qian paused in his steps. The bathroom door was tightly shut, locked from the inside. Jiang Qian knocked gently on the door, Xiaoqing, are you in there? No response. Jiang Qian knocked twice more, if you don't come out, I'll leave then. Right at that moment. It started hailing and raining heavily outside, thunder roaring and lightning flashing. Boom. A deafening clap of thunder. Xiaoqing in the bathroom burst into desperate sobs, while Jiang Qian's heart clenched painfully as he tried forcefully twisting the doorknob. Xiaoqing, open the door. Xiaoqing's crying became louder. It seemed he was sulking and refusing to open the door. Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. He stepped back a couple paces, then rushed forward with all his strength, kicking the door with a forceful blow. A loud boom, and the door burst open. Jiang Qian was wearing slippers. That kick hurt so much it almost left his foot deformed. But he didn't even glance at his injury, instead, he rushed inside immediately. The bathroom light was off. Jiang Qian fumbled along the wall, snapping on the light switch with a click. Then, he saw. In the small bathroom, Xiaoqing was curled up in a corner with a quilt and pillow, forming a tiny ball. Xiaoqing looked up, meeting Jiang Qian's gaze. His eye sockets were red again. He turned his head resolutely towards the corner, his back facing Jiang Qian as if strongly resisting his presence. Yan Yan is bad. Earlier, he'd heard Yan Yan on the phone. The person on the other end mentioned taking him to the lab to be locked up for study. And his Yan Yan hadn't refused immediately. Lowering his gaze, Jiang Qian looked at his already numb and aching foot. Staggering a little, he walked closer and hugged Xiaoqing from behind. Stop being angry, all right? Jiang Qian's sentence wasn't finished yet. Xiaoqing had already turned around, wrapping his arms tightly around his neck, clinging onto him like a burr while burying his head deep into Jiang Qian's neck, sniffing in. Seemingly, Jiang Qian's fresh, pleasant scent gave him a sense of security. Jiang Qian wrapped his arms around Xiaoqing's waist, enduring the pain in his feet as he coaxed softly, the floor is cold, let's get up, be a good boy. Xiaoqing didn't move. Jiang Qian stretched his neck closer, smiling helplessly, how about I give my blood to you? Xiaoqing cried even harder instantly, speaking breathlessly, Yan Yan. I can endure not drinking your blood, but please don't lock me up in the lab. Jiang Qian chuckled faintly, are you crying like this just because of that? Xiaoqing thought Jiang Qian wouldn't agree and murmured quietly, if I must be locked up, promise to come see me every 10 minutes, no, every 5 minutes, okay, and I'll agree. Jiang Qian pressed against his temple, when did I ever say I would lock you up? Xiaoqing stared blankly at Jiang Qian, couldn't help but hiccup from crying. Jiang Qian rubbed his head gently and said, I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Xiaoqing, do what you want to do, I'm here behind you. Don't be afraid. Jiang Qian's tone was very determined. It was a man's most precious promise and vow to the one he loved. Xiaoqing pointed at the bathtub and said a bit awkwardly, I want to take a shower. Yan Yan, I want you to help me bathe. Chapter 99, Xiaoqing raises his hand and grips Jiang Qian's neck. Jiang Qian frowned and refused coldly, you have a fever, so why would you want to take a shower? After saying that, Jiang Qian, fearing Xiaoqing might start crying again, hugged him lightly around the waist and coaxed gently, if I give you a kiss, will you go to sleep obediently? Xiaoqing's big watery eyes brightened as he stretched his neck closer for Jiang Qian to kiss more comfortably. After the kiss, Xiaoqing ran out of the bathroom. From his magic little quilt full of treasures, he took out another bottle of wine and offered it to Jiang Qian with both hands, Yan Yan, this is the wine I specially made for you. Would you like to taste it? He was worried it would spill if poured into a glass, so after mixing it, he directly poured it into the bottle. Otherwise, the stratified alcohol in the glass would look even more beautiful. Jiang Qian asked, where did you get your bartending tools? Xiaoqing's thick eyelashes fluttered, the top and bottom lashes almost touched as he innocently said, there's a wine cabinet and bartender tools in my room. One couple had looked up Xiaoqing's profile online and knew that Xiaoqing liked making cocktails. Xiaoqing's room was filled with things he liked. Jiang Qian pulled out the stopper and took a sip. There was a sweet fruity aroma mixed with a faint alcohol flavor. The alcohol content must not be high. It tasted really good. Xiaoqing stared at him earnestly, Yan Yan, is it good? Jiang Qian nodded. He wasn't lying. The cocktail Xiaoqing made was indeed delicious. Xiao Qing concealed his cunning well and carefully asked, Yan, would you finish it all since it tastes good? In front of Xiao Qing, Jiang Qian's vigilance and sense of caution were zero. When Xiao Qing acted cute, his whole heart melted. Without hesitation, Jiang Qian tilted his head and, gulped, drank down the entire bottle. A few drops of the drink slid over his angular throat and disappeared under his collar. Xiao Qing swallowed, unable to resist, and reached out to touch Jiang Qian's throat. Just after touching twice, Jiang Qian grabbed his wrist, leaned in, and sprayed strong alcohol breath onto Xiao Qing's face. Keep doing that, and I see you won't be sleeping tonight. Upon speaking, the deep husky tone surprised even Jiang Qian himself. He massaged his temples, his entire body felt dizzy. That wine. Jiang Qian realized something. An excited and anticipatory glimmer crossed Xiao Qing's eyes. Yan, that was an entire bottle of distilled vodka. Distilled vodka, the strongest alcohol in the world. Alcohol concentration, 96%. Xiao Qing used large amounts of concentrated fruit juice and syrup to cover up the alcohol flavor. Jiang Qian felt a chill inside when he saw that Xiao Qing already appeared blurry in his vision. His body stiffened as he unconsciously collapsed on the couch. Xiao Qing squatted half in front of Jiang Qian, leaning forward and burying his head in his neck nest, where deep infatuation and greed clouded his gaze. Yan, your blood smells so good. Xiao Qing lightly traced his fingers along Jiang Qian's neck, buried his head wanting to drink the blood but restrained himself. It can't be done. If he kept drinking the blood, Jiang Qian would lock him up in the lab for study. With red-rimmed eyes, Xiao Qing anxiously bumped around in Jiang Qian's neck nest. He couldn't help it. Xiao Qing sniffed. He had to do something to distract himself from his obsession with blood. Thus, he picked up the unconscious Jiang Qian, entered the bathroom. He filled the bathtub with water and put Jiang Qian in it. Then, he stepped into the bathtub as well. Several hours later, Jiang Qian struggled to sit up. The water was murky. There were large patches of water stains on the floor. Jiang Qian's face was red enough to bleed, not sure if it was due to the alcohol or something else. The after-effects of the distilled vodka were too strong. It was already early morning the next day, yet Jiang Qian still felt a dull headache. He heard the phone ringing in the room, wrapped a bathrobe around himself, and unsteadily walked out of the bathroom, swaying from side to side like the letter S before picking up the phone. It was a call from his second brother, Jiang Yao. Still drunk, Jiang Qian massaged his sore back and opened the door of the room before stepping outside. He was thirsty and wanted to find some water to drink. Jiang Qian pressed the answer button while going downstairs. Second brother. Jiang Yao is a rather elegant and scholarly economist. He said gently, Xiao Yuan, father wants you to take Xiao Qing back to the Jiang family one day to include Xiao Qing's name in the Jiang family genealogy. Jiang Yao's words were not finished yet. Jiang Qian frowned. No, my little spouse is mine, I want to keep her hidden in a golden house. Jiang Yao's tone was firm. It's father's will, you. Jiang Qian patted his burning face and said, you just used the old man's favor towards you to meddle with me, bullying me, there's a Chinese idiom for it. Jiang Yao also noticed that his voice wasn't right, asking, are you drunk? Are you safe? Where are you? I'll pick you up, Jiang Yao added worriedly. Jiang Qian mumbled, no need, I'm at my little spouse's place. Bye. Jiang Yao. After Jiang Qian hung up the phone, he heard a puzzled voice, little Jiang. When Qipian had just returned from morning exercise and reached out to steady the swaying Jiang Qian, smelling the alcohol on him, he asked, did you drink? Jiang Qian was a bit unclear in mind. He lowered his head, and suddenly remembered something, saying, I remember, dog depending on a man. Before he could finish saying, depending, Jiang Qian belched, seemingly calling Wen Qipian, dog father-in-law. Wen Qipian was stunned for a moment and narrowed his eyes, are you talking to me? Jiang Qian burped again and said with misty eyes, depending. Wen Qipian. He let go of the hand supporting Jiang Qian and turned into the kitchen. In the kitchen, two cooking robots were preparing breakfast. Wen Qipian asked, which one is Jiang Qian's breakfast? Cooking robot Xia Suantang pointed at the plate on the counter, this one. Wen Qipian washed his hands, ladled 4 or 5 spoonfuls of soy sauce onto Jiang Qian's breakfast and squeezed half a tube of mustard. Robot. Wen Qipian calmly said, you saw nothing. Robot Xia Suantang, all right. Wen Qipian walked out of the kitchen and saw Jiang Qian sitting on the stairs, leaning against the handrail and sleeping again. Wen Qipian stopped his steps, didn't want to bother him, but still called Robot Xiaolu, bring him a piece of clothing to cover, don't catch a cold. The temperature at the end of November was already quite cold. If he got frozen sick, they would feel sorry for their Xiao Qing. Xiaolu said in its mechanical voice, all right. As soon as Xiaolu covered Jiang Qian with an outerwear, the doorbell rang. Xiaolu went to open the door. Outside the door, Xiao Qing came in holding 2 boxes of medicine and paused when he saw Wen Qipian, Dad. Wen Qipian's gaze fell on the medicine box in Xiao Qing's hands. One was hangover remedy. The other was a bruise ointment. Looking at the marks on Jiang Qian's neck and his cracked corner of the mouth, Wen Qipien understood everything. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other, falling into an awkward silence. Wen Qipien coughed embarrassingly, "Xiao Qing, be gentle with little Jiang." Xiao Qing wanted to explain, "Dad, last night it was me who got him drunk." It was he in his blood-sucking state pressing Jiang Qian messily. He was innocent. Drinking contest. Wen Qipien's mouth opened wide enough to stuff a duck egg inside, forced, lovemaking. After catching up on thousands of posts in the smoking section, he had learned this new term. Xiao Qing. The more he explained, the darker it seemed. He decided not to explain anymore. Xiao Qing walked to Jiang Qian, leaned down and picked him up, then went upstairs to the room. Xiao Qing fed Jiang Qian a hangover pill and then opened the bruise ointment. After applying the ointment, Jiang Qian finally sobered up. Xiao Qing washed his hands and went downstairs. He saw Wen Qipien sitting straight on the sofa watching the news. Xiao Qing asked, "Dad, where's Mom?" Last night she guided several doctors to write their dissertations, stayed up a bit late, should still be asleep, Wen Qipien said, touching the 2 bars of dark chocolate he just bought in his pocket, telling Xiao Qing, "I'm going to the restroom." After speaking, Wen Qipien quickly ran to the corner of the staircase, tore off the wrapping paper of the chocolate, and ate it sneakily. He loved sweet things, especially dark chocolate. But Sun Jin feared he would have high blood sugar because of his age, so she always wouldn't let him eat too much. After finishing, Wen Qipien returned to the living room and continued watching the early morning news on the sofa. Xiao Qing sat beside him and glanced at him with a complicated expression. "Dad, you really went to the restroom?" Wen Qipien felt guilty and raised his voice, "Yeah, I had diarrhea. I really had diarrhea. If you don't believe me, come with me outside, I'll show you the sewage system." Xiao Qing stopped himself from saying more and handed him a tissue. "Dad, wipe your mouth." Wen Qipien. He got up in confusion, turned on the front camera of his phone and took a look. There was a circle of crumbs of dark chocolate around his mouth. It was sticky and black. Wen Qipien thought, he said he went to the restroom and had diarrhea, but there were now some black things around his mouth. He hurriedly explained to Xiao Qing, saying, "I just sneaked 2 pieces of chocolate, I didn't have diarrhea, see the packaging." Before Wen Qipien could finish speaking, from upstairs came a deep female voice, "Wen Qipien." Sun Jin stood on the stairs with her arms crossed, gazing coldly at him from above. "You ate chocolate again, didn't you?" Wen Qipien ran upstairs sulkily and carried out more than a dozen keyboards, asked Sun Jin humbly, lowering his head, "Dear, which one should I kneel on?" Sun Jin gave him a scornful look. Wen Qipien said, "Dear, I won't do it next time." Sun Jin said irritably, "Go upstairs and call the son-in-law, no, call Xiao Jiang down for breakfast." Wen Qipien mumbled, "It's not necessarily a son-in-law, it might be a daughter-in-law." After breakfast, Mr. and Mrs. Wen Qipien went to the Academy of Sciences. Xiao Qing held Jiang Qian's hand. "Yan Yan, go with me to a place." At his words, Jiang Qian agreed unconditionally, "Okay." Xiao Qing drove and took Jiang Qian to the hospital. The car stopped in front of the hospital. Jiang Qian frowned, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes as he asked Xiao Qing, "Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Xiao Qing paused for a moment, pressing Jiang Qian's hand to his chest. "Yan Yan, my heart is sick." Jiang Qian kept silent. Xiao Qing said again, "I don't want you to be my medicine." Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes, his face turning cold. "Xiao Qing. Do you want another wild man to be your medicine instead of me?" Xiao Qing said, "The pills would be chewed up and swallowed, lying in my stomach. But Yan Yan, you, can only lie on the tip of my heart." Jiang Qian was stunned. Xiao Qing gripped his hand tightly, his ears tips red. "For you, I am willing to undergo psychotherapy. As long as you stay with me," Xiao Qing added a sentence. Jiang Qian looked at him calmly and said, "Xiao Qing, I don't need you to force yourself to do something unwilling for me." Jiang Qian knew very well how strong Xiao Qing's guard was. In the past, Lu Yenji had conducted psychological counseling for him. And tried hypnotism several times. But Xiao Qing's willpower was too strong, making him suffer greatly. Because of this, he became extremely averse to psychotherapists. Xiao Qing shook his head. "Yan Yan, I also want to be like a normal person, leading a life with rice, flour, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar together with you." All those handcuffs, blood-sucking stuff, they seemed quite appealing. However, every time Xiao Qing saw the bloody tooth marks on Jiang Qian's neck and the wounds rubbed by the metal handcuffs on his wrists, Xiao Qing felt so self-reproachful that he wanted to kill himself. He loved Yan Yan. A kind of love that could sacrifice his life. But precisely because of his extreme love, his Yan Yan suffered injuries repeatedly. Xiao Qing's eyes were filled with remorse and guilt. Jiang Qian smiled, ruffled his hair. "Good boy, if you really feel guilty, be a bit softer tonight, okay?" Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing and Jiang Qian got off the car, one after another, heading to Dr. Lu Yenji's office on the 5th floor of the hospital. After chatting for a few sentences, Dr. Lu Yenji led Xiaoqing into the mental counseling room. Mental guidance requires absolute quietness, making it inconvenient to have a third person present. Jiang Qiyan went out holding his mobile phone to wait. He just walked out of Dr. Lu Yenji's office when he met a gentleman who looked elegant. Inside the man's long black coat was a white shirt and a beige knitted vest. He smiled gently, pushing his glasses frame on his nose bridge and opened his mouth, "Little Yuan." It was Mr. Jiang Yao. Jiang Qiyan was startled. "Second brother, are you here to see a psychotherapist too?" Jiang Yao pulled out a pure black male leather belt from his pocket, smiling like a spring breeze, saying, "Not for psychotherapy, I'm here to see the doctor." "Only Dr. Lu." "Last night, Dr. Lu left a belt in my bedroom." Sigma. Jiang Qian's eyes flashed with shock, pointing towards the direction of Lu Yenji's office. "Yuan Lu Yenji." Jiang Yao, "Shu." Little Yen gets embarrassed easily. Jiang Qiyan was about to say something else when a loud crash suddenly came from Lu Yenji's office. Jiang Qian's heart leapt into his throat. He turned and rushed into the office, flinging open the door of the mental counseling room. Jiang Yao followed closely behind. The mental counseling room was in chaos. The medicine cabinet had fallen over. Chairs and tables were askew. Xiaoqing radiated an icy ferocity, his eyes bloodshot, emanating an aura of menace. He looked like a wild beast that had broken out of its cage, ready to tear Lu Yenji apart at any moment. Lu Yenji lay disheveled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Unbelieving, he stared at Xiaoqing. He, Lu Yenji, the well-known psychologist in the country. During the hypnosis session with Xiaoqing, he had almost been hypnotized by Xiaoqing instead. In other words, the hypnotist had nearly had his consciousness controlled by the patient. Jiang Yao helped Lu Yenji up and stepped back. Jiang Qiyan looked at Xiaoqing's dark and bloodthirsty expression, took long strides forward, and walked indifferently toward him. Jiang Yao shouted, "Jiang Yuan, don't go there, it's dangerous." Lu Yenji, "Jiang Yuan, he has no awareness, he doesn't know who you are right now, come back quickly." Jiang Qiyan seemed oblivious. 1 step, 2 steps. Jiang Qiyan stood in front of Xiaoqing, smiling as he extended his arms toward Xiaoqing. "Do you want a hug?" The next second, Xiaoqing raised his hand and grabbed Jiang Qiyan's neck. Chapter 101, There is no longer a Jiang Yan in this world, only my own Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan opened his eyes and woke up in a very large room. All around were huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Above the dome was a clear blue sky and lush trees with dense foliage. Where was this place? Jiang Qiyan sat up, hearing a crisp metallic sound near his ear. He looked down. He saw his pale ankles shackled by a black iron chain. The chain was long, extending all the way to the corner of the wall. Jiang Qiyan narrowed his eyes slightly. When he used his healing power to save Jiang Yun, he had exhausted himself, collapsing into unconsciousness. So why was he here? Was it a kidnapping or something else? Just as Jiang Qiyan moved, he felt a tight pull around his waist. He froze once more. Reaching out, he felt through the fabric of his shirt. A web of interwoven metal chains tightly bound his waist. It was a body chain. And furthermore, the lock on the waist chain was positioned cleverly. It gave Jiang Qiyan a mild sensation of pain without actually harming him. At that moment, Jiang Qiyan heard steady footsteps approaching from behind. He turned and saw Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing wasn't wearing a shirt, silver metal chains identical to Jiang Qiyan's adorned his body as he walked over. Jiang Qiyan was seated, while Xiaoqing stood tall above him. Xiaoqing looked down at him with an air of authority and tenderness, holding Jiang Qiyan's face in his hands. His pleasant voice, deep and resonant like a cello, emanated a fatal allure. Xiaoqing said, "Dear Qiyan, do you like it here?" Jiang Qiyan didn't respond. Xiaoqing's eyes gradually turned crimson red as he bent forward, passionately capturing Jiang Qiyan's mouth in a near-insane kiss. He gripped the back of Jiang Qiyan's head firmly. "Qiyan. Why aren't you talking? Is it really so hard for you to accept that I suffered from depression?" Xiaoqing's fingertips grazed the collar of Jiang Qiyan's shirt. He tightened his grip, ready to rip it open. Jiang Qiyan grabbed Xiaoqing's wrist and pushed him away. Xiaoqing abruptly raised his eyes, narrowing them. A cold fierceness radiated from him as he addressed Jiang Qiyan by his full name. "Jiang Qiyan, are you resisting me touching you, right?" Jiang Qiyan calmly stood up. Standing at 188 centimeters, he towered over Xiaoqing, who was 185 centimeters, exerting complete dominance. Xiaoqing's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Jiang Qiyan smirked faintly, "Remember to turn off your phone and destroy the wristwatch I gave you. It has a GPS tracker, they will find us here." Xiaoqing was stunned. He couldn't believe what he was hearing from Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan stepped closer, and with each movement, the chain around his ankle chimed clearly. Jiang Qiyan reached out and pinched Xiaoqing's chin, saying, "I had a dream, in which you locked me up trying to reverse the roles. Do you know what I said to you in my dream?" Xiaoqing remained silent. Jiang Qian repeated the words he spoke in his dream, Xiaoqing, even if you handcuff me until I can't move, it still takes me as the dominant one, and you remain submissive. You want to be on top. You'll have to pay the price, Jiang Qian added. Xiaoqing hadn't expected Jiang Qian to stay so calm and replied, Jiang Qian, I am imprisoning you. Jiang Qian nodded lazily, stifling a yawn, displaying an air of complete control, yeah, I'm being imprisoned by you. Xiaoqing. Jiang Qian leaned in and kissed him. Xiaoqing remained expressionless. However, his ears, resembling white jade, turned red. Jiang Qian chuckled softly, so, should we include screaming and crying? I can comply. Xiaoqing couldn't suppress the curve of his lips, replying, tonight, you'll cry. Then. Xiaoqing pulled Jiang Qian's hand. Around Jiang Qian's wrists were thick bandages. There was blood on the bandage. It was from the wound when Lu Yanzi had been counseling Xiaoqing, and Jiang Qian slashed his wrist to feed Xiaoqing blood. Xiaoqing gently unwrapped the bandage. The bandage stuck to the scabbed wound, causing pain when pulled off. Xiaoqing looked at Jiang Qian tenderly, asking, Qian, does it hurt? Jiang Qian, no, it doesn't hurt. Xiaoqing took a cotton swab soaked with antiseptic, accusing, you're lying. Jiang Qian laughed slightly, saying, seeing you not wearing a shirt made my heart itch, how could I care about the pain? Xiaoqing. Unexpected counter-flirting left Xiaoqing speechless. As Xiaoqing disinfected Jiang Qian's wound, replaced the medicine, and rewrapped the bandage again, every careful action exuded utmost gentleness. After finishing the medication application, Xiaoqing took out some documents and handed them to Jiang Qian. It was a timetable. Densely written on it were various schedules, detailed down to how many times a day, and the location of each event. Jiang Qian, what is this? Xiaoqing said word by word, Yan, I want to be your trainer. From now on, your remaining life, your spring, summer, autumn, and winter, your 24 hours every day, will all be arranged by me. Is that okay? Jiang Qian replied, alright, but I'm 188 centimeters tall, you're 185 centimeters, so I'll be on top. Xiaoqing remained expressionless, looking grave as he said, let's go eat first. Jiang Qian jingled the chain on his ankle and looked at Xiaoqing with a smile. Unlock it for me. How else am I supposed to eat? Xiaoqing bent over and unlocked the chain with a key. Jiang Qian wiggled his ankle and walked 2 steps. Click dash. Xiaoqing locked Jiang Qian's both ankles with a silver ankle shackle. The fine chain was only 10 centimeters long. Jiang Qian couldn't take steps, nor could he escape. However, Xiaoqing carefully left Jiang Qian's wrists free. Because Jiang Qian's wrists were injured. Xiaoqing extended 2 fingers and gently stroked Jiang Qian's face, Yan, be good. Xiaoqing carried Jiang Qian to the dining table and sat him down. On the dining table, there was top-notch filet mignon paired with oil-soaked 5A grade foie gras, smoked salmon with creamy mushrooms, seafood chowder, grilled cod accompanied by pan-seared foie gras with blackcurrant. All ingredients were top quality. There was red wine, candlelight. Xiaoqing held silver cutlery and asked Jiang Qian, what do you want to eat? Jiang Qian, cod, black truffle. I'm 188, I'll be on top. Xiaoqing's face darkened. He used the knife and fork to cut the steak and black truffles, pushing the plate in front of Jiang Qian and said, you can't eat codfish, your wrist is hurt, don't eat seafood. Jiang Qian, alright, I'll listen to my wife. I'm 188, I'll be on top. Xiaoqing frowned, can we eat properly? Jiang Qian quickly closed his mouth. After dinner. Xiaoqing carried Jiang Qian back, Yan, I'll be right back, alright. Jiang Qian lay lazily and softly made an acknowledging sound. There was no internet, no mobile phones or any electronic devices here. In Jiang Qian's world, there was only Xiaoqing left. But he didn't feel anxious at all, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Since he was Xiaoqing's light in life, he would definitely pull Xiaoqing back from the edge of hell. Xiaoqing went out with a silver briefcase. He opened the latches of the case. Inside were various precision computer hardware components. Xiaoqing assembled them on-site and powered up the machine. He pressed several keys on the keyboard, hiding his IP address and location, then bypassed some firewalls. After a while, Lu Yanzi's face appeared on the screen. Lu Yanzi was Jiang Qian's childhood friend. However, these years he had done many psychological consultations for Xiaoqing, and their relationship was pretty solid. As soon as the video call connected, Lu Yanzi anxiously asked, Xiaoqing, what have you done to Jiang Qian? Xiaoqing took a sip of water and replied unhurriedly, of course, I've hidden him away like a treasure. Lu Yanzi asked, where did you take him? Xiaoqing smiled slyly and said, my person doesn't need Dr. Lu's concern. Lu Yanzi hesitated. Just then, a deep voice suddenly appeared in the video, let me talk to him. It was Jiang Yun. Respect flashed through Lu Yanzi's eyes, and he respectfully handed the phone to Jiang Yun, calling out, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Yun nodded, took the phone, and looked at Xiaoqing in the video. In Xiao Cheng's eyes, there was no longer the gentleness he had when he was in the country. His whole demeanor was slow and alluring. Mr. Vice President. He paused for a moment and added, or rather, future president. This year's presidential election. The probability of Jiang Yun being promoted was as high as 90%. Jiang Yun intoned deeply, where is Jiang Yuan? Xiao Qing leaned against the chair. Away from Jiang Qian's sight, he became completely unrestrained and casual, tilting his head and saying, at a place you'll never find. And he'll never be able to escape from there. Xiao Qing wasn't lying. This prison-like island. Not long after he reunited with Jiang Qian, he bought it. Just to trap Jiang Qian here. For a lifetime. Jiang Yun didn't have much patience. Don't push me. Xiao Qing couldn't help but laugh. Was it really me who pushed you, or was it you pushing me? 6 years ago, who told me that Jiang Yuan wouldn't be with a man? 6 years ago, who told me I wasn't worthy enough to step into the Jiang family's door? 6 years ago, who also told me that if I continued being with Jiang Yuan, I would ruin his future, clip his wings, and force him back into inheriting the family business. Mr. Vice President, those were all words you said to me. Xiao Qing spoke word by word, his chest heaving violently. There was an endless bitterness and heartache in his tone. Jiang Yun frowned. You've already gone public as a couple. Now you're dredging up things from 6 years ago, bringing old grievances to me. Don't you think that's ridiculous? As soon as these words left his mouth, a cold glint appeared in Xiao Cheng's eyes. He stared straight at Jiang Yun and said, but you don't know how many officials and businessmen, because of a single word from you, trampled on me, oppressed me, plotted against me. You also don't know that after I left Jiang Yuan, I suffered from severe depression and nearly slit my wrist and attempted suicide more than a few times. Jiang Yun didn't respond. Xiao Qing laughed softly, but now everything is fine. There's no longer a Jiang Yuan in this world, there's only my Jiang Qian. Jiang Yun pinched the bridge of his nose. Wouldn't it be better for you to let him go, and let yourself go too? Xiao Qing propped his elbow on the table and supported his face with one hand, speaking in an elegant tone. There's only one possible way for you to see Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yun, what is it? Xiao Qing replied, that will be when both our corpses are soaking in formalin together, or our ashes are delivered to you side by side. After finishing, Xiao Qing directly ended the video call. He had been broken up with Jiang Qian for 6 years. And he suffered from depression for 2 whole years. Jiang Yun was entirely to blame. How could he not hate him? After the video call was cut off, Jiang Yun frowned, looking at the dozen or so programmers and hackers beside him. Have you found his location yet? The group looked at each other awkwardly. Sir, the other party's firewall, we failed to breach it. Jiang Yun's face turned cold without a word. A group of useless trash. To delay time, he had talked with Xiao Cheng for a full 5 minutes. And now, over a dozen top computer experts were telling him they couldn't break Xiao Cheng's firewall and find his location. The secretary accompanied Jiang Yun out and said, Sir, after all, KJLL is a top-tier hacker. It may not be that easy. Jiang Yun didn't respond. The secretary asked again. KJLL's birth parents are 2 researchers from the Academy of Science, Sun Jin and Wen Qipian. Perhaps, we can capture them as hostages and trade them for the 5th young master. Nonsense. Jiang Yun angrily said, do you think I'm someone who'll do anything to achieve their goals? No matter what, I have principles. Sun Jin and Wen Qipian. Both frontline scientific researchers who had devoted most of their lives to the country's scientific research cause. Were pillars of the nation. People like them should never be taken hostage. That would be desecration. An insult. The secretary hesitated, but if Xiao Qing decides to take drastic action against the 5th young master. Jiang Yun smiled, certain, he won't. Xiao Qing cares about Jiang Yuan more than anyone else does. After I'm done with the big election coming up, I'll deal with both of them. Xiao Qing reinforced the firewall on the computer twice more using his laptop. Only then did he shut down the computer, disconnect the power supply, and disassemble it into parts. Xiao Qing put the tools and components back into the briefcase and went back inside. In the room, he saw Jiang Qian sitting at the desk writing something. The iron chain around his ankle stretched all the way to the corner of the wall. Xiao Qing walked up and stood behind Jiang Qian. What are you writing? Jiang Qian handed him a stack of paper. Nothing, just killing time since I'm bored. Xiao Qing took the papers and glanced through them. His pupils shrank sharply. The first few pages were lyrics of songs written by Xiao Qing. The latter ones were somewhat messy, filled with classic lines from confession scenes and love-related dialogues in movies where Xiao Qing starred. Jiang Qian remembered every word perfectly. Xiao Qing examined carefully. Jiang Qian tilted his head and asked, Teacher Xiao Qing has acted opposite so many beautiful actresses, confessing love and expressing affection. How does it feel? Xiao Qing showed no expression on his face. I felt nothing. Jiang Qian. Xiao Qing's dark eyes stared at him, boring. He claimed he was bored, but his actions spoke otherwise as he carefully folded the few sheets of paper Jiang Qian had written on and conscientiously slipped them into his pocket. Jiang Qian. Xiao Qing, with one hand on the table, leaned in closer. Only have feelings for my Qian. As soon as these words left his mouth, before Jiang Qiyuan could respond, Xiao Cheng's face grew hot first. Jiang Qiyuan let out a low laugh, lowering his gaze to ask, should I check? Xiao Cheng turned off the light. He drew the curtains. Just as he walked up to Jiang Qiyuan and leaned down to hold him, his wrists were caught. Dead, ly gripped. Good girl, I'm 188 centimeters tall, I'll be on top, Jiang Qiyuan said. Chapter 102, This Life Without Departure, The Rest of Life with Your Guidance. The next morning. Xiao Cheng, with flushed cheeks, pushed Jiang Qiyuan away and picked up the clothes scattered on the ground. Jiang Qiyuan tugged at the shackles on his ankles and muttered, this little one is affecting my performance a bit. Xiao Cheng didn't realize what he meant and looked at him in confusion, still not understanding. With laughter in his voice, Jiang Qiyuan said, your eye sockets aren't swollen, your waist isn't sore, and your legs don't feel stiff. Xiao Cheng was fastening his belt with his back to Jiang Qiyuan. Upon hearing this, his legs went weak, almost causing him to fall over. Xiao Cheng, turning around with a grim face, felt under the pillow. Click. Jiang Qiyuan's right wrist was locked onto the headboard by handcuffs. Now, it wasn't just about affecting performance, even flipping over was difficult. Xiao Cheng's lips curved slightly, his tone soft and pleasant, Yen, I know ordinary handcuffs and chains can't hold you. His charming smile was stunning yet carried a hint of darkness. In his eyes flickered excitement like leaping flames. Burying his head into Jiang Qiyuan's neck hollow, Xiao Cheng greedily sniffed lightly as he said, but if you dare to escape, I've also prepared for you, a golden cage. Xiao Cheng pressed the remote control. A trapdoor on the floor opened slowly. A gilded cage filled with locks slowly appeared. Jiang Qiyuan glanced at it indifferently and then calmly looked away, stretching lazily. I won't run. Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qiyuan said, I'm about to inherit billions, and I'm lazy, so I don't want to go back. Xiao Cheng gave a soft laugh. Yen. If you're pretending to be good, then you'd better pretend to be good forever. Xiao Cheng left. After washing his hands, he was about to make breakfast for Jiang Qiyuan when an alarm from the smart bracelet sounded. Xiao Cheng's complexion changed slightly. Someone had infiltrated the island. At the edge of the island, a submarine gradually surfaced. A dull-faced man carrying a paintbrush and easel jumped onto the island. He was Jiang Qiyuan's fourth brother, the cartoonist, Jiang Yu. While walking, Jiang Yu was on the phone. I'm just out here to do some sketching and find inspiration for my creations. This island is reportedly the most beautiful in the southern hemisphere, and I have to see it. Who knows, maybe while wandering around, I'll bump into Jiang Yuan. After muttering a string of words, Jiang Yu hung up. He placed his phone in his pocket. The next second, a dark gun muzzle was pointed at his temple. A cold, sinister voice echoed in his ears, don't move. Jiang Yu froze all over. Turning around, he saw Xiao Cheng's face filled with indifference and malice. Jiang Yu immediately paused. Seeing Xiao Cheng here, could it mean that Jiang Qiyuan might also be here? Xiao Cheng asked him, who sent you? Xiao Cheng did not recognize Jiang Yu but only heard him talking on the phone about looking for Jiang Yuan. Therefore, he developed murderous intentions. Jiang Yu didn't answer, but instead asked, where's Jiang Yuan? Xiao Cheng lost his patience completely, loading his silenced pistol. The gun was aimed at Jiang Yu's leg. Xiao Cheng slowly pulled the trigger. Just then, a voice came from behind Xiao Cheng. Cheng. It was Jiang Qiyuan. Hearing this, both Xiao Cheng and Jiang Yu turned their attention toward Jiang Qiyuan. Recognizing Jiang Yu's familiar face, Jiang Qiyuan hesitated for a moment. Fourth brother. The blood drained instantly from Xiao Cheng's face, shock running through his eyes, glancing between Jiang Yu and Jiang Qiyuan. Panicking, he threw the gun away, flustered as he looked at Jiang Qiyuan. Yen, it's not what you think. I didn't intend to kill anyone. I didn't know he's your fourth brother. I just wanted to monopolize you forever. I'm not that bad. Though the explanations were ready on his tongue, Xiao Cheng couldn't bring himself to say a single word. Jiang Yu smiled kindly, as though he hadn't just been threatened with a gun, acting as if he was merely visiting. He held his drawing board and said, I'll go draw over there. You two talk. Jiang Yu set his phone and electronic devices on the ground before walking away, signaling he wouldn't spread the news. Xiao Cheng, like a child who had done wrong, guiltily avoided looking into Jiang Qiyuan's eyes, full of regret. Sorry, I really didn't know he was your brother. Yen, I was just scaring him. I wasn't going to kill. Yen, I was afraid he would take you away. Afraid that you wouldn't want me. I'm afraid that you'll despise me, or feel disgusted with me because I've had depression. Xiao Cheng didn't say this. This was his deepest-seated inferiority complex hidden inside. Jiang Qiyuan grabbed Xiao Cheng's wrist and walked back without a word. Xiao Cheng's heart slowly sank. Yen was angry. Xiao Cheng started losing control and fell into wild reveries. Not until they returned to the glass-walled scenic villa on all sides. Not until he heard Jiang Qiyuan's helplessly affectionate voice in his ear, "Baby, what should I do to give you security?" Jiang Qiyuan cornered Xiao Cheng against the wall, leaning both hands on the cold floor-to-ceiling glass, and passionately kissed Xiao Cheng's lips. Xiao Cheng widened his eyes. 10 minutes later. Jiang Qiyuan released Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng's face was red enough to drip blood. Jiang Qiyuan pinched Xiao Cheng's neck and smiled again. "I've said it, you're not bad, Cheng, you're the best person. If you like fresh blood, I will sacrifice myself for you. If you like confinement, I will stay with you for the rest of my life. If you like warmth, I will hold you tightly with my arms." Xiao Cheng stood still, dumbfounded. He blankly stared at. Jiang Qiyuan walked to the bedside, bent down, picked up the black chain, and locked it around his own ankle. Then, Jiang Qiyuan extended both wrists in front of Xiao Cheng. "I won't escape, and no one can take me away. If you want to lock me, you can lock me forever." A deep light flashed in Xiao Cheng's eyes. He used the chains to fix Jiang Qiyuan's limbs to the bedposts, carefully avoiding the wounds on his wrists. Lying there, Jiang Qiyuan couldn't move. Xiao Cheng sat beside him, lightly stroking Jiang Qiyuan's face with his fingertips, asking, "Yan, do you know everything?" Jiang Qiyuan nodded, confirming. They were talking about Xiao Cheng having had depression. Neither explicitly mentioned it, yet both tacitly understood. Xiao Cheng nervously scratched his hair. "Don't feel sorry for me." The sympathy from his lover was the greatest insult to him. Jiang Qiyuan kissed Xiao Cheng's fingertip and smiled again. "I'm not feeling sorry for you, nor am I despising you. But I feel pity for you." Xiao Cheng stiffened all over, obviously not believing, asking, "Then why didn't you tell me?" Jiang Qiyuan deeply said, "Because of guilt." Guilt? Right, also self-reproach. At our child's weakest and most helpless time, I wasn't there, failed to fulfill the duties of a husband. Xiao Cheng angrily pinched his waist. "I'm your husband." Jiang Qiyuan indulgently coaxed, all right, you're my husband. Anyway. As long as during those intimate moments. He is the husband and Xiao Cheng is the little wife, it's enough. Jiang Qiyuan generously let Xiao Cheng have all the advantage verbally. Jiang Qiyuan said, "Little one, be my tutor and discipline the prisoner. But even prisoners deserve water, I'm thirsty." Xiao Cheng looked at Jiang Qiyuan's slightly dry lips. Getting up, he went to get water for him. With his back turned to Jiang Qiyuan. While pouring water, Xiao Cheng took out a pack of something from his pocket. White powder dissolved instantly in the cup. Colorless and tasteless. Since Jiang Qiyuan was locked, Xiao Cheng found a straw, making it easier for him to drink. Xiao Cheng handed the straw to Jiang Qiyuan's lips. He lowered his eyes, letting his long eyelashes cover the complicated emotions in his eyes. Yan. Forgive me. I just want to utterly and completely possess you." Jiang Qiyuan only took one sip. And he tasted something wrong immediately. Although colorless and tasteless, there was a slight granularity in the water. Like small particles that hadn't completely dissolved. Jiang Qiyuan lifted his gaze and saw the tension in Xiao Cheng's eyes. He swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Without saying anything, he drank the entire cup of water. As if he hadn't noticed anything. After drinking, Jiang Qiyuan gradually lost consciousness. Xiao Cheng undid the chains on his 4 limbs, leaned down, carried him in his arms, and walked out. When he stepped out, he met Jiang Yu who was drawing with an easel. Jiang Yu glanced at Jiang Qiyuan held in Xiao Cheng's arms, then looked at the 2 file folders in Xiao Cheng's hand, instantly understanding, "You can use my submarine." Xiao Cheng approached Jiang Yu, "Thanks. 4th brother." Jiang Yu waved his hand, quite carefree, "No problem." Jiang Yu doesn't understand their affairs of love and romance. Living freely alone suits him better. Why go through all this trouble for just a word of love? There's no need for kidnapping and imprisonment. Xiao Cheng held tightly onto the sleeping Jiang Qiyuan in his arms and said again, "4th brother, I'm sorry. Just now, I almost injured you." Jiang Yu paused, "It's fine, I wore 3 layers of bulletproof vests. In the Jiang family, none of them are purely unguarded." Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qiyuan woke up due to the noise. He felt as if he had slept soundly for a long time. Dazedly, with unclear consciousness. He heard Xiao Cheng speaking with perfect British accent, "I want to get married to him." "Get the marriage certificate." "Get the certificate? Where is this place?" Jiang Qiyuan's eyelashes flickered, eyes slightly squinted open, secretly observing the surroundings. It seemed like an institution overseas where one could obtain a marriage certificate. After Xiao Cheng's words fell, the staff member of the foreign institution pointed at the sleeping Jiang Qiyuan. "Is he here voluntarily?" Xiao Cheng glanced at the sleeping Jiang Qiyuan, thought about it, then tightened the card in his pants pocket. Just as he was about to sneakily slide the card over, Jiang Qiyuan's lethargic voice resounded in his ear, "Of course. Yes, it is voluntary." Jiang Qiyuan tilted his head toward Xiao Cheng, grasping his hand, their fingers interlocking, saying, "I love you." Jiang Qiyuan's voice was light, yet carried a reckless determination and piety. Xiao Cheng looked at him in astonishment. All the way until they filled out the documents, took photos, got the marriage certificate, and stepped into the car. Xiao Cheng's mind was still blank, asking, "You just agreed so easily?" Jiang Qiyuan's fingertip caressed the photo of Xiao Cheng on the inside page of the marriage certificate, admiring his dazed expression, saying, "Since you've already tied me down by bringing me here for the marriage, how could I say no? You'd lose face, wouldn't you?" Embarrassedly, Xiao Cheng started, "I." Jiang Qiyuan encircled Xiao Cheng's slender waist, unable to resist laughing, "Little wife, I didn't even use my engagement ring, and I've taken such a big advantage from you. You're truly obedient enough to make me." The last word Jiang Qiyuan didn't speak aloud. If he did, he feared he wouldn't be able to resist taking Xiao Cheng right there in the car. Xiao Cheng touched his ears, averting his gaze, murmuring, "I'm your man, why should you propose to me?" Jiang Qiyuan embraced Xiao Cheng, saying, "Because while others propose on one knee, for you, I'll drop down on both knees, submitting myself completely." With the most overbearing tone. He was actually saying the most timid words. Xiao Cheng couldn't help but laugh, curling Jiang Qiyuan's fingertips and lightly scratching his palm, saying, "Yen Yen, let's go home." This home. Definitely not their home in the domestic country. But rather, that island in the southern hemisphere where he had kept Jiang Qiyuan. Jiang Qiyuan said okay. However, a few hours later, when the two reached the island, Xiao Cheng's expression darkened. On the island, there were parked at least dozens of helicopters. Next to the helicopters were at least hundreds of people. These people had no emotion on their faces, clearly well-trained, with postures as standard as military stance. Among the crowd, a dignified man who had always been facing away from Jiang Qiyuan and Xiao Cheng turned around. It was Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun stood with his hands behind his back, scrutinizing Xiao Cheng without speaking. The secretary beside him pointed at Xiao Cheng, speaking up timely, "Seize this killer who kidnapped the fifth master, bring him back for interrogation." At the secretary's wave of hand, hundreds of gun barrels immediately aimed directly at Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng's heart sank. This island doesn't belong to any nation's jurisdiction. Jiang Yun capturing him here won't be subjected to any constraints whatsoever. Xiao Cheng closed his eyes briefly. The warm force on his wrist made him pause, glancing towards Jiang Qiyuan. Jiang Qiyuan grabbed Xiao Cheng's wrist, pulling the person behind himself. Then, Jiang Qiyuan stood between Xiao Cheng and the hundreds of gun barrels, smiling slightly. "Who says I was kidnapped here?" The secretary couldn't believe his eyes. "Fifth master, haven't you been taken hostage by him?" Jiang Qiyuan fished out two little booklets from his pocket, waving them, "We're married." Jiang Yun's expression darkened. Jiang Qiyuan encircled Xiao Cheng's waist and smiled handsomely, "It was my own will. 6 years ago, it was me who lusted for Xiao Cheng at first sight. 6 years later, it's also me who has planned for him in advance. This has nothing to do with Xiao Cheng. It's me who forced him for 6 whole years." Jiang Qiyuan said calmly. These words cleansed all the points on Xiao Cheng that could possibly be attacked by others. Xiao Cheng stared at Jiang Qiyuan blankly. In those dark and deep eyes, darkness and obsession gradually disappeared. If one were to ask what this moment meant to Jiang Qiyuan, Xiao Cheng would probably say, "Jiang Qiyuan, you redeemed my entire life. From now on, he would never have doubt or distrust again." Xiao Cheng walked out from behind Jiang Qiyuan, standing side by side with him confidently, fearless of the world's gazes, saying, "It wasn't force, it was mutual attraction." Xiao Cheng held Jiang Qiyuan's hand and lightly kissed it. "Yen Yen, I only wish us two. In this life, we never part ways, and may we grow old together." Xiao Cheng said word by word, conveying an unshakable determination. Chapter 103, Jiang Qiyan got drunk. A few months after Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Cheng got their marriage certificate, the two male leads drama, Who Rules the Country, starring the couple, officially wrapped up. After the wrap-up dinner, Jiang Qiyan accompanied Xiao Cheng to the hospital for his third hypnotherapy treatment. Xiao Cheng's symptoms had improved significantly. However, his willpower was too strong. Each hypnosis session required a great deal of medication for assistance. The medicine was extremely bitter. When Xiao Cheng emerged from the hypnotherapy session, his mouth was numb from the bitterness. Jiang Qiyan walked over and handed Xiao Cheng a box of top-tier tiramisu. "Have some, it'll cut the bitterness." The tiramisu emitted a faint aroma of coffee liqueur. Sweet but not cloying, very fragrant. The texture of the cocoa powder was distinct, really arousing one's appetite. In the past, this was Xiao Cheng's favorite. "I'm not eating it anymore." After rinsing his mouth, Xiao Cheng shook his head. "I heard that my sister has lined up a new drama for me, historical intrigue series set in the Tang dynasty. I need to control my figure." Jiang Qiyan made an acknowledging sound, scooping a spoonful into his own mouth. Xiao Cheng's face darkened. "You're teasing me on purpose, Before he finished speaking, his lips were sealed off. It was sweet. Xiao Cheng closed his eyes comfortably. When Jiang Qiyan let him go, there was still a hint of reluctance in Xiao Cheng's eyes. "Baby, is my kiss sweet?" Jiang Qiyan asked. Xiaoqing nodded instinctively, licking the corner of his lips, savoring the taste from earlier before finally realizing, it wasn't you, it was the tiramisu that was sweet. Xiaoqing then pushed his chest lightly, urging him, take another bite. Jiang Qiyan looked troubled and said, no thanks, our child thinks my kisses aren't sweet, so I have no mood to eat. He acted like a little diva. Extremely pretentious. Xiaoqing was amused by him and smoothed out the collar of his shirt, gently cooing, my husband's kisses are the sweetest, all right. After finishing an entire piece of tiramisu, Jiang Qiyan pinned Xiaoqing against the wall and kissed him 28 times. Wearing matching hats and masks, they left the hospital and got in the car. Xiaoqing sat in the passenger seat. After Jiang Qiyan drove onto the highway, he asked, are you going to have an interview next? Xiaoqing replied, Mr. Jiang, we have an interview, about the behind-the-scenes moments before the wedding. Jiang Qiyan laughed. Their wedding was set to happen in 3 days, abroad. Xiaoqing glanced at Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan's eyes were bloodshot, with obvious signs of exhaustion. Since becoming the heir to the Jiang family, he had been busy to the point of only sleeping 2 or 3 hours each day. Xiaoqing felt a bit sorry for him. Yan, there's actually no need for us to have a wedding. I don't care. But I do. Jiang Qiyan interrupted him with a low and deep voice. I want to give you the grandest wedding, one known worldwide. Jiang Qiyan smiled, Xiao actor has many fans, men and women alike. I need to stamp a mark and keep you tied tightly. Xiaoqing awkwardly averted his gaze, remaining silent. They quickly arrived at the pre-wedding interview location. After getting makeup done and styled, the photographer turned on the equipment. Jiang Qiyan and Xiaoqing sat on a sofa. The host sat on another sofa nearby, exchanged pleasantries briefly, and threw out the first question, have the two of you ever argued? Xiaoqing shook his head, no. Jiang Qiyan added, but there were twice when he made me very angry. Xiaoqing. The host lit up immediately and pursued further, which 2 times were they? Jiang Qiyan said, once, he was so exhausted from filming that he refused to let me enter the bedroom at night, making me sleep in the study. Jiang Qiyan continued, another time, I went drinking for business, and he didn't bother to check on me, not caring about me at all. Xiaoqing. The host got force-fed a large amount of dog food and felt slightly overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath twice, he asked again, did the two of you ever experience a Cold War? Xiaoqing was just about to speak. Jiang Qiyan answered first, yes. Xiaoqing. Jiang Qiyan said, one time, he was live-streaming at home to promote goods for impoverished areas, telling me not to disturb him. Accidentally, I appeared in front of the camera wrapped in a bath towel. The host asked, then what happened afterward? Jiang Qiyan said, later, none of the items Xiaoqing promoted sold. The host was stunned. Why? The order volume for anything Xiaoqing promoted usually started at millions. Jiang Qiyan explained, the fans directly established a foundation specifically to support the impoverished areas. You probably won't be curious about the name of the foundation, right? Xiaoqing lightly kicked him. Jiang Qiyan rubbed his not-so-sore leg and quickly said, the name of the foundation is really unpleasant to hear. I swear it's terrible, don't ask anymore. The host asked, what's the name of the foundation? Jiang Qian's voice was low and carried an air of pride as he responded, Yan Qinghuan. The host. Are you being polite at all? After a few more questions. The host threw out the last question, Mr. Xiaoqing, will you be releasing a new album in 2022? Xiaoqing was a top-stream film emperor, as well as a singing king. His songs were unparalleled in the entertainment industry. Xiaoqing replied, yes. The new songs, Smoke Everywhere, Smoke Beauty, Smoke Dissipated. The host. Cold dog food slapped harshly on my face. After the interview ended, Xiaoqing received a call from his agent Lu Ting. Lu Ting, tonight, don't forget about your live stream. Xiaoqing hummed once. It was the live stream for the 8th anniversary of his debut. The fans strongly requested that Xiaoqing live streams teaching them how to make some home dishes. Jiang Qiyan had engagements in the evening, so Xiaoqing went to the supermarket alone to buy ingredients. At 8 p.m. Xiaoqing opened the live stream and turned on the camera. He wore a white shirt, black pants, no tie, his long legs and ankles under the shoes were whitish and beautiful. On his left wrist, he wore a pure black watch. The diamond ear studs by his ears shone beautifully under the light. The live stream comments instantly exploded. Mr. Xiaoqing looks so handsome. His earrings, they seem like a yen character. Holy crap, it can still be seen from so far. Request pictures. Does Mr. Xiaoqing not wear an apron when cooking? Is the person upstairs a newbie fan? Mr. Xiaoqing doesn't need an apron, after cooking 8 dishes, his white shirt remains clean. Husband, where did you buy your wristwatch? It looks so high-end. Request for the same model. Xiaoqing was processing some basic ingredients. His long-fingered hands washing vegetables under the faucet moved gracefully and dazzled. After a while, a netizen named Smoke Forever Divine sent a long comment in the live room. Girls, I have a friend who does custom luxury watches. I sent him a screenshot of Brother Cheng's watch. He said, this watch must cost at least a 9-figure sum, and it seems very similar to the style of a certain top-tier aristocratic heir. The comment section flooded with 233-3333. Underscore, at top aristocratic heir Jiang Qiyan, is it you? Underscore, Jiang Qiyan, I offer the empire to my beauty. Underscore, absolutely stunning. Underscore, I don't want to watch Brother Cheng livestream making dishes, I want to watch Brother Cheng teach Brother Yan to cook. Underscore, haha. Kitchen killer Jiang Qiyan. Underscore, 100 million people unanimously request, asking Sister Yan to livestream teaching Brother Yan to cook. Underscore, Jiang Qiyan, are you being polite? How coincidentally. Just as these sentences were posted in the comments, not long after, Jiang Qiyan walked in. Xiao Cheng looked stunned for a moment, why did you come back? Jiang Qiyan waved his phone, on the screen was Xiao Cheng's live stream. I heard someone wanted to see Sister Yan teaching Brother Yan to cook, so I came back. Jiang Qiyan slowly approached. Vegetables and various ingredients were piled up on the floor of the kitchen, making it somewhat narrow. Xiao Cheng was forced to lean against the countertop, tilting his body backward. Jiang Qiyan leaned close to his neck side, hoarsely opening his mouth slowly, Teacher Xiao Cheng, are you willing to teach me? Underscore, holy crap. Underscore, I choose to understand the above dialogue as, Teacher Xiao Cheng, would you sleep with me? Underscore, it could also mean, Teacher Xiao Cheng, would you let me sleep with you? Underscore, sister readers upstairs, both of you got full scores on reading comprehension. Xiao Cheng pushed Jiang Qiyan away and smelled a faint alcohol scent on him, asking, are you drunk? No. Jiang Qiyan interrupted himself halfway, suddenly belched, not. Xiao Cheng, go back and sleep. But, Jiang Qiyan didn't listen, Jiang Qiyan wouldn't. He shook his head, washed his hands in the sink, I want to make something delicious and feed it to you. Xiao Cheng, what? Jiang Qiyan turned around, with his back facing the live streaming lens, and said something to Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng's face immediately turned red enough to bleed. Underscore, Brother Yan, turn around and say it Underscore, what did Brother Yan say? Underscore, is there anything our very valuable person, VJP, doesn't deserve to see? Xiao Cheng glared fiercely at Jiang Qiyan. Just now, while Qiyan Jiang was facing away from the camera, he whispered 3 words to Xiao Cheng. Creamy milk. I want to cook something delicious and feed it to you. What will you make? Creamy milk. Jiang Qiyan, with an innocent look on his face, chuckled lowly, don't rush, I'll let you taste it later tonight. Xiao Cheng's face turned dark. Who is so eager? Frowning, Xiao Cheng pointed at a bag of rice next to him, go rinse the rice. Jiang Qiyan nodded and poured rice into a clean electric rice cooker. Xiao Cheng turned around to start chopping vegetables. The big and plump potatoes were chopped into fine threads under Xiao Cheng's knife. But in the next second, Xiao Cheng heard a splash. He stiffened and immediately turned around. And saw. Jiang Qiyan had dumped the entire 20-pound bag of rice out. Luminous white rice grains scattered all over the floor. Jiang Qiyan burped, staring emotionlessly at the now empty rice bag, muttering, how come there's no rice in this bag? Xiao Cheng's face turned black again. The chat messages flooded with laughter, ha 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 ha. Underscore, Jiang Qiyan definitely had some drinks. Underscore, for sure. Underscore, Xiao Cheng, I want a new husband. Underscore, Xiao Cheng, I want a husband who knows how to cook. Underscore, Xiao Cheng, I want a husband who knows how to cook and doesn't spill rice. Xiao Cheng bent down and, after much effort, cleaned up the spilled rice. When he turned around, he almost lost his temper. Because Jiang Qiyan filled half the rice cooker with rice and, seriously, turned on the gas stove. He placed the rice cooker on the sapphire flames of the natural gas burner. Then, with great pride, Jiang Qiyan told Xiao Cheng, this time I didn't forget to plug in the power cord. Xiao Cheng shoved him aside, quickly taking the rice cooker off the flame, turning off the gas, and yelling, Qiyan Jiang. Jiang Qiyan turned around with a bewildered look. Drunk Jiang Qiyan. His eyes misty with haze. His eyes slightly red. Xiao Cheng, about to scold him, ended up saying instead. Why don't you take a shower first and sober up? Jiang Qiyan nodded and grinned, then I'll smell fresh and wait for you in the bedroom. Removing the pink apron, Jiang Qiyan walked out while talking, waiting to make milk for you, your favorite kind. The live stream comments section was full of question marks. Underscore, are we even supposed to be watching this? Underscore, not suitable for children. Minors should exit the live stream. Underscore, smoke. Bedroom. Make milk. Underscore, stop upstairs. I'm blushing. Underscore, if I had such comprehension skills when doing math problems, I wouldn't have only scored 6 points on my test. Xiao Cheng kicked Jiang Qiyan out of the kitchen. And cold-heartedly shut the door. He didn't notice. There was one less fish in the kitchen. After 10 minutes or so, Xiao Cheng dished up the stir-fried dishes and on the other burner, shrimp and scallops were still boiling. Then, Xiao Cheng and tens of millions of netizens watching the live stream heard a scream. Ah! It was Jiang Qian's voice. Coming from the bathroom on the first floor of the villa. Xiao Cheng abruptly turned around. His finger touched the pot where the Arctic scallops were being boiled, instantly turning red from the heat. However, he didn't even check his burnt fingertip. He apologized briefly to the live camera before rushing out of the kitchen, heading quickly toward the bathroom. The bathroom door was slightly open and not locked. When Xiao Cheng pulled the door open, he saw Jiang Qian squatting by the toilet, hugging his knees unhappily. Xiao Cheng asked, "What happened?" Jiang Qian pointed at the sink. "I was, washing the fish, but the fish bit my hand and jumped into the toilet." Xiao Cheng looked at the toilet. In the toilet, there was only a fish tail left. Xiao Cheng. He massaged his forehead and extended his hand to Jiang Qian. "Let me see your hand." Jiang Qian handed over his hand. On his finger, there was a cut. It wasn't long, but it was deep enough to leak 2 drops of blood. There were gauze and medicine in the bathroom drawers. Xiao Cheng efficiently handled Jiang Qian's wound, then went into the shower area and prepared the water for him, pushing him inside. "Go take a shower, be good." Then, Xiao Cheng returned to the kitchen and continued the live stream. The chat in the live stream exploded with questions, all asking Xiao Cheng what had happened to Jiang Qian. Xiao Cheng replied, "Nothing serious, just a minor bite on the finger from a fish." The chat was filled with tut-tuts. "No big deal, it's just his finger, not his palm. It won't affect how things feel. Feels just fine. Ah. Why am I watching Dad Xiao Cheng cook at night? Sweet and sour pork ribs, I can already smell the aroma. You've made me so hungry, wailing." After the live stream ended, Xiao Cheng tidied up the kitchen and then took a shower. Only after making sure there was no trace of grease or oil on him did Xiao Cheng enter the bedroom. He pushed open the door to the bedroom. And froze upon seeing everything before him. Instinctively wanting to flee outside the room. Help, Jiang Qian is no longer acting human. Chapter 104, The Wedding. In the bedroom. Jiang Qian was wearing only a pair of boxers, and they were Xiao Cheng's. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and his light golden body chain crisscrossed in various directions. Under the gentle orange light inside, it emitted a faint cold glow, enticing and seductive. Jiang Qian lazily propped up his head and chuckled softly, "We've been old married couples already. Why are you running away, acting shy?" Xiao Cheng walked over, picked up his pillow and started to leave for the study. "I'll sleep in the study tonight." As Xiao Cheng just reached the door, Jiang Qian had already followed behind him and locked the bedroom door with a swift movement. He embraced him from behind and whispered, "What? Still want to play hide and seek? A game of cat and mouse? Little rat?" Jiang Qian's breath grazed over Xiao Cheng's earlobe. "Why are you hiding? Where will you run?" Xiao Cheng couldn't help but squirm due to ticklishness. But he was held even tighter by Jiang Qian. Xiao Cheng swallowed. Jiang Qian, my waist still hurts. Please, stop fooling around." Jiang Qian smirked unconcernedly and slid his hand under Xiao Cheng's clothes. "What are you nervous about, still feeling pain in your waist? It's not like I'm physically abusing you." Xiao Cheng looked at him. Indeed, Jiang Qian wasn't beating him up. It was more like an aggressive embrace. But Xiao Cheng didn't dare to speak up, not daring to move an inch. He tightly closed his eyes, allowing Jiang Qian to touch him around the waist. There was no way out, he let Jiang Qian have his way. Xiao Cheng knew that Jiang Qian was a man with a strong desire to conquer. If he didn't move, Jiang Qian would lose interest in him. His well-hidden little thoughts were immediately seen through by Jiang Qian, who grinned and asked, "Baby, did you underestimate my patience with you?" Huh? Xiao Cheng was momentarily dazed. Jiang Qian gently caressed Xiao Cheng's abs with the back of his hand, lowering his voice and whispering in Xiao Cheng's ear, "With you, I have all the patience in the world." Xiao Cheng. Jiang Qian suddenly picked him up and turned back toward the bed. Xiao Cheng was thrown onto the bedding, his brain spinning. Jiang Qian turned off the light. The next day, Jiang Qian got up quietly, tucking Xiao Cheng in properly. Worried about Xiao Cheng catching a cold, he raised the air conditioning temperature in the room by 2 degrees before taking his phone and leaving. Jiang Qian made a call to Jiang Yun. When Jiang Yun answered the call, he hesitated for a moment, unsure if he heard right and asked, "Jiang Yuan?" This father, Jiang Yun, had educated Jiang Qian in a strict and cruel manner. Jiang Qian never initiated calls to him unless necessary. Especially after finding out the truth about Xiao Cheng's depression, their relationship once plummeted to rock bottom. Since Jiang Yun was promoted to his top position, they hadn't been in contact for quite a while. Now Jiang Qian took the initiative. "Dad, I need your help." Jiang Yun put down the files in his hands and seriously asked, "Is it related to Xiao Cheng?" Jiang Qian, "Yes, I want to marry him and bring him home." Jiang Yun was taken aback. Wasn't the wedding between Jiang Qian and Xiao Cheng already scheduled for 2 days later? Why is he bringing this up now? Jiang Qian spoke firmly, "You're my father. Before the wedding, I hope you can personally visit Xiao Cheng's parents and deliver the betrothal gifts." Jiang Yun stayed silent. Jiang Qian continued, "The cost of the betrothal gifts will be on my account. Just think of it as delivering a package for me." Jiang Yun. Divine craftsmanship delivering packages. After a long pause, Jiang Yun sighed, "Do you care about that kid so much?" Jiang Qian's tone was resolute and unwavering, "Yes, I don't want him to feel wronged." Jiang Yun massaged his temples. After a prolonged silence, he said, "All right, I'll do it." Then, Jiang Yun asked another question, "Jiang Yuan, have you ever hated me over these years? Hated me because I've never given you a shred of paternal love?" Jiang Qian replied directly, "Yes, I did hate you." Jiang Yun let out a bitter laugh. Jiang Qian added, "It's not because of your harshness toward me. Without your harshness, there wouldn't be today's Jiang Yuan, but what? But, I hate your self-assured actions 6 years ago that caused harm to Xiao Cheng." Jiang Qian emphasized each word solemnly, "It breaks my heart when I see him suffer. However, last night, Xiao Cheng said he doesn't blame you anymore, so neither do I." After saying that, Jiang Qian hung up the phone. He opened a chat group with a few close friends. Jiang Qian, at Lu Yanji at Shihan Chu at Fu Man. Jiang Qian, I'm getting married the day after tomorrow. Lu Yanji, Han Chu and I are your best men. I haven't gotten dementia or amnesia yet. Jiang Qian, in 2 days, the two of you will be Xiao Cheng's best men. Fu Man will be Xiao Cheng's bridesmaid. Jiang Qian, understand? Fu Man popped up a message, "Can I ask why?" Jiang Qian smiled slightly and tapped out a line of words on the screen, "To support my kid." The influence of the Shi family, Fu family, Lu family, and Jiang family were comparable. Shi Hanchu, Fu Man, and Lu Yanzi happened to be the direct line descendants of these 3 families. Only this way. This marriage, this wedding, would not have people talking behind Xiao Cheng's back or mocking him for his humble background. Jiang Qian didn't want anyone saying that Xiao Cheng was marrying above his station. It was clearly he who shamelessly tricked Xiao Cheng into being with him after much pleading. Xiao Cheng was such a good person. If anyone was marrying above their station, it was him marrying Xiao Cheng. In the chat group. Shi Hanchu at Jiang Qian, "Can I bring my family?" Shi Hanchu's family member was named Mo Jin, male, and a lawyer at the same law firm as Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian replied with certainly yes. Lu Yanzi asked in the group, "If you and Xiao Cheng argue in the future, whose side should we take?" Jiang Qian, "Xiao Cheng's." Jiang Qian, "If I argue with Xiao Cheng, it must be my fault." Jiang Qian, "If I cold war with Xiao Cheng, then it is definitely my fault." Lu Yanzi, "What if you cheat?" Jiang Qian, "If that day ever comes, I'll leave everything behind." Lu Yanzi, "You're dreaming too much, by then you wouldn't even be able to leave the house, your young wife would lock you in a dark room crying pitifully." Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian used the group owner's privilege and directly kicked Lu Yanzi out of the chat. Then, he picked up the car keys and went out. When he returned to the villa, he brought a child home. Xiao Cheng was already awake, sitting in front of the dining table eating breakfast. Seeing Jiang Qian come in holding a child, Xiao Cheng looked surprised for a moment, then asked indifferently, "Your son?" Without hesitation, Jiang Qian said, "I will never have kids in my life unless." Xiao Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, "Unless what?" Jiang Qian put the child into the pram pushed over by the robot, turned around, and pinched Xiao Cheng's chin, "Unless you can give birth. However, it's lucky that you cannot bear children." "Why?" Xiao Cheng asked curiously, "Don't you like kids?" "Not really." Jiang Qian shook his head and looked Xiao Cheng up and down, "Giving birth is bad for the body, and I'd feel sorry for you." Xiao Cheng blushed, shoved him away, and continued eating breakfast. For breakfast, they had toast, salad, and milk. Jiang Qian glanced at the dining table. On the table, the toast and salad had been finished by Xiao Cheng, but the milk, he hadn't touched at all. Jiang Qian couldn't help but laugh and said, "It seems the milk I warmed up tastes better than the one the robot did." Xiao Cheng got a piece of toast stuck in his throat and started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Qian quickly patted his back, gently rubbing it for him. "How old are you? Eating a piece of toast could get you choked, huh?" Xiao Cheng coughed until his face turned red. Unable to restrain himself, he glared fiercely at Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian also said, "It's true, last night drinking sleeping milk also made him choke." Xiao Cheng coughed until his face turned bright red. Chapter 105, Jiang Yao, little pet, you need to be conscious of your role as a pet. Xiao Cheng raised his foot and forcefully stepped on Jiang Qian's foot. Xiao Cheng was sitting, while Jiang Qian was standing. Jiang Qian leaned over the table with one hand supporting it, wiping away the salad sauce from the corner of Xiao Cheng's mouth, as if his foot being numbed by the stepping did not bother him at all. Not far away. The nanny Dabai was pushing the baby carriage, softly singing a nice nursery rhyme, soothing the child. The little baby, just a few months old, spat out a milk bubble and snuggled quietly in the carriage. The dark and clean eyes were very beautiful. Xiao Qing watched for a moment and curiously asked Jiang Qiyan, where is this child from? Jiang Qiyan replied, it's the second child of my elder sister, Jiang Jinx's younger brother, named Jiang Jinyu. Xiao Qing questioned, then how did you bring him here? Jiang Qiyan explained, Dad's idea is to cultivate him as the next generation successor of the Jiang family. This way, the inheritance of the Jiang family won't be interrupted. After pondering for a while, Xiao Qing couldn't help but ask, Yan. Would you feel regretful? Jiang Qiyan embraced his waist and smiled, what would I regret? Xiao Qing said, being with me means that you will never have your own child in this life. Jiang Qiyan chuckled aloud, you fool, I don't have an imperial throne to inherit. Besides, if there really were a child competing for your affection in front of you, I would beat him up 8 times a day. After finishing, Jiang Qiyan held Xiao Qing's hand and placed it over his heart, saying, Qing, in this lifetime, having only you is enough. Xiao Qing moved his lips slightly, wanting to say something more. Jiang Qiyan hooked his shoulder and walked upstairs, gently persuading, don't overthink it, come let's look at the guest list for the wedding the day after tomorrow, alright? Xiao Qing mumbled in agreement. But when he saw the long list of names Jiang Qiyan handed him, he was still shocked. There wasn't a single person on the list without great influence. Real estate tycoons, business magnates. Xiao Qing swallowed hard, isn't it, too much? Jiang Qiyan rubbed his head, are you nervous? Xiao Qing shook his head, will it have a bad effect on you? Jiang Qiyan made a thoughtful sound, quite troubled as he said, it indeed might have some negative effects. Ah this. Jiang Qiyan grinned, after all, stuffing them full of dog food might indeed not be friendly to the singles, affecting their mood. Xiao Qing. Time flew before the wedding. Soon, it was the day of the wedding. The wedding venue was in the southern hemisphere, on the island where Xiao Qing had previously imprisoned Jiang Qiyan. The ceremony began at 10. The two men's wedding was simple yet grand. Rarely dressed in a white suit, Jiang Qiyan stood on the steps surrounded by flowers. In the wedding march, he watched Xiao Qing coming from afar, slowly holding his hand, their fingers interlocked. They wore the same style of white suits. One elegant and rakish, one graceful and scholarly. No priest was arranged for the wedding to recite those lengthy vows, nor was there any need to say, I do. Since the marriage certificate has already been issued, how could they possibly not agree? Amidst the petals falling all around, Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Qing greeted their elders, exchanged rings, and embraced together. Feast together forevermore. Holding hands with you, growing old together. Among the guests below the steps, Jiang Yao, the second brother of Jiang Qiyan, turned to Lu Yenji, who was well dressed in a suit beside him, and smiled, little Yen, come to my room tonight. Lu Yenji exploded instantly, his face turning black, on what basis? Jiang Yao pulled on his tie, his pitch-black eyes filled with laughter, baby, your salary card is still in my hands. Don't want it anymore. Lu Yenji. Jiang Yao approached Lu Yenji among the crowd, his gaze sweeping over his entire body, and also, who was it before whose eyes were red, trembling with their hand writing down guarantees under the covers. That little kid even promised me, anytime I call, always willing to obey without resistance. Lu Yenji was nearly driven mad, weakly opening his mouth, can you, stop talking about it. Jiang Yao pulled out a salary card from the pocket of his dress pants, lightly using the card to lift Lu Yenji's chin, smiling and saying, little pet, you need to be conscious of your role as a pet, understand? With many people present at the wedding scene, and with an exciting atmosphere. Indeed, no one noticed that Jiang Yao half forcing, half coddling, took Lu Yenji out. Just as they went out. When there were only Lu Yenji and Jiang Yao left. Lu Yenji reached out to grab the salary card in Jiang Yao's hand, give it back to me. Jiang Yao dodged nimbly and effortlessly wrapped his arms around Lu Yenzi's slim waist. Lu Yenzi was trapped and unable to move. He was internally devastated. On what basis? They were both men, how could there be such a huge gap? Jiang Yao calmly extended his hand into Lu Yenzi's dress pants pocket and took away his wallet and ID card together, I'll confiscate these. Naughty kids need punishment. Lu Yenzi struggled desperately. Jiang Yao took something from his briefcase and with ease placed it around Lu Yenzi's slender neck. Lu Yenzi stared dumbfounded at the electronic collar around his neck, utterly shocked. The collar was neither too big nor too small, it fit perfectly. It clung tightly around his neck. It was delicate, made of semi-transparent material, and almost invisible under the cover of his shirt collar. Lu Yenzi tried to tear it off as he shouted furiously, Jiang Yao, you are a pervert. His struggle only worsened the situation, the more he moved, the tighter the collar got, almost strangling him. Jiang Yao tucked Lu Yenzi's ID and wallet into his pocket and smiled gently, speaking softly, stop struggling. This is a high-tech product that you cannot dismantle. As long as you stay more than 5 meters away from me, the collar will emit a sharp alarm. Lu Yenzi scoffed and pushed Jiang Yao aside, turning to walk away. He didn't believe Jiang Yao's stupid words. Lu Yenzi had barely walked a few steps when the collar around his neck emitted an icy mechanical warning sound. Warning. Please return to your master immediately. Warning. Please return to your master immediately. Lu Yanzi felt like crying. He reluctantly returned to Jiang Yao's side, crossing his arms and eyeing him warily and fearfully. You, just let me go. This damn caller's voice was too ridiculous. He couldn't afford to lose face this way. Jiang Yao asked with a smile, you called me a pervert earlier? Lu Yanzi frantically shook his head, feeling sick inside. Putting collars on people randomly. You're not a pervert. Who is? Jiang Yao, what do you call me? Lu Yanzi endured the indignity, elder brother too. Jiang Yao, I don't lack younger brothers, I lack a wife. Lu Yanzi's face turned deathly pale as he stubbornly shook his head again and again. I like women with slender waists and long legs. Jiang Yao chuckled, Yen, you have no understanding of your own preferences. Chapter 106, Jiang Yao puts a women's wedding ring on Lu Yanji. Jiang Yao and Lu Yanji, bonus chapter 1. Jiang Yao lightly traced over Lu Yanji's Adam's apple, then down to her choker. Lu Yanji skipped half a heartbeat. Blushing, with slightly disordered breathing. Jiang Yao smiled satisfactorily, I like slender-waisted, long-legged women. Do you blush when I touch you? Also, little Yen, why are you panting? Jiang Yao pressed on in his questioning. Inside, Lu Yanji was cursing furiously. Who the hell is panting? Jiang Yao, act human. Lu Yanji wanted to scold him. But feeling the constriction of the choker around her neck, she dared not lash out, enduring the humiliation as she opened her mouth. I'm not blushing, and I'm not panting either. Jiang Yao caressed Lu Yanji's chin, solemnly saying, that means I haven't put enough effort in. Lu Yanji. Jiang Yao, if you don't pant, come to my room tonight and I'll teach you. Lu Yanji. Jiang Yao smirked lazily, there's much more I can do. Like making you cry. Lu Yanji recoiled in terror into a corner, crossing her hands in front of her face for protection. I know you're very skilled, but even you shouldn't beat flowers under the cover of darkness, right? Jiang Yao was momentarily stunned. Lu Yanji praised herself internally for her quick wit. Pretending to be foolish definitely helps avoid awkward situations. But the next moment, a deep laugh escaped from Jiang Yao's throat, his suggestive gaze sweeping over Lu Yanji as he asked mockingly, darkness? Flower beating? Lu Yanji was dumbfounded. After all her chatter, this guy only caught onto two key points. Seems I didn't notice before, little Yen has a face and figure that truly resembles a delicate little flower. Jiang Yao pinched Lu Yanji's cheeks, since you want me to destroy such a flower, I'll definitely fulfill your wish. Lu Yanji looked utterly defeated. Her thoughts drifted to. Based on his comprehension skills, he'd probably get a 0 on the Chinese exam and the college entrance exam. Hearing Lu Yanji's inner voice, Jiang Yao elegantly raised a corner of his lips, though I didn't perform well in the college entrance exam, I did rank top in the province. Chinese 142/150. Total score 742 out of 750. Meaning. Besides Chinese, everything else was full marks. Lu Yanji. Jiang Yao nonchalantly shoved his hand into his trouser pocket. Come on, little flower, let's go back to check out the wedding first. When it gets dark later, I'll handle your flower destruction again. Lu Yanji was extremely frustrated. Are we never going to pass this, gag? The wedding continued until the afternoon. As Lu Yanji, the best man, socialized at the banquet, he drank quite a lot of alcohol. His tolerance for alcohol wasn't good. One drink, and he was done. Right after the wedding ceremony ended, he ran outside and threw up. A pale, beautiful hand extended towards him, offering a bottle of mineral water. Bent over while vomiting. Lu Yanji noticed a pair of brand new black leather shoes in his line of sight and hesitated. She straightened her posture. And saw none other than Jiang Yao in front of her, gripping a bottle of mineral water. Lu Yanji muttered something about it being unfair. Jiang Yao looked at her curiously, Lu Yanji said, you helped me dodge hundreds of cups of wine, and you're not even throwing up. Jiang Yao laughed softly. A low, deep tone akin to a cello, the sound felt as if it was winding through Lu Yanji's ear canal. Lu Yanji's ears reddened at the base. Jiang Yao glanced at her, clearly remembering how soft and tender the flesh of her ears had been. That night, just one gentle bite had caused Lu Yanji to shiver all over. Lu Yanji lowered her eyes. Jiang Yao's slacks were stained by Lu Yanji's vomit. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Yanji scratched her head and squatted down to help clean Jiang Yao's pants. Sorry, I got them dirty. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Yao suddenly hooked her waist, pulling her upright and said worriedly, you just threw up, don't move around recklessly. Lu Yanji was bewildered. When did this bastard become so gentle? He wouldn't possibly be expecting me to take off his pants and wash them for him, would he? After hearing Lu Yanji's inner voice, Jiang Yao arched an eyebrow. Indeed, he was thinking of taking off his pants in front of Lu Yanji when there was no one else around. He twisted open the cap of the bottled water. Rinse your mouth with some water. Lu Yanji rinsed her mouth and felt the alcohol and vomit taste diminish somewhat. She took 2 deep breaths and asked, where did you get the mineral water? Here they were on an island. Freshwater resources were scarce. Jiang Yao glanced at the brand of mineral water and asked, last year when I was guiding you on your master's thesis, didn't you say that this brand of mineral water tastes good? At 140 yuan per bottle, it's this one, isn't it? Lu Yenji's face turned slightly red. In university, he studied dual master's degrees in medical psychology and economics. Jiang Yao, the famous economics professor, was his tutor for the economics program. Lu Yenji touched his nose, awkwardly saying, I just said it offhand, how come you remembered it? Jiang Yao held the half-finished bottle of mineral water Lu Yenji had been drinking, tilted his head back, and took a sip. His lips touched exactly where Lu Yenji had drunk from before, saying, I remember every single word you've said. Holy sh*t. Did he remember everything I babbled that night when I was drunk, cursing him the entire evening? Jiang Yao. But I shouldn't be blamed for cursing him. This bastard deserved to be cursed. Had 4 or 5 showers in one night, I nearly died in his bedroom. Jiang Yao squinted his eyes. He reached out, gripping Lu Yenji's waist tightly, and leaned closer. Instinctively, Lu Yenji covered Jiang Yao's mouth with his hand, don't kiss me. If you force yourself on me, I'll vomit all over your face. Jiang Yao cast a cold glance at him. Lu Yenji quickly released his hand. Jiang Yao pushed Lu Yenji down by his waist, we have 3 rules. Lu Yenji. 1. No cursing me. 2. No lying to me. 3. Without permission, never leave my sight. If you violate any of these, Jiang Yao's lips curved into a meaningful smile as he pointed at the collar around Lu Yenji's neck, you'll never get rid of this thing in your life. On the electronic collar, Jiang Yao's name was engraved. Jiang Yao added another sentence, and I have many more such things, once you wear them, you can't take them off again. You can try if you want. Lu Yenji's face turned crimson, and reluctantly muttered after much hesitation, I agree. I agree with all of it. Agree? Hell yeah. You don't even know what I'm thinking. Wait till I find someone to unlock this collar, then I'll beat you so hard you'll beg me to call you dad. Lu Yenji's inner voice. Not a single word was missed, it clearly transmitted straight into Jiang Yao's ears. His tall and lean figure slowly moved closer, wrapping Lu Yenji in the cold pear fragrance surrounding him. He questioned, are you silently cursing me in your mind? Lu Yenji panicked. Though he was a psychological doctor, proficient in medical psychology. Why was it that his emotions and thoughts were completely controlled by Jiang Yao? Lost in a daze, Lu Yenji felt something grab his left wrist, and suddenly, a ring was slipped onto his left ring finger. Staring at the diamond ring on his ring finger, Lu Yenji's eyes widened almost round, diamond ring? Why did you put a women's ring on me? Something's wrong. After a pause, Lu Yenji realized the situation and immediately blew up, Jiang Yao, what kind of relationship do we have anyway? No kinship, none whatsoever. How dare you give me a wedding ring? I don't want it, I don't want it. After finishing his tirade, Lu Yenji tried to take the ring off his finger. However, he struggled for quite some time. Even though he strained his fingers, the ring wouldn't budge. The size was too small, impossible to remove once worn. Don't bother wasting your energy. Wear the wedding ring obediently, carry a married tag, and stay away from other flowers. Jiang Yao said lazily. After saying that, he reached out to pat Lu Yenji's head. His fingers ran through Lu Yenji's hair, casually brushing past his ear. Lu Yenji's body trembled instinctively and shrank back, but Jiang Yao held his waist firmly, pushing him back down. Jiang Yao smiled teasingly at the corner of his lips and effortlessly lifted Lu Yenji, who was shorter than him by half a head, and carried him back into his room. The door closed. Jiang Yao locked it from the inside, shoved the key into his pants pocket, and then turned around asking, afraid of me this much? Sitting on Jiang Yao's bed, Lu Yenji watched as Jiang Yao approached step by step, making his heart leap. Am I not supposed to be afraid of you? With a graduation thesis alone, you made me revise it 300 times. Professor Jiang truly lives up to being called Prof Yao. Lu Yenji's internal monologue actually amused Jiang Yao. Back when his young student was doing his graduate studies, whenever he saw Jiang Yao, it was like a rat encountering a cat, he would avoid the mentor like the plague. To see the young man more often, he had to play tricks with the graduation thesis. In the silent room, their breathing intertwined, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Lu Yenji was about to push Jiang Yao away and escape by jumping out of the window. However, Jiang Yao swiftly restrained him, pinning his wrists behind his back. Jiang Yao found a red silk from the wedding scene and calmly wrapped it several times around Lu Yenji's wrists, tying more than a dozen knots. Jiang Yao sat on the bed and embraced Lu Yenji's shoulders. Xiaoyan, let's talk. Lu Yenji laughed in a way that looked more like crying, his wrists bound behind him and unable to move. Hee hee. Can we change positions for this conversation? Jiang Yao grabbed a pillow and forced Lu Yenji to lie down. He also lay beside him, pulling the blanket over them. Is this position satisfactory for our discussion? You, what do you want to talk about? Jiang Yao asked, why are you afraid of me? Many years ago, upon seeing him for the first time, Lu Yenji had lost all color in his face instantly. His whole body trembled with terror in his eyes. Years passed. And it was still the same. As soon as he got close, Lu Yenji became scared. As if Jiang Yao were a demon crawling out of hell. Jiang Yao held Lu Yenji's chin and interrogated meticulously, "What is wrong with me? Why are you afraid of me?" Lu Yenji's eyes flashed with fear as he painfully shook his head, pale-faced, gasping faintly, "I really don't want to say. Please don't force me." That kind of pain and fear, Lu Yenji would never forget for the rest of his life. Jiang Yao felt heavily blocked inside. He sighed, pinched Lu Yenji's earlobes gently, coaxing softly, "As long as you don't avoid me, I won't press you anymore. Spend one night here with me and don't leave, alright?" Lu Yenji didn't respond. With his wrists tied, how could he possibly leave? Jiang Yao's hand under the covers gripped Lu Yenji's narrow waist, pressing his head onto his chest. "Be good." Lu Yenji thought he would suffer insomnia. He had never slept with anyone else before. But he underestimated himself. Lu Yenji slept like a dead pig. Around 9:30 the next morning, Xiaoqing came to ask him something, which woke Lu Yenji up. After Xiaoqing consulted on a few psychological issues, he asked Lu Yenji, "Why are you so scared of Brother 2? Brother Jiang Yao was gentle and charming. A very nice person indeed." Lu Yenji snapped, "He's nothing but a pervert. You don't know, when I was 10, I was kidnapped by a gang that trafficked human organs. I almost got my kidney and liver removed." Lu Yenji recounted his entire story to Xiaoqing. He had been drugged, bound, and locked in a basement to be used as an organ donor. When the drug wore off and he woke up, the first person he saw was Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao was with those cruel criminals. They were clinking their wine glasses together in celebration after having kidnapped dozens of children. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao was chatting with Jiang Qiyan. Jiang Qiyan asked, "Lu Yenji has known you since he was 18. Why does he still dodge you like an epidemic?" Jiang Yao's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, saying, "I've known him since he was 10. Jiang Qiyan paused for a moment. 10. Wasn't that when he was kidnapped? Jiang Yao adjusted his tie, a flicker of pain passing through his deep black eyes. Yeah, back then, I accidentally got acquainted with some people from that kidnapping gang. I infiltrated undercover and saved Lu Yenji. At that time, Lu Yenji had already been injected with anesthesia, pushed onto the operating table for organ extraction, unconscious. If he hadn't saved him in time, Lu Yenji would have definitely had his liver or kidneys taken. Jiang Qiyan asked, "Does he know it was you who saved him?" Jiang Yao hummed once. Xiaoyan's sister knows the truth and must have told him. He definitely knows. After finishing speaking, Jiang Yao turned and saw Xiaoqing and Lu Yenji laughing happily together. Jiang Yao frowned, how can they two get along so well? Jiang Qiyan shrugged. Maybe this is what's known as the legendary wife diplomacy. Jiang Yao. After Jiang Qiyan and Xiaoqing's wedding, Jiang Yao and Lu Yenji boarded the plane back to China together. Before boarding, in the waiting lounge, Lu Yenji received a call from his sister, Lu Chenxi. "Sister." Lu Yenji answered the call. Lu Chenxi asked, "Xiaoyan, has Jiang Yao been with you these days?" Lu Yenji hummed, feeling uneasy as he reached to pull at the collar of his shirt, revealing the necklace around his neck. It couldn't be removed. Lu Yenji's face turned red, and he mumbled, "What can happen between two grown men?" Lu Chenxi sighed in relief. She had been secretly in love with Jiang Yao for many years. As long as Jiang Yao didn't like men, that was good. Lu Chenxi said again, "He's in cahoots with those criminal gangs. Don't let him deceive your feelings, alright?" Lu Yenji raised his eyes. Not far away, Jiang Yao was walking toward them, holding 2 cups of coffee. Lu Yenji said into the phone, "I'll hang up now." Lu Yenji ended the call. Jiang Yao handed him a glass of orange juice. Lu Yenji took the glass and asked, "Brother 2, do you really like me, or do you just want to play with my body?" Before Jiang Yao could answer, all the lights in the waiting lounge suddenly went out. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the airport fell into complete darkness. Behind Lu Yenji, a shadow slowly appeared in the corner. The sharp blade gleamed with a cold light, gradually approaching Lu Yenji. Chapter 107, Jiang Yao, I am his husband. In the pitch darkness, the cold glint made Jiang Yao squint slightly. "Xiaoyan, danger." Jiang Yao reached out to pull Lu Yenji away. Behind Lu Yenji, the figure in a black ski jacket suddenly swung the weapon in their hand and stabbed towards Jiang Yao. Instinctively, Jiang Yao shielded Lu Yenji in his arms. There was no time, the accident happened too suddenly. Jiang Yao only managed to expose his most vulnerable back to the assailant behind him. The look of cruelty flashed in the eyes of the thug. "Jiang Yao, die." Lu Yenji pushed Jiang Yao aside, using his arm to block the blow for him. Psh. This was the sound of the weapon piercing flesh. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Yenji let out a stifled groan. Just at this moment, the airport regained its light. Jiang Yao extended a long arm, pulling Lu Yenji close to protect him, then turned sideways and delivered a fierce kick. His foot struck the assailant's abdomen firmly. The man who stood nearly 6 feet tall flew through the air like a kite whose strings had been cut, landing heavily on the ground. After several writhing movements filled with agony, he did not manage to rise again. Jiang Yao looked down towards the person in his arms. A half-foot-long gash had appeared on Lu Yenji's arm. Blood had dyed his lightly colored windbreaker red. The ice-cold, sharp blade was deeply embedded in the flesh. Jiang Yao's face immediately darkened, as if ready to drip ink. An icy and dangerous aura emanated from his entire body. He pulled a computer charger from his briefcase, approached the thug, crouched down, and directly wrapped the cable around the neck of the assailant. You're asking for death. Jiang Yao. Lu Yenji, holding his arm, wobbled over. No. It will kill him. You'll go to jail. As if he hadn't heard anything. With full force applied to his hands. The color of the thug's face became an iron-like blue-green, his hands desperately trying to scratch the marble floor seams as he struggled. Lu Yenji attempted to pull Jiang Yao off, but his arm hurt fiercely. A movement drew a painful murmur from his lips. Jiang Yao paused in his actions. Looking anxiously at Lu Yenji, he grasped his waist. Bear with it for a bit, I'll send you to the hospital right away. Lu Yenji feared that Jiang Yao might again attempt to kill the thug. His tone softened considerably, his voice tinged with a pleading quality as he gently coaxed, Brother, it hurts. Jiang Yao removed his tie, wrapping it around Lu Yenji's arm. For arterial bleeding, he secured the ligature above the heart end to stop the blood. Jiang Yao leaned down, lifting Lu Yenji into his arms. Not far away, several airport police officers and security guards ran over, skillfully subduing the thug and inquired if Jiang Yao needed a police car to take Lu Yenji to the hospital. Jiang Yao nodded his head, offering his gratitude. Because it was an international airport. A foreign police officer said, SJR, you must come with us to the police station and make a statement. You must come with us to the police station to make a statement. Jiang Yao radiated menace. No, I'm his husband and his guardian. He needs my company or he'll cry. No, I'm his husband, I'm his guardian. His needs my company or he will cry. Lu Yenji. Jiang Yao tightly held Lu Yenji, running out of the airport as fast as possible, hailing a cab to rush Lu Yenji to the hospital. At the hospital. The doctor was treating Lu Yenji's wound. Jiang Yao sat by, expressionless, watching. The white shirt had already been stained red by Lu Yenji's blood, damp with patches. After some time, Jiang Yao, without any change in expression, turned and walked out. Lu Yenji could hardly believe what he saw, unsure whether due to the pain of his wound or feeling wronged, his eye corners reddened slightly. His beautiful peach-shaped eyes were shrouded in a misty haze of moisture. Half an hour later. The doctor had finished bandaging Lu Yenji's wound and gave him numerous precautions to follow. Lu Yenji blankly stared at the direction Jiang Yao left, saying nothing. The doctor sighed, turning and walking out. As soon as he stepped out, he was startled to see Jiang Yao standing by the hospital room door. Because the white wall beside Jiang Yao had white plaster flakes falling off. The dust that fell onto the ground was not grayish-white but stained red by blood. Jiang Yao stood expressionlessly, peeling off the white lime on the wall, his eyes staring straight at the direction of Lu Yenji's ward, and his nails were filled with blood. Jiang Yao closed his eyes for a moment. Xiaoyan. Don't get hurt for me. Except in my bed, I don't allow you to bleed anywhere else. Otherwise, I fear I might completely go crazy. At this time, Jiang Yao's phone rang. It was a call from his assistant. Sir, we've found out. Tell me. The assistant said, the person who stabbed Mr. Lu is called Wang Shen. He once applied for your postgraduate program but had his eligibility revoked due to cheating in the preliminary test of the entrance exam for graduate students. He had begged you to help him before, but since you didn't respond, he sought revenge. Jiang Yao's dark pupils reflected a sinister gleam as he asked with a smile, is he from mainland China? The assistant replied, yes, he will be sent back home first and then tried. Jiang Yao adjusted his tie slightly, find a way to bring him here. I want to see him. The assistant was greatly shocked, sir, he will definitely go to prison, so why? Prison. Jiang Yao let out a low, cold laugh, prison, where could possibly make him feel more joy than if he were in my hands? Jiang Yao hung up the phone. Hiding his blood-covered hands in his trouser pockets, he hesitated briefly by the door of the ward before pushing it open and walking in. When he saw everything inside the ward, his face instantly lost all color. 1. To be concluded in October. 2. Several hundred comments in the opening chapter's review section that included timestamps were maliciously reported, which led to mass deletions. 3. Your love for this book is my honor. Let's keep enjoying our own little world. Chapter 108, Lu Yenzi, I like you. Lu Yenzi lay pale on the hospital bed. His eyes tightly shut, his face full of agony and terror, muttering something incoherently. Jiang Yao quickly approached and placed his palm on Lu Yenzi's forehead. The heat under his palm was scorching. Lu Yenzi was running a fever. A deep concern and sorrow flickered in Jiang Yao's eyes. Turning to call the doctor, he then distinctly heard what Lu Yenzi was murmuring in his sleep. Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao squatted down before Lu Yenzi, grasping his hand and lightly kissing it at the lips, saying softly, I'm here. Jiang Yao, don't kill me. I'm scared. Jiang Yao froze, disbelievingly looking at Lu Yenzi. His mind-reading ability allowed him to clearly hear Lu Yenzi's inner voice, entering his entire dream world. In Lu Yenzi's dream, there was a pitch-black basement, filthy and smelly. Inside, there were over 100 children, both big and small, locked up. 2 men in white lab coats forcibly held down a 5 or 6-year-old little girl on a dirty operating table, injecting her with anesthesia, extracting her corneas. Jiang Yao frowned. He suddenly took a step forward, wanting to prevent this unspeakable act. But when he reached out, his hand went right through those 2 men. This was Lu Yenzi's dream, not reality. Jiang Yao could do nothing but helplessly watch. After the girl's corneas were taken, she stared with bloody eyes, lying on a dirty pile of hay. Suddenly, a faint sob came from the corner. Jiang Yao turned around to see. Young Lu Yenzi hugged his own knees, curling into a tiny ball, trembling all over. His chubby baby face was filled with fear. Jiang Yao vaguely realized. This was everything that had happened 15 years ago when Lu Yenzi was kidnapped. It was Lu Yenzi's most terrifying heart demon. At this moment, another teenage boy, Jiang Yao, around 15 or 16 years old, walked into the basement, leisurely strolling over to young Lu Yenzi, roughly grabbing his collar and throwing him onto the operating table. Young Lu Yenzi's eyes immediately reddened, all color drained from his face as he desperately struggled. "Let me go, please let me go." The real Jiang Yao beside them clenched his fists. Watching the tears slide down Lu Yenzi's cheeks, Jiang Yao felt an intense pain in his heart. He swung his fist hard towards the other, Jiang Yao, in the dream, only for it to pass straight through the face of Jiang Yao, as if hitting thin air again. Jiang Yao viciously grabbed Lu Yenzi's throat, tightening his fingers. "If you make any more noise, I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece." "Shut your mouth." Lu Yenzi bit his lips, large tears streaming down his face. "Who are you? Why are you doing this to me?" Jiang Yao extracted a whole syringe of medication from a vial, jabbing it into Lu Yenzi's arm, and gave a gentle smile. "My name is Jiang Yao. I don't know you, don't kill me." Lu Yenzi looked at him with dread, shaking his head fiercely, struggling. "Initially, I only planned to take one of your kidneys and half your liver to sell in the black market for money, but now that you know the name Jiang Yao, you must die. So, you might as well just die." The medication slowly flowed into Lu Yenzi's body, causing him to gradually stop struggling. His entire body became limp, devoid of any strength, yet his consciousness remained clear. Lu Yenzi tightly pressed his lips together, refraining from uttering another word. However, the real Jiang Yao could clearly hear his inner monologue. "I hate Jiang Yao. I've never done anything wrong, so why does the world treat me like this?" Jiang Yao's eyes instantly turned crimson red. "Little Yenzi, that Jiang Yao isn't me, it isn't me." Jiang Yao pulled out a surgical knife, slicing open the skin on Lu Yenzi's waist, chuckling lightly. "The blood of children really is sweet." Tears rolled down Lu Yenzi's numb, hollow eyes. Jiang Yao bent down, gently sipping a drop of blood from Lu Yenzi's waistline. "Not bad." Under the influence of the drugs, Lu Yenzi couldn't move. The real Jiang Yao listened to Lu Yenzi's inner thoughts. "Psycho. Please let me go, is there anyone who can save me?" Jiang Yao suddenly opened his eyes. The sight was no longer the dark basement, but rather a ward filled with the smell of disinfectant. Just now, it was Lu Yenzi's dream. Jiang Yao's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he looked at Lu Yenzi on the hospital bed with an unsettled expression. Lu Yenzi curled up into a ball just like he used to when he was little, trembling as he muttered, "Jiang Yao, don't touch me." Jiang Yao felt a pang of pain in his heart. "Little Yen. All these years, you've been afraid of me, wary of me, and resisted my touch. Is it because 15 years ago, during that kidnapping, you were left with trauma and psychological scars?" But a flicker of doubt passed through Jiang Yao's eyes. Why would Lu Yenzi think that he had taken his organs and sold them on the black market? Lu Yenzi wasn't being still, he kept moving around. The needle for the 4 had already made a large bruise on Lu Yenzi's hand. Jiang Yao frowned, first removing the needle, then leaning down to pin Lu Yenzi's wrist against the pillow carefully, avoiding the wound on his arm. Jiang Yao's other hand held Lu Yenzi's chin as he kissed him. The familiar scent of cold pear wrapped around Lu Yenzi. Lu Yenzi's furrowed brows relaxed, and his whole body became limp, entirely lacking strength as it was enveloped by Jiang Yao's chest. Lu Yenzi woke up from the kiss. He slowly widened his eyes and pushed Jiang Yao away, fear flashing in his eyes. "You, what are you doing?" The Jiang Yao from the dream merged with the Jiang Yao before him. Lu Yenzi was still scared. Jiang Yao gritted his teeth, wishing he could jump into Lu Yenzi's dream and kill that Jiang Yao. He took 2 deep breaths and asked softly, "Xiao Yan, did you have a nightmare?" Lu Yenzi shook his head, watching Jiang Yao warily and defensively, his dry throat croaking out 2 words, "No." Jiang Yao said, "But just now, you were calling my name. The kidnapping that happened to you 15 years ago, it wasn't actually me." "Jiang Yao." Lu Yenzi interrupted him, covering his head with the pillow. "Don't say anything more, I don't want to listen. Go out, I want to be alone." Jiang Yao sighed and took the pillow away from his hands. "I won't force you, but don't touch your wounds." Jiang Yao turned to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly heard Lu Yenzi's inner voice. "Maybe I went too far. Someone who kisses me forcibly but never steals kisses, Jiang Yao, he is an upright, incorruptible man. Could it be that the kidnapping case 15 years ago really had nothing to do with him? Could I have wrongfully blamed him? Is it possible that Jiang Yao's approach towards me isn't due to any interest in my organs, or digging for kidneys and livers? After hearing Lu Yanzi's rich internal dialogue, Jiang Yao's temples twitched. He turned around, walked back to Lu Yanzi with no expression on his face, locked both of Lu Yanzi's wrists, and pressed him down hard. Lu Yanzi missed half a heartbeat. There was no longer any cold alertness or terror in his eyes as they stared at Jiang Yao. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Lu Yanzi started to speak. What do you plan to do? Jiang Yao lost his patience and directly covered Lu Yanzi's mouth. After kissing for a full 10 minutes, Jiang Yao let go of Lu Yanzi, his fingertips gently stroking Lu Yanzi's jaw as he said, back at the airport, you asked me whether I liked you as a person or just your body, remember? Yes. Lu Yanzi blushed deeply and turned his head away. Jiang Yao grabbed Lu Yanzi's chin and forcefully turned his head so their eyes met. Jiang Yao said, now I'll tell you, I like you as a person, so I also like your body. As for your organs. Jiang Yao's gaze dropped to a spot on Lu Yanzi's body, and he chuckled lowly, as long as it belongs to Xiao Yan, I like it all. Lu Yanzi, I like you. Chapter 109, Lu Yanzi is mine. Lu Yanzi swallowed, nervous and incoherent. When did it start? Jiang Yao smiled, 7 years ago. Lu Yanzi's eyes widened. He grabbed the pillow and threw it at Jiang Yao's head, his face flushed as he whispered, I was only 18 back then, just started college. Jiang Yao chuckled lightly, holding Lu Yanzi's waist, if you weren't my student back then, I would have pursued you already. Jiang Yao endured for a whole 7 years. Until Lu Yanzi graduated. Lu Yanzi said nothing, uncomfortably shifting further into the blanket. Jiang Yao wrapped both Lu Yanzi and the blanket in his arms and asked, so, will you give me a chance to pursue you, Lu Yanzi shook his head. Jiang Yao's expression darkened slightly. Xia Yan, is he unwilling to let me chase him? The next second. Lu Yanzi said, no need to chase. I'm willing to be with you. Even though Jiang Yao kidnapped me back then, I accept it. I seem unable not to crave the warmth from him. After hearing Lu Yanzi's confession, Jiang Yao frowned. When did I kidnap Lu Yanzi? Jiang Yao paused to think in his mind. Just as he was about to ask, Lu Yanzi's phone rang. With a bandaged arm, it was inconvenient for him to move, so he naturally looked at Jiang Yao, could you answer it for me? Jiang Yao took Lu Yanzi's phone, pressed the answer button, and turned on the speaker. It was Lu Yanzi's sister, Lu Chenxi, who called. As soon as they connected, Lu Chenxi worriedly said, Xia Yan, I heard you got injured. Lu Yanzi said, I'm fine now, don't worry. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chenxi interjected quickly, are you with Jiang Yao? How's Jiang Yao? Is he okay? Jiang Yao frowned. He didn't like Lu Yanzi's sister very much at first impression. Who would care about a stranger before caring about their own younger brother? Lu Yanzi seemed used to it, lowering his eyelashes as he said, he's fine. Lu Chenxi added, Xia Yan, I do this all for your benefit. Back then when you were kidnapped, Jiang Yao colluded with those criminals. If I had arrived later, they were going to operate on you to remove your organs. Lu Yanzi clenched his fingers around the blanket and stayed silent. His life was saved by his sister. So these past few years. Whether it was the favoritism of his parents or the inheritance rights within the family. Whatever Lu Chenxi wanted, Lu Yanzi would unhesitatingly hand them over. Seeing that Lu Yanzi didn't say anything, Lu Chenxi smirked triumphantly and added, to save you, I even took a bullet for you from Jiang Yao. Is that so? Jiang Yao could no longer endure, and he questioned. A calm, deep voice resonated in the quiet hospital room. Lu Yanzi was startled. The smile on Lu Chenxi's face froze. Jiang Yao let out a sinister chuckle from his throat while gripping the phone. Miss Lu, please recount truthfully, 15 years ago, was it me who kidnapped Lu Yanzi to harvest his organs? Lu Chenxi stammered, I. Jiang Yao, that's not what I meant. Jiang Yao countered, then what exactly do you mean? Lu Chenxi quickly regained her composure. Jiang Yao, this is Xia Yan's nightmare. I don't want you to bring up this event again, tearing open his fresh wounds. You're harming him. Jiang Yao smiled coldly, Miss Lu, 15 years ago on the day Lu Yanzi was kidnapped, why were the bodyguards around him conveniently absent? Do you really want me to dig deeper into this? Lu Chenxi's face turned pale. Jiang Yao hung up the phone with an impassive expression, then turned to go out and arrange for his assistant to thoroughly investigate the entire matter. But the next second, a white, beautiful hand grasped the hem of Jiang Yao's clothes. Lu Yanzi pulled Jiang Yao and asked him, back then, the person who saved me, was it you, right? Jiang Yao's Adam's apple moved. He looked down at Lu Yanzi sitting in the blanket and said, yes. Lu Yanzi's eyes immediately reddened. Once he cried. Jiang Yao became flustered and immediately cupped his face, wiping the moisture from his eyes, don't cry, stop crying. The more he spoke, the harder Lu Yanzi cried. 15 years. Entirely 15 years. Lu Yenji, you are such an idiot. You mistook the person who truly loves and protects you as a murderer. You regarded the person who deceived and tried to harm you as family. Lu Yenji cried until he broke down, almost losing his voice. Jiang Yao wasn't good at comforting people. Seeing Lu Yenji cry, he glared and said, "If you keep crying, I'll kiss you." Lu Yenji sat up, looked up at Jiang Yao standing in front of him, and suddenly reached out to encircle Jiang Yao's neck. He then emerged from under the blanket and jumped onto him, wrapping his legs around Jiang Yao's waist. Jiang Yao. Leaning close to Jiang Yao, Lu Yenji still had a red nose from his earlier crying, "Kiss me." Jiang Yao paused silently for a moment, then gently placed Lu Yenji back on the bed. Carefully, he pulled his arms away and checked them over, ensuring that no wounds had split open before speaking, "Xia Yan. I don't need you kissing me out of gratitude or a sense of repayment." Jiang Yao was an upright gentleman. He would never force Lu Yenji into anything, nor did he wish for Lu Yenji to submit himself solely out of gratitude. Lu Yenji was about ready to explode with anger. "Jiang Yao, you're like a man with terminal straight guy cancer. You deserve not to find a wife, you deserve to be single forever." Lu Yenji angrily kicked at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao didn't dodge. He took the blow without moving. Lu Yenji was stunned. Why didn't you dodge?" In his mind, Jiang Yao was skilled enough to avoid it easily. Jiang Yao pretended to look pitiful, hunching his shoulders as he said, "Scared of my wife telling me off, I didn't dare." Lu Yenji. After a while, Lu Yenji grasped Jiang Yao's fingers, pulling them upward until he held Jiang Yao's whole hand. He said, "I'm not with you out of gratitude." Jiang Yao froze, shocked by the words. Lu Yenji continued, "This is mutual desire between us." Jiang Yao gripped Lu Yenji's chin, quickly blocking his lips in a tender kiss, silencing all the unspoken words still lingering inside Lu Yenji. Though inexperienced, Lu Yenji tried responding but couldn't keep pace with Jiang Yao's rhythm. He was naive in love, channeling all his affection towards Jiang Yao. When Jiang Yao finally released Lu Yenji, his lips grazed against his earlobe lightly. An involuntary shiver passed through Lu Yenji. The collar buttons on his shirt had already been undone by Jiang Yao. Breathing became erratic, a layer of misty water forming in Lu Yenji's eyes. "I'm sorry." It's not mutual willingness between us." Lu Yenji pressed his numb lips slightly, muttering softly, "It's more like, you taking advantage, willingly." Jiang Yao's voice turned husky, lowering his body over Lu Yenji. "Close your eyes." Obediently, Lu Yenji closed his eyes. Jiang Yao started to kiss along Lu Yenji's cheeks while his hands circled soft patterns on his chest, resembling a seasoned expert who knows exactly how to stir passion. Before long, all the buttons on Lu Yenji's shirt were undone. Terrified and stiff, Lu Yenji dared not move. Jiang Yao suddenly smiled, rolling off of Lu Yenji and helping him button up his shirt again. Lu Yenji stared in astonishment. Just this? It seemed everything was set for something to happen but nothing happened. Jiang Yao probably can't perform. A vein popped on Jiang Yao's temple. If only he hadn't been concerned about Lu Yenji's injured arm. Could he have been so painfully restrained? Jiang Yao's tone carried a hint of danger. "Once you recover, I'll make sure you end up in the hospital again." By doing him into the hospital. Lu Yenji. Jiang Yao stayed with Lu Yenji for nearly a month overseas as he recuperated. On the night before New Year's Eve, they returned home. New Year's Eve night. Jiang Yao first dropped Lu Yenji off at his family home, allowing him to reunite with his family. Lu Yenji walked inside alone. He handed his suitcase and coat to the servant and looked toward his parents sitting on the sofa watching TV. A warm feeling flowed through his heart. Due to the near-fatal experience of being kidnapped as a child, Lu Yenji treasured his family deeply. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Lu father furrowed his brows and coldly eyed him. "Kneel down." Lu Yenji froze in place. Lu mother followed suit, saying, "Xia Yan, we heard that you're together with Jiang Yao." Lu Yenji remained silent. "Lu mother, your sister was arranged to enter a marital alliance with Jiang Yao. You can't destroy this alliance just because you want to seduce a man. This disgraces our Lu family's reputation." Unable to help laughing, Lu Yenji responded, "In your eyes, Lu Chenxi is your real daughter, while I am like someone picked up off the street, right?" Lu mother's expression became uneasy. As a child, Lu Yenji had been kidnapped for a period of time and once suffered from severe autism. Unlike Chenxi, who had always been obedient and perfect since childhood, earning respect wherever she went and giving them plenty of face. Therefore, Lu's parents always leaned more toward Lu Chenxi. Lu Yenji lowered his gaze. "Every year on Lu Chenxi's birthday, you can set aside a whole day to spend with her. Dad personally makes the birthday cake, and Mom cooks her longevity noodles. But when it's my birthday, you're always on business trips or working overtime, not even wishing me a happy birthday." Lu father's expression darkened. "Chenxi is your older sister. You're being disrespectful. I must say you really lack upbringing. You need to immediately break off all ties with Jiang Yao." Mentioning Jiang Yao, Lu Yenji's tone instantly grew sharp. "Does that mean whatever Lu Chenxi wants, I should just hand it over without question? Why should I?" Speaking of lacking upbringing, Lu Yenji's anger surged uncontrollably. Do you know that when I was kidnapped as a child, Lu Chenxi nearly caused me to die? Lu father turned crimson with rage. I should have strangled you at birth for disgracing your own sister like this. Lu mother added, Xia Yan, why can't you be more like your sister and give us some peace of mind? Lu Yenji let out a mocking laugh. Don't compare me to her. I don't have the habit of being a homewrecker and stealing someone else's boyfriend. She's unworthy of it. You. Infuriated, Lu father grabbed the ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at Lu Yenji. Lu Yenji slightly tilted his body and nimbly dodged it. The glass ashtray shattered at his feet into countless shards, with fragments flying everywhere. A faint prickling sensation spread across Lu Yenji's face. He raised a hand to wipe it, finding his fingertips smeared with bright red blood. Taking his suitcase from the servant, Lu Yenji turned around emotionlessly and walked toward the door. Lu father shouted, once you leave this house, never come back. Lu Yenji didn't look back, his slim but upright silhouette resembling a solitary tree. Home. Ever since I was 10 years old, I've had no home. Before Lu Yenji reached the front door, a servant hurried into the living room. Lu father frowned, what is it? The second young master Jiang has arrived. Lu father paused, this time, what does Jiang Yao want? Please bring him in. Jiang Yao entered with a cold demeanor, snowflakes still melting on his shoulders from the heavy snow outside. Behind him followed a group of imposing bodyguards, making their presence feel ominous. Lu father stood up cautiously, asking warily, Jiang Yao, why are you here? Taking long strides, Jiang Yao moved beside Lu Yenji, taking his hand firmly. I'm here to take my kid home. The living room suddenly became eerily silent. Lu father stared at their intertwined fingers, his expression souring, Jiang Yao, you're supposed to marry Chenxi. The marriage alliance between our families was arranged by me and your father. Jiang Yao replied calmly, then tell my dad to go marry her instead. Furious, Lu father turned red and his neck bulged with veins, you. Turning to leave, Jiang Yao stopped midway and narrowed his eyes upon noticing something, what happened to your face? There was a faint streak of blood on Lu Yenji's face, large droplets trickled down, slowly sliding down his pale and flawless skin. Lu Yenji remained silent. Suppressing his fury, Jiang Yao's voice grew cold and menacing, who the hell hit him? Lu Yenji pushed him gently, urging, let's go. Jiang Yao circled an arm around Lu Yenji's slender waist, stepping silently in front of Lu's parents, was it you too? Lu father glared coldly, this is our family matter, outsiders shouldn't interfere, ah. His sentence cut short by a scream of pain. Jiang Yao kicked over the porcelain coffee table. Weighing over 100 pounds, the heavy table slammed against the legs of Lu father and Lu mother. Pain shot through their legs, as if broken. Lu father's face twisted with agony, teardrops glistening at the corners of his eyes. Outsiders? Jiang Yao smirked lowly, ask Lu Yenji who I am to him. In the next moment, both Jiang Yao and Lu Yenji spoke simultaneously. Jiang Yao, I'm his man. Lu Yenji, he's my spouse. Jiang Yao massaged his temples exasperatedly, then looked at Lu's parents coldly, Lu Yenji belongs to me. If you don't care for him, I do. If you don't spoil him, I will. For the rest of my life, one person is enough for his family, me. As he finished speaking, Jiang Yao lifted his eyes, locking onto Lu Chenxi's shadow lurking on the staircase, eavesdropping. Fixating his gaze on Lu Chenxi, Jiang Yao waved a hand, take her away. Instantaneously, a group of bodyguards charged upstairs and seized Lu Chenxi. Stunned, Lu father and Lu mother couldn't believe that Jiang Yao dared to intrude into their home to grab people. Lu father's face was dark with menace, Jiang Yao, what gives you the right to take my daughter? Jiang Yao's expression was impassive as he coolly addressed Lu father, Mr. Lu, did you know that the case of Lu Yenji being kidnapped 15 years ago has been reopened? The moment Lu Chenxi, restrained by a few bodyguards, heard this, her complexion turned ghastly white. Jiang Yao smirked, I'm taking Lu Chenxi away entirely within the law. If you don't want to be implicated for harboring and shielding a criminal, it's best you shut your mouth quietly. Beside Jiang Yao, the captain of the first criminal investigation team pulled out his badge and an arrest warrant, showing them to Lu's parents. Jiang Yao adjusted his collar slightly and pulled something out from his pocket. As soon as Lu's parents saw it, their faces went through a dramatic change. It was over. Everything was over. Chapter 110, Darling, you're so obedient and considerate. Jiang Yao held a white paper package and looked indifferently at Lu's parents, it seems that you knew about the internal drug trafficking in Lu Group. Inside the white paper package was high-purity methamphetamine. Mr. Lu's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Lu Yenji was also stunned. He was a psychologist and had never interfered with the affairs of Lu Group, but he never expected. Lu Yenji suddenly thought of something, grasped Jiang Yao's wrist, and asked him, the 5-star restaurant under Lu Group, its seats need to be booked 3 months in advance and it's always bustling with business. Is it also? Jiang Yao nodded, opiate shells and juice are added to the dishes in the restaurant. Lu Yenji staggered, full of disbelief on his face. This time, Mr. and Mrs. Lu along with Lu Chenxi were handcuffed onto the police car and taken away together. Lu Yenji stared at the departing police car, standing dumbfounded in the snow without moving an inch. His eyes lowered, he asked Jiang Yao, "Big brother Heir, am I really unworthy of family affection?" When Lu Yenji is shy or angry, he likes calling Jiang Yao by his name directly. However, since Jiang Yao is 5 years older than him and was once his teacher, he still prefers to call him Big brother Heir when he is most disheartened and vulnerable. They have no blood relation. This is more like a dependency and emotional. In the outdoor weather of -28 degrees Celsius, Lu Yenji didn't even wear a coat, just a high-neck sweater. Jiang Yao frowned, took off his own coat to wrap around him, and awkwardly but tenderly wrapped the scarf around Lu Yenji's neck. Wearing only a black shirt, Jiang Yao embraced Lu Yenji from behind around his waist. "No. My little Yen deserves the best of everything." Jiang Yao leaned his head, lightly kissed Lu Yenji's cheek. "When you need love, call me husband. When you need family affection, call me Big brother Heir. During intimate moments, call me Jiang Yao, okay?" Lu Yenji dodged being ticklish from his kisses and asked, "When I need love, what should I call?" "Call me husband." "What should I call?" Lu Yenji asked again. Jiang Yao gently grazed Lu Yenji's earlobe with his teeth. "Husband." Lu Yenji, "Eh. My husband is here, my dear wife, be good." Jiang Yao's face turned dark instantly. Lu Yenji, fearing punishment from Jiang Yao, quickly broke free from Jiang Yao's embrace and jumped 3 steps away. But, seeing that Jiang Yao wore only a shirt and gave him the coat and scarf, Lu Yenji felt somewhat heartbroken. Jiang Yao hugged himself. "Little Yen, I'm cold." Of course, Jiang Yao wouldn't tell Lu Yenji that he was once the city's winter swimming champion. Lu Yenji hesitated for just a few seconds. The next moment, Jiang Yao had already walked over, pressing him against the tree trunk behind. "What did you just call me?" Lu Yenji vigorously pushed Jiang Yao's chest. "There are people nearby. Tonight is December 31st, New Year's Eve. People come and go in the villa area, occasionally passing by." Lu Yenji was extremely nervous. His heart leapt to his throat. Jiang Yao stared intensely at him and asked, "What did you call me?" Jiang Yao tightly gripped Lu Yenji's waist, trapping him between his arms, not allowing any chance of escape. Lu Yenji stubbornly tilted his chin up and called Jiang Yao again, "Wife." Jiang Yao blocked his mouth, asking in a low and husky voice, tilting your head, "Is it to make it more comfortable for me to kiss you?" "Darling, you're really obedient and considerate." Lu Yenji, "MMM. Jiang Yao, you old beast preying on young ones." Jiang Yao repeated, "What did you just call me?" Lu Yenji's breathing became utterly disordered, his eye corners misty with water, and he said in a breathless tone, Boyfriend." Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh. "Baby, I still think you're due for some rough treatment." Lu Yenji was filled with bafflement. Jiang Yao bent down, tilted his head and kissed Lu Yenji's Adam's apple. Lu Yenji immediately trembled all over, barely able to stand, his legs went weak and he started sliding down. Jiang Yao quickly caught his waist and pressed him against his own chest, interrogating him again. "What shall I be called?" Lu Yenji, both ashamed and annoyed, placed his hands on his hips. "I won't call, both are men, why should I call husband?" No calling, just won't call." Jiang Yao reached out, lightly kneading Lu Yenji's red and swollen lips. Lu Yenji held his breath, warily staring at him, afraid he would kiss again. But Jiang Yao's fingertips went further down, sliding over Lu Yenji's clavicle, and then following the outline of the muscles downward. His fingers stopped on a cold metal object. He hooked it. Lu Yenji's face turned so red that it seemed as if blood would drip from it. On his body, Jiang Yao's long coat was still draped around him. In the deep night, shielded by the jacket, passers-by couldn't see what Jiang Yao was doing. Jiang Yao approached slowly. Not forcing Lu Yenji to call him husband, instead offering an alternative. "Honey, you can switch your address. Find something I like, and then I'll take you home. What if I don't get it right? If you don't satisfy me, then I will take you to a hotel, book a king-sized bed for half a month." After saying this, Jiang Yao moved his fingertip. Click. The belt was undone. Lu Yenji was nearly in tears and timidly called out in a soft voice, "Elder brother Jiang Yao. View. Is this title too pretentious? It made my dinner come up." Jiang Yao's mouth twitched, then he picked up Lu Yenji and placed him in the car, following to sit in the back seat. The car door closed. Jiang Yao leaned forward, pressing on Lu Yenji's knees and spreading his legs. The driver in the front seat promptly raised the black partition between the front and back seats. Wouldn't they be satisfied with just SVJP? In the back seat, Lu Yenji was dumbfounded and reflexively swung his fists towards him. Jiang Yao wasn't prepared, and got struck solidly on the nose by Lu Yenji. Lu Yenji only used 1 or 2/10 of his strength. Still, Jiang Yao's nose bled violently due to the blow. Jiang Yao's face turned dark. He pulled apart one of Lu Yenji's legs, took out a first aid kit from beneath the car seat, and asked while holding his nose, "I want to use the first aid kit, treat the wound on your face, do you think I want to do what?" Lu Yenji. "I thought you were going to." "Me." Jiang Yao's face turned even darker. The driver up front desperately drove with ears open wide, vaguely hearing the sound coming from the back seat. How come you're bleeding so much from your nose? Shut up. Stop moving. Yes, I won't move. Ah, lighter please, it hurts horribly. Driver. Back seat. Jiang Yao, holding a cotton swab, was cleaning the bloodstains from the wound on Lu Yenji's face. The wound wasn't deep but stretched across a long length. Jiang Yao's deep eyes brimmed with sorrow, asking, does it hurt? Lu Yenji shook his head, no pain, just my father hit me with an ashtray. I dodged, when it fell and shattered, some flying glass scratched me, nothing serious. Even if Jiang Yao didn't come, Lu Yenji wouldn't allow himself to be bullied. He had deliberately hurt himself. With minor injuries before stepping out and buying a trending topic on Weibo, it would be enough to make the stock prices of Lu Group fall significantly. Jiang Yao stuck a band-aid on Lu Yenji's face and wrapped his arms around his shoulders, allowing him to lean on his body, saying, Xiao Yan, never burden yourself unnecessarily. If you want to destroy the Lu family, destroy the entire Lu Group, I'll help you. Lu Yenji paused, bitterly laughing, saying, but they are my parents. He was neither a selfless savior nor a manipulative saint. However much hatred he carried inside. To resort to such ruthless actions against his own parents. Lu Yenji simply couldn't do it. Jiang Yao rested his hand on Lu Yenji's knee, speaking gently, so, leave everything to me. Don't let your hands get dirty, alright? Lu Yenji nodded. The car quickly parked at the gate of Jiang Yao's villa. Jiang Yao held Lu Yenji's hand and entered the villa. Lu Yenji looked around, somewhat incredulously asking, your house, how does every part fit my taste? Jiang Yao smiled, because it's decorated according to your tastes, and besides. And what? Jiang Yao took Lu Yenji upstairs, entered the master bedroom, took out the property deed and handed it over. On the property certificate, there are both our names. Lu Yenji held the property deed curiously, 2 names. Jiang Yao, this doesn't seem quite dominant enough. In novels, the domineering boss should just wave a hand and toss hundreds of property deeds, saying, follow me, these are all yours. As for Lu Yenji, he certainly wasn't short on money. Psychologists, their consultation fees are charged by the minute. He was merely very curious about why there were 2 names on the deed. Jiang Yao hummed an affirmation and repeated, yes, 2 people's names. Because, this is our home. Lu Yenji's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Jiang Yao pinched the back of his neck, saying, I've already made it difficult enough for you by not being able to put your name in the spouse section of my household registration. So, I at least had to do something and write both of our names on it, Jiang Yao said. What Lu Yenji didn't know was. A few hours ago. Jiang Yao had already added Lu Yenji's name to all the properties under his own name. For some real estate transfers, Lu Yenji's presence was required. Jiang Yao pulled a few strings, ensuring everything went smoothly with green lights all the way. Lu Yenji squatted down, burying his head into the front page of the property certificate, and then suddenly he laughed. Heaven treated him kindly. Although, he had never felt the warmth of familial love. But, he truly and deeply felt the passion of romantic love. There is a kind of love called Lu Yenji and Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao noticed that Lu Yenji's emotions were abnormal, so he pulled him up from the ground and said, young man, let me take you to see the fireworks, we'll welcome the new year together, okay? Okay. Lu Yenji nodded, his long lashes hiding the complexity in his eyes. Actually, New Year's Day was his birthday. On this day, everyone was celebrating New Year's Day, and no one remembered his birthday. But Lu Yenji didn't say anything. Jiang Yao had already been very good to him. Jiang Yao held Lu Yenji's hand and climbed onto the villa's rooftop. They leaned against each other, gazing at the dazzling lights nearby in the cold wind, enjoying the splendid night view. At 11 p.m., the sky lit up with brilliant fireworks. Perhaps because the scenery was too beautiful, Lu Yenji's mood gradually improved. At exactly midnight, when the New Year bell rang, Lu Yenji turned his head to look at Jiang Yao, Happy New Year. Jiang Yao opened his mouth at the exact same time as Lu Yenji but said instead, Lu Yenji, Happy Birthday. Lu Yenji stiffened. He stared blankly for quite some time before recovering, what did you say? Jiang Yao looked at his dumbfounded, cute expression and couldn't resist pulling down his scarf, leaning over to kiss him lightly, repeating, young man, Happy Birthday. Lu Yenji exclaimed in astonishment, you remember my birthday? Jiang Yao nodded, I remember everything about you. Lu Yenji's heart stirred unexpectedly. Jiang Yao reached out to circle his shoulders, it's cold outside, let's go back inside and take a look at the gifts I prepared for you. Lu Yenji nodded. Once they returned inside, he saw dozens of gifts filling an entire room and just as many birthday cakes. Lu Yenji's mouth twitched, so many. Jiang Yao gripped his shoulder seriously, since you were 10 years old, your parents haven't celebrated your birthday with you, right? Lu Yenji gave a bitter laugh, After being kidnapped at 10 years old, he developed autism. In such a top-tier family like the Lu clan, there was no place for someone suffering from autism. Thus, he was discarded by the family. Jiang Yao cupped Lu Yenji's face and said, therefore, since your parents owe you 16 years worth of birthday cakes and 16 birthday presents, I will make up for all of them for you. Lu Yenji reached out and gently hugged Jiang Yao's waist. Jiang Yao smiled, are you touched? Lu Yenji didn't reply. Jiang Yao fetched the candles, inserted them into the largest cake, lit them, and said, blow out the candles and make a wish. Lu Yenji nodded, pressed his hands together, and closed his eyes. I don't want much, I only have 3 birthday wishes. First, may Jiang Yao live 100 years, peaceful and safe. Second, may Jiang Yao achieve what he desires with fewer partings and sorrows. Third, may I grow old with Jiang Yao. After finishing the silent prayer in his heart, Lu Yenji blew out the candles. His eyes remained closed, not realizing. Jiang Yao was staring intently at him. In his eyes were indulgence and deep affection. After blowing out the candles, Lu Yenji opened his eyes. At that moment, however, his stomach growled. Jiang Yao asked him, do you want some late-night snack? Lu Yenji, no need. Ordering food delivery at this hour means it won't arrive until after 2 in the morning. Lu Yenji usually lived alone. When he got hungry at midnight and had nothing to eat, he would either have instant noodles or order food delivery. Jiang Yao rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen, who said we needed food delivery. Not long after, Jiang Yao came out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of crab roe noodles that were fragrant and appetizing. He handed the bowl filled with crab roe to Lu Yenji, while his own bowl contained only clear broth. Holding his chopsticks, Lu Yenji asked, you know how to cook? Jiang Yao smiled faintly and looked deeply at Lu Yenji as he said, I also know how to eat. Lu Yenji didn't catch the deeper meaning in his words. Halfway through eating, he scoffed, who doesn't know how to eat? After thinking for a moment, Lu Yenji added, eat less. A bowl of noodles this big will be hard to digest at night. Jiang Yao replied nonchalantly, if I don't digest it, I'll just exercise. Lu Yenji. The next second, Jiang Yao stood up from his chair, walked around the long table to Lu Yenji, and swept him up into his arms before heading toward the bedroom. What are you doing, Jiang Yao? Exercising, to help you digest. Once inside the bedroom, Jiang Yao closed the door with his foot and tossed Lu Yenji onto the bed. Propping himself up on the pillows, Lu Yenji attempted to escape. Quickly, Jiang Yao grabbed his wrist and tied it with his own belt, saying, baby, if you stay obedient and don't resist, it won't hurt much, okay? And so, Jiang Yao pinned Lu Yenji down. Chapter 111, Jiang Yao kneels down on one knee in front of Lu Yenji. When Lu Yenji woke up, it was already noon the next day. He was only wearing Jiang Yao's shirt, with nothing covering the lower half of his body. Lu Yenji felt both embarrassed and annoyed, his handsome face blushed a deep red. When Jiang Yao walked in with his work laptop, he saw Lu Yenji's reddened cheeks. He furrowed his brows, asking worriedly, not feeling well. His deep voice made Lu Yenji's face even redder. Memories of the previous night replayed in his mind. Jiang Yao had him trapped, interrogating him again and again while whispering into his ear. That night, Jiang Yao's voice had grown particularly hoarse. Lu Yenji cried repeatedly calling out, husband, countless times, but Jiang Yao wouldn't let him off. In anger, Lu Yenji threw a blanket at Jiang Yao's face, shouting loudly, Jiang Yao, you liar, you deceived me. Supporting himself on his sore waist, he wobbled toward the bathroom to freshen up. Jiang Yao casually pulled out a remote control from his trouser pocket. The remote was the switch for the collar around Lu Yenji's neck. Jiang Yao lightly pressed it. The collar emitted an ear-splitting mechanical sound. Warning. Please return to your husband immediately. Warning. Please return to your husband immediately. Lu Yenji. Jiang Yao gently embraced Lu Yenji from behind, kissed his neck, and tenderly coaxed, next time, I'll be gentler, okay? Lu Yenji fiercely stepped on his foot, you said that last night too. A man's lips are those of deceitful ghosts. Jiang Yao chuckled softly, when you cry, I feel like not being human anymore. Lu Yenji scratched his head and remained silent. Jiang Yao asked again, shall I carry you to wash up? Lu Yenji nodded arrogantly, closing his eyes and waiting sleepily for Jiang Yao to carry him. Jiang Yao carried Lu Yenji into the bathroom. After helping him wash his face and brush his teeth, lunch was cooked by Jiang Yao, very rich, perfectly blending color, aroma, and taste. With chopsticks, Jiang Yao carefully picked the fish bones out for Lu Yenji, asking him, how do you plan to spend these few days? Lu Yenji lazily replied, together with you. Jiang Yao smirked faintly. The two enjoyed a 3-day New Year's holiday at home. Peaceful during the day, unrestrained at night. Time flew, and soon it was January 4th. The university where Jiang Yao taught would have its undergraduate final exams, and Jiang Yao was scheduled to proctor. Lu Yenji, who had graduated over a year ago, followed curiously out the door, Professor Jiang, I also want to come. Jiang Yao adjusted his tie slightly, smiled gently, took his hand, and said, all right, student Lu. Upon arriving at the school, Jiang Yao led Lu Yenji into his office. The office had a mainly black and gold tone, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views of the entire campus. Lu Yenji sat on Jiang Yao's office chair, stretching his arms. Jiang Yao stood behind him, massaging his shoulders, and asked, do you like this strength? Lu Yanji, no. I don't like it. Jiang Yao. Lu Yanji glared at him, back then, it was here that you made me rewrite my graduation thesis 300 times. Jiang Yao. Lu Yanji threw a punch at his chest lightly, back then, because I dozed off for 3 minutes in your class, you called me to the office and gave me 4 hours of tutoring. Jiang Yao. Lu Yanji continued recounting past grievances, back then, when writing the evaluation for our mentor at the end of the term, you criticized me for not being serious enough. You insisted that I separately come to the office and compliment you for another half hour. Jiang Yao. Lu Yanji went on, I remember, because my roommate slipped me a love letter, you called me to the office and punished me by making me write a 50,000-word assurance promising that I wouldn't start dating early. Professor Jiang, I was already 24 back then, how could that still count as early dating? My father never controlled me that way. Jiang Yao coughed. Seeing Lu Yanji still wanting to continue, Jiang Yao bent forward, blocking his lips and drowning all unspoken words amidst their kisses and teeth. Let go of me. My mouth feels numb. Xiaoyan, in the future, you will be the one managing me. You can monitor or punish me, but you cannot leave me, alright? Jiang Yao squatted in front of Lu Yanji, his arms braced on the armrests of the chair, enclosing Lu Yanji within his embrace. Lu Yanji smiled, okay. On the desk. The alarm clock set by Jiang Yao rang. 1:10 p.m. There were still 20 minutes before the exam started. Jiang Yao put a monitoring certificate around Lu Yanji's neck, picked up the test paper bag, and said, let's go, follow me to the exam room for supervision. In the exam room. The students became instantly quiet when they saw tall and handsome Jiang Yao walk in. Jiang Yao pulled over the chair from the podium, placing it beside Lu Yanji. You sit. Then, Jiang Yao stood next to the desk, slowly untied the seal of the test paper bag. All the students there exchanged looks. Would the esteemed Professor Jiang really handle such a trivial task personally? Jiang Yao's assistant Wang Wei saw this scene and left the classroom deep in thought. He came back with a box of fruits, offering it to Lu Yanji. Brother Lu, you are also one of Professor Jiang's students, right? This fruit is for you. Wang Wei thought. Since Jiang Yao treats Lu Yanji differently, he can ingratiate himself for a high grade at the end of the term. Lu Yanji paused for a moment, saying, oh, thank you. How about we add each other on WeChat? Adding WeChat would be convenient to repay the favor later. Wang Wei took out his phone and scanned Lu Yanji's QR code. Jiang Yao was staring intently at Lu Yanji, narrowing his eyes slightly. After a while, Wang Wei came in again holding an insulated flask. Brother Lu, it's cold in winter, so I've brought you some hot rose flower tea inside. Before Lu Yanji could reply, Wang Wei said, actually, Brother Lu, I have always liked and admired you. Wang Wei didn't give it much thought. Why wouldn't it be fine to say, like, between two men? He just meant buttering up. But Jiang Yao's temple started to pulse. Wang Wei, Professor Jiang, did you call me? Jiang Yao, expressionless, fiddled with the gold cufflinks, saying, whom you like is your own business, but don't seduce my professor's partner. Or else, if the professor isn't in a good mood, you will not be happy with your final grade either. Lu Yanji is mine. As soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, Wang Wei was stunned. The entire classroom fell dead silent. The next second, all chaos erupted. Stealing a partner. Professor Jiang and Brother Lu. I just said their lip prints were somewhat fitting together before, but you didn't believe me. Blinking his eyes, Wang Wei realized after a long pause, asking slowly, Professor Jiang, is Brother Lu your son? Jiang Yao. Lu Yanji couldn't help but choke on a piece of fruit, coughing until tears streamed down his face. Lu Yanji patted Wang Wei on the shoulder, yes, when your Professor Jiang was 4 years old, I existed already. When he was 5, I was born. Wang Wei. Jiang Yao's face turned black. After 2 hours of the exam ended, Jiang Yao dragged Lu Yanji by the wrist into the office, pushing him against the bookshelf, and asked, why did you add his WeChat? Lu Yanji hesitated, I wanted to return the money for the fruits and rose flower tea. Rose flower tea? Jiang Yao sighed regretfully, when you drank the rose flower tea, I was drinking vinegar, it almost killed me. Lu Yanji's face grew hot, lightly pushing him, I only ate a few pieces of fruits, didn't drink tea, and returned the thermos to that junior brother. Jiang Yao smirked, see? You didn't even want to drink the rose flower tea given by others. Lu Yanji was momentarily stunned, completely failing to understand Jiang Yao's train of thought. He just thought. Rose flowers shouldn't be accepted casually. The tea is the same. Jiang Yao raised an interested eyebrow, sat down in the swivel chair. Jiang Yao forcibly pulled Lu Yanji onto his lap, circling his waist from behind, saying, I ordered a pot of takeout rose flower tea, would you like to have it with me later? After the whole night of sweet talk yesterday. Lu Yanji's face became tougher, he wasn't annoyed even when held by Jiang Yao, asking instead, didn't you dislike sweets? Jiang Yao smiled faintly, as long as you like it. Lu Yanji still didn't quite understand. Until Jiang Yao used his mouth to feed him the entire pot of rose flower tea. Only then did Lu Yenji fully comprehend what Jiang Yao meant. He drank too much, belching carried the sweetness of rose petals. Jiang Yao gently massaged his belly, smiling and asking, in the future, do you still want to drink rose flower tea? Lu Yenji belched again, weakly shaking his head, in the future, no. Burp. I won't drink it anymore. Jiang Yao asked, go home with me tonight. Lu Yenji waved his hand, you go back first. Want to go visit the detention center? To see your parents? Jiang Yao asked. Lu Yenji nodded, a message came from inside. My father wants to see me. I want to hear what else he has to say. In theory, a criminally detained suspect is not allowed to see anyone other than a lawyer. But the Lu family's background is special. And there are people willing to give face to Mr. Lu. Lu Yenji went alone to the detention center. In the visiting room of the detention center. When Mr. Lu saw Lu Yenji clearly through the glass, a flash of venom quickly crossed his eyes, vanishing in an instant. With red-rimmed eyes, Mr. Lu picked up the intercom phone and said with suppressed emotion, Xiao Yan, Daddy was wrong. For these past years, Daddy has neglected you. I haven't given you the full love a father should. I'm sorry. Through the thick pane of glass separating the two men, Lu Yenji had a blank expression, speak directly. His heart was already dead. He would no longer expect paternal love. Mr. Lu eagerly said, if you can get me out, I'll transfer the entire Lu group and all of Lu family's inheritance rights to you. Lu Yenji asked, what about Lu Chenxi? Mr. Lu rolled his eyes, what does her life or death have to do with me? Lu Yenji felt only coldness in his heart as he lowered his gaze and replied, drug trafficking, money laundering, you've violated national law, and no one can save you. Mr. Lu said, no, as long as you insert a USB drive from my study drawer into Jiang Yao's work computer, you can save me. Lu Yenji asked, is it that simple? Mr. Lu nodded and continued to play the emotional card, Xiao Yan, after I get out, I will celebrate every birthday with you, bake cakes for you, cook for you. Daddy loves you. Lu Yenji remained silent for a long time before saying, all right. After Lu Yenji left, Jiang Yao emerged from the other corridor, watching his silhouette for a while. Just as he turned to follow, he suddenly heard Mr. Lu's inner thoughts from the visiting room. Mr. Lu was laughing coldly in his mind. Lu Yenji, you're truly an idiot. This USB contains a virus software. As soon as it's inserted into the computer, I'll instantly gain access to all important files and trade secrets on Jiang Yao's computer. Then, I'll have leverage to negotiate with Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao heard everything. He gazed downward, his long lashes hiding the complex emotions in his eyes. Xiao Yan. How will you choose between your father and me? Jiang Yao smoked 2 cigarettes outside before returning home. The moment he walked in, Lu Yenji grabbed him tightly. Burying his head into Jiang Yao's neck, he sniffed and asked sharply, did you smoke? Jiang Yao removed his coat, stepping back 2 steps, worried about his cigarette smell bothering Lu Yenji. I'll take a shower. Jiang Yao entered the bathroom. After removing his shirt and pants, standing under the showerhead, the sound of knocking came at the bathroom door. Lu Yenji's voice came from the outside, elder brother, may I borrow your computer for a bit? Jiang Yao stiffened his whole body. A flicker of cold light passed through his eyes. Xiao Yan. Are you going to betray me for the sake of your monstrous father? Big brother. Lu Yenji knocked again. Jiang Yao didn't close his eyes, his head was tilted back, allowing the water from the showerhead to flow into his eyes. But the pain in his eyes paled in comparison to the agony gripping his heart. As if thorny vines were tearing his heart apart. For a long time. Jiang Yao heard his own voice, take it yourself. It's on my desk. The password is the date when I forced myself on you while drunk. Once he finished speaking, Jiang Yao felt as if all his strength had been drained away. Wretchedly leaning against the wall, he listened to Lu Yenji's footsteps retreating further and further away outside the bathroom door. The warmth in his eyes gradually turned cold. Xiao Yan. I allow you to betray me, and I allow you to hurt me. But if you want to escape here, there are 20 hidden anesthesia needles inside the collar you're wearing. You won't be able to escape. Jiang Yao washed quietly without showing any sign of distress, wrapping himself in a bathrobe and walking out. As soon as he exited the bathroom, he saw Lu Yenji looking extremely guilty. Lu Yenji still held his work computer in his arms. Lowering his head, Lu Yenji apologized, big brother, I'm sorry. Jiang Yao took 2 deep breaths, pressing Lu Yenji's shoulders hard, and then fiercely sealed his lips. Until Lu Yenji started seeing black due to oxygen deprivation, Jiang Yao finally let go. Jiang Yao lightly caressed the collar around Lu Yenji's neck and said, Xiao Yan, even if you betray me, I can overlook it. But, don't leave me. Lu Yenji was stunned for a moment, huh? Betray you? What do you mean? Lu Yenji opened the laptop screen and angrily said, I don't know who posted your declaration of ownership in the classroom onto Weibo. Now everyone knows that we're together. Lu Yenji looked somewhat embarrassed at Jiang Yao, they said I'm some spoiled, soft submissive. I couldn't hold back, so I used your social media account to argue with them. I said, Lu Yenji is big strong one. Jiang Yao paused. You didn't borrow my computer to insert a USB drive? Lu Yenji replied, USB drive? Are you talking about the one my father asked me to take? Jiang Yao nodded. Lu Yenji gave him a light kick with his knee. Are you stupid, Jiang Yao? How could I possibly hurt you to save someone worse than an animal and a piece of trash? Once I got the USB drive, I handed it over to the police. And thanks to that USB drive, my so-called good father is probably going from life imprisonment to death row. Jiang Yao was completely dazed. Then why did you use my computer? Lu Yenji pointed at the computer screen, to change our desktop to a couple's theme. Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh as he pulled Lu Yenji into his arms. Xiao Yan, thank you. Thank you for choosing to stay in my world. Thank you for holding your ground and not betraying me. Lu Yenji slowly returned the embrace, putting his arms around Jiang Yao's waist. After a long pause, Jiang Yao asked, have you finished unwrapping the birthday gift I gave you earlier? Lu Yenji nodded. There's still one left. Jiang Yao smiled. Shall I help you open it? Lu Yenji agreed. Upon opening the exquisite gift box, inside were 2 matching diamond rings. Jiang Yao took one ring and knelt down on one knee before Lu Yenji. Author's note. The side story of Jiang Yao and Lu Yenji ends here. No cliffhanger. I have a personal habit of writing stories that stop abruptly when they reach their climax. Because letting you feel unresolved emotions, making this story seem like moonlight romance or an unforgettable mark, is always better than something that becomes mundane or trivial. I dislike dragging plots out with melodrama, turning them long and smelly. Next up is the side story of Who Dominates the Nation. Evil-minded royal uncle versus Tea-green prince disguised as a mild dog. This could also be regarded as the past lives of Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Cheng. Chapter 112, Devious Uncle vs. Tea Prince, 1. Rong Che lay in a pool of blood, slowly opening his eyes. He looked down. His body was covered with hundreds of knife wounds, crisscrossing and deep to the bone. His pure white inner robe, originally as white as snow, was now dyed red by blood. Rong Che's deep-set, chiseled features contrasted starkly against his pale lips which had lost all color, while his gaze remained dark and melancholic. He lay inside a huge golden cage, casually turning over on it, lightly tracing the deep knife wounds on his face with his fingertips. The wounds healed instantly. With a cold tone, Rong Che spoke 2 words indifferently, boring. At this moment, the sound of wheels grinding against ice suddenly came from outside the golden cage. Rong Che swiftly turned his gaze, only to see a handsome man seated in a wheelchair, dressed in a black robe with a jade belt tied around his waist, leisurely guiding his wheelchair closer. The man in the wheelchair stared at Rong Che, who was covered in injuries, for a long time. A single tear involuntarily slid down from the corner of his eye. The man was slightly startled. He didn't want to cry. But when he saw Rong Che, drenched in blood and confined within the cage, enduring unimaginable humiliations, he couldn't help but feel profound sorrow. Rong Che raised his head, his violet eyes radiating bewitching allure as he nonchalantly asked with a mocking smile, "Do you pity me?" The man in the wheelchair nodded slightly, hoarsely asking, "What's your name?" "My name is Che," said Rong Che, deliberately concealing his surname. Because Rong is the national surname of Rong Kingdom. However, he, the crown prince of Rong Kingdom, was held hostage in an enemy nation, often humiliated in public like today, locked in cages for mockery. It wasn't exactly something worth boasting about. Rong Che unabashedly observed the man in front of him, letting out a low laugh before asking, "What about you, sitting in that wheelchair? What's your name?" The man in the wheelchair fixed his unwavering gaze on Rong Che and answered in a deep voice, "My name is Rong Yuheng." Rong Che's pupils abruptly contracted. Rong Yuheng. Rong Yuheng, the regent duke of Rong Kingdom? His uncle by marriage, whom he had never met. Was it a coincidental homonym or something else? Rong Che quickly masked the shock in his eyes. His violet eyes slanted up mischievously, luring him further. "Take off your clothes." Rong Yuheng narrowed his eyes slightly. This little creature. Truly fascinating. Rong Che's voice was weak as he concealed the gloominess in his eyes. "I'm cold." Rong Yuheng immediately took off his glossy black cloak trimmed with gold edges. Pushing his wheelchair towards Rong Che, he grasped the cold metal bars of the golden cage with his immaculate, alabaster fingers and unleashed his inner energy. In an instant, the cage and chains were shattered into pieces. Draped in Rong Yuheng's black cloak, Rong Che's blood-stained hand lightly tilted Rong Yuheng's chin, enticingly saying, "You obey my command so easily." Rong Yuheng took in the metallic smell of blood from Rong Che's body. The boy's scent, mixed with a chilling bamboo aroma, captivated and tempted him. Truly sweet and delectable. Then there were those soul-stirring violet eyes of Rong Che's. Crying till they became red and swollen, they would certainly look good. Rong Yuheng lowered his eyes, gazing deeply at Rong Che's waist. Rong Che's entire body was marred with knife wounds. His originally pristine white inner robes were now stained red by blood, torn apart, exposing more than it covered. Rong Yuheng, staring at the exposed section of slender, white waist, instinctively furrowed his brows and reached out unconsciously to touch it. Rong Che's body quivered slightly. His eyes began to glimmer faintly with panic. The next moment, a sharp dagger gleaming with a cold light appeared across Rong Yuheng's neck. Hiss. Rong Che tightened his grip on the hilt, drawing a shallow line along Rong Yuheng's carotid artery, releasing small beads of blood that continuously dripped down along the blade. The person in the wheelchair, I don't like others touching me, said Rong Che, smiling harmlessly, adding, next time if your hands aren't well behaved and you dare touch things you shouldn't, then I will. He didn't finish his sentence. In one swift move, Rong Yuheng pressed his fingertips on certain spots of Rong Che's body, effectively sealing his internal force. Before Rong Che could even react, he was utterly helpless against retaliation. A flicker of frustration flashed in Rong Che's eyes as he stared incredulously at the man in the wheelchair. For 18 years, he had been a hostage in the enemy country. Surreptitiously studying martial arts for 13 years. Even the highly skilled imperial guards in the enemy country could be eliminated by him in just 3 moves. How could he have so easily been sealed in his martial abilities? Rong Yuheng enclosed Rong Che's hand in his large palm, gripping it tightly in his heart, his voice incredibly husky. Coincidentally, I love touching a Che. A Che's waist, a Che's legs, I like them all, Rong Yuheng said slowly. This humble servant has a natural penchant for male lovers. After finishing his sentence, Rong Yuheng leisurely removed the dagger from Rong Che's hand. A Che is as fragrant and soft as jade, with tender skin. Dangerous objects like daggers should be kept in my care. Rong Che struggled desperately. But he had no internal energy. In front of Rong Yuheng, he was like a little white rabbit in a wolf's den. Rong Che, filled with anger and embarrassment, kicked violently at Rong Yuheng's wheelchair. However, the next second, the section of his white and tender waist exposed to the air was grasped by the man's warm large hand and squeezed lightly. Rong Che instinctively shrank back his body. Soon after, a faint glint of murderous intent and fierceness rose in his eyes as he spoke word by word, let go. Rong Che grew up in an enemy country. He was bullied, humiliated, and beaten with fists and feet. His character was melancholy and irascible, and he hated most the feeling of being controlled by others. Even if this person before him was his royal uncle. Rong Che could not bear it. One of the boy's hands was tightly restrained by Rong Yuheng, while the other slowly drew out a dart. Rong Yuheng had already sensed his action. Without exposing it, he smirked as he stared at Rong Che. Until Rong Yuheng saw behind Rong Che 2 masked black-clothed men, armed with crossbows aiming at the back of Rong Che's head and heart. The arrowheads gleamed with a dark blue light, clearly poisonous. Rong Yuheng tightened his grip on the waist of Rong Che and used 5 fingers force to scoop Rong Che into his arms. Rong Che fell onto Rong Yuheng's lap, staring shockingly and angrily at Rong Yuheng's profile. Swoosh. It was the sound of arrows breaking through the air. Rong Che closed his mouth, quickly turning his head to look behind. 2 arrows were speeding towards his face, but his internal energy was sealed, so he couldn't dodge. Rong Yuheng drew a plain white folding fan, unfolding it. The ribs of the folding fan were made of white jade, cool to the touch. With internal energy injected into the whole fan, Rong Yuheng swung it forcefully. Ching! The surface of the fan collided with the arrows. With immense power, the arrows shot back instantly to their owners. Straight into the hearts of the attackers, hitting perfectly. The 2 black-clothed men died immediately, falling backwards to the ground. The arrows at their chests pierced straight through their hearts. Rong Yuheng put away the jade fan and wrapped his arm around Rong Che's shoulder, whispering comfortingly, it's over, don't be afraid. Rong Che lowered his long lashes, hiding the cold light in his eyes, helplessly leaning against the man's chest and encircling his waist, I'm scared. Rong Yuheng pinched Rong Che's chin and asked, truly frightened? Rong Che nodded, his tone filled with as he said, you sealed my martial arts, they would kill me. In Rong Che's eyes, there was a well-concealed glint of deep gloom and obsession. Once he deceived this dog man into unblocking his pressure points. He would carve this man who took advantage of him into pieces of meat to go with wine. Rong Yuheng patted the pale face of the youth in his arms and smiled faintly, then come with me. Rong Che was dumbfounded, do you know who I am? At least this royal uncle was a great villain that dominated the court. As the regent duke of Rong Kingdom, who ranked just below the emperor and above 10,000 others. Most people described him with words like cruel and ruthless, bloodthirsty and murderous, with a deep and unfathomable mind. So why did Rong Yuheng reveal his name to a teenager he met for the first time? And why did he dare say he wanted to take him away without knowing anything about him? Was he crazy? Rong Yuheng tapped the handle of his fan lightly on his knee. With rhythm. His deep and fathomless fox-like eyes stared intently at Rong Che, asking, then what kind of person is a Che? Shouldn't you ask if I am willing to go with you? Rong Yuheng smiled, whether you're willing or not is your business. Whether I can forcibly take you away is mine. Before Rong Che could say more. The 2 were surrounded by enemies, waves of killing intent approaching. Rong Che urged anxiously, pushing Rong Yuheng, quickly unseal my acupoints, you sitting in a wheelchair will die. No matter how high Rong Yuheng's kung fu was. Being in a wheelchair was his greatest disadvantage. Rong Yuheng raised a lazy smile, narrowing his long, fox-like eyes slightly, all right, but a Che has to promise me one condition. Rong Che was almost frantic, say it quickly. Rong Yuheng emitted a low and pleasant laugh from his throat, I want a Che to apprentice under me. Indeed, his martial arts skills surpassed Rong Che's. Moreover, as a master disciplining a child, it felt quite thrilling. Rong Che was too impatient for nonsense, I agree with you, quickly unseal my acupoints. Rong Che thought, agreeing now just to renege later would do. But the next second, a pill was forced into his mouth. Rong Yuheng pinched Rong Che's chin, forcing him to swallow it down. Rong Che froze, pinching his throat trying to induce vomiting, but nothing came out. He asked, what did you make me eat? Rong Yuheng lowered his gaze. It was just a pill with no effects whatsoever. But what Rong Yuheng said was, a poison, highly toxic, requires a daily dose of antidote at midnight or else I'll bleed from all 7 apertures and die. And only I have the antidote. So Che, every night at midnight, you must stay by my side obediently. Rong Che gritted his teeth, grinding them audibly as if he wanted to chew Rong Yuheng up and swallow him down. Damn it! Rong Che had no time to think further. Because, hundreds of men dressed in black cloud-patterned tight clothing were already right in front of him and Rong Yuheng. Rong Che, quickly unseal my. The next second. Hundreds of men in black tight clothing knelt respectfully towards Rong Yuheng, holding their swords uniformly in salute, your subordinate pays respects to your highness, the prince. Rong Che's body stiffened, instantly turning to stone. He looked at Rong Yuheng in disbelief, they're your people. Rong Yuheng smiled slightly, nodding, there's been a great victory at the border, our country has captured 28 cities from the enemy country. The enemy emperor has already submitted a surrender document to our country, so, this humble prince has come specially to escort his royal highness, the crown prince back home. The crown prince of Rong country, Rong Che. Also, Regent Duke Rong Yuheng's nominal nephew. Rong Che narrowed his eyes, did you know my identity from the very beginning? The crown prince refers to himself as, which means solitary self. Rong Yuheng didn't speak, a flicker of darkness flashing through his pitch-black eyes, implicitly confirming it. Rong Che was so angry that his liver hurt. Thus, even on the long journey from the enemy country back to Rong country, the distant mountains and waters stretched endlessly. For nearly half a month, Rong Che hadn't exchanged a single word with Rong Yuheng. Until they returned to Rong country. The capital city, under the sun of heaven. Rong Che changed into a bright yellow crown prince attire. As soon as he entered the palace, he was embraced tightly by an elegant and noble-looking woman. Dressed in a phoenix robe, she exuded aloof dignity, her eyelids red, clearly having cried. Cheer, my child. In that instant when being tightly embraced, Rong Che's body stiffened. An 18-year life as a hostage. He had grown unfamiliar with such intimacy. The woman tightly hugging Rong Che was none other than his biological mother, the Empress Ning Shujin of the current dynasty. Jina. Stop making a fuss. An emperor clad in a brilliant yellow dragon robe severely rebuked her, court ministers and female relatives are still waiting for us and the crown prince to join their banquet. Ning Shujin guarded Rong Che behind her back, glaring fiercely at Emperor Rong Chen, so what? My Che whom I carried for 10 months, before I could even glance at him once, you sent him off personally to the enemy country as a hostage, gone for 18 years. Your Majesty, your heart holds only your country and ancestral achievements. Have you ever thought of your own son? Rong Chen was extremely angry, the veins bulging on his temples. The imperial dignity should not be challenged. Rong Chen deeply took 2 breaths, suppressing his explosive anger, Empress, we are considering the 18 years of separation between you two, and we will overlook your improper behavior today. But Empress, remember this, Rong Che, he is first and foremost a crown prince of a country, and only then is he your son. After finishing his words, Rong Chen turned to look at Rong Che, we've chosen a match for you. The daughter of the Prime Minister, named Lin Fei, to be married on the 2nd day of the dry cycle next month. Rong Chen's tone was not for negotiation, but for command. With an unreadable depth in his phoenix eyes, Rong Che replied humbly, yes. In his mind, however, he was thinking. He wouldn't marry anyone. His power and connections did not rely on matrimonial alliances to sustain. Satisfied, Rong Chen nodded, follow us to the feast in the former court. The news of the crown prince about to wed his official consort quickly spread far and wide. When the news reached the regent duke's mansion, Rong Yuheng, seated in his wheelchair, paused his action while holding the expensive wolf hair brush. A large drop of ink fell onto the peach blossom rice paper, staining and ruining the artwork on it. Frowning deeply, Rong Yuheng stared at the subordinate who had come to report the news, asking, did he agree? The subordinate said, the crown prince did not refuse. Crack. The priceless brush broke instantly in Rong Yuheng's palm. An icy atmosphere of extreme coldness enveloped the entire study instantly. Rong Yuheng lowered his gaze and looked at the painting on the table. The paper depicted a lean young man. With deep, stunning features, he was wrapped in Rong Yuheng's black fox fur cloak with golden embroidery. His blood-stained white clothes were torn, revealing a segment of pale, delicate waist. An intense wave of irritability suddenly surged within Rong Yuheng. He slowly rose from his wheelchair, his expression cold as he issued an order, bring him back. The subordinate hesitated. Who? Rong Yuheng's aura grew even colder. The subordinate suddenly became alert. My lord, you mean? His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince? This. I dare not. Rong Yuheng stood with his hands behind his back. Whether to drag him or drug him, that's up to you. I want to see him now. Just then, the manager of the Regent Duke's mansion entered. My lord, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived and wishes to see you. Rong Yuheng narrowed his eyes slightly. You little thing. Daring to marry the Crown Princess. You're truly asking for trouble. Chapter 113, Deceitful Uncle vs. T-Prince, 2. Let him in, Rong Yuching said. The butler was momentarily stunned. 2 hours ago. The younger brother of the Crown Prince, Second Prince Rong Qi, personally came over to invite His Highness the King to a royal banquet. However, His Highness didn't even let Rong Qi step into the door. He was unbearably arrogant and cold. Seeing the butler not moving, Rong Yuching furrowed his brow and reseated himself on the wheelchair as if he were truly a man with both legs paralyzed. All right, I'll go see him myself. The butler quickly stepped forward and respectfully pushed Rong Yuching's wheelchair towards the outside of the regent's mansion. Outside the regent's mansion. His Royal Highness, the Regent Prince, is impossible to meet, said Second Prince Rong Qi. By nature, he's cold and violent. He made your junior minister wait here for 2 whole hours without even offering a cup of tea. Seated inside the carriage, Rong Cha flipped a page in the military book in his hands without speaking. A flash of venom passed through Rong Qi's eyes. Why should Rong Cha, from birth, be the Crown Prince? Why, after 18 years of being a hostage abroad, has Rong Cha not died? He had to kill Rong Cha. As long as Rong Cha dies, he, as the adopted son, would be the only heir to the Rong kingdom. Rong Qi forced himself to endure the hatred in his heart, standing by Rong Cha's carriage with a smile on his face. Your Royal Highness, Crown Prince, what the Regent Prince dislikes most is the bright yellow color. You wearing the bright yellow attire of the Crown Prince angered him. It's possible that he might just have you tied up and thrown out. The Regent Prince wielded immense power in court. No one could stop what he wanted to do. Even the Emperor had to give 3 parts of respect. Binding a Crown Prince? He wouldn't even hesitate. Rong Qi continued, but, you likely won't even get to see him. Just as those words left his mouth, the grand doors of the regent's mansion opened. Cha. It was Rong Yuching's voice. Rong Qi froze. 2 servants lifted the curtains of the carriage, and Rong Cha gracefully descended using a carved stool. Rong Yuching appraised him from top to bottom and smiled faintly. You, Cha, look good in bright yellow. At times, he really wanted to press that bit of bright yellow onto his bed. Rong Qi's face twitched stiffly. Thinking back to what he had just told Rong Cha. Crown Prince, Your Highness, the Regent Prince definitely will not see you. Crown Prince, Your Highness, what the Regent Prince hates most is the bright yellow color. Rong Qi's face felt as though it had been publicly slapped. He deeply took a breath and turned to Rong Yuching, paying a respectful bow. Greetings, uncle. It was as if Rong Yuching hadn't heard anything. The wheelchair moved to stand before Rong Cha. Rong Cha subconsciously bent down, lowering his head slightly. Sitting on the wheelchair, Rong Yuching found looking upwards at someone for an extended period quite uncomfortable. It was also too disrespectful. Once Rong Cha bent and lowered his head. Rong Yuching just happened to lift his hand and hooked his chin. Are you mute? Can't call out. All the surrounding attendants and guards were dumbfounded. The stance between His Royal Highness, the Regent Prince, and His Highness, the Crown Prince, looked undeniably intimate. No, the Crown Prince already had a fiancée. The future Crown Princess was also invited to the palace for this banquet. It wouldn't be like this. Rong Cha frowned. Taking half a step backward to avoid the situation. The hand Rong Yuching had placed under his chin naturally loosened and lightly grazed over Rong Cha's face with the back of it. Afterwards, Rong Yuching flipped his palm and hooked the tip of Rong Cha's nose with his slightly calloused finger, teasingly smiling as if playing with a golden oriole trapped in a cage. What are you hiding for? Did His Highness, the Regent Prince, hurt you? In a cold voice, Rong Cha spoke, reminding him not to forget his position, uncle. Rong Yuching corrected him, call me master. Everyone. Rong Qi couldn't believefully ask Rong Cha, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, uncle, is your master. Rong Cha opened his mouth wanting to deny it. Right when about to speak, he realized he couldn't utter a sound. Rong Yuching played with an elegant white porcelain bottle in his hand, seemingly grinning but not while looking at Rong Cha. Rong Cha halted his movements. Inside that porcelain bottle was the antidote he needed every night. This was an outright threat. In a deep tone, Rong Yuching's voice reverberated near his ear, little disciple, speak. The next second, Rong Cha realized his muted pressure point had been released. Swirling within his chest was rage. Rong Yuching was highly calculative, having strong intentions behind every action he took. Regardless of what Rong Yuching planned to do, sealing his martial arts abilities, disabling his speech, forcing him to admit their teacher-student relationship went too far. Rong Yuching. In the carriage on the way to the royal banquet, Rong Cha called Rong Yuching's name directly and asked coldly, what exactly do you want? In the carriage, there were only Rong Che and Rong Yuheng. Rong Che didn't bother to hold back when he spoke. Rong Yuheng gracefully swung his folding fan, took a sip of hot tea, and slowly asked, "What's wrong?" Rong Che gritted his teeth, "When will you unseal my pressure points?" His martial arts abilities had been sealed by Rong Yuheng for nearly half a month. Rong Che had sought out many skilled martial artists, trying to have his sealed pressure points unblocked. But it was useless. The internal energy and martial skills in his body seemed to have vanished into thin air. No one could undo it. Rong Yuheng's smile faded from the corner of his lips. "Cheese, if you honestly answer me one question, I'll unseal you." "What is it?" Rong Yuheng closed the fan and seriously asked, "How much longer do you have to live?" Rong Che's expression changed slightly. Instantly, he grinned nonchalantly, "I am the crown prince of a nation, my life is bound to be long." Rong Che. Rong Yuheng raised his hand and clutched his throat, so angry that he asked again, "I'll ask you once more, tell me truthfully, how much longer do you have to live?" Rong Yuheng's eyes glowed red, carrying a faint haze of blood. His chest rose and fell dramatically, radiating a heavy atmosphere of violence and coldness. It seemed that if Rong Che dared to lie even half a word, Rong Yuheng could choke him to death instantly. Rong Che's purple, otherworldly eyes flickered, unable to conceal his sickly state and weakness. His face was as pale as paper. Clearly, he had already pushed himself to his limits. "Do you know?" Rong Yuheng tightly grasped his throat, staring at him intently with fierce and brutal tones. "Rong Che. Do you think why did I seal your martial arts? Is it truly because I feared you'd escape? Without sealing them, how many more years would you have lived? If you don't tell the truth, I will lock you up in my mansion and severely punish you. Speak up, or are you mute?" Startled by his outburst, Rong Che hesitated guiltily, avoiding eye contact, and dryly responded, While I was a hostage in the enemy country, they destroyed all the meridians in my body. This lifetime, I'm nothing but a waste who cannot cultivate any internal power. So, Rong Che's voice was soft, like a child who had made a mistake. "I consumed medicine that reversed my meridians, exchanging 50 years of my life for a set of martial arts meant for vengeance. Thankfully, he succeeded." Amidst the warfare between the two nations, Rong Che secretly killed thousands of generals from the enemy country and provided crucial intelligence. Veins bulged on Rong Yuheng's forehead as he grabbed Rong Che by the collar, raising his hand to strike him across the face. Rong Che slowly closed his eyes. But he felt no pain. Opening his eyes, Rong Che saw Rong Yuheng's hand frozen mid-air, slowly dropping down and clenching into a fist. 50 years of your life, just for vengeance." Rong Yuheng forcefully shoved Rong Che. "Rong Che, what do you treat your own life as?" Rong Che laughed bitterly, speaking candidly, "A tool. A tool that helped me climb to the pinnacle of power," he added. If he hadn't earned remarkable military achievements, the position of crown prince wouldn't have belonged to him today. Rong Yuheng's anger surged uncontrollably. He randomly picked up a petition document inside the carriage, seething with rage. "Extend your hand." Caught off guard, Rong Che instinctively extended his hand. Slap. Infused with internal energy, the document harshly struck the tender flesh on Rong Che's palm. Taken aback, Rong Che cried out in pain. His entire hand went numb with pain. In a solemn tone, Rong Yuheng said, "Since you've admitted fault, I'll seek remedies and medicines for you in the future. You must comply and be treated properly. I haven't done anything wrong." Rong Che interrupted him, stubbornly holding his ground. "Uncle, 18 years ago, millions of subjects in Rome died under the enemy's iron hooves, corpses lay everywhere. Without seeking revenge, I'm unworthy to be a man and much less, this crown prince." Rong Yuheng was furious. Gripping Rong Che's fingertips. Without hesitation, he struck his palm with the petition document again. Slap. Rong Che's palm turned bright red, swelling significantly. It stung painfully. Rong Che bit his lip hard as tears welled up, stubbornly looking away without uttering another sound. Inside Rong Yuheng, a mixture of pain and hatred churned as he coldly questioned, "Will you admit your wrongdoing?" Rong Che remained silent. Rong Yuheng hit his palm several more times. Suddenly, a few drops of blood splashed onto Rong Yuheng's hand. The crimson blood pierced deeply into Rong Yuheng's eyes, prompting him to hurriedly throw the petition away and look at Rong Che. Rong Che still had traces of blood on his lips. As blood dripped down his chin and landed on Rong Yuheng's hand, Rong Che's body was already on its last breath. When he became emotionally agitated, he would cough up blood. Rong Yuheng's psychological defenses crumbled. He regretfully looked at Rong Che, wanting to embrace him but not daring to. Deep inside, it felt as if he were being whipped by a barbed whip, bleeding profusely and excruciatingly painful. What had he done to Rong Che? Even though he clearly knew that this child had lost 50 years of his lifespan and was weak like a broken porcelain doll, he still struck him, pressuring him relentlessly. Cheese. Rong Yuheng's voice softened. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Rong Yuheng carefully held Rong Che's hand, avoiding the wounds on his palm, and lightly pressed his lips against the back of Rong Che's hand. Rong Che trembled. It was as if there was an electric current flowing through his body. He abruptly pushed Rong Yuheng away, furrowing his brows. "Your Majesty, I am your junior. You mustn't." A flicker of tiny joy passed through Rong Yuheng's heart. His aches did not reject being with a man. He only cared about their identity relationship. Rong Yuheng grabbed Rong Che's wrist, domineeringly pressing it above his head, leaning down, and kissing Rong Che's lips, brushing away the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was the first time Rong Yuheng, as a man, forcibly kissed Rong Che. Rong Che widened his eyes and struggled fiercely. But with his internal energy sealed, the little strength he used for resistance only seemed to incite Rong Yuheng's wicked thoughts further. Rong Yuheng used his hand to pinch Rong Che's cheeks, forcing him to open his mouth so he could conquer and dominate. For a long while, Rong Yuheng released his hold on Aches, his breathing slightly disordered, hoarsely saying, Aches, we have no blood relation, your father, the emperor, is merely my sworn brother. Rong Che touched his throat gently. Just now, Rong Yuheng had fed him a pill with his mouth. It was bitter. It tasted like the antidote Rong Yuheng usually gave him. After swallowing that pill, Rong Che felt the chaotic internal energy and meridians in his body seemingly subdued instantly by its mild efficacy, and the chronic severe pain in his organs also eased somewhat. Unable to resist, Rong Che asked, what exactly is the antidote you give me every night? Rong Yuheng wiped the moisture from the corner of Rong Che's mouth with his thumb and said, the medicine to protect your heart meridian, life-saving. Aches, I won't harm you. Isn't this poison antidote? Rong Che's pupils contracted, incredulous, but the extremely toxic pill I ate before. Rong Yuheng smiled faintly, deceiving you, it was just a useless pill with no effect. Why does uncle want to tell now? Rong Yuheng extended his hand and gently hugged Rong Che in his arms, because I feel pain for you. Rong Che's body stiffened for a moment, staying still. He rested his chin on Rong Yuheng's shoulder, sniffing the refreshing fragrance emanating from him. Both remained silent on the way. The carriage soon arrived at the palace. As Rong Che stepped out of the carriage, his eyes were covered by a pair of hands from behind, and a rough whisper reached his ears, robbery. Rong Che's mouth twitched at the corners, Lin Fei, take your claws off my face. The young girl named Lin Fei, wearing a light green qipao, removed her hands with regretful expression. Rong Che turned around and faced the girl whose height reached only his collarbone, asking, young lady, are you done playing? Lin Fei pouted, keenly noticing Rong Che's left hand hidden in his sleeve, seemingly wrapped with bandages, and asked, brother Rong Che, what happened to your hand? Nothing. He couldn't possibly tell Lin Fei that it was whipped by Rong Yuheng with an imperial document, could he? Rong Che acutely sensed that something was off with the atmosphere in the palace. He asked Lin Fei, what's going on in the palace? Lin Fei lowered her voice, my brother is the commander of the imperial guards. My brother said. The emperor has mobilized 5,000 imperial guards to encircle and kill the regent king during the banquet shortly. Rong Che's body froze. Instinctively, he touched his lips which had been forcefully kissed by Rong Yuheng moments ago, they hurt and tingled. His mind fell into chaos. Lin Fei hadn't noticed his abnormality yet and continued, brother Rong Che, this morning, someone went to the prime minister's residence with an imperial decree, saying that you should marry me as the crown prince consort, this. Lin Fei stuttered as she spoke. Rong Che placed his left hand behind his back and told Lin Fei, no need to worry, I'll handle this matter. I won't separate you from your beloved one. He had spent 18 years as a hostage in the enemy country. Lin Fei stayed with him in the enemy country for 4 years, like his own younger sister. Rong Che knew Lin Fei had her own sweetheart. Lin Fei bit her lip hesitantly, her face flushing heavily, brother Rong Che, actually my sweetheart is. Before Lin Fei could finish her sentence, the familiar sound of a wheelchair's axle echoed behind Rong Che. Rong Che turned around and saw Rong Yuheng with an expressionless face. In that instant, Rong Che almost lost his composure completely. Chapter 114, Devious Uncle vs. Green Tea Prince, 3. Rong Che and Rong Yuheng looked at each other. The air fell into an eerie silence and stillness. Previously, Lin Fei had said there was an urgent matter to see Rong Che, so Rong Che found this secluded place to meet her appointment. But he didn't expect that Rong Yuheng would stumble upon them. The indifference in Rong Che's eyes disappeared all at once, and he asked softly, Uncle, why are you here? Rong Yuheng didn't answer. His icy gaze lightly swept over Lin Fei, taking in her blushing face as she faced Rong Che. A cold chill radiated from Rong Yuheng, and with a smirk-like expression, he said, it seems I've come at an inappropriate time. Lin Fei sensed the odd tension in the atmosphere and after bowing to Rong Yuheng, turned around, tugging on Rong Che's sleeve, brother Rong Che, I'll leave first. Lin Fei rushed off. She turned her head and gave Rong Che a deep look. Brother Rong Che, actually my heart belongs to you. But before she could finish this sentence, she probably wouldn't have the courage to say it out loud ever again in her life. After Lin Fei left, Rong Che walked over to Rong Yuheng and asked him, Uncle, has something happened at the banquet from earlier? Rong Yuheng narrowed his eyes slightly, a chilling light glinting in his handsome fox-like eyes. Nothing is wrong. Can't I visit you? Or does His Highness Crown Prince want me not to interrupt when he's rendezvousing with the future Empress? Before Rong Che could reply, Rong Yuheng hooked onto Rong Che's sash, pulling hard. Losing balance, Rong Che stumbled into Rong Yuheng's arms. Sitting on the wheelchair, Rong Yuheng's lips lightly grazed Rong Che's pale earlobe. Rong Che's face turned red immediately, instinctively explaining, "Uncle, we weren't having a private meeting." Rong Yuheng reached up and pinched Rong Che's ear. "Rong Che, aren't you usually the one who dislikes being touched by others? When she covers your eyes and pulls your sleeve, you let her do it. Do you like her that much?" Rong Yuheng grew angry. At that moment, just touching Rong Che's waist had made the child act as if they were about to fight together. Why, with Lin Fei, did Rong Che indulge her? Rong Che stared at Rong Yuheng, puzzled, and suddenly asked, "Uncle, are you jealous?" Rong Yuheng stiffened all over. He released Rong Che slowly and maintained a detached demeanor. "What is there for me to be jealous of?" "Rong Che, do you like?" Rong Yuheng paused, then smiled faintly. "Ah Che. Has he realized the impurity in his feelings toward him?" "Uncle, are you fond of Lin Fei, which is why you're feeling jealous?" Rong Che lit up with excitement. "Lin Fei said she has someone in her heart." "It's you." Rong Yuheng's expression darkened, and he seized both of Rong Che's wrists with one hand while the other rested on Rong Che's waist. With a low laugh, he asked, pretending to be naive. Rong Che shifted uncomfortably. Rong Yuheng's hand gradually moved downward, passing through the fabric until it reached below Rong Che's body. "Little Che, do I need to touch you thoroughly for you to behave properly?" Rong Che's throat convulsed slightly. Whether he didn't want to dodge or was restrained by his captured wrists, he remained stationary but arched his back slightly. "Uncle, please don't." Though the place was secluded, anyone might arrive at any moment. Rong Yuheng glanced at Rong Che's reddened ears, and satisfied, withdrew his hands. Rong Che showed no aversion to his touches. In fact, he seemed to feel something. With flushed cheeks, Rong Che adjusted his robes, reminding subtly, "Uncle, be careful during the banquet later." Rong Yuheng understood instantly. Hearing this, he knew what was meant. He squinted his eyes as he addressed Rong Che. "Little Che, I only have one question for you, and I want an honest answer. As long as you ask, I will tell the truth." Neither Rong Yuheng nor Rong Che used the distant formalities like, "this king," or "I alone," showing remarkable harmony. Rong Yuheng asked, "Does little Che like that young miss from the Lin family?" Rong Che shook his head. "I consider her as a younger sister." "What about the marriage decree?" Rong Che looked at Rong Yuheng firmly, his voice firm and unshakable. "I will resolve it." Rong Yuheng laughed. A deep, pleasant laugh overflowed from his throat, stirring the heart. Defying a decree was a capital offense. He would never allow the child to bear the blame for defying the royal command alone. Thus, during the feast, Rong Yuheng lifted the white jade wine glass and looked at Emperor Rongchen, saying, "Your Majesty, this subject has an unreasonable request." Emperor Rongchen spoke calmly, "Please proceed, Regent King." Rong Yuheng said, "Your Majesty, please cancel the engagement between the Crown Prince and the eldest daughter of Chancellor Lin." As soon as his words were spoken, the entire banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at Rong Yuheng in utter shock. Was Regent King possessed by a devil? Rong Chen's face turned dark with uncontrollable anger. "Absurd. My imperial decree for the Crown Prince's marriage has been announced to the whole world. The word of the Son of Heaven is unchangeable. To cancel the engagement, what would you do to my dignity?" People around also murmured. "I heard that the Regent King is the master of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has just returned to court, and he is already colluding with that villain, Rong Yuheng. If this engagement could be so easily cancelled, I'd give you my brain to kick around like a ball." But in the next moment, Rong Yuheng pulled something out from his sleeve. Rong Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to it. Staring at the object in Rong Yuheng's hand, it felt as if his breathing was suddenly cut off. It was the military token. In Rong Yuheng's hand was half of the military token. Rong Yuheng said, "Royal brother, as long as you cancel the engagement between the Crown Prince and the Chancellor's daughter, in the future, the Crown Prince can decide on his own matters regarding choosing consorts and concubines. And I will willingly return the military token." A flicker of surprise surfaced in Rong Chen's eyes. Is it really that simple? He had arranged for thousands of men to surround the banquet area. All for the purpose of forcibly retrieving the military token from Rong Yuheng. If he could take Rong Yuheng's life in the process, it would be even better. It's really that simple. Holding the military token in one hand, Rong Yuheng pronounced each word carefully, granting the Crown Prince his freedom. That would be wonderful. Rong Che couldn't believe his ears as he turned to look at Rong Yuheng. He lost his mind. The all-powerful Regent King, who one day, would hand over the military token to another person, just for the sake of granting him freedom. Nodding his head, Rong Chen seized the opportunity fearing that Rong Yuheng might change his mind, and quickly agreed, "Good." After the banquet ended, dressed in bright yellow dragon robes, Rong Chen summoned Crown Prince Rong Che to the palace where he reviewed memorials and asked coldly, "What kind of relationship do you have with Regent King Rong Yuheng?" Chapter 115, Deceitful Uncle vs. Green Tea Prince, 4. Rong Che kneels down with composure and pays respect. In reply to Father Emperor, there is no issue. Rong Che's tone is calm and distant. The father and son who haven't seen each other for 18 years seem like strangers. Rong Chen frowns, raises his hand, and tosses the memorial he holds into Rong Che's feet. No issue. Rong Che, is this what you call having no issue? Rong Che picks up the memorial. It is written by a minister named Xie Rong, filling several pages in detail accusing Rong Che of lacking male virtue and being entangled with Rong Yuheng. Rong Che kneels on the cold ground. Rong Chen walks over to him, looks down at him from above, and seriously says, "Answer the emperor, what kind of relationship do you have with Rong Yuheng?" As the esteemed regent king, he willingly traded military tokens just to cancel your engagement. Could it be that you take me for a fool, unable to see his feelings for you? Rong Chen glances at the military token in the palm of his hand, sneering lightly. Back then, Rong Yuheng relied on this military token to become the all-powerful regent king. He has tolerated Rong Yuheng for so many years. Now, with the military token back in his possession, this regent king should be removed along with everything else. Rong Che's fingertips clutching the memorial turn slightly pale as he remains silent. Rong Chen's dignified gaze inspects his son from top to bottom. Rong Che's skin is whiter than that of ordinary girls. His features are finely chiseled, radiating an aloof and noble demeanor, emanating an air that wards off any intrusions yet without appearing feminine. Rong Chen suddenly chuckles softly and personally helps Rong Che up. "Since he likes you, you should go to the regent king's residence and interact with him more often." Having only hesitated for a brief moment, Rong Che swiftly responds, "Father Emperor, what would you like your humble son to do?" Rong Chen makes a gesture cutting across his throat, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. "Get close to him, find an opportunity to root out the problem once and for all, and eliminate all future threats." Rong Yuheng's deep calculation and power pose too great a threat to the emperor. For the first time ever, Rong Che goes against Rong Chen. "Your humble son cannot do it. There is no way he can lay a hand on Rong Yuheng." Rong Chen narrows his eyes displeased. "For the sake of a rebel traitor, would you defy your own father?" Rong Che slowly kneels again, firm in tone, repeating himself, "Your humble son cannot do it." Slap. Rong Chen lifts his hand and delivers a harsh slap to Rong Che. That slap was fierce and cruel. Blood seeps out of Rong Che's corner of his mouth instantly. "Rong Che. Are you truly going to side with Rong Yuheng?" Enraged, Rong Chen's chest heaves violently as he draws the sword hanging on the wall, pointing straight at Rong Che. "Rather than seeing you cut off the Rong family lineage, I will kill you right now." Unyieldingly, Rong Che straightens his already stiff spine. The sharp and frigid blade rests against his neck. But Rong Che does not move an inch. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Eunuch Xiaoluzi quickly rushes in and kneels beside the monarch, begging on behalf of Rong Che. The crown prince spent 18 years as a hostage in enemy territory, narrowly escaping death multiple times. He is your bloodline. Rong Chen smirks coldly. "Bloodline?" His loyalty bends directly towards the regent king's mansion. After saying this, Rong Chen snatches the duster from Eunuch Xiaoluzi's hands, wielding it like a whip, threateningly interrogating Rong Che. "If I insist on killing Rong Yuheng, which side are you on?" "No one can kill him." A muffled sound interrupts Rong Che's words. His back trembles, emitting an unclear groan. Eunuch Xiaoluzi, frightened witless, hugs onto Rong Chen's leg pleading, "Your Majesty, the crown prince has wounds from knife injuries on his back that haven't fully healed. The palace eunuch's dusters are used for disciplining unruly eunuchs and maids. Struck forcefully on someone's body, they can leave open wounds." Overcome with uncontrollable anger, Rong Chen kicks Eunuch Xiaoluzi away and tells Rong Che, "I give you two choices. 1. You go and kill the regent king. 2. I kill you." Rong Che chuckles slightly, clearly kneeling but acting haughty all the same. "Impossible, Rong Che receives 2 more strikes. On his back, traces of fresh blood begin to seep through. Rong Che's internal force is sealed, making him extremely fragile. The intertwining pain of old and new wounds causes him to see black before his eyes. Yet he keeps his back straight, indifferently stating, "I will not permit anyone to harm him, unless they step over my dead body. Father Emperor, in all your eyes, I am nothing more than a piece for you to manipulate at will, a bloodless weapon. But by his side, I feel alive, as if I am truly a living human being. Not a hostage prince, not the crown prince, just Rong Che." Rong Che's phoenix-like eyes overflowed with traces of madness. "Good. What a fine son of mine. Have you forgotten your self-reference and decorum as crown prince? If I dethrone you today, will you move out of the eastern palace tomorrow and directly into the regent king's residence?" Rong Chen glared at Rong Che with a venomous look in his eyes, like staring at an enemy. "You said you'd step over his corpse, didn't you? Well, I'll grant you that." Rong Chen swept the room with his gaze. Dropping the duster he held, he strode toward the sword lying on the ground. Using the tip of his foot to nudge the sword up, Rong Chen spun around and thrust the blade towards Rong Che's shoulder. Suddenly, a delicate but beautiful hand seized the sharp edge of the sword with all 5 fingers. The blade merely grazed Rong Che's skin lightly before stopping midair. With slight effort, Rong Yuheng's fingers tightened. Snap! An overwhelming internal force instantly broke Rong Chen's sword into 2. Without even a glance at his own blood-soaked hand, Rong Yuheng grabbed the back of Rong Che's collar with his clean hand and lifted him off the ground like a chick. Don't be afraid, I'll handle everything. Rong Yuheng reached out to touch Rong Che's face but stopped when he saw the palm print on it. His expression turned icy cold. Did he hit you? Startled, Rong Che asked, how did you get here? In the land of Rong. One could not enter the emperor's chamber without royal summons. Before Rong Yuheng could answer, Rong Chen erupted in fury. Rong Yuheng, how dare you intrude into my chambers without permission? Do you still respect me as your emperor? Rong Yuheng glanced over and caught sight of the bloodstain on Rong Che's back. Blood had stained through 3 or 4 layers of his princely robes. Rong Yuheng's dark eyes grew somber as he stared at Rong Che and repeated, was it Rong Chen who beat you? He was sitting in a wheelchair just moments ago, but now exuded a fierce aura, his fingers gripping the armrests tightly, his knuckles turning white, adding an air of savagery and gloom. Rong Chen said, I'm teaching my son a lesson. Rong Yuheng gave a chilling laugh. After being imprisoned for 18 years, this so-called lesson is nothing more than venting frustration. You should know better, shouldn't you? Rong Che's heart sank. Without his military token, Rong Yuheng spoke so frankly against the emperor. If father used this as an excuse. Enduring the pain from his back, Rong Che helped push Rong Yuheng's wheelchair. Go back first. But, the moment Rong Che touched the wheelchair, his vision went black. And he fell straight down. Achy. Reacting instinctively, Rong Yuheng quickly reached out, encircling Rong Che's waist and pulling him into his embrace, feeling his pulse. Ache couldn't afford such agitation. Closing his eyes briefly, he took 2 deep breaths while seated in his wheelchair. Carefully cradling the unconscious Rong Che on his lap, enveloped between his arms and chest, avoiding Rong Che's injuries, he softly whispered, Achy, I'll take you home. Where do you think you're taking him? As my son, it's none of your business. There are court physicians within the palace. The crown prince has only sustained minor injuries, let him go. Rong Yuheng turned his head. His pitch-black eyes locked onto Rong Chen with a chilling gaze. Your son. Rong Yuheng emitted a low chuckle from his throat. Do you even know that he sacrificed 50 years of his lifespan for your throne and exchanged it for his current martial prowess? Do you really believe such a minor injury would knock him unconscious? Do you know his body is already exhausted beyond repair and his life nearing its end? As he finished speaking, tears welled up in Rong Yuheng's eyes. Almost hysterically, he screamed these words. Little Lu Zi was petrified. In memory, Governor Wang Rong Yuheng was always known as a refined and elegant gentleman, a man with charm comparable to jade. No one had ever seen Rong Yuheng lose control to this extent. Rong Chen stiffened completely. His lips trembled repeatedly, unable to utter a word. Exhausted beyond repair, life nearing its end. Impossible. This can't be true, this absolutely cannot happen. Unable to believe what he heard, Rong Chen looked at Rong Yuheng, accusingly stating, you lied to deceive me. You commit regicide. Court physicians have examined Rong Che's condition, declaring him well and sound. This is impossible. Rong Yuheng curled his lip in derision and reached to roll up Rong Che's sleeve. Under the wide sleeves, Rong Che's wrist was alarmingly thin, covered with veins protruding under pale skin, marked by countless scars crisscrossing each other. Rong Chen fell back into his chair, silent and drained of all strength, as if the life had been sucked out of him. Rong Yuheng returned to the Regent King's mansion with Rong Che in his arms. Upon arriving at the mansion, Rong Yuheng kicked aside his wheelchair and confidently carried Rong Che into his bedroom. His bedchamber was connected to a private underground hot spring. The stone walls surrounding the hot spring were made of extremely high-quality white jade. The hot spring water was already infused with hundreds of medicinal herbs. These herbs had been personally collected by Rong Yuheng to prepare this medicinal bath for his beloved Ach. The steward held 2 empty herb baskets while walking out, asking Rong Yuheng, my lord, should we invite some people to come in to help Crown Prince change his clothes? There is no need. I shall attend to him personally. No one is allowed to disturb us. The steward. After the steward left, only Rong Yuheng and Rong Che remained by the hot spring. Rong Yuheng extended his hand to untie Rong Che's sash, removing his outer robe. When it came to the undergarments, Rong Yuheng used his fingertips to gently lift the waistband of Rong Che's clothing when Rong Che suddenly opened his eyes. He pushed Rong Yuheng forcefully away, gripping the collar of his middle robe tightly, looking like a young wife being bullied by bandits. He asked anxiously, why are you undressing me? Considering how Rong Yuheng had protected him, Rong Che felt somewhat apologetic and softly added, I'm not ready yet. Things were progressing too quickly. Unable to resist laughing, Rong Yuheng teased according to Rong Che's words, do you dislike others touching you? Rong Che bit his lip and slowly released the grip on his collar. You're not just anyone. With a flick of his fingers, Rong Yuheng loosened the ties of Rong Che's middle robe. The snow-white garment dropped to the ground. The frail frame of the young boy was exposed to the cold air. Rong Yuheng stared at him intently. Rong Che felt increasingly uneasy under the gaze, turning around to pick up the garment that had fallen on the floor, but was stopped when Rong Yuheng seized his wrist. Rong Yuheng rose from his wheelchair and securely picked him up horizontally. Surprised, Rong Che's eyes widened. Your legs, how can you? Rong Yuheng smiled charmingly. If my legs really became useless, how could I give happiness to Ache? If his legs were truly paralyzed, he wouldn't have flirted with Rong Che in the first place. Angered, Rong Che struggled. Are you faking? You tricked me. Carrying Rong Che into the hot spring, Rong Yuheng precisely pressed an acupoint. Instantly, Rong Che couldn't move anymore. Don't move. Rong Yuheng whispered lowly. Stay still, the medicine in the hot spring will heal your wounds. The water of the hot spring was scorching. Rong Che's face turned red as if steamed, gritting his teeth. Then undo my acupoints already. In truth, even if his martial skills were sealed, he would never be restrained so easily by someone else. If it were anyone else who dared to behave this way towards him, there would be 10,000 ways to snap their neck instantly. But it was Rong Yuheng. Before him, Rong Che's resistance and vigilance were absolutely zero. Rong Yuheng squatted down, using his fingertips to gently play with the herbs floating on the surface of the water. In the crystal-clear hot spring water. As the herbs were brushed aside, Rong Che's body was immediately exposed before Rong Yuheng. Rong Che's face flushed crimson. Go out. Rong Yuheng lifted Rong Che's chin with another hand slightly. Do you not want me to unseal your acupoints anymore? As Rong Yuheng moved, Rong Che saw clearly the wound running through his entire hand. It was the injury sustained when Rong Yuheng caught the blade bare-handed to save him. The blood had dried, and his whole hand was covered in blood. Rong Che asked, can the herbs in the water treat knife wounds? Rong Yuheng nodded. The rarest and most valuable medicinal herbs were all in this pool of water. They were beneficial for any external or internal injuries. Straining his neck, Rong Che tilted his head and leaned close to Rong Yuheng's ear, lightly blowing a breath with a hint of coquetry. With a soft and gentle voice, he repeated something. Rong Yuheng stiffened all over. Not caring about his possibly crumbling image, Rong Che repeated again, would you like to take the herbal bath together? Rong Yuheng chuckled wickedly, took charge, and kissed Rong Che's lips. After kissing, Rong Yuheng withdrew gracefully, pinching off a piece of herb leaf stuck on Rong Che's lips with his thumb, and putting it into his mouth. Those are bath herbs. Embarrassed, Rong Che closed his eyes and looked away. Dressed in his outer robe, Rong Yuheng stepped into the pool water and encircled Rong Che's waist from behind. The scalding hot water surrounded them from all sides. Atch. Rong Yuheng said hoarsely, the hot spring water is changed every day. It's clean. The water in the hot spring was clean. But he was covered in blood, he felt dirty. This was what Rong Che thought. The next second, as if guessing his concerns, Rong Yuheng added, Atch is very clean, but, when I hear Atch whispering softly in my ear, I can't help but feel unclean myself. Chapter 116, Ache, I want to hear you call me husband. Thinking about doing something inappropriate with Ache. Rong Yuheng tightened his embrace from behind Rong Ache, resting his chin on Ache's shoulder, whispering hoarsely. He and him, in the hot spring pool. This, isn't it a bit too unrestrained? Rong Ache's eyes widened. At that moment, the large palm of Rong Yuheng covering his heart could feel his chest rising and falling violently, his heartbeat becoming irregular. Ache, so you do have a heart after all. Satisfied, Rong Yuheng smiled and gently bit Rong Ache's earlobe. Close your eyes, calm down, regulate your breathing. The various rare herbs in the hot spring can nurture Ache's meridians. Rong Yuheng channeled his inner strength, gently wrapping around Rong Ache to help heal his wounds. Rong Ache only felt himself in a warm and comfortable place. Gradually falling into slumber. After getting out of the hot spring pool, Rong Yuheng immediately had the servants prepare cold water for bathing. Cooling down, reducing fire, calming agitation. When Rong Yuheng came out after his bath, the steward walked over to report, My lord, Minister Xie Rong has come to see you. Xie Rong is the leading one among many of Rong Yuheng's guests. Though just over 20 years old, he was already exceptionally talented. Rong Yuheng's fingers played with a black jade chess piece as his half-closed fox-like eyes lazily yet commandingly said, Let him in. A moon-white robe-wearing young man entered, with childlike features. Seeing Rong Yuheng still playing chess with himself, he angrily grabbed the chess manual from the table and threw it at Rong Yuheng, shouting, Are you crazy, Rong Yuheng? Just for a Rong Ache, you dare to break into the emperor's bedroom, call the emperor by name, and spout seditious words. If this happened to anyone else, their grave would already be covered in 3-foot-tall grass. The steward watched in shock beside him. If someone dared to throw the chess manual at Rong Yuheng, even if it were someone else, they wouldn't even survive long enough for a tree to grow on their graves to support woodpeckers. Rong Yuheng showed no anger as he placed a black stone on the yellow emerald chessboard. Wasn't it you who wrote a memorial to the emperor telling him about my unusual relationship with Ache? Xie Rong choked. He and Rong Yuheng have known each other for more than 10 years, there was no way to hide it. Yes, I said it. Xie Rong admitted directly. Rong Yuheng's gaze cooled slightly. Why? Am I the one asking why? Xie Rong laughed indignantly, you, an overbearing regent whose hand governs the land, countless maidens wish to marry you. Everyone says you are the dream lover of every woman in the entire nation of Rome. Why must you get entangled with Rong Aik? Aheng, Xie Rong hesitated before speaking, the father of Rong Aik is our blood enemy. Coldly, Rong Yuheng interrupted, so what? Xie Rong was stunned for a moment. I want Rong Aik himself, whether male or female doesn't matter to me. Rong Yuheng said, Rong Aik spent 18 years as a hostage in the enemy country, you shouldn't hold the grudge against Rong Chen onto him, nor should you recklessly submit memorials harming Aik getting beaten. Xie Rong hesitated again. Before he could say another word, Rong Yuheng shot him a warning glance, coldly saying, Xie Rong, you can target whoever you want, but if you dare touch my Aik, don't blame me for forgetting our past friendship. This is the first time, and it will also be the last. Xie Rong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Swallowing, he changed the subject, Aheng, I've prepared a grand gift for you, would you like to take a look? Without waiting for Rong Yuheng's approval, Xie Rong enthusiastically pushed Rong Yuheng's wheelchair towards the courtyard. In the courtyard of the mansion, neat rows of dozens of beautiful young women stood dressed in vibrant colors, charming faces. At the sight of Rong Yuheng, they all blushed instantly. Though sitting in a wheelchair, within his stunningly handsome visage lay an aura of authority and depth accumulated from long-term positions of power, making the onlookers' hearts flutter nervously. Even though seated in a wheelchair, such a man pressing them down might not seem undesirable at all. Many of the ladies fidgeted with their handkerchiefs, gracefully bowing to Rong Yuheng, saying, we greet His Excellency, the Regent Prince. Smirking mischievously, Xie Rong suggested, take a good look. If any are pretty enough, add them to your quarters, if any you fancy, marry them as regent princesses or concubines. You've been too ascetic in the past, all your servants around were mere pages, naturally leading you to believe you're disinterested in women. Rong Yuheng's face darkened. Just as he was about to kick Xie Rong out, he turned his head slightly, catching sight of Rong Aik nearby. Fresh from his medicinal bath and unable to find clean clothes, Rong Aik wore Rong Yuheng's close-fitting undershirt, looking like a little kid sneaking around in adult clothing, hiding behind the door trying to blend unnoticed while observing everything happening in the courtyard. Yuheng Rong's lips curved into a slight smile as he asked Xie Rong, are you suggesting that I should choose a concubine? Xie Rong thought he had come to his senses, so with excitement all over his face, he said, ah. Yuheng Rong, after so many years, you have finally blossomed. Yuheng Rong casually plucked an expensive peony blossom and said, this way, I'll close my eyes and throw the flower back. Let the flower deity arrange a matchmaker for me. The dozens of young women's eyes lit up instantly. Subtly shoving those around them aside, they tried to get closer to Rong, hoping to be within grabbing distance. Xie Rong said, Rong Yuheng. You've made the commitment, don't go back on your word. Rong Yuheng smiled faintly and said, I stand by my words, whoever this flower lands on, I will marry her as my princess. Closing his eyes, he casually threw the flower behind him. The petals drew a beautiful parabolic line in the air. Accurately heading straight towards Aik Rong. Accurately landing inside Aik Rong's inner robe collar. The delicate petals softly grazed Aik Rong's chest, feeling soft and cool. Aik Rong looked up and met eyes with Rong Yuheng as he opened his eyes again, his face heating up once more. With his back turned to everyone, Rong Yuheng mouthed something silently to Aik Rong. Aik Rong stumbled slightly, almost falling down at hearing it. What Rong Yuheng had said was, envy that peony flower which can enjoy such intimate contact with Aik's chest and abdominal muscles. Too lewd even to bear. Caught red-handed while spying. Having been found out, Aik couldn't continue spying any longer. He went back and changed into appropriate outerwear, dressing neatly before coming out again, taking a look at all the girls in the courtyard, asking Yuheng, what's going on here? Rong Yuheng said, Xie Rong is lonely, bored, and wants to get married. Xie Rong. Aik Rong simply gave an oh, glancing at all the girls in the yard then at Xie Rong's slim arms and legs, saying, Director Xie has a good body. Yuheng furrowed his eyebrows. Xie Rong was terrified that Rong Yuheng and Aik would gang up on him again, so he quickly took off with the group of girls. For a moment, the courtyard was left only with Yuheng and Aik. Yuheng held Aik's hand and said, my body is also good. Aik didn't react immediately, huh? Yuheng continued, mine is much better than Xie Rong's. More endurance, more lasting power. Aik. Yuheng gently nudged Aik's nose tip with his finger and said, I won't fool with you anymore. Come sit. Rong Yuheng placed a goose feather cushion on a stone bench in the pavilion and motioned for Rong Aik to take a seat. Since every member of the princely mansion was loyal to Rong Yuheng, he didn't bother pretending anymore and didn't even use his wheelchair. As Rong Aik sat down, surprised, he questioned Rong Yuheng, what's wrong? Rong Yuheng replied, let's meditate cross-legged to regulate breathing. Rong Aik bitterly smiled, my internal energy and martial arts were sealed by you, my meridians are almost exhausted. It's no use. After soaking in the medicinal bath earlier, the herbs could nurture and restore his meridians. But his meridians had been damaged 18 years ago. Even if the meridians recovered, both his martial arts and internal force had been destroyed to a large extent, making it hard to return to the peak level. He, Rong Aik, would forever be a cripple. Yuheng Rong sat cross-legged opposite Aik Rong. Seeing Aik not moving, he reached out to grasp his thighs, forcibly helping him place his legs properly. The warm touch startled Aik momentarily. The next second, Rong Yuheng stretched out both hands, locking 10 fingers with Rong Ake's, firmly holding on with their palms facing each other. A warm flow of inner strength started channeling through their intertwined hands into Rong Ake's body. Rong Ake abruptly widened his eyes, no. But Rong Yuheng just tightened his grip further on Ake's hands. Strong internal energy continuously flowed into Rong Ake's body. Let me go, I don't want your internal strength. Rong Ake wanted to resist but feared interrupting the transmission, leading to backlash causing Rong Yuheng to suffer damage or even insanity. Ake, close your eyes, listen to me, Rong Yuheng said calmly. No. Ake's eye rims reddened instantly. Being a hostage in the enemy country for 18 years, he hadn't cried. Getting beaten severely by Rong Chen, he hadn't shed tears. However, seeing Rong Yuheng passing his own internal energy to him, Rong Ake burst into tears. So many people valued internal energy and martial arts above life itself. Yet Rong Yuheng, without hesitation, gave him his most treasured assets. Plop. A drop of warm liquid landed on the hands tightly intertwined between Rong Yuheng and Rong Ake. Rong Yuheng furrowed his brows, without opening his eyes, guessing Ake must have been crying. His voice grew a little graver this time, close your eyes and recite the purification mantra. If you keep being disobedient, I will seal your sleeping acupoint and disable all your 5 senses. Rong Che, stop your tears right now. Rong Che's body was too frail, and Rong Yuheng didn't dare to be careless. He feared that if Rong Che cried here incessantly, it could lead to an uncontrollable flow of internal energy, causing severe damage. Rong Che forcibly held back the tears welling in his eyes, slowly closing them. Once the flow of internal strength started, there was no ending it. Unless Rong Yuheng's internal strength ran dry, turning him into a useless man. Or, Rong Che's dantian was filled to capacity with internal force. Neither of them knew what would happen. Without knowing how much time had passed, Rong Yuheng slowly retracted his palm, his breathing slightly erratic, large beads of sweat sliding down his face. His clothing had already been soaked through with sweat. Rong Che wasn't faring any better. It seemed as though he'd been pulled out of water, drenched from head to toe. Rong Yuheng shook his sore wrist, slowly stirring up his own inner power and smiled faintly, still okay, you've left me half. Rong Che seized Rong Yuheng's collar in anger and said furiously. Rong Yuheng, do you know that if my dantian hadn't been filled, the continuous transmission of your internal energy might have caused you to lose all of your powers, becoming utterly powerless? Rong Yuheng raised his hand, carefully wiping away the fine sweat from Rong Che's forehead with his sleeve, saying, I know. Rong Che's expression stiffened slightly. Rong Yuheng said, Ake, that day you said your life is a tool for gaining the pinnacle of power. But I am different. My life is you. Rong Yuheng pinched Rong Che's cheek affectionately, speaking indulgently and gently, it's just 20 years of inner power, giving you half doesn't matter, stop crying. Rong Che's throat tightened, his voice carrying a nasally tone, who's crying? Rong Yuheng curled his lips, alright, our little crown prince hasn't cried. If you truly want to cry, cry on the bed. Annoyed and flustered, Rong Che glared at him. Furious enough to reach out and pinch the soft flesh around Rong Yuheng's waist, but halfway there, his hand froze before retreating. Rong Che felt guilty, blaming himself. He had monopolized Rong Yuheng's 10 years of internal strength cultivation. Rong Yuheng broke into the emperor's chambers to save him, sought rare herbs to make medicinal baths for him, and now gave him another decade of internal strength. What had he, Rong Che, done for Rong Yuheng? Rong Che, how disgraceful you are. Rong Che scolded himself inside. Rong Yuheng grasped both wrists of Rong Che, rather dejectedly and sullenly saying, Ake, now that I only have 10 years worth of inner strength, I can never easily restrain you anymore, nor will I seal your acupoints again. Please don't avoid me anymore. Rong Che's heart ached. A mischievous gleam flashed in Rong Yuheng's eyes as he deliberately used a plaintive tone, if you dislike me so much, should I leave? Feeling extremely congested inside, Rong Che quickly replied, in the future, if you want to restrain me, or seal my acupoints, or do whatever you please to me, I won't resist. Don't leave. Rong Yuheng embraced Rong Che's waist, the corner of his lips gradually curving upwards. The little creature was really easy to soothe. Rong Yuheng then said, Ake, I want to be on top. Rong Che's heart softened completely, okay. Rong Yuheng continued, Ake, I want to hear you call me husband. Rong Che pressed his lips together, hesitating unnaturally as he finally called out, who, husband? Rong Yuheng couldn't hold back his laughter, almost laughing out loud. Their Ake, despite being a crown prince who spent 18 years in a foreign land, was pure as blank paper when it came to love. Thus, no one had ever taught Ake about emotions, nor let Ake fall deeply in love. Good. Rong Che, puzzled, asked, why are you laughing? Rong Yuheng immediately controlled his laughter, adopting a stern look and said, Ake, when someone is sad to the extreme, they cannot cry, they can only laugh. Rong Che tightened his grip around his waist, calling again, husband. Rong Yuheng hugged him tightly, asking softly, Ake, I want to marry you. Are you willing to be my bride? Normally, Rong Che would violently kick him away and mutter, two men, marrying each other. Nonsense. But this time, regardless of what Rong Yuheng said, Rong Che agreed without hesitation, blushing and nodding. Rong Yuheng smirked triumphantly. Tomorrow, I'll start preparing for our grand wedding. Rong Yuheng. Rong Yuheng placed his fingertip on Rong Che's lips. What should you call me? Who, husband? Good, listen, call me that whenever we're alone. Rong Yuheng was satisfied. Rong Che thought for a moment and said earnestly, that day when I said my life is a tool, I was wrong. I wanted to stand at the peak of power because back then I didn't understand love, I hadn't fallen in love with you yet. But things are different now. I no longer care about my martial arts skills or internal strength. I want to give you back the 10 years of inner power. Rong Yuheng's expression darkened. After making such a big deal out of it, all you wanted was to return the internal energy to me. Rong Che nodded. Rong Yuheng grabbed his chin. My internal strength, you find it so repulsive, too dirty for your liking. Was it the same when I kissed you? Rong Yuheng hadn't finished speaking. A glimpse out of the corner of his eye caught a graceful, elegant figure by the doorway. Rong Yuheng turned his head to see Rong Che's mother, Empress Ning Shujin of the dynasty, standing nearby with a face full of shock. Rong Yuheng felt a jolt of unease in his heart. He wasn't sure how much Ning Shujin had overheard. Chapter 117, Rong Che said, I don't like Rong Yuheng, I don't like him touching me. Rong Che didn't expect his mother, Ning Shujin, to appear here. Rong Che blankly looked at Rong Yuheng, seemingly asking. Uncle Emperor, are the thousands of guards and secret agents in the regent's mansion just for show? Seeing the big, watery eyes of Rong Che filled with confusion, Rong Yuheng remained silent. He tidied up his clothes obediently, walked to Ning Shujin, and bowed respectfully, General Ning. Ning Shujin was the only female general in the Rong kingdom. She had great achievements in pacifying the northwest. Before becoming empress, she was a lowly female slave, not even worthy to be called commoner. But this female slave fought fiercely in battles for more than 10 years, eventually becoming the grand general who assisted the kingdom, and later became empress to Rong Chen. Thus, Ning Shujin being able to quietly enter the regent's palace was no surprise to Rong Yuheng. Ning Shujin frowned her face. The courtesy you give, I dare not accept. My son Ning Shujin is not someone you can mold as you wish. What are you doing, scolding him? Or forcing him to be with you? If he doesn't agree, what will you do? As soon as Ning Shujin arrived, she saw Rong Yuheng pinching her son's chin as if intending to force himself upon him, making her furious immediately. How could anyone treat her flesh and blood this way? Lowering his head and slightly bending over, Rong Yuheng dared not act arrogantly and said, Che, Rong Che. Ning Shujin cast a glance at Rong Yuheng's legs, coldly smiling, pretending to be lame. Rong Che quickly came forward. Mother, he did not force me, I am. Shut up. Ning Shujin angrily commanded, turning her head to look at Rong Yuheng. Just now, were you planning to forcibly kiss Che Heir? Rong Yuheng, yes. Ning Shujin glanced at the clothing on Che's body and asked again, is the garment Che wears yours? Rong Yuheng, yes. The patterns and designs on the prince's and regent's clothes differ, this couldn't be hidden. Ning Shujin's gaze swept over Che's wet hair, then turned back to look at Rong Yuheng again, asking, his first visit to your palace ended with him bathing here, was it voluntary? Rong Yuheng, no, I initiated it. At the time, Rong Che was unconscious, carried into the bedchamber by him. It was indeed involuntary. Rong Yuheng didn't dare tell even half a lie, gave no explanation, simply admitted everything openly, and further stated, General Ning, all the faults lie with me and have nothing to do with Che. If you are angry, feel free to strike or berate me. Che has a weak constitution, please don't punish him. It's just that I want to bind Che by my side too much, Rong Yuheng bitterly smiled. But you are both men, how could you possibly? Ning Shujin couldn't believe it, feeling depressed, her chest ached painfully, this kind of relationship has never happened throughout our country's history. Enraged, Ning Shujin raised her hand to slash towards Rong Yuheng. That slap was laden with strong internal force. Rong Yuheng didn't dodge. Mother. Rong Che widened his eyes, opening both arms to shield Rong Yuheng before him, do not harm him. Che. Rong Yuheng shouted anxiously, quick, get out of the way. But, it was already too late. Afraid that Rong Che might get hit, Rong Yuheng immediately gathered his energy, lifted his palm, and confronted Ning Shujin head-on. Bang! With the collision of the two palms, a heavy muffled sound echoed. The leaves from the trees in the courtyard fell one after another. Rong Yuheng wrapped an arm around Rong Che's waist, his tall figure swayed a little. Having just lost 10 years of his inner strength, his vitality suffered greatly, but fearing truly injuring Ning Shujin, he only used less than 30% of his strength. Rong Yuheng suppressed the metallic sweetness rising in his throat, anxiously asking Rong Che, Che, how are you? Did I hurt you anywhere? Is there any discomfort? Che's body was tender and delicate, easily scared. Rong Che shook his head, the long eyelashes quivered, holding on to Rong Yuheng's wrist, checking his pulse. Are you injured? Rong Yuheng smiled, it's fine. Seeing the almost overwhelming concern and care Rong Yuheng had for Rong Che in his eyes. Ning Shujin's expression softened a bit. She pulled out a white porcelain bottle and tossed it to Rong Yuheng. The bottle emitted a faint bitter fragrance. It was the scent of medicine. A miraculous pill for treating internal injuries. Rong Yuheng very respectfully said, "Thank you, General Ning, for gifting this medicine." Ning Shujin gave him a cold stare, saying nothing, but spoke to Rong Che, "Heir, come here." Rong Che stepped forward. Ning Shujin picked up the lunch box she had placed on the ground, opened the lid, and served a bowl of black soup. "Drink this." Seemingly afraid that Rong Che would overthink things, Ning Shujin explained, "I heard from the little eunuch by your father the emperor's side that your body has already reached its end. Heir, this medicine can help your mother protect you and ensure your future peace and happiness." Why is it this medicine that will protect him for Ning Shujin? Rong Che smelled the metallic scent of blood in the medicinal soup. His heart sank. He grabbed Ning Shujin's hand and pulled up her sleeve. Ning Shujin's wrist was wrapped in thick bandages. The bandages were soaked with fresh blood, clearly a new injury. "Mother, you." Rong Che was shocked. Ning Shujin's eyes brimmed with redness. "Heir, the imperial physician said there's an old folk remedy, using the blood of one's biological parents as part of the medicine might treat your illness. I added some herbs to mask the fishy smell so it won't be too hard to drink. Mother also made your favorite green plum pastries. Eat them after taking the medicine, okay?" Ning Shujin held out a plate of green plum pastries, like soothing a child. Rong Che felt a pang in his heart. In the depths of his utterly dark mind, it was as if a ray of sunlight had shone through. On the barren and desolate land, a sprout of green slowly grew. "Mother." Rong Che called out not to the cold and distant title of Mother Empress but Mother. Ning Shujin looked up at Rong Che, who was a head taller than her, and lightly smiled. "Drink the medicine first." "Wait." Rong Yuheng spoke up. Ning Shujin gave him a warning look. Rong Yuheng took the bowl of black soup from Rong Che's hands, sniffed it carefully, and then stated firmly, "There are parasites in this medicine." "What? This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be." Rong Che shook his head violently. Ning Shujin wouldn't harm him. Ning Shujin's complexion turned slightly pale. "Che, these parasites are called transfer bugs. Once two people take the medicine together, all the illnesses of the dying person will be transferred to the other. The person accepting the illnesses must willingly ingest the bug, constantly vomiting blood for 7 days and 7 nights until all their orifices bleed out and they die," Rong Yuheng explained. After explaining, he looked at Ning Shujin. "General Ning, did you mean to sacrifice your own life to save a Che?" Ning Shujin was hit right in the heart, her face pale, she didn't speak. Rong Yuheng asked again, "You mixed your own blood into the medicine to draw a Che's attention. Only when he's emotionally unstable would he fail to notice the existence of the parasites." Ning Shujin's lips quivered slightly. "I only wanted to save my Che." Rong Yuheng stepped back half a step and suddenly deeply bowed to Ning Shujin. Whether as empress or general, Ning Shujin deserved respect. Ning Shujin slowly squatted down, hugging her knees in despair, muttering, 18 years ago, when I gave birth to Rong Che, I lost so much blood that I passed out. When I woke up, Che had already been sent as a hostage to the enemy country. 3 days after giving birth to Rong Che, I led the troops out of the palace to rescue my Che. I chased on horseback for several days and nights. Even the saddle was stained red with my blood. I nearly died out there but still couldn't bring him back. My child suffered for 18 whole years. He's only 18. How could heaven demand that I bury my son instead of me? If the heavens wish to take a life, take mine, not my son's." Tears blurred Ning Shujin's vision. 9 months of pregnancy, it was flesh from her very own body. Rong Che opened his mouth, but his voice seemed stuck in his throat, unable to come out. He slowly crouched down, wrapping his arms around Ning Shujin's slim shoulders and hugged her tight. "Mother, I'm fine now." Ning Shujin lifted her head, full of disbelief. "Uncle Rong transferred 10 years of his internal strength to me." Rong Che gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Ning Shujin's eye. "Mother, don't do anything foolish. For the rest of my life, let Che stay by your side, accompany you in peace and joy, without any worries." Ning Shujin remained silent, feeling Rong Che's pulse. Gradually, a surge of joy and excitement appeared in her eyes, and she burst into tears, overcome with happiness, unable to form coherent sentences, crying like a child as she embraced Rong Che. For a long while, Ning Shujin slowly stood up, looking at Rong Yuheng with complex emotions. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Thank you, for everything you've done for Che. A man who can give up 10 years of his internal strength for Rong Che could never be an uncouth brute." Rong Yuheng smiled, saying nothing. Ning Shujin pointed to the nearby pavilion. "Would it be convenient to have a private chat?" Rong Yuheng gestured with a bow of deference. The two walked to a place where Rong Che couldn't hear them. Ning Shujin asked, "Your matters with Heir have already been told to me." "Your Highness, the Regent Prince. You may call me by my name." Rong Yuheng elegantly prepared tea and handed a cup to Ning Shujin. Ning Shujin nodded and took the teacup. "When you transferred your internal energy to Heir, were you not afraid that you might truly become incapacitated?" "Yes, I was afraid," confessed Rong Yuheng. I feared if my martial arts abilities were lost, then I could no longer protect a Che. Ning Shujin's hand trembled slightly as she grew distracted. The scalding hot tea spilled onto her wrist, causing her to wince in pain. Ning Shujin smiled faintly, and directly asked, then later on, if you are truly together with Heir, one of you being the crown prince, and the other the regent prince, how will the court ministers see it? And how will the common folk perceive it? Can you disregard the views of the world? Rong Yuheng said, as long as he is willing to be with me, I am sure I can pave an imperial path for him. The regent prince who holds absolute power in the court, would you be content letting another sit on the throne? Rong Yuheng sipped his tea and smirked, for a Che, I am willing to submit as his subject because a Che didn't grant me permission to rise after kneeling for so long. Ning Shujin gave a bitter smile. Once upon a time, Emperor Rong Chen had also told her this, for Jin, I am willing to submit as her subject. But then, in the end, due to the emperor's narrow heart, he couldn't tolerate Ning Shujin's military achievements. He suppressed her, isolated her, forced her away from the center of power, leading ultimately to the estrangement between them. Ning General. Ning Shujin interrupted Rong Yuheng's words. Do not call me Ning General anymore. Address him, as Che does. She was no longer the Ning General. Her 100,000-strong personal army had perished under the calculations and suspicions of Rong Chen. Rong Yuheng's expression stiffened momentarily. By rank, he and Ning Shujin were actually of the same generation. Ning Shujin crossed her arms. So, you've taken advantage of my son and now you even refuse to change your address. Ning Shujin had the temperament of a man, once having decided that Rong Yuheng, this female, oh no, her son-in-law was suitable, she openly accepted the relationship between Rong Che and Rong Yuheng. Rong Yuheng called somewhat awkwardly, Mother Empress. Rong Yuheng was 24 years old, while Ning Shujin was nearly 40. For him to call her Mother Empress wasn't unreasonable. Ning Shujin nodded satisfactorily. On the other side, Rong Che didn't want to disturb Rong Yuheng and Ning Shujin's conversation, so he left the courtyard alone. The guards of the Regency Prince's mansion all recognized him and allowed him free access through the mansion grounds, bowing respectfully and offering salutations, none daring to obstruct him. This crown prince was brought in by the prince himself holding him in his arms, entering the regent's bedroom, and even personally attended to in the hot spring pool for a bath. Who dared offend him? While wandering around, a voice sounded behind Rong Che. Prince. Rong Che turned around. Xie Rong paid deep homage, your subject has committed a grave error. Please punish me, your royal highness. Xie Rong was referring to his memorial submission to the Dog Emperor, accusing Rong Che and Rong Yuheng of inappropriate relations. Rong Che quickly responded, then Xie shall remain confined to his residence for half a month without leaving except to attend the court sessions or when summoned by Father Emperor. What do you think? Xie Rong was an intimate friend of the Emperor. Rong Che remembered. He didn't want to cause trouble for his uncle. Therefore, he did not hold it against Xie Rong. Xie Rong bowed deeply, thank you, your royal highness, for your kindness. As Rong Che turned to leave, Xie Rong hastily added, subject recently mixed a new kind of incense from green lotus and bamboo, would your highness like to take a look? The Xie family ancestors were incense merchants, thus Xie Rong was particularly skilled at making fragrances. Rong Che pondered for a moment, all right. Xie Rong led Rong Che to a guest room where he stayed at the Regency Prince's residence. On the table in the guest room stood an incense burner. From within, a strand of delicate fragrance gradually rose. The sweet, crisp scent slowly permeated Rong Che's senses. Rong Che's vision became blurry all at once. Slowly, he closed his eyes. In his dream. When Rong Che was 8 years old. It was a cold winter night, and 8-year-old Rong Che searched anxiously and close to tears among the grasses for something he had lost. His rabbit was gone. A rabbit he had raised for a long time, one he liked very much. While held hostage in the enemy country during the darkest period of his life, the only companion he had was this rabbit. Stupid kid, stop searching. Your rabbit is here. The guard assigned to supervise him lazily pointed toward a barbecue rack nearby, try some crispy roasted rabbit meat, how about it? On the grill, skewered and washed clean, lay a whole rabbit penetrated entirely by an iron rack. When Rong Che was 11 years old. Rong Che, aren't you fond of your country's specialty, green plum wine? The enemy emperor glared at him with a sinister smile. What a pity. I had all the green plum wine you secretly stashed used to clean the chamber pots. When Rong Che was 15 years old. A little girl named Lin Fei accidentally wandered into his courtyard. Rong Che pampered her like a doting older brother. Later, an influential minister of the enemy nation abducted Lin Fei. When Rong Che found Lin Fei, she was disheveled, barely avoiding being. Rong Che smashed the inkstone onto the head of that powerful enemy minister again and again. Mixed with blood, the ink trickled down from his fingers. 15-year-old Rong Che's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the enemy minister, shouting, "You beast. She's only a teenager." It seemed Rong Che was having a nightmare. His eyes tightly shut, his face pale. His brows furrowed so deeply it could have crushed flies, sweat pouring off his forehead, yet he wouldn't wake up. Xie Rong asked, what is your purpose in getting close to Rong Yuheng? He'd already sent someone to invite Rong Yuheng over. He was determined to make Rong Yuheng see the true nature of this crown prince. The son of Duke Rong certainly wasn't a good person. You can't expect fine shoots from rotten bamboo. Still lost in his dream, Rong Che mechanically said, it was him who approached me. Xie Rong added 2 more scoops of incense, placing them in the censer, then continued asking, do you like Rong Yuheng? Rong Che stiffened for a moment, shaking his head. He couldn't admit to liking anyone. The rabbit he liked had died, the green plum wine he loved had been wasted, and the young girl he treated like a sister had almost been disgraced. His life felt like one long disaster. Everything he liked, everyone he cared about, would never have a good ending. People like him were better left alone to live out their days. Someone as excellent as Rong Yuheng, he, Rong Che, didn't deserve. With his eyes still closed, without any awareness, he slowly enunciated word by word, I don't like Rong Yuheng, I don't want him touching me. When he kissed me, I felt sick. To protect Rong Yuheng, Rong Che lied. Right at that moment, the door burst open. Standing outside, Rong Yuheng exuded an overpowering coldness. Chapter 118, Che, you don't like me to touch you? Rong Yuheng's tall and slender figure completely overshadowed Rong Che. Xie Rong said, Rong Yuheng, you've seen and heard everything. The incense in the censer makes people tell the truth. Rong Che doesn't like you, he doesn't want you to touch him, and when you kiss him, he feels sick. Rong Yuheng didn't say a word. He stepped closer with an air of hostility around him. Xie Rong continued, he approached you, surely by the order of that dog emperor, there must be another reason. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud noise in the quiet air. Crack. Rong Yuheng grabbed the incense burner from the wooden table and smashed it violently on the ground. The incense burner overturned, spilling pale gray ash everywhere. Rong Yuheng turned around, lifted his hand, and gripped Xie Rong's throat, pinning him against the wall. Who allowed you to use the sedative incense on a Che? With his throat squeezed, Xie Rong struggled to breathe. Let go. Xie Rong was a powerless court scholar. He had no internal energy at all. In front of the enraged Rong Yuheng, he had no room for struggle. Rong Yuheng's voice was sharp as a blade. Do you know that sedative incense affects a person's mind and spirit? Xie Rong's vision went dark, his struggles becoming weaker and weaker, already out of breath. Rong Yuheng let go of Xie Rong abruptly. He sealed his acupoints so he couldn't move. Then, he reignited the sedative incense and placed it before Xie Rong. A flicker of terror flashed in Xie Rong's eyes. Rong Yuheng, what are you going to do? Rong Yuheng leaned down, picking up the sleeping Rong Che from the chair. Before leaving, he looked back at Xie Rong, coldly curling his lips in a mocking smile, and asked. And what did you do to a Che? You've made a Che suffer. Now, why you, slowly experience it why yourself? Rong Yuheng deftly kicked the door shut and carried Rong Che back to his bedroom. Swinging along as Rong Yuheng held him all the way, Rong Che gradually woke up. Rong Yuheng laid him down on the bed. Rong Che immediately tried to escape. Rong Yuheng caught both his wrists with a blank expression, brought them together, and captured them firmly with one hand, saying, repeat what you said to Xie Rong again. Rong Che struggled several times, but Rong Yuheng's grip on his wrists was unyielding and impossible to break free. He hung his head low, like a child who had done something wrong. Rong Che, look into my eyes and repeat it again. Rong Yuheng's tone was quite indifferent, even carrying a slight hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. I won't hit you or punish you. An unsettling silence spread through the air. After a long time, Rong Che suddenly channeled his internal energy, broke free from Rong Yuheng's grip on his wrist, and ran away. Rong Yuheng calmly circled his waist, pulling him back, while searching under the quilt with his other hand. Click. Rong Che stared at the handcuffs on his wrist in shock. Rong Yuheng carefully put a pair of handcuffs on the other wrist as well, then used the cold key to lift Rong Che's chin, forcing him to look up at him. Rong Yuheng laughed as if interrogating a prisoner, asking, Che, you don't like me touching you? Rong Yuheng's other hand lightly stroked Rong Che's neck, collarbone, and continued downwards. Rong Che sat uncomfortably on the bed, his thick lashes trembling slightly. Every time he moved, the handcuffs on his wrist jangled with a tinkling sound. The delicate and crisp metallic sounds intertwined with the rhythm of Rong Che's pounding heartbeat. Rong Yuheng softly kissed Rong Che's lips, murmuring confusedly, Che, I make you feel nauseous when I kiss you, right? If you find it disgusting, then I'll. Rong Yuheng paused. Rong Che thought he would say, if you find it disgusting, then I won't touch you anymore. But the next second, Rong Yuheng grabbed the back of his head, deepening the kiss. If you find it disgusting, then I will kiss you many more times every day, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. Rong Che froze all over. Images flashed through his mind, cries of sorrow, screams of agony, warm blood soaking his entire body. Rong Che's pupils constricted sharply, as if he were afraid of something. He pushed Rong Yuheng hard and hugged himself tightly. Don't touch me, stay away. The person he liked always ended up with a tragic fate. He hoped Rong Yuheng could have eternal peace. Therefore, their relationship should be severed. Rong Che, with unclear consciousness, kept struggling with the chains on his wrists. Rong Yuheng, I don't like you. Go marry some princesses and concubines, take multiple wives. I don't want to be with you anymore. Rong Yuheng's eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he forcefully pinned Rong Che down on the bed. Tear. Rong Che's outer robe was torn off. Countless carnelian disc buttons shattered and flew everywhere. Rong Yuheng, I like girls. Don't touch me. Rong Che stammered nervously, his eyes wandering. Rong Che. Rong Yuheng narrowed his eyes, I will have you right now and see if you dare to like anyone else. If you say another word nonsense, I'll punish you more times. And when you lie next time, don't stutter, how embarrassing. Rong Che was completely immobilized, dazed. Rong Yuheng's brutal and sinister gaze made him feel estranged, making him anxious. Rong Yuheng asked coldly, Rong Che, if you say you dislike my touch, what does it mean that you invited me to soak in a medicinal bath together? Why did you blush when I kissed you in the hot spring pool? I didn't. Rong Che whispered softly. He didn't resist, he just wanted to protect Rong Yuheng. After some consideration, Rong Che said hesitantly, if you like my body, I'll give it to you, just once. Then you go marry someone else, okay? A vein popped up on Rong Yuheng's forehead. Rong Che, what do you think of me? What do you think of my love for you? Do you consider it as something you can get when you want, or discard when you don't? I tell you, unless you're willing to marry me, I will never marry anyone else. If I break this promise, may I die miserably. Rong Che froze for a moment, his eyes dazed, muttering, but I only wish for your safety. The anger in Rong Yuheng subsided slightly, restricting Rong Che in a sickly possessive manner, then a Che should stay obediently by my side, guarding me, accompanying me. Perhaps due to the gentleness in his tone. Rong Che nodded unconsciously, like a docile little cat. At this moment, an anxious voice of the steward came from outside the door, Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived. Rong Yuheng frowned slightly, what does he come here for? Seems like, he's here to escort the Empress back to the palace and has brought an imperial edict with him. I'll be there in a while, Rong Yuheng instructed the steward, you go prepare first. After the steward left, Rong Yuheng got off Rong Che, gently stroking the shackles on Rong Che's body, his eyes flickering, fearing that he might escape, so he still did not unfasten them. A Che, wait for me obediently. Rong Yuheng gave him another kiss and turned to leave. Rong Che's consciousness was scattered, faintly opening his mouth under the influence of the hallucinogenic incense, Yen Yen. Rong Yuheng stiffened, turning his head, what did you call me? Yen Yen. This address seemed familiar from somewhere. Something flashed through Rong Yuheng's mind, too quickly for him to catch. Rong Yuheng sat in the wheelchair and went out. The guards and servants of the Prince Regent's mansion had already knelt all over the place, pay our respects to His Majesty. Rong Yuheng stood with his hands behind his back, expression indifferent. Emperor Rong Chen's eyes flickered with displeasure and anger as he asked, where are the Empress and the Crown Prince? Hand them over. Rong Yuheng smiled, Your Majesty, isn't it quite ridiculous that your wife and child disappeared, and yet you personally come to accuse me? Rong Yuheng. Rong Chen opened his mouth menacingly, now that you no longer possess the army's command token, killing you would be as easy as. Just at that moment, a dignified and icy female voice sounded. What's the commotion about? Ning Shujin slowly approached, bringing along the air of battlefield and bloodshed, naturally commanding respect, Your Majesty, did you consult me before planning to kill the Prince Regent? The surrounding people exchanged glances, utterly silent. It was no longer a secret in the palace that Emperor Rongchen feared his empress. Rongchen frowned slightly, my dear, politics of the harem mustn't interfere in state affairs. Please don't comment randomly. Harem politics shouldn't interfere in state affairs. Ning Shuji nonchalantly stepped in front of Rong Yuheng, asking Rongchen, Your Majesty, when you coaxed me into arranging troops for you, I was 3 months pregnant. Yet when you forced me to lead troops to war, why did you not mention harem politics then? Ning Shujin. Rongchen, having hit a sore spot, shouted furiously, go back to the palace immediately. Now. After that. Rongchen gestured subtly to someone nearby. Little Master took out a bright yellow scroll and looked at Rong Yuheng, Prince Regent receives the imperial edict. Sitting in the wheelchair, Rong Yuheng seemed completely unaware. Little Master could not force him to kneel and listen, so he directly announced the imperial edict. In the edict, the emperor arranged a marriage for Rong Yuheng, marrying a courtesan as the official consort of the Prince Regent. Clearly, it was intended to humiliate him at a time when he had lost his army command and the situation was no longer favorable. Rong Yuheng let out a low laugh, a cold and ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Ache. Your life from now on might not have both parents intact. Before Rong Yuheng could make his move, a slender figure darted forward. It was Ning Shujin. Ning Shujin grabbed Rong Chen's wrist and forcefully pulled him onto her back, delivering a powerful shoulder throw that sent him flying. Rong Chen slid across the ground several meters, legs spread wide, and crashed straight into a cactus pot over half a meter tall. Aya! Rong Chen screamed in pain, flailing his legs uncontrollably. He kicked so hard he overturned the cactus pot. The large cactus, without missing a beat, fell directly onto him. Your Majesty! Protect the Emperor, quick! Ning Shujin shot a calm glance, shouting sternly, who dares? The guards froze, no one daring to step forward as they looked at Ning Shujin with great respect. Half of the kingdom's territory was conquered by Ning Shujin alone. With her arms crossed, Ning Shujin stared down at Rong Chen. I've been wanting to punch you for a long time. In excruciating pain, Rong Chen twisted his face, poisonous woman. I will depose your position as empress. Ning Shujin removed the phoenix crown from her head and threw it along with a divorce paper at Rong Chen's feet, saying, no need for you to do it. This is the divorce document, henceforth. I, Ning Shujin, will have no more connection to you, Rong Chen. Rong Chen looked at her in disbelief. If Ning Shujin left, who would command the troops? Who would train the army on the field? Ning Shujin. Rong Chen said, think clearly. If you leave the palace, you'll just be a discarded woman. Everyone will look down on you. I won't. Rong Yuhan cut him off coolly. Half of this vast country belongs to General Ning. Do they dare to scorn her? Such people would truly be ingrates. Rong Yuhan spun his wheelchair, inadvertently running over Rong Chen's hand. Rong Chen screamed in agony, my hand, it's broken. Dog? Did you say dog? Rong Yuhan responded calmly, don't compare yourself to dogs. Dogs are humans' most loyal friends. Whom are you cursing? Rong Yuhan leaned in closer to Rong Chen, saying word by word, if you weren't Che's biological father, I really want to skin you alive piece by piece. Rong Chen struggled to breathe, you're reckless. I am the son of heaven, this is disrespect. So what? Rong Yuhan curled his lips, as long as I live, you will always remain a puppet emperor. Go back to the palace and act like a proper puppet emperor. If you ever hurt a Che again, I will massacre the entire palace and overthrow your dynasty. Rong Chen feared Rong Yuhan but laughed when he heard about overthrowing the dynasty. Contemptuously looking at Rong Yuhan's legs, Rong Chen mocked, the world wouldn't allow a cripple who can't stand to become an emperor. Rong Yuhan smirked. The next second, he stood up from the wheelchair, lazily and cunningly laughing, sorry, my legs aren't paralyzed. Rong Chen stared wide-eyed, this can't be possible, I personally poisoned you years ago. Rong Chen realized something was wrong and abruptly stopped talking. Rong Yuhan spoke indifferently, years ago, before we became sworn brothers, I was Xiao Yuhan. After becoming sworn brothers, the late emperor adopted me as his son, only then did I enter the Rong family. And you, Rong Chen, you were afraid that the emperor might pass the throne to me, an outsider, and thus poisoned all 21 members of my Xiao family, 21 lives. What are you going to pay with? Rong Yuhan grabbed Rong Chen's collar and smashed a punch into his face. Crack. It was the sound of his nasal bone shattering. In extreme pain, Rong Chen's face turned pale, No, I'm wrong, I will be a good puppet emperor, please don't kill me. For a Che's sake, you wouldn't want a Che to lose his father just after returning to the country, right? Bang. Rong Yuhan hit another punch. Rong Chen's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Blood covered Rong Yuhan's knuckles, his face, and the cobblestone ground. Rong Yuhan contemptuously shook off Rong Chen, looked at Rong Chen's guards and ordered, take him away, scram. After everyone left, the steward curiously asked Rong Yuhan, my lord, why didn't you kill him and seize the throne to settle everything once and for all? And then what? Rong Yuhan countered, for neighboring countries are eyeing our borders. If there is internal turmoil, they will certainly attack us simultaneously. Our food supplies and armies might not be able to withstand such pressure. A flash of approval crossed Ning Shujin's eyes. A Che really had excellent taste in men. Ning Shujin smiled and said, I'll go check on Che. Rong Yuhan. A Che was still locked in the room by him. Rong Yuhan hurriedly followed after her, wait. He didn't get to finish his sentence. Ning Shujin pushed open the door to the bedroom and her expression instantly changed. The bedroom was empty. A Che. Gone. No. Where could he be? Ning Shujin instinctively felt that something must have happened to a Che. Chapter 119, A Che, you are mine now. Looking at the empty room. Rong Yuhan's face turned dark as water, where is a Che? The guard was so scared that his whole body trembled, and he knelt down, saying, my lord, I don't know. Go investigate. Rong Yuhan narrowed his eyes, speaking in a hoarse and low tone, bring him back immediately once you find him. A Che, despite being affected by the sedative incense, still dared to escape. You really need a good beating. With a Che's martial arts skills, it's impossible for someone to quietly take him away without a sound. There were no signs of struggle in the room. Therefore, a Che ran away on his own. Rong Yuhan clenched his fists tightly, go bring my horse Taeyin over. Taeyin was Rong Yuhan's horse. Soon, countless troops and guards streamed out from the governor's mansion. Elsewhere. Rong Che, completely unaware that he had become the target of an entire citywide manhunt, rode alone to the outskirts of the city. Brother Rong Che, why did you suddenly ask to meet me here? Lin Fei asked as she saw Rong Che dismounting and walking forward. Rong Che's eyes were scattered, looking blankly as he murmured softly, "Little girl, don't be afraid. Those who wanted to bully you, your brother has already killed them all for you. No one will dare to humiliate you anymore." Lin Fei stiffened her entire body. These words were exactly the same as they were 3 years ago. 3 years ago, when she was almost humiliated by a powerful minister of the enemy country, Rong Che saved her, saying the exact same thing. Lin Fei supported Rong Che, who was swaying unsteadily, asking, "Brother Rong Che, what's wrong with you?" Rong Che, through Lin Fei's clothing, grasped her arm and asked seriously, "Little girl, do you have someone you love?" "Who is it?" Lin Fei's gaze flickered uneasily. Biting her lips, she hesitated before saying, "My beloved is far away, but close within." Rong Che stared blankly, as if he didn't hear her words, muttering, "Ah Fei, as long as you wish, whoever you like in the whole world, I can prepare for you a grand 10-mile red dowry, personally sending you to marriage in the role of your elder brother." Lin Fei's eyes became extremely moist. Looking up, she caught a glimpse of the man not far behind Rong Che, Rong Yuheng. At the moment Rong Yuheng saw Rong Che. His eyes focused solely on him, ignoring everyone else. Lin Fei forced a bitter smile and said to Rong Che, "Thank you, brother." Lin Fei fled in panic. Rong Che looked confusedly at her retreating figure until a chilling voice came from behind. "Are you satisfied yet?" Rong Che was startled, turning around only to find his fingers caught by Rong Yuheng. Che, breaking free from shackles just to see her. Knowing he was in the wrong, Rong Che explained quietly, "I just told her that if she marries, I would prepare for her a grand 10-mile red dowry and personally send her off to her wedding in the role of her elder brother." Martial artists have excellent hearing. Even though Rong Yuheng wasn't eavesdropping, every word exchanged between Rong Che and Lin Fei reached his ears without fail. Rong Yuheng expressed nothing on his face and simply said, "Oh." Rong Che tugged at his sleeve, "When I was a hostage in the enemy country, I was punished with 200 lashes, and Lin Fei took half of it for me, so I. Oomph." Rong Yuheng impatiently silenced him, grabbing Rong Che with one hand around his waist and another firmly gripping the back of his head, encircling him within the embrace of his chest and arms. Their noses nearly touched, the surrounding air seemed to gradually warm, creating an ambiguous and sultry atmosphere. Rong Che widened his eyes and instinctively tried to avoid the intimacy. Out in the wilds like this was improper. As soon as he struggled, Rong Yuheng's deep voice rang in his ear, "Che, you made me carry the chains with me. Don't force me to be rough with you." Rong Che froze, pushing against Rong Yuheng's hand and unconsciously clenching his fist. He was nervous. Rong Yuheng covered his hand with his large palm, coaxing patiently in a raspy voice, "Che, don't be tense. Be a good boy." Rong Che shivered slightly. Taking advantage of the moment, Rong Yuheng pried open his clenched fists, inserting his fingers little by little into Rong Che's gaps, interlocking their fingers and holding Rong Che's hand firmly in his grasp. Not too far away. Lin Fei realized she dropped her pouch and returned to pick it up, only to see Rong Yuheng embracing Rong Che's slim waist while kissing him. Lin Fei's face turned pale. The visual shock caused her to stagger slightly, almost falling down. Upon sensing Lin Fei's presence, Rong Yuheng gently let go of Rong Che, pinching his chin and asking, "Che, you promised me that in private, you will call me what?" Rong Che's heart was thumping wildly, calling out in a small voice, "Husband." What did Che say? Rong Yuheng deeply said, "The wind is too strong, I didn't hear clearly." "Husband." Yuheng Rong's lips curved into a slight smile as he pinched Che Rong's face and said, "My lady." Lin Fei, who had listened to the whole conversation, turned pale. Che Rong's expression was that of a newlywed bride blushing coyly. Lin Fei bit her lip until it bled and left without retrieving her lost pouch, wiping her eyes twice with her arm as she walked away. Yuheng Rong calmly retracted his gaze, leaning closer to Che Rong almost kissing his ear, "Che, which do you prefer, my lady or princess consort?" Che Rong looked at him and said, "Lin Fei has already gone, stop acting. You want her to let go, so do I, so I helped you act. Prince Regent, be your prince, and I will be my crown prince. Yuheng Rong, you transferred 10 years of internal energy to me. In the future, I will present you with the splendid off-Rome country with both hands. We should never see each other again." Che Rong, with red-rimmed eyes, walked past Yuheng Rong. A man like him deserves to live alone for the rest of his life. Why should someone as good as Yuheng Rong sacrifice his whole life for him? He isn't worth it. Just as Che Rong took 2 steps. Yuheng Rong's voice sounded in his ear, "Do you let me marry others?" Che Rong didn't turn back, lightly humming in agreement. "Good." Yuheng Rong said, "On the 2nd day of next month, this prince will welcome the princess consort into the Regency Palace, you can rest assured now." Che, I agree to marry the princess. But I haven't said the princess is not you." Che Rong walked away in a daze. After Che Rong left, a guard asked Yuheng Rong, "Prince, why didn't you explain clearly to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Yuhan Rong twirled the jade ring on his thumb. Only time can make a Che see his own heart. He locked himself in a dark room, tormented by his demons all day. He can't get out. Demons? The guard didn't believe. He is the crown prince, holding the power of life and death over countless people. Does the crown prince also have demons? He does. Yuhan Rong's eyes flickered with a touch of pain as he said solemnly, an 18-year life as a hostage, licking blood off the edge of a knife, not driving himself mad has already proved his willpower. This is also what Yuhan Rong guessed after hearing Lin Fei's and Che Rong's conversation. A Che, it's not that he doesn't love him, but he dares not to love. Xie Rong's sedative incense just happened to provoke Che Rong's inner demon. The guard didn't understand. Prince, then why don't you help His Royal Highness the Crown Prince untie his knots? Yuhan Rong said, because he's too proud. For 18 years, a Che was trampled underfoot, living without dignity. So, the dignity he lost himself, only he can pick up by himself. Yuhan Rong gave Che Rong a month's time. During this month. In the daytime, Che Rong was ferocious and ruthless in the court. At midnight, the lamp in the Crown Prince's study often stayed lit through the night. After a month, Che Rong stood in the courtyard of the Eastern Palace, hearing the celebratory music and firecrackers outside, hoarsely asking, is it the bridal procession of the Regency Palace? A servant replied, yes, Prince Regent is welcoming the princess consort home. Che Rong bit his lower lip. A faint metallic taste of blood spread in his mouth. Yuhan Rong, I regret it. Lost in his thoughts, Che Rong didn't notice a black figure quietly approaching. At the moment when his waist was grasped, Che Rong looked down and saw the white, translucent hand, with barely visible veins on the back, sexy and beautiful, strange yet familiar. Che Rong's expression stiffened, and he didn't resist. Allowing the handkerchief laced with drugs to cover his mouth and nose. MMPH. Che Rong struggled a few times and gradually fainted in the man's arms. Yuhan Rong hooked Che Rong's leg bends, lifting him up horizontally and smiled playfully, a Che. The emperor wants to force this prince to marry a wife, then this prince will stuff you onto the wedding sedan chair. Beside Yuhan Rong, the guard wanted to say something but held back, Your Highness, the crown prince is prone to violence, committing wrongdoings in the court. If he knows he was drugged and stuffed into the wedding sedan chair, it might result in. Yuhan Rong laughed strangely, my residence lacks a princess consort, he likes committing wrongdoings, then this prince allows him to behave wickedly as a consort in my bedchamber. This consort is the consort of the Prince Regent. Che Rong, is this prince's consort? Yuhan Rong carried Che Rong into his chamber. On Che Rong's desk lay a piece of paper. Densely covering the paper were numerous names of Yuhan Rong. In Che Rong's handwriting. At first, the handwriting was beautiful, but later it became increasingly messy and agitated, like chicken claws scratching. Yuhan Rong smiled slightly, placing the unconscious Che Rong on the white jade bed, carefully picking up the paper and handing it to the guard, take this paper back to the mansion and frame it. Yes. The guard respectfully accepted it with both hands and asked, my lord, where should the framed paper be hung? Hang it above the head of the marital bed in my chamber with a Che. The guard. What a peculiar preference you have. Wouldn't it be creepy to wake up and see your own name covering an entire wall? The guard bowed and retreated. Inside the room. Yuhan Rong picked up the intricate and elaborate wedding dress. The bright red silk wedding gown took hundreds of embroidery artisans over half a month of pure handwork. It was seductive and gorgeous. Yuhan Rong loosened Che Rong's waistband and dressed his beloved A Che in the wedding gown himself. Che Rong had a tall and slim figure. No phoenix crown was necessary. After dressing him in 4 layers of the wedding gown inside and out, Yuhan Rong draped the ceremonial sash over his body and leaned down to carry him out the door. Che Rong woke up as the sedan chair swayed. He struggled to open his eyes. Before him was nothing but darkness. It seemed there was a piece of cloth covering his head. Che Rong froze for a moment and reached up to remove the cloth on top of his head. But moving caused discomfort in his wrists bound behind his back, sore and tingling from being tied too long. His ankles were also bound. The restraints used were wide strips of cloth. Not painful, but the knots were cleverly tied so they couldn't be undone. Che Rong frowned, slowly trying to channel his internal energy. However, there was no response from his dantian. His inner strength was sealed tightly. Che Rong lay there in the sedan chair, wearing a bride's wedding gown, furious beyond measure. Outside the sedan chair, Yuhan Rong rode a horse, adorned in a set of red festive garments. As if connected by some mental link with Che Rong, he gripped the reins, moved closer to the sedan chair, lifted the corner of its curtain and said, a Che. Che Rong's desperate struggles froze instantly. The ceremonial sash slipped from his head, landing near his feet. His eyes widened as he incredulously looked around the sedan chair and asked, you're marrying a princess consort, what does shoving me into the sedan chair mean? Yuhan Rong curled his lips in a smile, his deep voice brushing past Che Rong's ear softly. Today, the Prince Regent is bringing his princess consort home. The princess consort shares our surname, her name is a Che. Unable to escape the binds around his wrists, Che Rong lowered his gaze at his bright red wedding gown and felt both ashamed and irritated. Untie me right now. Yuhan Rong answered calmly, when we pay respects to heaven and earth during the ceremony, naturally the princess consort will be unbound. Ache, I already let you escape once. This time, you are like a bird caught in my net with no way out. The sedan chair soon arrived at the residence of the Prince Regent. Yuhan Rong climbed inside the sedan chair and undid the rope knots binding Che Rong's wrists and ankles. Che Rong stared intently at him, suddenly asking, did you plan everything beforehand when you tied me up and threw me into the sedan chair? Yuhan Rong laughed, Ache, tying you to the sedan chair was a scheme I plotted long ago, but... But what? But weren't you deliberately rearranging the guards of the Crown Prince's palace on my wedding day, waiting for me to show up? Yuhan Rong's movements were gentle as he knelt half beside Che Rong, rubbing his sore wrists and ankles while saying this. The space inside the sedan chair was large. Accommodating the two of them did not feel cramped at all. After finishing his sentence, Che Rong uncomfortably averted his gaze, muttering, if I fell in love with someone else during this month and didn't wait for you, then what? Yuhan Rong smirked lightly, that would be simple. Whoever you fall for, I'll capture that person and use them to threaten you. The one who bows to me in the wedding ceremony can only be you, Ache, there's no escaping it. Che Rong rolled his eyes at him, muttering, everyone says you're a gentleman with broad-mindedness, where are the gentlemen who threaten people randomly? Ache, so-called broad-mindedness is just because I don't care enough. If anyone looks at you even one extra time, I want to gouge their eyeballs out and drain every drop of their blood dry. After finishing, Yuhan Rong gently replaced the ceremonial sash over Che Rong again. Che Rong muttered, I'm not ugly, why do I need a cloth covering my face? Yuhan Rong held his hand, his lips nearly touching Che Rong's earlobe, lowering his voice as he whispered, because Ache is stunningly beautiful. If others look at you even one extra time, I'd become enraged. Che Rong's face flushed hot, stop talking. His appearance resembled Ning Shujin, extraordinarily captivating. Many people praised his handsome features, yet Che Rong could remain expressionless, as though he hadn't heard anything. But, hearing the words, stunning beauty, spoken by Yuhan Rong, it stirred something deep within him, causing an irresistible itch in his heart. SSS. Yuhan Rong wanted him. After admiring Che Rong's bashful and angry expression for a while, Yuhan Rong added, on the wedding night, the veil of the bride will be lifted by her husband. After lifting the veil, it will be time to consummate the marriage. Holding Che Rong's hand, Yuhan Rong led him out of the bridal sedan chair. His fiery palm enveloped Che Rong's hand. Having neither father nor mother, after bowing to heaven and earth, their second bow was directed towards Ning Shujin. Ning Shujin smiled, having known all along that the veiled bride beneath the coverlet was Che Rong. As they bowed to each other as husband and wife, Yuhan Rong whispered in Che Rong's ear, my princess consort, you are mine now. Thump. Thump. Che Rong could hear his own heart pounding fiercely within his chest. With the bridal headdress covering his head, all he could vaguely see were Yuhan Rong's golden boots from his festive attire. In a daze, Yuhan Rong scooped up Che Rong in his arms. Losing balance, Che Rong instinctively wrapped his arms around Yuhan Rong's neck, Yuhan Rong carried him into the nuptial chamber. Without even lifting the bridal veil, he started undoing Che Rong's waistband. Che Rong, embarrassed, gave him a gentle kick, only to find himself pinned down on the bed the next moment. Ache, a moment of springtime is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The man captured both of Che Rong's wrists and leaned down. Chapter 120, Ake's coy and bashful demeanor made her seem like a delicate little diva. The man showered soft, warm kisses on Ake's face and neck. This time, Ake didn't dodge. Ake flipped over, pinning Yuehang down instead with an air of dissatisfaction. Yuehang Rong, you drugged me, tied my hands and feet, shoved me into the bridal sedan chair, forced me to hold the wedding ceremony with you, and made me wear the bride's clothing, huh? Yuehang Rong lay on his back, reached out, and stroked Ake's waist. Is Miss Ake planning to settle accounts with this prince? Ake trembled at his touch but tried to maintain her dignity as she questioned him, we're both men, why must I be the prince consort? Yuehang Rong chuckled lightly, if Miss Ake wishes to be the empress, it's also acceptable, I'll march into the palace with a sword in hand tomorrow. Ake, unyielding, lifted Yuehang Rong's chin threateningly, call me husband, or you'll sleep in the study tonight, Her words were cut off. Ake's mouth was covered. Her sash was pulled loose. Her hands were tied behind her back with the sash. Ake's body is so delicate, yet why does her mouth have such sharpness? The next day, Ake woke up with eyes swollen like peaches. Her eye sockets were red, full of bloodshot veins. Trying to sit up, she let out a soft moan from the pain, That handsome face, only slightly less beautiful than our esteemed readers, blushed furiously with shame, Rong Yuehang, you beast. The word beast got stuck in her throat. Ake's voice was hoarse, almost unable to speak. Memories of last night continuously replayed in her mind, impossible to dispel. Ake's face burned intensely. Eventually calming down, she put on her clothes and rose, hobbling painfully out of the bedroom. The servants outside blinked their eyes, gawking at her with curiosity. Lady consort, here's caterpillar fungus stewed old hen soup, it nourishes the kidneys. Lady consort, here's braised mustard greens beef, it strengthens the waist. Lady consort. Ake's swear words were on the tip of her tongue when she forced herself to smile like a doting mother. Let's just call His Highness the Crown Prince. Understood, Lady consort. The steward nodded respectfully and gestured for more than a dozen servants to attend to Ake's needs, washing her face, purifying her hands, and helping her eat breakfast. Holding chopsticks, Ake asked, "Where is Rong Yueheng?" The steward replying to Lady consort, "There's been trouble at Dongfeng Tower, and His Highness rushed out early to deal with it." Dongfeng Tower was a force secretly cultivated by Rong Yueheng. Ake's face darkened. Why did everyone call her the consort, but no one called Rong Yueheng the Crown Prince consort? The steward glanced stealthily at Ake's expression and immediately understood. Lady consort must be unsatisfied with her desires and missing her husband, which is why she looks so gloomy. Secretively pulling out a small paper packet from his chest, the steward handed it to Ake. "My lady, try this." "What is it?" Ake didn't bother to correct the title issues anymore. She and Rong Yueheng had formally held a wedding ceremony and truly consummated their marriage as man and wife. Whatever they wanted to call her, fine. The steward explained, "It's a kind of drug that keeps people excited and tireless. Put a bit in the prince's teacup tonight, and surely." Puff. The chicken soup Ake had just taken into her mouth sprayed out, "Not necessary. Your Highness's prince is already tireless enough." Regretfully, the steward walked away, and soon returned carrying a pillow. Ake was rinsing her mouth, asking, "What's the pillow for?" There were already 2 pillows shaped like mandarin ducks on the marital bed in her and Rong Yueheng's room. The steward coughed, "Lady consort, raise your waist a bit tonight, you won't hurt so much." Ake kicked the steward out with a scowl. After a while, the steward brought in 2 servants carefully holding a large object wrapped in red silk. Only vaguely could they see what seemed to be a framed piece of calligraphy. "Lady consort, this is His Highness's wedding gift for you," the steward grinned widely as he told Ake. "Ake?" The steward abruptly removed the red silk. Beneath it lay Ake's doodle masterpiece. That sheet of paper filled with Rong Yueheng's name scribbled everywhere. It was beautifully framed, even the scroll axis being made of black jade. In the blank spaces on the paper, Rong Yueheng added a few lines. "Ake resembles a tiny waiting for husband stone. Ake's handwriting is really wild. Ake as a person is far shyer and more modest than this handwriting. Shy, meaning Ake during nighttime, alluring and bashful, like a delicate little bundle." Rong K stared in disbelief as the servants hung his doodle masterpiece at the head of the marital bed, his eyes wide with shock. "What is this for?" The steward repeated what his lord had said. "My lady, His Highness said this is his rare treasure. If it's damaged or lost, we'll have to present our heads." Rong K buried his face in his hands. How embarrassing. Too embarrassing. He couldn't face anyone anymore. The steward called out, "Prince." Rong K waved a hand, "Say whatever you have all at once." 2 servants carried in a stack of account books. "Lady consort, these are the betrothal gifts from His Highness. Yesterday during the wedding ceremony. The bride had no dowry, and the groom gave no betrothal gifts." Rong K didn't care much about material things, but seeing the gift still left him slightly stunned. It was the first time he'd seen someone offer account books as a betrothal gift. "This represents all the wealth of the regent's mansion. His Highness said his wealth belongs to you, but you belong to him." Rong K's heart suddenly fluttered. Just then. "Lady consort. Something has happened." The guard outside rushed in anxiously. Rong K quickly shifted her gaze, patted her slightly flushed and reddened face, and asked coolly, "What is it?" The guard said, "Hundreds of people armed with hoes and axes are surrounding the mansion gates." The mansion's dark guards and regular guards numbered in the thousands. However, those outside were ordinary civilians. They couldn't attack civilians with swords. Rong K stood up, "I'll take a look." The guard became frantic, kneeling down right in front of Rong K, "You can't go out. Those commoners say. Rong K guessed what might be happening, that I am inappropriate with the regent, a disaster that will destroy the nation, worthy of execution, dismemberment, and decapitation. Outside the mansion. The crowd was loudly clamoring, the air heavy with tension. Rong K is a calamity. Regent Rong Yueheng marries a wife, but puts the crown prince in the bridal sedan chair. This disgraces the nation. Humph. Neither of them are decent people. Hand over Rong K. If Rong K doesn't die, the nation will perish. As the words faded away, the mansion gates slowly opened. Rong K, dressed in white, had deep and unfathomable Danfang eyes filled with an icy chill like the clouds atop a snow-capped mountain peak, exuding arrogance and refinement. "You want me to die?" Before Rong K, under the priceless marble steps of the mansion gates, lay a sea of people full of hatred and malice. They gripped their hoes and swords tightly, silently confronting Rong K. In the crowd, the one leading them was Rong Qi, Rong K's nominal younger brother and the emperor's adopted son. Rong Qi stepped out of the crowd. "Elder brother, your illicit relationship with the regent defies both heavenly law and the law of the land. The people want you dead, and as your younger brother, I will certainly burn more paper money for you." Illicit relationship? Defying heaven's laws? Rong Kei curled his lips into a mocking smile. If the regent is willing to marry, and I am willing to wed, how does it concern any of you? Rong Chi's face contorted with apparent unwillingness as he faked sympathy by wiping his tearful eyes. Elder brother, last night, the astrologer observed ominous signs pointing towards calamity in the direction of the regent's mansion and the eastern palace. It's a sign of national doom. Choose either a dagger, arsenic, or silk rope for your own good, leaving behind a whole corpse, to preserve the peace of the world. After Rong Chi finished speaking, he drew the soft sword at his waist and hurled it sharply toward Rong Kei. Rong Kei lazily lifted a hand, his two long, elegant fingers easily gripping the sword. In the next moment, Rong Kei lightly stepped on the marble step, holding the sword horizontally against Rong Chi's neck. Rong Kei said coldly, half of Rong's empire was secured by my mother's blood and sacrifice. The other half came after I spent 18 years as a hostage in the enemy state, collaborating secretly with Uncle Royal. My life has already been recorded in history since my birth. Now you claim you're willing to take my life just for a prophecy of national doom, isn't that ridiculous? The masses stiffened all over. The hoes and swords in their hands slowly lowered. A flash of hatred flickered in Rong Chi's eyes as he signaled to his subordinates. The subordinate nodded, immediately drawing his sword to kill two commoners, attempting to frame Rong Kei. The crown prince killed innocent people. The crown prince is killing innocents at the gate of the regent's mansion. This can't be true. This is impossible. Elder brother Rong Kei could never slaughter unarmed civilians. Lin Fei exclaimed upon hearing the news, I know elder brother Rong Kei's nature well, he isn't that kind of person. This is a grave miscarriage of justice. Lin Fei's brother, Lin Tongling, sighed. However, half an hour ago, the crown prince was already imprisoned in a heavenly jail for killing people. Lin Fei could hardly believe it. What about the regent? The prince today seemed not to be at the mansion, and he had no idea about this matter. Lin Tongling said, Ah Fei, with the chaos caused by refugees, the crown prince killed nearly 40 people. He is guilty of a capital offense. You should sever ties with him. Once one enters the heavenly jail, how many can actually come out alive? Lin Fei shook her head fiercely. No. I'll go to the palace and beg the emperor. Prince Rong Che is innocent. Lin Tongling frowned. It was the emperor who ordered the imprisonment and torture of the crown prince. What do you think your pleading will achieve? Brother. Lin Fei firmly said, expel me from the Lin family if you must. From now on, anything I do will have no connection to the Lin family. If I cannot save him, then I will die with him. After saying that, Lin Fei hurriedly ran out. With the token given to her by Prince Rong Che, she entered the palace and knelt for more than half an hour outside Emperor Rong Chen's chambers. Upon hearing this, Rong Chen casually smiled. Does Rong Che care much about Lin Fei? Xiao Lizi confirmed that he did. A flicker of satisfaction passed through Rong Chen's eyes, then let her kneel. Let her kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. Perhaps I might see her outside the palace. After kneeling for nearly 5 or 6 hours, Lin Fei's knees were numb with pain. She swayed unsteadily, her vision going black. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of her. Supporting herself on the ground with both hands, Lin Fei struggled to turn her head and look up. Rong Chi gave her a smile. Miss Lin, would you like to visit Prince Rong Che in the jail? Lin Fei's breathing caught as if clinging to a lifeline. Can you really let me see him? Rong Chi nodded, and not only that, I can make him fall madly in love with you. Lin Fei's eyes flickered, a hint of caution passing through her gaze. What conditions do you have? Prince Rong Che and Rong Chi's grudge runs deep. Lin Fei knows this well. Rong Chi squatted down and said, you like Rong Che, and I like the position of the crown prince. I'll help you get him, and you help me, pull him off the position of the crown prince, alright? Lin Fei hesitated. How will you help me get him? These 2 vials contain powerful aphrodisiacs. Rong Chi explained, if we both take them, he will never love anyone but you for the rest of his life. Lin Fei showed a struggle in her eyes. Rong Chi spoke slowly, watching your beloved with another man must feel terrible, right? Lin Fei took the vial, determinedly saying, alright, I agree. Satisfied, Rong Chi smiled and extended a hand to help Lin Fei up. I'll arrange for someone to escort you to the jail, to see your Prince Rong Che. After Lin Fei left, Rong Chi stared at her retreating figure and coldly chuckled, fool. There are no such things as aphrodisiacs. Both vials contained real poison. If Prince Rong Che consumes thee. A flash of cold light passed through Rong Chi's eyes. Rong Chi arranged for someone to deliver Lin Fei to the entrance of the jail. Go ahead. Lin Fei entered the jail with a food box. Inside the jail, the icy air pierced her skin with damp, freezing pain, making her shiver. Then she saw. In the deepest corner, Prince Rong Che sat cross-legged on straw, his eyes closed quietly meditating, his face slightly pale. His white clothes bore bloodstains that hadn't dried yet. Lin Fei's eyes immediately turned red. Prince Rong Che. Prince Rong Che opened his eyes. Why have you come? The guard unlocked the cell door. Lin Fei walked in. They beat you, didn't they? Your injuries. Prince Rong Che laughed lightly. It's fine. If he resisted, no one could capture him. But since the riot occurred outside the regent's mansion, resisting would tarnish Prince Rong Yuheng's reputation. Lin Fei took out fragrant dishes from the food box and ladled some soup. Prince Rong Che, it's chilly and humid in the jail. Drink this soup to warm yourself. Prince Rong Che looked thoughtfully at Lin Fei for a moment, smelled the soup, and said quietly, all right. He slowly brought the bowl of soup to his mouth. Lin Fei held her breath, her heart rising to her throat, unable to stop herself. Prince Rong Che. Prince Rong Che scooped up a spoonful of soup. The soup is a bit hot. Why don't we wait a while? It's fine, Prince Rong Che said, I prefer it hot. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Lin Fei raised her hand and knocked over the soup bowl in Prince Rong Che's hand. Crash. The bowl of soup shattered, and the scalding hot broth splashed onto Lin Fei's hand, turning it red from the heat. Lin Fei dropped to her knees in front of Rong Che brother, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The soup has poison, Rong Che said calmly as he wiped his hands with a handkerchief. He had spent 18 years in the enemy country. He had seen all sorts of drugs. With just one sniff, nothing could escape his nose. Lin Fei stiffened all over, shaking her head frantically, choking back tears in disbelief. It can't be. How could I possibly poison you? Rong Chi clearly said this was a love pheromone. He lied to me. Clap. Clap. Rong Chi clapped his hands as he stepped out from the shadows. Rong Che, you certainly have charm. To fool this foolish little girl so completely. I'm impressed. Rong Che frowned, pulling Lin Fei behind him protectively. What do you want? Rong Chi snapped his fingers, and dozens of black-clad men suddenly appeared, their crossbows aimed at Rong Che. What do I want? Rong Chi tilted his head, naturally, to kill you and silence you both. Rong Chi waved his hand, kill. Dozens of arrows were simultaneously aimed at Rong Che's head and heart, and they were released. Rong Che was unarmed. When he was imprisoned in the heavenly jail, his shoulder bone had been pierced, leaving him unable to use his martial arts skills, unable even to dodge. This was an absolutely fatal situation. Rong Che was surely going to die. Chapter 121, For the sake of Ache, is treason really a problem? Rong Che protected Lin Fei in the corner of the wall and slowly closed his eyes. The last thing that echoed in his mind was a series of memories from when he first met Rong Yuheng to now. My name is Rong Yuheng. Ache, must you only be good after being touched? I want to do something impure with Ache. Rong Che. I'll take care of you right now. And see if you dare like anyone else. If you say another word nonsense, there will be another punishment for each word. Also, when you lie next time, don't stutter. Is it embarrassing or what? Today, the regent prince marries his princess consort. Princess, don't be afraid, naturally during the wedding ceremony, your restraints will be loosened. Ache has a soft body, but why does he always speak stubbornly? And more incidents piled up one by one in Rong Che's mind. What Rong Che thought at last was, Rong Yuheng, find someone who loves you and let them spend their lives with you instead of me. Mother, I can no longer stay by your side to fulfill my filial duties. In Rong Che's ears, there was the sound of crossbow arrows piercing flesh. Blood splashed all over Rong Che's body. But the pain he had expected did not come. Rong Che suddenly opened his eyes and saw. Lin Fei tightly embraced him, blocking the arrows aimed at him. The slender back of the young girl had already been pierced through by dozens of arrows. Blood gushed out from the corners of Lin Fei's mouth as she collapsed helplessly. Girl. Rong Che hugged the blood-drenched Lin Fei, tears filling his eyes. At that moment, all his sanity vanished. Lin Fei fell into Rong Che's arms. Her pale face struggled to form a smile as she said brokenly, Big brother Rong Che. I'm sorry. I put poison in the soup. Almost disappointed you. Girl, don't talk anymore, just stop talking. Tears welled up in Rong Che's red eyes, causing him unbearable heartache. He mobilized his inner strength despite his locked, pipa bone, forcefully breaking free from the restriction. He used his own internal energy and healing ability to treat Lin Fei's injuries. Lin Fei, gravely wounded, gave a faint smile, showing signs of recovery before death. In a hoarse voice, she said, It's useless, your healing power can only cure external injuries, my internal organs have already been pierced by arrows, I won't survive. Big brother Rong Che has always treated me sincerely and kindly, but I almost betrayed you. Being able to protect you with my life once makes me glad. Regardless, Rong Che gripped Lin Fei's wrist and continuously injected her with internal strength to maintain her vital energy flow. She was the only family member and warmth he had during his 18 years of living in the enemy country. Rong Che's tears dropped onto Lin Fei's face. Lin Fei's gaze gradually started dispersing, Big brother Rong Che, I've never liked anyone in my whole life. I really like you. I know you like the regent prince. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. You two should be fine, spend your entire lives together happily. With wide, tear-filled eyes, Rong Che tightly held Lin Fei, girl, AFI, Lin Fei. Lin Fei's voice became weaker, her pupils losing focus, clinging desperately to Rong Che's clothes with determination. Big brother Rong Che, have you ever liked me? Have there been moments where you truly thought about being with me? Rong Che felt a great turmoil in his throat and choked down sobs while lowering his head. Sorry, so sorry. He dared not look at Lin Fei's hopeful eyes. Yet, he couldn't lie to her either. In Rong Che's eyes, Lin Fei was the same as Ning Shujin, a close relative. But she would never be his lover. Lin Fei shook her head and laughed weakly. It's me deluding myself. All big brother Rong Che didn't love is someone who loved you. You don't owe me anything and shouldn't feel guilty about it. Big brother Rong Che, in our next life. I will definitely be earlier than Rong Yuheng. To occupy your heart. Lin Fei reached out to touch Rong Che's face. Her hand strained to reach halfway up but then abruptly dropped down straight, tilting her head and collapsing into Rong Che's embrace. Lin Fei slowly closed her eyes, sealing away the last light of this world. A drop of scorching tear slid down from the corner of her eye. Lin Fei's corpse gradually grew cold. Ah! Hugging Lin Fei's dead body, Rong Che screamed towards the sky. A mouthful of sour sweetness surged to his throat, spilling out entirely. Rong Che gently laid Lin Fei down, removing his outer robe to softly cover her, and stood up silently. That phoenix-shaped eye, its depths were filled with redness. Without any expression, Rong Che stared at the group consisting of Rong Chi and dozens of black-clothed men as though they were dead things. All of you deserve to die. The icy, bone-chilling gaze made dozens of the black-clothed men instinctively take a step back. Rong Chi raised the crossbow in his hand and shot an arrow at Rong Che. Rong Che caught the arrow with ease and threw it back. The arrow pierced straight through the heads of two black-clothed men. In an instant, Rong Che's shadow-like figure closed in on Rong Chi. He grabbed Rong Chi's neck with one hand. Make them drop their weapons. Lin Fei's death left Rong Che completely exposed and vulnerable. The 10 years of internal strength Rong Yuheng had transferred to him had always severely conflicted with his meridians. Each time he activated his internal strength, it was excruciating pain. These things, Rong Che had never told anyone. But at the moment Lin Fei died, Rong Che completely absorbed that internal strength, increasing his speed, strength, and agility by several times. Shock turned Rong Chi's face ghostly pale as panic set in. Rong Che. What do you plan to do? Rong Che tightened his grip, choking off Rong Chi's breathing. Rong Chi, horrified, realized that under Rong Che's hands, he had no resistance whatsoever. Rong Che, it's the Emperor who sent me to kill you, it wasn't my doing, it wasn't me. Rong Chi shouted in terror. Drop the weapons. The group of black-clad men immediately placed their crossbows on the ground. Rong Che's eyes glinted red as he channeled his inner power into his palm, instantly snapping Rong Chi's neck. In the next second, Rong Che twisted his wrist and struck out. The overwhelming and tyrannical palm wind carried immense power. Dozens of highly skilled black-clothed men were violently thrown off their feet and spat out mouthfuls of blood, dying on the spot. Rong Che picked up a sword from the ground, murmuring, "Girl, big brother will avenge you for you." Rong Yuheng rushed back and barged into the dungeon, where he saw corpses strewn all over the ground. At a glance, he noticed. Inside the farthest cell, someone seemed to be lying on the ground, covered with Ake's outer robe. Rong Yuheng's legs gave way, nearly collapsing. "Your Highness." The guard quickly steadied him. Approaching the corpse, Rong Yuheng's outstretched hand froze mid-air, trembling for a long time, too scared to lift the outer robe and reveal the true face of the deceased. If the body under the outer robe was Ake, he feared he might go insane. The guard hurriedly squatted down and took away the outer robe covering the body, reporting, "Your Highness, it's Miss Lin Fei." Rong Yuheng closed his eyes for a brief moment, unsure whether to breathe a sigh of relief or feel sorrow. It was fortunate that it wasn't Ake who had died. But it saddened him that Ake would grieve over Lin Fei's death, and in turn, he would share in Ake's sadness. "Your Highness. The Crown Prince has stormed the palace with a sword." A guard burst in, anxiously reporting. Rong Yuheng's temples twitched. "He's alone." Guard, yes. Alone and without backup, the Crown Prince killed all 7 adopted sons of the Emperor with 1 slash per person, not leaving a single one alive. Rong Yuheng whipped his horse forward, galloping towards the palace while spurring his mount. The guards followed closely behind, updating him on the situation within the palace along the way. "Your Highness. From the Imperial clan, the Emperor adopted 7 foster sons who wanted to remove the Crown Prince's heir status. The Crown Prince killed all 7 of the Emperor's adopted sons, each with a swift, deadly strike." Rong Yuheng spurred his horse forward as the wind roared in his ears. Has Ake been injured? The lives of others did not concern him. He only cared about his Ake. The guard hesitated. There are thousands of Imperial guards inside the palace. Both the Imperial Army and the Feathered Guard have come to reinforce. General Ning has already led trusted subordinates into the palace to protect the Crown Prince, but against tens of thousands of troops, there is likely more bad than good. Rong Yuheng interrupted sharply, throwing a black iron token engraved with the word Hang to the guard. Take this and disperse both the Imperial Army and the Feathered Guard. The guard was shocked. Your Highness. You are already branded as a traitor, you can't commit rebellion again. Rong Yuheng smiled faintly. As long as it's for Ache, treason is of no matter. Ache, whatever you want to do, I'll be with you every step of the way. As long as you are safe. As long as you stay by my side. My Ache. My bedmate and the love of my heart. By the time Rong Yuheng arrived at the palace, Rong Che had already slit the throat of Rong Chen, looking down at the blood-soaked ground and the piles of corpses like a ruler surveying his domain. Rong Che's crimson eyes revealed darkness, ferocity, gloom, and bloodthirstiness. His white clothes were dyed red with blood. He shook his wrist slightly. Who's next? Turning his head, Rong Che spotted Rong Yuheng nearby. A Che. Rong Yuheng dismounted and approached urgently, his expression filled with anxiety. Rong Che held a sword, its tip flashing as it pointed straight at Rong Yuheng. Coldly, he said, "Don't come near me." Rong Che's eyes were already bloodshot from the slaughter. He didn't recognize the person in front of him. In his mind, there were only two kinds of people in the palace. One was himself, the other was someone he intended to kill. "A Che, it's me, Rong Yuheng said gently, looking at him with deep concern. "Have you forgotten your husband?" Rong Che froze for a moment, his eyes gradually clearing. Slowly, Rong Yuheng reached out and embraced him, pulling the sword from his hand. "A Che, I arrived too late." Rong Che's heart ached. In front of Rong Yuheng, he dropped all his defenses, appearing like an injured little beast, his spirit low as he muttered, "Lin Fei is dead." Rong Yuheng tightened his embrace around him, offering silent comfort. After a long while. "I'm sorry for pointing my sword at you earlier." Rong Che hung his head guiltily, saying quietly. Rong Yuheng patted his head affectionately. To die under the peony flower and become a ghost of elegance, what more could one ask for? "A Che, if you truly desire my life, so be it. My life, my empire, my person, and my heart are all yours. On the day of my memorial, simply place a plum blossom on my grave and visit me, nothing more." Rong Che couldn't say a word, overwhelmed by the weight of his emotions. He tightly embraced Rong Yuheng's waist instead. After the massacre in the palace had ended, Rong Che personally buried Lin Fei's body. At Lin Fei's graveside, as her elder brother, he stayed by her side for several days. Several days later, Rong Yuheng personally came to take him back to the palace. Inside the luxurious carriage of the Regent Duke's mansion, Rong Yuheng wrapped an arm around Rong Che's shoulder. "Crown Prince, it's time to return and ascend the throne." Rong Che was stunned, surprised as he looked at Rong Yuheng. Having spent days isolated by Lin Fei's grave, he was completely unaware of the events outside. Chaos had erupted within the court. He thought Rong Yuheng had already become emperor. Why hadn't he? Rong Yuheng leaned closer, brushing a kiss against his lips. "The throne belongs to a Che. To a Che, I am willing to bow down and serve, because a Che wouldn't grant me permission to rise without hesitation." Author's note. With this, the bonus chapter and the entire story have come to an end. No cliffhanger here, I love these kind of cyclical beginnings and endings. The other pair's stories won't be told here. This humble writing is merely for my own enjoyment, though I thank everyone for not rejecting it. I hope you find some humor in it. While reviewing the previous text, I realized that since I mentioned Rong Yuheng and Rong Che's story being connected to Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Cheng's past lives, we can just leave it as a prequel story. My new book has begun, The Rogue Zhang San, How He Sent the Opposing Lawyer to Prison. If you're interested, you can follow me through my homepage and click into my new novel. Genre, male-targeted fiction plus system plus lawyer plus live-streamed legal education plus Rogue Zhang San plus no female lead or romantic pairings. I humbly request your 5-star reviews. Chapter 122, Jiang Qiyan and Xiao Cheng Extra Story. A sudden small inspiration came to mind. It was so trivial that it wasn't enough to sustain an independent story. So, let's write an extra chapter. As a legal professional, Jiang Qiyan highly valued copyright protection. During his time as a visiting professor at the university, all the wealthy offspring who tried to benefit from his papers and projects were unceremoniously rejected by him, with such force that they were left utterly humiliated. However, Xiao Cheng was an exception for Jiang Qiyan. Xiao Cheng didn't like living off someone else's reputation or leaning on privilege. Even though they had been married abroad for years, he never flaunted the Jiang family's power in his own life. He kept a low profile while focusing on filming movies, recording survival shows, and tirelessly conducting concert tours across different regions without being hindered by wind or rain. Yet, just after Jiang Qiyan harshly criticized academic clans, one day, the next day, he quietly added Xiao Cheng's name to several of his own projects. Xiao Cheng remained completely unaware. Until one day when Xiao Cheng received a phone call. A venerable 70-year-old law professor, full of respect and honorifics, actually asked if Xiao Cheng would do them the favor of attending an academic conference. Such flattery as, "Our humble place will shine with your presence," was used. Bewildered, Xiaoqing checked CNKI, China National Knowledge Infrastructure, and various think tanks online under his name to finally realize what had happened. Xiaoqing officially protested against Jiang Qiyan, pointing out that he was merely a man who usually associated with celebrities and singers. Being suddenly attached to so many academic projects transformed him into some kind of academic fox. He questioned how this action made him any different from the despised academic clans, thus making it extremely unfair for commoners' children. What are academic clans? Jiang Qiyan asked, feigning ignorance. Those who use their authority in academia to monopolize academic resources, hindering fair competition, Xiaoqing explained, slightly tilting his chin and looking at Jiang Qiyan, calmly trying to dissuade him. This isn't quite. Do you study law? Jiang Qiyan questioned. No. Is there a competitive relationship between you and law students? Jiang Qiyan pressed further. None. So, how exactly does becoming my academic fox obstruct fair competition? Jiang Qiyan asked again. On the surface, calm and collected, he deliberately avoided mentioning that he thoughtfully added Xiaoqing's name to his own projects. His published papers and academic achievements, once released, would garner over 1 million views within a month. Jiang Qiyan certainly wouldn't let Xiaoqing know that he simply wanted everyone to see, in the spotlight, that he and Xiaoqing were together. Just because Xiaoqing was the one he loved. Even placing their names side by side filled him with happiness. Xiaoqing couldn't help but admit, he had been persuaded. Incredibly, he even thought there was some logic in Jiang Qiyan's argument. After all, it hadn't impacted regular students, so Xiaoqing, also from an ordinary family, allowed Jiang Qiyan to go ahead and make these moves. One night, Xiaoqing fell ill during a rain scene shoot, suffering from a high fever, burning up. Jiang Qiyan, having just finished a court session, rushed back home without even removing his lawyer's robe to take care of him. Confused and delirious from the fever, Xiaoqing loosened the buttons of his collar and snuggled into Jiang Qiyan, even rubbing against his chest and asking, "Do you want to?" What? Jiang Qiyan was lost, unable to follow Xiaoqing's line of thinking. Haven't you said that a phone easily gets hot once plugged into a charger, but a warm phone is harder to put down? Xiaoqing had already undone every button of his shirt and hooked onto Jiang Qiyan's belt, saying, "I'm burning right now. Would it make you unable to put me down?" Xiaoqing delivered this comment and then took the initiative to kiss Jiang Qiyan's Adam's apple, leaving the latter frozen stiff from his touches and kisses. Who would have imagined that Xiaoqing, in his fever-induced haze? Had Jiang Qiyan known Xiaoqing was sick, he would definitely have. Struggling hard, Jiang Qiyan managed to give Xiaoqing antipyretics and get him to fall asleep. Looking down at his own body, Jiang Qiyan rubbed his temples helplessly and went to the bathroom to rinse with cold water. However, in the dead silence of the room, Xiaoqing murmured half awake, "Your zipper is open." Jiang Qiyan, whose body had gone rigid, felt as though it might shatter where it stood, disintegrating slowly into ash. After that night, either by chance or fate, Xiaoqing woke up the next day without a fever, though he still had a slight cough. Jiang Qiyan, brimming with determination, decided to pull Xiaoqing into the bedroom for a lesson, resolutely aiming to ensure Xiaoqing remembered that henceforth, no seduction should occur without the ability to act upon it. Upon entering the door, he found Xiaoqing reaching out, using the back of his hand to check Jiang Qiyan's forehead. "You're running a fever," Xiaoqing stated definitively, checking with a thermometer, which showed already 38 degrees Celsius. Watching Xiaoqing half kneeling by the nightstand, bending over to search for cold medicine in the drawer, Jiang Qiyan walked over, arms spread wide, and suddenly boxed Xiaoqing against the wall between his arms. Realizing what was about to happen, Xiaoqing turned to run but was pulled back into Jiang Qiyan's embrace. "Hey! Let go, Jiang Qiyan, please, After recovering from his illness, when Xiaoqing went to work, there hovered a massive cloud of black resentment above his head, like a mushroom cloud. Following days of relentless teasing, on this day, the famous movie emperor of the Xiao family brought home 2 tickets to a renowned singer's concert, hoping to pacify Jiang Qiyan and plead for leniency. Jiang Qiyan glanced at the concert tickets, stroked his chin, and asked, "Is it a friend's concert?" Xiaoqing nodded, "Yes, it's a great senior artist, I'm going to support them." If you're seated among the audience, they'll probably give you some camera shots, Jiang Qiyan mused for a moment. With Xiaoqing's current star power, the director wouldn't dare miss this million-dollar walking traffic flow. The never-before-attended concert Jiang Qiyan, therefore, agreed very willingly, "All right, we'll take my private jet." Okay. On the day of the concert, Jiang Qiyan calmly held Xiaoqing's hand as he confidently entered the VJP area inside the concert with the best view, and then nonchalantly took off his sunglasses and mask. The broadcast crew spotted Jiang Qiyan and Xiaoqing almost instantly, the newlywed couple, and gave them airtime. The veteran singer on stage also knew about the immense traffic Xiaoqing and Jiang Qiyan brought, so they immediately capitalized on the moment. We see 9-time Golden Emperor Xiaoqing and his husband. The venue erupted with cheering and cries of delight. Only Xiaoqing's new assistant, who just started working for him, felt nervous hearing Xiaoqing and his husband, fearing for Xiaoqing's future. "Mr. Xiaoqing needs to be more careful. The Jiang family is one of the top households in the country. Letting their young master become your accessory, mentioned without even giving his full name, risks irritating the Jiang young master, leading to trouble later on. Why can't you show some prudence? After the concert, a journalist waiting near the VJP passage asked Xiaoqing a pointed and meaningful question. Teacher Xiaoqing, attending this concert today, you didn't bother with makeup or formal clothing, aren't you worried that such an excellent partner might stray? Xiaoqing glanced at the well-dressed Jiang Qiyan and chuckled calmly to the reporter, he still looks barely acceptable. I don't have any plans to discard him yet. Very casual. Yet, very potent retaliation. If he dares cheat. Xiaoqing said evenly. Jiang Qiyan locked eyes with him and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. I can always find someone better than him, Xiaoqing finished. Realizing the potential explosive situation, the reporter hurriedly bowed in apology. This time around, questions directed at Xiaoqing were much less provocative. One particular question was posed. In a previous interview, lawyer Jiang called you the light in his life. How do you interpret this statement? Holding the microphone, Xiaoqing paused silently for a moment before answering, I think it's not exactly accurate. The reporter froze. So did Jiang Qiyan. Then they heard Xiaoqing respond steadily and warmly, the two of us are like opposite poles of a battery, drawn to each other amidst the vast ocean of humanity. We are not each other's light. Rather, through our daily interactions, we have sparked a chemical reaction that produces light and illuminates each other. Jiang Qiyan stared dumbfounded at Xiaoqing. At that moment, there was a typhoon within him, but he stood still, not letting anyone else know. The end.